Chapter 1, Job Transfer Failed, Bind to Family System. Letter to Xia Kingdom. Nankai City, Nankai No. 1 Middle School. Next, Leah. The principal's voice became increasingly impatient. Leah placed his hands on the awakening stone. The awakening stone emitted a faint light and had the words "no occupation" written on it. Oh! A sigh came from the audience. The principal cleared his throat and continued to call the roll. Next, Wang Ma. Next. Next. At the annual awakening ceremony, the principal sighed helplessly. After clicking a series of times, all of them showed no profession. Could it be that this year is the same as previous years, with not many people awakening and no advanced ones? It depends on those two. After a series of failed awakening attempts, the principal could only place his hopes on the two students with exceptionally high mental strength. Thinking about this, the principal continued to call out names. Next, Chenhi. At this moment, the atmosphere on the playground changed from anticipation to depression. Everything failed. I feel like I can't awaken anymore. I also feel like I have no hope. What's going on this year? Is it so miserable? Who said it wasn't true? There's not even one person who can awaken. What a damn bad luck. I feel like there's no hope for me either. Sigh. Shoo, keep your voice down, the principal's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. No, there's movement. The awakening stone is lit. Chenhi is about to awaken successfully. Finally, after more than a dozen people failed to awaken, a different line of words finally appeared on the awakening stone: D-level talented profession, chef. Good. 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 The principal clapped his hands repeatedly, a smile finally appearing on his face. Finally, someone succeeded, even though it was only a D rank. D-level is also good, at least I can change my job, which is better than nothing. It worked. Finally, someone has successfully awakened. Even though it's only D rank, it's better than failing to awaken. This is a good start. Chenhi, I remember his spiritual power was only over 100. Suddenly I felt confident again. Me too. The principal's face was filled with joy. After all, the business was finally open. He glanced at the list and spoke again. Next, Shushi. Shushi? It's her? The goddess is about to awaken. The previously lifeless playground suddenly erupted in an uproar. Everyone's gaze was directed to the back of the crowd, towards the girl who was walking step by step towards the awakening platform. Shushi, the recognized goddess of the academy, is not only beautiful, but also has a mental strength of 395, second only to that pervert Chenhi. She walked onto the stage steadily, and everyone's heartbeat quickened. What profession will the goddess awaken? It must be very powerful, right? After all, his mental strength is so high. I guess it's an S-level talent. S-level? Nankai hasn't produced an S-level student in years. The discussion was getting louder and louder. Not to mention Nankai No. 1 Middle School, there hadn't been a student in the entire Nankai with a mental power of more than 350 for many years. This year, there were two. One is Chushi, and the other is Chenhi, who has the best mental power in the school. In the crowd, Chenhi heard his classmates talking about him, and some of them even turned around to look at him. He felt very happy inside, but at the same time, he touched his nose pretending to be embarrassed. At this moment, his good friend Chen Yuan suddenly came up to Chenhi, looked at Chushi on the awakening stage, and said, Chenhi, what profession do you think she will awaken? Who knows what profession will awaken? Chenhi shrugged, there are hundreds of known professions, not to mention the unknown ones. That's right. Chen Yuan nodded, then smiled and said, then what talent-level profession do you think she will awaken? Since humans opened up the path of job change and awakening, countless professions have emerged. These professions are strong and weak. Countless ancestors have classified them according to the innate characteristics of the professions. There are 7 levels, namely SSS, SSS, A, B, C, and D, with SSS being the highest and D being the lowest. This level determines the growth characteristics of this profession. The higher the level, the stronger it grows, and correspondingly, the more resources it consumes. Chenhi lowered his head and thought for a moment. Historically, most people with a spiritual power of over 350 points could awaken to S-level. He then said, at least S-level. S-level? Damn! Chenhi, you're so bold. Chen Yuan exclaimed exaggeratedly. However, Chushi's mental strength is indeed high, and it might be possible for him to awaken to S-level. Chenhi didn't respond. S-level was entirely possible. Even higher. Suddenly, Chen Yuan chuckled and nudged Chenhi with his elbow. Does that mean you'll at least awaken an S-rank class? After all, your mental strength is several points higher than hers. Chenhi smiled but said nothing. 18 years ago, he was in Blue Star and had an accident while crossing the road. When I opened my eyes again, I came to this world full of demons and monsters. I traveled through time and space as a newborn baby. Fortunately, my parents were both C-level professionals, so my life was pretty good. Just a few years ago, a disaster struck and his parents died tragically while on a mission, leaving Chenhi alone. In this world, animals and plants absorb spiritual energy and turn into monsters. In order to resist monsters, humans have opened up a way to change their jobs, and mental strength is the key to changing jobs. Perhaps because he has lived 2 lives, Chenhi possesses the best mental power in the school, or even the entire city. 399 points of mental strength. With this kind of mental power, let alone SSS or SS level, it wouldn't be too much to awaken an S-level profession, right? Oh shit, oh shit. It's lit. The awakening stone is lit. Look, look. A pillar of light shooting up into the sky. I'm going blind. This light is blinding my titanium dog eyes. The classmates suddenly made a violent commotion, and Chenhi looked up suddenly. Chushi pressed the awakening stone with both hands, and a dazzling white beam of light shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably huge phantom of a 6-winged angel filled with a sacred aura descended from the sky along the column of light. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The awakening stone clearly reads Holy Angel. What the hell? The only profession in the legend. Chushi actually awakened the Holy Angel. Holy Angel? Isn't that a class even more awesome than SSS level? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I witnessed the awakening of the Holy Angel with my own eyes today. The playground completely exploded. If it was a riot before, now it is a volcanic eruption. Holy Angel, the only profession. There can only be one in this world. Only when the previous Holy Angel dies, will the new awakener have the opportunity to awaken this profession. Strictly speaking, the professional level of the Holy Angel has surpassed the SSS level. Everyone's eyes looking at Chushi changed. She used to be the goddess in everyone's heart, and now, she is the goddess of the whole world. Out of reach. Out of reach. I can only look up to it. Even the principal was shaking with excitement and speaking incoherently. The Holy Angel, it really is a Holy Angel. I actually witnessed the birth of the Holy Angel with my own eyes. Nankai hasn't produced an S-level talented profession in years. Now that Chushi has awakened to the SSS level, Nankai is going to be famous, and Nankai No. 1 Middle School is going to be famous. The college will definitely get more educational resources. Chenhi's spiritual power is higher than Chushi's, so Chenhi's awakening is even stronger. Chenhi was also stunned, completely stunned, his head buzzing. Chushi actually awakened the Holy Angel? Her mental strength is only 395. 4 points lower than mine. What about me? My mental strength is as high as 399. Taller than Chushi. What profession will I awaken? SSS level? No. SSS level is nothing. Chushi's 395 mental strength can awaken the Holy Angel. My own 399 mental power. At least he should awaken a class that surpasses SSS level, right? Thinking of this, Chenhi's breathing quickened, his heartbeat accelerated, and his blood boiled. Expect. Unprecedented expectations. He felt that every cell in his body was clamoring with anticipation. I can't wait to rush to the awakening platform, put my hand on the awakening stone, and see what kind of incredible profession I can awaken. Beyond SSS level. What could it be? SSSSS grade? Or even more awesome? After a commotion, the principal and his gang finally calmed down. Next. Chenhi. The whole place fell silent immediately, everyone staring at Chenhi. The highest mental power in the school. A few points higher than Chushi, who just awakened the Holy Angel. Chenhi took a deep breath, and under the gaze of thousands of people in the school, he strode to the awakening platform and placed his hands on the awakening stone. Pay full attention. Focus. Chenhi tried his best to feel the awakening stone, but his mind was empty and he felt nothing at all. Time passed second by second, and the awakening stone finally responded. The surface of the stone began to light up, and the light became stronger and brighter. It's lit. It's lit. The awakening stone is lit. Look, look. Chenhi's awakening stone has also lit up. I wonder what class will awaken. It's bound to be awesome. However, the light of the awakening stone gradually dimmed until the light finally disappeared, and not a single word appeared on it. Thousands of people were like they were acupunctured and couldn't utter a word. After a long time, someone finally reacted. It seems, it's over? Did Chenhi fail to awaken? Are you kidding me? Chushi's spiritual power is not as high as his, and he has already awakened the holy angel. Could it be? Chenhi has awakened a hidden profession? What a bullshit hidden class. The awakening stone didn't even react, it's obviously a failure. Shame on you. This is so shameful. I failed to awaken in front of the entire school. Chenhi has completely lost face. Serves him right. It's his fault for always being so pretentious. Those who were envious, jealous, and resentful just now have now all turned into ridicule and gloating, and their expressions change faster than turning the pages of a book. On the stage, Chenhi was also confused. Did I fail to awaken? Spiritual strength 399. First in the school. 4 points higher than Chushi. As a result, Chushi awakened the holy angel, but he himself failed to awaken? What the fuck is this? This is so embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed. Just when Chenhi was feeling extremely embarrassed, a voice suddenly rang out in his head. Bite. Family system binding successful. The system detects that the host is alone, so the system opens a family binding quota for you. The host can choose a woman to bind to, marry, and start a family. This will fully activate the family system, and after the family is established, you can obtain the other person's profession. Host, please choose the binding object. Chapter 2, Bind to the SSS-level school beauty and propose to her in public. System? The sudden sound in his head froze Chenhi completely. After traveling through 18 years, Golden Finger, you finally showed up? Why didn't you come earlier or later, but just when I failed to awaken? You did it on purpose. The embarrassment and despair that had just gone from head to toe were completely shattered by this voice, and my heart began to beat violently again. Family system? How do you play it? Chenhi asked quickly in his mind, but on the surface he had to maintain a distraught look to avoid being noticed. The mocking voices from the audience grew louder and harsher. Ha, this is making me laugh to death. Number 1 in the entire school, yet I failed to awaken. What's the point of having high mental strength? You're just a piece of crap. I thought we'd get a second holy angel, but it turned out to be a dud. These sounds buzzed like flies, but Chenhi couldn't care less now. Host, this system is designed to help you build the strongest family. After the system is fully activated, the host will receive system rewards as long as they do anything that is beneficial to the family's development and enhances the family's reputation. The strongest family, favorable behavior, rewards? Chenhi rolled his eyes. Doesn't this mean that I have to start a company, acquire territory, recruit subordinates, marry a wife, have children, and make the family powerful? Just like the aristocratic families in ancient times, family status, reputation, population, property, territory. I understand, I totally understand. This system is pretty wild, I like it. Host, please choose a woman to bind to as soon as possible. After the binding is completed and you marry and start a family, you can fully activate the family system and obtain the other party's profession. The system's cold voice sounded again, urging Chenhi. Is there any need to choose? Chenhi's gaze drifted towards a certain direction in the audience. It must be Chushi. She is an SSS-level holy angel, the only one. If I marry her, wouldn't I also become a holy angel? System, I choose Chushi. Bind her immediately, right now. Chenhi screamed wildly in his heart. Received the order, started binding the target person, Chushi. It is detected that the target person has a high degree of favorability towards the host. Bind successfully. Family system members 1-2, Chenhi Patriarch. Family system members 2-2, Chushi. Host, please complete the marriage ceremony with Chushi as soon as possible to formally establish your marriage. You will then obtain her profession, holy angel, and fully activate the family system functions. At the same time, in the crowd below the stage, Chushi's body trembled slightly, and an indescribable wonderful feeling surged into his heart without warning. It felt warm and itchy, as if there was an inexplicable connection between her and Chenhi on the stage. She saw Chenhi standing on the stage, distraught, facing the ridicule of the audience, and her heart ached suddenly. So what if the awakening fails? Even if Chenhi really became an ordinary person, he would never despise him. On stage, Chenhi received a notification that the system binding was successful, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. Holy angel, I'm going to have one soon. He suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and tried to make his expression look disappointed. Who the hell said I failed? My cheat is 1,000 times more awesome than you can imagine. He raised his head, his gaze passing through the crowd and landing precisely on Chushi. The girl was looking at him worriedly, her eyes clear without any trace of ridicule or contempt. Cough, cough. A burst of coughing interrupted the noise from the audience. The principal walked onto the stage with a frown and walked around the dull awakening stone twice. He raised his head and looked at the teacher in charge of maintenance next to him. Is there something wrong with this stone? Chenhi's spiritual power is as high as 399, which is higher than Chushi's. How could he fail in awakening? The surrounding school leaders and teachers also nodded in agreement. Yes, 399 mental strength is unprecedented. The awakening stone must be broken. Chushi just awakened the holy angel, and the energy was too strong, causing problems with the stone. Quick, get Chenhi a new awakening stone. The voices of doubt and ridicule died down, replaced by a new round of expectations. Chenhi sneered in his heart. Exchange for stones? Even $100 is useless. My cheat code is not here. However, he still looked lost on the surface and nodded. The staff hurriedly brought in a new awakening stone to replace the original one. Student Chenhi, try again. Chenhi took a deep breath and placed his hands on the cold awakening stone again. Buzz. Almost instantly, the new awakening stone burst out with a light even brighter than before. A thick beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was brighter and thicker than the beam of light that appeared when Chushi awakened. Fuck, it's brighter now, brighter than before. This beam of light is incredible, it's definitely a class that surpasses SSS-level. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Chenhi and the awakening stone enveloped by the beam of light. Time passed minute by minute, the light was still blazing, but the surface of the awakening stone was empty, without a single word. Gradually, the beam of light began to weaken, and finally, just like before, it completely disappeared, and the awakening stone returned to its original gray appearance. If the first time was shock and disbelief, this time it was complete despair and disappointment. I replaced the awakening stone with a new one, and it shines brighter than before, but the result is still the same. Failed. The expectation on the principal's face froze, his mouth opened, and finally turned into a long sigh, filled with endless disappointment and regret. The other school leaders and teachers were also dejected, as if their energy had been drained away. The school has two rare geniuses in a century. One awakened the only SSS-level holy angel, while the other had higher spiritual power but failed to awaken? This dramatic reversal made everyone feel ridiculous. The mocking voices from the audience rang out again, more brazenly than before. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Changing the stone won't help. What good is the bright beam of light? It's still useless. Such a high level of mental strength is wasted. All kinds of unpleasant words flooded towards Chenhi like a tide. The principal shook his head and said to Chenhi, "Student Chenhi, please go down first." Chenhi acted as if he didn't hear anything and ignored the clamoring clowns in the audience. His gaze passed through the crowd and fell on the graceful figure. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he took a step forward and walked towards Chushi. What is he going to do? You're upset because of your failed awakening, and you want to cause trouble for Chushi? No way, he dares. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone stared with wide eyes as they watched Chenhi walk towards Chushi step by step. The principal's face changed and he shouted hurriedly, "Chenhi, what are you doing? Get down here and don't mess around." Several teachers also gathered around nervously, trying to stop Chenhi. Chushi, looking at Chenhi walking towards her step by step, her heart began to beat wildly. What is he going to do? Her fair face was flushed with a touching blush. She was a little nervous and shy, but more of it was an indescribable expectation. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes in the school, Chenhi finally walked in front of Chenhi, ignoring the nervous teachers and principal around him, and also ignoring the various speculations and discussions in the audience. There was only Chenhi in his eyes. He looked at the girl's slightly red cheeks and her clear eyes that contained a hint of panic and expectation, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chenhi, 100 years ago, the country amended the law and changed the legal age of marriage to 18. Now, we are all 18 years old and adults. Will you marry me? Marry me. These 4 words were like thunder, exploding over the silent playground. Proposal? After failing to awaken, Chenhi actually proposed to Chenhi, who had just awakened a holy angel, in front of all the teachers and students in the school? After a few seconds, the crowd went wild. Is Chenhi crazy? He failed in his awakening. How can an ordinary person propose to a future holy angel? How dare he be so shameless? Even a toad wouldn't eat swan flesh this way. Shameless, so shameless. You've become a loser yourself, and you want to cling to Chenhi. Insults, ridicule, and contempt erupted like a tsunami, almost overturning the entire awakening platform. The principal was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Chenhi and yelled, "Chenhi, what are you doing? This is outrageous. Get out of here." How could Chenhi agree to him? The school beauty is so aloof, she barely talks to Chenhi, right? Just wait and see. I'm sure I'll be rejected in public. This will only make me even more embarrassed. Many people were waiting to see Chenhi's joke with glee. Chenhi raised her head and looked into Chenhi's eyes, a hint of shyness flashing in her clear eyes. She nodded slightly and replied in a clear and gentle voice. I do. Chapter 3, Get a marriage certificate right after proposing? I do. Chenhi's voice clearly spread throughout the playground. The breeze blew her soft hair, her cheeks were flushed with happiness, and the sunlight was sacred and beautiful. Willing? She actually agreed? The expressions of all those who mocked Chenhi in the audience were completely frozen. What's going on? That's not how the script is written. How could a school beauty who had awakened an SSS-level holy angel, a girl with a promising future, accept the proposal of a loser who had just failed to awaken? This is unscientific. Fuck, he agreed. Chenhi agreed? Did I hear correctly? Did she just say I do? Crazy, is Chenhi crazy too? Why would she agree to such a loser? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Was Chenhi coerced by him? Shit, are we clowns? Everyone's eyes widened, their eyeballs almost falling out of their sockets, unable to accept what was happening before their eyes. How could such a high and mighty goddess choose to fall down to earth and choose a recognized waste? The principal felt dizzy and almost fainted from suffocation. He pointed at Chenhi, his lips trembling. Classmate Chenhi, do you know what you are saying? You need to think it through. The teachers nearby were also getting extremely anxious. Yes, classmate Chenhi, marriage is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly. Chenhi failed to awaken. You two are not from the same world at all. You are a holy angel. Your future is limitless. How could you? They all tried to persuade Chenhi to change his mind. Chenhi just looked at Chenhi firmly, as if all the noise around her had nothing to do with her. Why would you agree? Others may not understand, but Chenhi knows it very well in his heart. Her white moonlight has always been Chenhi. It's not because he was a genius in the past, nor because of his so-called failure now. But it was because, many years ago, when she was most helpless and in the darkest time, it was Chenhi who stood in front of her like a ray of light. Because of family changes in junior high school, she became silent and was bullied. Several gangsters blocked her, snatched her things and pushed her. The people around her watched indifferently. When she was in despair, it was Chenhi, who was not strong at the time, who rushed out and protected her with his thin body. From that day on, this figure was engraved in her heart. Later, Chenhi's parents died in battle, and he became silent, but Chenhi always paid attention to him silently. She knew how much pressure and criticism he had endured. Now, he stood in front of her and asked her if she was willing. How could I not be willing? What's more, there seemed to be a mysterious connection that made her feel an indescribable sense of closeness and trust towards Chenhi. So she agreed without any hesitation, and even had an unconcealable smile of happiness on her face. Looking at the happy smile on Chenhi's face, Chenhi felt warm in his heart. He was not at all surprised by Chenhi's agreement. The principal's old face turned red, he almost fainted, and his fingers pointing at Chenhi were shaking. Student Chenhi, you are confused. Do you know what you are doing? How can an SSS-level sole professional, the future pillar of the country, marry an ordinary person? This is unfair to you and a huge loss to the country. He couldn't accept that the school's rare genius, a holy angel destined to stand at the top of the world in the future, was going to marry a waste who had just failed to awaken. Several school leaders nearby were also jumping for joy. Yes, classmate Chenhi, think twice before you act. Marriage is not a joke. It affects your lifelong happiness and future. Chenhi is no longer worthy of you. You two are not from the same world at all. A vice principal who wore glasses and looked gentle pushed his glasses and spoke in a heavy tone. Chenhi, listen to the teacher's advice. It's not too late to cancel the engagement now. Don't ruin your bright future for so-called friendship. The dean of studies rushed over, his face livid, and pointed at Chenhi's nose and started scolding him. Chenhi, you troublemaker, you have no ability yourself, so you want to drag down our school's genius? Look at what you look like now. You're a loser who can't even awaken your profession. What qualifications do you have to stand beside Chenhi? I used to think you were a talent because of your high mental strength, but now it seems you're just an embroidered pillow, good-looking but useless. The headmaster was spitting and his words were extremely sarcastic. He used to be the one who had the highest opinion of Chenhi, and he often praised Chenhi in public as the hope of the school. But now he has changed his mind faster than turning the pages of a book. Yes, get out. Waste. Stay away from our goddess. A toad who wants to eat swan flesh shouldn't even take a piss and look at himself. The students in the audience also joined in the booing, and all kinds of ugly insults once again flooded the playground. Jealousy, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions intertwined together made them lose their minds. Chenhi remained expressionless, as if these harsh sounds had nothing to do with him. He just looked at Chenhi quietly, feeling the warmth from his palm. Chenhi could ignore it, but Chenhi couldn't stand it. Chenhi's face instantly turned cold when he heard the insults and abuse directed at Chenhi, especially from the teacher who once praised Chenhi. The invisible pressure quietly dissipated, and the shouting and cursing around them died down. The teachers and students who were nearby took a breath, their faces changing. Enough! A cold gaze swept over everyone. Principal, teachers, and students. I repeat, this is my choice, and I do it willingly. Chenhi is not a waste. He wasn't in the past, he isn't now, and he certainly won't be in the future. Her voice was firm and decisive, and every word was clearly heard by everyone. I won't allow anyone to insult him or belittle him. Chenhi's gaze finally fell on the Dean of Studies, who had the ugliest expression. Dean, please be mindful of your words. If you dare to speak rudely to him again, don't blame me for not respecting the teacher-student relationship. A faint golden light flowed in Chenhi's eyes. It was the power of the holy angel giving a silent warning. The dean shuddered when he was looked at by her, took a small step back, moved his lips, but the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. The students in the audience also quieted down, looked at each other, and dared not make another sound. Chenhi actually challenged the principal and teachers directly for Chenhi? And even warned the dean? The entire playground was eerily quiet, as if the air was frozen. After the unpleasant voice died down, Chenhi's tense face relaxed. She turned to look at Chenhi, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and unhappiness. Chenhi, I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's go. The faces of the people around her made her feel sick. The praise they gave her in the past was so hypocritical, and the slander they gave her now was so harsh. Chenhi saw the grievance that flashed across the girl's eyes, and his heart moved. Okay, let's go. He paused, looked at Chenhi's slightly red cheeks and expectant eyes, and added with a smile. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Civil Affairs Bureau? Chenhi was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This is too fast. Just proposed and we have to get the marriage certificate? She secretly raised her eyes and saw Chenhi's smiling eyes and the small, blushing self in his eyes. After 2 seconds, he nodded gently. Chapter 4, The family is officially established. Obtain the professional holy angel. Chenhi held Chenhi's hand and walked through the crowd towards the school gate as if no one was around. It was not until the two figures were about to disappear around the corner that the entire playground suddenly erupted. Holy crap! Are they really going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? What a joke! Goddess Chenhi is only 18 years old. Getting married right after awakening? Why does Chenhi have the right? The students were completely in an uproar. There were all kinds of exclamations, discussions, and unbelievable noises that were several times louder than the previous insults. Countless people took out their mobile phones and tapped their fingers frantically on the screen. Shocking news. Shushi, the school beauty who just awakened her only SSS-level profession, publicly accepted the proposal of Chenhi, an ordinary person with no profession, and is suspected of rushing to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Outrageous. A genius and a loser combined? Is this true love or is there something else going on? Various posts spread like viruses on major social platforms. On the rostrum, the principal and a group of school leaders looked darker than the bottom of a pot. The headmaster was shaking all over, half out of anger and half out of fear. Shushi's cold eyes and warning just now were still deeply imprinted in his mind. The power and pressure of the holy angel made his calves feel a little weak. Principal, what should we do? The vice principal asked stutteringly, with cold sweat on his forehead. Shushi is the hope for the future of their school, the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire country. The only SSS-level profession, holy angel. If such a peerless genius were to marry a loser who hadn't even awakened his profession just after coming of age. If Chushi's family knew. Thinking of the behemoth behind Chushi, all the school leaders present shuddered. The principal's face turned pale, and veins popped on the back of his hands. He looked fiercely at the dean of studies. What are you still standing there for? Quick! Contact the Chu family. We can't afford to gamble. We absolutely can't afford to gamble. If they really go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the certificate, then everything will be over. The headmaster woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly took out his communicator, and dialed a number that he usually didn't dare to call. At the same time, in the center of Jiangcheng, in a vast and heavily guarded manor. In the study, a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a sense of authority without even getting angry was processing documents. It was Chu Shi's father, Chu Tian. Suddenly, the private communicator on the table rang rapidly. Chu Tian frowned slightly and glanced at the caller ID. It was the dean of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School? Director Chu, this is terrible. Something terrible has happened, the dean's incoherent voice came from the communicator. The young lady has awakened an SSS-level gifted class, the Holy Angel. What? Chu Tian stood up suddenly and exclaimed, Holy Angel, ha ha ha, my daughter Chu Tian has awakened the Holy Angel. Hearing Chu Tian's joyful voice, the Dean of Studies quickly spoke up, Director Chu, the focus right now isn't on this. The focus is on the eldest lady. The eldest lady is going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate with a boy named Chenhi. What? Chu Tian, who was extremely happy and excited just now, suddenly tightened his grip on the communicator and his eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. A bastard wants to marry my daughter? What did you say? Say it again. Director Chu, we can't stop them. The eldest lady is determined to go with Chenhi and has warned us not to interfere. They've probably already headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chenhi? Yes, that Chenhi, his spiritual power is 399, the best in the school, but he failed to awaken his profession. Asshole. He slammed the table hard, and the hard mahogany tabletop made a crack with a crack sound. My precious daughter is going to marry a loser who can't even awaken his profession? Chu Tian knew Chenhi. Chenhi's parents were also well-known C-level talent awakeners in Nankai City, and Chenhi himself was also a well-known person because his mental strength was the best in the school. But what is the use of having high mental strength? If you fail to awaken, you will be useless. Chu Tian would not allow his precious daughter to marry a loser who failed to awaken. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion. Should I get married on the day of awakening? Or should I marry an unemployed person? If this gets out, what will happen to the Chu family's reputation? Will Chu Shi's future be ruined? Send someone to find him right now. Even if I have to turn the entire Nankai University upside down, I will bring that rebellious girl back to me. And that kid named Chenhi. Jiangcheng Civil Affairs Bureau. Unlike the chaos at school, it seems particularly peaceful here. Chenhi and Chu Shi walked in side by side. There were not many people in the hall, and staff at several windows were handling business. The two came to the marriage registration window. The person in charge of registration was a female staff member in her 50s. She was stunned when she saw two people who were so young and were still in school uniforms coming to register. Are you going to register your marriage? The staff member took the ID card and saw the date of birth on it. Today is your coming of age ceremony day, right? You're here to register right after turning 18? Chenhi explained calmly, "I've already awakened, so I came here." "Oh." The staff member drawled out his tone, with a bit more sympathy in his eyes. "Running away from school so early and rushing to get married probably means that you have failed to awaken, have lost hope for the future, and choose to get married and live life early. Alas, the young people nowadays." The staff members were guessing silently in their hearts, but their hands kept moving. 100 years ago, a disaster struck, and in order to encourage childbirth and replenish the population, the legal age of marriage was changed to 18. At the same time, the registration procedures have been simplified a lot. Household registration books are no longer required, only the identity documents of both parties are required. "Okay, please fill out this form." She handed over 2 application forms without asking any more questions. When Chenhi was filling out the form, his hands were shaking slightly, and it took him several strokes to write his name properly. After Chenhi finished writing his own, he saw that she was nervous and reached out to gently hold her hand. Soon, the forms were filled out, photos were taken, and the oath was taken. The whole process took only about 10 minutes. When 2 brand new red marriage certificates smelling of ink were handed to the two, Chenhi still felt dazed. "Well, congratulations to you two, and happy wedding." Chenhi picked up the marriage certificate, opened it, and saw the photo of him and Chenhi side by side, as well as the 3 gold-plated words, "marriage certificate." The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. From now on, they are legally married. Ding! Detected that host Chenhi and Chenhi have completed legal marriage registration. The family is officially established. Obtained the professional holy angel. In an instant, countless information about the holy angels flooded into Chenhi's mind, and a data panel appeared in front of him. Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, holy angel. Level, level 6. Weapons, angel's holy sword, angel's silver wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, angel's growth cycle. 12-winged holy angel, 12-winged fallen angel. Talent skill 1, angelic holy sword. Holy sword skill, insufficient level, to be unlocked. Talent skill 2, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 3, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 4, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Chenhi's eyes almost popped out of his head. As expected of a holy angel, he had 6 innate skills and a passive skill. This passive skill was also a growth skill. He could become a 12-winged angel and could choose to be a holy angel or a fallen angel. By binding with family members, you can obtain their professional talents. This is simply incredible. Chenhi turned his head and his eyes fell on Chenhi again, with an indescribable satisfaction. The girl's skin glowed white in the sunlight, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a blush still remained on her face. Noticing his undisguised gaze, Chenhi's cheeks suddenly turned even redder, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Why are you always looking at me?" Chenhi raised his lips to a wicked smile and moved closer on purpose. "Look at my wife. She's so pretty, wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't take a few more glances?" The hot air sprayed on her ears, and Chenhi felt that her ears were about to burn. She raised her hand in embarrassment and gently pushed Chenhi. Don't talk nonsense." He. Chenhi chuckled twice and stopped teasing her. He naturally held Chenhi's hand. The girl's fingers were slightly cold, but very soft. Chenhi was stunned for a moment, but instead of struggling to break free, he subconsciously shook hands with her. The smile on Chenhi's face softened, and he tightened his clenched hands. "Okay, no more trouble. Let's go home." Chenhi raised her head and looked at him. Chenhi met her gaze with a more serious look. "I'll tell you a secret when we get home." Chapter 5, All Professional Awakeners? Nankai City. This is a city located at the junction of the 3 major provinces of Zhejiang, Fujian and Jiangxi, and was formed by the merger of several cities including Xinzhou, Nanzhou and Tongdu. After the revival of spiritual energy, in order to better resist demons, most cities across the country, except for megacities and large cities, were merged, with the exception of a few larger cities. Wui Villa District. Arrive. Chenhi walked to the door, stepped aside, and made a pleased gesture to Chenhi. "Come in, this is my home." After a pause, Chenhi looked at the girl's fair cheeks and added, "From now on, this will be your home too." Chenhi's cheeks turned red in an instant. She lowered her head and walked quickly into the door, not daring to look at the mischievous smile on Chenhi's face. Chenhi closed the door and followed in. Shushi stood at the entrance, looking curiously at this space he had stepped into for the first time. The living room is large, the decoration style is very simple, and the furniture looks very valuable. It's just that the things are arranged a bit haphazardly. A few pieces of clothing are thrown on the sofa, half-empty drink bottles and snack bags are placed on the coffee table, and the books on the bookshelf are also tilted. Although it looks messy, the floor is clean and there is no dust on the furniture. It seems like the owner is not particular about details, but still maintains basic cleanliness. Sit anywhere. Chenhi walked to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of water and handed it to Shushi. Thanks. Shushi took the water, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in small sips, his eyes still wandering around the room. Chenhi didn't sit down, but stood in front of Shushi, staring at her with burning eyes. Shushi felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, and her fair neck was stained pink. She put the bottle down, her fingers scratching the bottle unconsciously. What's wrong with you? Why, are you always looking at me? Chenhi grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Come closer, I'll tell you a secret. Shushi didn't understand why, but still moved closer as he was told. The distance between the two of them instantly shortened, and Chenhi could even smell the girl's faint fragrance. What secret? If you want to know the secret, you have to tell me the information on your career panel first. She looked at Chenhi speechlessly. This guy was still keeping her in suspense. Although the information on the career panel is personal privacy, it is okay to tell Chenhi. After all, they are already husband and wife. Name, Chu Shi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV9. LV9, actually 3 levels higher than me. Is it because she awakened directly that I inherited it from her? This system is too biased. Shushi didn't notice Chenhi's abnormality and continued talking. Weapons, Angel Holy Sword, Angel Silver Wings. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. There are still 6 talent skills, but they haven't been unlocked yet because of the low level. Shushi's passive skill description seems to be different from his own. On his own panel, there are brackets at the back, which say 12-winged Holy Angel and 12-winged Fallen Angel. This is not in Shushi's description. Is her growth path fixed? Or is it hidden? It's quite interesting. I've told you everything. Shushi put down the water bottle and looked up at Chenhi. Now, can you tell me your secret? Do you think I failed in my awakening? Isn't it? You didn't show any signs of your career coming at that time. Chenhi shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. No, I didn't fail. On the contrary, I awakened. Then what profession did you awaken? Why didn't you react at all? Because, I didn't awaken a specific profession, I awakened all professions. Theoretically, I could have any job that exists in the world today. Shushi felt as if his head was hit hard by a sledgehammer, and it was buzzing. All professions? How is that possible? She widened her eyes and looked at Chenhi in disbelief, wondering if she had heard it wrong. What did you say? All professions? That's impossible. Common sense told her that a person could only awaken one profession in his lifetime. This was an irrefutable iron rule since the revival of spiritual energy. I've never heard of anyone breaking this rule. This is simply a fantasy. It's 100 times more outrageous than the sole profession of Holy Angel. How could you awaken all professions? No one has ever. Chenhi looked at her speechless expression of shock and laughed inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Of course, he couldn't reveal the existence of the system. The statement of awakening of all professions was the most reasonable explanation he could think of. It not only explains why he possesses the profession and skills of a holy angel, but also lays the foundation for acquiring more professional talents in the future. I know this is hard to believe. Chenhi spread his hands, pretending to be helpless, but this is the truth. My situation is rather special. Although I've awakened all my professions, I can't use them all right away. They need to be unlocked one by one. He looked at Shushi's eyes, which were still full of suspicion, and smiled. And unfortunately, the first profession I unlocked. Coincidentally, he is also a holy angel. Shushi's heart skipped a beat. The first profession unlocked is also a holy angel? I don't believe it. Holy angel is the only profession. It's written in the profession atlas. Only when the previous holy angel dies can the next one be born. Since I have awakened, how can you awaken too? If it's the only profession, why don't you try it and find out? He pointed to the open space in the middle of the living room. You summon your angelic holy sword. She looked at Chenhi's determined eyes, her heart full of contradictions. Reason told her that Chenhi was talking nonsense. But she couldn't help but want to see what Chenhi was trying to do. Taking a deep breath, Chushi concentrated his mind. Buzz. A soft sound was heard in the air. Bits of holy light gathered in front of her and quickly solidified into shape. A silver-white long sword, emitting a soft and sacred aura, appeared in Chushi's hand. A diamond-shaped white crystal is inlaid on the hilt of the sword, a faint halo flows on the sword, the blade is sharp, and there is a faint light surrounding it. It's the holy sword of angels. She looked at Chenhi and nodded at him. Yes, I have the same one as yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenhi stretched out his right hand. The same sound was heard, and even the way the light gathered was exactly the same. As Chushi's pupil suddenly shrank, an angel holy sword that was almost identical to the one in her hand appeared out of thin air in Chenhi's hand. The same silver-white sword body, the same diamond-shaped crystal, the same flowing halo and sacred and majestic aura. The two angel holy swords faced each other from a distance, and Chushi was completely stunned. Her fingers gripping the hilt of the sword turned slightly white from the force, and her mind went blank. Really? He really summoned the angel holy sword? How so? Holy angel, the only profession. Wasn't he it agreed that only one could exist in the world at a time? Doesn't he it say that the next person can only awaken after the previous one dies? So what is Chenhi doing? What about the holy angel sword in his hand? Could it be that what he just said about the awakening of all professions is true? Chapter 6 An unprecedented all-professional? Full professional? Chushi opened her mouth slightly, her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. This is unheard of. No wonder. No wonder the light of the awakening stone was so dazzling and eye-catching when Chenhi awakened, even more powerful than her SSS-level soul profession. Everything is explained. So that's how it is. Although Chushi was very shocked, he thought that what Chenhi said was too shocking and unbelievable. But she believed in Chenhi. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the holy sword of angels in Chenhi's hand. He. Let those self-righteous guys envy them. My Chenhi not only possesses the rare SSS-level profession, Holy Angel, but also has an unprecedented full range of professions. But Chushi thought about it again and felt a little confused. But Chenhi, since you awakened all professions, why didn't any profession information appear during the awakening ceremony? To this, Chenhi was well prepared and replied. It's precisely because I awakened all professions that no profession information was dropped. Otherwise, in what order should they descend? Should we go through all the career information from beginning to end? Chushi thought about it. That scene is really too shocking. That makes sense. Various professions have their strengths and weaknesses. The more powerful a profession is, the more intelligence and pride it possesses. Even if all of them were unique SSS-level professions, they could not be accurately ranked in order. It's impossible for such things to happen at the same time. A smile appeared on Chenhi's lips. This girl is quite easy to fool. Did I marry a silly wife? Wrong. Normally, Chushi keeps everyone at a distance in school. She is as cold and pure as an inviolable iceberg, and is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless Nankai students. What scene have you not seen? He's got a sharp mind. Only in front of him would she be so naive, because she was willing to believe what she said. The marriage is right. Chenhi, what are your occupations? What's the next job to unlock? Chushi's eyes were sparkling, and she was quite curious about all the professionals. Chenhi just said it casually. What about the Scourge Mage, the Holy Knight, the God of War's Blessed One, the Apostle of Dawn, the Great Prophet, etc.? There are many more to come. As for what the next profession to be unlocked will be, I don't know either. He thought to himself. What's next to unlock? That depends on what profession the next member who joins the family awakens to. How would he know? Let it be. Chushi was stunned. Of the professions that Chenhi mentioned casually, the worst ones were SS-level professions, and there were even some SSS-level professions, which were top professions that were almost unique in Nankai's history. I didn't expect that Chenhi would catch them all in one fell swoop. So awesome. Then I hope that the next profession you unlock will be a chef. A demon chef who can cook up those monsters. This way I can make all kinds of delicious food for me. Shushi imagined Chenhi's career and couldn't help but smile and pout, looking very expectant. Hearing this, Chenhi joked with a smile. I didn't expect my wife is such a foodie. Shushi's face flushed, she turned her head away, somewhat afraid to look into Chenhi's eyes, and lowered her head shyly. But a light humming sound still came out of his mouth. Obviously in a really good mood. The dream that was once unattainable has come true today. She was with Chenhi. And they even got a marriage certificate. We will be a couple from now on. He. Thinking of this, Jushi's pretty face turned even redder, and she nervously clasped her hands with her head down. At this time, bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door. Immediately following, boom. The door was violently knocked open. Chu Tian, dressed in a suit and tie, walked in quickly, followed by a group of intimidating bodyguards in black suits. Chenhi looked over. I was still annoyed at who suddenly broke in, then I took a closer look. Yo! Isn't this my father-in-law? Chu Tian is a very important figure in Nankai City. It is impossible for anyone from Nankai not to have heard of his name. He is the chairman of the Blue Sky Group and a level 48 4th Order Awakener. The awakened talent profession is B-level swordsman. Although it is not a very powerful profession, Chu Tian is brave and hardworking. When he was young, he relied on the big knife in his hand to fight his way out in the world where demons were rampant. Killed countless demons. By reselling monster materials, he built up the Blue Sky Group's business empire bit by bit, which is now well known in Nankai. Now, Blue Sky Group's business covers the daily lives of everyone in Nankai City. Food, clothing, housing and transportation, all aspects. If his level was not high enough to cover the sky with one hand and suppress the entire Nankai University by himself, he could be called a local emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that he single-handedly conquered the world. Therefore, Chu Tian has always been decisive in his actions. As soon as he entered the room, he glanced coldly at Chenhi with his tiger eyes like copper bells. Then he spoke to Chu Shi in a stern voice. Cici. Come home with daddy. I'm not leaving. Chu Shi subconsciously stood behind Chenhi, wrapped her small hands around Chenhi's arms, and expressed her attitude very seriously. Chenhi and I are already married. From now on, Chenhi and I are a family. We're going to live together. Giggling. Chu Tian gritted his teeth instantly, his face flushed with anger. He felt like he was going crazy. My precious daughter, who was raised like a little princess at home, was held in my hands for fear of dropping her, and put in my mouth for fear of her melting. Now, in the blink of an eye, she has been taken away by another pig? How could he accept this? Besides, his Cici has always been very obedient, why is she acting like this today? It must be this little bastard's fault. He glanced at Chenhi coldly, his anger blazing, and the majesty of the group chairman was instantly suppressed. Even if you get married, you can still get divorced. He originally thought that Chenhi, an 18-year-old kid, would not be able to withstand the pressure from his superior. But this little bastard not only did not retreat, but under his burning gaze, he held Chu Shi's little white hand with his backhand, as if to provoke him. I've inquired about it. This guy is just a loser who failed to awaken. He's not worthy of you at all. Cici, you are my daughter. And now you have awakened the only SSS-level profession, the Holy Angel. What kind of husband can I find in the future? What's more, even if this kid didn't fail to awaken, you are a Holy Angel. A Holy Angel that Nankai rarely encounters in 100 years. There's no way a little bastard who hasn't even grown all his hair is worthy of her. Listening to my father-in-law's disparagement, I almost stood face to face with him. Chenhi didn't care too much and just smiled calmly. Father-in-law, can I have a word with you for a moment? Shall we talk alone? There are too many people here. After all, this is our family matter, right? After all. Chenhi didn't want to reveal too many of his own secrets in front of outsiders. But my father-in-law is Chu Shi's father, so it's not good to hide it completely. I can reveal a little bit. Chu Tian's nose almost got crooked from anger. Don't call me father-in-law. Do I admit it? Who is your father-in-law? There's no room for negotiation on this matter. You two must get a divorce. He originally didn't want to chat with Chenhi anymore. After all, saying one more word to a loser who failed to awaken would be a waste of his precious time and life. But looking at Chenhi's absolutely confident and fearless look, he frowned slightly. After years of doing business and having the foresight of a superior, Chu Tian concluded that this boy must have something to rely on, so he could be so confident. Take his daughter to get the marriage certificate directly. He really wanted to see what nonsense this kid could say. But Chu Tian was still determined on one principle. No matter what Chenhi says, divorce is necessary. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. He signaled the other bodyguards to push the door out and slam it shut. Bang! As other irrelevant people left, only the family of 3 was left in the room. Chenhi asked directly without waiting for the other party to ask. Mr. Chu, if I also awaken an SSS-level talent profession, would you object to my marriage to Cece? Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. What did you think this kid could say? He immediately sneered. If you can also awaken an SSS-level talent class, then of course there's no problem. We're a perfect match. I certainly wouldn't object. But there are no ifs in this world. Ideals are beautiful, and you, a little bastard, are an awakening failure. Chu Tian hadn't finished speaking yet. Swish! A flash of light, shining brightly. The dazzling brilliance creates a sacred glow. Chenhi waved his hand. He pulled out an angel's holy sword that exuded a strong sacred aura from the void. Chu Tian witnessed this scene with his own eyes and was stunned on the spot. Angel holy sword? Is this the real angel holy sword? Wasn't it his own daughter Cece who awakened the holy angel? Where the hell did this guy get the holy angel sword? What is going on? Chu Tian was completely confused and scratched his head in bewilderment. Chenhi smiled and gestured to Chu Shi beside him. Chu Shi understood and raised his hand as well. Swish! His own angel holy sword was also pulled out. In an instant, the entire room became bright, and the 2 angel holy swords shone brightly, extremely bright. Chu Tian looked at the angel holy sword in his precious daughter's hand. Look at the angel holy sword in Chenhi's hand. There are really 2. He was completely confused. Am I dazzled? What the hell is going on? How come there are 2 angel holy swords? Chapter 7 Chu Tian's certified son-in-law. Chu Tian was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Staring blankly at the 2 angel holy swords. Why, are there 2 angel swords? It's broad daylight, and I'm not drunk. What the hell? It is normal for my precious daughter to have the holy angel sword, after all, she is a holy angel. But why does Chenhi also have it? Can this be reproduced? What on earth is going on? Chu Tian was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. He thought about it until his head almost hurt, but he still couldn't figure it out. Seeing that it worked, Chenhi smiled calmly and began to explain. Because I also awakened the SSS-level talent profession, Holy Angel. No, that's impossible. Don't try to fool me. Chu Tian didn't believe it at all and waved his hands repeatedly. That's impossible. I've memorized the occupational illustrations too. The Holy Angel is the only profession. A new awakener will only appear after the previous awakener dies. It is impossible for 2 holy angel awakeners to exist at the same time. Chenhi calmly spread his hands, pointing to the angel holy sword in his hand. But Mr. Chu, it's clearly happening right before your eyes, isn't it? There isn't just one holy angel. It's because there has always been only one awakened one at any given time, so people mistakenly believe there can only be one. Actually, that's not the case. Chu Shi subconsciously glanced at Chenhi. She knew the secret of Chenhi's all-professional status. Hearing that this was intentionally concealed, with her intelligence, she immediately realized that Chenhi didn't want to reveal his cards and wanted to secretly shock everyone. It's quite interesting. Moreover, this is a little secret between her and Chenhi. Belongs exclusively to the 2 of them. Chu Shi smiled and helped out from the side. Yes, father, if there is really only one person in the same generation. Then how do we explain Chenhi's holy angel sword? Hearing the couple's harmonious words, Chu Tian touched his head and fell into deep thought. After a brief brainstorming session, He quickly recalled that the SSS-level professional arbitrator was once considered the only profession, until the second arbitrator awakened and made the world understand. This is not the only profession at all. Just because it's so rare. Could it be that the holy angels are like this too? Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Shu Tian thought again of what the dean had said about Chenhi's failed awakening. But your teacher said that you failed to awaken. Why has the holy angel awakened now? Chenhi shrugged and lied casually. I'm not too sure about that. There really weren't any professions present at the awakening ceremony. It looks like the awakening has failed. I thought so at the time, but later I did awaken successfully. Maybe the awakening stone I used was too low level. Shu Tian always felt like something was wrong. But it is true, the holy sword of angels can never deceive anyone. That being said, my son-in-law actually has an SSS-level talent class, a holy angel? Although it is not the only profession, which will reduce the value of this profession, it is still the top and most awesome SSS-level profession. If Chenhi really married his daughter. After. Oh my god. The Chu family is about to take off. One has 2 SSS-level professions, one has 2 angels. It's so cool just thinking about it. Moreover, he heard that Chenhi's parents seemed to have died on the front line of the battlefield, so there were no parents or elders around to take care of him. From now on, he would only be surrounded by the elders from the Chu family. As long as he can support this marriage, Chenhi will feel a sense of belonging to the Chu family. Are you still worried about the Chu family's future? Perhaps, with these 2 angels, the Chu family will be able to move into the 4 main cities in the future. This has always been Shu Tian's dream. Thinking about it, his fantasy time drifted further and further away, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise, almost drooling. At this moment, Shu Tian had completely forgotten that he wanted Chenhi and Chushi to divorce, and he had naturally decided that Chenhi was his son-in-law. After. Anyone who wants to break up Chenhi and Chushi is against him, Shu Tian. This marriage. He agreed. At this time. Chenhi grinned, revealing a row of small white teeth. So, father-in-law, you should agree to my marriage with Cici now, right? Ha 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 ha. Shu Tian laughed heartily instantly, and looked at Chenhi with eyes that seemed to be looking at the opportunity for the Chu family to rise and ascend. He raised his hand and patted Chenhi's shoulder and said, I agree. I absolutely agree. I fully support it. Besides, I'm not the only one who agrees. I have to arrange your wedding, too, and it has to be a grand affair. I want the entire Nankai community to know that you, Chenhi, are my son-in-law. Joke. My precious daughter has an SSS-level talented profession, and my son-in-law also has an SSS-level talented profession. This is an embarrassing miracle unprecedented in history. There couldn't be a more well-matched marriage than this, it had to be celebrated with great fanfare. His Chu family has made great progress. Just when Chenhi's family of 3 and the father-in-law and son-in-law were living in harmony. At the same time, the news that Chushi, the goddess school beauty of Nankai No. 1 Middle School, has awakened an SSS-level talented profession, and the only profession of Holy Angel, is spreading wildly in Nankai City. At the same time, the news that Chushi was with Chenhi, who had failed to awaken, also spread. Have you heard? Goddess Chushi has awakened her only profession. Holy crap! Is this true? An SSS-level talent that only appears once in decades at Nankai? No way. Our Nankai is going to be prosperous. What? Goddess Chushi is already taken. No. This is more painful than killing me. How can I marry Goddess Chushi even though I failed to awaken? Is the goddess crazy? The goddess is good in every way, except that she is blind. Not fair. This isn't fair. Chushi and Chenhi are both celebrities in Nankai City. One is the daughter of the chairman of the Blue Sky Group, and the other is the genius with the best mental strength in Nankai No. 1 Middle School. A person who has awakened the only talent of SSS. An awakening failed. The contrast is so dramatic and huge that it is hard to imagine. It is impossible for the news to spread more slowly. It is very popular in the whole Nankai City. Just when Chushi learned that she had awakened an SSS-level talented profession, the Holy Angel, she was actually with Chenhi, a loser who had failed to awaken, and they even went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. As soon as the news came out, it instantly caused dissatisfaction among many awakened people. Because of this, this news also attracted the attention of Nankai City's garrison and law enforcement departments. This news is incredible. Every SSS-level talented professional is one of the country's most important top talents. We must intensify our efforts in training them. How can they be married off so casually? I think it's obvious. That guy is definitely taking advantage of the girl's innocence and using her feelings to cheat her and live off her. They say it's better to demolish 10 temples than to have a marriage, but this time we have to break up the couple. No matter what, they can't be together. This is a blasphemy against an SSS-level talented professional. What a loss. An SSS-level professional's future is destined to be limitless. How could they be reduced to the point of marrying with a piece of trash? We respect other people's love lives, but in this era of rampant demons, SSS-level professionals and those who have failed to awaken are destined to be from two different worlds. This relationship was destined to end in tragedy from the beginning. It must be reported. Report it immediately. This matter is too serious. We can't just watch such a good seedling be ruined like this. Someone immediately reported the news. The discussion was heated and overwhelming. Chapter 8 Family Fame Reward. At Chenhi's home. Chenhi was chatting with his father-in-law about the future and the wedding. Father-in-law, about the wedding. Don't worry, leave your wedding entirely to me. I promise to give you the most grand wedding. Chu Tian smiled brightly. It was a stark contrast to the majestic look of a superior he had when he came in just now. How could my daughter, Chu Tian, get married so casually and quietly? I'm going to do it well, do it hard. Wait for me to go back and look through the old almanac to see which day is suitable. Then we can find an auspicious day soon and set the wedding date. Then. Chu Tian left Chenhi's house with his head held high and chest puffed out, and quickly went to prepare for the wedding. It seems that he feels that Chenhi and Chushi's progress is a bit too slow, and he wants to speed up the wedding. Such a good son-in-law must not run away. If he is seduced away by other little vixens, he will have no place to cry. It gave Chenhi and Chushi enough space for their own world. Watching Chu Tian's back as he left with big strides, Chenhi became alert. A system prompt sounded beside my ears. Your marriage to Chushi has caused quite a stir in Nankai City. Your family has become well known to many people and has become quite famous. Your family fame value is plus 20,000. You receive a fame reward, your level increases by 5 levels. Chenhi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the fame reward to arrive so quickly. Swish. The light gushed out, and surging streams of experience light fell from the sky. It was like an epiphany. A powerful feeling filled every part of his body, making Chenhi feel that his attributes had been greatly improved. In just a few breaths, Chenhi's level was upgraded from LV6 to LV11, officially entering the category of First-Order Awakeners, even higher than Chushi's level. Come from behind and win. It made him feel quite surprised. The next moment, Chenhi expanded the system panel and checked the information. Then his eyes lit up and he found that he had unlocked something new. Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV11. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate Skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword Skill, Judgment. Talent Skill 2, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent Skill 3, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent Skill 4, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent Skill 5, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent Skill 6, Insufficient Level, waiting to be unlocked. His eyes first fell on Innate Skill 1. Among them, the suddenly unlocked Holy Sword Skill Judgment successfully attracted his attention. What kind of Holy Sword skill is this? Before this, the original Holy Sword skill on the profession panel was marked as waiting to be unlocked. And now, after breaking through the first level, the Holy Sword skills have been unlocked naturally. Chenhi was filled with curiosity. If he wasn't at home right now, he would have wanted to try out this newly unlocked ability directly. It must be a very powerful skill. If you have the chance, you should try this skill out. Then, Chenhi opened the family system panel again. Family level, LV1. Family members, Chenhi, Chushi. Family reputation, 20,000 100,000. The fame value only increased by 20,000 points? This was something Chenhi had not expected. He originally thought that the news that he, a waste who failed to awaken, was combined with the most stunning and beautiful school beauty was a big deal. Once it is released, it will definitely be bombshell news. It will cause a massive sensation and heated discussion. After all, although Nankai City is not a top-tier city, it is already a second or third-tier city with a very dense population. After all this time, I only gained 20,000 fame points. This probably means that the news of his marriage to Chushi has not yet spread throughout Nankai City and has not caused the desired sensation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so little added. But it doesn't matter anymore. He is not in a hurry. After Chu Tian's grand wedding, on the day of the wedding ceremony. By then, I don't know how much jealousy, envy and hatred this will attract. The family's reputation value will surely usher in a surge. Who knows, maybe I can directly raise the family rank by one level. Thinking of this, Chenhi secretly looked forward to it. At the same time, he also turned his gaze to Chushi beside him. Speaking of which, Chushi brought him luck. If he hadn't become a couple with Chushi, his family system would not have been unlocked yet. Chushi is a great contributor. Treat yourself well. Cici, what do you want to eat tonight? Although I haven't unlocked the professional chef, I'm actually quite good at cooking. After his parents left, he has been taking care of himself. As a foodie, Chushi tilted his head back and quickly came up with an idea. He named several dishes in succession on the spot. The little mouth chatters like a string of cannonballs. I want braised Crucian carp, sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy stir-fried clams, boiled pearl conch slices, and duck blood vermicelli. Chenhi. So much? Can you eat it? Chenhi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was in a good mood because he had solved a major life issue today. It should be celebrated. He raised his hand and scratched the girl's delicate nose, speaking in a doting tone. Okay, let's do everything you said tonight. If you want a full banquet, I'll make it for you. Chushi nodded repeatedly, her little face flushed as she smiled. Okay. I can help you. Let's go buy some groceries. Chenhi said hello, and the two of them changed their shoes and went out to buy groceries. And just as the newlyweds went out to buy groceries. Just as Chenhi thought. The news of his marriage to Chushi had indeed not spread yet. But now, it is spreading like a plague at a crazy speed. Many awakened people in Nankai City learned the news. They decided to organize themselves together to oppose the marriage of Chenhi and Chushi. We must forcibly separate the two. Some awakened ones have even decided to go and cause trouble for Chenhi. Your name is Chenhi. Open your eyes and take a look. Do you think you can hold on to a wife with an SSS-level talent? Are you worthy? Chenhi, right? We must not let this brat take such a huge advantage. You useless idiot who failed to awaken, stop dreaming of trying to eat swan meat. This matter. It even shocked the officials. After the garrison and law enforcement departments reported the news, the orders from above were strictly to prevent the two from getting married. After all, the government does encourage childbirth. But that is something that many people who have failed in awakening, or awakeners with very poor professional skills, should consider. A top genius like SSS-level shouldn't get married so early. For a moment. The wind is blowing everywhere. Officials and many awakened people from the public were on their way to Chenhi's house one after another. Information about Chenhi has already been dug out by netizens and published on the Awakeners official website. To this, Chenhi knew nothing. He and Chushi were shopping sweetly at the vegetable market. The two of them held hands and looked here and there. Chenhi bought all the dishes Chushi ordered. By the time they got home after buying the groceries, they were already laden with bags and bags. But as soon as I got home, the two of them stopped and saw a lot of people gathered at the door, making a lot of noise. Chenhi frowned, a little confused, and stepped forward to ask. What is going on? Who are you? The person closest to Chenhi didn't even look at Chenhi and the others. He stood on tiptoe to observe the crowd and explained casually. Oh, we're all here to stop Chenhi and goddess Chushi from being together. That's right, Chenhi is just a loser who failed to awaken. He is not worthy of goddess Chushi at all. What a thing! Are you worthy of marrying goddess Chushi? Goddess Chushi is everyone's goddess, Chenhi, forget it. Others followed suit. Ah. Chenhi was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, whether he was useless or not, whether he was with Chu Shi or not, what was it to you? Who wants you to meddle in other people's business? He asked calmly. So how are you going to stop it? The crowd suddenly exploded and started talking. I think we should focus on persuasion and not be too drastic. We should convince Chenhi and make him understand that being with Goddess Chu Shi is just wasting her time. Chenhi must be destroyed. What a bastard. Bah! If it really doesn't work, and that kid refuses to change his ways, we're in numbers, so why not just go all out and kill Chenhi? How can a loser like Chu Shi defile the goddess? He must be taught a lesson. Hear what these people say. Chenhi's expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 9 Lin Xiao's threat. Chenhi's eyes were cold as he glanced at the troublemakers. Chu Shi, who was originally content with her world of two, felt the same way. His eyes were cold and his face was frosty. Faint ripples could be heard in the surrounding air. It seems like he is ready to summon the holy sword of angels at any time to kill the opponent directly. You want to kill my man? Have you asked about the holy sword in my hand? Chenhi frowned slightly, looked around carefully, and suddenly became curious. At first glance, there seemed to be only 3 awakeners blocking the door, and the one with the highest level and strongest strength among them was only a first-level awakener. The others are all ordinary people and are not a concern. How dare they block my door? Do you really think that Chenhi is made of clay? Chenhi didn't believe that there was no one secretly meddling in this or stirring up trouble. All awakeners have special badges issued by the Hanxia country's coordination department. The awakener's rank can be judged by the different types of special awakener badges. However, no specific levels are visible. Among this group of people, only 3 wore the awakener badge. Only one of them has the number I marked on its badge. You only have so few people? Do you dare to block the door? The group of troublemakers clearly had no intention of explaining. They just talked at once and spoke indignantly. That little bastard surnamed Chen is nothing but a loser who failed to awaken. In this era of spiritual energy revival, people like this are just hiding in a corner, waiting to die. Who knows how many people die every year? Why are they delaying the holy angels? Chu Shi has awakened the only SSS-level professional holy angel. Delaying Chu Shi is delaying all of humanity. That's right. Such an awesome profession is unique in Nankai. Everything we do is for Goddess Chu Shi and for the future of mankind. Even if we kill Chenhi and are held responsible by the law enforcement department in the future, it will still be worth it. We are righteous. Chenhi. How can a bunch of heresies be so confident in speaking out? What a stupid thing. Chu Shi on the side couldn't bear to listen any longer. Swish. A bright and dazzling holy light suddenly burst out. Amidst the countless overlapping and shining golden lights, an angel's holy sword, almost as tall as his body, immediately emerged, pointing at the group of rude troublemakers. The momentum suddenly condensed. She completely shed her previous silly look and transformed into a cold and noble ice goddess. Glancing at everyone, he was intimidating without even getting angry. Like the eternal ice. All the troublemakers were completely shocked by the horrifying scene. Shrinking his neck in fear. But he immediately recognized that these 2 people were the ones in the rumors. Chu Shi, who awakened to the holy angel profession, and her good-for-nothing boyfriend Chenhi. So it's you guys. Seeing this, the troublemakers stopped pretending and spoke out. Your name is Chenhi? Are you worthy enough to delay an SSS-level holy angel? Are you worthy enough to marry the goddess Chu Shi? Either you separate from goddess Chu now, or we kill you together. Choose one for yourself. The words had just fallen, before Chenhi and the others could say anything. Swish. A dark shadow suddenly descended. The troublemakers looked over and saw a group of bodyguards in black suits following Chu Tian. They were tall and surrounded him in a mighty manner. That momentum was extremely terrifying. Chu Tian's face was covered with flesh and a fierce look was in his eyes. He looked at the group of people coldly. The voice was extremely cold and stern as he began to question. Who do you want to kill? When various rumors from the outside world are coming frequently. Chu Tian got the news immediately. He didn't want such a good son-in-law like Chenhi to be bullied, so he rushed over to endorse Chenhi. Let Chenhi truly feel the warmth from his father-in-law. Giggling. As Chu Tian spoke coldly, the men in black suits behind him rolled up their sleeves and pressed their knuckles until they made a crackling sound, looking extremely ferocious. Everyone was frightened by this sudden situation. The troublemaker who had previously threatened to kill Chenhi was also hesitant and unable to utter a word. It's not that I don't dare to kill Chenhi. But he was so scared by Chu Tian that he couldn't speak. This is Chu Tian. He is just a small fry in the Blue Sky Group's chairman's team. How could he be qualified to confront the chairman head-on? I'm asking you a question? Answer me. Tread. Chu Tian took another step forward, looking majestic and proud. There is no need to release sword energy at all. Just relying on the aura and pressure of being in a superior position for many years is enough to completely crush the opponent. The troublemaker didn't dare to confront him at all and could only retreat step by step. His legs became weak and big beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was trembling and couldn't speak clearly. I could only mutter quietly and refute. What kind of person is Chenhi? Not worthy of Chu Shi at all. Not worthy of her. He will only delay Goddess Chu. Chu Tian spoke coldly. What's this got to do with you? Do I, Chu Tian, need your consent to choose a son-in-law? This shout was like a bolt from the blue. Boom. Thump. The troublemaker was so frightened that he trembled all over and collapsed to the ground. My whole body was trembling. Just then. Tread. The sound of footsteps came from behind the crowd. Uncle Chu, they have good intentions. Everything they do is for Cece's own good. Why make it so difficult for them? In my opinion, the person you should really be making things difficult for is this loser named Chenhi. What is his identity? What are his talents and strengths? Why would he be the son-in-law of your Blue Sky Group? The man who came was a rich young man wearing a well-tailored suit, handsome features, and luxurious clothes. He obviously comes from a wealthy family and has an aristocratic air. He is confident in every move he makes. But in fact, this is a silver-plated spearhead that looks good but is useless. This man's name is Lin Jiqing, and he is the eldest son of the Qiu Shui Group, which is ranked 9th in Nankai University. Previously, Qiu Shui Group's business in Nankai City had always been lukewarm. It was thanks to the good relationship between the family and the Blue Sky Group that they were able to rely on the Blue Sky Group. In addition, an uncle in the family recently went to the 4 major cities to develop, which led to the improvement of the Qiu Shui Group and its continuous growth. But it is still far from the Blue Sky Group. Chenhi looked at Lin Jiqing and raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he understood. He probably planned everything, including the blocking of his door and the arrival of these brainless troublemakers to cause trouble, in order to force him to break up with Chu Shi. Wow! The crowd naturally split up, and Lin Jiqing walked up slowly with a gentle smile on his face. Uncle Chu, I came here because I heard that Cece was actually with a piece of trash. I knew immediately that this guy had deceived the innocent Cece. I want to get on the big tree of Blue Sky Group and live off the Chu family. So, I came here specifically to persuade the two of them and share Uncle Chu's worries. After all, whether from Cece's personal perspective, the Chu family's perspective, or the perspective of all mankind, Chenhi will only hinder Cece's future. Having said that, Lin Jiqing stared into Chu Tian's eyes and asked back with some surprise. However, judging from Uncle Chu's attitude just now, it seems that he agrees with Chenhi and Cece being together? This really makes me puzzled. Snort. Chu Tian sneered in his heart. He is also a smart man. How could he not see that these troublemakers were arranged by Lin Jiqing? He almost made his good son-in-law fly away. So, he didn't give any good look and didn't answer with a sullen face. I'll give you a look and let you experience it yourself. At the same time, Chenhi took Chu Shi's hand and raised it up, showing off in front of Lin Jiqing with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Lin, right? Don't worry about it, Cece and I are not only together, we're married. We've already got the marriage certificate and are now legally married. We'll have a wedding together soon. I've delayed Cece, what can you do to me? Lin Jiqing looked at Chenhi's provocative eyes and felt extremely unhappy. I feel extremely humiliated. But now Chu Tian is also here, he still suppressed the anger in his heart, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile. Oh, that's all, as long as Uncle Chu agrees. That's what I said. But in his heart, he still hated Chenhi, and hated Chu Tian even more. I don't know what's wrong with Chu Tian. Knowing that Chenhi is a loser, he still wants to accept him as his son-in-law. Aren't they afraid of bringing shame to the Chu family? But wait until the official people and his uncle return home to take charge of the situation, and see how arrogant Chu Tian can still be. When the time comes, Chu Shi, the SSS-level holy angel, is right in his pocket. As for Chenhi, he is just a piece of trash and can be easily killed with just a flick of the finger. He didn't take it seriously at all. Chapter 10 Wedding Announcement, Getting Married in a Week. Chu Tian spoke lightly. I have no objection. Immediately, he looked at the other party with a very intimidating look and asked back in an aggressive manner. Do you have any objections? Swish. Lin Shiqing was instantly sweating profusely. At this moment, he felt that the sword energy of a high-level swordsman had turned into tangible energy. Completely block his retreat. A terrifying sense of crisis arose spontaneously. It made him break out in cold sweats. How dare I have any objection? I wouldn't dare. This is the Chu family's affair. How dare I have any opinion? Lin Shiqing was completely numb. What's going on with Chu Tian? Why would you support a piece of trash? A piece of trash, what is there for Chu Tian to value so much? My own conditions are far superior to Chenhi's. But he dares not speak out now. When Chenhi heard that Lin Shiqing didn't dare to have any opinions, he immediately started to mock him. You still know that this is the Chu family's family affair? It's our family affair? If that's the case, why are you all coming here to block the door? Are you bored? If I had this much time, I might as well level up and kill more demons. Hearing this, Lin Shiqing's face looked extremely ugly and he felt very aggrieved. How dare a loser like him be so disrespectful? And attack him right in front of his face? Kid. You wait. The Chu family can't protect you forever. Uncle Chu, I'm leaving now. He took the initiative to greet them and prepared to leave quickly, not wanting to stay here and suffer in frustration. But Chenhi refused to do it. Is his family someone who can come and go as they please? Stop. Do you really think that Chenhi is so easy to bully? Could it be that Master Lin is planning to leave just like this? Because Chu Tian is watching here. There was a large circle of bodyguards in black suits surrounding them, standing there like black towers, making it impossible to use force. Lin Shiqing had no way to deal with Chenhi. He could only speak with a dark face and gritted teeth. What do you want? Chenhi smiled, and his smile became brighter and brighter. He's just like a sunny and cheerful boy. Of course I have to pay compensation. We can't let Lin Xiaobai come here. You brought people to block my door this time and wanted to send someone to kill me. Who knows what you can do in the future? I need a little life-saving equipment, that should be okay, right? As for you guys, you're probably all broke. You can't even get 2 pounds of meat out of your body even if you squeeze it dry. Take out all the money you can and get out. If you let me see you again next time, you know the consequences. Faced with such blatant blackmail from Chenhi, everyone present was helpless. Didn't they see that even the leader, young Master Lin, was defeated? Don't mess with me. Lin Shiqing's face became increasingly gloomy. He had miscalculated. I really miscalculated this time. No matter how much I thought about it, I never expected that even Chu Tian would stand by this loser. He casually took out a crystal blue pendant and threw it to Chenhi. Then he snorted coldly and turned away. Chenhi took a closer look and found that it was actually a guardian crystal, and a guardian crystal of extremely high quality. A total of 3 fatal injuries can be resisted. Although it has been used once and only has 2 more times left, it is still an excellent piece of equipment. The market value is quite high. This Lin Shiqing is really rich, he should be extorted more. It's a pity that he was allowed to leave like this. Thinking of this, Chenhi turned his increasingly hostile gaze towards the other people in the field. Everyone was alerted and reached into their pockets. They stuffed all the money they had on them into Chenhi's pocket. Although the loss was not huge, the humiliation was truly heartbreaking. Social death is at its peak. After the compensation was completed, they looked at Chenhi and nodded with a smile. Their faces were as gloomy as water and they left quickly. It seems like he is afraid of being recognized. A small episode was easily resolved because of Chu Tian's coming and going. The family of 3 returned to Chenhi's home. Father-in-law, why are you back so soon? Have you already chosen a wedding date? Chu Tian then remembered this and said, Xiaohe, as far as I know, there are many auspicious days suitable for marriage in the past 6 months. The nearest day was a week later. Which day do you and Cece want to choose? Everything depends on your wishes. Chenhi subconsciously looked at Chu Shi beside him. But when Chu Shi was with him, she never had any objections. She just said it with a slightly red face. You are the one who decides everything. From now on, you will be the head of the family. Chenhi thought for a moment, then looked at Chu Tian and said, Father-in-law, I want to choose a date a week later. Chu Tian frowned slightly, although the wedding date was mainly based on the opinions of Chenhi and the others. But isn't it a bit too rushed to prepare for a wedding in just 1 week? After all, it was the day of his precious daughter's wedding, the most important event in his life, so he had to hold it in a grand manner so that he could watch his daughter get married in a dignified manner. If you only have 1 week, you won't have enough time to prepare. It's a bit too hasty. Well, isn't it a bit too hasty to hold the wedding in just 1 week? Chenhi shook his head. I think it's just right. Chu Shi also said from the side. Dad, I think next week is a good one too. Let's do as Chenhi says. The scene of the two people, husband and wife, following each other's lead, made Chu Tian feel uncomfortable. I only have this one daughter, and I want to marry her off so simply? Is this really okay? But this was a matter between the young couple after all, and he valued Chenhi as his son-in-law very much, so he immediately made a few phone calls and arranged for people to prepare for the wedding as soon as possible. Since there is only 1 week, we must race against time. After the rough arrangement is completed, Chu Tiankai asked Chenhi, Xiaohe, why are you so anxious? If you have a few months to prepare, I guarantee your wedding will be the most magnificent. Now that Cece and you have already obtained the marriage certificate, why are you in such a hurry? Chenhi must consider his father-in-law's opinion, and explained immediately. Father-in-law, it's not me who's anxious, it's just the situation that's pressing us. I don't know how many people are trying to stop Cece and I from getting married. If that's the case, I think we might as well add fuel to the fire. On the day of our wedding, I will demonstrate my profession as a holy angel. Let all the outside voices of doubt be suppressed, and let those who clamor be reduced to clowns. That's what I said. But in fact, what Chenhi was thinking in his heart was that revealing his profession on the wedding day would definitely cause a sensation in the whole city and greatly enhance the family's reputation. Of course, the sooner the better. Moreover, he really wanted to give Cece a wedding and a status as soon as possible. After knowing Chenhi's thoughts, Chu Tian thought for a moment and nodded. That's a great idea. In that case, I'm going to help add fuel to the fire. This time I must let everyone know that my vision for choosing a son-in-law cannot be bad. The person I choose must be the most brilliant one. Those who question it, those who stir up trouble, forget it. When Chu Tian was looking for someone to pick a wedding date, many people called to persuade him. Therefore, he could also understand Chenhi's anxiety at the moment. He also felt that those harsh words were quite unpleasant to hear. Who dares to question the decision made by Chu Tian? What's more, his son-in-law is a well-deserved SSS-level holy angel. We must find the right opportunity as soon as possible to clear our son-in-law's name. He really wanted to see how ugly the faces of those who claimed to be doing good for Chu Shi would be after they learned that Chenhi was also a holy angel. How nice are the words. In fact, it was all jealousy. Jealous that Chu Tian had such a good daughter. Jealous Cece for awakening an SSS-level profession. Then the wedding will be a good time to vent your anger. Just thinking about these things makes him feel very interesting. Very funny. Then, Chu Tian immediately made a phone call. Right now, immediately have someone issue a city-wide notice and let everyone know. My daughter and son-in-law's wedding will be held in a week. Chu Tian, welcome friends from all walks of life to come and have a drink at the wedding. Chapter 11, Fame Value Skyrocketed Again. Next week? A city-wide announcement? Mr. Chu, please think twice. Shouldn't you reconsider this? Isn't this a bit too hasty? There was a questioning and puzzled voice on the other end of the phone. Chu Tian said calmly with a cold face. Shut up. Am I Mr. Chu or are you Mr. Chu? Arrange it immediately. The person on the other end of the phone immediately became solemn, knowing that the chairman had made up his mind and was not discussing this with anyone, but was giving an order. Not daring to question anything further, he quickly responded. Chu Tian gave his men orders and simply stayed at Chenhi's house to eat. There is nothing wrong with my son-in-law's talent. But in terms of living, we still need to examine it further. 2 hours later. When Chenhi brought the last braised fish to the table, Chu Tian's eyes widened. Looking at the luxurious feast on the table, which could be called a full Manchu Han banquet, everyone was stunned. The frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, braising and stewing are all delicious. There are fish, meat, non-vegetarian and vegetarian dishes, and even soup. The rich aroma of food filled the room, whetting one's appetite. Why prepare such a large table of food? There are only 3 of us. Wouldn't it be a waste if we can't finish it? Chenhi smiled and glanced at Chu Shi beside him. Chu Shi blushed and lowered her head. CC loves to eat. Chu Tian was happy. Okay. This guy looks good. Know how to pamper your wife. Very good. Crash, crash. The 3 of them started eating. Chu Tian took his first bite and set his sights on the braised pork on the table. He picked up a large piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the delicious taste exploded between his taste buds. The rich aroma that melted in his mouth made him couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. So fragrant. This cooking skill is amazing. It's not worse than what their royal chef cooks. You have to know that the chef of their Chu family is an awakened one. What is awakened is the chef's life profession. Cici will have a delicious meal from now on. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Chu Tian knew that his daughter was a foodie. Chenhi has such great cooking skills and a face that is no less handsome than when he was young. No wonder he easily captured his precious daughter. This kid. Amazing. Just as the 3 fathers-in-law and sons-in-law were in harmony, toasting each other with glasses. Chu Tian's people were broadcasting the wedding news to everyone in the city through the news. City-wide notification. Our station has just released news. The chairman of the Blue Sky Group has just issued a new announcement. The wedding of Ms. Chu Shi, the daughter of the Blue Sky Group, and her son-in-law, Mr. Chenhi, will be held in a week. Chairman Chu sincerely invites everyone from all walks of life to attend the wedding and drink together. Let us congratulate the newlyweds on their happy marriage and the birth of their baby soon. This program is sponsored by the Blue Sky Group. The influence of news is enormous. It spreads much faster than news spread by word of mouth. The marriage between the daughter of the richest man and the grassroots boy became the focus of attention and heated discussion in the whole city. The eldest daughter of the Blue Sky Group is getting married like this. What a pity, the eldest daughter was destined not to wait for me. Holy crap! Who is Chenhi? How could he marry the daughter of the Blue Sky Group? I'm so envious. I remember the daughter of the Blue Sky Group is only 18 years old this year, right? What a beast! Chenhi is truly a beast. Countless people are confused about Chenhi's identity. I have absolutely no idea where this guy came from. Is there such a guy hiding in the upper class of Nankai City? How come I've never heard of it? Who is this person? Certainly. Many awakened people who have been paying attention to the spiritual power of each class of students in major universities every year were shocked because Chenhi's spiritual power was surprisingly high, far breaking the previous record of the highest spiritual power of unawakened people in Nankai City. So, many awakened people actually know Chenhi. But from this, we also know that Chenhi is an ordinary person who failed to awaken and is a waste. A brick on the street can easily knock down a whole row of that kind of trash. An ordinary person who failed to awaken is actually going to marry Goddess Chu, who awakened an SSS-level gifted professional holy angel. Why is this possible? Why? Is this news fake? This is too magical. Chairman Chu agreed? I don't believe it. With Chairman Chu's personality, how could he agree? That's right, if it's Director Chu, it would be considered light if he didn't slap this kid to death. Open your eyes and take a look. This is a notice personally issued by Chairman Chu of the Blue Sky Group. How could they possibly disagree? What kind of fantasy plot is this? Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. Is Chairman Chu mentally ill? Is he crazy? If Chu Shi of the Holy Angel really gets married, there are so many powerful families in the 4 main cities that they will compete with each other and ask their young generations to rush over to get married. Whether from the perspective of family development or Chu Shi's personal development, it is far better than marrying that loser Chenhi. Why is this happening? Just because Chenhi is handsome? What kind of charm could win over Chairman Chu and his daughter? Is this really an era where looks are everything? I suddenly feel like I'm doing it again. Even Chenhi can marry into a wealthy family, so why can't I? Chairman Chu agreed to this? And he even advertised it to the whole city? What kind of serious illness does he have? I think the Chu family is going downhill this time. An SSS-level holy angel has found a useless son-in-law. Bad times are still to come. Time passed and it was night. On the internet, all kinds of chaotic news about Nankai City are spreading like wildfire. Because of Chu Tian's announcement, Chenhi was suddenly shocked in just one meal. Received the system prompt again. Hearing the familiar prompt tone in his ears, his eyes lit up. The whole city knows about your marriage to the school beauty. Everyone in the city also knows about your family. Your family is quite famous. Family fame points plus 20,000. Reward, level up by 5. Swish. In an instant, a powerful stream of experience light suddenly fell from the sky. It was like a sudden enlightenment, rushing into the body and completely blessing the body. Chenhi felt a power he had never felt before. In just a blink of an eye, his level was raised from LV11 to LV16. This increased speed feels like flying. But, although he had increased his family's fame and successfully advanced from level 11 to level 16, Chenhi still felt very confused. Strangeness? The reward for increasing the family's reputation this time is not as high as the last time? Last time, it only caused a small stir, but it was not known to everyone. But this time, the whole city was in turmoil, and everyone was talking about it. Why is that? Chenhi tried to communicate with the system mentally, asking for the reason behind this. But the family system did not give Chenhi any answer. Think about it for a moment. He suspected that it might be because Chu Tian was the one behind the scenes fueling his fame this time, as the leader, so the system judged that it had little to do with him. Therefore, the reward given is just the same as last time. Therefore, if you want to stir up trouble to enhance your family's reputation, you still have to do it yourself? Chenhi suddenly felt eager to try. Certainly. These are just Chenhi's guesses, and he is not sure whether they are correct or not. Then, Chenhi opened the career panel again, wanting to see if there were any new upgrades. Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV16. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, insufficient level, to be unlocked. Talent skill 3, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 4, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Seeing that the second talent skill was unlocked successfully, although the Silver Wing skill had not yet been unlocked, Chenhi also obtained the talent skill Angel Silver Wings. You can directly summon a pair of extremely sacred and powerful silver wings. Compared to the Angel's Holy Sword, Chenhi likes the Angel's Silver Wings more. Because obtaining silver wings is equivalent to giving yourself a pair of wings. Not only will it become more flexible and faster, it can even fly. From now on, if you encounter an opponent you can't beat, you can just run away. If you meet a monster you want, you can chase it. It's simply a magical tool. Able to fight and retreat, ever-changing. In addition to Angel's Silver Wings, Chenhi also noticed his own level, level 16. Yes. He is already level 16. It's been less than a day since he awakened, and he has already been promoted to level 16. His level is much higher than Xu Shi, who has awakened SSS-level God-level talent and is blessed with it. The speed of this level improvement is really exaggerated. We must find a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, once the strength is exposed, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Then, Chenhi looked at Xu Shi, who was quietly clearing the dishes in the kitchen, and said with a smile, "Cici, I plan to go to the wild to find monsters and gain some experience. Improve your level." Chapter 12 is also about eating Xu Shi's gigolo. The reason why Chenhi wanted to go out for training. There are two main reasons. First, it is convenient to explain the problem of sudden increase in one's level and too fast improvement speed. The second is to get familiar with fighting demons in the wild and feel the feeling of killing demons with real swords and guns. An awakened person who has never seen blood is ultimately just a waste. When Chenhi learned that Chenhi wanted to improve his level and train himself, he said it without thinking. "It's okay, Chenhi. If you want to practice, I have a training room at home. You can use it." Also, there are many benefits to practicing at home. In addition to having a practice room, there are also many skill books that you can learn from. There are also elixirs and magical treasures. These can feed you to your heart's content. Chenhi talked incessantly about the various resources at home. A precious skill book. Various precious elixirs. A secret weapon of great value. Each of them is a resource that Chenhi in the past could never have imagined. Practice room. It can simulate the experience and feeling of fighting monsters in the wild, keeping it as real as possible. Let people feel the real feeling of bloody fighting. Moreover, it avoids the possibility of getting injured while training outside. Specially designed for awakened students below the first level. It will allow awakened students below the first level to become familiar with actual combat with demons in the wild earlier. And the skill book. It is a skill book created by the Awakened Profession Skill Creator, commonly known as Skill Creator, who records various skills and abilities. It can be studied and used by all awakened people. Not every profession has innate skills. Moreover, professions with innate skills need to be constantly upgraded to unlock the innate skills, and the emergence of the special profession of technology creator makes up for this shortcoming very well. It allows professions without natural skills and awakened people whose talents have not been awakened to learn and use various skills in advance. Of course, the values are generally high. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. As for elixirs and spiritual treasures, they are refined by special professions called alchemists and weapon refiners and are important cultivation resources for the awakened ones to use. After hearing what Chenhi said, Chenhi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Cici in their family is a wealthy woman, and her father is the richest man in Newlyweds City. His reason for going out to gain experience is somewhat untenable. But Chenhi insisted. "No, the feeling in the training room is completely different from actual combat in the wild. I still want to go out and experience the wild. If I don't go, I really have no way to explain the problem of my level." He had just awakened for one day and had already advanced 10 levels in a row, reaching the exaggerated number of level 16. It was really unbelievable. Even if the level of the holy angel profession increases very quickly, this speed is too exaggerated. Therefore, you must go out to gain experience in the wild, and then you can say that you have accidentally encountered an opportunity outside. The plan works. Moreover, he also wanted to test on the spot how strong he was at the moment. Seeing Chenhi actually planning to go out, Chenhi was not the kind of person who would strongly object, so after thinking about it, he said it seriously. "If you must go, take me with you. We can experience it together and take care of each other. You've been practicing so hard. How could I possibly fall behind?" Chenhi shook his head repeatedly to refuse and reached out to hold her shoulders. "You just stay home, I'll go by myself." But this time, Chenhi didn't listen to Chenhi and insisted. "But if you can go, why can't I go? Chenhi, I won't hold you back. Besides, we're getting married soon. How can I just watch you go out and take risks by yourself and do nothing?" Chenhi stared at Chenhi with her big, watery eyes. "I feel pity for him." Chenhi felt helpless inside. This is indeed difficult to explain. He could only bite the bullet and explain. "Be good and listen. This time we're not going out for fun. If you go out with me to train, my identity will definitely be exposed. I don't know how many people in this city don't want us to be together right now. If my identity is exposed, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble, or even lead to my death. Besides, Cici, the fact that you have awakened the SSS-level talent class, the Holy Angel, is now known to the whole city. If you follow me and encounter a human traitor, I won't be able to protect you. You are safest if you stay in the city. So, it's best if I go alone." Chenhi actually understood these things. If he insisted on following Chenhi to gain experience, it would be very dangerous for both Chenhi and himself. If he made a mistake, they might die together. But if he let Chenhi go out and take risks alone, he would really feel uneasy. Then, Chenhi thought about it over and over again, and suddenly took Chenhi's hand. "Follow me. Where are you going? Go home. Half an hour later. The core area of Nankai City's high-end villa area. Inside an extremely luxurious mansion villa. Study on the second floor. Shushi directly informed Chu Tian that Chenhi had decided to go out alone to gain experience. Afterwards, he rushed directly into his own treasure house and began to loot. Find a life-saving treasure for Chenhi. What? Bang! Chu Tian, who learned of the situation, suddenly raised his head, slammed the table, and stood up. No, this is absolutely not possible. Xiaohe, no matter what, you can't go out and gain experience at this critical moment. Chenhi still insisted. Father-in-law, please believe me, I can return safely. Besides, I have to go out for training. I have a reason to go. Seeing Chenhi's persistence, Chu Tian also knew that this boy was a dragon among men, and the decisions he made could not be easily changed by others. But as his daughter's wedding was approaching, he was still worried about letting Chenhi leave. We can't just watch the opportunity for the Chu family to rise slip away. Alright. You want to go out and gain some experience, and see some blood, that's a good thing. I once also fought my way through the demons one by one. I admire your courage now, but I would be worried if you were alone. How about this, I'll send an elite team to protect you. Chenhi refused immediately. No, father-in-law, I understand your good intentions, but I am enough on my own. Having a bunch of people surrounding me would defeat the purpose of going out for training. Now, Chu Tian was angry and slammed the table. He wished he could just find a bundle of ropes and tie Chenhi up at home. Wait until the wedding is over, and wait until people from the universities of the 4 main cities come and take these 2 little guys in. At this time. Bang! Shushi opened the door again, holding a thick pile of supplies like a mountain in his arms. There were thick stacks of skill books, small medicine bottles that smelled of medicine, and various high-quality spiritual treasures. Almost all the important stocks in the house were moved out. Looking at Chu Tian, the corner of his mouth twitched. Many of the treasures here are his hidden treasures. It turns out that girls are extroverts. Find a treasure for your man so soon. This girl. It's really a leaky cotton padded jacket. However, he is my son-in-law after all, and he is a family member once he enters the family. Chenhi becomes stronger, which means that his future development as a monk will be even higher. So, Shushi was left alone. Chenhi. Look quickly. I've found all the treasures that are currently useful to you. You can take your pick. Since you insist on going outside the city to gain experience, and you don't want me to follow you, and you don't want Dad to send anyone to protect you, I'm really worried. So I can only support you in other ways. As she spoke, she stood in front of the hill-like resources, blinking her big watery eyes. As if to say, choose quickly. Choose quickly. Gulp. Chenhi couldn't help swallowing. There were at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of important materials outside, which could be called top-grade treasures, but here they were casually displayed like street goods, allowing him to choose. People are almost overwhelmed by the great happiness. He is also living off Chushi. Why do I feel so good for no reason? He squatted down and began to search among the many rare treasures. This sword slashing style is pretty good. Although the name is unremarkable, it's a well-known S-rank sword technique. This one's not bad either. I never thought I'd find something so good that I only heard about it in rumors here. He first selected 3 kendo skill books. Sword chopping style, sword drawing and slashing, sword Qilong rainbow. The secret body refining technique quenching dragon bones? Give me a copy. The life-saving pills true spirit pill and life-saving pill? Add them too. Well, this moonlight sword is quite easy to use. The colorful feather robe and heart mirror are both protective spiritual treasures, take them with you. After a while, Chenhi, who had armed himself almost to the teeth, looked at his reflection in the mirror and felt that everything was ready. That night, he left Nankai City under Chu Tian's secret arrangement. Headed into the vast wilderness. Chapter 13, Outside the City, Killing the Demon for the First Time. Outside the city walls. Chenhi turned around and took a look at the towering city wall in front of him, which was 100 meters high and reached into the clouds. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and couldn't help but sigh. This city wall is really high. I wonder how much manpower and resources were spent on casting it. And how magnificent and stunning would the legendary 4 main cities be? Within the city walls is naturally Nankai City. Before this, Chenhi had lived in the city and had only seen the shadows of the towering city walls from afar. This was the first time he stood at their feet and looked up at them. The degree of shock between the two is almost incomparable. Outside the city wall was a vast wilderness with no end in sight, and scenes of desolation and ruin were everywhere. Above the city wall. Wow! 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 Giant beams of light, emitting blazing light, continuously swept across the wilderness below and the surrounding wilderness, observing the situation. To prevent demons from attacking Nankai City at night. It also prevents large numbers of demons from gathering into a tide and triggering a large-scale demon riot. Today, cities all over the world are like this. It is surrounded by a huge circular wall. On the top of the wall are stationed soldiers and awakened people, guarding the people inside the wall day and night. Except for the awakened ones, most ordinary people may never come into contact with the city wall in their entire lives. Not to mention coming outside the city walls in person. After Chenhi raised his head and sighed for a while, he dodged the huge beams of light that were sweeping towards him and stepped silently into the vast wilderness. The night deepens. A strong sense of crisis enveloped his heart. His experience has just begun. Perhaps because they were close to the city wall, all the monsters around them had been wiped out by the army, so after an hour, Chenhi did not encounter any monsters. But as Chenhi continued to go deeper into the wilderness, he could still smell a hint of blood. Rustle! At this moment, a patch of shadowy bushes suddenly shook violently. The next moment, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness. Swish! Whoosh! The hair on its body is so dark that it cannot reflect light at night. Its figure is very agile and it can easily leap several meters into the air with one leap. Jump onto a tall, towering tree. With its better vision, stronger aura, and a pair of dark green eyes, it looked down at Chenhi below. It could pounce on Chenhi at any moment. Chenhi frowned, and instantly recognized that this was a first-level shadow leopard. My level should not be as high as his, I am just entering the first level. When I was in school, all students have learned how to identify demons and memorized the demon atlas. Although many students are destined to never see a demon in their lifetime, if they really encounter one, this knowledge can save their lives. Chenhi used to be a top student and had a deep understanding of demons. You can tell at a glance that this is the shadow leopard, which is swift and best at surprise attacks and killings. Moreover, its hair is dark black, making it a representative of the first level. Once you break through to the second stage, the hair on your body will transform into dark blue, allowing you to escape deeper into the darkness. A mere first-level beast dares to act so arrogantly in front of him? Roar! On top of the giant tree, the shadow leopard suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp and sinister fangs. Tick tick! Sticky saliva dripped from its bloody mouth, and it seemed to have found the right moment, and its body suddenly moved. Whoosh! An extremely powerful force that breaks through the air swept across, as powerful as thunder. The two sharp front claws pounced straight at Chenhi's neck with such swiftness that they almost left a hideous and twisted afterimage in the air. Killing intent is approaching. Chenhi's eyelids twitched, and he felt happy instead of surprised. He just wanted to try out the holy sword skill of the angel holy sword judgment. I want to try whether this skill is as exaggerated as the legend says. Drink! With a loud shout, brilliant lights gathered together. A large amount of Holy Spirit light is like the sunlight projected from the sun in the sky. In this dark and silent night, it is extremely bright and powerful. The air vibrated. Ripples spread out in circles. Chenhi stretched his hand slightly, reached forward, and grabbed at the empty space in front of him. He grasped the bright silver hilt of the sword. Boom! A shocking sword light suddenly appeared, exploded, and soared into the sky. Holy sword skill. Judgment. Just see. In the hand of the angel's holy sword, which was already as tall as a person, a powerful shadow several meters high suddenly appeared in the sky. An extremely sacred and huge holy sword emitting a strong glow appeared in the dark night sky, and descended forcefully with a fierce, indiscriminate crushing pressure. It seemed as if all the evil and deep powers would be completely destroyed by this powerful sword skill. Roar woo! The shadow leopard was in mid-air, with a ferocious look on its face, and was still roaring. Handsome for only 3 seconds. Suddenly, the figure turned sideways and fell from mid-air, landing heavily on the ground. Boom! It stirred up rolling dust and splashed earth and rocks. The shadow leopard no longer had the ferocious look it had just had. Instead, it turned into a well-behaved kitten, curled up on the ground, not daring to move. It was suppressed by the strong light on its body and the oppressive feeling of sword skills, and dared not move at all. My whole body is shaking like a sieve. The dark green eyes were filled with deep fear. Fall. Chenhi held the sword with both hands and chopped it down directly. The giant sword in the sky also slashed down, and a sacred light spread across the earth, as if it had experienced a powerful baptism. Phew! With a slight sound, blood plasma splashed. A burning, bloody head shot up into the sky, and a large amount of demon blood gushed out on the spot. A first-level shadow leopard was killed so casually. The power of a single strike is so strong and terrifying? Staring blankly at the result of this scene, even the spellcaster Chenhi was a little shocked. The pupils contract slightly. This holy sword skill is quite powerful. Although it consumed a lot of energy and drained nearly a third of my strength, I'm still pretty strong. Especially with the holy sword in hand, the intense pressure and suppression I felt made me feel as if I could forcibly kill a second-level monster. So cool! Chenhi exclaimed that it was so exciting, touching the hot angel holy sword in his hand. For the first time, I felt the exhilarating and intense pleasure of slaying demons. Tap tap tap. After killing the shadow leopard, Chenhi did not forget to pick up the corpse. Killing demons is the same as killing people for treasures. The many materials on your body cannot be wasted. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Sword lights flashed frequently, and in a few seconds, Chenhi dug out the leopard skin, for leopard claws, a leopard heart, and a pair of leopard eyes from the shadow leopard. A first-level demon does not yet possess the legendary and valuable magic core used to refine high-level elixirs. However, many of the materials on him can still be used for making pills or weapons. None of it can be wasted. Finally, he even cut off some meat from the back of the shadow leopard's neck. According to legend, the shadow leopard's muscles were too tight, so it would be a bit tough to eat and difficult to chew. Like dried chicken. The only piece of meat on the back of the neck is fat and lean, and it is the most tender and delicious ingredient in the body. He had long heard that the meat of demons, no matter how they were cooked, was a delicacy, and could even improve one's strength and strengthen the body. The effect is no less than medicinal food. Must try. However, just when Chenhi had just finished cleaning up the battlefield and was about to leave, his mind was somewhat relaxed. Phew! A sharp cry suddenly broke through the air. Then, another dark shadow flashed across the horizon. A dark shadow swooped down from the sky, spinning and attacking. Fortunately, Chenhi never let his guard down. The moment he heard the sound, he immediately moved away and narrowly avoided the sneak attack. Looking up, I saw a large green feathered bird flapping its wings and flying high. Chenhi couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. It turned out to be the blue feathered falcon. This is a monster that specializes in traveling at night. It is good at hiding and attacking by surprise. It is at least 2 levels more difficult to deal with than the shadow leopard. After growing up, they can even rely on the properties of old silver coins to stealthily launch sneak attacks and kill monsters or humans that are several levels higher than themselves, or even 1 level higher. Fortunately, the level of the blue-winged falcon in front of him is not high, it is only at the first level. Otherwise, I could have been killed by this blow just now. I died on the spot. This wild. It is indeed quite dangerous and you may lose your life if you are not careful. But the blue-winged falcon relies on its ability to fly and is very difficult to deal with by people on land. If a sneak attack fails, it can easily escape by flapping its wings. Just right. Having just unlocked the angel silver wings, let us use this blue-feathered falcon as a touchstone for the angel silver wings. Think of this. Swish. Silver light suddenly exploded, illuminating the dark night. A pair of huge wings, all bright silver, with feathers like sharp blades, appeared behind Chenhi. With a slight wave, they stirred up a hurricane. Innate skill. Angel silver wings. Chapter 14 Level 17. Mastering sword skills. Woo woo. High in the sky. When the Chenhi falcon saw that the sneak attack had failed, as a race of experienced scoundrels, the correct answer was to just run away if they couldn't succeed in one strike. So, it turned its body and tried to escape through the air. But how could Chenhi let it escape? Whoosh. Woo woo. Wings fluttering. He leaped forward, his mind fluctuating. The angel silver wings behind him had an extremely subtle connection with him, making him feel that this equipment was no different from one growing on his body. It is very smooth to use, just like using your arm. The waving was very coordinated, and in just a short moment, the basic usage was easily mastered. Woo woo woo! The angel's silver wings continued to flap, and Chenhi soared into the air. The blue-winged falcon in front seemed to have discovered that Chenhi could fly, and actually caught up with him. It was so scared that its body trembled, and then it increased its flying speed in panic. The green-winged falcon's ability to hide and its ability to sneak attack and kill with the next blow are both very powerful. It belongs to the mastery of instinctive attributes. But in frontal combat, it is very weak. Once the air-to-ground advantage is gone, the blue-winged falcon's lethality is even worse than that of the shadow leopard. So, after a failed sneak attack, the only option is to escape quickly. I didn't dare to stay any longer. But what I didn't expect was that this damn human could actually fly, unlike the other group of humans, and he actually caught up with us. Isn't this just stealing a chicken and losing the rice? And at this moment, Chenhi, who was familiar with controlling the angel's silver wings, found that the angel's silver wings were like a part of his body, with the ability to do whatever he wanted. You can fly however you want. The speed is also quite amazing. At full strength, the blue-winged falcon in front of him is not a problem at all. The distance between the two sides is constantly closing. Chenhi was very satisfied with this. As expected of a holy angel with an SSS-level profession, Jushi is truly his lucky star. Drink! He lifted the holy sword of angels with both hands and held it tightly. With the angel's silver wings vibrating rapidly behind him, he increased his speed and flew across the sky like a meteor. Bright, eye-catching, and powerful. Unrivaled. Unstoppable. Swish! The dazzling holy sword light killed the blue-winged falcon heading forward. The sword energy created a hurricane and swept away wildly. The golden sword light was like a meteor shower in the sky. But the blue-winged falcon is not given away for nothing. After all, the sky has always been its home ground. The response is also very quick. Whoosh whoosh! He turned his body lightly in the air, shifted to the side, and dodged directly, making the sword move miss. Then, Chenhi Falcon realized that he could not continue to run away like this. It flapped its wings suddenly, turned around, and fled deeper into the wilderness. Its not-so-clever intelligence told it that the humans inside the city walls were extremely afraid of the depths of the wilderness and didn't dare to go deep into it. Escape! Escape as soon as possible. But the flying speed that the angel's silver wings brought to Chenhi was simply beyond the reach of a low-level monster like him. A fierce hurricane blew rapidly. Next second, Chenhi chased him directly and raised the huge angel holy sword in his hands, slashing forward angrily. Puff! Tear! This time, the green-feathered falcon was no longer able to dodge. Blood splattered everywhere, and large pieces of green feathers were scattered all over the sky. Its body swayed and it was chopped down and fell to the ground. Boom! It hit the ground with a dull sound. It continued to move several meters towards the ground behind it before it finally stopped. But Chenhi started later but arrived first, and Angel's silver wing was destined to be one step ahead. In this lightning instant, he had already landed on the ground first, raised his hand and another sword light swept across, directly completing the finishing blow and killing. Crash! The inertia of the green-feathered falcon had not yet ended when it was smoothly cut in half. In just a few minutes, Chenhi actually killed two monsters at a rapid speed. This time, Chenhi's movements became more and more skillful, and he began to squat down and pick up the corpse. The materials on this blue-feathered falcon are more precious than those on the shadow leopard, especially the three tail feathers at the back of the tail, which are the main materials for refining the light body pill. Moreover, because hunting a blue-winged falcon is rather tricky and difficult, and it can easily escape if you are not careful, so even the materials from a first-level blue-winged falcon are of considerable value. This wave, it can be said to be a good harvest. He took away the emerald green tail feathers and tore off the two large wings, wanting to taste the secret barbecued green-feathered falcon wings. This little thing flies so fast, its wings must taste pretty good, right? After all the materials were collected and the battle scene was simply cleaned up, Chenhi did not actively look for other monsters to continue leveling up, but instead looked at the career panel. There is an information prompt on the panel. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the demon beast Shadow Leopard. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the demon beast Blue-Feathered Falcon. Congratulations! Your level has increased by 1. Chenhi checked his class panel again and found that his level had indeed increased by 1 level, successfully reaching LV17. In the past, Chenhi had always been curious about how the Awakeners upgraded, but now he completely understood. To put it bluntly, this is just like playing online games in the previous life, where killing monsters would give you experience points and upgrades, and you would get various rewards. However, the career panel does not give specific upgrade conditions or the experience points required for upgrading. Once upgraded, it is upgraded, and there will be a direct reminder. At this time, gurgle. Chenhi's stomach suddenly rumbled and he felt a little hungry. He guessed that this was most likely because he had just killed 2 monsters, causing his body to consume too much energy. We simply built a bonfire and started barbecuing right there. This was still the outskirts of the wilderness, and monsters were quite rare. While he and the green-feathered falcon were fighting in the air, he had been observing the ground below, and hadn't seen a third monster at all. Therefore, this is still a relatively safe novice village. You can grill on the spot. Chenhi, who was proficient in cooking, even though he didn't have any ingredients on hand, was able to roast the shadow leopard's neck meat and the blue-feathered falcon's wings to produce an extremely strong aroma. Unfortunately, it takes longer to prepare monster meat. So, while he was grilling meat, he was also flipping through the skill book he got from Chushi's house. Mainly based on sword skills. Although the judgment skill is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy, and he still needs to fill it with more sword skills. Swish, swish, swish. Sword lights flashed from time to time. He started practicing by the fire. But the more he practiced, the hungrier he became. The meat was finally grilled. He planned to continue practicing after filling his stomach. The increasingly strong aroma of meat made him salivate and he devoured it with relish. The meat on the back of the neck is chewy, tender and very firm. The oil comes out as soon as you take a bite. It is very tender and very satisfying to eat. The wings of the blue-winged falcon were so delicious that they melted in his mouth, making him gnaw on them in big mouthfuls. Soon after dinner, he continued to practice. After practicing for a while, Chenhi was surprised to find that he had mastered the 3 sword skills proficiently, and quickly went from the initial stage to the advanced stage. The sword slashing style is decisive and ruthless, gathering all the strength of the body and pressing down. A sword technique that uses force to overwhelm the opponent. He is best at dealing with opponents who cannot be crushed in one move and who must fight a protracted battle. And the sword drawing and slashing move is a famous fast sword move. What we pursue is the ultimate speed, the speed that is on the verge of the peak. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. With one sword, the enemy surrenders. The long rainbow sword energy is a sword move that is more about meaning than form. More emphasis is placed on comprehending the sword intent, feeling the sword intent, and comprehensively improving one's own sword skills. The 3 coexist and complement each other. This made Chenhi's every move more methodical, no longer just random hacking and slashing like before. The speed at which he grasped and mastered the subject made him sigh in admiration. As expected of a professional holy angel with SSS-level talent, even learning a skill is so fast. This talent is maxed out. In fact, what Chenhi didn't know was that the reason he learned skills quickly had nothing to do with his SSS-level talent profession, the holy angel. It was because his innate mental strength was high enough and his talent was extremely strong. The SSS-level holy angel profession is powerful because it upgrades faster and has stronger combat power. At this time, he had just finished sighing. Suddenly, when the cold wind blew, all the hairs on his body stood on end. It was as if I was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Moment. Swish. Swish. Chenhi summoned the angel's holy sword and angel's silver wings at the same time, and looked around vigilantly. Immediately, he saw that in the dark woods around him, pairs of eyes emitting faint light appeared and surrounded Chenhi. Ready to go. Chapter 15. People are coming from the 4 main cities. I saw pairs of bright, glowing eyes in the surrounding woods. Chenhi instantly realized something, his scalp tingled and his mind became tense. Without thinking too much, he jumped up in a hurry. At the same time, roar, roar, roar. Boom. One after another, ferocious and brutal monsters jumped out from the dark jungle, vying with each other to open their bloody mouths, breathe out bloody breath, and bite the air. They collided with each other in a chaotic manner. It was a failure. They were a group of monsters that pounced on them, but they missed? The monsters were stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised their heads and stared at Chenhi in the sky with their ferocious and bloody eyes, exuding a strong bloodthirstiness and greed. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. They kept roaring, and some even jumped towards Chenhi, trying to stretch out their claws and drag Chenhi down from the sky. Bloody hyena. It turned out to be the extremely powerful bloody hyena, a first-level monster. And there was actually a large group of them. Any bloody hyena here can easily bite and kill the shadow leopard. A group gathered together. I'm afraid that even the legendary third-level one-horned elephant could be torn alive and bitten to death. He had actually been targeted by so many terrifying monsters before. In mid-air, Chenhi looked down at the monsters that were still roaring at him and jumping and tumbling. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I have already unlocked the Angel Silver Wing skill. Can fly in the air. Otherwise, I guess they have been torn to pieces and eaten by the bloody hyenas below. In the end, not even a bone residue will be left. In Chenhi's mind, he recalled the many knowledge points that his teacher had taught him when he was studying the demonic illustrated book. This bloody hyena is a relatively rare social monster in the wilderness. The race is very strong and only the strong can survive and enter this race. If they are too weak when young, they will be eaten by their own kind. The same is true in adulthood. If they do not have the ability to hunt for food outside, they will be eaten directly. Even many female hyenas that have just given birth to bloody hyena cubs will be eaten directly as food because they are too weak. This is also the origin of the name bloody. Those who can come out to forage for food together are at least first-level beings. Among the group of monsters below, Chenhi saw the largest bloody hyena, which was over 3 meters long. With this size and this terrifying ferocity, it is obviously a peak-level second-order demon beast with strength close to third order. It's so terrifying that it makes people shudder. Just looking at it from a distance made Chenhi break out in a cold sweat. In this wilderness, sure enough, danger is everywhere. If you slack off even a little, you may face a catastrophic disaster. In seemingly peaceful places, there may be hidden mysterious and powerful monsters that have disappeared without a trace. These bloody hounds were obviously attracted by the smell of the meat he had just grilled. From now on, I can barbecue when I eat, but I must not stay in one place for too long and must leave as soon as possible after eating. Otherwise, who knows what kind of terrifying monster will be attracted. This is also a case of learning from one's mistakes. Fortunately, he did not go deep into the wild area, which is relatively close to the city. Still in the newbie zone. Generally, large-scale monsters of high levels rarely appear. This peak-level second-level monster should be the ultimate. Then, Chenhi no longer cared about the group of bloody hyenas below, flapped his wings, and flew away. Woo woo woo. The wings created a hurricane, and the surrounding scenery swept backwards rapidly. Move closer to the city wall. This way, you can sleep well tonight. Soon. In a dense forest near the city wall, he used the wilderness survival knowledge he had learned in the past to determine that there was no danger around. Only then did they feel at ease to set up a tent and simply camp there. The next 2 days, Chenhi was always moving around near the city and on the edge of the wilderness area. Relying on the safe zone around the city wall, they jumped back and forth between the monsters' positions, specifically hunting lone monsters and avoiding other dense groups of monsters. Gradually, I gained more experience in surviving in the wilderness. The strength is improving and increasing steadily. The use of the 3 sword techniques became more and more skillful and exquisite. At the same time, in Nankai City, the matter of Chenhi and Xushi's marriage has long become a hot topic of conversation for everyone after dinner. It seems that anyone who doesn't talk about this topic is out of date. At Xushi's home, Xu Tian frequently received the latest communication information. Director Chu. The presidents of the top universities in the 4 main cities have all arrived at Nankai. They are all on their way to the Chu family now. Director Chu. In addition to the presidents of the top universities in the 4 main cities, people from the 4 major national ministries, the Law Enforcement Department, the Garrison Department, the Coordination Department, and the Ministry of Education are all heading south. I heard, these people are all from the imperial capital headquarters of the 4 major departments. Even the 4 major headquarters have sent people to Nankai. I'm afraid it won't be long before they rush to your house. Director Chu. Wasn't the city-wide announcement a bit too hasty? the eldest lady's marriage is no longer a matter concerning the Chu family alone. It concerns the survival of the entire human race and the overall situation of the Hansha nation. Director Chu. I heard that all the top families in the 4 main cities have also sent people here. Everyone is on their way to the Chu family. This is going to be a big deal. Director Chu, what should we do? Listening to the news coming from the outside world, Chu Tian felt very nervous. Live to such an old age. He is considered half the local emperor of Nankai City. He holds the life and economic lifelines of millions of residents in his hands and runs the business empire of Blue Sky Group. What big scenes has he not seen? Hey! He had never seen such a grand scene before. Who are these people? Each of them is a big shot that he can only dream of, but he never expected that this time, all the powerful people would gather together and come to their Chu family at the same time. What virtue and ability does the Chu family have? Isn't it just an SSS-level gifted class holy angel? Is that amazing? Oh. That's really cool. That's all right. Chu Tian certainly knew the purpose of these people. The president of a top university is here to recruit students. SSS-level professions allow direct admission to top universities without taking exams. People from the headquarters of the 4 major departments came to provide Chushi with more resources. At the same time, it is also to prevent this ridiculous marriage. As for the people from the top families, they must want to form an alliance through marriage with his Chu family. In the final analysis, the target is Chu Shi, the newly awakened holy angel. Of course, it is also closely related to Chenhi, the well-known waste. A waste who failed to awaken has become the core of all the turmoil in the outside world. Only. Even Chu Tian, the father-in-law, has no idea how Chenhi is doing now. If he had known 3 days ago that there was a family of twin angels in his family, he would not be afraid of these disturbances at all. But now, with Chenhi not here, he has no confidence at all. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Chenhi come back yet? I hope he died in the wilderness. This kid is good in every way except that he is too arrogant and stubborn. How dare you go to the wilderness to train alone? Chu Tian was so anxious that he almost went crazy. And at this moment, swish! Outside the wilderness, Chenhi was shaking off the bright red blood on his sword. In front of him was the freshly excavated corpse of a monster, still oozing blood. He slowly and calmly squatted down to harvest the materials. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Iron Bone Wolf. Congratulations! Your level has increased by 1. Woohoo, upgraded again. After 3 days of continuous hunting, my level finally reached 19. Looking at the level LV19 prompt in the career panel, Chenhi's eyes lit up slightly. Looking towards the deepest part of the wilderness. It seems that if I want to advance to the 2nd level, I have to go deeper into the wild area. Besides, with my current strength, it's too easy for me to fight against these 1st level or even lower level monsters from the outside world. It doesn't serve any purpose at all. The next target is the 2nd and 3rd level monsters. Even stronger monsters. Chapter 16. How could you possibly see through me? Since the 3 days of field training, Chenhi killed quite a lot of 1st level and lower monsters. This place was at the edge of the wilderness, and it was also the place where these 1st level monsters appeared the most. The number is extremely large. Sometimes, you can even encounter them in groups. At his current level, he could easily crush the enemy and kill them with ease. The collected materials filled the space ring. But even so, he had only just reached level 19. From this point of view, if you want to continue upgrading and break through the 2nd level limit, you have to go deeper. But the depths of the wild area are fraught with danger, and you may encounter dangers like bloodhound packs. He still needs to be cautious and not force his way in. Retracting his thoughts, he headed straight towards the depths of the wild area. Tap tap tap. The surrounding scenery moved rapidly backwards and the terrain gradually changed. From the more familiar dense forest, it gradually transformed into a primeval forest where no human beings had appeared for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. On the angel's holy sword, dazzling sword lights bloomed. Wherever the sword energy passed, 1st level monsters were killed indiscriminately, and various prompt messages kept flashing before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the gray wolf. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the blue and white python. Ding! Congratulations! Unfortunately, his level has not been raised again and has not yet reached level 20. Swish! Another sword light shot up into the sky, suddenly smashing away and forcibly cutting a brown bear that was madly biting at him into two halves. Thump! Crash, crash! Large clumps of flesh and blood shattered on the ground, turning into two mountains of flesh. Ding! Congratulations on killing the mutated brown bear. This brown bear is at least level 16 or 17. The bear paws on my body are made of very good materials, but as for the others, I don't even care about them anymore. Chenhi was about to go forward and cut off two pairs of bear paws when his eyes suddenly became alert. Dang dang dang. He quickly took 2 steps back and saw a strange movement coming from the unusually dense dark green bushes next to him. Rustle. The leaves shook violently, alerting Chenhi. He frowned and stared at the situation in the bushes with sharp eyes. Next second, a tall woman dressed in a charming and domineering manner staggered out from the bushes. Her clothes were torn and she had many wounds that were bleeding. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. Help, help me. Please save me. This woman has a very charming appearance, the type that can be quickly remembered at first sight in a crowd. What's more, she is dressed quite sexy. A very capable little leather skirt and leather pants, both very close-fitting. It perfectly highlights the curves of her slender and graceful figure. In addition, because the dress was torn at this moment, large areas of white were exposed. And she looked so pitiful that I felt sorry for her. It also highlights her charming and seductive look, making people feel close to her and want to run over to rescue her and protect her in their arms. It is captivating and confusing. But Chenhi was very calm. He had long witnessed Chushi's otherworldly beauty, which was a bit fairy-like and seemed not to be from this mortal world. He was immune to her natural nobility and coldness, and he was immune to most women. Besides, in such a desolate place, he would not let his guard down just because he suddenly met a woman. I still remain quite vigilant in my heart. Seeing the woman staggering and falling to the ground, he had no intention of stepping forward to help her, but just watched coldly from the side. Ouch! The woman fell to the ground, looking even more charming and beautiful. Seeing that Chenhi was still standing far away, she rolled her eyes, looking even more charming, and spoke in a sweet voice. How can you be so unromantic? Don't you even know how to support someone? Chenhi looked at her coldly. He pretended to be confused and asked back. How come you, a woman who doesn't look like you're of high rank, suddenly appear in this wilderness? This is a wild area, full of powerful monsters. The woman quickly explained in a sweet voice. Don't be so nervous, I'm also an awakened one. The awakened profession is dancer, you should have heard of it? Chenhi had naturally heard that his academic performance had always been among the best. Speaking of the awakened profession of dancer, it is actually a useless profession. Because it cannot directly improve the combat effectiveness of the awakened person, and it does not have any powerful talents. The main function is to improve the awakened person's figure and appearance, greatly increase their charm, and also give them excellent dancing skills. No matter which dance you choose, you can learn and master it faster. Moreover, when dancing, you can also have an alternative beauty that is in harmony with the world, which adds a bit of charm. In this era of revival of spiritual energy and rampant demons, this kind of profession that entertains people with sex is destined to be useless. Except for a very small number of awakened dancers, they have become the objects of pursuit by countless ordinary people because of their stunning appearance and dancing posture that can bring disaster to the country and the people. The vast majority of dancer awakeners will become playthings of some powerful awakeners. That's the only value. Even those dancers who stand at the top of the pyramid and are admired by countless ordinary people may actually be playthings in the mouth of a powerful person at a higher level. The woman pursed her lips when she said this. I'm the lover of a prominent figure. He's a true fourth order expert. This time, I followed him and his other awakened followers to the wilderness. What we didn't expect was that we encountered a demon beast with strength comparable to a 5th level being. The casualties that directly led to the deaths and injuries of our group have all been dispersed. Even my lover has disappeared, woo-woo. I'm really scared. So scared. Please save me, woo-woo. At this point, the woman burst into tears, crying and sobbing, showing a sense of brokenness. If it were someone else with lust on their mind, they would have surrendered on the spot. But Chenhi just sneered in his heart. Lover? To put it nicely, isn't it just someone's kept plaything? Moreover, the credibility of the other party's explanation is quite low. Anyway, Chenhi couldn't imagine that there was any idiot who would go hunting in the wild with such a useless burden. Woohoo, I beg you. As long as you can take me back to the city, I will give you everything you want. I've accumulated quite a bit of savings over the years, and I can give it all to you. Even if you want me, I can give it to you. Please. Her crying voice and the way she kept wiping away her tears really made people feel distressed and sympathetic. This is the kind of woman who is as delicate and tender as a pear blossom in the rain. However, after a brief thought, Chenhi's eyes suddenly turned cold. Swish! He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the void. In an instant, golden light blazed brightly, and the brilliant golden light spread out, sweeping madly. He pulled out the holy sword of Angel. Without any hesitation, he raised the huge sword that was as tall as a person and slashed at the weak and pitiful woman. The woman sensed a dangerous aura, her eyes fixed, and her expression suddenly changed. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Her figure suddenly flashed, wrapped in a dark purple evil light. After a few quick flashes, it retreated several meters away. She no longer looked as pitiful as before, but only looked surprised and confused. Why did you do that? I shouldn't have revealed any flaws. She had thought over that set of rhetoric over and over again. As she displayed her skills, Chenhi recognized her instantly. It turned out to be a relatively rare kind of monster, quite rare in number but very difficult to deal with, the succubus. Swish! Swish! In an instant, a brilliant light flashed out, and the angel's silver wings appeared behind him. His eyes were serious, and he held the sword in both hands, ready to escape at any time. Succubus. As far as he knew, it evolved from some demons that mastered powerful charm techniques and could evolve into monsters. The lowest level seems to be level 60. It is a truly powerful 6th level monster. It is far beyond his current ability to contend with. This is equivalent to encountering the top boss before leaving the novice village. So, Chenhi immediately summoned the angel's silver wings to leave himself a way out. If you find something wrong, run away on the spot. But the reason why he didn't run away directly was because he seriously suspected that there might be something wrong with the succubus in front of him. Because if a succubus in her prime really attacked him, there would be no need to act. Now, the appearance of the woman opposite had changed again. She, who had just looked so pitiful and tearful, had become even more enchanting and charming, captivating. Her long hair had turned into an alluring dark purple. But the surprise on her face became more and more intense. As soon as the angel holy sword and angel silver wings appeared, she instantly recognized Chenhi's profession. Holy angel. The surprise in her heart became even stronger. I didn't expect that the previous generation of holy angels had just fallen not long ago. The human race has actually produced the next generation of holy angels so quickly. It's truly remarkable. No wonder they dared to come to this wilderness alone. But her tone changed. How did you see through me? Chapter 17. There is something wrong with this succubus. Compared to Chenhi's profession, holy angel, the succubus was even more surprised at how Chenhi saw through her. She thought she was a very good disguise. What's more, as a succubus, she often needs to do similar things to tempt those awakened to make mistakes. In the past, she had always been successful. Why doesn't it work on Chenhi? Chenhi still looked at the other party with a vigilant expression, and sneered when he heard the words. There are a certain number of 4th level experts in Nankai City. I know exactly who they are. I haven't heard of any 4th level expert getting into trouble in the wilderness recently. This kind of news is major news in Nankai City. Once it gets out, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. But I haven't heard anything about it. This is not normal at all. There's another reason. As far as I know, there hasn't been a single awakened dancer in Nankai City. Even if you want to pretend, could you please investigate thoroughly first? Chenhi said so, but in fact, he knew very well that there were too few 4th level experts in Nankai City, and they were all stationed in Nankai City and had never left the city. Besides, an awakener who can fight all the way to the 4th level should not be so stupid. What is the point of bringing a dancer with you in the wild? Apart from fighting in the wild, Chenhi couldn't think of any other use for it. As for the matter of the dancer awakener, it has indeed been many years since there has been an awakened dancer in Nankai City. He had heard people discuss things like, what a charming dancer came out of a certain city, why doesn't Nankai have one? So, Just now, when Chenhi heard the succubus's explanation of her experience, he immediately judged that there was something wrong, so he took action without any hesitation. The purple-haired succubus became more and more surprised. Just because of these little flaws, you dare to judge that I'm not human? You just attacked me directly? Aren't you afraid that I'm actually human and you're killing innocent people? Besides, I never said I was from Nankai City. What if I'm from another city and followed a fourth-level expert from another city? Why do you dare to make such a promise? Why do you dare to kill him directly? Chenhi spread his hands and said calmly. Oh, this is even more nonsense. The cities are so far apart, and there's an endless wilderness in between. How many powerful demons will we have to pass along the way? I absolutely don't believe that a fourth-level awakener can lead people across this endless wilderness, from one city to another. If you just use your brain to think about it, is there any possibility in this? It's bullshit. The succubus frowned slowly and said doubtfully. Aren't you afraid that someone could actually do it, that a team could actually come across the wilderness and kill the wrong person? How old are you? You're so young, how can you be so murderous? She knows. With the advent of the era of spiritual energy revival, all kinds of demons are rampant. The human population has dropped sharply, so killing each other is strictly prohibited among humans. Once discovered, they will be liquidated in the future. So, how could Chenhi, an awakened person who looked like he had just reached adulthood, dare to kill someone under completely uncertain circumstances? Isn't he afraid of offending the imaginary fourth-level strongman behind him? Aren't you afraid of being charged with the crime? What's more, the purple-haired succubus is naturally charming. How could such a young and hot-blooded boy possibly resist her charm? She couldn't believe it. Chenhi said lightly with a more intense sneer on his face. Since I've already determined that there's something wrong, even if you're truly human, I'll kill you in this unknown wilderness. In short, you cannot identify various uncertainties and put yourself in any danger. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. A world full of demons is like the end of the world. Is it advisable to be a saint? I wouldn't do anything like that. I wouldn't be the type to sacrifice myself just to save someone else. Being a little cruel and selfish won't do any harm in this chaotic era full of demons. It's always good. At least it can ensure that you're still alive. Only when you are alive can you have everything. After hearing Chenhi's words, the purple-haired succubus instantly became serious. I didn't expect that a young boy who looks like a child could be such a cruel and ruthless character. His character is very strong. Although his level is not high enough and he is still too young, his heart is cruel enough. Such a person must not be kept alive, otherwise she might not have any chance next time she sees him. She must take advantage of the fact that he is still weak and kill him by force. Clang! Clang! With two crisp sounds, the purple-haired succubus's arms instantly turned into two sharp claws, and the long, pointed nails seemed to emit a strange cold light. Chenhi narrowed his eyes. The original form of the succubus might be a fox? Moreover, the aura emanating from him was only at the second level. The moment the other party tried to attack, Chenhi sensed the level of the succubus. Its aura was extremely unstable, fluctuating only in the upper middle level of the second level at most. At most, he is about level 27 or 28. This is obviously due to serious injuries, which caused his level to drop to this level. He has completely lost his original strength of the 6th level, and his current strength is only 1/10 of what it was. Really? It is exactly the same as what I guessed. This succubus is indeed problematic. In the eyes of the purple-haired succubus, even if her level dropped a lot, it was more than enough to deal with Chenhi, a little guy who had just awakened not long ago. Come to think of it, she has never fought against the holy angel. She stuck out her pink and wet tongue, licked the sharp claws, and spoke in an extremely soft and charming voice. Little brother, I'll be quick, it will only take a moment. Swish! Her figure flashed, purple light floated, and she appeared in front of Chenhi in an instant. When? With a fierce crisp sound, her sharp claws were blocked by the angel holy sword. Ding 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 ding. There was another series of fierce collisions. In just a breath, the purple-haired succubus and Chenhi clashed and fought several times in succession. The truth was just as the succubus thought. She completely suppressed Chenhi by relying on her level advantage. In almost every confrontation, Chenhi would step back several steps in a row, barely maintaining his posture. Fortunately, Chenhi's awakened profession is the holy angel. Holding the angel's holy sword in his hand, an angel's silver wings behind him. It has both combat power and speed. He fought and retreated at the same time, occasionally soaring into the air and forcibly removing the succubus's power, which was considered a barely sufficient response. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chenhi's breathing became increasingly heavy, and he had already made a decision in his mind. If you really can't beat him, the worst that can happen is that you fly away on the spot. A succubus of mid to upper level 2 shouldn't have the ability to fly. However, after realizing that she couldn't defeat Chenhi after 7 or 8 consecutive attacks, the purple-haired succubus became obviously impatient and started to attack more frequently and without the previous method. Although it was still a torrential attack, with continuous moves, sharp and powerful blade lights were killing people. But he just seems quite irritable and uneasy. The attack was extremely fierce, and every move was aimed at Chenhi's fatal spot. When Chenhi swung the holy angel sword in his hand down suddenly, blocking the blade light that the succubus was aiming at his crotch. Hey, that's too much. Is there a place where you can fight? Hurry up and beg for mercy. I can still give you a chance to live. If you continue to hold on, I will make sure that no trace of your body will be left. The purple-haired succubus spoke in a seductive voice, but her moves became faster and faster. As dense as raindrops. This made Chenhi's response increasingly difficult. Boom boom boom. The earth and rocks behind and around him were flying, trees were broken, and large areas of land collapsed. His body was also tilted and he almost fell down several times. But Chenhi also discovered an important problem. This succubus is so anxious and so eager. It seems that her problems and injuries are not as simple as just a drop in level. Let's wait and see, there might be a turning point. If it doesn't work, run away. Now is not the time to be at the end of one's rope, there is still a chance to fight back. Chapter 18, 7 levels in a row. Boom. Ding ding. Beyond the wilderness. The battle between the man and the demon did not cause much of a stir because Chenhi's level was not high enough and the purple-haired succubus's level was dropping rapidly. But it still knocked down many surrounding trees. As time went by, the purple-haired succubus was unable to successfully defeat Chenhi. Every time she had a chance to kill Chenhi, Chenhi gritted his teeth and held on. The purple-haired succubus's mood became more and more manic. His eyes turned red, and the energy fluctuations around him became more and more intense. The breath is becoming disordered. Every attack is deeply personal. It's difficult to get off the tiger. Things have come to this point, and it is impossible for her to just leave. Because if Chenhi finds out her weakness, she might be killed by him. But keep fighting. If she still couldn't defeat Chenhi in a short period of time, her level would drop again. When the time comes. Even if he really captured the other party, the noise he made would attract other monsters, including other monsters that were currently paying attention to him. I guess he can't even protect himself. This is almost a dead end. Damn it. She had clearly just come out to hunt down a young awakener who looked easy to bully. Obviously, Chenhi is just a waste who has not yet reached the second level. How can it be so difficult? Who would have thought that this guy would be a holy angel? What to do? What to do? The purple-haired succubus's mood became increasingly chaotic, irritable, and she gnashed her teeth. Whoosh whoosh. Ding ding. After several more exchanges, although Chenhi was still at an absolute disadvantage and was being suppressed by her and forced to retreat step by step, Chenhi's eyes were a little red at this moment, and it was obvious that he was really angry. I am determined to compete with her. These waves of counterattacks became more intense. If the purple-haired succubus lost her concentration for even a moment, Chenhi would seize the opportunity and gain the upper hand. She could no longer sit still and decided to launch a psychological offensive and retort. Brother, is all you can do is hide? You can't do it? You always have to try to defend yourself and keep retreating like this, it's really embarrassing. The holy angel is an SSS-level profession. It's a disgrace to you, a great disgrace. If I were a holy angel, I would immediately take back the power I gave you. Brother, admit defeat. There's no way you can beat me. With your useless strength, you'll soon be exhausted and completely lose your fighting ability. Why bother? Why keep struggling? Her voice is very magnetic, charming, and enchanting. It's like a devil's sound piercing one's ears, even making people feel a little mentally confused. But Chenhi did not respond and still maintained a defensive posture. Parry the succubus's powerful attacks, avoid the fatal injuries that are simply impossible to withstand, and keep jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Chenhi remained silent, just avoiding the sharp edge. But the purple-haired succubus's words still made Chenhi feel quite frightened. Will the holy angel take back the power given to him? What does this mean? Are holy angels more than just a profession? A talented profession that can be obtained by the awakened, with the talent blessing and promotion path to eventually grow into a holy angel. But what did the purple-haired succubus just say? Could it be that a holy angel isn't just a profession, but a truly supreme being? A top-tier being who transcends all awakened humans? Similar to the legendary gods? This news is unheard of, but the meaning it conveys is simply horrifying and terrifying when you think about it carefully. If that's the case, if holy angels are truly real beings similar to gods, then are other professions also the same? Do the pinnacles of other top professions also represent a more powerful supreme being? So, does the power that the awakened can obtain all come from those supreme beings? And are these professional abilities capable of being arbitrarily taken back and bestowed upon the awakened by those supreme beings? No way. What if all the strongest professional abilities of human awakeners are eventually taken back by those supreme beings? Then, wouldn't the cities guarded by those top human awakeners fall directly? Humanity would be doomed immediately. It's terrifying when you think about it. Chenhi's heart was filled with turbulent waves. He doubted the authenticity of what the purple-haired succubus said. Perhaps she just wanted to influence his mentality and make him show a flaw. That's why I said these words on purpose. But the purple-haired succubus looked so confident, but it didn't seem like she was bluffing. But it is the absolute truth. What does she know? Swish. Swish. Chenhi asked in a cold voice while dodging another attack from the succubus's claws. What do you mean by that? Can the holy angel take back my power? The purple-haired succubus's long dark purple hair became increasingly messy. She didn't answer, but continued to sneer coldly. Brother, there's no point in hiding anymore. With the strength and talent you've shown now, you're not even worthy of possessing the abilities of a holy angel. You can't even unleash 1/10,000th of the power of a holy angel. I truly feel sorry for you humans. Think about how powerful the holy angels of your previous generation were, but now they're nothing to you. You're just a piece of trash. The power of the holy angel bestowed upon you is a waste. You don't deserve it at all. The reason why she didn't answer was because what she just said was just a mockery of Chenhi's words, which she made up to confuse his mind. She actually didn't know why Chenhi still asked. You are really sick. Just then, Chenhi saw a glimmer of opportunity. He saw that the purple-haired succubus's attack had weakened slightly amidst her constant taunts. It was obvious that she had reached the end of her strength. He stopped dodging and chose to confront the purple-haired succubus head-on. Drink! He suddenly roared, and the angel's holy sword in his hand, which had only been used for parrying, was raised high again, emitting an extremely powerful angelic light. Now, the explosive aura wrapped around the purple-haired succubus was descending, rapidly descending. The level actually dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the upper middle level of the second level to just around the second level. So, at this moment, Chenhi had an idea in his mind. He wants to take advantage of this good opportunity to capture the purple-haired succubus alive. Forcefully asking questions about innate professions and supreme beings such as the so-called holy angels. However, the purple-haired succubus was also a veteran of many battles. She was able to cultivate into a succubus in this wilderness and had quite a lot of combat experience. How could she not know what Chenhi was trying to do? If she were really captured alive by Chenhi, the consequences would be unimaginable. You seem to be thinking about something really extreme. In that case, I won't hold back. She suddenly snorted coldly, and her body instantly avoided the brilliance of Chenhi's sword, and licked the claws again with her tongue. TSK, TSK. The next moment, a layer of dark purple mist rose instantly. A shadowy figure suddenly flashed and leaped out, transforming on the spot into a 3-meter-long purple-haired fox demon. The 4 dark purple tails behind were dancing in the wind. There is a foul smell of malice between the lips. It turned out to be the original form of the monster. Chenhi watched the changes that happened in an instant, and looked at the 4 tails behind it. His pupils shrank slightly, and he recognized it on the spot. It turned out to be the four-tailed fox demon who was proficient in the art of charm. Although its level has dropped rapidly and its strength is only 1/10 of what it was, its original level can still be seen from its 4 tails. It actually didn't have 6 tails at the 6th level. It seemed that in its heyday it was only at level 40 or so, which was the 4th level. This made Chenhi quite surprised. How did she manage to evolve into a monster when she's only about level 40? The threshold for this monster is much higher than that of a demon beast, and its strength is also much higher. At this time, the succubus transformed into a fox demon, staring at Chenhi with a pair of cold fox eyes. Said in a cold voice, "He, I never thought that I would be pushed to this extent by a little brat like you. Since I have been forced to reveal my true form today, then, even if I die, I will definitely drag you down with me." Swish! A purple light flashed, and the four-tailed fox demon pounced towards Chenhi with extremely fast speed. Ding 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 ding. Ding dang dang. The sounds of more intense collisions and confrontations exploded continuously, stirring up circles of fierce winds and waves. A fight even more intense than before broke out between Chenhi and the succubus. When they were on the verge of separation again, both of them had many wounds on their bodies, and sticky blood was flowing out. The succubus instantly realized that her level was about to fall below the 2nd level. By then, she will no longer have any chance. Whoosh whoosh. Her muscles tensed instantly, and her hair and the 4 fox tails on her back also tensed up. An extremely strong and terrifying wave of energy was instantly released. A full-strength attack. Fiery red mist and gusts of dark purple evil wind suddenly rolled up, and a strong threat of death instantly fell upon Chenhi. He felt extremely dangerous. He immediately clenched the holy angel sword in his hand. The brilliant light suddenly became brighter. Holy sword skill, judgment. A huge holy sword shadow descended from the sky and suppressed it forcefully. Wherever the sword goes, it is unstoppable. This time, the power of the holy sword skill judgment is much stronger than the previous time it was used. It is also a sword that condenses all the energy and spirit. Where the edge falls, everything collapses and disappears. Under the brilliance of the powerful and flashing judgment sword skill, the succubus's body, which was leaping in the air, was chopped down to the ground on the spot. At the same time, a fierce ray of sharp claw blade light also descended in front of Chenhi. Crash, crash. The bright silver wings behind him instantly turned into a protective layer, covering the front of his body, and the angel's holy sword that was suddenly retracted in his hand also blocked it. The sword energy skill of Changhong burst out, and the sword energy was like a wall, desperately resisting. Boom! His body flew backwards uncontrollably and was knocked dozens of meters away. Puff! The man vomited a mouthful of blood in the air. Swish! A golden light appeared, and Chenhi breathed a sigh of relief as he touched the heart-protecting mirror on his chest that suddenly became hot and shiny, as well as the colorful feathered robe that shone with 7 colors of light all over his body. Fine. Fortunately, Cece gave him the life-saving equipment, otherwise he would have died under the succubus's final counterattack. Crash! Chenhi took out the life-saving pill from the storage space and swallowed it down. After taking a breath, he regained his strength. He quickly stood up and walked over to the succubus's body. Just see. The succubus's fox demon body was almost completely cut in half, and a large pool of blood flowed out. As expected, it was killed by the holy sword skill judgment. Chenhi curled his lips. I was unable to find out anything about the holy angel and his profession. It's a pity. After sighing, Chenhi heard a system prompt sound in his ears, and received a prompt from the career panel. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the 4-tailed demon fox. You successfully advanced 7 levels. Chenhi was slightly stunned, and successfully advanced to the 2nd level, and reached level 26. But he was not too surprised, instead he was a little confused. No way? He had finally managed to kill a fox demon succubus that was at least level 4 in its prime, but he only advanced 7 levels? Chapter 19 7th level experts gathered at the Chu family. This prey, a 4-tailed fox demon with 4 tails, belongs to the top type of blood-eyed fox demon and is the most powerful type of fox demon. Although her level has dropped, she was originally a succubus over level 40. His body was contaminated with demonic energy, and part of his body had transformed into a demon, possessing the power of a demon. How come after killing this fox demon succubus, I only got such a small level increase? At first, he even thought that he had a chance to directly reach the 3rd level. Unexpectedly, it stopped at level 26. I still remember that he heard it a lot when he was in school. Someone other than the awakened one killed a demon whose level had dropped, and then his level increased rapidly. Some even directly upgraded to a higher level. There are also cases where certain awakened people encounter a great opportunity and are promoted by more than 10 levels at once. How come I only advanced 7 levels after jumping over nearly 3 levels and forcibly killing a 4-tailed fox demon in a weakened state? This is unreasonable. It was totally different from what Chenhi had imagined at the beginning. However, there was no detailed explanation on the career panel, which made Chenhi feel helpless. This profession panel is good in every way, except that there is no way to accurately view the experience points gained from each monster hunt, and there is no obvious experience growth. Instead, he saw the changes in the silver wing skill column on the career panel. Silver wing skills are no longer a matter of insufficient level to be unlocked. As he officially reached the second level, new talents and skills were unlocked. He was instantly surprised and looked carefully. Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 26. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations. Talent skill 3, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 4, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. All changes? This newly acquired silver wing skill is called Wanhua. Chenhi instantly became excited and curious. He didn't know how to use this silver wing technique and what effect it would have. Is it ever changing? Can this pair of angel silver wings be transformed into other weapons and allowed to be controlled by him? How curious! Chenhi secretly guessed in his heart. Just when he was about to try and see if this silver wing skill could really change the form of the angel's silver wings and add infinite effects, he couldn't help but feel his body heavy. Cough, cough, cough. Ahem. He coughed suddenly and his face turned red. He coughed up a mouthful of thick blood and immediately felt that his internal injuries were worsening. Most of the pills Cece gave him were used to save his life at critical moments. It can temporarily keep him in this state so that he won't be unable to stand up. But the injury cannot be completely healed. I need to find a place to heal as soon as possible. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The previous battle must have attracted the attention of some monsters. Now is obviously not the time to test your skills. He must find an absolutely safe place immediately to heal his wounds. Upgrading can only restore some of his strength, but it cannot instantly heal his injuries. Then, Chenhi gave up the idea of testing the silver wing technique and directly stuffed the succubus's corpse into the storage space. The body of this 4th level succubus is full of treasures. There's even a magic core inside. That is very valuable material and must not be missed. After collecting the body, Chenhi didn't have time to carefully count the spoils before he simply waved the angel's silver wings behind him and flew rapidly towards the city wall. When we got closer to the city wall, we could see the towering wall looming in the sky. And make sure that the surroundings are safe. Only then did Chenhi put away the holy sword and silver wings and began to heal his wounds together with the elixir. Fortunately, when I came out, I got a lot of good things from Cece's wife. It is of great help in recovering from one's injuries. It won't be long before he's back to normal. And just as Chenhi was staying in a safe place, patiently healing his wounds. Nankai City. Inside the Chu family's luxurious villa. At this moment, a stream of people gathered, and luxury cars blocked the entire street and most of the villa area. It was packed, and all kinds of bigwigs rushed to the Chu family one after another. Visitors from the aristocratic families of the 4 main cities. The admissions principals of the 4 top awakening academies from the 4 main cities. Now, everyone has arrived at the Chu family's door. They looked at each other, either nodding in greeting or showing strong hostility. There is clearly a competitive relationship between them. They were all dressed in suits and ties, looking gorgeous and noble. They look completely different from the people in Nankai City. It seems as if one side is naturally the person on the horizon, while the other side is just a rat in the sewer. Even Chu Tian, the richest man in Nankai City, felt dwarfed and ashamed when facing so many bigwigs. I can only greet them with a smile. Principal Luo? Principal Wu? Principal Chen? Principal Li? I didn't expect you to come to my humble abode in person. I, Chu, am truly honored. Come in and have a seat. Hiss. Are you from the Zhao family in the imperial capital? Are you? I've heard so much about you. I've really heard so much about you. Everyone knows. The admissions principles of the 4 top awakening academies must all be 7th order strongmen above level 70, and based on the secrets about awakeners that Chenhi knew. This 7th level is obviously a major leap in level. There is a saying in the world that all those below the 7th level are ants. It symbolizes the terror of the 7th level strongest person. Before that, as the richest man in the small Nankai city, he didn't even have the qualifications to meet the other party. And at this moment, this principal, who was a prominent and superior person even in the 4 main cities, had a very good attitude. He smiled kindly at Chu Tian and walked quickly into the gate of the Chu family. After the 4 principals came people from the top families in the 4 main cities. A total of 7 top families came. These families are all noble and wealthy, and are of aristocratic family level. At least the foundation was laid in the early days of the great era of spiritual energy revival, and it has a historical background of hundreds of years. Not to be underestimated. In terms of status alone, it is certainly not as good as the 4 top awakening academies, but its power and the resources behind it are beyond imagination. These 7 major families. There is the Zhao family in the imperial capital. The Fong family of Magic City. The Yun family and the Li family of Yangcheng. The Chen, Feng, and Lu families of Chengdu. Similarly, although only 1 or 2 people came from each family, they were all 7th level warriors above level 70. They were all top-notch experts whose names Chu Tian had heard of but had never had the chance to meet. He is one of the most powerful people in Hanxia Kingdom. In the list of 7th level strongmen, they can at least be ranked in the top 100. Such an existence opened the eyes of many servants in the Chu family. Chu Tian was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He now understood what it meant when one person succeeds, everyone around him would benefit. This group of people came in such a grand manner just because they knew that his daughter was an SSS-level professional. If one knew that his son-in-law was also an SSS-level holy angel, and that his Chu family had 2 angels, one would be so shocked. Just thinking about this idea made Chu Tian feel so happy that his scalp tingled. Before Chu Tian could entertain these visitors from wealthy families and universities one by one, there was another commotion outside the door. Chu Tian immediately went outside again and greeted them personally with a smile. Turn out to be. They are people from the headquarters of the 4 major departments in the imperial capital. 4 people in total. They look dressed differently from the noble people mentioned above. Their style seemed tougher, more direct, and capable. He carries an air of authority and dominance. It's hard to look at. These 4 people are 3 men and 1 woman. They are all deputy ministerial level bosses, and each of them is a 7th level strongman above level 70. The 7th level strongmen who you would never see in your lifetime are now everywhere in the Chu family villa, just like cabbages. Even though the Chu family villa is spacious enough, it is almost unable to accommodate everyone. However, the middle-aged man following closely behind Deputy Minister Kong of the Coordination Department only had the 5th order strength of 50 levels. Compared with other 7th order strongmen, he seemed a little out of place. When he saw this person, the smile on Chu Tian's face froze instantly and changed slightly. Why is it him? Why is he following behind the Deputy Minister of Coordination? Could it be? When the man saw Chu Tian from a distance, he greeted Chu Tian with a smile. Long time no see, Lao Chu. Chapter 20. Wherever Chenhi goes, I go. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. The other party greeted Chu Tian so warmly and friendly that Chu Tian immediately showed a professional fake smile. Just a casual greeting. Oh, so you're from a long way away. It's been a long time since we last met. I heard you went to the 4 main cities to develop your career, but I didn't expect you to return home in glory this time. I heard a seemingly friendly greeting between the 2. Deputy Minister Kong of the Coordination Department frowned and looked at the 2 of them in confusion. The 5th level middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Actually, I'm from Nankai City too. I used to be a member of the Lin family in Nankai City. I have a very close relationship with the Chu family, and we are very friendly with each other. In the early years, I once formed a team with old Chu to hunt monsters in the wild. Over the years, my Lin family has also had a close relationship with the Nankai Chu family. Don't you agree? Old Chu? He is Lin Jiqing's second uncle, named Lin Yuandao. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched, and he nodded with a fake smile. At that time, that brat Lin Jiqing had evil intentions and wanted to let his precious daughter marry into the Lin family. Now Lin Yuandao came back at this time, and there was a big shot like Deputy Minister Kong of the Coordination Department in front of him. Obviously, he wanted to take the opportunity to do something. No matter what, he would never let his daughter and son-in-law separate. So no matter what Lin Yuandao wants to do, it is all wishful thinking. After hearing Lin Yuandao's explanation, Deputy Minister Kong nodded in understanding and then said, "Oh, since you two know each other, that's easy. Shaolin, I'll leave the work of connecting with the Chu family to you. I have other important matters to deal with in Nankai City." After saying that, Vice Minister Kong and Chu Tian nodded lightly and quickly turned and left. Didn't stay long. The work of the Coordination Department has always been divided into two major parts. The first is to comprehensively record the awakened person's talents, professions and levels for easy management. The second is to coordinate the allocation of national resources, which is equivalent to the logistics department of a large company. All major and minor matters need to be carefully arranged and managed in a coordinated manner. The work is relatively simple overall. So, since his subordinate Lin Yuandao knows Chu Tian, he can just let Lin Yuandao do this part of the work, which is not difficult. What's more, this time, the four major departments are here to stop Chu Shi and Chenhi from getting married. Since Lin Yuandao is someone they know well, he can do his job better. Lin Yuandao smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Deputy Minister, I will definitely do a good job for the Chu family, so don't worry. A group of 7th-level experts gathered in the Chu family. They looked at each other, observing each other with serious expressions. There is a faint undercurrent, and everyone has their own thoughts. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy was a gentleman who looked very kind and friendly. He shook the cane in his hand and asked Chu Tian, "Mr. Chu, where is classmate Chu Shi? I'm here specifically to invite Chu Shi to join our Magic City Academy. We still need to ask Chu Shi's wishes about this matter." When this was mentioned, others also became confused. Look at Chu Tian. The reason why they came to a small place like Nankai City today and traveled thousands of miles to the Chu family was for Chu Shi, the SSS-level holy angel. Everyone wanted to see Chu Shi first. Seeing this, Chu Tian pulled Chu Shi out of the room. Chu Shi was still a little reluctant, with a cold expression on his face, which made him look even more aloof and noble. She was worried about Chenhi's safety. Who cares what happens to these people? When they saw Chu Shi finally come out, their eyes lit up at her figure, looks, temperament, and the rumored top talent. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy stood up with the help of a cane, with an elegant smile on his face. "Student Chu Shi, can you show us your angel holy sword? We are so happy to hear that the holy angel has been born again and has awakened his talent." The others also nodded, their eyes burning. That being said, in reality, everyone's goal was not the holy sword of angel, but to see if Chu Shi had truly awakened the SSS-level talent class of holy angel. After all, similar hearsay news has appeared in previous years. No misunderstandings can be made. Everyone has this opinion. Although Chu Shi had no feelings towards them, facing her father Chu Tian's eager and passionate gaze, she was forced to raise her hand and pull out the angel's holy sword with shining holy light from the void. The summoning is complete. Swish! The huge sword, which was as tall as his body, shone with such strong light that it could almost blind everyone's eyes. The moment they saw the holy angel sword, everyone present confirmed that this was the holy angel profession, the most top-notch SSS-level talent profession. For a while, everyone became excited. Principal Wu of Shanghai immediately took 2 steps forward and asked eagerly, "Student Chu Shi, do you have a favorite school in mind? Would you like to come to our Magic City Academy? With your gifted profession as a holy angel, you can choose any school across the country, especially our Magic City Academy, which will allow you to enter without taking the entrance exam." Having said that, he emphasized again, "Our Magic City Academy, whether it's the strength of the instructors, the resources we can acquire each year, or resources like skill books and elixirs, is at least ranked among the top 3 in the country. Especially skill books. The skill creators at our Magic City Academy are recognized as the best in Hanxia country. We can even customize some powerful skills for you. At this time, A sneer came from the other side. Principal Luo of the Imperial Capital Academy was a middle-aged man with a beard, a rough face, and an overbearing demeanor. Upon hearing this, he spoke with a cold face. Top-notch? Superb? Custom-made? Old Wu, can you please stop bragging? It's the same thing every year with the admissions office. I'm so tired of hearing it. During last year's National Awakener Academy competition, the students of the Magic City Academy gave it their all, but after a long time, they only managed to get 4th place. They barely even managed to beat the military academy ranked outside the top 4 universities. How can you say you're in the top 3 in every aspect? Across the country, there are not only 4 top awakening academies in the 4 main cities, but basically every city has at least one awakening academy to train more awakeners. It mainly depends on the awakened profession and what level of talent it has. Generally speaking, the 4 top universities are among the top because their standards for admitting students are quite high, with the lowest requirement being a level talent. Certainly. Not all students who awaken a level and above talents will choose the 4 major universities. This is a relationship of mutual choice. Some people choose military academies, while others choose other institutions. Principal Luo's words instantly seemed to ignite gunpowder. All 4 principals spoke up. That's right, Old Wu. We're not saying anything bad about you, but it's important for people to know themselves. Do you think your Magic City Academy can just trick an SSS-level holy angel? Do you think they're fools? In my opinion, our Yangcheng Academy is the best choice for Chuxi. Hey, the 3 of you, be quiet, listen to me, none of you 3 can control the holy angel, only our Demon City Academy can do that. Student Chuxi, take a look at our Rongqing Academy. Not only are our resources plentiful, we're truly a pentagonal warrior. Our students are also incredibly beautiful, and we're recognized as both handsome and beautiful. With such outstanding looks, you're sure to be accepted into our Rongqing Academy. Old Chen, have you lost all your dignity? How can you choose a school based on appearance? Is this a school or a beauty pageant? Oldly, please stop talking. The atmosphere in your school is so chaotic, aren't you afraid that it will lead Chuxi astray? If I have to choose, I'll choose the Imperial Capital Academy. Our Imperial Capital. Inside the Chu family villa, a fierce battle for talent is underway. This one talks about how excellent their technical creators are. The one who said they have many alchemists. This guy also said that the art of refining weapons belongs to them. Each has its own advantages, and no one is willing to give in. They even expose each other's shortcomings and stab each other in the back. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy has completely lost the demeanor of a refined gentleman and instead acts like a crude barbarian. Bah! Oldly, shut your stinky mouth. Why do I remember that the previous generation of Holy Angel Awakeners went to your Yangcheng Academy? But he died in a battle to suppress demons. We still haven't figured out how he died. You still dare to shout here. Principal Li of Yangcheng University also cursed angrily. The Imperial Capital Academy has the highest mortality rate among geniuses. Every year, countless top geniuses perish under your cultivation. You truly are a top-tier academy. The other principals also had their say. I'm reporting it. Rongqing Academy has the worst atmosphere. While there are indeed many alchemists, many of them also go to extremes and often blow up their furnaces. How good are your weapon refiners? The magical weapons they refine may look fancy, but in reality, they're not even as good as an old lady's firewood stick. Shut up. Shut up. Old man, are you looking for trouble? Do you want another fight? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come on. Regardless of life or death, do you dare? For top-level 7th-level masters, for admissions directors of top-notch universities, were so busy that they had no time to care about their manners and were about to start a fight. A cold and sharp shout violently interrupted the 4 people's fight to snatch the person. Deputy Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Education spoke with a cold face. That's enough. Stop arguing. You're making a fool of yourself by letting the younger generation see you. Don't you old guys feel ashamed? Which Awakener Academy we choose to attend depends mainly on Chuxi's opinion. What are you all doing here making so much noise? For a while, all the burning gazes were once again focused on Chuxi in the middle. Let Chuxi decide for himself which one to choose. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Chuxi's choice. Under the gaze of these 7th-level bosses, Chenhi spoke calmly and directly. I'll go to whichever school Chenhi likes and wants to go to. I listened to Chenhi. Aside. Chu Tian smiled when he heard the answer from his precious daughter. It is true. This is even more fun. It's so fun to watch the show. Chapter 21. What kind of waste is Chenhi? Chenhi? I heard Chenhi mention this name. It seemed as if her future was completely tied to Chenhi. The presidents of the 4 top universities all looked confused. Who is it? Who is Chenhi? Have you ever heard of this name? Since someone like Chenhi, who has awakened the holy angel profession, has taken a fancy to him, he must be a top talent with extraordinary talent, right? What profession did he awaken to? Where is he now? I heard that Nankai City only awakened one SSS-level profession this year. Where did this Chenhi come from? Is he SS level? The 4 principals were all confused and their eyes were full of bewilderment. The 4 admissions principals from the 4 main cities immediately arranged their itineraries and rushed to Nankai after learning that Chenhi had awakened the holy angel profession. After all, the SSS-level talent profession is really too powerful. In the future, he will almost certainly reach the 7th level or even the 9th level as a super monster. If he is snatched away by other schools, it will definitely affect the future ranking. Therefore, no one wanted to fall behind other principals, so everyone acted quickly. After arriving in Nankai City, he went straight to the Chu family. Therefore, he had no idea about Chenhi and Chenhi's marriage, let alone what Chenhi's situation was. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy looked at Chu Tian. Excuse me, what's the situation with the classmate Chenhi that classmate Chenhi mentioned? Can you call him out and show him to me? If he has good talent, maybe we can recruit him together. As long as you are not too untalented and are a hopeless case. For Chenhi, he was willing to give an extra spot to this guy named Chenhi. The other principals also nodded and stared at Chu Tian. Chu Tian said quickly. Chenhi is not here at the moment, so we may have to wait a few days. He didn't know what Chenhi's current situation was, and he wasn't even sure if Chenhi was still alive. At this time, the 3 deputy ministers next to them, as well as the people from the 7 major families who came from the 4 main cities, all changed their expression slightly and looked at Chu Tian in unison. Even Lin Yuandao, whose strength level was incompatible with everyone else's, cast a scrutinizing and amusing look at Chu Tian. They all came here because they got the news. I heard that Chu Tian has agreed to let Chenhi be with Chenhi, that good-for-nothing who failed to awaken, and he wants to hold a grand wedding for the whole city to witness. Now seeing Chu Tian's attitude. Especially when Chu Tian mentioned Chenhi, he was so confident and calm, as if he was proudly introducing him as his son-in-law to others. The pride made them all a little puzzled. What the hell is there for him to be proud of for having a loser who failed to awaken as his son-in-law? It seems that the news circulating outside is actually true. Did Chu Tian really agree to let a loser who failed to awaken be his son-in-law? Is this crazy? Is there something seriously wrong with your brain? They were all very confused and didn't quite understand. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence, a strange silence. Just then, a young voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. I know who Chenhi is. Then, Lin Jiqing, dressed in a suit and tie, pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the room full of imposing 7th-level experts, he did not forget to straighten his tie to show off himself. Lin Jiqing showed a sarcastic and playful smile on his face. He first looked at Chu Tian deeply and then said, "Let me introduce Chenhi to the 4 principals." Chenhi is now a well-known figure in Nankai City and a hot topic for everyone to talk about after dinner. It's so glorious. The 4 principals looked at Lin Jiqing in surprise. Who is this? Lin Yuandao quickly stepped forward and took the initiative to introduce himself. Dear principals and ministers, this is my nephew Jiqing. He's also a freshman who just awakened this year. He awakened to the A-level talent class, the Berserker. Bloodthirster? When everyone heard this, they all seemed a little indifferent. It's just an A-level profession. At best, it is just the threshold for entering the 4 top universities. To enter the 4 top universities for such an A-level profession, one must obtain extremely high scores in the college entrance examination, and will not be taken seriously by anyone present. Not to mention, the Bloodthirster is still a relatively useless A-level profession. Every time his talent explodes, he will fall into a semi-crazy state of madness, making the battle completely disorganized. This is a talent skill that can only be used in a desperate state. Moreover, the cost is very high and will lead to a period of weakness afterwards. Apart from this talent, it's just a mediocre warrior profession. It is the worst profession in Class A. In the evaluation of many people, it is even worse than some powerful B-level talent professions. Lin Shicheng cleared his throat and took the initiative to introduce Chenhi's situation to the four principals. Let me first talk about Chenhi's background. His parents died on the front lines a few years ago. Now he's all alone. He has no resources, no wealth, and he has to rely on himself for everything. At this point, the four principals didn't think it was a big deal. A hero is not judged by his origin. What's more, if the awakened talent profession is awesome enough, then soaring to great heights is just around the corner. In this era, background is not too important. Then, it's Chenhi's mental strength. Before his awakening, his spiritual power was as high as 399 points. Not only did it break the record in Nankai City, but it also ranked at the top of the national record rankings. Hear this spirit value. The four principals, who were experts in the field, were all amazed. Before awakening, it is extremely rare to have a spiritual attribute of 390 or above. According to reliable data, almost 9 out of 10 people can awaken to the top SSS-level profession. What's more, 399 is the highest peak. According to their understanding, even Chushi's mental strength was not so high before he awakened, right? I didn't expect that Chenhi's spirit would be so high. It seems like the talent class he awakened must be pretty good. At the very least, it's an SS-level talent class. I didn't expect there are such talents in Nankai City. The higher your mental strength, the easier it is to awaken a high-level talent profession. This is the consensus of everyone. This is mainly because people with low mental strength cannot withstand the mental impact brought by high-level talent professions. Therefore, the higher the mental strength, the easier it is to awaken higher-level talent professions. Same. At this time, the people from the 7 major families and the 3 deputy ministers were also a little surprised. I think Chenhi's mental strength is ridiculously high, so logically there shouldn't be any problems. Judging by such high mental strength, how could the awakening fail? It shouldn't be. Even if it is not the top SSS-level talent profession, at least awakening an SS-level profession, or an S-level talent profession, is definitely no problem. But, why did he fail? Could it be that something went wrong with the awakening ceremony? Or is there something wrong with the awakening stone? Seeing everyone's surprise, Lin Shicheng's smile became more proud. He did not rush to tell the 4 principals that Chenhi had failed to awaken. Instead, he turned around and told me. So from the perspective of mental strength, Chenhi and Chushi should be a very compatible couple. It's no exaggeration to say they are a match made in heaven. And they are really in love. They went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate not long ago. They will have their wedding soon. The 4 principals suddenly understood. Oh, I see. I haven't congratulated you yet. They're actually a newlywed couple. There seems to be no reason to separate them. Principal Luo of the Imperial Capital Academy quickly expressed his opinion. It's okay, classmate Chushi. As long as you are willing to come to our Imperial Capital Academy, then classmate Chenhi can also go with you and enjoy the same treatment. The same is true for other principals. The 4 principals were all thinking that no matter how bad Chenhi was, with his super high mental strength of 399 as a guarantee, he should be able to awaken an S-level talent profession. S-class is pretty good. Even if we give him the same treatment as Chushi for Chushi's sake, what's the harm? That S also earned. And just at this moment, Lin Shicheng felt that he had laid most of the groundwork, so he grinned with a cruel look in his eyes. Awakened, time to hunt. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Although Chenhi's spiritual power is very high, he failed to awaken and is a useless waste. Chapter 22 The latest regulations force divorce. Outside Nankai City. In the wilderness. Swish. Chenhi suddenly opened his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The injury has almost recovered. Simply count the various monster materials in the storage space, pack up and prepare to return to the city. He gained a lot from this experience outside. Killed hundreds of monsters. Even. Also because of a chance, he was able to kill a 4th-level succubus whose realm had fallen. In this way, the rapid improvement of his level can be explained. It's time to go home. At home, he has a young and lovely wife who just got married, and a very worried old father-in-law waiting for him. We can't delay any longer. In front, the gate of Nankai City wall rumbled open. Inside the city. Chu family. Upon learning that Chenhi was actually a loser who had failed to awaken, the four principals' eyes widened, their breathing became heavy, and their mouths opened in disbelief. How is this possible? A genius with 399 spiritual power actually failed to awaken. He has no profession? No. This is impossible. This is unprecedented. I suspect there's something wrong with the awakening ritual, or maybe it's a problem with the awakening stone. Haven't you tried replacing the awakening stone? The four principals grumbled and expressed their opinions. At first, they didn't believe the news and suspected other factors. People from the 7 major families and the 3 deputy ministers also had such doubts. They didn't know before that Chenhi's innate mental power was so high, it was almost exaggerated. Everyone thought Chenhi was just a waste. But after learning about Chenhi's incredibly high mental power, they began to doubt whether there was something wrong with the awakening stone and whether there was some hidden secret behind it. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. At this time, Lin Yuandao, who had returned from the main city, seemed to be well prepared and stood up to explain. I had already inquired before coming here. During the awakening ceremony, the school's dean and teachers were unwilling to believe that Chenhi had failed to awaken. So, I deliberately let Chenhi awaken twice, but both times failed. This is the problem with Chenhi's poor talent. Hiss. There were many sounds of deep inhalations coming from the room, some with puzzled frowns, some with serious questioning, and some with bewildered wonder. 2 awakening stones, 2 awakenings? This is definitely not a ritual issue. How could this fail? It seems that Chenhi's situation is a very rare case. Could it be that too much mental strength is also harmful? A little higher is a good thing, but too much can easily lead to awakening failure? After receiving this news, the 4 principals, people from top families, and 3 deputy ministers were all very surprised. Some people find it hard to believe. With such high spiritual power, Chenhi should have been another prodigy, another top prodigy as brilliant as Chu Shi. But I didn't expect it to be like this. This is such a pity. It is possible that one awakening stone has a problem, but it is impossible that both awakening stones have problems at the same time. How could such a coincidence happen? So, everyone thought about it and accepted the fact that Chenhi failed to awaken. I believed what the uncle and nephew of the Lin family said. Just at this moment, Deputy Minister Gao of the Ministry of Education walked out from the crowd, frowning and speaking very seriously. The reason I came to the Chu family this time is mainly for 2 things. First, we need to determine whether Chenhi has failed to awaken and see if there is any hidden reason behind this. Now it seems, it's true. I'm very sorry. It's a pity that a genius with such outstanding innate conditions and talents could not become a pillar of our Hanxia nation. Secondly, I hope to dissuade Chu Shi and Chenhi from getting married. Marriage is not a joke, nor can it be a momentary impulse. It should be something that requires deep consideration, especially in the current era of spiritual revival when the situation is becoming increasingly severe. According to a lot of reliable data, a parent's career talent can influence the next generation. Therefore, talent is hidden in genes, and if not properly managed, it can really affect 2 or even 3 generations. We absolutely cannot allow any top genius to have their life delayed by others. This isn't just a loss for the Chu family, it's also a loss for our Hanxia nation, and even for all of humanity. I hope Chenhi can understand. This isn't the kind of peaceful and prosperous time suitable for romance. Having said that, Vice Minister Gao sighed with regret. He took out a divorce agreement from his briefcase and handed it to Chu Tian and the other man. As long as Chu Shi agrees, please sign this divorce agreement. The divorce between Chu Shi and Chenhi can be handled unilaterally and immediately. This marriage, which was mismatched from the beginning, shouldn't have existed in the first place. It's time to end this farce. Deputy Minister Gao saw Chu Shi frowning, with her arms folded across her chest, looking like she was totally unwilling to accept the divorce agreement. His expression became more serious and he spoke in a deep voice. If Chu Shi disagrees with this result, the Ministry of Education may enforce the divorce. Such an unmatched marriage will not be allowed to continue. On the other side, Deputy Minister Yang from the Law Enforcement Department also came out. They came for this too. Someone from the side spoke seriously. That's right, classmate Chu Shi. According to the latest regulations, awakened people with a level or above talent professions are not allowed to marry ordinary people. So, if Chenhi is truly an ordinary person who failed to awaken, our law enforcement department will forcibly process your divorce and will no longer legally recognize this marriage. Furthermore, if you insist on getting married and holding a wedding, it will be a violation of Hansha country's marriage law and will not be tolerated by the law enforcement department. The voice was firm and powerful. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. The latest regulations? There are such regulations? How come they haven't heard of it? This is specifically aimed at Chu Shi and Chenhi. Could it be that they heard about what happened to Chu Shi and the other one, so they came up with such an outrageous regulation? It seems that the situation on the front line is really getting more and more serious. Hangxiagwotai needs more geniuses with top talents and has to control marriage and childbirth. Then, with the two major departments taking the lead in expressing their opinions, others also began to persuade Chu Shi. Classmate Chu Shi, you should get a divorce. It's good for both of you. Yes, we are doing this for your own good. Do we come all this way here to harm you? Forced divorce isn't a good idea, so don't make it too ugly. Student Chu Shi, you are an SSS-level holy angel. You should broaden your horizons. You haven't even seen the scenery of the 4 major cities. How can you be confined here by that loser Chenhi? People from the 7 major families also expressed their views. Student Chu Shi, don't worry. As long as you divorce that loser Chenhi, our family can marry you. This is the healthiest and most correct marriage. That's right, our family also has top SSS-level geniuses and young people with extraordinary talents. Student Chu Shi, as long as you are willing to marry, our Chen family promises to fully train you in the future so that you can have a more long-term future. Faced with these miscellaneous voices of advice, not only was Chu Shi unmoved, his eyes were also growing colder. She looked at the 2 serious-looking deputy ministers, seeing how they were trying to forcibly separate her and Chenhi with a cold attitude. Suddenly, her face turned stern and she raised her hand to snatch the divorce agreement. Just when everyone thought that Chu Shi had finally come to terms with it. Tear. A crisp sound shocked everyone. Chu Shi actually tore up the divorce agreement rudely. It was torn into a pile of pieces and thrown out by her casually, scattering everywhere. You don't have to persuade me anymore. I won't leave Chenhi. Even if I die, I will never divorce Chenhi. If you've come all this way to bless Chenhi and me, then I welcome you. If not, please leave. You are not welcome in my home. The 2 ministers of the Law Enforcement Department and the Ministry of Education had increasingly cold expressions in their eyes. The others who were trying to persuade him with smiles on their faces were also speechless and didn't know what to say. His face gradually became gloomy. They are all 7th-level strongmen and giants in their respective areas. How could a girl like Chu Shi actually order him to leave? As for Chu Tian, who should have stepped forward to take charge of the situation, has always stayed out of the matter and remained indifferent. Even when he saw this scene, he just looked like a bystander, happily watching the show from the side. The atmosphere was so awkward. But what he was thinking in his heart was, what kind of expressions would these people have when they knew that my good son-in-law Chenhi was also an SSS-level talented professional holy angel? Will there be a sudden change of the century on the spot? It's so fun just thinking about it. Suddenly, Lin Yuandao's face was stiff and he turned to look at Chu Tian. Old Chu, what are you just watching? Hurry up and stand up and persuade Cici. Do you want to ruin Cici's life? We are all doing this for Cici's good. Chu Tian smiled gently. Chu Shi's attitude is my attitude. If Cici is determined to be Chenhi in this life, no one can stop her. Please go back. This time, Chu Tian, the head of the family, also issued an order to expel the guests. The atmosphere is getting more tense. The situation is tense. Chapter 23 Did you betray humanity? Chu Tian's reaction surprised everyone present. Judging from Chu Tian's smiling face at the beginning, everyone felt that Chu Tian was a person who was very sensible, knew the limits, and cared about the future development of the family. But now it seems. What the hell is this? The child is acting up, and the father is acting up too? Is this the time to fool around? He even said that he would support whatever decision Chu Shi made? This is a bit too much pampering for Chu Shi. It's simply pampering without any bottom line or principles. How so? Lin Yuandao's already stiff expression became even stiffer. Even if you are doting on your child, you shouldn't dote on him her like this. He didn't consider Chushi's future or the development of the Chu family at all. Why is this happening? Did Chenhi really put a curse on these father and daughter? Why were they acting like they were drugged, refusing to respond to anything he said? Everyone frowned and gave him some advice. But seeing Chushi and Shutian still being so stubborn, refusing to listen to anything I said, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department cleared his throat, forcibly controlled his anger, and spoke seriously. Student Chushi, Patriarch Shutian, I hope you will think carefully about whether you want to go against the newly enacted marriage law. Do you want to go against my law enforcement department? No family can expect to be safe in the face of the enforcement of the law enforcement department. He had just finished speaking. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once, and then the door was pushed open. Chenhi walked in from outside, looking dusty and bloody, with his hair and clothes looking a little messy. But it still couldn't conceal the youthful heroism in his eyes. And the fierceness that comes from having experienced bloody battles. It seemed like just a few days. Chenhi has grown from a fledgling high school student to a man who can stand on his own. Ha! So many people? A party? Chenhi looked around, a little surprised, not understanding what was going on. Chenhi! Chushi's eyes lit up, and he immediately pushed through the crowd around him and ran to Chenhi. Her eyes were a little red, and she wanted to throw herself into Chenhi's arms, but inexplicably felt that this was not a good idea. A little ashamed, a little reserved. Chenhi was delighted when he saw this. He raised his hand and grabbed the snow-white, slender and soft body, and with a little force, he pulled the soft and boneless body into his arms. If you want to hug me, just hug me. We are a legal couple, what are you afraid of? Chushi cried out softly, her face instantly turning red. She buried her fair and tender face in Chenhi's chest, not daring to look at Chenhi. Chu Tian felt relieved when he saw this. This brat finally came back safely. It's so annoying that he has been worrying for so long. But Chenhi came back just in time, because this group of people are now clamoring for Chenhi and Chushi to divorce. I don't know how this guy plans to deal with it. Are you Chenhi? Seeing the intimate behavior between Chenhi and Chushi, everyone realized that this was the protagonist of recent discussions, classmate Chenhi. Chenhi leaned over to Chushi's ear and asked what was going on. Chushi whispered the whole situation to him. Chenhi was stunned. Good job. I didn't expect that getting married would cause such a big fuss. However, this is also the development he expects, this is all about family reputation. You're the deputy director of law enforcement, right? Good. Then I have to ask you, when was this new regulation promulgated and introduced? Deputy Minister Yang frowned. This guy's tone was so aggressive. Don't you realize the seriousness of the problem? Just 2 days ago. Chenhi shrugged and smiled calmly. Oh, so it's the latest regulation that was just issued 2 days ago. Cici and I got married before the new law was enacted. Our marriage certificate stated that we were legally married, and it was valid for 99 years. Is it 99 years now? Why should the new regulations apply to us? Forcibly separating a legal couple, I think you, Mr. Deputy Minister, are the ones knowingly breaking the law and maliciously undermining the marriage law, aren't you? Vice Minister Yang. He was silent. What Chenhi said was correct and his logic was impeccable. For a moment, the Minister of Law Enforcement was speechless and didn't know how to respond. What can be done about it? Doesn't that mean the previous legal marriage certificate was fake? Wouldn't Tihan Shagwa become the one who has the final say in the law enforcement department? If you don't like someone, just come up with new laws and regulations targeting that person. But if you say you can't do anything about it, how can you get them to divorce? Just when Vice Minister Yang was speechless and didn't know what to say. Everyone else in the room gathered around, including the 4 principals, the 7 major families, and Vice Minister Gao of the Ministry of Education. Surrounding Chenhi and the other 2 in the middle. Student Chenhi, stop playing word games here. It's useless. We all know that you're leaving Chushi is the best outcome for Chushi. To put it bluntly, you're just an ordinary person who failed to awaken. Do you think you have the qualifications to stay with Chushi forever? It won't be long before Chushi shines brightly and is rapidly promoted. By then, you 2 will no longer be from the same world. This marriage is doomed to be a tragedy from the start. We're all doing this for your own good. For Chushi's sake. Stop being stubborn. If you're willing to leave Chenhi, you can set any conditions. That's right, what do you want? A common person with nothing to offer, do you want wealth or power? My family can give you enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. As long as you leave Chenhi. However, no matter what they said, Chenhi's attitude was quite firm. Same attitude as Chenhi. I can't possibly divorce Cece. Absolutely not. Stop talking. Just when the scene was at a stalemate. Suddenly, the crowd was pushed aside, and Lin Jiqing squeezed in from the end, sneering. Alright, Chenhi, do you think that just because you know how to please Cece, you can just keep eating her soft rice? I'm telling you. Impossible. I don't think you understand what forced divorce means. Do you really think you're worthy of Cece? You're just trash. Trash. Do you understand? Cece is a holy angel. What makes you think you have the right to stand by Cece's side? You are just a selfish piece of trash who only cares about hanging out with rich women. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live in. Before he could finish his words, Chenhi's eyes suddenly turned cold. He loosened his arms around Chenhi's slender waist and slapped her in the face with almost no pause. It was so fast that it left an afterimage. Snap. A very cruel slap hit Lin Jiqing on the face, knocking him to the ground with his face swollen. Ah! He screamed, his vision went dark, and he was so dazed that he almost forgot where he was. This incredibly fast attack shocked everyone present. So fast. This is simply not the strength that an ordinary person who failed to awaken can possess. Because at this moment, the aura exuded by Chenhi was that of an awakener, and he was actually a second-level awakener. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the speed to be so much faster than Lin Jiqing. He didn't even have a chance to react before he was knocked over. How is this possible? Isn't it said that Chenhi is just a useless piece of shit who failed to awaken? How did he become an awakener in the blink of an eye, and a second-level awakener at that? What is going on? Same. Even Chenhi and Chu Tian, who knew the secret, were deeply shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Chenhi, how come he's already at level 2? It's only been a few days since I went out. After coming back, he improved at a speed as if he were ascending to heaven and directly became a second-level awakener. Are they dreaming? How on earth is this done? Just field experience alone won't be enough to achieve this. Chenhi, who is also a holy angel, has been practicing at home these days. He is only at level 9 now and has not even reached the first stage. How come he was left so far behind by Chenhi? Chenhi slapped Lin Jiqing, who fell to the ground groaning in pain. He slowly stepped forward, grabbed Lin Jiqing's head, pulled his hair, and said in a very cold voice. Watch your mouth. You were the one who blocked my door earlier, weren't you? Do you really think everyone is stupid? Can't you see it? At that time, I spared you for the sake of my father-in-law. How dare you jump here now? You're just a piece of trash with a useless talent. It's just an A-level talent class. What's a bloodthirster? I've never heard of it. It's the most useless and low-level class in the A-level, right? What did I tell you last time? If it happens again, I won't let you go. Lin Jiqing was instantly annoyed. He was indeed not very satisfied with the bloodthirster class. Chenhi's words were like a stab in the heart. I feel quite unhappy. Smash it to pieces, and die. His eyes turned red, and he instantly wanted to explode with blood and enter a state of frenzy. Bang! Lin Yuandao suddenly pressed his palm on his shoulder, stopping him forcibly. Chenhi is now a second-level professional. If Lin Jiqing goes up to fight Chenhi, isn't that courting death? At this time, Deputy Director Yang of the Law Enforcement Department, who had just recovered from his brief moment of daze, had a darkening expression on his face and asked Chenhi in a very serious tone. Chenhi, didn't you fail to awaken when you were in school? Right. Chenhi answered calmly. The next moment. Swish. A terrifying and horrifying 7th-level aura suddenly emanated from Deputy Minister Yang. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his powerful aura was like a sword drawn from its sheath, pointing at Chenhi. He asked in a cold voice. Then what's with your second-level strength? Did he betray humanity? And implant the heart of a demon beast? Chapter 24, Those who shelter traitors are guilty of the same crime as the traitors. Implant a demon heart? No way. Hearing the words of Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department and looking at the terrifying pressure that suddenly emanated from him, the majesty and tyranny of a 7th-level strong man were undoubtedly revealed. Everyone in the villa instantly looked at Chenhi with extremely solemn expressions. Chenhi's 2nd-level strength is obviously not fake. Otherwise, it would be impossible to crush Lin Xicheng by force and knock him to the ground. And he himself has already admitted the fact that his awakening has failed. That's the case. Where does his 2nd-level strength come from? Although, there are indeed some records that some unprofessional people and ordinary people who failed to awaken can get some very slight improvement after hunting monsters. But that is too difficult. It was completely impossible to advance all the way to the 2nd level, and it only took a few days. The 4 principals had also heard that although ordinary people could also possess some bodybuilding methods to strengthen their bodies, if they practiced to the extreme, they could barely reach the level of a 1st-level awakener. But this is already the best. Moreover, most of those who practiced the secret method of body refining were in the military, and there was no detailed hierarchy, so it was very likely that Chenhi had betrayed humanity. A demon heart was implanted in him by some extremely powerful demon beast, and directly obtained the power in the demon's heart and blessed it on his body. Otherwise, this situation would be too unbelievable. Speaking of demon heart, in fact, it is the heart of the monster. Anyone who has a demon heart implanted in their body will immediately gain the same cultivation talent that the demon heart was originally intended to acquire. The more exaggerated the talent, the faster the level will increase. Also, you can also obtain some special abilities provided by the demon heart, surpassing ordinary people, and even surpassing the special abilities of awakened people at the same level. I heard that some monsters can cultivate very quickly. By constantly devouring their own kind or performing various bloody sacrifices, they can achieve rapid improvement in a short period of time. Anyone who implants the demon heart of this type of demon beast will simultaneously obtain the cultivation speed, level improvement speed, etc. of this type of demon beast. Before, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department once saw a traitor who had the heart of a human-faced worm implanted in him. It has the ability to devour human flesh and blood, hatch insect eggs to parasitize other humans, quickly drain strength, and rapidly increase its level. He was promoted to the 3rd level in just 3 days, and to the 5th level in half a month. If it hadn't been discovered early. Once it breaks through to the 7th level, the consequences will be disastrous, and it may even devour a city from within. Similar things are everywhere. Vice Minister Yang must handle this with caution. What's more, humans with demon hearts implanted are no longer humans. They will be directly controlled by higher-level demon beasts of the same race and become puppets of the demon beast tribe walking in human society. Hidden. Do evil, commit crimes secretly, and cause bloodshed. Because the process of implanting a demon heart requires one to remain absolutely awake and to accept the demon heart's control wholeheartedly, all those who have had a demon heart implanted are traitors to humanity. He is a shameful person who voluntarily betrayed humanity and joined forces with monsters. Anyone can kill him. But at present, Deputy Minister Yang is still not sure whether Chenhi has really implanted the demon heart. Therefore, it was impossible for him to kill Chenhi without any discrimination. He just used the 7th level pressure to suppress Chenhi, making him unable to move. No killing was done immediately. Maybe. Who knows what kind of adventure Chenhi might have? Or maybe something went wrong with the previous awakening ceremony, and a more powerful profession was awakened later? Deputy Minister Yang was guessing in his heart. Swish! Boom! A brilliant golden light burst out immediately, and a powerful angelic aura swept through the entire villa. Xushi's already noble and cold aura instantly rose to its peak. It was as if he had instantly transformed into an unparalleled majestic holy angel. She held the holy sword of an angel in her hand, her eyes filled with brilliant golden light, and she carried the majesty of a god descending from heaven. Trample! Trample! She quickly walked to Chenhi's side, stood beside him, and helped Chenhi share the terrifying pressure of the 7th level strongman. She frowned and stared at Deputy Minister Yang. Xu Tian didn't say anything. He didn't expect things to get to this point. Although he was also very puzzled, even though Chenhi was an SSS-level holy angel, the speed at which his level increased was a bit too exaggerated. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Swish! The aura of a 4th level awakener suddenly released outward, transforming into a protective barrier that covered his beloved daughter and son-in-law, barely helping to share some of the pressure. Help Chenhi resist. But The disparity in levels is really too great. Moreover, when one reaches the 7th level, he has surpassed the ordinary life level of mortals and reached a whole new level. So, in front of a 7th level strongman, even Chu Shi, the holy angel with his majesty, plus Chu Tian, were not enough, far from enough. The two of them were bent over in an instant, with cold sweat on their foreheads. So strong. Is this the terrifying thing about a 7th level strongman? Deputy Minister Yang looked sternly and coldly at the Chu family father and daughter, issuing a serious warning. I know you and Chenhi are close, but now is not the time to get close to each other. Once it involves a war between humans and demonic beasts, a war of life and death, involving the righteousness of the race, the law will not tolerate any mercy. Those who harbor traitors to humanity are guilty of the same crime as the traitors themselves. Even a top-tier awakener with SSS-level talent would be killed on the spot. Do you really want to be the enemy of law enforcement? And the entire human race? Boom! Another pressure as big as a mountain came crashing down. Chu Shi and Chu Tian held their breath in an instant, barely holding on and resisting, feeling that their waists were about to be broken. Then, at this time, giggling, Chenhi gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. He looked straight at Deputy Minister Yang and said in a deep voice, I don't have a demon heart implanted in me. I've reached my current level entirely through my own hard work and talent. What does that have to do with a demon heart? Vice Minister Yang frowned slightly. Talent and talent? Personal efforts? Do you have any of these things? You are just a useless person who failed to awaken his talent. How dare you brag like this? You didn't implant the demon heart? He looked Chenhi up and down with cold eyes. So what's with your 2nd level? He racked his brains for a long time and concluded that the only possibility for such a rapid increase in strength in just a few days was that a demon heart had been implanted. Lin Jicheng, who was watching coldly from the side, could no longer sit still. Immediately stand up and add fuel to the fire. That's right. That's right. Vice Minister Yang is absolutely right. How can a loser who failed to awaken possess the strength of a 2nd level warrior? Are you worthy of it? There is no other possibility except betrayal of humanity. Chenhi, you're such a jerk. Just to gain power and to show off, you actually betrayed humanity. Do you think you're worthy of the country and my race's years of training you? You're an ungrateful piece of shit. Others felt that these words were a bit excessive. But looking at Chenhi at this moment, he also had mixed feelings. They also wanted to know why Chenhi had reached the 2nd level without the demon heart implanted, and why did he improve so quickly? What kind of adventure did he encounter? What the hell is going on? Chenhi's eyes were filled with strong mockery, especially when he glanced at Lin Jicheng. His eyes were full of strong ridicule and condescension. Under extremely strong pressure and suppression. But he smiled, and his smile was very sunny. Want to know? You all want to know? Okay. Then I'll let all of you know everything. Let you all take a good look. Swish. A holy golden light suddenly descended into the villa without any warning and shot up into the sky. Its power was so astonishing that it even surpassed the genuine holy angel Chu Shi standing beside it. A life-size, dazzling angel holy sword suddenly appeared. Then, swish, swish. Boom. Another dazzling silver light illuminated the room. 2 huge silver wings that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared behind him, waving slightly and bringing with them a hurricane. Angel's holy sword. Angel's silver wings. Common manifestation. Chapter 25. It must be the magical beastess talent that's causing the trouble. In the room. With the appearance of the angel's holy sword and angel's silver wings, coupled with the holy angel's light that continued to emanate from Chenhi's body, the room was almost illuminated as if the sun had descended. It shocked everyone. The 4 principals were dumbfounded, their mouths opened so wide that several eggs could be stuffed in. Is this the angel's holy sword? The angel's silver wings? The people from the 7 major families were all petrified, in disbelief, and their scalps tingled. SSS-level holy angel? What's going on? Isn't it Chu Shi who awakened the holy angel class? Why is there another one? Fuck. The visitors from the 3 major departments were even more incredulous. Deputy Minister Yang and Deputy Minister Zhang were both stunned. They looked at Chenhi in astonishment, their emotions were very complicated, and their hearts were filled with shock and suspicion. The uncle and nephew of the Lin family were completely confused and couldn't understand what this sudden turn of events was. Where did the second holy angel come from? They looked at the angel's holy sword in Chenhi's hand, and then at the angel's holy sword in Chushi's hand. There is almost no difference between the two, and their aura is exactly the same. It's just that Chenhi appears to be more powerful because of his higher level. How come there are two angel holy swords? How could there be two awakened people with SSS-level talent profession holy angel? Isn't this the only profession? Besides, didn't Chenhi fail to awaken? Isn't he just an ordinary person, a waste? Both awakening ceremonies failed, this should be true, right? So what's going on now? The atmosphere suddenly fell into a brief silence. Very subtle and very stiff. At this time, even Chu Tian and Chu Shi couldn't help but look at the angel's silver wings behind Chenhi in surprise. He was indeed a second-level professional and had unlocked the new ability of the holy angel. This angel's silver wing is so handsome. Chu Shi himself hasn't unlocked it yet. He didn't expect that this brat Chenhi would be able to bring him such a big surprise after some experience outside. What a good son-in-law! What a good son-in-law! Chu Tian thought secretly in his heart, he was so happy that he was blooming. Cool. So cool. Before, when this group of 7th-level experts surrounded him, he didn't dare to even breathe. Now that his good son-in-law has returned, he can finally feel proud. The reason why I didn't explain the situation before was just to show off at this moment, right? At this time, Chenhi looked calm and composed. He took a heavy step forward, bringing all the stunned and shocked people back to reality. He began to explain. I didn't receive any job during the awakening ceremony at school. At that time, I also felt that I had failed in awakening. But later I realized that it only seemed like a failure. In fact, I had indeed awakened successfully, just like my CC's awakened talent profession. It's an SSS-level holy angel class. After hearing Chenhi's words, the group of 7th-level bosses present were still a little skeptical. For a while, many eyes were focused on the 4 principals. As the principals of the 4 top universities in Hanxia country, they should have more say in this matter. Principal Luo frowned slightly. As I recall, holy angel has always been the only profession. The other 3 principals nodded in the same manner and echoed thoughtfully. Yes, we have a clear understanding of the inheritance of many generations before us. There are many battle records and historical records. The previous generation of holy angels is in our school. I should be the one who knows the holy angel profession best. There can only be one awakened one in this generation. Only when the awakened ones of this generation die, will the next generation of awakened holy angels appear. This has always been the case, and it's also true for many other unique professions. That's why it's the only profession. This profession is inherently powerful, which means it's almost impossible to have 2 awakened people at the same time. Unheard of. Unheard of. 2 holy angels awakened in the same generation have never happened before. Deputy Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Education thought for a moment and asked. But didn't they say before that Chenhi's innate spiritual power is ridiculously high? Could this be the reason for the simultaneous birth of 2 holy angels? Could it be because Chenhi is so gifted? The 4 principals looked at each other and fell silent for a while. They weren't sure if it was like this. It sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't stand up to scrutiny or careful thought. At this time, seeing that the wind direction in the villa was gradually changing, everyone actually began to believe that Chenhi was also an SSS-level professional. This situation was very unfavorable to the uncle and nephew of the Lin family. After all, their intention from the very beginning was to break up Chenhi and Chu Shi. If there were a reversal now, wouldn't they be finished? So, Lin Yuandao cleared his throat and retorted seriously. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The holy angel is the only profession. This is something we all know. It's impossible for 2 awakened people to exist at the same time. The 4 principals just said so. Besides, it's only been a few days since the awakening ceremony. Even if Chenhi is truly an SSS-level holy angel, an unprecedented double holy angel, it is impossible for him to be promoted to the 2nd level. Do you think we are fools? How could we not know the normal speed of the holy angel's improvement? Just look at Chu Shi's situation and you will know. Chu Shi hasn't even broken through to the 1st level yet. How could a knockoff like you break through to the second level so quickly? This is simply impossible. I think the answer is obvious. Chenhi is lying. He must have used some kind of deception we can't see yet to disguise himself as a holy angel. He's truly despicable. Immediately, Lin Shiqing also covered his swollen face, stood up and spoke up. That's right. Uncle is absolutely right. This guy is full of flaws, he's definitely lying. Chenhi clearly failed during the awakening ceremony. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it couldn't be more true. If the awakening was successful, why couldn't it be shown during the awakening ceremony? If it's the same holy angel class, he should have performed the same as Chu Shi in the awakening ceremony. It doesn't make sense that he failed to awaken even after changing 2 awakening stones. There's a huge problem here. Chenhi's explanation is ridiculous. The words of the uncle and nephew are logically clear and well organized. Seems to make a lot of sense. The 7th level bosses who originally didn't quite believe that Chenhi had truly awakened an SSS-level holy angel instantly became more reassured and doubted Chenhi's situation even more. This time, it wasn't just Vice Minister Yang who looked solemn and serious. Even Deputy Minister Zhang and the 4 principals looked at Chenhi with vigilance. That makes sense. With so many impossible things happening at the same time, the final result is definitely unlikely. Anyway, they couldn't believe that so many incredible things would happen to Chenhi alone. Seeing this, Lin Yuandao continued to add wood to the fire and fan the flames. Oh right. I suddenly remembered. I remember that among the demonic beasts, there is a magical beast with extremely powerful talents, named Sky Mirage Beast. The legend of the Mirage was passed down from the Sky Mirage Beast. Legend has it that Sky Mirage Beasts can simulate the auras of various demonic beasts. A powerful, high-level Sky Mirage Beast can even create a powerful illusion out of thin air, making it impossible for even high-level experts to see through it. Moreover, the Sky Mirage Beast can also simulate the form and aura of demonic beasts 2 levels higher than itself. I remember that some special and very powerful Sky Mirage Beasts can even simulate becoming powerful humans. And if one can implant the demon heart of a Sky Mirage Beast, that person will definitely be able to gain the innate ability to simulate humans and can simulate any professional form. So, I guess Chenhi is most likely the one who implanted the demon heart of this Mirage Beast. Otherwise, Chenhi's level is completely inexplicable. I remember that among the Sky Mirage Beast clan, the lowest level is level 2, so this matches perfectly. It fits perfectly. This reminder. The 7th level bosses in the room also thought of the news about the Sky Mirage Beast. He nodded in sudden realization. Just now, they were blinded by Chenhi's sudden outburst and were shocked and unable to react. That's right, Mirage Beast. It's the Sky Mirage Beast. This kind of monster is considered to be quite rare. And they have always been humanity's greatest enemy. There was once a case where a Sky Mirage Beast simulated itself as a powerful human, sneaked into a city, and ultimately devoured an entire city's worth of people, instantly advancing to the 9th stage. I remember. That disaster was crazy. So it was this beast. I never thought someone would implant the demon heart of a Sky Mirage Beast and betray our human race. He deserves to be killed. He really deserves to be killed. Suddenly, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department, whose aura had just been restrained, burst out again. Like a flood beast suddenly awakening. It locked Chenhi tightly, and at the same time blocked all of Chenhi's escape routes, preventing Chenhi from forcibly escaping by taking advantage of the Sky Mirage Beast's ability to create illusions and tricks. Ready to kill Chenhi at any time. If he sees even a hint of the Sky Mirage Beast's aura emanating from Chenhi, he will kill him on the spot. And at this time, Chenhi, who heard these messy discussions, was amused by what the uncle and nephew of the Lin family said. He looked at Lin Yuandao with a smile and said with a playful and confident tone, "Oh, you're talking about the Mirage Beast. I know. But even if the Sky Mirage Beast is implanted with a demon heart, it can only simulate the external form of the profession, not the skills and combat power, right? You insist on saying that I'm not a holy angel and don't believe what I say. It's simple. Just pick someone to fight me, and then you'll know who's real. By then, you won't continue to say that the Mirage Beast can even simulate its combat power and skills, right? That Mirage Beast is really awesome, don't you think?" Chapter 26 Judgment shocked the whole audience. I heard that he wanted to find someone to fight. The uncle and nephew of the Lin family sneered at the same time. Pretend it. Just keep pretending. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Fake is fake. Trash is trash. It can never become real. Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department shook his head lightly and said casually, "No, you just need to use the Holy Sword skills of your angel Holy Sword. If you can truly perform the Holy Sword technique, it will be sufficient proof that you have truly awakened the SSS-level gifted class, the Holy Angel. I will apologize for my previous doubts and threats against you. But if these are all lies, then you are playing tricks on us. Then you won't be able to withstand the wrath of us 7th level warriors. When that happens, both you and the high-level Sky Mirage beast behind you, who is manipulating all this, will be subjected to our thunderous wrath," he said coldly. The others also nodded, their eyes serious and unblinking, waiting to see what Chenhi will do. That's right, it's impossible for the Sky Mirage beast simulation to use its real skills. It's always good to experiment. This Chenhi is a little too confident. Is this true? To verify whether Chenhi has also awakened the Holy Angel class, all we need to do is use the Holy Sword skill. This method is very direct. The uncle and nephew of the Lin family also came closer, observing carefully with their eyes wide open. Once they discover the flaw, Chenhi will be finished. Lin Shichen cursed in his heart. Wait to die. You are a waste. Chenhi smiled faintly and nodded, quite calm and confident. Okay. Then. Under the watchful eyes and hidden threats of a group of 7th level experts, the group arrived at the underground martial arts training ground of the Chu family. This martial arts training ground is quite spacious. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a Taoist temple. An underground martial arts training ground is 10 times larger than Chenhi's home. He is worthy of being the richest man in Nankai City, Chenhi thought to himself. He walked quickly to the center of the training ground. Deputy Minister Yan walked closer, stared at Chenhi with cold eyes, and said lightly, "Use your Holy Sword skills on me." Chenhi didn't say anything more. He immediately grasped the Holy Angel's sword with both hands, suddenly raised it up and above his head. The extremely bright and powerful angel light instantly emerged, surging and blazing. Boom! A proud angel shadow that reaches from heaven to earth, like a real angel descending, contains boundless sacred aura of God, looking down disdainfully. In the dark void, it seemed as if one majestic and towering holy sword after another was descending from the infinite distance. Chenhi raised his sword and slashed it down. A powerful sword energy seemed to be able to split everything, tear everything apart, and cut everything in half. It descended with an aura of absolute majesty and judgment. At the same time, the shadow in the sky also opened its arms wide, as if thousands of holy swords descended at the same time, cleansing the earth. Judge the sin. The holy sword in Chenhi's hand slashed down in the air, and the huge shadow of the angel's holy sword also fell from the sky, locking onto Deputy Minister Yang with a 360-degree angle. Such terrifying power. This sacred breath. It's impossible to fake it. Deputy Minister Yang felt it carefully, and recalled the actions of the previous generation of holy angels that he had witnessed in the past, and had already made a judgment in his heart. And seeing such an exaggerated scene, the others were even more certain that Chenhi had truly awakened to the SSS-level Holy Angel class. He was terrifyingly powerful and had outstanding talent. For a moment, the 4 principals' eyes were burning, and their breathing became heavier. I didn't expect this. I actually got an unexpected reward this time. Given the romantic relationship between Chenhi and Shu Shi, they will definitely stay together. So, getting an SSS-level Holy Angel with top talent is like getting two Holy Angels. These are 2 unprecedented Holy Angels. It's done. It's done now. No matter what, we must get them to come to our Imperial Capital Academy. Even if I have to offer them unprecedentedly generous conditions, we must win them over. For a time, the 4 principals were once again hostile to each other. Everyone realized that this battle for talent might be even more intense than the previous one. Whoever can snag this young couple will definitely win first place in next year's national competition. The visitors from the other 7 major families knew that it was almost impossible for their children to marry Chu Shi. Unless separate Chenhi and Chu Shi, and then let Chenhi marry one of them, and let Chu Shi marry as well. Sounds like more money. But this is simply impossible. They are a perfect couple, twin angels. Why would they marry you? Since the marriage alliance failed, we can only make friends. The Chu family is definitely going to take off against the odds. As for Vice Minister Zhang, his eyes quickly became hot. This was truly an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect such a big mistake to happen. Twin angels really exist. It's really a precedent. As for the uncle and nephew Lin Xiqing, they were dumbfounded. They stared with their eyes wide open and opened their mouths several times but couldn't say anything. Lin Xiqing, in particular, recalled these two humiliations. Last time, he was directly blackmailed by Chenhi. This time, Chenhi slapped him in the face in public and pressed him to the ground, humiliating him. Why? Isn't Chenhi a complete loser? Didn't he fail in his awakening? Why is this happening? Damn it! Why? Why wasn't he the one who awakened the SSS-level talent class? Lin Yuandao's sneer froze on his face and soon became expressionless. His brows furrowed slightly. He immediately understood that it would be impossible to deal with the Chu family again. Let the Lin family rise up and suppress the Chu family. It is also impossible for Lin Xiqing and Chu Shi to form an alliance through marriage. The Chu family has a holy angel with an SSS-level talent profession, so it is already very difficult to deal with the Chu family. Now, what's more, he directly gained a son-in-law who was a holy angel. Two angels in one family. This is a unique pair of angels in one family. If we want to deal with the Chu family again, it will be even more difficult. And after the incident they had caused today, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the uncle and nephew were targeting Chenhi and the Chu family, and they would likely face retaliation from the Chu family in the future. This is troublesome. If we can't kill Chenhi today, there will be a lot of trouble later. And at this moment, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department, who was standing closest to the attack range of the trial, was in great turmoil. Because Chenhi not only used the holy sword skills of the angel holy sword, but also successfully proved his identity. At the same time, he could also clearly feel that the power of Chenhi's holy sword skills was even stronger than the strength of the holy angel in his impression. An ordinary third-level awakener might not be able to resist it at all. You know, Chenhi is only at the second level now, yet he can easily leapfrog a level and crush and kill awakeners of a higher level. What are his future achievements? Is this the holy angel? Although the holy angel has always been an SSS-level talent profession, its own strength is very powerful and its talent is quite incredible. There are many different skills that can be unlocked and there are stronger cultivation paths to bless it. But this power has a limit, and it depends on how the awakened person uses it. Chenhi is obviously the type of person who can fully utilize his professional advantages. After a moment of emotion in my heart, Deputy Minister Yang waved his hand, and the intimidating and powerful giant angel holy sword phantom instantly dissipated and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. And at this time, Chenhi looked at Deputy Minister Yang calmly and said with a smile, "Mr. Deputy Minister, do you need me to prove anything more?" However, before Vice Minister Yang could answer, he said something else. Lin Yuandao stood up first and questioned. "Yes. You have clearly explained the matter of awakening the holy angel. But this still doesn't explain it. It's only been a few days since the awakening ceremony, and your level has already been directly raised to the second level. Isn't this point worth explaining? Whether you have betrayed humanity or not, it's still unclear." Chapter 27. Could this be the reward from my first experience? Speaking of which, Chenhi's level up speed is indeed a rather outrageous problem. It's only been a few days and he's already at level 2. The suspicion raised by Lin Yuandao can be considered to have some truth to it. This is a point worthy of suspicion. In addition, Chenhi is an unprecedented double holy angel, so it is impossible not to suspect that there is something wrong with Chenhi. For a moment, the 4 principals, the 7 families, and the people from the 3 departments all turned their gazes over again. However, compared to the suspicion and vigilance just now, most of these eyes now are filled with curiosity. Curious about Chenhi's experience. I'm curious about what kind of opportunity Chenhi encountered. Facing Shanglin Yuandao's aggressive suspicion, Chenhi sneered. Fortunately, he was well prepared. He immediately took out the storage backpack he was carrying with him. Crash! A strong smell of blood suddenly emerged. The 7th level bosses frowned at first, and then they saw a large pile of monster materials below the 1st level, which was piled up into a huge hill. There are fangs, skins, flesh, and claws of various monsters. They all looked very fresh, as if they had just been plucked from a monster, and were still dripping with bright red blood. Let everyone look at it for a moment. There were so many materials, and although they were generally of very low quality, it was still surprising that Chenhi could complete the hunt in his first try. Chu Tian, who had been dealing with various monster materials all his life, brightened up his eyes. I didn't expect my son-in-law to be so strong. Fortunately, Cici brought Chenhi the largest storage backpack in the house, and she took several at once, otherwise so many materials would not be able to fit in. It's a fruitful harvest. But this isn't over yet, it's just the beginning. Chenhi smiled and asked calmly. Is this enough? Does it explain my level problem? If that's not enough, there's more here. He took out a second storage backpack. Crash, crash. More and higher level materials were piled up into a small hill again, making the bloody smell in the training ground even stronger, and also bringing out a uniquely ferocious aura of monsters. This time, the materials piled up into a small hill were all first-level monster materials. Chu Tian took a casual look at it, and then his eyes lit up. The shadow leopard's neck flesh, skin, and claws. The septic wolf's skin, wolf hair, wolf teeth, wolf eyes, heart, etc. There are also red-spotted dogs, two-headed crocodiles, and so on. After taking a casual look around, Chu Tian quickly figured out that these were all first-level materials. Some monsters were even at the upper-middle level of the first rank, but were still taken down by Chenhi, who easily took away their materials. The others were even more stunned. The presidents of the 4 major colleges were all stunned. He looked at Chenhi, then at the materials on the ground, his face full of shock. As the top 4 universities, they send students out of the city for training every year. This is the first-time experience for many students. Even with the protection of teachers in school and the designation of safe areas in advance, it is still difficult to complete so many hunts. Is this really Chenhi's first time going out for training? Moreover, when he went out, his strength had not yet reached the first level. How is this possible? Deputy Minister Yang was so shocked that he didn't know what to say after opening his mouth several times. He was silent for a long time before asking. These are all first-level monster materials. Are they all monsters you killed when you went out? You've been training alone in the wild these past few days? At the same level, being able to hunt down 1 or 2 monsters can be considered a student with great skills, courage, and talent. Chenhi, on the other hand, killed all kinds of first-level and lower monsters as if they were free. I guess they have almost killed all the monsters in the outermost area around Nankai City. Good boy. Not only did he give them a big surprise right from the start, but the subsequent surprises kept coming out. What's the limit for this kid? Chenhi nodded. Certainly. If it's not the prey I hunted, how could I possibly take it out? Hiss. For a moment. There was a sound of people sucking in their breath in shock from the training ground. For a 7th-level strong man, it is actually rare to feel shocked. After all, I have seen many big scenes. What kind of genius have you not seen? What kind of scene have you not witnessed? But today's scene. They have never seen it before. I really didn't expect that I would be shocked again and again in front of this little guy Chenhi. Just a few short days. How did Chenhi, who had just awakened, manage to hunt so many monsters in the wild alone? This isn't school. I have studied the illustrations of various monsters. It can be done if you know the weaknesses of various monsters and how to hunt them. Everyone can talk big on paper. Not everyone can handle real guns and swords. Chenhi is only 18 years old this year. How could he be so brave as to go out into the wild alone? What were they doing when they were 18? You are all eagerly looking forward to going to college. But at this age, Chenhi is already far ahead. The 7th-level bosses present also slowly killed monsters and increased their levels bit by bit. When they first awakened, most of them entered universities, were promoted to a certain level, and then went into the wild to kill monsters under the organization and leadership of the school. There will definitely be teachers from the school or high-level powerful people around to protect and guard you. It was not until his level broke through to level 30 and entered the 3rd stage that he would begin to slowly go into the wilderness alone to kill monsters. Chenhi's behavior of going out alone to kill monsters in the wild right after awakening. This is too bold. It was hard for them to say whether this was because of the courage of a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger, or whether it was because Chenhi was skilled and brave. Exaggerate. Outrageous. Shock. All kinds of strange emotions emerged in the heart of the 7th level boss. Faced with Chenhi's impressive record, even if they wanted to doubt or question it, they didn't know what to say. This was a real record. Kill the record. Compared to the shock of these big guys. After Chu Tian's initial surprise and shock, he couldn't help but feel worried. In just such a short period of time, Chenhi was able to kill so many monsters. This means that Chenhi hardly got any rest. You must have encountered a lot of dangers. Fortunately, Chenhi came back alive, otherwise he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Next time, I must not let Chenhi act like this. He didn't want his precious daughter to become a widow at such a young age. Chushi felt really sorry for Chenhi, and subconsciously pulled up the corner of Chenhi's clothes nervously, with a pair of big kiss eyes misty. I can empathize with Chenhi's dangerous experiences these days. So sad. However, facing the shock of these big guys, Chenhi smiled, and his smile became even more sunny and bright. Are these enough? If that's not enough, I have more here. Besides? What? Are you kidding me? There's more? Lin Yuandao and Lin Xichen looked at each other, both dumbfounded, their faces stiff. I don't even know how to talk. How the hell can I ask them to question me? What kind of monster is this Chenhi guy? Too strong. Could it be a 2nd level monster? No way. You can hunt down a 2nd level monster on your first training trip? Don't say too much. I'd feel powerful just to have one of them. How the hell can this be the result of my first training trip? Chenhi's excellence far surpasses that of other SSS-level geniuses. We can give up Chu Shi, but we must bring Chenhi into our Magic City Academy. It's so hard to come across such a genius. Everyone was only briefly shocked, and their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at Chenhi. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Chenhi is now at the 2nd level of strength. He was able to successfully kill 1st level monsters before. Among the monsters he killed, there must have been 2nd level monsters. Otherwise, Chenhi's level would not be able to be promoted to the 2nd level so quickly. It's too difficult. Then, Chenhi didn't give everyone much time to react, and he immediately took out the corpse of the succubus, the 4-tailed fox demon, which was almost split in half by his judgment. Seeing this demon beast that was firmly at the 4th level at its peak, there was also a succubus with a demonic aura. On sight, there was a moment of silence. You can hear a pin drop. The silence is terrifying. All the 7th rank bosses, the uncle and nephew of the Lin family, and the father and daughter of the Chu family were collectively petrified. Transfixed. Chapter 28 Luck is also part of strength. The Chu family's luxurious villa. Inside the underground martial arts training ground. There was a brief silence at the scene, and then all kinds of shock sounds exploded. What the hell? Why is there a succubus corpse? Where did Chenhi find the succubus's corpse? This is too good of a luck. This is too outrageous. Could Chenhi possibly kill a succubus? No way. If I remember correctly, the lowest level of a succubus is level 6. Any demonized monster is far more powerful than some monsters of the same level, so without the strength of level 7, it's difficult to truly kill a succubus. Could it be that I encountered the corpse of a succubus on the road? Picking up a corpse? I'm really impressed by my luck. He even encountered such an opportunity? He's invincible. No wonder his level increased so quickly. While many people were talking about it in shock, Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department immediately began to conduct an inspection. He took the succubus's corpse from Chenhi and examined it carefully. At his level, he usually has more opportunities to deal with real monsters. What's more, the realm level of this succubus's original body, the blood-eyed fox demon clan, is also relatively easy to distinguish. It can be identified by looking at the 4 tails at the end. It should have been only the 4th level in its prime. When this succubus was alive, it turned out to be just a level 4 succubus in its 40s? That's not common. No, that's not right. I should say, this is really rare. I never thought that at such a young age, on your first time out for training, you would actually be able to obtain such a great opportunity. It's truly rare. After confirming the situation of the succubus, Deputy Minister Yang's previous shock had subsided a lot. No particular surprise. Because it is said that there are some special methods of cultivation within the monster clan. in. This includes some cultivation methods that can be used by many monsters and beasts to achieve early demonic attainment. Some monsters that have not yet reached level 60 or the 6th tier will choose to become demons in advance in order to forcibly improve their own combat effectiveness, cross to a higher level of life, and obtain more powerful innate abilities. If the demonization is successful, one's own abilities will be comprehensively enhanced. Especially, it will use more powerful and more elusive vitality. The most difficult thing about a monster is its regenerative ability, which is its terrifying vitality. The difficulty of killing a monster of the same level is at least several times or even dozens of times that of killing a demon beast. This step up is a huge enhancement. And vice versa. If the demonization fails, the level will continue to decline. Until you fall to level 1 and start all over again. This succubus most likely failed in its demonization, so it only had part of the succubus's aura on its body and showed some signs of demonization. So, the realm dropped rapidly. Then, Chenhi took advantage of the situation. Interesting. Chenhi encountered such an adventure during his first training. It was really beyond his expectations. An idea flashed through Deputy Minister Yang's mind. So he asked Chenhi, "What level was the succubus when you encountered it?" Chenhi answered immediately without hesitation. "When I first met the succubus, she was only about level 26 or 27. Later, it fell all the way to the edge of the second level, until it finally fell below the first level. Before that, I had been fighting with her, trying hard to resist her attacks, until her realm dropped rapidly, and I seized the opportunity to kill her smoothly. It is precisely because of this great opportunity that I was able to reach my current level." Chenhi explained the entire process of killing the succubus clearly. Including when you first realize that the succubus is in a bad state, you can only dodge the attacks and avoid its edge. He found an opening at the back and killed the prey in one fell swoop. He was also seriously injured. The entire process was a completely real battle. The only lie he hid was that the level increased by killing the succubus was not as high as he said. They are all covering up the improvements brought by the family panel. However, what he said was enough to convince people. Everyone listened, amazed and shocked. It was a pity that Chenhi had such an experience on his first trip out for training. And they marveled at how Chenhi remained calm when facing the powerful succubus. He linked his moves closely together, took every step carefully, forced the succubus into a desperate situation, and successfully completed the reverse hunt. This is a reflection of strength and talent. This kid is so talented. The admissions directors of the 4 top universities looked at Chenhi with increasing satisfaction. After saying this, Chenhi looked at Lin Yuandao and said lightly, "How about it? Now, is this enough to explain my level problem? Or do you still want to see the remaining monster materials in my backpack?" Chenhi's face was filled with mockery and ridicule. In just a short moment, the status of both parties changed drastically. Lin Yuandao stared at Chenhi with deep eyes and said nothing. Because he couldn't say it. He had found so many faults before, but he had not been able to kill Chenhi directly. Now the situation has reversed and he is completely helpless. Even if he was furious with Chenhi, he couldn't say anything else. Lin Shiqing was so angry that he didn't care about his neat suit and tie anymore. He rushed forward and wanted to fight back against Chenhi, but was held down by Lin Yuandao. Lin Yuandao looked silent and shook his head seriously at him. "No way. We can't take down Chenhi today." The uncle and nephew got nothing out of this quarrel. Instead, they became stepping stones for Chenhi, who stepped on them and gained a lot of attention. Just thinking about it made them feel as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. As for the other 7th level bosses in the room, they all fell into a brief silence. Everyone has their own ideas. This kid is so lucky. They say luck is part of strength, and I saw it today. When I was at the 1st level, I was still cowering in the academy, practicing boxing and training. But he turned out to be so ruthless. At such a young age, he killed so many monsters and even killed a succubus. This is truly a case of a hero emerging from youth. It's incredible. He actually encountered a succubus whose level had dropped? Who the hell could have imagined this? Seeing that Lin Yuandao was speechless, Chenhi sneered. The sneer and ridicule in his eyes became more obvious. He looked around at the other 7th level bosses and asked in a calm and clear voice. "You guys pretty much understand the situation. In that case, who agrees and who opposes my marriage to Cece?" Everyone. This moment. all the 7th level bosses fell silent. I didn't expect that little guy Chenhi would be so aggressive. He is so ungrateful after getting the advantage. It was also their fault that they were too careless before and ran here one after another without fully understanding the situation. Now they are all clowns. He was severely slapped in the face by Chenhi. Especially the people from the 7 major families and 3 major departments, they looked at each other inside. Be opposed to? What the hell is there to oppose? They are a talented man and a beautiful woman, like a perfect couple. How could it be their turn to object? After all, Chenhi is a holy angel with an SSS-level talent profession. For 2 young people who have awakened SSS-level talented professions, getting married is a strong combination. If they have children in the future, the genes will be extremely strong. When the country learns this news, it will definitely wish that the 2 of them are together. Still opposed? Who dares to stand up and oppose this? That's a top-tier SSS talent, a future pillar of Hansha Nation. Can't offend. It takes blessing. As for Chenhi and Shushi, both of them were holy angels, which overturned the idea that holy angel was the only profession. The group of 7th level bosses also gradually accepted this fact. It doesn't feel too surprising. Because there had been SSS level talented professionals in the past, and when the current situation occurred, everyone thought it was the only profession, and it was passed down from generation to generation. Until modern times, 2 awakened people of the same profession appeared at the same time. This confirmed that it was not the only profession. It's just that the rarity of the profession is too high, so it's difficult to awaken too many of them. This time, they made a big mistake. Chapter 29. Why do I have to pay compensation? All the bigwigs fell silent. In the end, it was Vice Minister Yang who took the initiative to smile and said apologetically, "I'm truly sorry. We didn't fully understand the situation before arriving this time, and we ended up causing such a huge misunderstanding. On behalf of the law enforcement department, I wish the 2 newlyweds a happy marriage." The others also nodded. Some people who were forced to work surrounded Chenhi and Shushi and showered them with blessings. It seemed as if they came this time either to break them up or to congratulate them. Obviously, these 7th level bosses all have flexible moral bottom lines. At the same time, Chenhi also heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations! You've ventured into the wilderness alone to train, slayed numerous monsters, and successfully advanced to level 2. You've left a deep impression on the leaders of the 4 main cities and received blessings from many level 7 leaders. Your family has become somewhat famous, and your fame points have increased by plus 20,000. Reward, level up by 3 levels. Chenhi's eyes lit up slightly. This time, the fame value obtained is the same as the previous 2 times, which is 20,000 points. But it's a pity. The level only increased by 3 levels, unlike the previous 2 times, which were both increased by 5 levels. It looks like, as the level gradually increases, the experience required to upgrade also increases. The more difficult it is to improve. But level 3 was already quite satisfactory for Chenhi. He only leveled up 7 levels after killing a 4th level succubus. Rounding it off, it means he killed half of the succubus. Swish! He summoned his career panel in an instant and checked his own data. Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 29. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings unable to use due to insufficient level. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations. Talent skill 3, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 4, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. The level was successfully upgraded from LV 26 to LV 29, and it is only 1 step away from the 3rd level. Looking back, from the time he awakened to today, less than a week had passed. And he is about to become a 3rd level awakener. For Nankai City, a 3rd level awakener is actually a very rare and powerful person. He can become the president of a university or even the backbone of the city. This wave of improvement is huge. Family level, LV 1. Family members, Chenhi, Chu. Family reputation value, 60,000 100,000. We are one step closer to upgrading our family's rank. The wedding hasn't even started yet, and the upgrade progress is already halfway through. How much fame can you gain by the wedding day? It's really exciting just thinking about it. Looking at his current level, feeling the joy of entering the third level, and the excitement of having his beautiful wife, Chenhi smiled sincerely. The tone of the conversation changed. Thank you all for your blessings. I am deeply grateful to receive the blessings of all the 7th level masters. However, you are all 7th level experts, top figures in charge of your respective areas. How could you come to my house without even saying hello and try to persuade me to divorce Cece? I'm a coward, and this incident really scared me. It has caused me severe mental damage. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares from now on. I'm afraid it will happen to you all again someday. So, since you all have important tasks, you should at least give me some mental compensation, right? She. Seems to make sense? This should be considered as Chenhi supplementing his family income through extortion, right? What a man who knows how to live. He is worthy of being the man I like. Chu Tian. This kid is fucking crazy. How dare you chat and laugh with a group of 7th level bosses, and even dare to ask for mental compensation? Blackmailing a rank 7 boss. Aren't you afraid of dying miserably? All the big guys were also confused. I have absolutely no idea what this guy is up to. Why the hell do I have to pay compensation for this? Just like bandits. But, indeed, everyone present was a prominent figure, and many people felt a little guilty about what had happened. This is especially true for the presidents of the 4 top universities and the 2 deputy ministers. They are all willing to compensate. Chenhi and Chu are both SSS-level talented professional holy angels. Giving them some compensation is equivalent to building a good relationship in advance, just as a gift to the newlyweds. So they all reached into their pockets and looked for things worth giving as gifts from their storage spaces. This bottle of medicine was made by a 7th rank alchemy master that I specially found. This magic weapon can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You definitely need this skill book. This is the latest magic weapon developed by our Imperial Capital Academy. Someone is willing to give. Certainly. Some people are unwilling to give. Lin Yuandao was very unhappy and felt like he was screwed. Oh shit. He didn't get the chance to show off, but was attacked by several people. And finally, compensation? Are you kidding me? There are also some family members who are unwilling. They came here to arrange a marriage, but now they are here to bless the newlyweds, which means they have come here for nothing. And then it has to match its own worth? Impossible. There were even some with arrogant tempers who turned around and left on the spot without even looking at Chenhi and Chu. Because if they couldn't marry, Chenhi and Chu, both SSS-level Saint Angels, would be of no use to their family. It's bad luck to stay here. Chenhi's personality is such that if someone respects me an inch, I will respect them a yard. For those who gave compensation willingly. Chenhi responded with a smile, writing off all previous grudges. As for those who are unwilling to pay compensation, hey! He was a petty person and wrote everything down in a little notebook. Sooner or later, we will be able to extort even more money from them. As for Lin Yuandao, who was also unwilling to pay compensation, he directly asked Chenhi and Chu to cooperate with the work. I'm here on behalf of the coordination department and need your cooperation. What's the point of compensation? Hurry up and register your identity information, awaken profession information, and current detailed level. Chenhi looked at Lin Yuandao coldly. Now, the uncle and nephew of the Lin family are at the top of the list of bad reputation in his little notebook. As long as there is a chance, the first thing to do is to settle accounts with these 2 people. However, cooperation work still needs to be done. Chu, Professional Holy Angel, Level 9. Chenhi, Professional Holy Angel, Level 29. What? When Chenhi's level came out, Lin Yuandao's hands trembled and the registration form in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Level 29. No way? The others also stared over in shock, looking at the situation here in disbelief. Chenhi is already level 29? Although everyone had seen the succubus's corpse, they had a rough idea of what was going on. But when everyone learned that Chenhi was actually close to the 3rd level, they still widened their eyes in shock. I can't even say it. This upgrade speed is too exaggerated. How many levels did the 4th level succubus help Chenhi improve? Directly jump over a whole level? Lin Yuandao frowned, acted businesslike, and quickly registered the two people's information in the terminal background. Okay, your information has been successfully entered into the National Awakener system. The subsidies and rewards the state has given you too will be deposited into your accounts after you enter university. Please check them carefully. After saying that, he grabbed the unbalanced Lin Ziqing and quickly left the Chu family. Lin Yuandao's face was stiff and he remained expressionless all the way. Lin Yuandao frowned, feeling quite dissatisfied and unhappy to the extreme. But there is no way. Chenhi was almost at the 3rd level, so even if he wanted to retaliate, he had no confidence at all. The gap is really too big. Now, not only in terms of awakened profession, but also in terms of level and strength, he has been crushed by Chenhi in all aspects. There's no way to compare with Chenhi. What else can I do? After being away from the Chu family, Lin Ziqing's expression became more sinister, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Uncle, are you really going to let the Chu family and Chu Shi go? I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Cici and I are clearly a perfect match. Chenhi is just a piece of shit. Lin Yuandao glared at him instantly and shouted loudly. Shut up. Can you please clear your mind for a moment? Our target is the Chu family and the entire Nankai city. Not Chu Shi, so stop dwelling on that useless sperm of yours. What's more, even if we succeed in taking over the Chu family, Chu Shi is not something you can get your hands on. Shut up. Chapter 30, he is so shameless in order to snatch people. Chu family. Inside the luxurious villa. Most of the people who wanted to leave have left. But Chenhi remembered them all. Whether it was Lin Yuandao or his nephew, they often came to cause trouble for him and the Chu family. Or those people from top families who left arrogantly. Chenhi remembered it all. If you don't avenge this, you are not a gentleman. He is not the kind of person who would not dare to say a word or do anything after being cheated and disgusted by others. Quite the opposite. He is vindictive and will never let go of any grudge. Don't let him meet it. Otherwise, they will definitely suffer the consequences. Then, in the reception room, Chenhi looked at the deputy ministers in front of him. One was Deputy Minister Yang of the Law Enforcement Department who had almost killed him as a traitor. One was Deputy Minister Zhang who seemed easy to talk to but was actually gentle on the outside but tough on the inside, and the other was Deputy Minister Gu of the Garrison Department who had just heard the news and rushed over. Also, the admissions principals of the 4 major schools also shamelessly remained. He looked at Chu Shi and Chenhi with very fiery eyes. Do you have anything else to do? 3 deputy ministers, Vice Minister Zhang and Vice Minister Yang, looked at each other. They came from far away with similar goals. I'm here to persuade you to break up. Now that it has been confirmed that Chenhi has successfully awakened, and the issues of compensation and apology have almost been dealt with, it's basically fine. Therefore, there is no need to stay any longer. But it's different on the garrison side. The importance of the garrison. Strictly speaking, it is even more important than the coordination department, the law enforcement department and the education department. It is the 4th department independent of the 3 major departments. Especially in today's era where demons are rampant, the garrison of each city is the lifeline of the city and its people. The importance is self-evident. All awakened ones, from the moment they awaken, must join the garrison, obey orders, and be on standby at all times. If a city is attacked by demons and invaded by demons, the garrison can mobilize the awakened people in the city at any time to resist the demons. Even the garrison will also take the initiative to carry out missions in the wilderness and encircle and suppress demons. You can also mobilize the awakened people in the city at any time. Certainly. With Chenhi and Chu Shi's current levels and ages, they are still at the age of entering college. If it is not absolutely necessary, such young awakeners will not be transferred. They are all fresh forces and the future of the country. Don't lose easily. DD. After a quick operation, Deputy Minister Gu of the garrison nodded in satisfaction and looked at Chenhi and the others with a burning gaze. Alright, now both of your identities have been entered into the garrison system. From now on, no matter which city you two appear in, the garrison will get your information. We have just finished cooperating with the garrison. the other side. Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy really couldn't stay any longer. He was the first to come forward, leaning on a crutch, and rudely pushed Deputy Minister Gu aside. Student Chenhi. You still remember me, right? The one who just gave you the skill book. Are you interested in joining our Magic City Academy? As long as you're willing, our Magic City Academy is willing to provide top-level resources to help you reach a higher level as quickly as possible. Student Chenhi, you've reached nearly the 3rd level not long after awakening. It's truly rare. We at the Magic City Academy need talents like you. I promise you right here, as long as you're willing, you can choose any instructor you want. You can use all the resources in the school's treasury at will. We have everything you need. Of course, the same goes for classmate Chushi. At this point, Principal Wu seemed to feel that these conditions were not enough. Turning his head to look at the other 3 principals who were eager to try, he quickly added, Ahem, I think the vast majority of instructors at our Magic City Academy aren't strong enough, and their abilities aren't enough to teach top talent like Chenhi. If it really doesn't work. Mr. Chenhi? What do you think of me? I am also a veteran 7th level expert, ranked among the top 7th level experts in the country. My battle record and reputation can be verified. If you're not satisfied with me. The previous principal of our Magic City Academy, who is also the current Minister of Education stationed in Magic City, is an 87th level, 8th rank expert. He is the pride of our Magic City Academy. I can personally contact the old principal. He still remembers the incense of our Magic City Academy and can definitely become your teacher. Student Chenhi. Personal instruction from an 8th rank expert, don't miss it if you pass by. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Principal Wu kept rubbing his hands. He resisted the urge to grab Chenhi's wrist and snatch him away. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes flashing with enthusiasm, staring at Chenhi with full of anticipation. As soon as these words came out, not only Chenhi, but also Chushi and Chu Tian were completely stunned after hearing what they heard. No one expected that Principal Wu would go to such lengths to recruit people. Even the old principal with the 8th level strength has become a bargaining chip for Principal Wu to recruit people. This is too enthusiastic. The 3 principals on the other side started cursing on the spot. Old Wu. Can you please give me some billion? Old Wu, please behave yourself. The old principal should be your teacher. He finally escaped from that devil's den of Magic City Academy and got a job at the Ministry of Education. So let him take a break. Are you even human? You're the headmaster of a school after all. You've brought disgrace upon the Magic City Academy. You know. The previous president of the Magic City Academy, the old president, who is now the Minister of Education of the Magic City, is currently just a nominal tutor in the Magic City. It is a fictitious title similar to consultant. There is no way he would have time to practice with Chenhi and Chu Shi. Even if he is really willing to accept a disciple, it would be just a nominal one at best. The strong men of the 8th level or even higher levels are all very busy and have endless things to do every day. It is impossible for them to personally teach apprentices. So, this option was not suitable for Chenhi and Chu Shi at all. Even if they really held a disciple-taking ceremony, the ones who would lead Chenhi and the others to practice together would still be other instructors in the school. It's just that the name sounds intimidating. Then, the 4 principals all swarmed up. Immediately, a second round of more intense competition for talent broke out in the conference hall. They all took out their trump cards. I can also invite an 8th level expert. Isn't he just an 8th level expert? It's the same as if there is no one. My teacher can come out of seclusion, I will accept it on his behalf. Lao Luo. You've lost your humanity. Your teacher has been retired for almost 10 years, right? He was seriously injured and retired to enjoy his retirement, and now you're dragging him out again, you unworthy disciple. I can, my dad is an 8th rank 1, haha. It's time to compete with your father. Chenhi, I declare that I have accepted you on behalf of my father. From now on, you will be the direct disciple of the 8th rank 1. From now on, I will call you junior brother. Hey! I almost forgot. My wife is at the 8th level. Classmate Chenhi, come home with me. From now on, we will be close friends. At this time, The four schools were competing with each other in terms of their respective backgrounds and who could provide Chenhi and Chuxi with the best and most generous resources. After a series of competitions, arguments, and insults, the four of them stared at Chenhi and Chuxi in the middle with their 8 big eyes. My two little classmates, now the choice is up to you. I think you should all be very clear about the background and situation of our four families. Chenhi raised his eyebrows. These guys look quite old. I didn't expect the situation to change so suddenly and become as noisy as it was just now. This made Chenhi doubt for a moment whether these four people were from a legitimate school. Now, they were all a little hesitant. Chenhi thought for a moment and turned his head to look at Chuxi beside him. "Cici, which school do you want to go to?" Chuxi smiled gently and took the initiative to put her little hand around Chenhi's wrist. They say marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. From now on, wherever you go, I will go. Aside. When Chu Tian saw his precious daughter in this state, he felt a little jealous. It feels like the cabbages I have been growing for half a day have been eaten by pigs. But I still took the initiative to suggest it. Xiaohe, Cici, I think the situations of the four families should be similar. In that case, let's go to the Magic City. Because Shanghai is closer to Nankai University, it's convenient for me to go home. It's chaotic outside right now, full of dangers. We're too far away, and I'm really worried about you too. Chapter 31, Choose a School and Reject Family Recruitment. Under the expectant gaze of the presidents of the four top universities, Chenhi glanced at Chuxi. Seeing Chuxi nodded seriously, he signaled him to make the decision. Chenhi no longer hesitated and spoke directly. I choose Magic City Academy. Chuxi also followed suit. I also choose the Magic City Academy. This answer immediately made Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy burst into joy. He smiled so hard that his mouth couldn't stop and nodded excitedly. You won't regret this decision. The Magic City Academy will definitely do its best to train you. That's great, this is really great. With the two of you, the Magic City Academy will be even more powerful. It will definitely be able to easily crush the other three unknown academies. Speaking of this, Principal Wu was leaning on a cane, but he did not forget to turn his head and give the other three principals a show-off look with a beaming expression, looking quite excited. The other three principals? They asked with frowns. Mr. Chenhi, may I ask why you chose Magic City Academy? Our three universities, whether in terms of school spirit or resources, should be no less impressive than the Magic City University. Besides, the Magic City University only ranked 4th last year. Yes, the Magic City Academy is ranked 4th. At the last minute, the three principals did not forget to make fun of Principal Wu. Principal Wu was instantly furious. The Communist Party has such a trivial dark history, why does it keep being brought up over and over again? Anxious. They must have seen that Chenhi chose their Magic City Academy, so they all got anxious and went to such great lengths to mock him. What a bunch of shameless old guys. Chenhi shrugged and explained casually. Actually, my parents are both graduates of the Awakened Academy in Nankai City. Nankai Awakening Academy is not even ranked in the country, not even in the top 100. But I remember there was a time when the professors at the Magic City Academy held a teaching exchange with schools in surrounding cities, and my parents had the opportunity to study at the Magic City Academy for a while. For a long time afterwards, my parents would always talk to me about my experience studying at Shanghai University, and they would tell me about its fine traditions and excellent school spirit. It's because my parents often whisper in my ears about the good things about the Magic City Academy. So, maybe it's because of my childhood, but I've always had high hopes for the Magic City Academy, thinking it would probably be a good place to go. Plus, my father-in-law also said that the Demon City is relatively close to Nankai. Now that the demons are rampant outside and it's so dangerous, it will be more convenient to go home if it's closer. Even if I don't consider myself, I have to consider my Cici. It's her first time away from home so far, so she'll definitely miss home sometimes. If we're close, we can look after each other if anything happens. This is why I chose the Magic City Academy. After hearing these reasons, the other three principals felt disappointed. Good job. It turns out that the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. These three universities often organize teaching exchanges, allowing outstanding students from other universities to come to the school for exchange and study for a period of time. Pity. It was still too far away from Nankai City where Chenhi was, so it was not possible to establish such a close relationship with Chenhi's parents in advance. And it is understandable that people want to choose a university that is closer to home. That makes sense. Student Chenhi, student Chushi, we respect your choice. However, my two young students, please don't forget that the doors of our 3 universities are always open to you. If one day you decide that Magic City University isn't as good as that shameless old Wu says it is, and you want to transfer to us, we'd love to welcome you. That's right. Old Wu is just a boaster. You'll know once you get in. Chenhi couldn't help but laugh. He noticed that the presidents of these 4 universities always disliked each other and found fault with each other whenever they were together. No one is willing to give in to anyone else. But actually, after all, they are from the same era, and they are also 7th level strongmen at the same level. Their relationship is actually quite good, and it is quite natural for them to expose each other's shortcomings and curse each other. The more they said this, the more arrogant Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy became. Hold your head in chest high. Hey! Just go ahead and say what you want, you are all envious and jealous. The more you belittle our Magic City Academy now, the more it proves that your hearts are full of mean intentions, and the more it shows that you are jealous. This smug look made the 3 principals roll their eyes and couldn't help but curse again. Shameless old thing. You're so disrespectful. You're so disrespectful. Why did the Magic City Academy choose you as the admissions director? You're such a loser. Magic City Academy really isn't afraid of losing face. If Chushi and Chenhi join you, and your Magic City Academy is still overwhelmed by us, then it will be fun. Principal Wu hummed a few times, not taking it seriously at all. The disputes and battles for talent among the 4 principals have come to a temporary end. 4 people from the main city's big families also stayed at the scene. Seeing this, one of them stood up and started to recruit people. Modu Academy. Good choice. Modu is a great place, with outstanding people and abundant resources. This is a very good choice for Chenhi. As he spoke, he handed over a business card. Classmate Chushi, classmate Chenhi, hello. I'm the steward of the Fong family in the Magic City. You can just call me Steward Fong. We're both in the Magic City, and we've always been closely connected with the Magic City Academy. Since you two are going to Shanghai to attend university, we can definitely get closer. Although, considering the relationship between Chenhi and Chushi, a marriage arrangement is impossible. However, he can still continue to recruit the young couple. It would be best if Chenhi and Chushi could be registered under the name of the Fong family in Magic City. Even if they just use the Fong family's name to do things outside, it will allow the Fong family to become prominent in the future and obtain more resources. You must have heard of the family name. As long as you are willing to register under our Fong family name and claim to be members of our Fong family, you will not only enjoy all the conveniences of the Fong family, but we will also provide you with some resources and protection in the future. And when the family needs help, you can lend a hand and accumulate family merits, which can be exchanged for more resources and even a higher status within the family. I used to be just an awakener in the Fong family. Later, by constantly accumulating family merits, I successfully obtained the family surname and became a member of the Fong family. I also became an extremely glorious Fong family steward. With your 2 extraordinary talents, your future is definitely not something you can sit still in. Within the family, you will soon be able to stand out and receive greater resources and training from the family. Of course, this kind of nominal status is more flexible. If you insist on not contributing to the family, you don't have to help and just be affiliated. That's also fine. This is like investing, with both success and failure. If the Fong family, and even all the top families and aristocratic families in the 4 main cities, want to last forever and remain powerful, they must be able to possess more top-notch talented people. Even if it is just a title, in the eyes of outsiders, it is a symbol of the family's strength. The other 3 family members who stayed behind also handed over their business cards. The meaning is basically the same. No matter how many resources Deacon Fong gives, I will add an extra 20%. I'll give you 30%. I'm 40%. Who's afraid of you? Deacon Fong's face turned dark instantly. All right, what are you doing? You're trying to win people over, but why are you raising the price? Do you have any shame? Do you think this is an auction? Facing the recruitment of 4 top families, Chenhi did not give an answer immediately, but asked the family system in his mind. System, if I register my name in another top family, will it affect my family's reputation? Will every time I make big news, I just help other families? After all, his system is a family system. It is obvious that the main focus is to cultivate and develop the family. And when Chenhi was asking the system, when the people from the 4 families saw Chenhi examining the 4 business cards, they all thought that Chenhi was considering which family to choose as his name. Even Shu Tian thought so. He even took the initiative to walk over to Chenhi. He took the initiative to help Chenhi analyze the situations of these families and make a simple comparison. The situation of the other 3 families is the same. I think the most suitable one is the Feng family in Modu. After all, you will be going to Modu next. The Feng family in Modu is not only powerful in Modu, but also has abundant resources. If you can register under the Feng family, your future development will be much easier. And who knows, maybe his Chu family can also take advantage of this opportunity. However, Chenhi waited for a while, but did not get a response from the system. But if you think about it carefully, since his system is a family system, he needs to build his own family, so all development must be based on his own family. Become a vassal of another family and work for them for free. What is this? So, he raised his head, looked at the people from the 4 families, and shook his head decisively to refuse. Forget it. I don't want to be registered under another family's name. Chapter 32, Build the Best Family. Hearing Chenhi's straightforward rejection, the visitors from the top families were all stunned. Completely confused. I don't understand why Chenhi refused so easily. So direct? So simple. There was no room for easing the situation, no further inquiry about what resources and facilities were available, and no further discussion of conditions with them. It was like he rejected it on the spot without even giving it much thought. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, the reputations of the top families in the 4 main cities are also the reflection of people's reputations. Chenhi, who comes from a humble family, wouldn't be so indifferent to such a top family, right? Even the Chu family, the richest family in Nankai City, still hopes to introduce a family name to Chenhi, right? You know. For all the awakened ones, except for those who have a good background and resources behind them. Almost all other awakened people are registered under the name of a certain family. It's like in Nankai City, almost all the local powerful awakeners are registered with the Chu family, or other large groups and families such as the Lin family. Having a family as a background is also a kind of confidence. A symbol of strength. There are very few awakened individuals who grow up on their own. No status, no power, no resources, everything depends on your own hard work. That is too hard, right? Result. Now, facing the active recruitment of 4 top families in the 4 main cities, Chenhi actually rejected them without even thinking twice? What's going on? Deacon Fong of the Fong family in Magic City had a slightly stiff smile, and looked a little confused. He originally thought Chenhi chose the Magic City Academy, so it should be a foregone conclusion that he would be listed with the Fong family. Even if there is still some hesitation. After his patient persuasion, I guess he will finally convince me and take advantage of me. I didn't expect Chenhi to be so resolute and refuse so straightforwardly. Student Chenhi, can I ask why? Yeah, don't you know the benefits of being listed under a top family? The Jianghu isn't about fighting and killing, it's about the ways of the world. With our families backing you up, your future will be much easier. Furthermore, we're in a mutually supportive relationship, and the families won't take advantage of you. Could it be that you have already registered your name under the name of another family? Several people had different opinions and asked questions at once. Surrounding Chenhi in the middle was like fighting for a hot commodity. To this, Chenhi explained. Well, I'm not affiliated with any family at the moment. And I have no intention of being affiliated with any family. If you must ask which family I belong to, then I am from the Nankai Chen family. I don't need to rely on any other family, nor do I need to be affiliated with any family. I am who I am, and my Nankai Chen family is my Nankai Chen family. Where I am a family. Having said that, he looked around with a sharp look in his eyes. There is a hint of youthful arrogance, but at the same time there is an unquestionable firmness and confidence. Or to put it more simply, I want to carry forward the Nankai Chen family. I want to build a top family. I don't need to be affiliated with any company. Chushi's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. I feel that Chenhi is so imposing at this moment. Also, really handsome. She felt an inexplicable palpitation in her heart, and little stars twinkled in her big eyes. Chu Tian. What a great ambition. I never thought my son-in-law would have such courage and guts. Chu Tian relied on his courage and the spirit in his heart at the time. This laid the foundation for the current situation of Blue Sky Group. At that time, I wanted to reach the pinnacle of strength without relying on anyone but myself. Although, he felt a little regretful for rejecting the olive branch from the 4 major families in the main cities. But he was still very happy that his son-in-law had such ambition. At least my daughter didn't choose the wrong person. If Chenhi didn't have the courage and determination, he wouldn't have gone out alone to gain experience, and he wouldn't have the current strength close to the 3rd level. And listen to Chenhi's words. The people from the 4 top families were stunned for a moment, and then they felt inexplicably at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This sounds a bit exaggerated. It's a bit like talking nonsense. But think about it. This doesn't seem impossible. With Chenhi and Chu Shi both having SSS-level talents as professional holy angels, as long as they don't die tragically along the way, then in time, it won't be a problem for them to create a top family. This is really possible. In addition, the 2 will soon receive strong training from the Magic City Academy, and their growth rate will probably be very fast. Chenhi's current bold words may become a reality at any time. But even though they were rejected by Chenhi, the people from the top families did not intend to give up. Deacon Fong took the initiative to speak. I understand Chenhi's ambition. But this doesn't conflict with being a nominal member. When you grow up, you can leave the family and start your own business. I've said it before, being a nominal member is relatively free, and you can leave the family at any time. You can stop being listed as a member at any time, it won't prevent you from building a top family. Others were in the same state. To put it bluntly, their main goal was to provide some help and investment to Chenhi when he was weak. This way, when Chenhi grows up, he will at least remember the friendship they once had. But Chenhi didn't think so. As long as he is listed, he will be branded with the stigma of a certain family, and he may not be able to get rid of it in his lifetime. If he wants to do something, he must be the head of his own family. Even if this will lead to many detours and difficulties. But he has the family system to support him, so how could he be afraid of difficulties? Deacon Fong, and all the deacons and elders, I really have no intention of affiliating myself with the family for the time being. Let's end this matter here. He was rejected again. Moreover, he did not allow other family members to continue persuading him and immediately changed the subject. CC and I's wedding is coming soon. Every one of you, the 7th rank experts and local giants, have come here from afar. Would you like to stay a few more days? I hope to invite you all to my wedding with CC. Face the invitation. The 4 principals looked either regretful or excited as they nodded when they heard this. Okay, for such a happy occasion, we old guys should join in the fun. It's good to share in the good luck. No problem. I'm deeply honored to witness the wedding of 2 angels. Although the 3 deputy ministers were serious, they nodded when they heard this. But I have some things to do, so I won't come back until the wedding day. Congratulations, I promise. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people from the top families in the main city had to give up the idea of recruiting them. Okay, this is a good thing, I'm willing to participate. I wish you 2 a smooth wedding and a long-lasting marriage. Those who are willing to stay naturally hope to make friends with these 2 angels. So naturally I was willing to stay and attend the wedding. What's more, this kind of wedding where both parties are SSS-level top talented awakeners is a rare event. They can share in the good luck and who knows, maybe they will meet more SSS-level top talented geniuses in the future. Although it is impossible to recruit Chenhi and Chu Shi to join the family. It's a great pity. But it's always good to be able to make friends with Chenhi. What if this so-called Nankaichen family really succeeds and rises? That's a pretty good gesture. Chapter 33. The Chu family business will be ours sooner or later. Chu family. Inside the luxurious villa. It's been a long time since I've seen such a grand event. It's rare to meet someone with SSS level talent. There aren't many in the entire country in a year, let alone 2 at once. They can still become a perfect couple. They are a match made in heaven. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, their looks are rare in the world, and even their talents are top-notch. The wedding of two holy angels is quite shocking news even if it happens in the four major cities, enough to attract attention from all over the country. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain during my visit to Nankai. All the 7th level bosses present agreed to attend the wedding. Chu Tian was the happiest, his face flushed. I feel so proud. His daughter has someone to rely on for her lifelong affairs, his son-in-law is so reliable, and there are so many 7th level bosses who he never dared to think of in the past coming to support him. It made him more confident about his daughter and son-in-law's wedding. He believes it. This wedding must be the most unprecedented and luxurious wedding in Nankai City, and it will shock the whole Nankai City. From now on, Chu Tian is also a person who has been surrounded by 7th level bosses, and is also someone who can chat and laugh with the top masters of the four main cities. In this Nankai City, no one can surpass him in status and fame. Certainly. Except Chenhi. However, even if Chenhi's future Nankai Chen family surpasses him, he is still his son-in-law, so he should be proud of it, which is equivalent to becoming prosperous together with them. When one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. It's so cool just thinking about it. Therefore, Chu Tian happily arranged accommodation for each of the 7th level bosses and let them temporarily stay in the Chu family's mansion. Then, in the study, he looked at his daughter and son-in-law in front of him and discussed it. Xiaohe, Shishi, do you have any other requests for the wedding? Who said I've always arranged your wedding according to the best standards in Nanping City? But now that so many 7th level bosses have come, I think I have to pay more attention to it. Chenhi looked at Chu Shi beside him. He held the girl's smooth and tender white hand and smiled. Father-in-law, you can take full charge of these matters. Cici and I will listen to you. Being able to marry Cici is a great happiness for me. Chu Shi's eyebrows curved instantly, and she leaned into Chenhi's arms shyly. She also reached out and grabbed Chenhi's arm, letting him hold her slender waist. This made Chenhi smile even brighter, and he added, by the way, father-in-law, I'll follow your arrangements for the wedding, but there's one thing. After the wedding, Cici wants to come back home with me. Swish. Chu Shi's face, which was already slightly flushed, turned completely red in an instant. The little head kept burrowing into Chenhi's arms, and he whispered in a low voice. What are you talking about? It's so embarrassing. Although she thought so in her heart. But the thought of returning home with Chenhi, a single man and a single woman, just the two of us in our own world. Her little heart was beating fast and her breathing became heavier. The more I think about it, the more I feel filled with anticipation and shame. Along with Chenhi and Chu Shi's identity information, they were registered in the Coordination Department and the Garrison Department. That very day, Chenhi awakened the SSS-level talent profession Holy Angel, and killed hundreds of 1st and 2nd level monsters. He even killed a succubus with a combat power of the 4th level at its peak. The news that his current level had reached the peak of the 2nd level, level 29, spread like wildfire. It spread out at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it was like a huge rock smashing into a pool of still water. This caused a huge uproar in Nankai City and sparked countless heated discussions. The top 10 hot searches in this city were completely dominated by news about Chenhi and Chu Shi. Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded. I was in disbelief for a long time before I reacted. The whole city was shocked. Many people who had previously discussed this online and felt that Chenhi was not worthy of the goddess Chu Shi were now dumbfounded. I just felt like my face was swollen from being slapped. How lively the discussion was before, how shocked and frustrated I feel now. What if even Chenhi is not worthy? Then who else is worthy of Chu Shi? Are they these garbage keyboard warriors? Didn't they say Chenhi's awakening failed? What happened? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. This must be fake. It's all been recorded in the back end of the 3 major ministries, and the country has confirmed it, and yet there are still people questioning it? I don't need to explain the reasons. Isn't Chenhi a loser? Holy shit. Why wouldn't it be so? How did Chenhi awaken the SSS-level talent class, the Holy Angel? He got a beautiful woman and was able to awaken a top class. Why does all the good things belong to him? This is more painful than killing me. That's not right. Isn't the Holy Angel the only SSS-level talent class? How come 2 of them suddenly appeared? I admit that I spoke a little loudly before, I admit my mistake. And at this moment, Nankai High School. Chenhi and Chushi's alma mater, from the principal, dean of studies and other school leaders to the students, were all shocked when they heard the news. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's not right. We all witnessed Chenhi's failed awakening. How come there's another shocking reversal now? Director, how did you arrange the awakening ceremony? After such a huge blunder, how will the outside world view our school from now on? After 2 failed awakenings. Now they're telling us that Chenhi has also awakened a second SSS-level talent class, the Holy Angel? Are they kidding us? What a joke! How can this be true? Isn't Holy Angel the only profession? It seems we have to admit that we are short-sighted. Tomorrow, no, today, right now, we must send someone to apologize to Chenhi. We must make friends with Chenhi. Also, there were also many people who planned to cause trouble and stop the wedding of Chenhi and Chushi. All of a sudden they all felt like clowns. I dare not say a word online. In fact, thousands of people cancelled their online accounts on the spot. I really can't afford to lose this person. No wonder Chairman Chu promoted the wedding so loudly before. It turns out Chairman Chu got a huge advantage. And as the news spread, Chenhi, who was in the Chu family, suddenly had a look in his eyes. The prompt sound of the family system came to my ears. Ding! Congratulations! The news of your awakening of the Holy Angel spread throughout Nankai City, causing a huge sensation, and the whole city is talking about it. Your family has become a little famous. Fame points plus 20,000. Reward, 6-star magic weapon dragon slaying sword. Chenhi was startled, and his eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the bright silver sword with a dragon's roar that suddenly appeared in the storage space of the family panel. 6-star magic weapon. This means that this sword can be used up to at least the 6th level, or even all the way to the 7th level. It is an extremely powerful magic weapon. I'm afraid that in the entire Nankai City, it may not be possible to find a magic weapon that can reach 5 stars. The sword that Chenhi chose from the Chu family's warehouse before was a magic weapon that was half a step to 5 stars. There is still some distance to 5 stars. Unexpectedly, the family system directly rewarded a 6-star magic sword. At least at this stage, before he can break through the 6th level, the strength of this dragon-slaying sword is far higher than the Holy Sword of Angels in his hand. After all, the Holy Sword of Angels is a growth-type magic weapon that needs to be upgraded as the level increases. Although there are no more reward levels on the family panel this time. But this dragon-slaying sword is also a great help to Chenhi. At the same time, just when the guests and hosts of the Chu family were having a great time, Lin family. A group of senior executives of the Lin Family Company Group and the awakened people who have devoted themselves to the Lin family gathered together and sat in the conference hall. Lin Jicheng and Lin Yuandao were also among them. Among the crowd, Lin Yuandao, who went to the main city to develop and successfully entered the headquarters of the coordination department, was obviously the one with the highest rank. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Yuandao. Lin Yuandao cleared his throat and spoke. From now on, until Chenhi and Chushi go to school together, my entire Lin family must keep a low profile. After the 2 of them go to the Magic City to attend school, we will start planning our plans for the Chu family. The current head of the Lin family, Lin Yuanguang, Lin Jicheng's father, asked back with some confusion. Why do we have to wait until those 2 brats start school? Wouldn't it be fine to wait until after the wedding, when those 7th rank bosses leave? Even if they are holy angels, they will not pose a threat until they grow up. Lin Yuandao shook his head solemnly and explained. Chenhi and Chushi are both top-tier SSS-level holy angels. Regardless of whether they are demons or traitors to the human race, once they learn of their situation, they will definitely find ways to kill them. So, before the 2 of them can even enroll in school, there will always be powerful human race members secretly protecting them in Nankai City. That's why, once we execute our plan against the Chu family before the 2 of them start school, by then, the powerful people who are secretly protecting us might think we are targeting Chenhi and Chushi. By then, our fate might be certain death. Learn about these situations. Lin Yuanguang and other senior executives nodded, and suddenly understood what was happening. What they want is the Chu family's business and all the current resources of the Chu family. I'm not looking for death. Chapter 34. A 7th level expert teaches personally. The matter of Chenhi and Chushi's wedding. Chenhi has already handed over full authority to Chu Tian to make the arrangements, but he doesn't know how big a wedding scene Chu Tian can make. It shouldn't be too outrageous, right? Let us put the wedding aside for now.
Chenhi immediately took Chushi with him and found Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy, who was resting in the guest bedroom. Principal Wu, we are quite confused about Cici and I's future cultivation methods, as well as the situation of this holy angel. I also hope that Principal Wu can give us some guidance.
This is Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy, a 7th level expert. Even though they are so active in recruiting students this time, I am afraid that such a big shot will not be someone you can see at any time, even if you enter the Magic City Academy in the future. Maybe you are very busy and have a lot of things to do. So, since we have some free time and opportunities now, and there is such a strong person here, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't seek guidance from Principal Wu? This time out.
Seeing so many demons running rampant, Chenhi felt a sense of urgency.
In this era, if you want to live longer, you must have absolute strength to support you. Otherwise, you can only live as a turtle in the city for your whole life, and you never know when you will be attacked by demons and swept away by a catastrophic disaster. The best way is to become stronger as soon as possible.
Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy was quite satisfied with Chenhi's humble attitude towards learning, especially his unwillingness to waste any opportunity and his eagerness to practice hard. He has seen many people with outstanding talents. I have seen many people who are obviously very talented, but because they did not work hard enough, they failed to achieve anything in the end, and some even died suddenly on the battlefield with demons. People like Chenhi who seize the time and practice diligently are the best seedlings.
So,
Principal Wu immediately and patiently explained to the two of them the innate skills of the holy angels, as well as the main training routes in the future.
That's good. As holy angels, you should really learn more.
According to our school's records, the holy angel has always been one of the strongest first-order talent professions.
The main reason is that its innate skills are extremely powerful.
These innate skills are not as simple as what is displayed on your class panel.
In other words, what is displayed on your current talent panel is only the elementary stage of these innate skills. Further development can be carried out later. Primary stage?
Chenhi was a little confused and subconsciously glanced at Chushi, and saw that Chushi was also confused.
Clearly no understanding of this.
Principal Wu smiled slightly.
That's right, every talent skill can actually be developed in depth.
Most of the innate skills can be developed to the intermediate stage, and some top-level innate skills can be developed to the advanced stage, even the legendary, ultimate stage. Each stage not only strengthens the power of the innate skill itself, but also allows for a certain level of sublimation, gaining new skill characteristics. Take your first talent skill, the Angel's Holy Sword, for example. The Angel's Holy Sword can summon weapons and magical treasures that are only wielded by holy angels. It can also be continuously strengthened as your level increases.
You should be very clear about this.
The corresponding holy sword skill, Judgment, is actually the primary effect of this innate skill.
Innate skill 2, Angel Silver Wings, allows you to summon Angel Silver Wings.
The effect is similar to that of the Angel Holy Sword, but due to its characteristics, it is even more precious than the Angel Holy Sword. Allowing the awakened holy angel to possess the ability to hover and fly at the second stage is a huge advantage among talented professions. Air-to-ground attacks inherently have a suppressive effect. Adding to this the ever-changing Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations, adds a lot of variety to this second talent skill, but this is only the primary effect. The more Chenhi and Chushi listened, the brighter their eyes became, driven by interest. I am very excited about the higher-level talent skills and higher-level skill development effects in the future.
Principal Wu, can you tell us about the subsequent talent skills?
Principal Wu chuckled and acted mysterious.
I didn't mean to keep you in suspense.
This third talent skill is called Angel's Eyes.
It can give you a third sense independent of your own eyes and perception. Its primary effect is insight, which allows you to see the enemy's weaknesses and defeat the strong with the weak.
The intermediate effect is Analysis, which allows you to analyze the target's attack moves and even learn the enemy's moves in a very short time.
It's an incredible effect. Talent skill number 4 is called Angel's Judgment.
The initial stage is to use the Angel's supreme power of judgment against certain specific opponents, ignoring all defensive effects and killing them at the same level. Of course, the conditions for killing are quite harsh. You will know when you reach the 4th level later. It's a mid-level skill, so it's said to be able to perform a forced judgment kill that surpasses a level.
It's an extremely powerful talent skill that's difficult to counter. Among all the innate skills of SSS-level talent classes, the killing power of Angel's Judgment is one of the best. It is the most advanced killing method.
As for the fifth and final talent skills, Sacred Domain and Seraphim, I know very little about them. I only know that their effects are quite dramatic, and they can easily achieve the feat of transcending levels and defeating enemies. After hearing this story, both Chenhi and Chu-Shi were dumbfounded.
Isn't this a bit too powerful? It was far beyond their initial imagination. No wonder the outside world is saying that the holy angel is the most powerful profession. Just relying on these first 4 talents, the holy angel almost has the ability to be completely invincible under the same level. No wonder it is called a god-level profession that surpasses the SSS level. This is too exaggerated. When Principal Wu said this, his expression suddenly became a little gloomy. He seemed to be thinking of something that was too painful to recall, and said it with some regret. Because most of the previous holy angel awakeners died in battle before reaching level 60, or were assassinated by demons or human traitors. Only one person broke through level 60. So, up until now, humans still know very little about the holy angels. I don't even know the intermediate effects of talent skills 5 and 6. As for the advanced effects, I know nothing about the advanced effects of talent skills 3 and 4, not to mention the last 2, talent skills 5 and 6. Aside from the last 4 innate skills, the first innate skill, the Holy Angel Sword, the Holy Sword skill Judgment, the second innate skill, the Silver Angel Wings, and the Silver Wing skill Myriad Transformations, humans have not yet fully developed them and understand very little about them. Many top experts who are very familiar with the Holy Angels are actually speculating that these 2 innate skills obtained along with their natal weapons and magic treasures actually have the highest upper limits. We have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Next, I hope that you too, the unprecedented twin holy angels, can develop even more profound and unfathomable skill effects, allowing us to understand the even greater power of the holy angels. Let the name of the holy angel resound throughout this chaotic and dangerous era. Chenhi and Chu-Shi nodded heavily. Suddenly, I felt as if I had taken on the responsibility of glorifying the profession of holy angels and the important mission of revitalizing humanity. After telling Principal Wu about the information about the holy angels, Principal Wu did not hide anything and spoke proactively. Your current main training route is actually to guard against arrogance and impatience. Although the holy angel profession is quite powerful, it is 1 in a million. But you too can't slack off either. We must lay a solid foundation, improve the strength of our physical body, and stabilize our spiritual attributes. Continue to learn other skills, consolidate yourself, and become stronger. This is the right path. In this day and age, awakening is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll retreat. Your diligent and conscientious attitude is correct. Then, Principal Wu brought Chenhi and the other 2 to the martial arts training ground and personally guided them in their training. The strength of this body depends on food, but also on diligent training and utilizing the spiritual energy within. Today, I will teach you a method of spiritual resonance. Using the spiritual energy contained in one's body to resonate with the spiritual energy of the external world, it stimulates muscles and bones, boils the blood, and strengthens the body over time. This isn't some low-level body refining method, but a true method for strengthening the body. It's been developed by generations of powerful human beings, and it's a method only awakened people can practice. Remember it well and study hard. The method of aura resonance was carefully taught several times. Chenhi and Chu-Shi were both extremely talented, and they were almost able to master it after just a few tries. Each of them practiced their cultivation, and waves of spiritual energy came from them. Then, Principal Wu also taught the 2 of them how to strengthen their mental strength. This method is called enlightenment. It stabilizes one's spiritual power by continuously drawing special ancient runes in the spiritual world. After awakening, it is generally difficult to improve mental strength, unless there is a big opportunity or a big promotion. But it needs to be constantly consolidated. Otherwise, as the level increases, if the mental strength is not stable enough, you may suffer a mental breakdown after fully unlocking the professional status. The ways to strengthen your spiritual power are actually varied and diverse. There are even many ways to strengthen oneself through mental torture, but I don't recommend that you too choose such extreme methods. The enlightenment of the mind that I practice is a gentle method that uses gentle means to strengthen the mind. Although the effects are slow to show, it is universally applicable to everyone. Inside the underground martial arts training ground, under the guidance of Principal Wu, Chenhi and Chu-Shi continuously improved their recruitment strength and consolidated their mental strength. And at the same time, Chu Tian is busy preparing for their grand wedding. There was no more hiding, and everyone in the South knew about it. You can say that. Posters of the couple's wedding can be seen everywhere in the South.
Various businesses, shops, buses, and other places are all covered with wedding news. There were even hot air balloons floating in the sky. There was a photo of Chenhi and Chu Shi, a handsome man and beautiful woman. Chu Tian even made a statement to the outside world. On the day of Chenhi and Chu Shi's wedding, all Nankai citizens who spend money at the Chu family's properties will receive a 10% discount on the first item they purchase. Even if you only buy one, you can still enjoy a 90% discount. All Nankai citizens, whether awakened or ordinary people, can come to attend Chenhi's wedding, and no gifts or cash are required.
The whole city is having a party. For a moment.
Throughout the South, countless people wanted to attend Chenhi and Chu Shi's wedding.
The streets are empty. Everyone is eagerly waiting. Chapter 35: The Wedding. Nankai City. On the wedding day of Chenhi and Chu Shi,
the most luxurious hotel in the city was packed with people. There were huge crowds of people. The sound of discussion was in full swing and echoed everywhere. Several tables of people were sitting on the top floor of the hotel, waiting for the banquet to begin.
Each of them is a top figure in Nankai City. Just look around.
The mayor, deputy mayor, and the 4 ministers of Nankai City's education department, law enforcement department, garrison department, and coordination department were all there.
Logically speaking, once these people show up, they will definitely attract the admiration of Nankai City. There will definitely be many people who, out of curiosity or the desire to get to know each other, will keep approaching here and come up to say hello. But there was complete silence.
The other guests attending the wedding all seemed nervous and cautious.
And now,
even the mayor of Nankai City and the ministers of the 4 major departments were exchanging glances with each other in great surprise and fear. From time to time, he glanced at the table in the front. The person sitting at that table was the most important person among those attending Chenhi and Chu Shi's wedding today. The principals of the 4 main cities, 3 deputy ministers, and people from the top families of the 4 main cities.
Every one of these people is a 7th-level powerhouse. They were all people who came to attend Chenhi and Chu Shi's wedding and offer their blessings. A 7th-level expert? Fuck you, a genuine 7th-level expert. When did this tiny Nankai city manage to gather so many rank 7 experts? Isn't this wedding a bit too exaggerated? That seems to be the president of the 4 major universities. That elegant-looking guy seems to be Principal Wu from the Magic City Academy. I ran into him once several years ago. Isn't that right? Principal Wu is here too. What a great honor this is. I never thought that Chairman Chu could invite such a person. This isn't Chairman Chu's honor at all. It's clearly the work of Chenhi and Chu Shi, 2 SSS-level Saint Angels. Besides these 2 top-tier geniuses, who else could possibly hire a rank 7 expert? Incredible. It's really incredible. This is a great man whom we may never meet in our lifetime. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy crap. 10 or so rank 7 warriors showed up all at once. That's outrageous. A group of people exchanged glances with each other, but did not dare to speak at all. I didn't even have the face or courage to go up and say hello. After all, even the mayor and 4 ministers who were defending Nankai City were only 5th-level warriors in their 50s. The deputy mayor is only 1 level higher than Chu Tian. In front of a 7th-level strongman, he could only break out in cold sweats. And on the other tables at the next level, sitting there were Chenhi, the principal and teachers of Chu Shi High School, and other prominent figures in Nankai City. Basically, anyone with a little wealth and status in the city was present. Certainly. Someone from the Lin family also came and sat at the back. He is far away from these key core figures in Nankai City and those 7th-level bosses. Lin Yuanguang and Lin Yuandao came together, and at the moment they were dressed in suits and looked respectable. As for Lin Shicheng, he wasn't even allowed to come. Because they were afraid that Lin Shicheng might say something wrong in such a big occasion, they didn't let him come. Besides this, inside the hotel, which is decorated in a very luxurious and grand manner, almost every floor is filled with awakened people from Nankai City, as well as countless ordinary people. Looking down from upstairs, the wedding tables and the pomp extended all the way out, like a big red wedding dragon stretching across the land, extending into the distance and spreading out in all directions of the hotel. You can't see the edge at a glance. There are crowds of people everywhere.
Even so, there were still countless people from all directions, constantly gathering here and rushing to participate in this grand wedding.
The whole city is here. And at this time, swish!
Everyone saw a curtain of light pouring down from the sky, like the upside-down Milky Way. The figures of Chenhi and Chenhi appeared vividly. It covers the sky and the sun, like the curtain of a formation. Although the streets in the distance were very congested and crowded, the crowds still dispersed naturally, leaving the main road in the middle free. Rows of people in black suits guarded both sides of the road. All kinds of fireworks and streamers poured down from the sky as if they were free.
Further away,
a long line of vehicles came speeding in from farther away, and the sky was suddenly filled with floating ribbons. At the same time, another series of sword energy shot into the sky. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! A huge sword shadow, like an angel descending, rose from the ground and appeared in the air, like an angel's holy sword in the hands of a holy angel slashing down. Immediately afterwards, countless sword energies continued to penetrate the long river and swept across the sky. The sword light reflecting the sky is flying, and the sacred light is spreading. But the arrogant sword energy exploded in the sky. It turned into countless star-like fireworks that exploded in the sky. Whoosh!
Snap! Snap! Snap!
The fireworks in the sky formed a huge character that could be seen even from standing on the city wall. Even though this group of 7th-level bosses were knowledgeable and experienced, they couldn't help but marvel at such a grand scene. Wow, that big curtain before should have only been a 3-star formation. But this sword energy-filled formation used to pick up the bride is at least a 5-star formation.
What a grand ceremony! Perhaps only this way can we be worthy of the wedding of 2 top SSS-level monsters. The crowd around was completely shocked and there was an uproar. Instantly elevate the atmosphere of the wedding scene to its highest point. Here comes the bride. Bride! Bride! Bride!
There were thunderous shouts everywhere, and at the end, they gradually turned into various kinds of shouts. Some were shouting groom, some were shouting goddess Chenhi, all kinds of shouts were there. At the end of the extremely long convoy, under the attention of everyone, Chenhi, dressed in red as a groom, pushed open the door. His extremely handsome appearance instantly caused many screams from the people around him. His face was full of joy as he looked at the lively scene around him and nodded with satisfaction.
Then he walked around and opened the door on the opposite side. Tread!
A foot slowly emerged from the car. Immediately afterwards, the entire street and even the entire sky seemed to become brighter and more dazzling.
Crash, crash!
Chenhi wore a golden red hairpin on her head, which emitted a dazzling light. Her noble yet extremely graceful and beautiful phoenix crown and bridal robe dazzled everyone, and made everyone feel that everything else had lost its color. The long skirt that trailed the ground at her feet and back spread out on the thick fiery red carpet like a waterfall. At this moment, Chenhi is so beautiful that she looks like a character walking out of a painting. Set off by the bright red phoenix crown and bridal robe, she looks like an immortal in heaven. She has a stunning face, bright makeup, long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her watery eyes are bright and full of brilliance. Her already snow-white and powdery skin now looked even whiter and more dazzling, as white as snow. Beneath the pink neck and shoulders with very soft lines, there is a very hot chest wrapped up. Although she has just reached adulthood, her figure already has a devilish S-shaped curve, which naturally reveals a pure and natural beauty, with a slender waist that can be held in one hand and a round and perky figure like a full moon.
At first glance, it's like seeing a fairy descending from the sky, transformed into a peerless beauty.
Chenhi was stunned, even a little surprised for a moment.
Is this my bride?
So beautiful.
Chenhi.
The girl opened her red lips and called out in a soft and tender voice. It touches people directly to the heart. Chenhi took a deep breath and felt a burning sensation in his heart, as well as a dry mouth and red face. He bent down and put his arms around Chenhi's slender waist and legs, holding him in his arms.
Still calling me Chenhi? Isn't it time to change that?
Swish! Chenhi's already extremely bright and beautiful face, with a rosy blush on her cheeks, turned completely red in an instant.
It's so cute and red.
But on such a happy day, she definitely couldn't spoil Chenhi's fun, so she called out in a delicate voice as soft as a mosquito.
Husband. What's your name? Can't you hear it?
As soon as these words were spoken, there was a lot of booing from the surrounding area.
What are you calling? I can't hear you. We can't hear clearly.
Chenhi's face flushed red, and her heart nearly jumped out of her chest, but she still bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth and shouted loudly as if to declare her sovereignty, and actually suppressed all the booing.
Husband. Hey.
Chenhi responded with satisfaction. Amidst Shuxi's soft cry of he was picked up.
Holding her over the brazier, the wedding banquet officially began. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he and Cece got married.
Top floor of the hotel.
With the warm congratulations from countless relatives and friends. And now, groom, you may kiss your bride. Boo.
Chenhi lowered his head and kissed Shuxi's soft lips that looked like flowers. There were excited shouts everywhere. Even Chu Tian, who always had a tough attitude, had tears in his eyes at this moment. He stared at the newlyweds on the stage in a daze.
The wedding went off without a hitch and ended without a hitch. But what puzzled Chenhi was that for such a grand wedding, why was there no movement from the system? Shouldn't it increase some fame points? Didn't you say you could upgrade directly to level 2? Shouldn't there be some reward? It's our wedding day after all. Could it be that this wedding didn't even bring any fame to the family? That shouldn't be the case, right?
Chenhi looked at the crowds reveling everywhere, completely bewildered.
But the system did not provide an explanation. In fact, this wedding did not increase Chenhi's family's reputation.
Although the entire Nankai city was deserted, everyone was stunned by the grand scale of the wedding. But this made everyone in Nankai City see Chu Tian's generosity. I saw the wealth of the Blue Sky Group. I saw the Blue Sky Group banquet, inviting the whole city to attend the wedding. In the final analysis, it increased the fame of Chu Tian and the Chu family.
You can say that. After this wedding, in Nankai City, whether it is the awakened ones or ordinary people, when they want to buy anything, the first thing they think of is definitely the Chu family. It wasn't just Chenhi and Chu Shi who were in the spotlight. Chu Tian, the father-in-law, also became very popular. Chapter 36, the ceremony is over, it's time to go to the bridal chamber. The wedding is over.
Watching the guests in the hotel disperse. Before leaving, he did not forget to send his blessings to the talented and beautiful couple, wishing them a happy marriage and a baby soon. Chenhi was already a little drunk.
Just now at the banquet,
he held Shuxi's slender waist and circled around the room to toast the friends and relatives who took turns. Even though he was now a second-level awakener with a very strong physical fitness, he could not handle the guests around him.
There are too many people coming today. If you want to blame someone, blame your father-in-law for making the wedding so grand. They actually gathered everyone in the city to attend the wedding. Even this 10-story restaurant can't accommodate it. Fortunately, Shuxi came up with an idea and replaced his wine with water in the second half. Otherwise, Chenhi even doubted whether he could drink it. After a grand banquet, Chenhi and Shuxi returned to Chenhi's home, a small house of less than 70 square meters left by Chenhi's parents. Although Shuxi's home is bigger and more luxurious, but Chenhi always felt that his small home, which was not very big, had a more homely feel and atmosphere, and he was more willing to return to this home. Certainly. From now on, the Chu family is Chenhi's home. It is also Chu Shi's mother's home. I took a short nap on the way home. When he was woken up by Chu Shi, Chenhi looked at the face in front of him. The beautiful woman is delicate as a piece of jade, and suddenly felt that the effect of the alcohol had almost dissipated. No. I can't continue to be drowsy. There is still important work to do tonight. After this grand wedding ceremony, there are more important steps to follow. Get married first. Then sent to the bridal chamber. Hey. Chenhi instantly became alert and was about to put his arms around his legal wife's slender waist as he walked into the bedroom. But suddenly I heard a coo sound. He looked up. Shuxi felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head shyly. The pink and white little hands rubbed the corners of the clothes, not knowing where to put them. Chenhi was amused and raised his hand to scratch her delicate white nose. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Shuxi pouted her soft pink lips slightly, blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. She glanced at Chenhi, then whispered shyly. If you're anxious, you can have your wedding night first. Chenhi smiled, looked at his wife who was so close to him, and listened to the gentle words. He suddenly became less anxious and rubbed the girl's cute little face gently and lovingly. Why rush? We have plenty of time tonight. Besides, you're not the only one who's hungry. I barely ate anything at the wedding today, and I'm starving. I really should eat something. Order the food. I'll make it for you, whatever you want to eat.
Chenhi nodded with a red face and whispered a few dishes.
Satisfy you.
Chenhi stretched himself, stood up, walked into the kitchen and started cooking.
In the kitchen,
Chenhi was lost in thought while cooking. Despite such a grand situation today, the system did not increase any fame points and did not obtain any rewards. This shows that the system is still very rigorous.
Whoever deserves fame gets it. It's impossible to pin it on him.
In this case, if you want to develop your family and increase its reputation, you cannot rely on any external forces, but must rely on yourself to improve and develop. The various resources and enhanced reputation obtained from father-in-law Chu Tian will only benefit the Chu family. If a family develops according to the direction of the ancient 5 surnames and 7 ancestral families, if it wants to reach a higher level, it must start with family status, reputation, population, industry, territory, etc.
Family status.
This requires Chenhi and Chenhi to work together, strive to improve their levels, improve themselves, and create more impressive records.
Words of fame.
Although he and Chenhi are very famous in Nankai City, their reputation is seriously lacking. Moreover, because of the presence of the father-in-law, it is destined to be difficult to get promoted. In Nankai City, no matter what he and Chenhi did, they could never do without the influence of Chu Tian, the richest man in Nankai.
As for the population, there is no need to be anxious. You have to take it slow. Take it one step at a time. We can't be too hasty. We need to give him and CC some time to have a baby, right? Industry. And the land.
This sounds even more unreliable. The economic lifeline of Nankai City, the lifeblood of most of the people in the city, is in Chu Tian's hands.
How can he develop? He can't get around Chu Tian at all. Chenhi thought about it over and over again.
I feel more and more that it is difficult to develop the industry and chassis.
At least in Nankai City, it cannot develop at all.
Because in terms of the interests of family development, in Nankai City, my father-in-law has really reached the ceiling of Nankai City in all aspects. Almost all the paths Chenhi could take were blocked.
And
it's precisely because my father-in-law did such a great job. If Chenhi develops in Nankai, it will be quite disadvantageous to his father-in-law.
Moreover, he might even be given the title of father-in-law.
What if he finally develops for a long time, builds up an industry, acquires territory, and grabs some market share?
Result.
In the eyes of others, he is following Chu Tian's path and is part of Chu Tian's business empire.
Isn't that bullshit? I'm just making wedding dress for my father-in-law for nothing. On the contrary, it would be even more disadvantageous to Chenhi. So,
after some thought, Chenhi discovered that apart from the population, it was actually difficult to develop a family in Nankai City.
It seems that the only way now is to develop outside. Continue to develop in places that Chu Tian cannot control. Then, Chenhi planned to develop his family in the Magic City after he went to the Magic City Academy. That's all.
As I was thinking, a fairly sumptuous dinner was ready.
5 dishes and 1 soup.
Especially the steamed fish and duck blood vermicelli soup, which were the dishes Chenhi had just ordered, he made them all.
Chenhi's eyes lit up instantly, his index finger moved, and he sat down next to Chenhi.
He started eating it in small bites. At the beginning, he was still very elegant, eating slowly and paying attention to his image. But it soon evolved into the image of a foodie who could eat anything he wanted, with a pink and tender cherry mouth that was shiny and smooth, and rosy cheeks that were puffed up.
He ate with a smacking sound, just like a little hamster.
Seeing this, Chenhi felt more and more that he had married a silly little girl. This was not the iceberg goddess who was as noble as an iceberg and would not allow anyone to violate her in the eyes of others.
It's clearly his little cutie.
He just ate a few mouthfuls of food during this meal, and let Chenhi eat most of the food. As for him, he has been staring at his beautiful wife.
This is called beauty is a feast for the eyes. Chenhi secretly thought that the development of this population could perhaps be put on the agenda.
Seeing that Chenhi had almost finished eating, especially noticing his gradually becoming fiery gaze, Chenhi suddenly became a little nervous, and the food didn't smell as good anymore. He subconsciously sat upright, with his hands placed obediently on his knees. Her rosy face was flushed red as she spoke softly.
You, don't look at me like that. I'm a little nervous.
Chenhi smiled and sat down next to Chenhi. He first took her slightly trembling little hand, then put it close to her crystal clear earlobe and whispered softly.
Can't you even look twice? We are a legal couple.
Of course, but I'm just a little scared.
Don't be afraid, come, hug me, dear. Chenhi, you. You're not listening. I asked you to change your words before. Husband, no, it's a bit itchy.
Chenhi was not too anxious. He leaned close to Chushi's ear and whispered sweet words, feeling Chushi slowly getting warmer and softer in his arms. Until they became so weak that they had no strength to resist.
Half of my body is numb. Finally.
Chushi really couldn't stand Chenhi's increasingly dishonest hands anymore, so she gritted her teeth and pushed Chenhi away with great effort, then ran into the bathroom with a red face.
I'm going to take a shower first. It's better to be clean, it's better.
Chenhi smiled and added in his heart.
Eat me. Soon.
After the newlyweds took a bath one after another. Looking at Chushi, who had just finished taking a shower, with wet hair and skin as white as a peel egg, Chushi felt shy and timid.
He was only wrapped in a bath towel. Chenhi's heart was pounding. I'm hungry again.
Chushi was slightly stunned, and his look became even more silly and cute.
Didn't you just have dinner?
Chenhi chuckled.
That's not what I meant. Then.
He ignored Chushi's angry cries, and hugged the girl by her legs in his arms and ran straight to the bedroom.
Chushi's little face shrank shyly in Chenhi's arms, and she understood instantly.
It turns out that Chenhi wanted to eat her.
I feel more and more shy. At the same time. Outside Chenhi's house. Two figures, a man and a woman, dressed in black robes, suddenly appeared and quickly set up a formation around Chenhi's building. Swish.
On the ground, the formation runes flashed for a moment, then quickly disappeared.
Whoosh whoosh. Talismans flew out one after another and were posted around the doors and windows. A lot of precautions were taken. Then. The two figures disappeared and quickly moved away from Chenhi's house. Chapter 37 Family Level Upgrade. There was a violent storm all night. This night. It was Chenhi and Chushi's wedding night. The wedding night is one of the 4 major happy events in life. Both parties were completely frank with each other, knew each other well, exchanged skills with each other, and completely gave themselves to each other. He tossed and turned until it was dark and there was no sun or moon, and then he fell asleep exhausted. After all, it's my first time. Moreover, young people do not know moderation. Relying on youth and strength, it is the time when one can enjoy the best of things. I fell asleep only when it was almost dawn.
The room was full of messy signs, with all kinds of clothes torn apart, and many shoes and socks scattered everywhere.
Even a pillow was missing. Recording the madness of this night.
There were still some red scratches on Chenhi's back, and his thin and handsome face showed a sense of refreshment, as if he had completed a leap in growth in the level of life overnight.
Become a real man.
And the other side. Chushi's fiery red phoenix coronet and bridal robe were disheveled, with pearl hairpins and hairpins hanging between her messy hair. Her face was full of fatigue and tenderness, and there were still some traces of tears on her beautiful face. She was breathing heavily, and her delicate and soft body trembled slightly from time to time. It was obvious that he was exhausted, and he huddled in Chenhi's arms, sleeping soundly. She is like a sleeping kitten, showing her cute and innocent posture, as well as the traces of love that have not faded from a new wife. People feel extremely pity for her at first sight.
It's so enchanting that it goes straight to the bone. Speaking of which,
last night, when Chenhi carried her to bed, she was only wearing a bath towel and nothing else. But in the second half of the night, Chenhi also became lustful.
Somehow she had to wear this phoenix coronet and bridal gown for her wedding.
She was extremely embarrassed at the time, but her whole body felt so weak that she had no strength at all. Under Chenhi's repeated requests, he reluctantly agreed. Even later in the night, Chenhi asked her to change into various socks and high heels, sometimes black stockings, sometimes white stockings, and tear them into various shapes.
She didn't have the strength to resist. Although I felt extremely ashamed, I finally let the young man do whatever he wanted. The two of them were resting so much that they didn't pay attention to the time and it was dark and gloomy. I can't get out of bed during the day.
It was not until the evening, when the sky gradually darkened, that the two of them felt their rumbling stomachs and slowly got up to eat. Even though Chenhi is in relatively strong condition. But now my hands and legs are too weak to cook, so I ordered takeout instead of cooking myself. As the saying goes, 1 drop of semen is worth 10 drops of blood.
This cannot be wasted casually. It seems we need to be alert to the principle of abstaining from sex. After dinner,
Chenhi pulled Chushi, whose body was still weak, to practice together in the living room of his home. Continue to use the aura resonance method taught by Principal Wu to resonate the chest, abdomen, and bones, and boost qi and blood.
Strengthen your body.
Then he used the method of enlightenment to outline various ancient runes in the spiritual world again and again to consolidate his spiritual power.
The two complement each other.
After practicing for a while, the breath gradually becomes longer.
The reckless consumption last night was gradually making up for it.
Young people are full of energy, and with various supporting methods of practice and self-coaching, that little bit of consumption is nothing at all and can be easily replenished.
At night, the newlyweds took a bath.
Looking at each other, who were as beautiful as lotus flowers emerging from the water, the handsome man and beautiful woman could not restrain themselves after all.
Continuing the fierce battle and entanglement from last night.
After spending the night together last night, they were both in love and couldn't leave each other.
Moreover, Chenhi is also a very competitive person and has a very fast learning ability.
The first night, because I was very shy and it was my first time, I mostly endured it passively. But as the number of times increases, gradually, she was able to take some initiative and, taking advantage of the beautiful night, ride on it to show her dominance as a husband.
There is no need to mention the intoxicating beauty of this place. This cycle of practicing during the day and fighting at night continued until the third day. It is the day when one returns to one's parents' home according to custom. Early in the morning,
Chenhi and Chu, both with dark circles under their eyes, came together to the luxurious villa of their father-in-law, the Chu family. Along the way, both of them were yawning.
Thinking back on the craziness of last night, I can't help but laugh and cry.
But the more this happens, the deeper their feelings become, and they can't help but hold hands and hug each other.
Wait until you get home. Anyone can feel the sour and cloying feeling of love. Chu Tian couldn't bear to watch.
Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy, who was calmly drinking tea nearby, also had an anti-smile on his face. He looked at the newlyweds and shook his head.
It's great to be young. Who says it isn't? Chu Tian next to him responded.
Seeing that his daughter and son-in-law had such a good relationship, he was in a very good mood.
Father-in-law, Principal Wu is here too.
Chenhi walked in holding his wife's little white hand. I was surprised to see that Principal Wu was still here. The other 3 presidents of top universities, 3 deputy ministers, and people from top families have all left. In the villa that was previously filled with 7th-level experts, now only Principal Wu is left.
Principal Wu smiled kindly and took the initiative to explain.
While I still have some free time, I'll stay in Nankai City for a few more days. I plan to wait until school starts, then take Chenhi and Chu back to the Magic City Academy.
That's what he said.
But in fact, Principal Wu stayed here mainly to protect the young couple.
A family of 2 holy angels. This is a serious matter.
This not only concerns one family, but also the future of the entire human race and the future of the entire Hansha nation.
There is no way he doesn't take it seriously.
If other villains with hidden plans get the chance to harm these 2 people, it would be a huge disaster.
He absolutely cannot let this happen.
Chenhi's eyes lit up, his face showed joy, and he stared straight at Principal Wu. Principal Wu felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously shrank his neck.
Have to.
Seeing that the boy looked like he was going to squeeze out all his usefulness, Principal Wu knew that he couldn't continue to drink tea here peacefully, so he stood up and greeted him.
Okay, now that we have time, I will continue to guide you 2 through the fierce training. Lay a solid foundation as soon as possible.
Chenhi was satisfied and pulled Chu straight to the martial arts training ground.
A moment later,
inside the underground martial arts training ground. Your main training goal right now should still be to improve your physical strength and consolidate your mental power.
Don't even think about anything else for now, that's just unrealistic. You guys have top-tier SSS-level talents, so you don't lack anything. The leveling speed, skill training speed, and so on are all top-notch, so there's no need to rush at all. As for learning skills, I suggest you don't learn anything first. Everything is based on laying a solid foundation. After all, after the foundation is completely laid, when school starts and we return to the Magic City Academy, we will have plenty of time to teach Chenhi and his wife more good skills. This is the Chu family's skill book. Although most of the skills are of level 4 or 5, with relatively high star ratings, they are also the top skill books in this small Nankai city. But it was not in Principal Wu's eyes at all. I feel that if these skills were taught to Chenhi and Chu, it would be a complete waste. Not worthy of these 2 good seedlings. That's all. Time flies, and after a week of continuous practice, this day,
Chenhi suddenly received a system message prompting.
Ding! Congratulations!
Your and Chushi's talents have become known to countless awakened people across the country.
Your family's reputation has greatly increased, and you have gained plus 20,000 fame points. Reward, level up by 2. Ding! Congratulations! Your family level has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Chenhi's eyes lit up. It's level 3.
He immediately called out his career panel and checked his career information in detail.
Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 31.
Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle.
12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings.
Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations.
Talent skill 3, Angel Eyes, Ability, Insight. Talent skill 4, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 5, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. In the level column.
As expected, he successfully upgraded from LV29 to LV31 and quickly crossed the threshold of the third level.
Because Principal Wu had already explained the 6 innate skills of the Holy Angel, he knew how to use the third innate skill without much practice.
In the dark, he felt a special sense that transcended his own senses and eyes, sweeping across, as if he had eyes on his back.
It can record all kinds of details within a few meters around it.
And have insight into the smallest details.
Quite powerful. In addition to his own level being upgraded, his family's level was finally upgraded by 1 level as well. He was very surprised and subconsciously checked the family system panel. Family level, LV2. Family members, Patriarch Chenhi and Mistress Chushi.
Family reputation value, 1000001000000. You can bind a new family member.
Ha!
Chenhi's eyes lit up slightly. Finally, after all these days of accumulation, his family's fame value finally broke through 100,000 and successfully reached the second level family. It's time to bind the next family member.
At the same time,
he also noticed that there was a prefix of head of the family before his name, and there was also a prefix of mistress before Chushi's name.
It seems
all new family members in the future should have a new prefix.
Let us look at the fame value required to upgrade. You actually need to reach a fame value of 1 million before you can upgrade. The required fame value is 10 times more than before.
Chenhi was excited for a while and began to think about the subsequent applications of the home panel. This is indeed very important for binding new members. This allows Chenhi to start his second career.
But now,
even the first profession has not been fully mastered yet. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to bind new family members. In this era of spiritual revival, due to the rapid population decline and the relatively unbalanced gender ratio, the number of women exceeds that of men everywhere. Therefore, all countries encourage childbirth, and those who are able can practice polygamy.
This is allowed by law. But
before binding a new family member, he must discuss it carefully with Chushi, the family mistress, and obtain her approval.
Then,
let us talk about it after I can have a child with Chushi and completely maintain my position as Chushi's eldest wife.
And then, only then will we consider new family members. And now, there is another more important thing. I have to go out into the wild for training again.
Otherwise, when I enter school, it will be difficult to explain if my third level status is exposed.
After all,
from the second stage to the third stage, other people did not improve as easily as Chenhi. Without half a year or even a year of practice, it is impossible to improve.
Then,
Chenhi found Chushi and put forward his idea.
Cici, the training has been good recently. I want to go out and experience some more. Chapter 38, the second time going out for training.
Upon learning that Chenhi wanted to go out for outdoor training again, Chushi wanted to go with Chenhi.
Hubby, if you want to go out and gain experience, that's fine. But you have to take me with you this time.
Last time, I felt I wasn't strong enough and would definitely be a drag if I went, but this time, you can't leave me behind no matter what, otherwise I won't agree to let you go alone.
Seeing this,
Chenhi was somewhat helpless and spoke frankly.
Cici, stop messing around.
I'm going out to gain experience this time to do serious work. During this period, I continuously improved my physical strength and consolidated my mental power. I somehow reached level 31, officially breaking through the third level. You should also know how shocking it is to see such a rapid improvement in such a short period of time. Perhaps this is the special feature of my all-professional status. My leveling speed is different from that of ordinary people. So, I have to go to the wild area to hunt monsters to cover up the fact that I'm at a certain level. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain my level once it's exposed. If I say I leveled up by increasing my physical strength and consolidating my mental power, no one will believe me. By then, who knows, people might think I've implanted a demon heart, or have some other idea. Shushi opened her mouth slightly, and her stunningly beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Hubby, you're at level 3? This is level 3? Seeing Chenhi nodded calmly, Shushi was speechless. All professionals. Is it so powerful? He is worthy of being the man I like. In that case, outdoor training is necessary. But honey, I still want to go with you. If you get any other opportunities during this trip, the gap between us will only get bigger. Hubby, I don't want to be a drag on you all the time and just be taken care of by you. I also want to be independent. Chenhi pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin with his fingers as he thought carefully for a while, and suddenly an idea came to him. Okay, let's go ask Principal Wu for his opinion. See if Principal Wu can take us out for training. When the time comes, we'll work together. I'll find an opportunity to hunt some high-level monsters on my own to cover up the level issue. That's easy. At that time, we can also ask Principal Wu to protect us. Even if we encounter a strong enemy, with Principal Wu's terrifying 7th level strength, he can easily solve it. Shushi thought about it and nodded repeatedly. Great idea. Then, Chenhi and Shushi quickly found Principal Wu in the study. Principal Wu was calmly sipping tea and reading a book, living a quite leisurely life. Principal, Cece, and I want to go out for some outdoor training. Puff. Principal Wu had a mouthful of tea stuck in his throat and couldn't swallow it, so he spat it out on the spot. My hands trembled and I almost dropped the teacup. He raised his head and looked at the two of them in surprise, shaking his head repeatedly. No. This matter is not negotiable. The most important training task for you two at this stage is to lay the foundation. There's no rush for the rest. Chenhi took a step forward and said firmly. Principal, Cece, and I don't want to be flowers grown in a greenhouse. If you want to do it, you must be an awakened one who fights with real swords and guns. What's the point of staying at home and practicing all day? After my previous field training experience, I've realized that only the boundless wilderness outside is the best training ground for improving one's strength. This is the big stage where we awakened ones should truly shine. Principal Wu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But thinking about Chenhi's last experience out, especially the situation with the 4th level succubus. Little guy Chenhi. He is not only a person with outstanding talents, but also has great fortune, a quick mind, and is very sensible in doing things. Encountering a 4th level succubus can turn danger into safety. Maybe there is some truth in what he said. This is a talented person who was blessed with unique talents and is extremely suitable for going out to gain experience. If he continues to train at home, it is indeed possible that he will become useless. Seeing that he had persuaded Principal Wu, Chenhi immediately took advantage of the situation and pressed on. Principal, besides the training, the main reason I went to the wild first was because I wanted to try something outside. See if I can successfully raise my level to level 30 and break through to the 3rd stage. Chenhi is now at level 31, but Principal Wu only knows that he is at level 29. This is a pretty good reason. Principal Wu also made some changes. If he could bring a 3rd level freshman into the Magic City Academy, then wouldn't those old guys in the Magic City Academy be furious? What a great opportunity to show off. I just like this kind of invisible pretense. The thought of being able to say that he was the one who brought Chenhi up. It was him who brought out the real 3rd level warriors from the wilderness. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy that my scalp tingles. The other side. Shushi also followed her husband's lead and spoke alone. Principal Wu, I also want to go out and gain some experience. Principal, please agree to our request. I'm only at level 9 now. After a week of diligent training, I still haven't reached level 10. Perhaps, only after entering the wilderness can we advance to the 1st level more quickly.
Principal, could you take us with you to experience the wild? I think with you watching over us, even the most powerful demons will be no problem. Principal Wu pondered for a moment. I was already tempted. Plus, if he, a 7th level strongman, can't even protect and train 2 little kids in the wilderness, then he, a 7th level strongman, is just a useless person. Absolutely. Okay, I agree, you two go get ready. Principal Wu thought about it briefly and agreed. With him, a veteran and experienced rank 7 expert, and 2 rank 6 awakeners sent from above to secretly protect him. I think there won't be any big problems. He really didn't believe that he could encounter any unimaginable trouble in the small city of Nankai. Then, Chenhi and Shu Shi came to their own treasure house and found some supplies that could save their lives. By the way, they also told Chu Tian about going out for training again. Chu Tian's eyes widened instantly and he became anxious. How can this be possible? This is sheer nonsense. Before you all go off to study at the Magic City Academy, no one can leave this house, and no one can leave Nankai City. I don't agree. No matter who tries to persuade me, I won't agree. The last time that brat Chenhi went out for training, he was scared to death. Now look what happened. It's actually getting worse. Not only does Chenhi want to go out for training, but he also wants to take his precious daughter with him. This brat Chenhi is really not afraid of anything happening. No. Absolutely not. If anything happens to his precious daughter, he will die. Just then, Principal Wu's mellow voice came. What if I said, take them along to experience it together? Who the hell are you? Shu Tian was so furious that he almost cursed out loud on the spot. Finally, I turned my head and looked. Good job. The person who spoke was actually Principal Wu, who was at the 7th level. In an instant, Shu Tian smoothly demonstrated what it meant to change his face. Guangsu turned his anger into joy and said with a smile. Oh. It turns out that Principal Wu is personally leading the team out for training. That's no problem. I'm relieved to leave my daughter and son-in-law to Principal Wu. Excuse me, Principal. Chenhi. Shu Shi. Principal Wu smiled faintly and said nothing more. This little Chu is a nice guy and has good vision. He is a powerful 7th level warrior, how could he not be able to protect 2 children? Snort. In the wilderness of Nankai City, those impure people are allowed to wander around freely. Then, Chenhi and Shu Shi, accompanied by Principal Wu and secretly followed and protected by 2 6th level warriors, a man and a woman in black robes, successfully left the city. In order to bring back more loot. Chenhi even packed up all the storage space backpacks of the Chu family. I secretly look forward to what kind of harvest I will get this time. Chapter 39. The Holy Angel's improvement speed is very fast. After leaving the city, Shu Shi looked at the city wall towering into the clouds and could not see the highest point at all. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful big eyes flickered, and they seemed to be immersed in some beautiful vision of the future, but with a little bit of sadness. She said with emotion softly. I hope that one day, humans will no longer be restricted by these towering walls and will be able to freely set foot anywhere on the earth. The world is so vast, and there are still so many places we haven't seen. There are so many beautiful sights we haven't seen with our own eyes. It's a pity that it has been protected by such walls all this time. I was so confused that I couldn't even tell whether this was a form of protection or a cage that was imprisoning us. It felt quite depressing. Principal Wu looked at Chu Shi with deep eyes, but still showed a hint of a smile. Don't worry, children, with you, generations of young heroes will be born. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to defend our country and resist foreign enemies. One day sooner or later, we humans will no longer be trapped by demons. Chenhi also nodded heavily, stretched out his hand to hold the girl's slender waist, and comforted her softly. That day will surely come. I promise you, sooner or later my angelic holy sword will chop down the boundless demonic wilderness outside, as well as the 100-meter-high city wall. Then I'll take you wherever you want to go. Shu Shi's eyes flashed. I don't think Chenhi's bold words are self-promotional. On the contrary, I felt quite excited, as if I really believed that such a day would come. Then, after some emotion, with Principal Wu accompanying them at a leisurely pace, Chu Shi and Chenhi moved forward quickly and set foot in this wilderness where no human traces could be seen normally. Chu Shi was a little nervous at first. After all, it was my first time going out for training. Recalling the many rumors about the wilderness in the past,
I always felt nervous and heavy in my heart. I was afraid that I would die in this wilderness if I wasn't careful.
But at the same time, I feel a little curious. I look here and there, and always feel that everywhere is new. So this is the wilderness? Swish. The forest shook for a while.
Chenhi looked closely and continued.
It's a spirit cat less than the first level. Cece, I leave it to you.
Shushi subconsciously shrank his neck and saw a white cat half a man's height lying in the dense woods in front of him, with a look of fear in his eyes.
This white cat doesn't look like a cat at all. It looks a bit like a little tiger.
The textbooks say that civet cats are violent and ferocious by nature and only eat raw meat.
It is a very brutal monster. If you are deceived by its silly and cute appearance, you may die without knowing how.
She was breathing heavily and was a little afraid to move forward. Turning her head, she met Chenhi's gentle and doting eyes, and her heart settled.
Well, husband, I'm going. Aha!
Chenhi patted her slender waist with his big hand, not to take advantage of her, but to encourage her. Shushi gritted his teeth, suddenly drew out the holy sword of angel, and rushed out to kill. At the beginning, he was obviously a little nervous, and even closed his eyes, not daring to look at his opponent. But when she heard a whoosh, and Chenhi's "be careful" in her ear, she quickly raised her giant sword to block the air, instantly blocking the civet cat's pounce and claw marks.
Tap tap tap.
She took 2 steps back and felt her wrists tingling.
The civet cat hit him so hard that he couldn't even lift his arms.
At this moment, the civet cat was also very ferocious. When it saw Chushi retreating, it walked around Chushi with a very ferocious look in its eyes, like a hungry wolf looking at its prey. Chushi's breathing was rapid, but he still comforted himself quietly in his heart.
I can do it. I can do it. My husband is so awesome, I'm sure I can do it too. For a while.
She thought of some sword moves she had casually learned before Principal Wu came, and also thought of the much knowledge in the textbooks at school, and suddenly her eyes lit up.
Have an idea. Trample. Trample, tramp, tramp.
She spread her legs and suddenly jumped towards the civet cat. Almost at the same time, the civet cat seemed to have caught Chushi's movements in advance. It suddenly slapped the ground with its 4 claws and jumped into the air.
Grab towards Chushi.
It has a big body and heavy flesh, and its claws are as sharp as knives. If it were to land a heavy blow on you, I'm afraid Chushi's flawless little head would be smashed into a big watermelon. Chenhi subconsciously felt a little nervous and wanted to go forward to help. But he was held down by Principal Wu next to him. Principal Wu gave him a calm look and nodded towards him.
Then,
although Chushi's face was wrinkled with nervousness and she was a little flustered and trembling, she was surprisingly calm when she saw the civet cat pounce on her. He took a few steps and shifted his pace, then bent backwards.
The civet cat flew right over her head and missed.
At the same time, the angel's holy sword in his hand was raised and slashed out.
The civet cat's bulging belly was cut open on the spot. Thump! Crash!
The civet cat fell to the ground, blood gushing out, and died on the spot. Its body twitched twice and then it became completely motionless. Only blood splattered all over the ground. Chushi's body was stained with some blood. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, leaned on the angel holy sword with lingering fear, and breathed softly.
Snap! Snap!
Chenhi clapped his hands and came forward to speak.
Amazing! Cece, I didn't expect you to have calculated the movements of the civet cat so accurately.
Besides, you know the civet cat's weak spot is her lower abdomen.
Find the right opportunity and kill her with one strike.
She's worthy of being the top student and ice goddess of our #1 middle school. Chushi felt a little embarrassed by what he said and subconsciously pushed his shoulder.
Don't brag, I'm not that great.
My heart almost jumped out of my chest.
Chenhi was very happy and proud of it. I feel that my wife is really capable of both being a lady in the living room and being a warrior in the open field. The first time you fight a monster, you can kill it with one move. Who knows, she might become a very powerful Valkyrie in the future. That's amazing, she's worthy of being my wife.
The two of them had a brief moment of tenderness, and then the bushes in front of them shook again.
Chenhi's eyes narrowed. Keep going. There are many monsters around here that are not even at the first level yet, so get more experience. Aha!
Swish, swish, swish.
For a moment, a faint sound of swordlight rose and fell between the mountains and forests. A moment later,
Chushi hunted down 3 or 4 monsters that were less than the first level, and then his aura suddenly increased sharply, and he successfully upgraded to level 10 and entered the first level.
Ding! You successfully killed the meat beetle. Congratulations on your successful level 1 upgrade.
Chenhi took a look at his career panel and then a look of joy appeared on his face.
Wow! Honey, I've reached level 1. I also successfully unlocked the Angel Sword's Holy Sword skill judgment. It's the one I saw you perform last time. It's a very powerful skill.
Principal Wu, who was standing by, remained quite calm from beginning to end, but when he saw the scene, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
She is truly worthy of being an SSS-level talented professional holy angel.
The upgrade speed is ridiculously fast. Without killing many monsters, he was able to reach level 10, breaking through the first level.
That's awesome.
Normally, this level that requires upgrading and advancement seems to be only level 1, but in fact it is very difficult to upgrade, and it requires hunting many monsters of the same level to be able to upgrade.
But SSS level talents will directly reduce the difficulty of improvement. What's more, this is the top holy angel among the SSS level talents.
After sighing in his heart, Principal Wu smiled and took the initiative to propose. Next, we can go deeper into some wild areas. It's not fun to stay here at the edge of the world, fighting monsters below the first level.
He won't get any experience at all.
It would be best to find an area where both first and second level monsters coexist, so Chenhi can participate and hunt monsters to increase his level as quickly as possible.
Chenhi nodded, and suddenly his eyes moved and looked forward.
A giant green snake hanging from the top of a giant tree caught her attention.
It turned out to be a first-level mutated demon snake. She said immediately, "Principal Wu, I want to get more familiar with fighting various monsters. Leave that first-level demon snake to me."
Although Chenhi had just been promoted to the first level, Principal Wu took a glance and agreed.
Swish!
With a flash of swordlight, Chenhi carried the Holy Angel Sword and killed the mutated demon snake.
At the same time,
Chenhi began to look for an opportunity to leave as soon as possible. When Chenhi was fighting with other monsters that had not yet entered the rank, he originally wanted to leave. However, he unexpectedly discovered through the inside ability of the Angel Eyes that there were actually 2 people secretly following him.
Although
I don't know what level these 2 people are or where they come from.
But Principal Wu looked calm and composed.
He roughly guessed that these 2 people should be the ones secretly protecting him and Chenhi's safety.
And the level should not be low. Even if I leave Principal Wu, these 2 people are still watching me. This is not easy to deal with. So he can only look for another opportunity. Not long.
Ding ding ding.
After a fierce confrontation,
in front, the angel's sword suddenly made a flowing sword flower, which was actually a flowing sword style,
rolling up layers of waves, emitting sacred light. Laugh.
Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the mutant demon snake was cut into 2 halves on the spot. All its internal organs were completely crushed by the flowing water sword style, and not even the snake gallbladder was left.
Pity. The level was not increased this time.
She was breathing heavily on the spot, sweating profusely, but still felt a little unsatisfied. I want to continue looking for first-level monsters to fight.
This kind of competition on the same level made her feel refreshed. Soon, the group moved quickly through the dense forest.
When they encountered monsters, they would stop for a while and let Chenhi practice killing them. When they got tired, they would take a short rest to recover their strength. Not long after, I encountered another level 16, first-order blood-armored turtle.
Rumble.
A blood-shelled turtle as big as a hill crawled out of the mud. Chenhi rushed forward holding the Holy Sword of Angel.
Chenhi and Principal Wu stood by, arms folded, watching quietly. This time,
because there is a gap of 6 levels, and Chenhi does not have many moves at his disposal, Principal Wu did not allow him to learn before. She could only keep dodging and moving, struggling to cope with the situation with her half-baked flowing water sword. They were beaten back step by step and were always at a disadvantage. Although he wasn't injured, he still looked a little embarrassed. Chenhi wanted to go up and help several times, but in the end he stopped because he wanted Chenhi to have a good experience.
Ding ding ding.
After another fierce fight, Chenhi's breath was almost exhausted. She seized the opportunity, and after barely dodging a wave of blood, she stood still, holding the Holy Sword of Angels tightly in both hands. Immediately afterwards, a very magnificent and sacred shadow appeared on the horizon. The golden holy angel slowly opened his eyes and looked down disdainfully. An incomparably magnificent sword light slashed from top to bottom.
Swish. Boom, boom, boom. Holy sword skill, judgment. Now.
Although Principal Wu and the two people in the dark were not seeing this move for the first time, they were still stunned by the towering phantom of the judge and stared at the scene intently. Chenhi took this opportunity to leave quietly. Swish. Wherever the sword light fell, the blood-armored turtle was cut in half on the spot. Blood and flesh splattered.
Ding.
You successfully killed the blood-armored turtle.
Congratulations on your second level increase.
Shushi successfully reached LV12.
Chapter 47th Level Temple Dragon Rider.
Swish. The light of experience surged, and a powerful sense of strength poured into every part of his body.
It seems that in an instant, people feel refreshed. Leveled up twice in a row.
Successfully reached LV12. Shushi breathed a sigh of relief, leaning on the angel holy sword with both hands and inserting it into the ground.
I feel like my heart is beating non-stop. This feeling of challenging a strong enemy between life and death.
It was full of danger, but it also made her feel her adrenaline rush. Especially the joy she felt at the moment when she successfully killed her opponent, which made her feel an unprecedented sense of accomplishment.
At the same time,
she glanced around with her phoenix eyes and instantly discovered that Chenhi had disappeared without a sound.
I understand it in my heart.
I was secretly worried, but also a little excited. I hope my husband can secretly go out and gain experience, and not encounter any big troubles that cannot be solved. I hope to encounter more and better opportunities. She slightly frowned, pretending that nothing had happened, and prepared to cooperate with Chenhi.
Principal Wu,
I was promoted 2 levels in one go.
It's already level 12 now.
Principal Wu was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised. The 2 6th level warriors, a man and a woman, who had been protecting him silently in the dark, were also deeply shocked when they learned that they could be promoted 2 levels in a short time. He was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth.
Is this an SSS-level talent class? This upgrade speed is simply unimaginable. This upgrade seems a bit too simple. I just don't understand.
It's like these top professionals are from a different world than us. Back then, after we killed other monsters of higher levels, we could only level up by 1 level at best.
I didn't expect Shushi to level up twice in a row.
This speed of improvement is too fast. No wonder that classmate Chenhi was able to reach level 29 at such a young age. Principal Wu was also dumbfounded for a while, thinking that the speed of improvement was simply incredible.
But if you think about it, it seems normal. After all, Shushi is a dignified SSS-level talented professional holy angel. Strictly speaking, the holy angel is not just an SSS-level profession, but a top-level existence that surpasses most SSS-level talent professions. If there is an SSS-level profession, then the holy angel should belong to this tier. But what can I do? SSS level is the top level. It's like for a top student, the reason he can get 100 points is not because his actual level is only 100 points, but because the maximum score of the test paper is 100 points. The holy angel is the top profession that surpasses the limits. Certainly.
As a senior teacher, Principal Wu understands that at times like this, one must be humble and not get too excited, as this will affect one's future growth.
So, he gave earnest advice. Well. Very good.
Shushi has reached level 12 so quickly.
As a teacher, I am very pleased. But holy angels are different from other professions.
The level is increasing very quickly, but the physical and mental strength may not be able to keep up with the speed of the level increase.
Unlike other professions, the level increase is not that fast. It can even be said to be relatively slow.
It is a natural process, one that progresses step by step. Therefore, in every battle, during the process of improvement, the awakened one is actually increasing their physical strength, laying a solid foundation, and also consolidating their mental strength. That's why I've repeatedly emphasized to you that you must lay a solid foundation. Sometimes, upgrading too quickly isn't necessarily a good thing. If your physical strength can't keep up, you might end up like a glass man in battle. You're fragile and easily injured, even seriously injured. Worse still, you might die from the strain of your physical strength. I've seen this before. A powerful warrior with SSS level talent, who blindly pursued the speed of leveling up, but neglected his own foundation. As a result, in a battle, while trying to unleash a very powerful skill, he died on the spot. His body exploded.
This is because the body cannot bear the pressure of the skill, and cannot withstand the power of the skill. That's why he died so miserably. I think this is the most miserable and frustrating way to die in this world. And precisely because of this, the 4 major universities all prioritize physical strength and foundational cultivation. As for insufficient mental strength, the same thing applies. One cannot withstand the mental impact of powerful skills. Using a talent skill several times in a row could even lead to a complete mental breakdown. It's even possible that you might become a madman because of this. Chenhi saw Principal Wu's earnest look, his eyes seemed filled with eager expectation and concern. She nodded repeatedly and spoke very seriously. I see. After I return from this training, I will definitely listen to Principal Wu. Build a solid foundation and polish your own realm and bones more seriously. You can't just aim to quickly level up, you also need to have the hard power to fully match your level. Otherwise, your realm will be superficial. Seeing that Chenhi finally understood, Principal Wu showed a very relieved smile on his face. Very good, Chenhi's learning ability is indeed very strong. Then, he turned his head and looked at Chenhi behind him, emphasizing the same thing. Did you understand what I just said, Xiaohe? It was not until this time that Principal Wu was surprised to find that there was no one behind him. Empty. Where are the people? Where did Chenhi, who is so old like me, go? Principal Wu was confused and touched his forehead, lost in thought. Where's the person? Holy shit! Could this restless little fellow have gone off to hunt monsters all by himself? Don't be like this. And at the same time, the 2 people who were secretly protecting him finally reacted at this moment. This kid Chenhi is missing. Is Chenhi a reincarnated catfish? How could he be so slippery and relentless? It's over, it's over. This time it's really over. Chenhi actually disappeared right under their noses. If the higher-ups knew about this, he would definitely be severely punished. If anything happens to them, their lives won't be enough to compensate. Then, the 2 men looked at each other, their bodies flashed, and they quickly split into 2 different directions, flying rapidly in this huge wild area, looking for Chenhi's figure. Principal Wu's mind flashed with thoughts and his eyes became sharp. Turn around and take a look. He noticed Chenhi beside him. It seemed that he had known that Chenhi would disappear. There was no strange or worried expression on his face. He understood what was going on in an instant. Suddenly, Principal Wu's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, becoming extremely ugly. He suppressed his inner irritability and shouted angrily. Nonsense! You 2 are just bullshitting. What can I say about you guys? Chenhi, don't you know how dangerous it is for Chenhi to be alone in the wild area? With so many of us surrounding him to protect him, even though there might not be a life or death crisis and it wouldn't serve as a training ground, we care more about your safety. The next moment. Boom! The terrifying aura of the 7th level erupted on the spot, sweeping across the mountains and forests. Rumble! 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 The earth suddenly shook violently, trembling, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. Countless huge mountains were torn out from the earth, rising up, and quickly gathered into a magnificent body that was 20 meters long and wide. 2 huge black stone wings spread out, with a wingspan of more than 40 meters. His figure is extremely tall and terrifying. It turned out to be a giant dragon with blood-red magma flowing all over its body and dark earth and rocks. Roar! A dragon roar swept across the area in an instant. The majesty of the SS-level profession Temple Dragon Knight instantly looked down upon all directions. Countless monsters were frightened and suppressed, and birds and beasts scattered and fled madly. And at the same time, it's just on the other side, about 10 miles away from here. The silver wings of the angel behind Chenhi spread out, and he held the angel's holy sword in both hands. He has already faced a double-winged black tiger with fierce eyes. The level is at least upper middle 3rd level, about level 37 or 38. The ferocious and powerful word king on the head shines brightly. The pair of evil wings behind it adds a bit of ferocity and terror. Chapter 41, Kill the enemy above your level and reach level 32. Double-winged black tiger. Looking at its huge body and the veins of flesh and blood on the nimble wings behind it, Chenhi instantly recognized that it was a 3rd level upper middle grade double-winged black tiger. As the saying goes, adding wings to a tiger is like adding wings to a tiger.
This tiger-like monster was originally the top monster among all monsters, and its strength was much stronger than other monsters of the same level. What's more, there is a pair of wings behind it. This also reduced Chenhi's Angel Silver Wings air to land advantage to the lowest level. Fortunately, Chenhi recalled the monster encyclopedia he had memorized in the past. He remembered that the third-level double-winged black tiger could not fly long distances and could only stay in the air for a short time. Just like a rooster, it can fly to a certain height by flapping its wings, but it is impossible to fly like a bird. So, as long as you find the right opportunity, this double-winged black tiger is difficult to deal with, but it is definitely not impossible to defeat. Call. Chenhi exhaled a breath of foul air and his eyes became serious. It is the top monster among the third-level monsters. He is only level 31 now and has just entered the third level. There is still a level gap between the two. He couldn't help but be careful. Facing the ferocious double-winged black tiger staring at him, Chenhi's eyes were quite cautious. Boom! A strong wind suddenly blew up. The black tiger suddenly flapped its wings, causing a terrifying gust of wind. Sand and rocks were flying all around, and a large amount of dust swept in, turning into a sandstorm that blocked the view. Swish! The figure of the double-winged black tiger was completely hidden in the sand and dust. Chenhi's eyes were sharp. It's a good opportunity to test out the newly unlocked talent skill Angel Eyes. This talent skill is a passive skill that can naturally increase Chenhi's perception ability, allowing Chenhi to see all the details around him without having to observe carefully. At the same time, it is also an active skill. Once it is actively activated, his perception can be instantly expanded infinitely, and he can take in all the tiny details around him in an instant. You can also see every flaw of the enemy. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly came from behind, accompanied by a hot and fierce tiger claw. When? Through the angel's eye, Chenhi was able to anticipate the enemy's moves in the midst of a sandstorm with very low visibility, and raised the angel's holy sword in advance to fiercely block. During the violent collision, Chenhi felt his hands and arms go numb. The base of the thumb was especially sore and almost broke. What a double-winged black tiger! This attack power was truly terrifying. He could barely withstand a single blow. And following this tiger claw move, there is another killing move that is suddenly hidden in the sand and dust. Puff! Boom! A huge, dark, bloody figure broke through the air and attacked. Chenhi's pupils shrank slightly. This move was obviously aimed at his lower body and legs. If he was hit, he would probably lose his ability to resist on the spot. So strong, he said in his heart, and the angel's silver wings behind him suddenly flapped, and his body soared into the air. Boom! A large charred pit quickly exploded under his feet, revealing the body of a black tiger covered in blood. In an instant, Chenhi looked into those fierce and sinister tiger eyes, and felt the hairs on his back stand on end. Swish! Another claw mark shot out from the back of the neck. When? Chenhi once again blocked it with the Holy Sword of Angels. A little cold sweat oozed out of Chenhi's forehead. After just a few encounters, he realized that this double-winged black tiger was no ordinary beast. Not only were its moves ruthless and its attacks as impenetrable as a torrential rain, but the sandstorm surrounding it was also quite formidable. It can be said that it is very organized. It's not much worse than some experienced awakeners. Coupled with the monster's own fighting and hunting talents, Chenhi felt that it was quite difficult to deal with. Compared with the monsters encountered before, he only felt that this double-winged black tiger not only had a very fierce attack, with each move being exquisitely coordinated, but also could use the surrounding environment to create a more suitable hunting environment. Not a field. But it is similar to the field. However, Chenhi only thought about these things in his mind. He was also very excited to face such an opponent. Every battle and killing of monsters was a valuable practical experience for him. Roar, roar, roar. A roar with considerable deterrent power erupted, and the double-winged black tiger pounced again, overlapping with Chenhi's figure. Fighting each other desperately. Ding ding ding. Boom 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 boom. A series of dense and loud explosions continued to resound through the dense forest. Fortunately, with the dual blessing of Angel Silver Wings and Angel Eyes, although Chenhi could not kill this extremely ferocious double-winged black tiger in a short period of time, this double-winged black tiger was also unable to do anything to Chenhi for a short time. A man and a beast jumped up and down in the mountains and forests, fighting desperately. It knocked down large tracts of trees, leaving behind a mess.
In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with holes and the air was distorted. Finally. When? Boom! After a rather fierce confrontation.
In Chenhi's special perspective, which allowed him to see every detail clearly, he keenly caught a glimpse of a mysterious red light, as if he had accurately spotted the enemy's weakness in battle. His eyes lit up slightly.
This is where insight comes in. Almost instinctively, he raised the sword and swept away the sharp fangs that were biting and gnawing at him.
At the same time, he used the strength of his elbows and upper arms to move his whole body, holding the holy sword of angels in both hands.
Drink! With a fierce roar.
He angrily swung his sword and slashed at the red flaw in the double-winged black tiger.
Phew!
Blood splattered.
Awah!
The double-winged black tiger roared miserably, and its figure was wrapped in blood. It retreated more than 10 meters in an instant, with large pieces of blood and flesh splattered on its body, and its hair was stained with the bright red blood.
You can vaguely see the white bones inside.
This move obviously succeeded in creating a gap in the airtight attack.
Chenhi's eyes lit up.
It's worthy of being called angel eyes.
It's indeed accurate.
In such a fast-paced battle, it is actually very difficult for him to accurately capture the opponent's weaknesses. For others, it may take hundreds or thousands of actual combat trainings to have a slight chance of doing so.
But the existence of angel eyes makes up for this. This gave Chenhi the ability to easily see through his opponent and defeat him with one move. Roar, roar, roar.
The double-winged black tiger stretched out its blood-red tongue with barbs and licked the wound. Its eyes became more ferocious and cruel, as if wrapped in a layer of angry arrogance.
The intense pain made its face even more hideous.
Being seriously injured by a human who was only a little over the 3rd level, with the wound deep enough to see the bone, was simply a great shame and humiliation. You know, the double-winged black tiger was the absolute overlord of the nearby mountains and forests.
How dare a mere useless human being do this? Boom!
It pounced again fiercely, and its moves became extremely fierce and impenetrable. Swish, swish, swish.
Boom, boom, boom. Woo, woo, woo.
Strong winds came one after another, surging and rolling violently. Chenhi gritted his teeth and blocked the collisions. His eyes gradually revealed the excitement of being in control of the situation. Under such a crazy attack, Chenhi was a little embarrassed at first. But compared to the fighting style just now, this one is almost completely disorganized. In such an almost absolutely crazy situation, the angel's eyes can see more flaws. Clusters of red light flashed and appeared before my eyes.
His response seemed more and more easy. Awah! Awah! Sharp screams echoed throughout the mountains and forests.
After just a few encounters, blood holes deep enough to see the bones appeared all over the double-winged black tiger's body, and it looked extremely miserable. On the other hand, Chenhi was becoming more and more at ease. Not only was he not hurt, but the changes and connections between his moves became increasingly smooth and silky, like flowing clouds and running water. A mid to high-level 3rd level monster, close to the 4th level, the double-winged black tiger obviously also possesses some intelligence. Seeing that he was unable to defeat Chenhi, his injuries were getting worse and his strength was gradually declining.
Obviously no match for him.
If you continue, you will surely die.
The monster was also momentarily panicked.
The fear of death made it want to retreat.
It wanted to seize the opportunity and escape directly. And this is the opportunity. Crash, crash. The angel's silver wings suddenly trembled.
Chenhi suddenly leaped into the air. From his perspective, aided by the inside of the angel's eyes, the large masses of red light before him suddenly condensed into a single, eye-catching, bright red mass. There lies the twin-winged black tiger's greatest weakness. It is a huge flaw that can threaten life.
We must seize this opportunity now to kill with one strike. Boom!
Blood and energy were steaming around the double-winged black tiger, and murderous flames were rising into the sky. It seemed like it was erupting violently, trying to intimidate Chenhi and then escape.
But how could Chenhi give it a chance to escape? Seize the opportunity. Instead of retreating, advance. Puff!
The angel's holy sword in both hands suddenly fell in the air, and the sword energy was as powerful as a rainbow and killed across the sky.
Puff, puff, puff.
A huge tiger head was chopped off by the sword light on the spot, rolling on the ground with large pools of blood spurting out.
Ding! You successfully killed the double-winged black tiger. Congratulations on your 1st level increase. Chenhi's eyes flickered. He had reached level 32 so quickly.
He nodded with satisfaction.
But it should be normal to kill an enemy of a higher level and then level up by 1.
Thinking of this, Chenhi suddenly felt that the experience points given were too little and the leveling was a bit slow.
He walked steadily to the corpse of the double-winged black tiger and squatted down to take a closer look.
This double-winged black tiger is full of treasures. It goes without saying that the tiger's head, brain, claws, and skin are all very nutritious, and even its internal organs, flesh, and bones are very valuable.
He wanted to collect them all. At this time,
whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air came without any warning. In the distance, a feathered arrow shot through the air, hitting Chenhi's vest directly.
Sneak attack. Chapter 42, 5th level human traitor.
Whoosh!
A feather arrow flew through the air.
Swish! A strong breath of death at a critical moment of life and death instantly hit my heart. Chenhi got goosebumps all over his body and his scalp was numb.
This may be due to the senses of the SSS-level gifted profession Holy Angel itself. Or perhaps it's the sensory reminder of angel eyes.
In an instant, he had an epiphany, and in the hasty moment before the arrow landed, he immediately reacted with his survival instinct and turned his head to avoid it. Whoosh!
Puff!
The arrow came with great force and chose the right time to attack Chenhi when he was not on guard. So even though Chenhi reacted very quickly, his arm was still scratched by the feather arrow. Suddenly, blood began to flow down his arm.
Tick-tock!
The bright red blood fell to the ground, causing Chenhi to frown, his eyes blazing with anger.
Who?
He gripped the holy sword of angels tightly in both hands, and subconsciously glanced at the feather arrow that was still shaking and trembling on the ground.
I can feel that this arrow is definitely a magic weapon, and its level is not low. The one who attacked him was a human, definitely not a monster. And their level must be much higher than his, perhaps even 1 or 2 levels higher. Who would have thought that in this boundless wilderness where demons roam rampant, they would actually encounter such a sneak attack? Unlucky. Bang!
Chenhi's hair stood on end and he instantly became alert. He first looked cautiously in the direction where the arrow came from, but unfortunately he saw nothing. Then he frowned and stared around, checking all the details.
Angel eyes always works. He could feel that this feather arrow was aimed at killing him on the spot. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I might have been shot through the heart by the arrow and died on the spot. Who on earth would want to kill him in such a desolate place? Is it to steal the spoils of his double-winged black tiger? There's no need. Wrong. There must be some huge trouble hidden in this. Just then,
a voice came from the dense forest in the distance, with a sinister and deep voice.
As expected of an SSS-level gifted professional holy angel, you were able to dodge my arrow. I really underestimated you before.
I didn't expect that you could reach this level after just awakening for such a short time. As the sound came from a distance, a figure was wrapped in the shadow of a black robe, and his face could not be seen at all. Suddenly, it appeared on the treetop not far in front of Chenhi, standing shoulder to shoulder with the lush and dense treetops. In his hand he held a magical longbow with a faint green glow, and drew the bow and drew the arrow. From under the shadow of the hood, Chenhi felt 2 disgusting gazes like poisonous scorpions, spying on him.
I really can't keep you here.
It's only been a few days, and you've grown to this point.
What if it takes a while longer? This boy must not be kept.
The man in black robe thought so in his heart.
Before Chenhi could say anything in return. Clank!
Whoosh! Another feather arrow, carrying a cold and powerful aura, suddenly shot through the air. Chenhi was well prepared. He dodged the arrow and swiftly moved his body to avoid the critical position. Then he grasped the holy angel's sword with both hands and slashed at the arrow in midair to block it. But I thought that this arrow would be easily deflected when it hit the angel's holy sword.
However, he did not expect that an extremely terrifying force would suddenly sweep through his hands and penetrate them. Dang dang dang.
Chenhi was forced back by the huge force of the feather arrow on the spot.
He was pushed back several meters in a row.
He suddenly felt dizzy, his arms went numb, and his blood was boiling.
Clang!
The arrow fell to the ground, and the angel's holy sword in Chenhi's hand also stuck into the ground. My back was instantly soaked with cold sweat and I was shocked. Just to be able to catch this arrow, his hands completely lost their intuition.
So strong. This should be the most powerful enemy Chenhi has ever encountered.
At this moment, Chenhi immediately thought of the other party's identity.
This person is definitely a traitor to humanity. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
When he had this idea, he quickly made many associations and realized that the other party might come and kill this evil seed of his SSS-level talented profession in advance. That's why we launched a sneak attack here. Based on the power of the 2 arrows just now, Chenhi roughly estimated that the opponent was at least at the 5th level of strength.
Level 5. 2 major levels higher than him.
Chenhi understood clearly in his heart, and without any hesitation, he spread out the silver wings of the angel behind him and flapped them quickly to fly away. The man in black robe has the strength of at least level 5.
It is definitely not something he can handle now.
The only option was to run away, towards the outer edge, in the direction where Principal Wu and the others were. By now, Principal Wu should have discovered that he was missing and should be searching for him. As long as he can find Principal Wu and the others, his safety will be guaranteed.
Now, saving your life is the most important thing.
The man in black robe with the bow and arrow was also very surprised at this moment.
Unexpectedly.
Even though Chenhi was a monster among monsters, he broke through to the 3rd level in such a short time. But he was only at the 3rd level.
How could he block an arrow from a 5th level like me?
Chenhi still has injuries on his hands. He had just experienced a fierce battle. This talent is simply terrifying.
A moment.
The eyes of the man in black robe hidden in the shadows became sharp, excited and fanatical.
As expected of an SSS-level gifted professional holy angel. This is too terrifying. If we were at the same level, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any chance of defeating him. This is simply incredible. He has never hunted down an awakener with SSS-level talent. This is a huge achievement. Just thinking about it makes people extremely excited.
Swish! He immediately leaped down from the treetops, and then, with dense shadows entwined around him and a series of black afterimages in his wake, he chased after Chenhi. His speed was so fast that it almost distorted the air.
Soon,
he chased all the way until he was not far behind Chenhi. Chenhi was also injured at this moment. He covered the scratch on his shoulder that was constantly dripping with blood.
He could only desperately activate the angel's silver wings and keep accelerating. But unfortunately, he was still stuck by the other party. There's no way to get rid of it.
Swish!
Clank!
The black-robed man leaped up, drew his bow and arrow, and locked onto Chenhi, like a hawk aiming at its prey.
Whoosh!
The sound of breaking wind, mixed with the violent hurricane that was as powerful as a broken bamboo, shot out madly. Chenhi was sweating profusely, but he still reacted quickly. Relying on the flexibility of the angel's silver wings and his own perfect control over them, he immediately changed direction.
In a hurry, he narrowly avoided the arrow.
The arrow almost grazed Chenhi's scalp and ears, and it blew up several large trees along the way before it finally stopped.
Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook. Is this an arrow or a mobile turret?
Chenhi cursed secretly in his heart. Seeing this, the man in black robe looked like a hunter who easily toyed with his prey. A faint smile appeared on his face, with a strong sense of playfulness.
That's what makes it interesting. Escape, I want to see where you can escape to. No matter where you run, you'll die.
The figure of the black-robed man turned into a shadow again, and broke through the air with a flash of lightning.
Only to hear another sound of breaking through the air. Whoosh! Another arrow came flying towards us.
Chenhi had anticipated this moment and flew towards a towering tree. Seeing this, he changed direction and forcibly dodged another arrow, allowing the arrow to explode the tree.
Then,
Chenhi took advantage of the many towering trees in the wild area and his ability to fly to dodge continuously, but the sound of breaking air in his ears never stopped, becoming more and more frequent and more powerful. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the black-robed man's arrows is still increasing.
Knock, knock, knock.
Click, click, click. Every time they met, they would just brush past Chenhi, like a master of human body outlining. If Chenhi had reacted even half a second slower, he would have been dead. If you continue like this, you will be killed sooner or later.
However, just then,
whoosh! Another feather arrow shot out, and the breath of death came to his face. Chenhi dodged again like before, but this time the arrow was even faster than before, and he couldn't dodge it at all.
He was still hit in the shoulder by the arrow. Engulfed by the terrifying force, he was thrown from a high altitude and fell to the ground.
Chenhi tried hard to control his body in mid-air, and immediately stabilized himself, landing hastily on the ground. He covered his shoulder, feeling the severe pain from his shoulder, his face distorted.
Just put on the mask of pain.
Not far away, the man in black robe was also laughing strangely, like a hunter whose conspiracy had succeeded.
I told you, you can't escape.
This vast wilderness is my hunting ground. Chenhi felt that most of his body was numb.
The arrow almost pierced through his body.
The tearing pain made him sweat profusely, but he still forced the corners of his mouth to reveal a sneer.
There's no need to run away anymore.
The man in black robe was confused and puzzled.
Next second,
Chenhi forced himself to raise his hands and clasped them together to grasp the angel's holy sword.
Holy sword skill, judgment, suddenly activated. It condenses all of Chenhi's energy and spirit at the moment.
In the sky, a huge and magnificent phantom of a holy angel suddenly descended, and a golden angel holy sword that reached the sky and the earth was born from nothingness. From above to below, descending from the sky, slashing down violently. The black-robed man was completely locked down, leaving him with nowhere to hide.
But
this judgment sword skill looked quite powerful and oppressive, with a strong aura of majesty from a holy angel, but it posed no threat to the 5th-level black-robed man.
Whoosh! Another arrow broke through the air on the spot. Snap!
Directly smashed the shadow of the angel's holy sword that fell from the sky on the spot.
Haha, that's it?
The man in black robe sneered.
At the same time, far away, Principal Wu and Chu Shi, who were searching for Chenhi, as well as the 2 6th-level warriors who were secretly protecting him, saw the angel's holy sword falling from the sky in the sky ahead and then being shattered on the spot by a feather arrow. His expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Roar! A dragon roar was heard, and everyone was instantly swept up by the magma black dragon and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 43, How dare this loser kill someone in front of me? Ha! That's it? I really thought you had some killer move. I told you, you can't escape.
The black-robed man sneered and glanced at Chenhi with disdain. This feather arrow easily shattered the holy sword skill judgment. Chenhi's actions even made the man in black robe feel confused.
What does Chenhi mean? Look down on him? Looking down on his 5th-level strength?
You only have this little trump card, and you still have the nerve to use it.
Are you worthy? Just be the prey of my arrow and let me kill you obediently. Although he had to admit that this SSS-level talented profession, the Holy Angel, was really strong.
The Holy Sword skill judgment is also very powerful.
At the same level, it is almost invincible. But the problem is, Chenhi is only at the 3rd level at best.
The damage that spans 2 levels is nothing but a drizzle to him.
This little damage is not even enough to fill his teeth. There's no way it could hurt him at all. Could it be that Chenhi has completely lost his mind? You feel like you're about to die, so you're trying desperately, so you're doing this kind of useless work?
Although the man in black robe was puzzled, he was still cautious.
To be on the safe side, he drew his bow and arrow, aiming at the shaky Chenhi. After all, this is outside the wilderness and not a place to stay for long. Kill the man quickly and leave, to avoid any more trouble. Boy, prepare to die. Your greatest sin is awakening a top-tier profession that you don't deserve. The corners of Chenhi's mouth twitched. His expression gradually returned to calm and composed. Pray silently in your heart. This place is still some distance away from where Chu Shi and the others hunted monsters and leveled up. However, I hope that Principal Wu and the 2 people who are secretly protecting him can see the changes in the celestial phenomena when the judgment just came, and rush over as soon as possible. But you must come here quickly. Seeing this, the black-robed man thought that Chenhi had accepted his fate, and sneered in his heart. What's with the SSS-level gifted profession, Holy Angel? You only have one life. Die.
The words fell with a resounding sound.
Clank.
The taut bowstring suddenly relaxed, and the arrow shot out, aiming directly at Chenhi.
It's definitely going to be a one-hit kill. But in the next second, swish. Sizzle.
The feather arrow stopped dangerously in front of Chenhi's brow, as if there was an invisible barrier.
No matter how hard the arrow tried, no matter how it trembled and shook to try to pierce Chenhi's brow, it was completely unable to move. Time seems to have been paused. Seeing this, the man in black robe was stunned and speechless. What is going on? Snap. All the power on the feather arrow was removed with ease, and the feather arrow fell to the ground. This moment,
The black-robed man, like Chenhi just now, sensed the element, and the hairs on his back stood up. He felt a terrifying threat of life and death suddenly approaching.
It felt like an invisible hand was strangling my throat.
His heartbeat almost slowed down, but he still relied on his survival instinct and turned around and ran on the spot.
In just a few short breaths,
Chenhi and the man in black robes simply exchanged positions. The man in black robes turned into the embarrassed Chenhi, and without any hesitation, he turned around and fled.
Call.
At this moment, Chenhi, who had determined that it was Principal Wu who had taken action, also breathed a sigh of relief.
The next moment. Rumble. Rumble.
The earth shook violently, and a huge black shadow suddenly fell to the ground, causing a hurricane. The black dragon, with its body covered in burning magma, fell. Principal Wu and Shu Shi jumped down one after another.
Husband, you.
The first thing Shu Shi saw was that Chenhi was covered in blood, with a feather arrow even stuck in his left shoulder.
I felt so heartbroken immediately.
Her eyes turned red and tears flowed out. She suddenly threw herself into Chenhi's arms and hugged him, sharing all of Chenhi's weight on her.
Afterwards, the little hand hovered around the arrow for a long time, but had no idea what to do.
He was so panicked that he didn't know what to do, and his nervous little mouth couldn't even speak. Big tears rolled down her face, and her delicate and beautiful face was full of worry and heartache.
Chenhi smiled.
Now he actually couldn't feel any pain, instead he just felt soft. Especially when the whole face is buried in the softness. Although it is a bit inappropriate to think about this now, his Shu Shi is indeed gifted.
The content of his brainwaves is really enviable.
But when he looked up, he saw Shu Shi's heartbroken face. He barely raised his uninjured arm, helped the girl wipe her tears, and said with a forced smile,
"I'm fine, you look so scared." "I'm fine, right?" Principal Wu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot.
He didn't care about the black-robed man who had escaped at all, and immediately went to check on Chenhi's injuries.
Fortunately, Chenhi's injuries were not fatal.
Although he lost a lot of blood, his muscles and bones were not broken. They were just superficial injuries.
They arrived just in time. Otherwise, excessive blood loss will become a problem after a while.
He raised his finger, and suddenly a ray of light flowed.
Laugh.
The arrow pierced through the flesh and was pulled out. Chenhi clenched his teeth and nearly cried out in pain. Fortunately, Principal Wu waved his hand and forcibly contained the wound, preventing a large amount of blood from spurting out.
Then, Principal Wu took out a dark red pill. "Take it, this is the heart protecting pill.
It can save your life at a critical moment, and it can also maintain your chi and replenish your chi and blood.
Your injury isn't too serious. The physical fitness of an awakened person is much better than that of an ordinary person. It will be fine after a few days of recuperation." At this time, boom!
A figure flew backwards and fell, landing not far in front of Principal Wu and the other two.
Boom!
A big hole was smashed on the ground.
Immediately, a man and a woman appeared. Although they were also wearing black robes, they had badges hanging on their chests.
Their attire was obviously more formal and not too shady. Even Chenhi and Shu Shi could tell from the special badges on their chests that the man and woman were both 6th-level warriors. They were obviously two people who were specifically protecting Chenhi and Shu Shi. As for the person in the pit, it was the black-robed man who had just hunted Chenhi.
"Ahem, you have no moral principles. You are bullying the weak with your numbers. Can you please have some shame, cough cough cough?"
The two 6th-level protectors looked at each other with sneers on their faces.
"Humph. A damn traitor, his crime deserves death, how can he even talk about martial virtue? You're a 5th-level warrior, yet you're bullying a 3rd-level kid. What kind of martial ethics do you have? Bah! Bastard!"
The man in black robe didn't say much, but coughed and took his breath. Seeing that the man and woman in front of him were both 6th-level experts, he immediately wanted to escape. But when his eyes fell on Principal Wu beside Chenhi and the black rock dragon with flames flowing all over its body, his scalp suddenly went numb and his face was filled with fear.
Damn it! Did this stir up a hornet's nest?
It would be fine if there were 2 level 6 warriors coming to support us, but how come there is also a level 7 warrior, and he has an SS-level Temple Dragon Knight?
When did Nankai City have such a strong person? Damn it!
No wonder Chenhi was running away all the way, running madly, and when he ran here, he suddenly activated the Holy Sword skill judgment. It turned out that there was someone behind him.
Oh shit.
He mentally counted all of Chenhi's ancestors for 18 generations, then a wry smile appeared on his face.
It seems I will definitely die today.
What a despicable fellow, hiding himself and hiding his true face.
Why don't you reveal your true face? The female 6th level expert scolded.
The man in black robe suddenly burst into a cold laugh.
Haha, today, even if I die, I'm going to take someone with me. Immediately.
His gaze instantly turned to Chenhi and Chu Shi.
Swish. The body actually disappeared right where it was. Next second,
his body suddenly appeared in front of Chu Shi again, holding a sharp cold iron dagger in his hand, which instantly emitted a sharp edge and stabbed straight at Chu Shi.
But just then, bang!
A light slap landed on the black-robed man's head with extreme precision. In an instant, the man in black robe was restrained from all movements and became like a wooden man, motionless. Principal Wu withdrew his hand and snorted coldly.
A useless profession, and you want to kill people right under my nose? Maybe in the next life. Thump!
The man in black robe fell to the ground with a thud, no breath left.
Dead. He was actually killed on the spot by a seemingly light slap from Principal Wu. Chapter 44, SSS-level or high-risk occupation? A 5th level strongman. He was actually killed by a light slap from Principal Wu.
Chu Shi's eyes widened in shock.
His little mouth was so big that he could fit an egg in it. He was so surprised that he couldn't speak.
Even though Chenhi was surrounded by soft jade and warm fragrance, he was stunned by this scene.
I didn't expect that a 7th level expert would be so powerful. Principal Wu's profession should be an SS-level Temple Dragon Knight. Logically speaking, this profession should rely on the Lava Dragon as its main combat force.
But looking at Principal Wu's casual attack, it was clear that he relied on pure physical strength and power to defeat his opponent.
In other words, even if Principal Wu doesn't open a profession and doesn't use his innate skills, he can still rely on pure physical strength to easily crush and kill a 5th level professional with all his innate skills activated? The gap between these levels is too big. The black-robed man who assassinated him was, after all, a 5th level warrior. The arrows that shot at him one after another were so powerful that they almost drove him into autism. It can be called a mobile cannon without CD. But now, he was killed by just a slap? Just how powerful is the 7th level Principal Wu?
Chenhi was shocked at first, but then a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes as he looked at Principal Wu.
Wait until he reaches the 7th level. Can it be so strong?
This was the first time Chenhi realized that the benefits of increasing physical strength were so great.
And the other side. The two protectors, a man and a woman, were not surprised at all. Take the initiative to come up and say hello to Principal Wu. Principal Wu, long time no see. Principal Wu. I've heard so much about you, and today we finally have the chance to meet. Principal Wu looked over lazily and nodded calmly. Then he turned around and introduced Chenhi and the other two.
Xiao Shi, this is Lin Nai.
Actually, she's your senior.
She was probably a student from 4 or 5 years ago, and she also graduated from our Kyoto Academy.
This is Xinhua.
If I remember correctly, he should be a top student from a university in Shanghai.
Well, I can't remember which university it was.
Xinhua, the male protector, twitched his face and took the initiative to introduce himself.
Hello, my two juniors. I'm a graduate from Magic City Normal University. My name is Xinhua. You can call me Senior. Linei and I were sent by the Ministry of Education to protect you too. Principal Wu, our Magic City Normal University is at least the 2nd-ranked university in Magic City. It's not that embarrassing, is it? Principal Wu shrugged. I'm sorry, I only remember that our Modu Academy was the only one in Modu. Xinhua. Damn it. This is absolutely disrespectful to the elderly. A dignified principal is actually showing off here with him? Is it suitable?
Chu Shi and Chenhi ignored the conversation between Principal Wu and Xinhua and shouted hello.
Senior Lin. Senior Xin. Thank you for your hard work this time.
It would have been fine if this matter had not been mentioned. As soon as it was mentioned, Principal Wu blushed on the spot and was so angry that he almost cursed. He looked at Chenhi and Chu Shi very seriously. He wants to say something but stops himself, and then he wants to say something again. In the end, he didn't scold, but just sighed and said, "This matter is also my fault for not explaining it clearly to you in advance." I can understand Xiaohe's feelings. He doesn't want to be bound by others. He wants to go out and gain experience on his own, to experience the feeling of life and death, and to challenge his limits before he is on the verge of death. You want to put pressure on yourself, that's fine, I appreciate your idea. However, this does not mean that you can truly escape our protection. You must know that as an SSS-level talented professional, there are hidden dangers everywhere around you. If you make the slightest mistake, you might encounter something similar to this. Seeing that Chenhi and Shushi were both quite honest, and seemed to admit their mistakes, Principal Wu did not condemn the incident too harshly. His voice slowed down a bit and became gentler, but at the same time he maintained the dignity of a person in a high position. After this incident, I hope that both of you can learn from your mistakes and realize that this wilderness is not a good place. You should also know not to easily escape our protection. Do you know that all awakened people who have awakened to SSS-level talent professions have a frighteningly high mortality rate, because they will be hunted by demons from the outside world and traitors to humanity? Especially, people like you, Xiaohe and Xiaoxi, who, strictly speaking, have talents that surpass SSS-level talents in top professions. More demons and traitors among the awakened will find ways to hunt you down. They won't give you any chance to grow. At this point, Principal Wu's expression became serious. There was a heaviness in his voice. I don't know what I remembered. In fact, up to now, there are no more than 20 SSS-level talented professional awakeners in the world who have truly grown up. Strictly speaking, Xiaoxi and Xiaohe, the two of you are both talented professional awakeners who have surpassed the SSS level, but neither of you has managed to grow. Because once you're out in the wild, once you lose the protection of high-level warriors, or once you're on the front lines fighting demons, as long as the high-ranking demons and the shameless traitors hidden among humans know about it, they'll send out a large number of high-level warriors to hunt you down. Similar things happen almost every moment, every day, every month. So, your awakened profession is so powerful. It seems like a great opportunity, but in fact, it also attracts the wind. It means you will be used as a target by the enemy. This time, the other party only sent out a 5th-level traitor to hunt you down. This is all thanks to the fact that Nankai City is a small place. It's difficult to quickly gather 6th or even 7th level experts nearby. But in the future, when you arrive in the Demon City, the 4 main cities, or even other places, you may encounter powerful beings of higher levels who will surround and kill you at all costs. That's why, at first, I completely disagreed with you two coming to the wild for training. Come to think of it, this matter is still my fault. I thought Nankai City was too simple. I thought there would be no accidents with me here. But an accident still happened. Principal Wu gave Chenhi a displeased look. This little guy is really going to cause him trouble. If something had really happened to Chenhi right under his nose, he would have simply quit his job as the principal of the Magic City Academy and resigned. Seeing Chenhi and Shushi, he looked even more apologetic. Principal Wu sighed and changed the subject. But what you said actually makes sense. If you don't hunt monsters in the wild and gain experience, your level up speed won't even be as fast as a D-level talent class. You won't be able to grow at all. As you said, it's easy to be raised like a flower in a greenhouse. This is actually why I agreed to let you come to the wild. Principal Wu's words shocked both Chenhi and Shushi. But at the same time, they also felt a sense of fear. Turn out to be. Is this SSS-level talent profession really so dangerous? Is it true that a big tree attracts the wind to this extent? The death rate has reached such a high level? This is too scary. There are not even 20 SSS-level talented professional awakeners who have grown up in the world over the years. This answer is too exaggerated. After thinking about it for a while, they both felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Principal Wu is here this time. Chenhi's plan was still too reckless. However, in order to successfully conceal his level problem, he seemed to have no better way. Seeing that the two of them understood how dangerous they were, they awakened to the high-risk profession. Principal Wu did not repeat it and just told the two of them. From now on, until you enroll in the Magic City Academy, I will not allow the two of you to go hunting in the wild for training. After enrollment, the school will also prevent students from hunting demons in the wild. Also, if you really want to go into the wild, you must tell me. At the very least, I can protect you and prevent you from encountering even more terrifying high-level hunters. Chenhi and Shushi nodded in succession. We understand, Principal Wu. It must be said. If you don't tell me this and run into the wild alone, you might easily fall into someone's trap and setup, and no one might even know about it until you die.
At this time,
Principal Wu suddenly changed his tone.
By the way, brat, what level are you now? Let me see if it's worth it for you to come out here and train alone.
Chapter 45. Of course the family system must develop people. Principal Wu gave me instructions for a long time. Chenhi also calmed down and answered truthfully. Well, actually, I just ran out and encountered only one prey that caught my eye. That's a double-winged black tiger of about level 37 or 38.
Maybe it's because of the huge level gap. I was suppressed by it at the beginning. I almost lost several times. Luckily, I had the angel's holy sword and angel's silver wings. After a fierce battle, I finally found a flaw and chopped off his head. After I killed the double-winged black tiger, I was directly promoted by 3 levels. Now I've successfully advanced to level 3 and unlocked Angel's Eyes. This insight seems quite powerful.
What Chenhi said was basically the truth. Except for the fact that he had unlocked the Angel's Eyes before the battle against the double-winged black tiger, everything else was true. But wait until he finishes. I saw Principal Wu and the 2 senior students opposite him all had dazed expressions. I was so surprised that I couldn't speak. After a long time, senior sister Lin Nai and senior brother Shin Kuo finally came to their senses. They stared at each other blankly and discussed in a low voice.
Level 3? This is already level 3? Are you sure? Damn it! How long did I stay at the 3rd level? Half a year?
No, not that long, but at least 3 or 4 months.
What kind of upgrade speed is this? It's unprecedented. Even the top professions that surpass SSS-level talent professions wouldn't be so monstrous.
That's ridiculous. I remember that the graduation requirement for our Magic City Academy seemed to be the 3rd level.
As long as you can break through the 3rd level, you can graduate directly. Ha! In other words, junior brother Chenhi can graduate directly after entering school?
They were both speechless. Principal Wu looked puzzled.
Xiaohe, you haven't even broken through to the 3rd level yet you dare challenge a mid to high level 3rd level double-winged black tiger? This isn't just a normal cross-level battle. This is a cross-level monster hunting. If I remember correctly, the double-winged black tiger should be the top monster among the 3rd level monsters. If it is at the same level, it will crush other monsters. I never thought that you could even kill a double-winged black tiger. The young are truly formidable.
Lin Nai and Shin Kuo were shocked again.
Yes.
Chenhi was able to kill the double-winged black tiger by relying on his 2nd level strength.
Isn't this too strong? What kind of talent is this? Not only is his professional talent super powerful, but his skill mastery talent and practical training talent are also maxed out? What kind of pentagonal warrior is this?
Shin Kuo muttered to himself.
I used to think I was a genius.
With an A-rank profession, I rose all the way to where I am now, on par with other S-rank and SS-rank professionals.
But now, I realize I'm nothing. Linnaeus also touched his forehead. I'd become a clown too.
Principal Wu suddenly remembered something.
Oh right?
Xiaohe, even if you successfully advance 3 levels and break through to the 3rd stage. But how did you, a mere level 3, survive being hunted by a level 5 awakener?
Lin Nai and Shin Kuo, yeah. This is outrageous. How about we go?
They both felt like they had become the background for Chenhi's show-off.
Invisible pretense is the most deadly, okay? This time, Chenhi didn't hide it anymore.
Tell the truth about the battle that just happened. After I killed the double-winged black tiger, I was about to collect.
Listening to Chenhi's story.
Shushi's beautiful face was almost completely tense, and she was nervous the whole time. She was very worried about Chenhi, and a pair of small hands held Chenhi's wrist.
She made up her mind. No matter what Chenhi said in the future, she would never agree to Chenhi training alone outside. This is too dangerous. If he makes one wrong move, he won't be able to see her good husband again. It was discovered that the man in black robe had been using a bow and arrow the entire time, and had never used any skills directly, exposing his profession and strength. Principal Wu's eyes moved and he quickly realized something. I see. This traitorous assassin must be afraid of exposing his true profession, thus letting us discover his tracks and revealing his true identity. So, when using the bow and arrow, maybe I wasn't using my full strength. He also underestimated his opponent,
thinking he could easily kill Chenhi even without using his true identity and strength. This led to a series of missteps. Thinking of this, Principal Wu looked serious. He raised his foot and kicked the black-robed man's body, which was beginning to stiffen on the ground. Shaolin, the two of you, take this traitor's body back and examine it thoroughly. Find out who this person is. After all, in a place like Nankai City, there are only a handful of assassins who can rush here quickly. Their identities shouldn't be difficult to find. It would be better to see if we can find other traitors through this person. The two protectors responded quickly. Chenhi recalled the black-robed man's final act of violence. He almost assassinated his CC, but even he didn't react in time. Principal Wu, what is the profession of this traitor? Principal Wu introduced. His innate class is called Shadow Killer. Don't be fooled by the fancy name, it seems quite good. It also has a natural skill. But in reality, it's just a C-level garbage job. It is also the only C-level talent profession that has a talent skill. Chenhi suddenly understood. It turned out to be the Shadow Killer. He had learned relevant knowledge in school and immediately recalled it. The innate skill of Shadow Killer is called Shadow Kill. It can instantly teleport 10 meters and enhance the attack power of the next assassination. If used to kill people, it is indeed a very commendable talent skill that can bring unexpected results. But it can't be used to hunt monsters. Monsters all have thick skin and flesh. Moreover, its growth potential is not very good. This Shadow Kill will hardly be strengthened much as the level increases. It is much worse than the Holy Angel. Chenhi secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the other party was afraid of exposing his occupation and identity. If the man in black robes used all his strength to deal with him right from the start, and directly used Shadow Kill to appear behind him and complete the assassination, he would be a corpse right from the start. But this assassin was confused, underestimated the enemy, was arrogant, and was unwilling to expose himself. Throughout the process, he relied on his powerful physical strength and used magic bows and arrows to kill him, leading to a complete loss in the end. This wilderness is still full of dangers. Chenhi sighed inwardly. After I go back this time, I must improve myself. Until you have enough ability to survive in the wilderness, you can't go out and wander around anymore. Have a brief chat and clean up the battlefield. Principal Wu also took Chenhi to retrieve the body of the double-winged black tiger. After all, it was also a trophy. By the way, they also hunted some insignificant monsters on the way. After the previous experience, and with Chenhi still injured, Chushi did not continue his training. The three of them set out on their journey back to the city. On the way, Principal Wu told Chenhi and the others, there are some human traitors who have been secretly hiding in the city. Some of them have been implanted with demon hearts, while others have gained power from powerful demons. They are always looking for opportunities to hunt down high-level, gifted professional awakeners like you two. And these people, in order to continue hiding in the city, will not easily reveal their occupations and identities during hunting unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it's very likely that the Coordination Department and the Garrison Department will find out. Because of this, Xiaohua, Xiaoxi, you must be more careful in the future. Chenhi and Xu Shi looked at each other and nodded heavily. The loss this time is already big enough. We've all learned a lesson. Although the wilderness is extremely dangerous, it now seems that even within the towering city walls, it is not completely safe. There are leaks everywhere, so we cannot be careless. Soon, in Nankai City, Shu family, in a luxurious villa. What? Shu Tian stood up and supported the case. My good son-in-law is injured? After learning about Chenhi's condition, Shu Tian was very worried. They surrounded Chenhi and asked him about his well-being, and even took out many life-saving pills that they had kept at home. They even sent people out to buy medicine. Shu Shi also stayed by Chenhi's side, taking care of him. Principal Wu and the duo of Lin Nai and Shin Kui simply stayed at the Chu family to avoid similar assassinations. 3 days later, Chenhi has finally recovered almost completely. Having just recovered from a serious illness, he is in high spirits. But after Chenhi recovered, the first thing he did was not to polish his basics and consolidate his mental strength, but to vigorously pull his own CC into the bedroom. Make a baby. Hubby, you, be gentle, why are you in such a hurry? I've been craving it for several days. My dear wife, can't you help me? Then how do you want me to help?
I'm still injured. How about you, my dear wife, do it yourself? Family system. How can we do without developing our family? This is the right way. Chapter 46, Husband, don't be too hardworking, be more moderate. For now.
In the small city of Nankai, due to the influence of my father-in-law, it is very unfavorable for the development of my own family, and there is still nearly a month before school starts.
Then we can only develop in terms of population first. Therefore, it is necessary to create a baby. That's right.
Everything Chenhi did was to develop the family and make it flourish as quickly as possible.
It was definitely not for the sake of the little boss dominating the big boss. Then, in the following days,
Chenhi and Chushi polished the basics during the day and worked tirelessly at night, day and night, making babies with crazy efficiency and without any restraint.
This went on for more than half a month. Chushi is a new wife.
Being pampered by Chenhi tirelessly every night, she looks more and more beautiful and moisturized. She is already in her 20s, a young and youthful age. After half a month of painstaking cultivation and constant watering, Chushi's condition seemed to have acquired a bit more of the unique charm that only belongs to a married woman. She also gradually became more beautiful and charming.
This is the double nourishment of love and body and mind. It looks different from before.
Compared to the noble and aloof, inviolable, holy and ethereal image of those born into wealthy families in the past, now they have the extra beauty of a young woman and the charm of a woman. It makes people unable to take their eyes away after just one look, and the ecstasy goes straight into their bones.
Certainly. This is only the case in front of Chenhi.
In front of other outsiders, Chushi is still a fairy from heaven who can only be admired from afar and not touched.
She is stunningly beautiful and aloof and inviolable. This day, early in the morning,
Chushi rubbed her sleepy eyes and came to the dressing mirror.
Just about to wash up.
But she suddenly remembered that a few days ago, her husband Chenhi, that bad guy, didn't know what he was thinking, but he was suddenly not satisfied with just staying in bed. Instead, he hugged her and walked around the room. He even put his hands on her knees and asked her to do that in front of the mirror.
It's so embarrassing. Speaking of which, it took a few days.
Everywhere in the room were shadows of the two men who had fought fiercely. Although every time they were done, they would clean up together thoroughly, leaving no trace for others to find. But now, the more she thinks about it, the more she feels something is wrong, and everything she looks at makes her blush.
I really don't know what to say.
Even though Chenhi, this bad guy, is young and full of energy, he can't be like this, right?
There has to be some moderation, right?
As she thought about it, Chushi couldn't help but lower her head and touch her smooth belly without a trace of fat.
Logically speaking,
at their age, they probably don't want children and don't want to be bound by offspring. What's more, they have just awakened and have a long way to go in the future.
They should make self-improvement their primary goal.
But every time that bad guy Chenhi pinned her down and bullied her, she was unwilling to wear it. Well, she didn't want to be separated by a pathetic thick barrier. It makes her so embarrassed every time.
Did this bad guy really want her to have a baby so soon? As for Chushi's mood, she doesn't care.
She even felt happy and joyful at the thought of giving birth to a child for her husband.
But, isn't it a bit too early? Is my husband too impatient? And
this land can be cultivated frequently, but if it is cultivated continuously, not only will the oxen that plow the land be unable to bear it, I am afraid that even the land itself will not be able to bear it.
Who knows, the land might be plowed up by cows.
In fact, Chushi and Chenhi were newlyweds, and they were as sweet as honey. They were inseparable every day, and this went on day and night, and Chushi enjoyed it very much. But after more than half a month, she really couldn't stand it anymore.
Yesterday, while taking a shower, she felt that her skin was as white and smooth as snow, and even a little swollen. This bad guy. I don't even feel sorry for her. Instead, he keeps getting worse and worse. What on earth is his body made of? He's just like a tireless animal. Is this the third level of physical strength? No matter how happy you are, your body has its limits. She really can't take it anymore. There was a moment like that. Chushi was even thinking in his heart, should he find someone to help share the burden with him? I'm alone. I can't seem to withstand Chenhi's intensive offensive. Now.
Chenhi also got up and walked to the bathroom yawning. Seeing Chushi staring at the mirror in a daze, I don't know what she was thinking about. Her face was shy and flushed.
I guess she was thinking about something embarrassing. Chenhi's eyes lit up. Cece, what are you thinking about?
He put his arms around the girl's slender waist from behind, feeling the softness and sweetness beneath a layer of ice silk pajamas, and suddenly his heart felt hot. The morning sets the tone for the day, as it is the time when you are most energetic.
Ah, husband. You, put me down. Amidst Chenhi's exclamation,
Chenhi suddenly put his arms around the other person's slender waist and picked her up. He then turned his body so that Cece faced him and sat on the washstand with his back to the half-length mirror. He kissed the two sweet and soft cherry lips and was about to lift up the thin dress to continue the battle from last night.
Hubby. Let me go, it's already daybreak, wait till night.
Chenhi pushed back in resistance.
It's not that I don't want it at all.
At this moment, after being teased by Chenhi, she felt a little empty in her heart, a little numb, and wanted to let Chenhi do whatever he wanted. But reason told her that she couldn't do this anymore. She quickly put in a little more strength, pressed her legs together and resolutely refused to let Chenhi take advantage. At first, Chenhi thought that his wife had picked up this little hobby of role-playing from somewhere, but he soon realized something was wrong.
Cece seems to really not want to? His mind cleared instantly and he stopped moving. Cece, what's wrong with you? Don't you like it?
Chenhi was breathing heavily, almost unable to bear it anymore and almost relaxed. Fortunately, Chenhi also dotes on her.
I like it. But, husband, haven't we been doing this a little too frequently lately? I don't think this is good. We should exercise some restraint. Young men and women should avoid lust. Even if you want to do it every night, but don't be so crazy and don't ask for it so often, okay? Chenhi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Have I been too aggressive recently? Did it scare Cece? But
what Chenhi said made sense.
School was about to start, and they couldn't continue to be so sweet and sticky after school started.
By then, it will be easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality.
It's hard to sleep alone at night. Okay, then let's talk about it tonight and continue here then, okay? I haven't tried this wash basin yet.
Chenhi's face turned completely red, and she nodded shyly in response.
It's all up to you.
And so, several days passed.
In the calm and peaceful practice,
Chenhi and Chenhi's physical foundations have been honed to a very good level. Especially Chenhi, whose physical strength has completely reached the first level, otherwise he would not be able to withstand Chenhi's fierce attack every night.
Although Chenhi's physical strength has not yet reached the level of a third-order rank, it is almost there. Principal Wu was satisfied when he saw this, but he didn't say it. Well, the foundation is indeed almost polished, but it's not enough. After returning to our Magic City Academy, you can continue to polish your skills in depth at school. I think you've all been at home for a while now. Come with me tomorrow and head back to the Magic City Academy.
The Magic City Academy has more abundant resources and conditions.
Even though school hasn't started yet.
But if we go earlier, Principal Wu can also give Chenhi and the others special lessons earlier.
Then,
Chenhi took Chenhi to find Chu Tian and told him in detail about how Principal Wu would take them back to the academy.
Chu Tian was naturally very happy.
Although it was inevitable that father and daughter felt a little reluctant to part, he also knew that his daughter's future was the most important thing, and he kept emphasizing.
After entering the Magic City Academy, you must study hard.
Xiaohe is a capable person, Cece, you just need to follow Xiaohe in school from now on.
Xiaohe, if you dare to let Cece suffer even the slightest injustice, I will beat you up even if I have to go all the way to the Magic City Academy.
Chenhi and Chenhi smiled at each other.
Don't worry, father-in-law.
Chu Tian also took out a lot of money from the family treasury and gave it to the two of them. There are also some resources such as elixirs. The quality level was not enough in Chenhi's opinion now, but it basically filled up all the resources that the family could bring. A poor family has a rich road.
No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning,
Chenhi and Chenhi packed up their belongings and set off for the Magic City with Principal Wu and two senior students who were responsible for escorting them.
Chapter 47. This is the Magic City Academy.
In this chaotic era,
the distance from one city to another is long. It is not easy to travel through time. You may encounter monsters blocking your way.
There are 3 routes to choose from: land, water, and air.
Water and air routes are the fastest.
However, generally only the 7th level strongmen above level 70 will choose these two routes.
Because you never know what kind of terrifying monsters you might encounter in the air or in the water. And
generally speaking, monsters in the air and water are often more powerful than monsters on land, and the two sides are incomparable. Chenhi and Shushi had heard about this from their teachers in school before.
There are many great horrors hidden underwater and in the sky.
No one can tell whether there are still terrifying monsters that have never appeared in the world.
Even the monster atlas that humans have now is just the tip of the iceberg of the monster world.
There are still too many powerful demons hiding, and their true appearance has not been revealed.
So,
because of this reason, most awakened people who want to go to another city will choose to travel by land. If you encounter high-level monsters even when traveling by land, you can only blame your bad luck. If the principal was traveling alone, he might choose to fly directly back to the Magic City, which is much safer than those airplane routes.
But
now that he had to take Shushi and Chenhi with him, it would be too dangerous to fly back to the Magic City. Therefore, he simply took Chenhi and Shushi and chose to go by land. Principal Wu is quite familiar with the route, so as long as he is careful, nothing will go wrong.
With Principal Wu leading the team personally, the journey was not too far. After most of the day,
Chenhi and his group saw the extremely tall and majestic city wall in the distance. That giant wall, which is 1,000 times more magnificent than the Great Wall, covers the sky and the sun, and shrouds it like a shadow of clouds.
It can be seen clearly from hundreds of miles away. Under the giant city wall,
Chenhi couldn't help but look up, looking at the extremely magnificent and towering city wall, and was quite shocked.
It's like an ant seeing a mountain.
At the beginning, when he saw the city wall of Nankai City, he was surprised.
Compared with the city wall of Nankai City, the city wall of the Magic City seemed even more magnificent and tall, at least twice as high as the city wall of Nankai City.
Moreover, the material and thickness of the city wall are far greater than those of Nankai.
The number of awakened people guarding inside and outside is at least 10 times that of Nankai City.
Shushi, who was standing next to her, was looking at the awakened people passing by and coming in and out of the city gate. Those awakened people did not deliberately hide their aura, and she could see that they were all of a good level.
At a glance, they are all high-level awakeners. There are even some level 60, rank 6 awakeners. Looking around Nankai City, there are almost no 6th level strongmen.
Here, they are as worthless as cabbages in the vegetable market, which gave Shushi a strong sense of shock. Her little hand couldn't help but pull Chenhi beside her.
Hubby, look, just these passers-by entering and leaving the city are all high-level awakeners.
Chenhi nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, he felt very refreshed.
This is the Magic City.
According to legend, the Magic City is rich in natural resources and has many outstanding people.
The scale and luxury of the place alone are enough to amaze people.
All the conditions are not comparable to Nankai. The two of them felt like they had suddenly arrived in the capital from a small county town. They felt that they had seen a lot of things in the world. They exchanged a few words in a low voice.
When entering the city,
Lin Nai and Shin Kuo looked at each other, then turned to Principal Wu and said,
Principal Wu, now that we have successfully arrived at the Magic City Academy, let's go back and report.
Go ahead.
Principal Wu waved calmly and watched the two leave. Then
he took Chenhi and Shushi with him, and after briefly verifying their identities at the city gate, they quickly entered the city.
As soon as I stepped into this Devil City,
Chenhi and Shushi were once again stunned by the colorful world before them and the various high-rise buildings lined up one after another. In Nankai City, places near the city wall seem a bit remote and rarely visited.
But the Magic City is completely different. Not only are there many tall buildings, but there are also dense crowds of people passing by. The awakened can be found everywhere.
There are relatively few awakened people in Nankai City, and at least 70% of them are ordinary people who fail to awaken. There is no such situation as there are awakened people everywhere now. In addition, many of the various shops and buildings on the road are closely related to the awakened ones. For example, alchemy rooms, equipment refining rooms, department stores that serve awakened people, etc.
There is no end in sight. Extremely prosperous. Chenhi held Shushi's hand and walked quickly through the city. He saw many magnificent scenes of the Magic City inside all the way. This Magic City University is really the right choice. Just look at the prosperity of this Magic City. Given the pivotal position of the Magic City Academy in Magic City, how ridiculous would the resources it could obtain be? Soon.
Under the familiar guidance of Principal Wu, Chenhi and Shu Shi arrived at the gate of Magic City University, one of the 4 top universities. On 2 doors that are as majestic as pillars supporting the sky. The gold-plated characters of the Magic City University and the school emblem are engraved on it, and can be seen clearly from a long distance. Even in this Magic City, which is full of luxurious metropolitan scenes, the luxury of Magic City University is one of the best. It is the kind of landmark building that can be deeply remembered at first sight.
Behind the gate is the vast and magnificent Magic City Academy.
A sense of nobility comes over you. Chenhi and Shu Shi were both stunned for a moment, their eyes revealing an uncontrollable sense of shock. Especially the 7 or 8 buildings that rise from the ground. They are of different specifications, but they are quite distinctive. Looking at them at this moment is like looking up at the walls of the Magic City from the city gate and sighing with regret. Moreover, the Magic City Academy has obviously been established for more than 100 years. The architectural style of the main building is very antique and its layout and decoration also have an ancient style.
A strong historical atmosphere hits you in the face. This is where we're going to go to school for the next 4 years? How amazing! It is worthy of being one of the 4 top universities.
Before coming here, Chenhi and Shu Shi had actually already had a lot of imagination.
But compared to the situation I am in now, they felt that their previous imagination was a bit too empty and thin. Come with me. Principal Wu was very satisfied with their shock.
He smiled, nodded, and pointed in a direction with his cane. He gestured for them to follow him and then entered the school.
At the same time,
there are also many news spreading wildly in the school, causing a lot of discussion.
Have you heard? The principal is back today.
It doesn't matter whether the principal comes back or not, but I remember that the principal went out this time for 2 SSS-level holy angels with specialties.
This is the most sensational news recently. The twin holy angels of Nankai City.
I remember that one holy angel was incredibly powerful before, and now 2 have appeared at once. I heard they're a newlywed couple, a talented couple with a beautiful face.
What a perfect match. I'm really envious. I think this year's class is going to take off. Principal Wu has already entered the school. He brought those 2 younger students with him. Go check it out. After learning about the situation,
many students from Shanghai were eager to come and see Chenhi and Shu Shi, and they came one after another to enjoy the show.
As the news continued to spread, more and more people came to watch.
Many people gathered on both sides of the road, pointing and whispering around Chenhi and the other person. His eyes were full of surprise and envy.
Main building. Academic Affairs Office.
Principal Wu led Chenhi and the other 2 in to register for admission.
When the teacher in charge of registration saw that it was Principal Wu, his eyes lit up instantly and he stared at Chenhi and the other 2 with a look that seemed to want to eat them up. Principal Wu. These are the 2 holy angels. I've heard about it a long time ago. I didn't expect that you, the principal, would actually recruit me.
Principal Wu smiled faintly.
What do you mean? Is there anything I can't accomplish with my personal involvement?
The registration teacher curled his lips.
Ah, yes. How could he not know what their principal was like? See through it but don't expose it. Start registration.
At this time, even the door of the Academic Affairs Office and the surrounding areas of the main building were surrounded by spectators.
Many people even ran over to line up and watch, showing great enthusiasm.
Being looked at by pairs of curious eyes. Chenhi felt secretly happy, but still felt a little uncomfortable. Protect your own CC carefully behind your back so that no more people can see her.
Aren't these seniors a bit too idle?
Because the school has not started yet, there are no new students in the school.
Only old students. Chapter 48 Privileges of SSS-level Talented Occupations. After completing the admission process,
the teacher in charge of the Academic Affairs Office looked Chenhi and Shu Shi up and down with a gossipy expression on his face. I opened my mouth to ask something, but as a teacher after all, I couldn't be too enthusiastic towards the students who came to register on the first day. It would be bad if Chenhi and the other 2 were scared away. He threw a bunch of keys to Chenhi and Shu Shi.
Go ahead, it's in Villa 3, Area A. Forget it.
I'll take you 2 there and familiarize you with our school.
Don't blame your seniors for being so gossipy and enthusiastic.
I just never thought that 2 holy angels like you could emerge from the tiny city of Nankai.
What's more, they are a newlywed couple. Even the teacher wants to gossip about me. Chenhi and Chu Shi. After Principal Wu brought the two of them to the academic affairs office and made some simple arrangements for the follow-up, he left. Obviously, he had a lot of things to deal with during his absence of more than half a month. Villa? Chenhi was startled and looked at the key in his hand with an expression of disbelief. Our dormitory is a villa? The teacher in charge smiled and nodded, and took the initiative to explain. That's right. No matter what level of talent a student has, as long as they successfully enroll in the Magic City Academy, they will all be given a single-family villa as a dormitory. This is the basic rule of our school in the Magic City. The top schools in the 4 main cities are basically the same. We will provide students with great support in terms of living conditions and living environment. This is also a way to encourage students to strive to get into better schools. When the teacher in charge led Chenhi and the others out of the main building, they saw a crowd of onlookers gathered everywhere like a tide, blinking their big eyes and looking at Chenhi and the others with curiosity. He spoke sternly. Go away, you all have nothing to do, right? Do you want me to find you some work? As soon as these words were spoken, all the students scattered like birds and beasts, leaving in a somewhat annoyed manner. Soon, under the guidance of the teacher in charge, Chenhi and Chu Shi came to the villa area of the dormitory and found their villa number 3 in Area A. Because you two are a legal couple, the school has allocated you a villa. I guess you newlyweds don't want to be separated, right? Sensing the teacher's almost uncontrollable gossipy mood, Chenhi smiled and glanced at Chu Shi, whose face was blushing beside him, and nodded. No problem, teacher. The teacher in charge gestured. Put your luggage in the dormitory first, and I'll take you around the school. Oh, okay. Thank you, teacher. Walking on the fairly spacious campus road, the teacher in charge introduced the place like a tour guide, pointing to a building closest to the dormitory area, which had a big Wu character written on it, which was unique. This is the martial arts training ground. In addition to the martial arts training building in the main building, there is also a large playground that is specially used for students to practice sparring. Inside the martial arts building, there are many separate training grounds that can be rented out. They have various types of targets and training equipment. If you feel that you can't perform well on the playground, you can go to the separate training ground. Soon, Chenhi saw the most important buildings in corresponding areas in the Magic City Academy. There are skill buildings, spiritual treasure pavilions, medicine pavilions, cafeterias, several colleges, the school's own training fields, monster cages, and so on. It has everything you need. This is the skills building in the library and information area. Basically, all the skill books currently available at the Magic City Academy, as well as books and materials available for students to borrow and read, can be found in this area. Also, right next to the skills building is the Technology Creators Association, where technologists from various colleges gather to exchange experiences in skill creation. A large portion of the skill books in our skill building come from the Skill Creator Society. Modu Academy is the best in the country in terms of technology and innovation. Even the top universities in the other 3 main cities have to recognize our Modu Academy in the field of technology and innovation. The teacher in charge boasted about it and gave a thumbs up, introducing it with great pride. Chenhi and Chu Shi took a look at the building marked with the word and were shocked. This is the Lingbao Pavilion, where all kinds of weapons and magic treasures are stored. Next to the Lingbao Pavilion is the Exchange Office and the Weapon Refining Academy. Any rare materials you find in the wild can be exchanged for contribution points and credits at the Exchange Office, which can then be exchanged for more resources. Also, the Alchemy Academy can also exchange various rare ores and refining materials for contribution points and credits. The Alchemy Academy will occasionally send out missions to collect rare ores, and the overall rewards are very good. Chenhi and Chu Shi took a closer look in the direction of Lingbao Pavilion and nodded in succession. Write down the locations of the exchange offices and the Equipment Refining Academy one by one. On the other side of the exchange office is the Medicine Pavilion, where all kinds of medicines are stored. Next to it is the Alchemy Academy, and its basic specifications are not much different from the Lingbao Pavilion. Besides, there's the Mission Building. It's where tasks are distributed between the various colleges, the school administration, and the various buildings. Completing tasks earns you credits, which can be exchanged for various resources within the school. The 2 buildings, Lingbao Pavilion and Danyao Pavilion, stand opposite each other, forming a tripod, with the skill building in the middle. The layout is quite magnificent. In addition, our Magic City Academy also has cultivation fields for various rare and exotic plants,
cages for keeping living monsters, and the 7 largest colleges. Chenhi couldn't help but sigh when he heard this.
It feels a bit like the sect in the novel.
The teacher in charge of the academic affairs office nodded, agreeing with Chenhi's statement.
That's right. It's not just our Demon City Academy.
In fact, any awakened academy is a bit like the sects in novels.
In novels, sects train disciples just to annihilate the demons.
And we, the Awakened Academy, train batch after batch of students, all for the purpose of being able to slay demons, resist demonic invasions, and defend our country.
I walked along the magnificent academy for a while.
Suddenly, we came to a building that looked unknown but had hidden secrets inside.
This building stands out among many tall buildings. There are only 5 floors.
But Chenhi took a closer look, and through the all-round sensory enhancement brought by the angel eyes, he noticed the strangeness around the building.
Formation? What kind of place is this? I see at least 7 or 8 overlapping formations arranged around this building. It looks like the core of the entire Demon City Academy. The formation protection in other places is far inferior to that here.
The teacher in charge smiled faintly and pointed at the 5-story building. This place, nominally speaking, is the Gifted Career Research Institute.
Nominally? Chenhi was completely confused and bewildered.
The teacher in charge explained patiently.
Actually, this is where all the SS level and above talented awakeners usually practice.
This is also the main reason why so many protective formations were set up here. If anything goes wrong at the Magic City Academy, we must protect the safety of all top-notch awakened talents.
Because both of you are SSS-level holy angels, you can enter here to train later.
The instructors there will design a training program specifically for you, one that is unique and most suitable for you.
Besides, you hardly have to worry about credits.
Basically, whether it's the martial arts training ground, the skills building, the spiritual treasure pavilion, etc., there are no restrictions on the 2 of you. You can come and go freely and choose any place you want. Chenhi and Chu Shi were stunned for a moment, looking at the teacher in disbelief.
No limits?
The teacher in charge answered solemnly.
That's right. This is the privilege of all SSS-level talent awakeners. It would be like this in any awakened academy. And the reason for this is that there are so few SSS-level professional awakeners. In the class you 2 are in, there are only 9 SSS-level talented professionals in all the college entrance examinations in the country combined. It's not even enough for the 4 top universities. And the number of students who are admitted each year is basically in the single digits, very few, so both the country and the universities will do their utmost to train them. Chenhi immediately became interested and asked back. Teacher, you know so much about this year's college entrance exam candidates, but do you know what the other 7 SSS-level talented professionals are?
The teacher in charge replied.
These 7 professions are Fighting Buddha. Fighting Buddha?
Chenhi raised his eyebrows and almost blurted out.
Sun Wukong?
The teacher in charge shook his head and laughed.
It's not the Fighting Buddha from Sun Wukong, but the SSS-level talent class Fighting Buddha.
You'll all know the specific class information in class later. The other 6 professions are Holy Spirit Mage, Undead Controller, Abyss Lord, Disaster Priest, Infernal Fire Envoy, and Universal Astrologer.
Let us talk about the top monsters of this session.
The teacher in charge said when he saw that everyone had almost finished touring the school.
Okay, you 2 are free to move around now. In 3 days, it will be the first day of school for new students. Chapter 49 I want to start a company. In the next 3 days.
Neither Chenhi nor Chu Shi left the school, but were familiarizing themselves with the school environment.
On the first day of school, Chenhi took Chu Shi to the martial arts training ground out of curiosity.
When the 2 of them arrived at the playground, they realized how conservative what the teacher in charge said was. The teacher in charge only said that this playground was a place for students to practice together to improve their combat experience and skill proficiency. To Chenhi and the others, they thought it was just like any other school playground. But when we arrived at the playground, we found that the public facilities here were very complete. Not only are there simulation test instruments for various professions, but there are also many public targets and equipment available.
It can be said that almost all imaginable training facilities are available here.
There are 12 areas in total, including warrior, assassin, mage, etc.
Awakeners of different professions can find corresponding areas for training here. It's not so much a playground.
It is more like a large open square, covering a very large area with almost no end in sight.
And this is just the public area.
In the building engraved with the word Wu, there are many training rooms with different categories. There are low-level, mid-level, high-level, and top-level divisions within the company. The various training instruments therein are worth 10 or even 100 times more than these public equipment.
It takes a lot of credits to rent them.
Speaking of which, Chenhi could barely be considered to be from a wealthy family, as his father was the richest man in Nankai City. However, seeing the dazzling array of training equipment on the playground and the various training rooms in the martial arts building, he felt quite amazed. There are so many instruments and facilities that I have never seen them, let alone heard of them.
It is worthy of being one of the 4 top universities. This family's wealth is unbelievable.
After a careful tour of the martial arts training area, Chenhi took Chenhi to visit the skill building. Thanks to the Technology Creator Society of the Magic City Academy, this skill building is exactly where the Magic City Academy has the richest assets.
The height of the building is second only to the main building, with a total of 20 floors. The skill combinations of various professions are categorized and placed on each floor. There is also a search function that allows you to search for suitable skills currently stored in the skill building with one click. If you take out a single skill book and sell it outside, it can be sold at a sky-high price. The 3 skill books that Chenhi had learned from the Chu family were already top-notch sword skills in Nankai City, but in this skill building, they might not even be suitable as table legs. Seeing these many high-level skills, Chenhi's heart was pounding. He remembered what the teacher in charge had told him before, that all SSS-level talented professions can choose all the resources they need. In other words, he can choose any of these extremely high-level skills. Of course, Chenhi would not be carried away by this excitement. He knew that practicing Taoism was not as easy as a bear trying to break a stick. If you want too much, you will end up being inferior. The only correct thing to do is to specialize in one thing first. No wonder Principal Wu told us not to learn any skills. I guess those skills that are popular in the Nankai market have never been taken seriously by Principal Wu. Chenhi murmured to himself and understood Principal Wu's good intentions. Then,
Chenhi and Chenhi visited along the way, learned in detail, and became familiar with the environment. I also learned about the many top-level healing pills in the pill pavilion, and even various elixirs that can directly help improve levels. I also saw the various powerful spiritual treasures in Lingbao Pavilion. Lingbao is not limited to magic weapons. There are also many disposable magic weapons, such as formation flags and formation plates that can instantly set up formations, and various talismans, etc.
Everything you need. At last,
Chenhi and Chenhi went to the mission building again and carefully looked at the various tasks on the big screen.
Mission: collect 1500 G of blue steel stone. Quest source: Refining Academy.
Mission reward: 15 credits.
Mission: collect shadow leopard skins 10. Mission source: Lingbao Pavilion.
Mission reward: 20 credits. Generally speaking, the vast majority of tasks are in various buildings of various colleges in the school. If there is a lack of any materials, they will be released to the public in the form of tasks, allowing students to take the initiative to hunt down various monsters. Obtain materials in exchange for credits. In addition to the tasks issued within the school, Chenhi also saw many tasks from the Magic City Defense Department, the Coordination Department, the Ministry of Education, etc.
Generally, they recruit people to patrol around the Magic City and clear out monsters and other tasks. Chenhi felt inexplicably jealous and eager to give it a try. But after all, the school has just started, there is still a long way to go, so there is no need to rush.
Certainly. Putting aside these trivial matters of familiar school, Chenhi and Chenhi shared a room and were assigned to the same dormitory, which gave them a chance to experience real cohabitation life.
She works hard every day and makes babies day and night.
Even though Chenhi always shyly emphasized that Chenhi should be more restrained and not ask for too much, Chenhi was still young and full of energy, so there was no time for restraint.
It's not over until I'm exhausted.
But Chenhi was very distressed, and from time to time he was thinking about how to find someone to share the burden.
Is this bad guy in her family so capable in this area? So vigorous?
The night before the official opening of the Magic City Academy, the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Chenhi held Chenhi in his arms, who was still breathing softly with tears on her face.
After each session, Chenhi would always take Chenhi aside for a warm moment. Talk about some sweet words between husband and wife. By the way, let us talk about the future.
Chenhi already had a rough idea of how to develop his family. After thinking about it for a while, he told Chenhi,
"Cici, we're still new in the Magic City, so we're not very stable yet.
but I plan to open a company off campus once the situation here stabilizes.
To this, Shushi nodded gently and spoke in a weak and delicate voice. Starting a company? My husband has such ambition, I will definitely support him. But, husband, what kind of company are you planning to start? What will be your main business in the future? You are the man of the family. No matter what career you want to pursue or what company you want to start, I will support you. This time we came to Shanghai, my father prepared a lot of money for us. If my husband wants to use it, he can use it at any time as a starting capital.
Chenhi felt warm in his heart and raised his hand to scratch the girl's nose. He straightened his black hair, which was a little wet with sweat, and stared at the beautiful face which was bullied by him and was unrecognizable. Although when Chu Tian gave the money, he said that it was the common property of the couple.
No matter what Chenhi wants to do, he can use it.
But Shushi's attitude is to regard the husband and wife as one. I support him wholeheartedly.
With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Many thoughts came to Chenhi's mind, and he had some ideas about the company's affairs. But we still have to wait until we can go on a field trip to the Magic City. If possible, also ask Principal Wu for his opinion.
I'm still thinking about the company's business, so don't worry.
It's just an intention at the moment.
Shushi closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and spoke softly. My husband has always been capable of accomplishing great things, and he's used to planning before taking action.
I always listen to my husband.
Feeling the soft and warm body in my arms, my fingers stroked the naked skin, which was as smooth and tender as white jade, with a slightly sweaty feeling. Chenhi suddenly felt moved again.
As he turned over, he pressed the girl under him again amidst her low cry of awe. Since you listen to me, Cici, then kneel down. Hubby, stop it. It's already so late today. Tomorrow I will definitely do as you say. Tonight. Well, okay, then, hubby, be gentle. That's all. Time quickly arrived at the day for new students to enter school. School is starting. Outside the gate of the Magic City University, there are crowds of people and a lot of traffic. More than 100 freshmen, either with the warm farewell of their parents or alone, stepped into the magnificent gate of the Magic City University. There were also seniors from the student union and many teachers from the academic affairs office busy around. It was bustling with activity. Chapter 50, the exam is meaningless to them. On the large playground outside the martial arts building, Chenhi and Shushi walked in side by side. The loudspeaker on campus was still repeatedly broadcasting the message that all freshmen should gather at the martial arts training ground. School has started. Today is the first day of school. I almost forgot. Chenhi stretched lazily and said lazily. Shushi, who was standing next to him, gave Chenhi a look of reproach and said unhappily. How dare you say that? If you hadn't yesterday. Chenhi chuckled. What happened yesterday? Shushi was embarrassed to tell Chenhi, the bad guy, that he didn't sleep in the middle of the night, so he dragged her for a second round and didn't let her sleep until almost dawn. A soft, displeased hum escaped from his lips. Hubby, you just bully me. Chenhi's smile grew even brighter. That's only if you're willing to let me bully you. Are you not feeling well? I don't know who it was before, crying and asking me to push harder. Shushi blushed, and her delicate and beautiful oval face instantly turned red like a big red apple. He came up and covered Chenhi's mouth. Why does this bad guy say anything? If other people heard this, it would be so embarrassing. After a quarrel, the young couple raised their heads again and looked towards the martial arts training ground. Really? At this moment, many freshmen have gathered here, and they are lined up in neat and orderly rows according to the different positions arranged in advance. On the contrary, Shushi and Chenhi were a little confused. Since they entered the school, Principal Wu and the teacher in charge have never told them which class, college, or tutor they will be assigned to. So, now I don't know where I should stand. They could only choose a place with a better view and stand there, whispering quietly. On the rostrum. Principal Wu, leaning on a cane and looking like an elegant gentleman, walked up quickly. Following behind him were 4 vice presidents, as well as the deans and tutors of various colleges. This appearance immediately attracted a lot of discussion from the audience. Wow! That's Principal Wu, right? I've long heard that Principal Wu is a 7th-level expert, personally in charge of the Demon City. He once slew more than a dozen 7th-level demons that were wreaking havoc in the Demon City, and his record is remarkable. I didn't expect to finally see him today.
Before coming here, I only heard that the faculty at the Magic City Academy was incredibly strong.
Now that I see it, it's truly exaggerated. None of the instructors on the stage are below level 5. More than half of them are 6th level instructors.
In addition, the other deans are all at the peak of the 6th level, half a step away from the 7th level.
The 4 vice deans are also genuine 7th level. Although they are not as powerful as Principal Wu, they are also pillars of the Magic City. This is the Magic City Academy. We're really here.
Principal Wu lowered his head and looked around, his face full of majesty. Seeing Chenhi and Chushi talking in a low voice in the open space, looking intimate, he couldn't help but smile with pride and spoke in a deep and hearty voice.
Welcome all students to apply to our Magic City Academy and become a member of our Magic City Academy. I am Wu Xingwen, the principal of this school. There was a sudden roar from below like a tsunami. Hello, principal. Hello, principal.
Many people had obviously heard of Principal Wu's many impressive achievements and came here as his fans. At this moment, they were dancing excitedly in the crowd with eager eyes. Principal Wu smiled faintly and made a downward gesture, instantly silencing all the sounds.
Then, he said calmly,
well, the students who can enter our Magic City Academy based on their real abilities are all excellent.
I won't elaborate on them here. Let's get straight to the point. Next, what awaits you will be an entrance exam for freshmen. I think you all should know that awakening is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind.
You must always maintain an indomitable spirit in your heart. Only then can you achieve the great way and reach the pinnacle.
Once you enter the university campus, you are no longer the same as before. What awaits you next will be an even more arduous and extraordinary struggle.
This entrance exam for freshmen is a brand new test for your college career, and it serves 2 purposes.
First, it's about resource allocation. If you do well in the college entrance exam, the talent you awaken will be even more powerful. But that's all in the past. We're focusing on the future ahead. The entrance exam will comprehensively assess your specific abilities.
Whether it's your ability to apply the specifics of your profession, the knowledge you learned in high school, or your own natural talents, all can be showcased in the exam. Students with good grades will receive better on-campus resources and have more monthly resources to receive.
Secondly,
we will arrange your subsequent courses, assign you instructors and colleges more reasonably. Speaking of this, Principal Wu's eyes showed a hint of fierceness.
The sound also became louder.
As we all know, there is no such thing as a free lunch.
Resources are limited and must be allocated more rationally.
Except for awakeners of SSS-level talented classes who possess the most unique innate advantages, awakeners of any other level of talented classes need to fight for more resources on their own.
This is also the school spirit of our Magic City Academy.
How much ability you have, whether you can gain the favor of teachers and the academy, does not depend on us, but only on whether you want to and can. In my Magic City Academy, we have a tradition of developing exclusive courses for each student. The professions that new students awaken to are different, and their personalities are also very different, so the potential they can develop is naturally different.
This requires the school to make corresponding course arrangements based on their career characteristics and personalities.
That's what the freshman exam is for. I hope that all freshmen will give their all in the freshman exam, strive for more resources, and showcase their talents to the greatest extent possible.
Do you have confidence? There was an immediate response from below.
Have. Principal Wu looked at the energetic faces and their active and excited responses, and felt very satisfied. Finally, he turned his attention to Chenhi and the other 2.
Chenhi, Chushi, step out. You don't have to take the freshman entrance exam. You can pass it without taking it.
What?
Why? Exemption from the exam? The crowd was suddenly in an uproar.
The freshmen, who were originally very excited, seemed to have been poured with a bucket of cold water. They stared blankly at Chenhi and Chushi, who were called.
Under the watchful eyes of the public, the 2 walked out slowly, even holding hands.
Many people feel like they have been fed a mouthful of dog food.
Who are these 2 people? Wow! They're handsome and beautiful, they look like a couple, they look so cute. That's not right. Why don't these 2 people have to take the exam? Why? I also want to pass without taking the exam. This is definitely a shady deal. Could he be from a top-tier family? He's even exempted from the exam? This is so unfair. Wait, Chenhi, Shushi, why do these two names sound so familiar? Among the crowd,
some freshmen from large families were slightly stunned, and then looked at Chenhi and Shushi with envy. They had already seen the information of these two people, and of course they immediately understood why these two people did not have to take the exam.
Nonsense. That's an SSS-level gifted class, a holy angel, and she's still taking an exam? What kind of exam is that? Is that necessary? Just kidding. Certainly. If there are people you know, there will be people you don't know.
Then, someone stood out from the crowd and took the lead in questioning.
Why don't they have to take the test?
I've long heard that the academic atmosphere at the Magic City Academy is rigorous, that competition is paramount, and that strength is respected.
I thought they'd offer some basic fairness. I didn't expect it to be this way, but there's a shady plot going on?
Others who were not in the know also came forward to echo the sentiment.
Yeah. Why is that? I don't accept it. Everyone is a top-tier talent above a level, how could we be worse than them? Who the hell is this? I don't accept it. If you have the guts, come out and try.
Among the more than 100 freshmen who reported today, the worst ones are professional awakeners with A-level talents, and the best ones are even professional awakeners with SS-level talents.
I don't feel that I am inferior to others at all. Chenhi and Shushi naturally felt very unhappy that they didn't have to take the exam. The first person who stood up to question it was an SS-level monster. I feel very angry. Why can Chenhi and the other two get special treatment from Principal Wu, but they can't?
Seeing that they had become the target of public criticism, Chenhi and Shushi felt somewhat embarrassed and helpless. It's not that they don't want to take the exam, it's that the principal simply doesn't let them take it.
Although it's a bit Versailles to think so.
Chenhi looked up at Principal Wu and felt that this old man had bad intentions.
The school has just started, and you are already creating confrontation here? Maybe he wants to use his and Shushi's talents to suppress the arrogance of these freshmen?
This old man is really disrespectful to his elders.
Why are you still adding fuel to the fire? And amidst this wave of doubts, Principal Wu didn't waste any time explaining and spoke immediately.
Xiaoyi, Xiaoxi, show us your awakened professions. Chenhi glanced at the beauty beside him and gestured for her to go first.
Shushi nodded. Swish.
A brilliant and sacred light suddenly spread out.
Most of the playground was filled and washed by the holy and warm light. The strength of the First Order Holy Angel instantly shocked the entire audience. What the hell? Holy Angel Sword? First Order Holy Angel. I was wondering.
So they are the legendary Nankai City's two SSS-level talented professional holy angels, two angels from the same family.
So it's them. No wonder Principal Wu values them so much. If they're holy angels, then they really don't need to take the exam. This entrance exam is completely meaningless to the two of them. I admit that I spoke a little too loudly just now. I will reflect on it.
Chapter 51 Shushi and Chenhi will be taken care of by me personally.
Certainly.
As Shushi finished demonstrating his profession, he held the holy angel sword pulled out from the void in his hand, and his whole body was emitting a brilliant golden light like an angel descending to the earth, shocking the entire audience.
Next, it was Chenhi's turn to demonstrate.
He looked around at the dumbfounded and shocked faces, thinking it was funny in his heart.
I really don't mean to show off. It's all because of that old and unruly Principal Wu who forced me to show off. There's nothing we can do. Swish.
Swish, swish, swish. A light that was 10 times brighter than the one Shushi had displayed before suddenly appeared. In the sky, an extremely sacred golden shadow of a holy angel seemed to emerge, instantly causing the surrounding freshmen to tremble and shake uncontrollably, and instinctively retreat in all directions. A terrifying aura of majesty swept the entire venue. It was as if a second sun appeared in the playground. Chenhi held an angel's holy sword that was as tall as his body. The angel's silver wings, shining brightly behind him, suddenly spread out. Between the eyebrows, there is a bright eye that is open, making everyone feel that they cannot escape from this gaze at all, and are completely locked by the sight of this eye.
Angel eyes.
His own aura, which had already reached the third level of strength, also transformed into a materialized angelic pressure that surged wildly in all directions, causing many freshmen who were relatively close to him to almost kneel on the ground. They were all bent over, as if they were devoutly worshipping a real angel.
Quiet.
The crowd fell into a brief silence, and then there was a loud explosion.
Wow! There was an uproar. Hiss.
There were gasps everywhere, contributing to global warming. All the students were shocked and stared at the scene in a daze.
Holy crap! It really is a holy angel. And it's a third-level holy angel. Level 3? Really? Are you mistaken? Is it really that strong?
It's definitely a genuine third-level skill. Our family has records that Angel Eyes is a talent skill that can only be truly unlocked after reaching the third level.
Isn't this fucking outrageous?
The strength of that beautiful young lady at the first level was already quite outrageous, and this one is even more of a heavyweight that defies the heavens. This world is so crazy. I feel like my worldview has collapsed.
Sure enough, SSS-level talented professional awakeners are like people from two different worlds from us, like two parallel lines that will never intersect. Already at level 3 upon entering school, what the hell is that worth? And at this moment,
not only were all the students in absolute shock, but even the instructors on the podium were so surprised that they were speechless. They were silent for a long time, looking at each other, petrified on the spot. Only the principal remained calm.
Because Principal Wu already knew it.
Feeling the shock everywhere at this moment, Principal Wu remained calm and composed, with an indifferent and proud look.
As if to say, did you see it all? These are the students I recruited. This is the super monster I brought out personally. Our Magic City University will surely easily suppress the other 3 universities. All around.
After a brief silence, the other deans and tutors also lowered their voices and began to discuss, their voices sounding full of strong surprise.
No way? Really level 3?
I've heard before that this guy named Chenhi levels up very quickly, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. Comparing them, Jushi is also a holy angel, but he's only at the first level now. Chenhi was able to reach the third level in such a short time.
He must have had some great adventure.
I feel like, even if there was some kind of fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for someone to reach the third level in such a short period of time.
This doesn't make sense. It's unique, it really is unique. Could it be related to demons? Don't let your imagination run wild. The people Principal Wu brought back couldn't possibly have anything to do with demons? This has completely refreshed my perspective.
As far as I can remember, I've never heard of a new student at any institution being at the third level upon enrollment.
This isn't an exaggeration, it's incredible.
I remember that the highest ranking freshman before was the second level freshman at the Imperial Capital Academy. And that person, who was so incredibly talented back then, is now the Minister of Education. He's in charge of the Ministry of Education and the development of education nationwide, and he's the pillar of support for Hansha Nation.
If this child hadn't died prematurely, his future development would have been extremely brilliant. Awesome.
I admit it might be a bit vulgar to say this, but only the word awesome can express how I feel right now. After showing himself, he faced the shocked gazes of the crowd, as well as Chushi's eyes that were twinkling with stars as if she was looking at an idol. Chenhi smiled faintly, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and looked at Principal Wu.
Sorry, Principal Wu, I forgot to wear my rank badge. And I haven't even registered myself at the coordination department yet.
The badge he has now is the second level badge he obtained when he registered at Nankai last time.
With his upgrade speed, he may have to exchange badges very frequently in the future.
There was another uproar all around.
Oh shit. Isn't this too pretentious? Invisible pretense is the most deadly.
Principal Wu's smile became more and more satisfied, and he said casually,
Okay, after today's freshman exam is over, go to the coordination department to register.
Yes, Principal. Principal Wu's expression became serious. He looked at the person in front of him again and suddenly spoke in a loud voice.
Now, I declare that the freshman exam officially begins.
He waved his hand, and the entire martial arts training ground seemed to be shrouded in a special environment. The sky turned into a huge vortex, with an irresistible and terrifying suction force, sucking all the freshmen present into it.
Immediately following,
the sky rippled with water and turned into a huge mirror standing tall from heaven to earth. Images were played on the mirror's surface in rotation, allowing one to view the situation of each new student in detail.
Principal Wu began to introduce. For this freshman exam, all of you will be placed in a special secret realm.
This secret space simulates a wild scene.
You need to fight monsters in the secret realm.
Different monsters correspond to different points. Of course, if you are defeated by the monsters in the secret realm, you will be kicked out of the secret realm and eliminated on the spot. You won't die, but you will be injured. Ultimately, the person with the highest points will be the top freshman of this year. They will be able to obtain the most resources and choose their own college. Plus, you can get extra credits as a reward. The countdown is 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, your location will no longer be safe. A large number of monsters will spawn. The exam will last 3 hours. Good luck! All the freshmen began to take the exam. Chenhi and Shi looked up at the huge mirror with a look of surprise in their eyes. They could see that this mirror should be a magic weapon with a very high star rating, at least a 7-star magic weapon. It should be a magic weapon that can be controlled by a 7th-level strongman like the principal. The Magic City Academy is indeed extremely wealthy. It's just a freshman exam, and they can come up with such a high-level simulation training tool? Chenhi and Shi came to Principal Wu and watched the exam as if they were watching a show. It's quite entertaining to watch the freshmen, who either excitedly rush out to fight and hunt, or flee in panic, each using their own unique tactics when faced with the suddenly refreshed monsters. Watch and watch. Suddenly, a level 60, rank 6 instructor walked out from the crowd and came to Chenhi and the others. Hello, Chenhi and Shi. I'm a mentor at the Tech Creators Society. You can call me Teacher Lu. Our Tech Creators Association possesses the nation's top tech creators and skill book resources. I am also a level 6 instructor and would like to offer myself as your teacher. Are you interested in studying with me? Seeing this, the other instructors looked at each other, and then they all felt extremely uncomfortable. This old 6. Everyone is watching the show, and you're already snatching people away? Do you have any shame? Teacher Lu's actions were like lighting a pile of dry firewood. It instantly caused a huge response. The other tutors didn't care about the situation in the secret realm or how the freshmen's exams went, they all ran over and started to grab people. My 2 young students, I'm a mentor at the Refining Academy. If you come over here, I'll ask our 3 deans, the most experienced and top-notch refiners, to refine magical weapons for you. I'm an instructor at the Alchemy Academy. I'm in desperate need of talents like you. I promise to give you all the pills you can eat. I'm a formation master. Follow me, and I'll take care of all the formation plates and flags you carry with you. Hey, she's clearly a warrior class, why are you instructors of special classes fighting over her? Can you even grasp her? You still have to follow me. A group of mentors began to scramble for the person frantically, pushing, shoving, and pulling around Chenhi. I almost got torn apart by 5 horses. No way. 2 SSS-level holy angels, this is too tempting. Whoever can become the mentor of Chenhi and the others will definitely become the overlord of the Magic City Academy in the future. However, just when the tutors were arguing fiercely, each of them was a little angry and glaring at each other. Tap. Principal Wu knocked the ground with the crutch in his hand to stop the people from grabbing. Principal, please give us your opinion. The other instructors looked over. But Principal Wu showed a faint smile on his face. Don't bother snatching it away. You can't take it away. Because I will be the one personally taking care of Xiaohe and Xiaoxi. Chapter 52. Don't learn the Principal's bodybuilding method. Principal Wu is going to personally take care of Chenhi and Xiaoxi? Oh my god. The principal, a powerful 7th-level expert, actually competed with these instructors for students? Can you please have some shame? The instructors were quite surprised, and at the same time felt a little powerless, and sighed helplessly. If the principal is accepting a disciple. Presumably. The destinations of Chenhi and Xiaoxi are already set in stone. These 2 will definitely choose to practice with the principal. I remember that Principal Wu hasn't taught students in many years. Ever since that incident. Shoo, don't mention it. That was the biggest pain in Principal Wu's life. Principal Wu is going to accept another disciple? Indeed, this time it's a unique and unprecedented pair of angels. Who wouldn't be tempted? SSS-level talents are rare to begin with, and professions like holy angels that almost surpass SSS-level are even rarer. No wonder Principal Wu personally intervened. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to resist either. However, the principal is usually very busy. He is also responsible for guarding the Magic City and has to worry about the major and minor matters of the school. Can he handle it? The instructors looked at each other, feeling somewhat unwilling. They fought with each other for a long time, but it was of no use. It was directly intercepted by Principal Wu.
Depend on. Principal Wu, please tell me earlier.
If you had told us clearly a few days ago that you had already taken a fancy to the talents of Chenhi and Shushi and wanted to take them as your disciples.
We don't have to stare at it for so long. At this time, a teacher at the side suddenly stood up with a frown and said seriously, Brother Wu, are you planning to use that forbidden bodybuilding method to lay a foundation for these two holy angels?
As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the surrounding tutors, college leaders, and school teachers all changed drastically. Their expressions became quite serious, and they all looked at Principal Wu, who was in the crowd.
No? If I really teach that forbidden method to Chenhi and Shushi, wouldn't that be harming them? Principal Wu wouldn't be so careless about the overall situation, right? Principal Wu did not respond and fell into a brief silence.
He just stared silently at the other people around him, answering with silence.
Acknowledged. The principal actually intends to teach that forbidden technique? For a moment,
the tutors no longer cared about what was going on before and all gathered around the principal. They all gave advice earnestly and with serious expressions.
Principal, this is too serious a matter. You should think it over carefully.
Since that bodybuilding method has been deemed taboo, it should not be taught any further.
The danger level is simply too high.
That bodybuilding technique, while incredibly powerful and rare in the world, isn't something I absolutely must learn.
I don't think I can continue wasting my time like this. That's right. Principal, if you take even one wrong step in that forbidden method, you'll be doomed.
Yes.
If it succeeds, it will be very powerful indeed, but if it fails, it will harm Chenhi and Shushi, the twin angels.
If humanity were to lose two SSS-level talented awakeners, and they were holy angels, no one would be able to bear this loss.
Principal,
think carefully and don't let your previous achievements get to your head.
Aside. Chenhi and Shushi looked at what the instructors said. Both of them were confused and didn't understand what was going on. I was quite curious. What kind of bodybuilding method is this? Is it so dangerous? They all still remember it.
Principal Wu had been emphasizing to them, repeatedly telling them, the importance of physical strength. Remind them all the time to strengthen their bodies and consolidate their foundation. In previous battles, Chenhi had also deeply felt the benefits of having a strong body. Naturally, I feel that practicing the method of strengthening the body and enforcing the law, as well as consolidating spiritual power, are necessary.
But listening to these instructors, they regard bodybuilding methods as taboos. Everyone is terrified when talking about tigers. What's going on? What kind of taboo is this? Finally,
after repeated persuasion from a group of instructors and school leaders, Principal Wu sighed slowly.
Okay, I get it.
Don't worry, I won't let our SSS-level talented professional awakeners easily test that method.
I understand your thoughts.
As long as SSS-level talented professional awakeners take steady steps, they can ascend to super powerful heights without any obstacles.
But I still hope that they can become even stronger. How about this? I'll think about it.
Even if I really want to teach that bodybuilding method, I will explain the situation clearly first and leave the decision to Xiaoha and Xiaoxi.
I won't force them. What do you think? Hearing this,
the instructors and school leaders once again turned their attention to Chenhi and Shushi standing nearby. In the blink of an eye, a flood of people swarmed over them. Using the same attitude as when he had just advised Principal Wu, he now advised Chenhi and the others.
Student Shushi. Student Chenhi. You must be clear-headed. No matter what, you must not be carried away by the power of that bodybuilding technique. That's right. You must never learn that bodybuilding method. When the time comes, even if Principal Wu talks eloquently and tries every possible means to persuade us, you too must not listen. Principal Wu, aside from his obsession with that bodybuilding technique, is pretty reliable the rest of the time. So, listen to me.
You can listen to everything else Principal Wu says, but when it comes to that bodybuilding technique, just treat it as a fart.
That's right. The bodybuilding method is very harmful to people. Don't be fooled. Principal Wu. That's enough. I am a principal after all. Am I not as clear-headed as you when it comes to teaching about land? This attitude of the crowd not only failed to dispel Chenhi and Shushi's curiosity, but made them even more curious.
They really wanted to ask what kind of bodybuilding method this was. But seeing these school leaders treating me like a worn-out shoe, I felt particularly disgusted.
I don't know whether I should ask. At this time,
Principal Wu's steady and powerful voice echoed throughout the room, interrupting the chatter of the group.
All right. Stop making noise here. I, Wu Xingwen, always keep my word. What do you have to doubt?
After the freshman exam is over, I will inform Xiaohe and Xiaoxi of the dangers of that bodybuilding method and let them make their own decisions.
There's no need for all of you to meddle in other people's business. Do you think you're worthless? Right now, the most important thing is the entrance exam. Can you please keep an eye on them?
The tutors and principals looked at each other, feeling helpless. After sighing for a while, he finally stopped persuading and did not insist. They could only hope that when Principal Wu explained the bodybuilding method to Chenhi and the others would be able to clear their heads.
Don't embark on this road of no return. Then,
there was a brief silence. Everyone on the rostrum turned their attention back to the huge mirror suspended in the air, paying attention to the examination situation in the secret realm of the mirror space.
Not long after. Woo woo!
A strong wind suddenly emerged, and a vortex that distorted the space appeared in the sky again. A newly awakened person with an S-level talent profession was kicked out of the secret realm on the spot, looking very embarrassed. Seeing the changes in the surrounding environment, he knew that he was eliminated, and he was talking to himself in frustration.
Damn it! What bad luck! I'm not even at the first level yet. How come I suddenly encountered a monster close to the second level? There shouldn't be many monsters like this in the secret realm, right? What the hell? A black shadow flashed before my eyes and I was kicked out. Chenhi and Xiaoxi wanted to laugh.
They both just saw that this guy encountered an 18th level two-headed snake and was poisoned on the spot.
Then, woo woo woo! Woo woo woo!
Whirlpools arose, and more new students were kicked out from the secret mirror realm. There are freshmen at the first level, and there are also many freshmen who are still at the trainee level.
Soon,
most of the freshmen were eliminated and their approximate grades were basically locked in.
3 hours later,
the freshmen who stayed in the secret realm until the end and were also the last batch to be kicked out of the secret realm were 4 freshmen who had awakened SS-level talented professions. Their strength was surprisingly all at the first level. They are all the best among this year's freshmen. The points of these 4 people are also the strongest among the freshmen in this session, and the first place even achieved an impressive score of over 100 points, getting 101 points.
At this point, the freshman exam is completely over.
All right. The points you each earned from hunting monsters in the secret realm can be viewed in detail on the report card. In addition, there will be evaluations of you from the student union and instructors from each college.
I declare that the entrance examination for this year's freshmen is now over. On the rostrum, Principal Wu spoke loudly in a gentle voice. Chapter 53, There are no level 100 strong people in the human race? The freshman entrance examination is officially over.
Chenhi and Xiaoxi watched the entire exam, took a look at the real-time feedback of the exam room situation on the mirror, and fell into a brief contemplation.
Cici, have you noticed that none of the freshmen taking the entrance exam this time seem to have awakened any special or auxiliary professions?
They're basically warrior, mage, agility, and defense classes that focus on killing and fighting.
Shouldn't there be one? Xiaoxi also nodded blankly and spoke with some confusion.
I remember our teacher taught us this when we were in high school. Generally speaking, the ratio of combat professions, support professions, and special professions should be 6 to 3 to 1. This means that for every 10 awakened people, there will be roughly 3 support professions and 1 special profession.
With over 100 freshmen, not even one, that doesn't make sense. Even if our Magic City Academy emphasizes continuous improvement and selecting the best, there shouldn't be no one.
This is really strange.
Chenhi thought for a moment.
I always feel that it is impossible that the school thinks that special and auxiliary professions are not important enough, so they don't recruit any of them.
This doesn't make sense. After all,
alchemy, weapon refining, and technology creation all belong to the fields of special professions and auxiliary professions.
The 3 buildings of Modu Academy are the core of Modu Academy. There can't be no one to succeed. Although they felt very confused, Chenhi and Xiaoxi did not ask any questions. Because, if they themselves can think of it, how could so many principals and school leaders, as well as a group of tutors in various colleges not think of it? There must be something here that they don't understand. You can ask Principal Wu separately later. Now, the instructors of the 7 colleges will select new students as their disciples based on your performance in the freshman entrance examination. Of course, you also have the right to choose. The top 10 freshmen have the right to choose their own advisor and college. This is a two-way choice. As for those ranked after the top 10, you can't even make it into the top 10. It's lucky that the instructors chose you. How could you expect anything more? Principal Wu said this with a hint of sarcasm. Many freshmen below were irritated by these words and their faces turned red, some wanting to retort. But I don't know how to refute it. The other tutors around dispersed and, according to the list prepared in advance, called out the names of students from the freshman camp and selected them. Lin Yan, step out. Lu Hon, step out. Chenhi and Chu Shi were watching from the side, and since they were bystanders, they probably noticed a pattern. Well, I've discovered that these instructors have a clear direction when selecting students. Or maybe it's a profession that's in the instructor's area of expertise. For example, if the instructor is a top-tier warrior, then the student should also be a warrior. Or maybe they have something in common, like accepting 3 or 4 students at once, and all 3 or 4 of them are mages. It's true that they teach students in accordance with their aptitude. This is a result of careful consideration. Chu Shi nodded, thinking that Chenhi had a very sharp vision. These small details can be seen clearly. Hubby, you can see it so clearly, it's amazing. But your wife, I'm not bad either. I also noticed a small detail. Have you noticed that these instructors initially chose students with lower rankings, and were more cautious in choosing the top-ranked students? Especially the top 4 SS-level talented professional awakeners. No one has chosen for a long time. Although the top 10 can choose their own mentors, they are obviously waiting to see which mentor is the strongest. Chenhi raised his eyebrows and took a closer look. It was indeed the case. At the same time, he also felt the invisible eye contact competition and the crushing aura among the mentors. Although it is not expressed too directly, it is obvious that a silent battle for talent is going on, and the competition for the top 4 places is proceeding silently. In the end, the winner was decided. The 4 SS-level awakeners were selected by 4 instructors from different academies respectively. These 4 instructors are obviously highly respected, and their levels and strengths are among the best among the instructors. These 4 instructors each only selected 1 freshman. It seems they plan to provide one-on-one instruction. This is the Magic City Academy. This is how they use their teaching staff. A 6th level instructor, close to the 7th level, leading a student alone. This is something I couldn't even imagine when I was in Nankai City. Chenhi and Chu Shi stayed out of the matter and watched the show. Before we knew it, the new students had completed their assignments. This marked the end of today's school day. The tutors said goodbye to the school leaders and dispersed quickly like the tide. Principal Wu gave Chenhi and the other 2 a look, indicating that they should follow from behind. Come with me. I'll take you to the Vocational Research Institute. That will be where you'll be training from now on. Everyone will have a separate training area. The Vocational Research Institute is also the closest to the school staff dormitories. If there's any problem, all the school leaders will gather there. Principal Wu explained. Seeing Principal Wu's gentle and kind face, Chu Shi boldly asked a question. Principal, well, you should officially be called teacher from now on. Teacher, why haven't we seen any new students awakening special or auxiliary professions in this entire class? Isn't this unusual? Principal Wu looked at Chu Shi gently, then at Chenhi, who was also looking puzzled, and explained. You may not know this, but our Magic City Academy basically only recruits the highest level special professions and auxiliary professions from the same class. And these high-level special awakeners and auxiliary awakeners are all very rare talents. Like you, they do not need to take the exam. They passed without taking the exam, and each of them has already been taken away by their mentors in colleges. Because of the special nature of their profession, they will be at a great disadvantage in the exam. We can't expect a tech creator to hunt monsters in a secret realm, right? We can't even ask an alchemist to escape from a powerful monster. They are not suitable for participating in the war. They should stay in the rear. Chenhi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder there isn't a single awakened person of a special profession among these 100 or so freshmen. It turns out that the college and tutor had already been assigned, and they had been chosen by someone else. The ones who really need to undergo the assessment test are these combat-type awakeners.
There are many combat-type awakeners, so the competition is more intense and cruel.
Soon,
The principal brought Chenhi and Chushi to the Vocational Research Institute.
the seemingly unknown small building actually had a lot of secrets inside.
The underground space is extremely large and is built entirely as an air raid fortress.
Principal Wu took them along the elevator to the underground training room.
Then he turned around, smiled kindly, and asked with a hint of hope and persuasion.
You should have seen the reactions of the school leaders and instructors just now, right? Are you curious about what these dangerous bodybuilding techniques are?
Chenhi and Chushi nodded repeatedly without hesitation. Then he stared at Principal Wu curiously.
But then I heard Principal Wu say something meaningful.
Before I explain this bodybuilding method in detail, I'd like to think about why this method exists.
This is very important to you.
Chenhi and Chushi both pretended to listen attentively. Ever since humans opened up the path to awakening, the highest level experts have only reached level 99.
We call them limiters.
Up to now, hundreds of years have passed, and no one has emerged who can break through the 100th level and reach the strongest level above the 100th level.
Not even one. Many people say that this step might be the boundary between humans and gods, a chasm that humans will never be able to break through. If you want to break through this level, you have to become a god.
However, in contrast to our human situation, there are indeed powerful beings at level 100 among the demons. Chenhi and Chushi were deeply shocked. They had never heard of such news before.
Above level 7, all information is top secret.
It's impossible to teach this in high school.
When we hear it now, we are all deeply shocked. There are actually no level 100 strong people in the human race. Only an extremely powerful person at level 99? So, how have they resisted the demons for so many years? How to face the 100-level demon? Does it take several extreme masters to fight against a level 100 demon?
But looking at the entire Hansha kingdom, there should be very few people who have reached the 99th level. Principal Wu did not elaborate on Chenhi and the others' questions. Instead, continue with the previous topic. As for why there are no human warriors above level 100, it's because, when one's level reaches 100, both the body and the mind will be unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the profession. This caused his spirit to collapse and his body to explode and die on the spot. Reaching level 100 doesn't make you stronger, but instead becomes a death warrant.
Whoever breaks through will die.
It's like we are just mortals after all, unable to bear the might of a god with a rank below 100. Because of this, humans have actually been diligently researching methods of physical training and mental refinement, attempting to continuously increase the strength of their bodies and mental powers to the point where they can withstand 100 levels of power.
Unfortunately, they have never been successful. In other words, all the existing bodybuilding and soul refining methods are not powerful enough.
But, many years ago, my teacher, the previous principal of the Magic City Academy, developed a brand new, groundbreaking bodybuilding method.
This bodybuilding method is extremely extreme and extremely dangerous. At the very least, they'll collapse professionally and become just an ordinary person, or at worst, they'll suddenly die. Chenhi became more and more curious and couldn't help but ask. Teacher, has anyone actually used this bodybuilding method, and has it ever been successful? Principal Wu didn't know what he was thinking of, and he let out a rather sad smile. Indeed, some people have tried.
The result was a success, but also a failure.
Chushi also asked curiously. Teacher, what's going on? Principal Wu said miserably. He has become a demon. Chapter 54, 9 Refinements of Gods and Demons, Absorbing the Demon Core?
Chenhi and Chushi were both stunned.
Demonized? Humans can actually be demonized? I've never heard of this before. How on earth did they do that? What kind of bodybuilding method is this? What the hell is going on? The two were puzzled. With the little knowledge they had, they still couldn't figure out the details. Principal Wu sighed and explained.
This bodybuilding method is called the 9 Refinements of Gods and Demons. The original prototype actually only had 9 levels, but after repeated deliberation and research by my teacher and my fellow apprentices, it was expanded to a 10th level, collectively known as the Divine and Demonic Refining Method. This bodybuilding method may seem complicated, but it's actually quite simple. A total of 10 levels and 10 exercises. The first level requires the blood of 100 kinds of demons below the first level to cleanse and strengthen the body, and use the demonic power contained in them to temper the body. For the second level, you need to use the blood of 100 first-level demons for tempering. In addition, you need to use demon cores of the same level to refine your spirit, and at the same time strengthen and temper your mental strength. For the third floor, use the second level one, and so on, all the way to the 10th floor. You'll need the 9th level demon blood and demon core. All kinds of methods in the world require the coordination of physical strength and mental strength. This method can strengthen the body and consolidate the mental strength at the same time. It can be said to be the most ultimate and top method among the bodybuilding methods. But the practice method of this sect is a little too unbelievable. The consumption required is also exaggerated. Not to mention the 100 kinds of demon blood, not to mention the need to collect demon cores and magic cores of the same level. This thing is the most valuable treasure on the monster, and it can be used for refining medicine or weapons. A first-level demon cannot be bred at all. Only a very small number of top-level powerful demons can produce the second level. There is a relatively high probability that the third level will be born. It is not until the fourth level that all demons have demon cores and magic cores. Very precious. As for the idea of using demon cores to refine the spirit and solidify spiritual power, it was unheard of. Can this thing also train mental strength? After hearing this bodybuilding method, Chenhi and Chu were stunned. It is totally unimaginable that there are such bizarre methods in the world. Is it still possible, like this? Don't demon cores and devil cores need to be repeatedly tempered to eliminate the evil nature and regrets in them even when they are used for making pills and weapons? If I absorb and refine it directly, my mental strength collapse? And the demon's blood. Even if a single kind of demon's blood is used to temper the body, it can easily cause severe damage to the body and cause great pain, let alone the blood of 100 kinds of demons mixed together. It contains hundreds of kinds of power that demons possessed in their lifetime. Is this the right place to soak and exercise? It's no different from taking a bath in lava. If you can't bear the severe pain, you may die on the spot. It was indeed very dangerous. Using demon blood to temper the body, and then using demon cores to refine the soul, this method sounds too weird. No wonder the people who used this training method before were demonized. Demon blood, demon core, if you continue to train your body and soul like this, it would be strange if you don't become a demon. I can't even imagine how much courage that guy had to be able to do this. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to make such a decision unless he had some mental problems. Mental problems? Honey, you're being a bit conservative. I don't think anyone would do that unless they were seriously ill. Principal Wu. The more Chenhi thought about and pondered this method of bodybuilding, the more he grimaced. Eliminate the feasibility issues of this method and the dangers it contains. Just talking about the consumption, it is a terrifying amount. The first few levels are easy. As long as you go out into the wild to gain some experience, you can basically search for demon blood and demon cores, and getting them is not too much of a challenge. It just takes some effort. But the next few floors, the 7th and 8th floors? It is necessary to kill hundreds of high-level demons before you can obtain their blood and cores. Especially the 10th level, the consumption is too terrifying. It actually requires the blood and cores of hundreds of 9th-order demons. Who can afford it? The 4 top universities definitely cannot afford it, and even the top wealthy families in the 4 main cities with a history of hundreds of years probably cannot afford it. Such a big deal. If one could truly succeed in cultivation, the strength of this physical body and the resilience of the mental power are comparable to those of a demon. In fact, because of the existence of professional characteristics, it is even more powerful than demons. This was something that we would never have dared to think about in the past. Even warrior-type professions, when placed at the same level, are fragile compared to the physical strength of the monsters. Only defense-type professions can barely compete with the monster's physical fitness. That's only barely possible. The physical fitness of demons has always far surpassed that of humans. If I could really do that. For a moment. Chenhi and Chu both felt complicated. On the one hand, I think this bodybuilding method is too weird and can kill people. On the one hand, I feel extremely excited and a little moved about its powerful effects and the results that can be achieved in the future. After introducing this bodybuilding method, Principal Wu showed a look of reminiscence on his face and began to tell the story again. The last person to use this method of bodybuilding and soul training was my senior brother. He is my teacher's most valued and most talented disciple. I still remember to this day what a splendid performance our senior brother made during that time. It's no exaggeration to say that he was unrivaled and unrivaled. He was very talented at the time, the most talented one in our class. The one who awakened is also the SSS-level talent class Yin Yang Sage, which surpasses the SSS level. According to legend, if this profession is elevated to its peak, it can subjugate the human world with the power of balance, balancing the heavens, the earth, the mountains and rivers, the yin and yang of all things, and all 5 elements. It possesses endless power and great potential. At the beginning, Senior Brother decided to use the method of strengthening the body and refining the spirit.
It has been going smoothly.
With Senior Brother's extraordinary talent and extraordinary ability, he can easily crush the remnants and negative influences in the blood cores of those demons.
My teacher values me so much.
If it weren't for Senior Brother's personal trial, this 9 refinements of gods and demons wouldn't have been perfected all the way to the 10th level. Senior Brother played a crucial and decisive role in this. Until the eldest brother steadily advanced all the way to level 60, entered the 6th stage, and practiced body and spirit training for the 6th time. Big Brother's body and mind have undergone serious abnormal changes.
He's almost insane.
Some demonic features begin to appear on the body occasionally, such as scales appearing on the body, a tail growing on the back, and the hair turning into demonic hair, etc. It's very strange. Then, after reaching the 7th stage and his 7th body and spirit training, not only did the eldest brother's body begin to exhibit demonic characteristics, but even mentally, he would occasionally believe that he was a demon.
They will regard other humans around them as their mortal enemies and will attack them. He's starting to show signs of madness and insanity.
However, at that time, Master also had the Alchemy Academy of the Demon City Academy, which developed a resistance pill specifically for him that could restrain and suppress this demonic transformation. Combined with his yin yang innate skill of the way of balance, it could also maintain a good balance.
Most of the time, the patient is mentally alert and fully awake after being sedated.
And until he reached level 80, the 8th stage. Because the eldest brother ignored the advice, he secretly conducted his 8th body and spirit training. At that time, all of us opposed his stubbornness and forced him to stop at the 7th level.
Even if we were eventually promoted to the 8th level, we absolutely cannot undertake the 8th body and spirit training.
But unfortunately, our senior brother at that time didn't care and secretly collected all the materials needed for body and spirit training.
And after he completed his 8th body and soul training, he became completely abnormal. He almost completely lost his humanity and turned into a demonic monster.
Complex demonic features appeared all over his body, changing into a fox tail, a dragon tail, scales, and a shell. My body is like a monster formed by the intricate patchwork of hundreds of demons. Moreover, this monster is extremely unstable and changes all the time.
Also, he often thinks he's a demon and attacks humans.
All the pills and sedatives I've developed before are no longer effective. As a result, he caused many tragedies and killed many powerful 7th and 8th level humans. At that time, the country's top leaders decided that they had to kill the eldest brother and eliminate this source of evil. But the eldest brother at that time had gone through 8 sessions of body and soul training. Whether it was physical or mental strength, it was not only comparable to the demons, but even surpassed them.
He bravely fought his way out of the siege of several 9th level warriors and escaped into the wilderness.
Until now, it's been missing.
Hear this.
Chenhi and Shi were completely stunned. He wanted to say something but couldn't. How could the eldest senior brother, who had just broken through to the 8th level, escape from the siege of several 9th level warriors?
Is this person still human? This physical and mental strength is too terrifying. What kind of monster did the previous principal create with his own hands? So, I believe that my teacher's method of strengthening the body and refining the spirit is actually successful. It's just that we need to curb and nip in the bud any signs of demonization before they appear. Over the years, I have been constantly improving this method of forging the body and refining the spirit, but even now, I still lack someone who is willing to use this method. Unfortunately, I'm old, and my strength has already been fixed at level 7. I can no longer use it. And anyone who can endure this bodybuilding and soul refining method must be an SSS-level talented profession. So, Xiaoshi, is there one of you willing? I only want one.
Having said that, Principal Wu paused again and emphasized seriously.
Of course, even if both of you don't want to, I won't force you.
I will respect your choice and wait for the next destined person to appear. Currently, we in the Magic City Academy still have many very good methods of strengthening the body and refining the spirit.
You still have a choice. Chapter 55, Select the Forbidden Bodybuilding Method. Choose only one of the two. In this case,
Even if the body and soul training really failed, and it was finally confirmed that there was something wrong with the method and it could not be passed on, at least there would still be an SSS-level talented professional holy angel left. Although, if two people use this divine and demonic refining method together, it will be easier to provide Principal Wu with more ideas for improvement, and the chance of success will also be greater.
But what if both fail? Principal Wu really can't afford to take the risk.
There is no way the country would allow him to do such a thing. There was a crisis before where the eldest brother turned into a monster, and it has not been resolved until now. The country is still trying to track and locate the location of the eldest brother and want to eradicate him completely.
Now, if this unprecedented pair of angels eventually ended up like this,
not only will Principal Wu lose his position as the principal of the Magic City Academy, he will also probably be charged with a serious crime.
Actually, just picking one is already too much.
Principal Wu also considered for many days before finally deciding to ask Chenhi and the others for their opinions and choose the successor of the divine demon refining technique. The main reason is that humans really need a powerful method to strengthen the body and refine the soul.
Otherwise, the predicament of being suppressed by demons can never be saved.
The human race really needs a supreme power beyond level 100 to lead the human race and suppress the demons.
Principal Wu's approach is also a gamble on luck.
But more of it is a martyr's mentality.
If you fail, you will die.
If he fails in the end, he will pay with his students' lives.
Certainly.
At present, whether to learn or not mainly depends on the opinions of Chenhi and Xu Shi, and see what choice they make.
If things don't go as he wishes, he won't force it. Regarding this statement,
Chenhi and Xu Shi looked at each other and thought for a moment.
Teacher, please give us some time and let's discuss this privately.
Yes, teacher, this is not a decision that can be made on a whim. We need to discuss it carefully. Principal Wu was not too anxious, he was only anxious for a short while.
Nodding and saying, "Okay, then go back and discuss it.
Once you have made a decision, feel free to come see me in the principal's office."
A moment later,
Chenhi and Xu Shi walked back to the dormitory arm in arm. Along the way, they both remained silent, each with their own thoughts and ideas.
As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Xu Shi couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to speak. "Husband, do you want to try this divine and demonic refining method? If you weren't moved at all, you wouldn't have hesitated for so long, right?"
When she said this, she saw that Chenhi's expression was indeed a little agitated, so she gritted her teeth slightly and spoke very seriously.
"Husband, we are one as husband and wife. Don't even think about getting rid of me.
If you have made up your mind to choose this method of strengthening the body and refining the spirit, I will also learn it with you. No matter how dangerous or difficult this divine and demonic refining technique is, I will face it with you." Chenhi looked at Xu Shi, who was looking very serious. Her big eyes were misty, and her beautiful face was also tense and serious. Chenhi took a deep breath and pressed his hands on the girl's shoulders.
Instead of answering the question in a hurry, he asked Xu Shi a question. "Cici, do you still remember what profession I awakened to? I've never told this to anyone else except you." Xu Shi nodded and answered. "All professions. How could this possibly be the end for me?
You said before that the second job would be unlocked soon.
Does that mean it will be unlocked soon?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Shi suddenly froze.
She is not stupid either.
This touched his heart, and he guessed Chenhi's thoughts instantly.
Chenhi nodded and said something earnestly comforting. "Yes, you still remember that I am a fully awakened professional. And I've actually clearly sensed that my second career might be unlocked soon."
Just now, when the principal was explaining that humans don't have level 100 experts, he said the reason they can't reach level 100 is because after reaching level 100, the strength of the mortal body simply can't bear the extremely powerful power of the profession. This undoubtedly tells us the importance of physical strength.
It also reminds me that perhaps awakening more professions is a curse rather than a blessing. Or rather, this itself has a price. If my second job was a weaker one, it would be okay. But if it was an SSS level, top-tier job, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for my body to withstand it.
What's more, even if my body can withstand the arrival of a second profession, as more and more professions are unlocked in the future, the demands on my physical and mental strength will naturally be extremely high.
The pressure will definitely increase exponentially.
So, if it's just an ordinary method of strengthening the body and refining the soul that's applicable to everyone, it might not be able to meet my own requirements at all. Perhaps, I won't even need to reach a very high level. By the time I break through to level 60 or 70, my body and mind won't be able to bear it anymore. By then, who knows, it might just be like what Principal Wu said, like those ninth order extreme people who tried to advance to level 100, exploding on the spot with a bang. Shushi was so frightened that his whole body trembled. I can't even imagine what would happen to her if Chenhi really exploded. She would definitely go crazy. No, no, no. My husband must not die inexplicably like this. Do I really need to learn it? But Shushi still had doubts in his heart, thinking back to what Principal Wu had said before, especially the final outcome of that brilliant senior brother. She could never make up her mind. But the teacher said that this divine and demonic refining method is quite dangerous. Not to mention the final demonization, just the process of tempering the body with the blood of 100 kinds of demons and absorbing the power of the demon cores could drive a person crazy or even kill him on the spot. Either death or disability. This is not alarmist. Chenhi shrugged and spoke casually. Then there's nothing we can do. We can only gamble. I bet that the principal has truly perfected that divine and demonic refining technique, and that I can hold on. But, Cece, please at least give your husband the confidence he deserves. You know how powerful I am, don't you? You cry and beg me to be gentle every night. Shushi blushed a little, but immediately shook her head. You, don't use that to convince me. I'm really afraid of losing you. Hubby, why don't we just take it slow and steady? Maybe the teacher has another way to solve your problem of full professional physical strength. Chenhi gently pulled the girl's snow-white and tender hands and spoke earnestly. Okay, Cece, I know you're worried about me. You're doing this for my own good. But think about it, is it so easy to expose such a thing as a full professional to others? Except for the close relationship between us two husband and wife, I don't trust anyone. Also, let's think about it from a different perspective. Since a single profession and body alone can't withstand the side effects of the God-demon refining technique that will ultimately lead to God-demonization, then as a multi-professional, perhaps by sharing the burden through multiple professions, I won't be so easily demonized. Perhaps, this divine and demonic refining technique is quite suitable for my all-round profession. Shushi was stunned when he heard this. After Chenhi's soft words and gentle training, they climbed the snow-capped mountains and crossed the grasslands, and received a lot of both meat and vegetable training. Shushi couldn't bear the shame anymore after a while. She had no strength left in her body and fell limply into Chenhi's arms, gasping for breath. Final. We still reached a consensus. Shushi agreed to Chenhi using the divine demon refining method given by Principal Wu, but she chose other methods of body and soul training. Then, after some sweet and affectionate talk, the two of them took a bath and felt refreshed. They went back to the principal's office and found Principal Wu. Informed Principal Wu of their final decision. Teacher, we have already discussed it. From now on, I will follow you, teacher, to learn and use this divine and demonic refining technique. As for Cece, she will choose another method of strengthening her body and refining her soul. I hope you can recommend a sufficiently good method to Cece. Principal Wu's eyes lit up and he was very happy. I thought that after what he said before, even if the two of them could make up their minds, they would probably have to discuss and think about it for a long time before doing so. I didn't expect that the decision would be made so quickly. Chenhi is a very decisive and efficient guy. You can tell at first glance that he is someone who can accomplish great things. He took out a book on bodybuilding and soul refining from the safe next to him and handed it to Chushi. Xiaoxi, this book, Ninefold Spiritual Refining Method, is the best method for strengthening the body and soul in the school right now. It was also created by our previous principal, the current Minister of Education of the Magic City, an 8th level expert. Even 8th level experts are using it, and its upper limit is extremely high. I originally planned to let you two learn this part. If Xiaohui hasn't made up his mind yet, he can choose this part of the training with Xiaoxi. Chenhi shook his head decisively. Teacher, now that I have made my decision, I will not go back on my word, let alone regret it. Don't worry. Principal Wu nodded with satisfaction. He did have some tentative intentions. Seeing that Chenhi was indeed a very stable and opinionated person, he praised him. Well, I already have a feeling you might be my best student. 1 month from now will be the day for students to go out for their first training. Since you, Xiuhua, have chosen the divine and demonic refining technique, I will prepare the materials for you as soon as possible. A week later, we will begin our first body and soul training. Then, do it a week later for the second time, and half a month later for the third time. In just 1 month, you will have completed all 3 of the previous body and spirit training sessions that you didn't do before. After the third round, it's time for freshman training.
I'm already looking forward to your performance then.
Chapter 56, 3 consecutive levels up, all skills perfected.
1 month later, it will be the first freshman training?
The freshmen will receive various studies and education for 1 month, and after 1 month, they will officially go into the wild to actually face the monsters.
This is basically the case for every Awakened Academy. Only,
other weaker and lower ranked academies for ordinary Awakeners will need to teach for a longer time, and only when the students' levels are higher will they dare to take the new students out for training. The 4 top universities, such as Shanghai University, have more background and capabilities and can protect the lives of these new students.
Every time a new student undergoes training,
the instructors and principal of the Magic City Academy would select a relatively safe area in the wild in advance, and expel and kill high-level demons of particularly high levels in advance, leaving an area suitable for the training of these freshmen.
Just like the safe areas and shallow water areas marked on the beach.
Such training generally does not pose a life-threatening risk, but can also serve as a training tool as much as possible, allowing students to gain practical experience as quickly as possible and grow stronger.
Certainly.
For example, in the 4 top universities and other top-ranked advanced institutions such as military academies, many freshmen have actually gone through field training before entering school. Some are brought along by family elders as guardians. Others have specially hired awakened people to provide protection. For freshmen, training is not only an opportunity to improve practical experience, but also an opportunity to improve their level.
You can integrate what you have learned before and improve faster. Okay, you can go and do whatever you want now.
Xiaoxi now only needs to follow this set of 9-layer spiritual refining methods to strengthen her body and soul. As for Xiaohe, she can read some books and learn some skills at the skill building and the Technician Academy. Wait until I have all the materials for the divine and demonic alchemy techniques ready, then come back.
Evening.
After dinner, Chenhi and Xuxi walked around the campus hand in hand, admiring the various scenery on campus, and then returned to the dormitory.
Didn't even wait to enter the door.
Chenhi couldn't bear it any longer, so he stretched out his hand and directly hugged the slender waist in his arms. He buried his head in those 2 soft cherry lips, pressed Xuxi against the door, and took whatever he wanted. Xuxi was distracted for a moment and felt weak all over. Her big eyes were closed, her long eyelashes were trembling constantly, her breathing became heavier, and she was almost forgetting everything else, and only knew to silently respond to Chenhi's constant demands.
But soon,
she regained some clarity of mind and realized that she was still outside the gate.
What if someone sees me?
She quickly pushed Chenhi away and opened the door with her little hand. Then he pulled Chenhi by the collar and pushed him into the room.
Click.
Chenhi hooked his foot and closed the door, then turned around and pressed the stunningly beautiful girl against the door with a bang.
Don't do it here.
Let's go back to the bedroom, husband. This low call seemed to carry with it a charming charm that was so enchanting that it could melt one's soul. My heart was pounding with panic. Even though the door was closed.
But there is only a door between them.
If her husband is honest with her right here, and she accidentally shouts out,
wouldn't someone with ears through the wall hear it? That would be so embarrassing.
Although according to her recent observations, the sound insulation of this dormitory villa is very good.
But what if?
When Xuxi thought of this, he became panicked, dizzy, and felt that his whole body was filled with a strange stimulation. Chenhi chuckled, leaned close to her delicate white earlobe, and whispered softly.
Just here, okay, my dear wife, I can't wait. You don't.
Xuxi had no strength to resist, her little face completely engulfed by the redness.
But the next moment,
she screamed ah and felt her body lighten. Chenhi pushed the door against him and made him stand up with his knees bent, holding his calves. Xuxi was so frightened that her whole body trembled slightly. She immediately pursed her lips and covered her moist little mouth with both hands, for fear that she would hear any strange moans.
Then,
the room was filled with charming sounds that lasted for a long time without stopping. Like a river crashing against the shore.
Wave after wave. One wave is higher than the other. The next day,
Chenhi and Xuxi left the school together. Because, we haven't gone to the coordination department to update our respective levels yet. In addition, Chenhi also plans to register a company. Since I'm still relatively free today, I might as well do both things at once. After leaving school, Chenhi and the other two first came to the coordination department of Demon City and uploaded their current levels into the official record files of the coordination department.
Chushi, professional holy angel, current level 12.
The staff member in charge of recording looked at Chushi in surprise.
I didn't expect that a random registrant would be an SSS-level holy angel. Chenhi, professional holy angel, current level 32.
Wait, what did you say, level 32?
The staff didn't react at first and just kept typing on the keyboard.
But after he completed the registration, he suddenly reacted and looked up at Chenhi in a daze.
A look of incredible shock. This Chenhi looks so young it's unbelievable. The Awaken class was also an SSS level class, and it was promoted to the 3rd level so quickly? So, are these the two holy angels who have been making headlines all over the country recently? What kind of talent is this? It's really amazing.
The staff's attitude instantly became more serious, and they completed the real-time update of the two people's levels.
All right.
I checked backstage and found that each country has given you a share of resources.
This is what you deserve. It's on the way now and is expected to be delivered to the school in a week. In addition,
having said that, the staff member glanced at the two people who were in love with each other, and there seemed to be deep affection flowing in their eyes. He smiled and added a blessing.
Congratulations to you two, and happy wedding. Thanks.
Chenhi and Chushi responded with a smile. At the same time, I was curious about what kind of resources they would be. Unfortunately, the person in charge doesn't know either, so we can only find out after the resources are delivered to the school.
The resources allocated by the country to the SSS level chosen ones should not be obtained easily, right? Then,
out of the door of the coordination department, Chenhi took Chushi to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a company.
Original. Considering the age of Chenhi and Chushi, registering a company is not an easy task.
It would take at least a month to go through the whole process. However, when Chenhi filled out the form, he stated that he was an SSS-level talented professional holy angel.
In addition, after verifying their identity through the rank badge issued by the coordination department, everything becomes a natural process. All departments and the entire Industrial and Commercial Bureau gave the green light.
Chenhi and the others hardly had to do anything extra, and they quickly completed the company registration and obtained all the required certificates.
Bang!
A steel stamp was placed on the qualification certificate. The head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau handed the newly issued qualification certificate and company legal certificate to Chenhi with both hands, officially completing the company registration. Chenhi looked at the word Chenhi written on the company name and couldn't help but smile. The Chen in Chenhi is the homonym of the Chen in his name Chenhi. When it develops in the future, it will be a subsidiary of his Chen group anyway.
As for the 11 in Chenhi, its meaning is self-evident. He glanced at Chushi beside him.
Seeing Chushi, her heart was filled with sweetness, her eyes were crescent-shaped, and the corners of her mouth were sweetly upturned. She clearly felt the deep affection from her man, and her heart was filled with joy. She felt her legs go weak and she subconsciously tightened them. I inexplicably want to give the man in front of me some reward.
Hubby, you don't have to think about me like this.
In fact, Chenhi didn't even discuss the company name with her, it was just decided. This is also the main reason why she feels sweet in her heart.
Chenhi smiled faintly. We are husband and wife, so calling it Chenhi Company is a good omen. If you really feel happy, why not reward me tonight?
Chushi didn't know what she was thinking about, her face flushed red, and she punched Chenhi's chest with her pink little fist, humming and whispering.
Humph. This bad guy only knows how to bully others. As for the reward you mentioned yesterday, how can I agree to it? Let me think about it. Is that kind of place also suitable for Chenhi to tease? No. So embarrassing.
Chenhi smiled but said nothing. Chenhi had already thought of the general business scope for this company named Chenhi, which was mainly engaged in the purchase and sale of demon materials. In addition to selling demon materials to the country, they can also be exchanged for credits from institutions of higher learning. There are also various private companies that buy and sell. Relatively speaking, the prices of private companies will be higher. However, private companies only need certain quantities or specific types of demon materials. After making money with the first batch of demon materials, he can expand the company and even hire and cultivate a hunting team unique to the company to regularly hunt monsters in the wild and provide a steady supply of goods for the company.
Of course, this is all in the past. Now that I have just registered the company, thinking about these things is a bit too far away. After registering the company,
the system prompt came to my ears instantly.
Ding! Congratulations, the family has acquired its first property, taking a huge step towards revitalizing the family.
Reward level increased by 3 levels, and all skills learned are completed. Before registering, Chenhi guessed that registering a company would definitely bring him good rewards.
As expected,
the level increased by 3 levels, allowing Chenhi to instantly reach LV35, one step closer to the 4th level. The speed of level increase was really like riding a rocket, too easy. As for the perfection of the skills learned, for a moment, he felt that a lot of knowledge turned into a torrent and absorbed into his body like an enlightenment. His comprehension of the 3 sword techniques he had learned before, as well as the basic methods taught by Principal Wu and the method of enlightenment, had greatly improved. It was as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Integrate it thoroughly, make it natural, and completely integrate it into yourself. This directly led to a significant improvement in Chenhi's own combat power. In the future, you only need to develop comprehensively according to the development direction of the ancient famous families, and you will definitely receive rewards from the family system continuously.
This is indeed a big step towards the revitalization of the family. Chenhi instantly felt very excited. Chapter 57: The first time to forge the body with demon blood. The level is upgraded silently.
Perhaps only Chenhi himself felt it. It was as if he had been enlightened, and his aura and strength had been greatly elevated. But as long as he doesn't expose it deliberately, no one will know that his level has been raised.
This is level 35?
Since he didn't directly upgrade to the 4th level, he didn't have to worry too much about his level being exposed.
Soon,
Chenhi and Chu-Shi returned to school. Chenhi calmly waited for the principal to prepare all the materials and complete the body and soul training. Chu-Shi also began to practice the 9-layered spiritual refining method recommended by Principal Wu, the most advanced method of the Magic City Academy. Many instructors in the school have practiced this method. Some of the tutors were even students of the previous principal, so they could naturally give Chu-Shi some guidance.
So,
in the next few days, Chu-Shi and Chenhi practiced separately. In addition to the training of strengthening the body and refining the mind, Chenhi and Chu-Shi also learned some skills recommended by the school teachers that were suitable for them.
From this point, we can also see the professionalism of the Magic City University.
After discussion and research by the Technology Creators Society, Chenhi and Chu-Shi were each given 2 suitable high-star skill books for practice. In the past, Chenhi had practiced 3 sword techniques: sword slashing style, sword drawing and slashing, and sword chi rainbow.
After being upgraded through the family system, it has become completely complete and integrated.
Chenhi has already begun to master a part of the sword intent that is unique to him. He has already gained a glimpse of the sword art that is fast, accurate, and ruthless, and focuses on the pursuit of the most extreme speed and the most intense burst.
The mentors of the Tech Creators Society understood this point precisely. Shocked at Chenhi's mastery of skills.
Afterwards, he taught Chenhi 2 more sword techniques that were also more about meaning than form. The main purpose was to allow Chenhi to integrate them, further deeply grasp the sword intent, and create a sword intent that was unique to Chenhi.
You can say that.
Chenhi had initially passed the stage of learning the moves, and what he needed next was to master and understand the intention.
This requires years of practice and some sudden enlightenment under certain opportunities. Don't be impatient.
As for Chu-Shi, he had the foundation of flowing water sword style before. The instructor of the Skill Creators Society saw that Chu-Shi had a tendency to specialize in some established sword techniques, so he gave him 2 sword moves that were similar to the flowing water sword style and were superior alternative skills. These are the first 2 moves of the higher star level Tianyun Guanxue sword, which I have been studying and practicing recently.
Daytime.
Chenhi and Chu-Shi are constantly improving themselves through the process of tempering their bodies, honing their mental strength, and practicing their skills.
At night.
Naturally, the 2 young boys and girls could not sit idle, and they had to make love and have a baby.
It's only been a few days. Daily development was quickly started in every corner of the dormitory villa.
The living room, bedroom, study, and kitchen have all been developed by the couple. However, because he had to practice, and Chenhi was more concerned about Chu-Shi's attitude, he was restrained, so it was not as frequent as before.
If not for Chenhi's personality, he would have already moved to the balcony. Time flies. Soon, a week passed.
Principal Wu mobilized all resources and channels of the Magic City Academy and prepared materials for 3 sessions of body and soul training.
He took the initiative to find the dormitory.
Xiaohe, I'm almost done with the preparations here, you. Principal Wu said this, but immediately became confused.
Because he saw Chenhi and Shushi were actually cleaning the table in the living room. The table collapsed? Principal Wu was confused and at a loss. The table in the living room collapsed? That's strange. Every year when new students arrive, the school carefully inspects every dormitory. How come the table collapsed just a few days after school started? Could it be that someone in the dormitory management department was negligent?
Chenhi wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chu Shi, who was blushing beside him.
Chu Shi said in a low voice, "Teacher, this table, we can just buy another one ourselves to replace it. No need for the school to arrange it. This is all the fault of that evil man Chenhi. I didn't expect to be caught red-handed by Principal Wu. It was so embarrassing. If Principal Wu knew that the table was collapsed by the two of them, how would she live in the future?" Fortunately, Principal Wu obviously didn't expect that young people nowadays could be so extravagant. He didn't care about such daily trivial matters and took Chenhi away directly. Shushi originally wanted to go and take a look, but Principal Wu disagreed. This will prevent Shushi from worrying too much and disturbing Chenhi's mind when he sees the strange scene of the demon's blood entering his body. In desperation, Shushi had no choice but to continue following other instructors step by step, training his body and soul, and learning skills. Not long. Chenhi followed Principal Wu all the way to the basement of the Vocational Research Institute. In the deep and dark environment, the strong smell of blood rushed straight into the nose. A pool of blood appeared in the very center of the room. It contains the blood of hundreds of monsters. It looks fresh, like blood from a freshly slaughtered animal, thick and bright red. It seemed as if one could still see very illusory blood shadows, entangled with each other, making people feel a strong sense of discomfort. Among them should be the blood of hundreds of monsters below the first level collected by Principal Wu. However, the blood level of these monsters is still very low, otherwise Chenhi could not imagine what kind of scene of demons and monsters dancing wildly in this blood pool would be. Principal Wu glanced at Chenhi, whose expression was serious, and took the initiative to comfort him. "Alright, don't be so nervous. You're already a third-level expert. The blood of these low-level monsters won't do anything to you. The reason why I asked you to start from the first stage of body and soul training is, firstly, to allow you to lay a solid foundation, and secondly, to allow you to get familiar with the feeling of the demon blood entering your body and tempering it. I will protect you the whole time. Later, you will take off all your clothes, jump into the blood pool, and stay in the blood pool for a day. During this day, the blood of the hundreds of demonic beasts in the blood pool will actively erode your body, and even rush into you one after another. It's like a demonic beast trying to rush into your body and madly bite your flesh. This is also part of bodybuilding. You must relax your body and mind as much as possible. You cannot resist the erosion from the monster blood. You must try to accept it and allow it to erode you, so as to achieve the purpose of tempering. Wait until the monster blood has completely tempered my body, then force all the monster blood out of my body. The first body training is complete." Chenhi looked solemn and nodded slowly. "Okay, teacher." He immediately took off all his clothes and jumped into the pool of blood. Thump! The blood pool began to churn and splash, and then, whirlpools quickly formed around Chenhi. The pool of blood began to bubble up like boiling water. At the same time, Chenhi, who had just entered the blood pool, felt the blood of hundreds of monsters in the pool eroding his flesh through the pores all over his body, and constantly drilling into and merging into his limbs and bones. Chenhi did not resist. Instead, he clenched his teeth, endured the strange impact and stimulation, took deep breaths, and relaxed his body. He let the blood of the monster flow wildly throughout his body. It feels like there are little snakes swimming around in the body, filling every limb and cleansing the whole body. At first it felt a little weird, unbearable, and painful, but soon my body got used to this feeling, and I seemed to vaguely feel a surge of power flowing into my body. The body seems to be undergoing a powerful transformation. Chenhi gradually became addicted to this sensation, repeating the tempering of the demon blood in his body. Time seemed to have lost its meaning to Chenhi. He gradually fell into a half-sleep and half-wakefulness state, unaware of his surroundings. Soon, a day passed. Principal Wu, who had been guarding nearby, glanced and spoke up to remind them. "Xiaohe, it's okay. One day has passed,
the first round of bodybuilding has been completed, and I can force the monster blood out of my body.
Boom!
A ball of blood exploded, and the dark red sticky blood in the entire blood pool splattered everywhere. Chenhi's streamlined muscles were as shiny as water, and there was a faint red mist that was faintly visible inside, but it quickly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared.
Because
they are all the blood of demons below the first level. With Chenhi's current third-order strength of level 35, it was easy for him to force all the monster blood out of his body and instantly suppress the remaining thoughts of all the monsters. He looked down at himself. Apart from noticing that the muscle lines seemed to be tougher and the skin and flesh were a little tougher, there seemed to be no special changes.
He thought the process would be really dangerous. Now it seems that it is just like that. Doesn't it feel like anything has changed?
Chenhi muttered to himself.
Principal Wu smiled. This is normal.
They are all monsters below level 1, and you have laid a good foundation before.
They are all level 3. The effects of your first bodybuilding exercise aren't very obvious to you. Call.
Chenhi exhaled a breath of foul air and nodded slowly.
Principal Wu continued to instruct.
Alright, go back and exercise more for the next week to fully activate your muscles, bones, skin, and blood circulation. Get familiar with the improvements this time has brought, as well as the experience of your first bodybuilding session. A week later, we will conduct the second round of body and soul training.
Chapter 58. This mental strength is too exaggerated.
After leaving this deep and dark blood pool basement, Chenhi followed Principal Wu's instructions and exercised every day to keep his muscles, bones, skin and blood flowing.
As soon as possible, fully integrate the improvement of the first body and soul training into your body. And after returning to the dormitory,
Shushi circled around Chenhi several times, looking up and down, trying to figure out what was going on.
But he really didn't see anything abnormal about Chenhi. It's no different from a mosquito bite, it doesn't hurt or itch. The worries in my heart also eased a little. Husband, you are so gifted, you can definitely control this divine and demonic refining technique, right? Except for you, I'm afraid no one in this world can do it. Perhaps, the teacher has already completely perfected the divine and demonic refining method. Don't be afraid in the future. It will surely go as smoothly as this time.
Shushi said this, but in fact he was just comforting himself.
After all, it's impossible to say that I'm not worried at all. She was still very worried.
I was afraid that one day Chenhi would be taken away by the principal and would be gone when he came back.
After all, today is just the beginning. How dangerous and terrifying the consequences will be, who can say for sure?
The golden crow rises in the east and the moon rabbit sets in the west. There is no time for practice.
In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. This week,
every day, Shushi would train his body and soul and learn skills under the guidance of the instructors from the Vocational Research Institute.
Chenhi exercises in the dormitory every day. Practice on your own.
At night, the two of them continue to try to make a baby as usual, hoping to get pregnant as soon as possible. Ever since the living room table collapsed incident, Chenhi may have felt that he was a little too crazy at times, and has restrained himself recently. But Shushi, who had tasted the sweetness of it, was accustomed to Chenhi's previous strong attacks.
The posture of driving the pile with great strides forward. Now that I've suddenly become more restrained, I feel a little uncomfortable.
Every night, she would actively ask Chenhi to go faster to restore her previous energy. They even took the initiative to come forward to please. Chenhi felt the joy of pulling, and every night he would feel dizzy and forget everything else while holding the beautiful woman in his arms.
A week later, it's time for the second body and soul training.
Chenhi came to the familiar basement and saw the same pool of blood, the same demon blood washing the flesh.
But this time,
the shadowy figures of monsters emerging from the blood pool had obviously become much more real and solidified, as if hundreds of monsters had appeared before him.
It is obvious that the monster blood used is of a higher level than before. This is the second time of forging the body and refining the soul.
This time, the time for cleansing through the monster blood is 2 days, and the blood used is the blood of 100 first-level monsters.
Thump!
Chenhi didn't need Principal Wu's reminder at all, and jumped into the blood pool with ease.
Gurgle gurgle.
The viscous plasma stirred rapidly, and large blood bubbles kept emerging from it, exploding and bursting, looking full of weird evil.
At the same time,
Chenhi felt a stabbing pain all over his body, as if there were hundreds of monsters constantly tearing his body and flesh apart, trying to eat him. The degree of pain has increased by dozens of times compared to last time.
However, these external pains were secondary.
This time, he also felt the invasion of the remnants of various demons and the power of monsters remaining in his blood. It was like some monster was whispering and grinding its teeth in his ears.
The physical torture is getting worse.
But Chenhi had a very good foundation, so this kind of pain was not unbearable.
If you grit your teeth and persevere, you will soon get used to it. Time passes by little by little.
This time, Chenhi clearly felt that as time passed, the improvements brought to various parts of his body were very subtle, but it made him feel both painful and happy.
The body is really getting stronger. 2 days later. Xiaohe, 2 days are up. The tempering is over.
At Principal Wu's reminder, Chenhi suddenly opened his eyes. The crimson color in his eyes quickly faded away, and he regained his clarity, his eyes flashing with brilliance.
Phew!
The demon's blood attached to his flesh and blood suddenly exploded, just like blood bubbles bursting and exploding.
This time,
Chenhi also used the suppression of his status level to easily force all the blood out of the monsters. As he moved his limbs, he felt his body experiencing a comprehensive strengthening. Whether it is the firmness of the muscles, the toughness of the skin, or even the strengthening of bones and ligaments, and the tempering of blood and bone marrow, there has been a considerable improvement.
Crunch!
He kept stretching his muscles, and his body made a sound like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. By the end of the activity, he felt completely refreshed.
As light as a swallow, yet strong enough to lift a tripod.
The strength of this body is at least twice as strong as before.
You know, my physical strength before was already at the average level of a 3rd level awakener.
If I were to train on my own, without leveling up, and use the simpler training methods I used before to improve my physical strength, it would probably take me 3 to 5 years to achieve this kind of result.
This bodybuilding method is really effective.
Principal Wu looked around and, apart from Chenhi's exaggerated size, which was a little confusing for an old man like him, everything else was good and he was very satisfied.
Very good. After 2 sessions of body and soul training, I think you have a deep understanding of the power of this method. After you return, you should first rest well.
Then, as before, keep your body active so that you can quickly familiarize yourself with the improvements and quickly integrate them. Wait half a month, no, 10 days. After 10 days, we will conduct the 3rd body and soul training. Principal Wu originally planned to have Chenhi conduct the 3rd session half a month later. But unexpectedly, Chenhi's first 2 attempts at body and soul training went so smoothly. No errors were encountered. It was much better than he expected.
Obviously, Chenhi's body is very receptive to this divine demon refining method.
In this case, there is no need to delay too long. 10 days are enough for Chenhi to fully master his current strength.
He is truly worthy of being a top-tier SSS-level demon. It's great to be young.
At this moment, Principal Wu seemed to see the glory of his senior brother in Chenhi again. But he quickly shook his head to get rid of these distracting thoughts.
Thinking about this now, it feels a bit unlucky. I hope Chenhi will never become the second big brother.
For the next 10 days, Chenhi maintained his previous daily rhythm. During the day, the couple practices separately, and at night they come together to make a baby.
There is no difference from before.
In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Chenhi stepped into the door of this deep and dark basement for the 3rd time. But this time, the layout inside the basement was different from before.
This time, the plasma in the blood pool is the blood of 102nd level monsters.
Blood shadows are floating on it, and there is a shrill and crazy roar lingering in the ears.
The residual spirit of the monster in the blood is stronger than before.
Outside the blood pool, on a long table, there were actually demon cores of hundreds of different demon beasts.
It seems that this 3rd time of forging the body and refining the spirit, in addition to using the demon blood to train the flesh, it is also necessary to use the demon core to temper the spirit and soul.
Chenhi was stunned when he saw this.
What the hell? Hundreds of 2nd level monster cores? Among 2nd level monsters, the drop rate of this thing isn't very high, right? If you want to get hundreds of them, you'd have to kill at least a few hundred, or even 1,000, right? In a sense. Because the 2nd level monsters are not like the 4th level monsters that will definitely give birth to monster cores. So, the 2nd level demon beast core is extremely rare. What's more, these are hundreds of different 2nd level monster cores, which are extremely rare.
I don't know how much effort Principal Wu put in.
Now,
hundreds of animal cores were placed in front of him, dazzling with all sorts of colors.
What a big deal. In surprise, Principal Wu informed Chenhi.
This time, you need to cleanse your body in the monster blood pool for 3 days. Furthermore, during these 3 days of cleansing your body, you must devote your energy to absorbing these demon cores.
Remember, when you absorb the demon core, your mental power will definitely show the demon beast soul that originally remained in the demon core. Those residual souls are different from these superficial remnants. They are the real demon beast souls.
You need to constantly crush and shatter the souls of these monsters, draw strength from them, and continuously absorb them to achieve the effect of polishing your mental strength.
And this is soul refining.
A soul refining method that is purer and more extreme than any other soul refining method.
In addition, the blood of monsters is used to cleanse and temper the body. This is the way to forge the body and refine the soul.
Chenhi nodded slowly and without hesitation, jumped into the pool of blood.
Thump!
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
The blood pool boiled and surged again. Swish! 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 Rays of light suddenly flashed, and hundreds of demon cores flew into the air,
floating right above the pool of blood. As Chenhi raised his hand to attract, the power of the demon cores spread out and turned into torrents, rushing into the brain. At this moment, Chenhi felt the blood of the monsters around him madly eroding his body. At the same time, he began to absorb the soul of the monster in the first monster core, refining, crushing and absorbing it, honing his mental strength, as if he was experiencing the double torture of body and mind.
There is no greater tempering than this. Suddenly,
a blue ocean appeared in Chenhi's mind, as if he had suddenly found himself in another world.
A huge hammerhead shark emerged from the surface of the sea. Open your bloody mouth and bite people with your sharp fangs. At the same time, a shrill roar exploded wildly in the depths of his mind, continuously devouring the blue sea.
Chenhi understood in his heart. This azure ocean is formed by the gathering of one's own spiritual power, commonly known as the spiritual ocean current. The soul of the monster was constantly devouring his own mental power.
Immediately. Wow!
The tide rose on the sea, the wind and clouds surged, and a huge wave suddenly emerged from the spiritual ocean and pounced on the monster.
Swish! Boom!
The waves transformed from spiritual power instantly wiped out the soul of the hammerhead shark monster, and the unwielded parts of it turned into thousands of light points, turned into pure spiritual power, and merged into the spiritual ocean.
The next moment,
Chenhi suddenly opened his eyes.
Principal Wu, who had been keeping an eye on this place and carefully guarding the law, was a little surprised to see Chenhi open his eyes.
Ah!
It's over so soon? How is that possible? It shouldn't be.
He remembered that even a genius like the eldest brother, when he was refining the soul of the demon core for the first time, faced with the soul of the first demon beast, it took him nearly an hour to figure it out because he didn't know the right method.
How come Chenhi is so fast? Xiaohe, what's going on? The first demon beast soul was refined just like that? Chenhi explained calmly. He was killed by a wave. Principal Wu was stunned and dumbfounded. Killed by a single wave? How the hell is this possible? Although Chenhi's mental strength is close to 400 points, isn't this strength a bit too much? Chapter 59, Mental Strength has become stronger? Principal Wu took a deep breath, completely surprised by the strength of Chenhi's mental power. Isn't this too outrageous?
It stands to reason that before the 6th and 7th stages, the spiritual attributes of most awakened people should be similar, with only slight differences in strength at best.
In terms of total mental strength, shouldn't Chenhi be much stronger than other professionals of the same level? Principal Wu looked confused. I can't understand it at all. Before Principal Wu could react,
Chenhi closed his eyes briefly, then quickly opened them. A golden light flashed in his eyes.
It's over again? This is over.
This second demon beast's demon core had apparently just appeared in the spiritual ocean when it was directly killed by a wave created by Chenhi's mind.
Xiaohe, what are you doing? Principal Wu's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief.
But before he could hear any answer, the third demon core floating in the sky quickly fell to the center of Chenhi's eyebrows, and the demon beast soul inside it, which seemed to be a real entity, instantly invaded Chenhi's spiritual world. Principal Wu looked at it intently. This demon core should be the demon core of the most top-level tiger-type demon beast among the second-level demon beasts. It should be more difficult to deal with than the previous demon cores.
Chenhi should pause this time and put in some effort, right? Result.
This third demon core also did not think twice. As soon as it closed its eyes and opened them again, it was directly killed by a wave in the spiritual ocean. Principal Wu's breath stopped, even though he was watching very carefully, trying to observe how Chenhi did it. Observe whether there are any changes in Chenhi's spirit. But, I still can't see anything. How the hell did they do this? Even though Wu Xingwen is a principal, he is knowledgeable and has seen too many big scenes. But the scene that Chenhi created today was something he had never seen before. Unheard of. This is so. Principal Wu felt that his worldview was collapsing. Could it be that the holy angel who awakened the top SSS-level profession could also greatly enhance the strength of his own mental power? Impossible. Xuxi is also a holy angel. If this is true, Xuxi's mental strength should be so strong. But at the moment, Principal Wu didn't think there was anything strange about Xuxi's mental power. This kid, what kind of freak is he? Just as Principal Wu's mind was filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts, Chenhi's actions did not stop for a moment. The fourth one was solved in a breath. Another one was killed by the waves. Now it's the fifth one. Principal Wu was so shocked that he was completely speechless. When his senior brother Lin Mufeng was training his body and refining his soul, he was still calm after absorbing the first demon core, but when he absorbed the second demon core, he was obviously a little tired. It's like the mental energy is too much and the person is drained. It was not until he became completely accustomed to the process of absorbing and refining the demon cores that his actions gradually improved and the speed of absorbing the demon cores became faster and faster. This all requires a process. It was nothing like Chenhi, who took it and absorbed and refined it directly without any reaction at all, not even a slight pause or delay in between. Is this still a human being? His senior brother Lin Mufeng is already one of the world's top talents, but why does he pale in comparison to Chenhi? This gap is a bit too big. Not only did Chenhi not feel tired at all, he seemed to be becoming more and more adept at it, and absorbing and refining it was like playing. What a joke! If it were me. Principal Wu Xingwen simply put himself in the situation and swapped places. He felt that if he came alone, at level 30 or so, absorbing one or two would be a struggle. It is unknown whether these hundreds of demon cores can be absorbed and refined within 3 days. Looking at Chenhi's current state, he absorbed the magic cores one by one without stopping for a moment. These 100 demon cores seem like a lot, but in reality, they won't last long. And the most important question is, Chenhi is not fully focused on refining the demon core now. This body is still being tempered with demon blood. The intense pain and stimulation will at least take away some of your energy. He was able to achieve this level by dividing his mind into 2 parts. It can also absorb magic cores like a piece of cake. That's too exaggerated. What kind of disciple did I accept? Principal Wu had previously said that those 5th and 6th level instructors couldn't accept Chenhi as a student because they couldn't control him. But after observing for a while, Principal Wu suddenly felt that he, too, was losing control. Or, go and invite the old principal? Principal Wu's mouth twitched and his face became increasingly stiff. And at this moment, Chenhi was indeed becoming more and more adept at absorbing and refining the magic core. After just a few refining sessions, Chenhi had already mastered how to use his mental power and how to manipulate its subtle changes. The soul of the monster just appears in the spiritual ocean. Even the soul of the monster has not been determined yet. It would be instantly shattered by a spiritual wave from Chenhi's spiritual ocean, as if it had never appeared from the beginning, allowing Chenhi to experience the feeling of making clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. So relaxed and carefree, so light-hearted. That's all. Chenhi continuously absorbed and refined the blood one after another. At the same time, the demon blood all over his body was also being tempered, but he always maintained an indifferent attitude. It went on easily. The demon cores floating in the air were flying down with a whoosh, and their number was decreasing one by one. As time goes by bit. Aside. Principal Wu, who had been calm, glanced down at his watch. It took less than an hour in total to absorb and refine all the 100 demon cores, leaving only the last one. Until Chenhi raised his hand and dropped the demon core, he completed the absorption of the last demon core. Principal Wu was so shocked that his mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Just like that? Among the physical and soul refining exercises, the most difficult soul refining exercise was completed so effortlessly? He still remembered the first time his senior brother refined his soul.
It seems like it almost couldn't be completed in 3 days? How many times stronger is Chenhi's mental strength than that of the eldest senior brother? Hundreds of times? Principal Wu felt his head was buzzing and he was confused. Chenhi slowly opened his eyes. His brows were furrowed, and there was a very bright light in his eyes, which flickered and lingered for a long time. It was as if 2 flames were ignited in his eyes. Even Principal Wu felt inexplicably unable to look at it. A mental pressure that was not particularly strong swept over. This mental power was probably comparable to that of some 5th or 6th level warriors. But he was still worried that something might be wrong, so he asked quickly. Xiaohe, do you feel anything unusual? Chenhi shook his head calmly and touched his forehead with his hand covered in sticky blood. Abnormal? There's nothing abnormal? I just feel a little dizzy, and my mental strength seems to be stronger than before. It should be over 400 points now, right? Chenhi wasn't too sure either. Because as far as he knew, my high school teachers taught me that the total amount of mental power is basically determined by nature and it is difficult to improve it later. I didn't expect that refining the soul once could actually improve my mental strength. This was beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Principal Wu was shocked again. His lips trembled as he looked at Chenhi. All the wrinkles on my face were squeezed together. A lot of the knowledge learned in high school is actually not accurate. It's just an enlightenment function. In fact, mental strength is not static, it can increase. However, that effect basically applies to strong people who are above level 60 and have entered the 6th level. If you want to increase your mental strength, only strong people at level 6 or above can do it. Chenhi's situation of having his mental attributes improved at the 3rd level is unique and unheard of. No matter how much you refine your soul, it stands to reason that you can only increase the strength of your mental power. There will be no increase in total volume. Xiaohe, are you sure you're not kidding? Is it really a mental boost, not an increase in strength? Of course Chenhi wasn't joking. This is no time for jokes either. No, teacher, my mental strength has really increased. Hiss. Principal Wu's breathing became heavier and he really didn't know what to say. After opening his mouth for a long time, he could only say, "Cleanse your body first, then come with me to test your mental strength." This is no small matter. It could potentially cause a stir in the entire awakened academic community. Chenhi nodded. Without saying anything more, he closed his eyes again and immersed himself wholeheartedly in the tempering of the demon's blood. Cleanse your body with peace of mind. Soon. 3 days passed quickly. Xiaohe, come out. Boom. A ball of sticky blood exploded again. Chenhi revealed the smooth lines of his back, as if he had opened a dragon's spine. His muscles were trembling and wriggling slightly, and a strong blood color was running through his skin and blood vessels. That indicated how powerful Chenhi's body was at this moment. The skin is very tough and even if you cut it with a knife, you won't make a scratch. The concentration of qi and blood in the body and the toughness of bones have also been greatly improved. Feeling refreshed. This time, forcing the monster's blood out of the body was still easy and stress-free. The entire body refining process was smooth and at best safe and sound. Certainly. He clenched his fist and waved his arm. He also clearly felt that after this session of body and mind training, his physical body and mental strength were much stronger than before. Although, it's not directly twice as strong. But it is far from being comparable to the 3rd level body in the past. Cool. Chenhi pondered for a moment and uttered only one word. Bang. Principal Wu threw Chenhi's clothes out from the air. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself by hanging out here. Hurry up and get dressed. I'll take you to test your mental strength. This is the most urgent matter. Chapter 60, Mental Power Surges, and the training begins. Magic City Academy. Vocational Research Institute, underground, in front of the mental detector. All the teachers and Principal Wu stared solemnly at Chenhi as he entered the tester. Some teachers were still whispering to each other, not knowing what was going on. What does this mean? What's there to detect about mental power? Hasn't it been tested before? Before the awakening day, the innate spiritual power basically determines the subsequent spiritual power attribute values until the 6th level. It is impossible to improve it. Why bother, Principal? What's all this fuss about? Could it be that Chenhi's mental strength has really improved? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If I could improve my mental strength before reaching level 6, I'd eat this tester.
The discussion among the teachers gradually became heated.
No one quite believed that Principal Wu's new holy angel disciple could come up with anything unprecedented. DD. At this moment, the mental power tester suddenly vibrated. Immediately afterwards, the final test results quickly appeared on the big screen. Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Spiritual power, 411.
For a moment, Principal Wu's breathing became heavy, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he was extremely excited.
Even his back was straight and his eyebrows were beaming with joy. It was as if he was showing off to the other instructors. See? This is my apprentice. 411? What the hell? Is this true? Has your innate spiritual attribute broken through 400?
No wonder Principal Wu values you so much and even brought you here for an examination.
Is he trying to show off to us? The innate spiritual attribute has exceeded 400. This is indeed astonishing. If I could bring up a student like this, I would probably show it off. The principal is awesome, and this new holy angel student is awesome too. No. This isn't an innate value at all.
I've seen Chenhi's profile before, and while his innate spiritual attribute is quite high, it hasn't even exceeded 400.
I remember it was 399. What? 399? How did it become 411 now? How did they do that?
No way, before the 6th level, mental strength can really be improved. In an instant, there was a sound of shock in the testing room. Many people gasped and looked at each other in disbelief. With an expression and eyes as if he was looking at a monster, he stared at Chenhi and the tester in front of him, and Principal Wu in front of him with his hands behind his back as if he was turning his back to the world.
Everyone was shocked.
Principal Wu was actually also very shocked at this moment, but he deliberately did not show it.
He still had to pretend to be cool. If you don't pretend to be cool, you will live in vain.
I was also thinking in my heart.
Mental strength has indeed increased.
It completely exceeds the mental power limit of the previous awakeners before the 6th level. And it rose by as much as 12 points in one go. Even among the strong men of the 6th or 7th level, this 12-point increase in mental power can be called a surge.
So strong. This wave is ridiculously strong.
Normally, it should increase after the 6th level. But Chenhi was only at the 3rd level, and he had already risen.
What does this indicate? Principal Wu thought about it seriously and felt that there might be only one explanation. This shows that Chenhi's current mental strength is very strong.
In other words, it has become so powerful that it cannot be any stronger, and there is no way to continue to increase its strength, so there will be a change in the total amount.
How old is he? 18 years old. He is only level 3.
You can reach a state of perfect saturation of mental strength, and even have a substantial surge in mental strength.
This is too exaggerated. You know.
This kind of situation where mental strength is perfectly saturated. Even among the 6th and 7th level strongmen, it is quite rare. It requires years of continuous improvement, constant tempering, and constant practice of various methods to consolidate mental strength to achieve repeated tempering.
But what about Chenhi? Was he born like this? Some are born in Rome, others are born to be slaves. This world is so fucking unfair.
It was as if Chenhi had skipped the tedious process of consolidating his mental strength that others had gone through. In the future, he wouldn't even need to consolidate it at all. His mental strength was already as solid as the roots of an old tree.
Unshakable. This is so. Principal Wu recalled. It seems that his senior brother Lin Mufan only achieved perfect saturation of mental power and improvement in mental attributes when he completed the 6th body and soul training, right? This kid is so terrifying.
Xiaohe is simply the one chosen by heaven to practice the divine and demonic alchemy techniques.
I can't find anyone more suitable than Xiaohe. And at this time,
Chenhi, who walked out of the tester, also saw the effect of his mental strength skyrocketing by 12 points. He subconsciously looked at himself and felt his physical and mental state.
Teacher, I feel like I can start the 4th phase of body and spirit training right now.
There's no need to wait until the 4th stage to proceed.
We can do it now. Because, these first 3 times of body and soul training were not difficult at all for me.
It was as if I had only benefited from the demon blood in demon core, without suffering any loss at all. I feel like I'm far from reaching my limit. In fact, after observing for a long time, Principal Wu also felt that this was the case. Chenhi's first 3 times of body and soul training were too easy. But reason prevailed, and Principal Wu shook his head and said, "No, it's too dangerous. Let's just stay here now. You must wait until your level reaches the 4th level before you can proceed with the 4th body and soul training. The divine demon refining technique is extremely dangerous after all, so stability is paramount." Chenhi remained silent and could only nod in response. Principal Wu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, you've made significant progress in these 3 times. Go back and work on your health. The day after tomorrow is the day of training. You can prepare well when you return. I hope to see you shine in this training." Watched Chenhi leave. Principal Wu walked away with great pride and confidence amid the astonished and shocked gazes of all the teachers. He was going to prepare the materials Chenhi needed for his 4th body and soul training. With Chenhi's improvement speed, who knows, before he finishes collecting the materials, the other person might have already reached the 4th level. Back to the dormitory. "Husband." Shi looked over in surprise. Then he took small steps and ran up quickly. He simply opened his arms and gave Chenhi a big hug, rubbing his ears against his, carefully feeling the changes in Chenhi's body, and asked very seriously, "Husband, is there anything abnormal with your body?" "Abnormal? Of course not." "Oh, that's good, that's good. It seems that this divine and demonic refining method has really been perfected." Chenhi lowered his head. Looking at the charming and beautiful girl in his arms, he stroked her wet long hair. A faint body fragrance and the rich aroma of shampoo float into the nostrils, full of irresistible temptation. Shi obviously knew that he was coming back, and she had already washed herself and was waiting for her in advance. And as they hugged, their bodies fit tightly together, so tightly that he could clearly feel that under the thin nightgown, it seemed as if she was not wearing anything. Vacuum? This little goblin. Chenhi immediately raised his head, leaned over to the girl's beautiful pink face and nibbled it, then he grabbed her slender waist, lifted her up and ran straight to the bedroom. "Ah! What are you doing, husband? Why are you making such a fuss as soon as you get home? Cici, is there anything wrong with my body? Shouldn't I let you feel it carefully?" Shi's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. But I still tightened my legs and felt hot in my heart. As the saying goes, a short absence is better than a new marriage. They hadn't seen each other for 3 days, and now they were immediately like dry wood in a raging fire, completely letting go of their reserve. The next 2 days, Chenhi and Shi temporarily put their cultivation on hold and stayed in the dormitory. I never got out of it. Principal Wu said that he should take good care of his body. Making a baby is also a necessary step to activate the body. A day of training. After being busy and fooling around for 2 whole days, Chenhi and Shi helped each other get dressed. There was no time to clean up the mess in the room. After a quick tidy up, they changed their clothes and went to the martial arts training ground in the dormitory area hand in hand together. Now, in the martial arts training ground, a stream of people gathered, including almost all the freshmen, nearly 200 people. All the special and auxiliary professions that had not appeared before were present this time, and the number of people had doubled compared to before. Also, and the mentors of these freshmen are almost all 6th level strongmen above level 60. Besides this, there are also 4 7th order strongmen at level 70 who are also in the group. They are the vice president, the dean of studies, and 2 other nominal tutors with the title of professor. They are the real backbone and core force of the Magic City Academy. These strong men gathered together to be responsible for protecting the freshmen during this training. To avoid real casualties, always keep an eye on the situation in the training ground. The person in charge of leading the team is the school's executive vice president, Yuan Shuxiang, a red-haired woman who looks very charming, with a cold temperament but also a hint of charm. She said in a cold voice, "Now, all instructors, start calling the roll." For a moment, there were responses all around. Lu Firen. Arrive. Shan Ping. Arrive. Shu Shi. Arrive. It was quickly confirmed that all 197 people were present for this training. Vice President Yuan Shuxian gave the order immediately. "Very good, all freshmen, follow me. The location of this training is called Taihu Nest.
Chapter 61, thousands of people from 4 academies undergo training. On the way to the trial location.
Yuan Shuxiang, the executive vice president of Shanghai who was in charge of the team, was introducing the details of this training. Her voice was clear and loud, reaching the ears of every student present very clearly.
So that all the freshmen present can hear it clearly. Taihu Nest, as the name suggests, is located in Taihu Lake. After the spiritual energy revived, the world rapidly changed and expanded. Countless plants and animals experienced the effects of the spiritual energy's revival and mutated, giving rise to a considerable number of demons. Human settlements were forced to merge with one another and relocate to nearby large cities.
They then built high walls to unite and defend against the foreign demons.
This is also because there are many ruins of old towns in the wilderness outside. The original size of the Suzhou Wuxi Changzhou urban area is not small, so it doesn't need to be merged. However, there is a super city next to it, which is Shanghai, one of the 4 major cities. So, the 3 cities of Suzhou, Wuxi, and Changzhou have been merged into a fairly large first-tier city called Southern Jiangsu. Of course, its scale is still far smaller than our Magic City.
While introducing the Magic City, Yuan Shuxiang did not forget to brag about herself. As a native of Shanghai, having lived here for so many years, the sense of superiority in my heart has long been engraved in my bones.
As for this time, the training location for all the freshmen of the Magic City Academy is located in Taihu Lake next to Sunan City, the city where Suzhou, Wuxi and Changzhou merged. Within the Taihu Nest area, there are quite a lot of both aquatic and terrestrial monsters. While the monsters on land are ferocious and powerful, the monsters underwater are even more unpredictable and terrifying. Once encountered, they are likely to be crushed by their strength. At the same level, it is difficult for awakened people to compete and kill underwater monsters. However, Taihu Nest has been regularly cleaned up by the surrounding universities and colleges. There are no high-level demons, not even a single demon, in the area. Among them, the highest level monster is only level 4. It can be said that this is a very good place for freshmen to gain experience. Plus, there's Demon City, one of the 4 main cities, nearby, as well as the powerful Sunan City and Hangzhou City, and even the more distant Jilin City. Thus, Taihu Nest became the back garden of the surrounding city universities, becoming a natural monster spawning area for freshmen from the 4 universities to train and gain experience with each other. Having said that, Yuan Shuxiang looked around with a pair of cold eyes, her gaze flying. His eyes swept over the freshmen of the school who were participating in the training, and his voice became colder and colder. This time, the training will not only include the freshmen from our Magic City Academy, but also the freshmen from Jilin Academy, Sunan Academy, and Hangzhou Academy. This is a joint training session for freshmen from the 4 major universities. There are nearly 1,000 new students at the 4 universities combined. Every time, the freshmen from our Magic City Academy have always performed exceptionally well during their training. As one of the 4 top universities, the Magic City University is destined to take first place. We need to teach the other universities a lesson. I hope you can perform at the level expected of freshmen from our Magic City Academy. Don't let me down. I don't want you to be the worst class of students I've ever taught. Do you understand? The freshmen were instantly awed and inspired. As the executive vice president of Magic City University, Yuan Shuxiang is quite proud and confident in the students she has nurtured. These freshmen, who have finally been admitted to Magic City University after more than 10 years of hard study. They themselves are also one of the most brilliant and talented geniuses among humans. Some of them are even descendants of top wealthy families. How could they not have the pride that only belongs to geniuses? Upon hearing this, everyone became excited and eager to try it out. Responded loudly. Understood. I have to say that Yuan Shuxiang is very good at livening up the atmosphere and boosting morale. Looking at all the freshmen responding energetically, Yuan Shuxiang nodded with satisfaction and introduced it aloud again. Later, your respective instructors will give you detailed maps of Taihu Nest. The map will clearly mark all the areas separated from the Taihu Nest. It will clearly indicate which level of demon beasts are in each area and what the recommended hunting level is. Yuan Shuxiang took out a newly bound edition of the Taihu Lake Nest Monster illustrated book from her arms and said, "This illustrated guide to the monsters near Taihu Nest will be distributed to you one by one later. Before the training begins, you must read it carefully, and memorize it carefully. It details the types of monsters within Taihu Nest. You need to pay attention. If you encounter the monsters recorded in the first 10 pages, you must hide away.
If you encounter the monsters on the first 3 pages, just run away.
That's not something you can fight against right now.
If you really end up dead or disabled because of this, it's not worth it. The purpose of this training is to allow you to improve yourself as much as possible, not to kill you. In order to ensure that the outdoor training environment is restored to the greatest extent possible, and to recreate that dangerous situation, the instructors will not take action easily unless there is a real risk to one's life. Of course, if someone can break through to the 3rd level as a freshman, then these rules of mine won't apply to them. I'm just saying that the rules apply to everyone.
Yuan Shushan glanced at Chenhi with some amusement.
For a moment, many freshmen looked at Chenhi with either surprise or envy. Although almost all the freshmen in the school had heard that this class had produced such a freak monster, who had just entered school and had broken through to the 3rd level, and was also one of the unprecedented 2 holy angels. But until today, some freshmen met Chenhi for the first time.
That's Chenhi? You become a 3rd level holy angel right after entering the sect? So handsome. The girl next to him is pretty too, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. I'm so envious.
Amidst the whispers of the crowd, the escort vehicle of the Magic City Academy was speeding through the endless wilderness.
We didn't encounter any danger along the way.
2 hours later,
they arrived safely at the Sunan Academy in Sunan City.
After all the new students from Jinling Academy and Hangzhou Academy arrived, they went to Taihu Nest together to start their training. The scale of this Suzhou University is also quite grand. If the freshmen had not seen the rather exaggerated scale of the Magic City Academy and the luxurious resources of its 7 colleges, they would probably have sighed in awe.
But now, it's commonplace.
After seeing the highest mountain in the Magic City Academy, one naturally would not take other smaller peaks seriously. Therefore, the freshmen of the Magic City University all raised their heads with great pride, welcoming the shock and scrutiny from the freshmen of the Southern Jiangsu University.
Now, there are about 200 or 300 new students at Sunan University.
They all stared with wide eyes, looking at the freshmen of Modu Academy with curiosity.
Everyone is a little curious. Is this genius? Are they from the Magic City Academy? It really is the atmosphere of a top university. What a shame.
I was only 20 points short at the time, just a little bit away from getting into the Magic City Academy.
Stop dreaming. With over 20 points, you'll eliminate hundreds or even thousands of people. What are you dreaming of?
This is genius. Because Shanghai University has always adhered to the principle of selecting the best from the best. Even the worst students are A-level talented professional awakeners, and in the Sunan Academy, the highest level is only S-level talented professional awakeners, and there are very few of them.
Most of them are A-level and B-level professionals.
When you look at them side by side, it's easy to tell which is better. After Yuan Shuxiang's story just now, coupled with the envious and shocked looks now, the freshmen of the Magic City Academy naturally felt a sense of pride.
Unruly pride. The pride of not taking anyone seriously. This made many freshmen at the Southern Jiangsu University feel disgusted.
Chenhi and Chu Shi, who were standing at the front of the crowd, were among the crowd, looking at the students of Sunan Academy with great curiosity.
Just at this moment, the convoy from Hangzhou University arrived at Southern Jiangsu University.
The freshmen from the 3 institutions looked at each other. After all, they are young people. Even if they really meet a freshman with a higher level and stronger talents, they will feel more or less unwilling to accept it before the real competition.
Want to try it? Instead, the tutors and presidents of the 3 universities had a very pleasant chat with each other. After a while,
the new students of Jinling Academy also arrived late. Because the journey is a little farther than that of other academies, Jinling Academy is always the last to arrive. The new students from the 4 colleges have arrived. The instructor in charge called the roll again to confirm that everyone was present. A total of nearly 1,000 people lined up in an orderly manner. There are also more than 100 strong people, including vice principals, tutors, etc., who are responsible for leading the protection team. Except for the 4 7th-level masters from the Magic City Academy, the rest are all 6th-level masters. Now that all the freshmen have arrived, it's time to head to the training ground. Yuan Shushan looked around, and her cold voice spread throughout the audience.
Everyone, let's go. Then, the group set off in a mighty procession, heading for Taihu Lake Nest. Chapter 62 High-level demons sneak into Taihu Lake's nest. Taihu Lake Nest.
It got this name because the original area of Taihu Lake has expanded dozens of times, and countless islands of different sizes have appeared in Taihu Lake. Looking down from the sky, islands of all sizes are scattered all over the place, just like a huge ant nest, hence the commonly accepted name of Taihu Lake Nest. Here, it is a purely natural monster spawning area.
The closer you get to the center, the stronger the monsters will be.
In the most central area, whether it is the monsters in the lake or the monsters on the island, they are all 4th level monsters.
When the level is still relatively low, most awakened people cannot fly or survive underwater. When facing an underwater monster, the danger can be imagined. It's hard to truly resist being beheaded.
For a large number of awakened people, killing an underwater monster of the same level may be much more difficult than killing 6 or 7 land monsters.
At this time,
the earth trembled slightly.
Rumble. Rumble.
In the distance, a large number of overlapping and alternating figures quickly arrived at the edge of Taihu Nest. Nearly 1,000 freshmen had all arrived. The instructors informed the freshmen of many of the things they needed to pay attention to early on.
No need to waste any more time on this now. Yuan Shuxian waved her hand and gestured forward.
Now, everyone disperse and practice on your own.
Swish.
The crowd quickly dispersed. They advance and retreat together, either in groups of 3 or 5, according to the team they formed at the beginning. Or you can go to the selected area alone, and according to your own level, go to the corresponding monster area to start killing monsters and improve your own level. Chenhi and Shuxi ignored the invitations from others to form a team, as they had already agreed on their respective leveling areas.
Chenhi sent Shuxi to the first level edge area marked on the map. It was a relatively large island with many monsters, including some amphibious monsters. Let's stop here.
Shuxi looked around and pulled Chenhi's hand. Chenhi raised his hand and rubbed her little head, speaking seriously.
You, just focus on leveling up in this first level area and don't provoke those underwater monsters. Be careful.
Shuxi felt sweet in her heart as she listened to Chenhi's gentle exhortations. But he didn't have time to continue being affectionate and pushed Chenhi from the side.
Okay, I know everything. You should go and gain experience too. We'll meet up later.
The two quickly parted ways. With Shuxi's current level, he must kill monsters in the first level area on the edge of this area to raise his level. When Shuxi reaches the second level, Chenhi will come to pick her up.
Then, we can move on to the second level area.
With the upgrade speed of the Holy Angel, this should not be a difficult task. At most, it should take 1 or 2 days to upgrade to the second level. Chenhi spread his angel wings and began to move towards the more central area of Taihu Nest. The target is the area where the third level monsters are located. During this process, he saw many freshmen, each of them separated into teams, who looked like small black dots from a high vantage point. Some people saw holy angels flying through the sky and couldn't help but stop and look up. His eyes were full of excitement, envy, jealousy, and hatred.
Oh shit! This is so cool!
He was just at a low level, yet he was able to soar in the sky. They had to carefully shuttle between the lake and the islands, which was no match for Chenhi's flying speed in the sky.
This is also a human being.
The closer he got to the center, the more rapidly the number of new students Chenhi saw decreased. When he came to the area where second-level monsters were common, he could hardly see any human figures. The vast majority of freshmen are currently only at the level below the first level or the first level, and it is almost impossible for them to come to the second level area for training. It's only been a month, and my grades in school are improving very slowly, which is normal.
Just as Chenhi was thinking this.
Suddenly, a pretty figure in a clean and neat white outfit came out from the first level area and moved towards the second level area.
Looking from high altitude, it is clearly visible.
Compared with most other freshmen at the first level and below, he stands out from the crowd.
At last,
the graceful figure stayed in the second level area and began to fight with the second level monster.
That looks like the emblem of Jinling Academy? Someone from Jinling Academy actually entered the second level area? And it's a girl? Doesn't this mean that this girl has reached the second level? Chenhi's eyelids twitched in surprise. Newborn? Second level?
If it weren't for the level increase from the family system, Chenhi would only be at level 2 now.
This girl from Jinling Academy is no ordinary girl. You know.
Among the freshmen of the Magic City Academy, apart from Chenhi, the highest ranking ones are the 4 SS-level talented professionals, who call themselves the 4 heroes of the Magic City. but they were only at level 19, stuck before reaching the second stage.
It has not yet reached level 20. And this girl from Jinling Academy has actually reached the second level? Could it be an SSS-level talented profession? But if that were the case, it would be easy to get into the 4 top universities. Why did you choose Jinling Academy? There must be some secret.
Chenhi was actually a little curious about the girl's specific level and occupation, but it was just curiosity, so he didn't stay to explore further.
The most important thing right now is to level up.
He has no great interest in digging out other people's secrets.
So, just spread your angel wings and continue walking deeper.
As for the white-dressed girl from Jinling Academy, Ling Lan, she naturally noticed Chenhi as well.
The posture of the angel wings flying along the way was so conspicuous. Even if you want to fake it, you can't. She knows Chenhi. After all,
Chenhi and Shu Shi, the twin angels, have caused a sensation across the country.
It's hard not to know them. But
Ling Lan saw Chenhi actually spread his wings and continued to move closer to the central area. She was also a little surprised.
Huh? Could it be that this holy angel named Chenhi is already at the 3rd level? It's simply unimaginable. Are holy angels so powerful?
Ling Lan opened her mouth slightly. Watching Chenhi fly all the way to the island in the 3rd level area, a faint ripple appeared in his heart.
To this, Chenhi didn't pay much attention to it, and wouldn't care even if he knew. Soon,
Chenhi, who was heading towards the center, encountered a golden lion crawling in the dense forest of the island, and his eyes lit up instantly.
A 3rd level golden lion?
No, its aura and stature indicate that its level is close to the 4th level.
At least he's level 38 or 39. That's it. The golden lion is one of the most powerful monsters in the Monster Encyclopedia of Taihu Lake Nest.
It is the kind of powerful monster that you must flee from as soon as you encounter it.
The overlord among the 3rd level.
If other freshmen saw this, they would probably try to avoid it as much as possible.
Swish!
Chenhi drew out the holy angel sword in midair, and the angel's silver wings behind him suddenly flipped up, swooping down and charging straight towards the golden-haired lion.
As one of the land overlords of Taihu Lake, the golden lion is naturally quite domineering. Without any hesitation, he pounced on him. Roar, roar, roar.
The murderous intent is chilling.
Ka! A golden sword light from the angel's holy sword instantly exploded in the dense forest. Let us get started.
He started with a newly learned sword move that emphasized intention over form, called Heart Sword.
Wherever your heart goes, that's where the sword will fall. Kill everything.
The monster's level is higher than his, but that doesn't mean it is stronger than him.
The man and the beast started fighting instantly.
One high, one low, one flying in the air, one swooping down on the ground. One terrifying airwave after another was stirred up on the island, and waves also exploded on the surrounding lake surface.
Now, around the Taihu Lake Nest,
the battle between the man and the beast also attracted the attention of the leaders and tutors of the 4 academies.
The leaders and tutors of Jinling Academy, Hangzhou Academy, and Southern Jiangsu Academy all widened their eyes.
During the battle, Chenhi's strength level and aura were fully unleashed.
Level 35? This is too strong. It's only been a few days since we started school? Over a month? How did they get to this level? Why aren't they students from our Sunan Academy? I admit I'm jealous. When will Hangzhou have a monster like this?
The people around were first surprised at Chenhi's revealed level, and then a burst of envy was heard.
And at this moment,
Yuan Shuxiang, the vice president of Magic City Academy, as well as other school leaders and instructors, could not help but stare in amazement at Chenhi's level. They started talking in a low voice so that only a few people could hear it.
When did Chenhi level up again? After these 3 levels, is it so easy to level up? Can I level up in school? I remember when Chenhi entered school, he was in class 32, right? How exactly did the principal train? Could it be that practicing that divine and demonic refining technique can speed up the leveling process? What a monster! Of course, they didn't show it.
Everyone tried their best to appear calm and composed. Give everyone in other universities an attitude of yes, our Shanghai University is so awesome. They even smiled politely at each other and praised the freshmen of the 3 universities in Jinling, Hangzhou, and Southern Jiangsu, starting a business like mutual praise mode.
Your students are also very good. Yes, didn't Jinling Academy also send out a second-level girl this time?
Yes, reaching the second level at such a young age is quite remarkable.
Actually, the third level isn't that impressive. At most, it's unprecedented and unmatched.
Just as the leaders and tutors of the four institutions were chatting and paying attention to the leveling status of the freshmen in Taihu Nest
Field. 30 kilometers away.
Several high-level demons with terrifying auras quietly approached Taihu Nest.
And in the city of Sunan, there were also several powerful humans who left the city and went into the wilderness.
He put on a thick black robe, hiding his figure and face under the hood of the black robe.
Under the cover of the aura of the black robe, quietly approaching the Taihu Nest. Chapter 63, Level 37. Surrounded by Level 5 monsters. Inside the nest of Taihu Lake.
The freshmen were all killing monsters, trying to increase their levels and become stronger as quickly as possible.
At this time, looking from a high place, you can see many freshmen successfully killing monsters and improving their levels.
In just a few hours, thousands of freshmen were promoted by 1 to 2 levels. Xu Shi, who was at the core of the first-level monster area, moved forward and killed a large number of monsters along the way, almost killing all the monsters within his sight. One person directly wiped out all the first-level monsters on the entire island, causing many other freshmen who came with high hopes to return disappointed.
And relying on the Holy Angel's unique advantage in upgrading speed,
Xu Shi successfully upgraded his level to LV19, level 19, which was only one step away from the second level. He was the fastest level upgrader among all people. Even the first 4 SS-level awakeners who previously called themselves the 4 heroes of the Magic City are still stuck at level 19 and have yet to successfully advance to the second level. This made Xu Shi a little excited. I was even eager to run to the second level area to see if I could kill the second level monster and reach the second level as soon as possible. After all, it took a long time to kill these first level monsters, but the experience gained didn't seem to be that much.
He has been unable to advance to the second level.
Just when the freshmen in the outer areas were all rapidly improving their levels.
In a place close to the central area,
Chenhi had been fighting with the Golden Lion, which was close to the 4th level, for a long time.
Chenhi was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of physical strength. Boom! Large areas of grass and trees were broken, and the island shook violently in an instant. Large pits appeared on it one after another. The Golden Lion roared and broke many trees. Snap! A large piece of rock exploded on the spot, and boom! It crashed into the surrounding lake water, causing waves to hit the shore. Crash, crash.
Although it kept hitting the shore, the whole island looked more and more shaky, constantly twisting and shaking, as if it would completely fall apart and explode at any time.
Under the lake,
there seemed to be a large number of monsters in the island, constantly shuttling back and forth, circling around the island, trying to swallow the monsters and people inside as prey.
Boom! Swish!
Thousands of rays of light suddenly gathered together and surged into a brilliant and scorching golden light. A sword beam that almost directly penetrated the entire island suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. This was also a new sword technique that Chenhi had just learned, called Heaven and Earth Combined, which gathered the aura of heaven and earth into one sword. Click, click, click. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed and collapsed, leaving no foreign objects behind.
Enough to annihilate everything. Roar, roar, roar.
The Golden Lion roared and roared as if it wanted to tear Chenhi apart, but the terrifying roar turned into a shrill roar the moment it connected with the sword light.
The next moment. Phew!
Large clumps of blood suddenly spurted out like a geyser, merging the entire view in front into a sea of bloody limbs. The Golden Lion's huge body, which was nearly 8 meters long, was horrifically cut into 2 pieces. The 2 halves of the body collapsed and fell to the sides.
Behead!
Chenhi took a deep breath, and a light flashed in his eyes. Finally, the Golden Lion was killed. The Golden Lion, with strength close to the 4th level, which was enough to dominate this 3rd level area, was killed by Chenhi.
The next moment,
a prompt message came from his career panel.
Ding! You successfully killed the Golden Lion. Your level has increased by 2. 2 more levels up?
Chenhi subconsciously glanced at his career panel, especially when he saw the level column on the panel, which showed LV37, his eyes brightened. As expected, he still killed someone above his level. He gained a lot of experience. I can level up by leaps and bounds every time, but this is far from enough.
This is just the beginning.
Before coming to Taihu Nest to participate in the training, Chenhi had already set a small goal for himself.
That is, level 4. He must successfully reach the 4th level before completing his training. Considering his profession as an SSS-level holy angel, this shouldn't be difficult. Continue.
Just as he finished checking his career panel and was about to continue killing monsters and leveling up.
Boom!
In the center of Taihu Nest, the ground suddenly shook violently. It was like an underwater volcano suddenly erupted, radiating from the center to the surroundings in an instant. The strong vibration caused the entire Taihu Nest to shake wildly.
Roar, roar, roar.
The fierce roar of some unknown monster suddenly sounded and gathered into a wave in the distance. It seemed that hundreds of monsters were affected by the vibration and flew around. The other islands and lakes ahead suddenly stirred up a terrifying aura wave. Dark clouds covered the city, and a terrifying demonic aura rose up. Chenhi looked down at his feet. The island, which had just calmed down a little, suddenly began to shake.
Immediately following, Chenhi saw that all the monsters on the island seemed to have fallen into a state of madness and began to riot.
As if they were organized, they killed their way towards the islands outside.
At the same time,
Chenhi looked at the lake in the distance, where countless black shadows emerged. Large groups of black shadows, with overwhelming momentum, plundered towards the islands on the surrounding edges. He witnessed with his own eyes that not too far away from him, several 4th-level lake monsters brazenly emerged from under the water and attacked the new students outside.
There is a giant toad as big as a mountain of flesh.
There are also huge blood turtles that can cause earth-shaking movements at any time.
There were also many monsters with different appearances and fierce auras.
When they saw the newborns, they pounced on them and bit them madly, and they all fell into a state of madness.
It was like a small beast tide. Now, outside the nest of Taihu Lake,
the vice presidents of the 4 schools, as well as the school leaders and tutors who were originally chatting, were all startled and immediately noticed this unusual situation.
What's going on? What the hell is going on? Why did the monsters in Taihu Lake's nest suddenly riot?
In all these years, nothing like this has ever happened in Taihu Nest.
Could it be that there is some powerful demonic beast in the core of Taihu Nest that triggered this demonic beast riot? Not good.
Those freshmen might be able to fight back against first-order monsters and those below, but facing such a frenzied attack from 3rd and 4th-order monsters, I'm afraid they won't have a chance to resist at all and will be killed on the spot.
Hurry! Save them! Save them now!
A group of people dispersed instantly and launched a very clear rescue operation for the freshmen around them. They hurriedly pulled all the freshmen back to the safe area to help fight against the rioting monsters. Chenhi is in the 3rd-level area near the center. Because several 4th-level monsters ran past him hurriedly without even looking at him, not treating him as prey at all, Chenhi's heart jumped and goosebumps broke out all over his body.
Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong.
This must be some higher-level monster that sees him as prey.
That's why these 4th-level monsters ignored him.
He didn't hesitate at all.
Swish!
The angel's silver wings behind him suddenly spread open, and he turned and flew into the sky, trying to escape.
However, next second, whoosh whoosh, rustle.
Thousands of silver feathers flashing with cold light, like sharp blades, shot out from the distant sky, shooting towards Chenhi. Like thousands of arrows shot at the same time, the dark mass almost blocked all of Chenhi's paths. Chenhi raised his brows and could only turn back, moving his body backwards. At the critical moment, he reacted very quickly and narrowly avoided those feather arrows.
Tap tap tap.
He landed back on the island, holding the angel's holy sword in both hands, and looked intently in the direction where the silver feathers were flying from.
Phew!
A sharp whistle shook the sky. When he looked up, he saw a huge falcon with a bright silver body flying high in the sky.
Its aura was like a surging wave, extremely terrifying.
The huge eagle eyes stared at Chenhi coldly. It was as if looking at a corpse, looking at a prey that could be swallowed at any time.
The 5th-level monster, the silver-winged falcon.
This kind of monster, even if placed in the depths of a dense forest or the heart of a wilderness, is a dominant force that cannot be underestimated.
I didn't expect it to appear here.
Chenhi's eyelids twitched wildly, and he wanted to curse in his heart.
Oh shit. Isn't it said that the highest level monster in Taihu Nest is level 4? How the hell could a 5th level monster appear here?
But this is not the whole nightmare, it is just the beginning. Chenhi's mind was shaken, and he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura approaching rapidly from behind. He dodged quickly, his body tilted, and he staggered dozens of steps, almost falling to the ground. He controlled his body and barely stopped.
I just dodged it. Boom!
The ground where he had just been stood suddenly exploded, and a huge palm print appeared there, directly creating a big hole amidst the flying earth and rocks. Chenhi looked closely and saw another huge two-headed chimpanzee covered with shiny black hair.
The 5th level monster, the two-headed demon ape.
It raised its thick arms that looked like trees, and continued to beat its chest, roaring ferociously, with a violent aura sweeping all over its body. Chenhi's scalp instantly went numb, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat.
2 5th level monsters? 2 whole ends. What the hell is going on?
Before Chenhi could think too much, another dangerous aura descended. Chenhi dodged in a hurry, but this time he almost failed to dodge, and could only roll hurriedly on the ground. With the help of the angel's silver wings flapping behind him, he regained his balance and stood up again.
Take another look. Good job.
There was a 5th level monster, a 5th level green rock turtle with a shell as big as a mountain, which suddenly appeared from under the water. Its 2 thick arms supported the island, and it was almost about to overturn the entire island. The 3 5th level monsters formed a triangle shape and surrounded Chenhi in the middle.
At the same time,
Vice Principal Yuan Shuxian, who was outside Taihu Nest, also noticed Chenhi's situation immediately.
3 5th level monsters, 3 killed 1. This is fucking outrageous.
Her body flashed, and peach petals spread all over the sky.
With a breeze around her, she flashed into Taihu's nest, ready to rescue personally. However, boom!
A black-robed figure suddenly fell down, landing precisely on the path in front of her.
He stood in front of Yuan Shuxian, blocking her way. He. Vice Principal Yuan, where do you want to go? Your opponent is me. Chapter 64 7th level melee.
A figure in a black robe, with a strong aura. There was no level suppression, and it was completely exposed in front of him. The pressure of the 7th level swept over.
Obviously,
his strength is not inferior to Yuan Shuxian, the vice president of the Magic City Academy. He is also a 7th level strongman. It wasn't just Vice Principal Yuan Shuxian who was blocked by the sudden appearance of the powerful black-robed man. Even the other 3 7th level strongmen who were school leaders from the Magic City Academy were all stopped one by the black-robed man with 7th level strength. The 4 people whose way was forcibly blocked had their faces changed drastically in an instant.
Where did the 7th level come from?
Looking at the 3 cities of Sunan, Jinling, and Hangzhou, there aren't many level 7 warriors used to suppress demons.
How come 4 of them suddenly appeared? Oh no! This is obviously a long-planned hunt. Their target is Chenhi and Shuxi. Damn it, I knew it from the beginning.
The news of this twin angel sect has spread too much.
Now almost everyone knows about it. It's impossible to hide it at all. It's a traitor. A damned traitor to humanity. Damn it, let's do it. Even if we have to risk our lives today, we can't let the 2 angels be destroyed in our hands. Do whatever it takes to evacuate the freshmen and capture these human traitors. The expressions of the 4 7th level experts from the Demon City Academy were all solemn.
Looking at the 4 7th level black-robed men standing in 4 directions respectively.
The next moment,
without any warning, they rushed towards the men in black robes.
Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion and it exploded instantly. The aftermath alone spread to a large area around it.
A mountain and forest collapsed, an island was shattered, and the lake water was stirred wildly, creating huge waves tens of meters high. The world has changed. The melee between the 7th level strong men had just broken out, and the situation changed immediately. While the 4 good and 4 evil 7th level warriors were brazenly fighting each other, there were also commands coming from Yuan Shuxian's mouth, spread throughout the venue.
Instructor Modu, listen to my orders. Rescue Chenhi and Shuxi at all costs. Also, I would like to ask the school leaders and instructors of Jinling Academy, Hangzhou Academy, and Sunan Academy to mobilize as soon as possible to rescue the freshmen of Modu Academy and other freshmen affected by the epidemic. Also, immediately fire a signal flare to notify the Sunan City garrison to come to the rescue. Holy Angel, we must not die here. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Go quickly. Go quickly. Go quickly.
As Yuan Shushan's cold voice spread throughout the venue, everyone present was shocked. Their state suddenly became fierce, their eyes were sharp, and they were busy.
Immediately disperse into multiple lines. Rescue those who need help, and ask for help.
There are also mentors who have entered the Taihu nest and are fighting with other rioting beasts, forcibly containing the 3rd and 4th level monsters in the area.
Try to create opportunities for thousands of freshmen to evacuate quickly. Oh shit.
This group of heartless demons and traitors to humanity all deserve to die.
It's obvious. Everyone thought of it. Today's hunt is definitely aimed at the 2 holy angels, Chenhi and Shushi.
Apart from the 2 holy angels, there is no other reason for the other party to make such a big move.
Almost everyone came out. For 7th level human traitors, plus countless demons.
It has been a long time since such a large-scale and sensational incident occurred near southern Jiangsu City. If they really succeed, it will be a huge loss that the entire Hanxia kingdom cannot bear. All the school leaders and tutors present understood. The leaders and tutors of the other 3 universities are doing their best to help the freshmen of the Magic City University while helping their own freshmen. Among the instructors of the Magic City Academy, there were 4 instructors whose strength was close to the 7th level, and all of them were awakened instructors at the level of half a step to the 7th level. They quickly sent 2 to rescue Chenhi and 2 to rescue Chushi.
Divide the troops into 2 groups. Boom.
Click, click, click.
A fierce battle erupted on the island.
A sudden flash of golden light rushed down, and 2 3rd-level monsters pounced on them madly.
Shushi looked stern when he saw this. She's not even at level 2 yet.
Suddenly, 2 3rd-level monsters appeared from nowhere.
This is trouble.
While she was trying to resist the attack from the opponent, she was also trying to find a way to retreat.
Suddenly, the majestic figures of the 2 mentors came from the air and crossed the distance in an instant. Boom! Boom!
The 2 of them raised their hands brazenly. The next moment, terrifying power and elemental fluctuations instantly gathered into a tide, transforming into an endless supply of powerful palm power, slamming down from the sky.
Phew!
Wherever the palm wind reaches. The 2 originally extremely ferocious and terrifying 3rd-level monsters exploded on the spot like broken watermelons, turning into powdered meat paste on the ground. 2 mentors who were half a step to the 7th level floated down with serious expressions. They raised their hands and cast several talismans on Shushi.
For a moment,
Shushi soared into the air and was pulled by the 2 mentors to quickly escape to the outside world.
We must leave the Taihu nest immediately and go to a more crowded place as possible. Avoid the core of the opponent's hunting. Rumble. Boom boom boom.
The battle between the 8 7th level strong men in the distance caused the sea of clouds in the sky to roll around wildly. The sky seemed like the Milky Way pouring down to the ground, with thousands of rays of light pouring down.
Extremely terrifying and intense.
Ordinary awakeners do not have the strength of the 6th or 7th level.
If they are affected even a little bit, they will be smashed into powder on the spot. The sounds sounded like thunder.
Shushi didn't care about these disturbances, and looked at the 2 mentors beside him with some fear and worry.
Teacher Yang, Teacher Chi, don't worry about me. Where's my husband? My husband's safety is more important than mine. He's currently in the core of Taihu nest. There must be many powerful monsters.
The 2 instructors looked very serious, but they tried to slow down their tone as much as possible and spoke softly to comfort them. Don't worry, instructors Bao Rongshuan and Qi Ruizhi have already gone to rescue Chenhi. You should have heard of the names of these 2 teachers. They are the 2 most powerful instructors below the 7th level in our Magic City Academy.
Don't worry, classmate Chenhi will be fine.
Shushi nodded in response, but was still a little worried. A pair of beautiful big eyes kept looking towards the depths of Taihu nest, but unfortunately the scene was too chaotic and nothing could be seen at all.
The other side.
The 2 mentors, Bao Rongxian and Qi Ruizhi, who rushed to rescue Chenhi, were forcibly blocked by 2 black-robed men who appeared from the shadows. These 2 men in black robes also have the strength of level 6, close to level 7. Although he is slightly weaker than the 2 strongest instructors below level 6 in the Magic City Academy, it is difficult to defeat his opponents in a short period of time if they are of the same level.
Got entangled. Obviously, the demons had been planning this for a long time.
In order to kill the 2 holy angels in one go, they mobilized all their forces, almost calculating all the top combat forces that the 4 academies could mobilize, and gathered together the strongest among the human traitors. Pinned down all the strong men from the 4 academies.
make it impossible to rescue effectively. At the same time, not far away,
smoke and dust rose up, and a terrifying pressure as powerful as mountains and seas was approaching madly. 3 extremely powerful auras of 7th level monsters are rapidly approaching this side, shadows are floating, mountains are hidden, and they are already very close to Taihu Nest. This scene caused all the leaders, instructors, and freshmen present to change their expressions drastically. Even Yuan Shuxiang, the vice principal of the Demon City, who was battling the 7th-ranked black-robed individual, had a solemn look in her eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that today's hunt was doomed to end badly.
If we continue to drag it on, we will be in big trouble once the other side's 3 7th-level demons arrive. Their army of thousands of people is likely to be slaughtered and wiped out. Yuan Shuxiang's cold voice resounded throughout the venue once again, reaching everyone's ears. Quick! All instructors, take the freshmen from the 3 schools and evacuate immediately. Retreat to Sunan City. Leave us alone. We will suppress these 7th-level traitors and demons. Snap! There was a roar of thunder. A strange and sharp sneer came from the black-robed man in front of him. He. Vice Principal Yuan, you're being too optimistic. Things have gotten to this point now, and you still think you can protect them? Suppress us? You can't even suppress me. Boom, boom, boom. Another terrifying 7th-order melee aura erupted, causing the earth to violently shake, the sky to shift wildly, and hurricanes to rage. And when the entire Taihu Nest was in chaos, Chenhi, who was located in the center of Taihu Nest, was fighting against 3 5th-level monsters alone. There was no possibility or room for counterattack. Only escape. Boom. A claw mark swept across, and Chenhi dodged in a panic. Boom. Huge rocks as big as a hill came crashing down, and Chenhi could only flee in a hurry. Fortunately, thanks to the speed and flexibility brought by the Angel Silver Wings, as well as the power of 3 body and soul training sessions in the past month, his control over his physical and mental strength has greatly improved. Moreover, the body's resistance is much stronger than before. With the help of the inside effect of Angel's Eye, he accurately found the gap and escaped a short distance with great difficulty. Although it was difficult to break out of the encirclement and he could only keep dodging in a panic, he was at least able to barely avoid the fatal attacks of 3 5th-level monsters. So that you don't get hurt too seriously. But not for long. There were all kinds of small wounds on his body, and blood was dripping, staining his clothes red. Even though it's not fatal. But if he keeps delaying, he will die of chronic illness and there will be no way out. What to do? What should I do? Chapter 65, Judgment/Level 4, Level 39. Chenhi fled as fast as he could, the angel's silver wings behind him flapping at almost the maximum speed. The scenery on both sides was rapidly receding. The sensory ability brought by the angel's eyes was also fully stimulated to the extreme, looking for every gap possible to avoid the encirclement of the 3 5th-level monsters. Behind him and around him, 3 5th-level monsters kept changing their movements and moves, attacking Chenhi from all directions, constantly forcing Chenhi to retreat. This forced him to constantly change his position and flying direction. In just a moment. You may even have to change positions 3 or 4 times in a row. Chenhi couldn't hold on for long with such a high frequency and fast pace of dodging and escaping. Even if it means wasting time, they will force Chenhi to death. A moment later. The 3 5th-level monsters that had been unable to defeat Chenhi were all getting a little impatient. It's like being unable to sleep in the middle of the night, hearing mosquitoes buzzing in your ears but wanting to hit them but unable to hit them no matter what, and feeling like there are bugs all over your body. Bang bang bang. The 2-headed demon ape angrily pounded its chest with its huge arms, making a deafening sound. Roar. Both heads of the 2-headed demon ape were roaring angrily. Then. Boom. Crash. The forest ahead was in disarray. A 4th-order mutated black ape, also of gigantic size, rushed out from the dense forest and forcibly blocked Chenhi's way. This is the helper that the 2-headed demon ape forcibly summoned. At this moment, the offensive of the 3 5th-level monsters was impenetrable, but Chenhi still found gaps and flaws to escape. To put it bluntly, it's because there are loopholes in the encirclement from 3 directions. And now. The 4th-level mutant black ape successfully blocked the biggest flaw. This time. Even if Chenhi had wings, it would be difficult for him to escape. The 2-headed demon ape instantly became excited, and his eyes seemed to be able to spit out bloody murderous light. And seeing this,
Although he was still on the verge of despair, Chenhi was not afraid and did not stop running. Instead, he sped up. Gathering all strength and ready to go, he rushed towards the fourth-level monster.
The moment it almost completely approached the mutant black ape. Swish!
A heaven and earth combined sword technique was unleashed. Carrying the great trend of heaven and earth, it transformed into an aura that was almost perfect, with overwhelming pressure and a vast sword energy that came down straight away, slashing madly. The terrifying sword intent made the mutant black ape change color instantly, and subconsciously raised his arms to try to block the resistance.
In this instant,
from Chenhi's angel-eyes perspective, a bright red light flashed.
The mutant black ape's weakness is exposed. Swish! Boom, boom, boom.
A violent sacred aura suddenly descended, like thousands of rivers returning to their source, surging continuously. It was as if a real god had descended from the sky, opened his eyes in anger, and an extremely sacred and majestic shadow of a huge holy angel appeared magnificently, with divine power. The holy angel's extremely majestic golden eyes suddenly opened wide. Thousands of dazzling angel holy swords appeared out of nothing and were born in the void, completely locking onto the mutant black ape like thousands of arrows shooting at the same time.
Snap! Boom, boom, boom. The lights of thousands of angels' holy swords finally converged into one point. Holy sword skill, judgment.
Chenhi suddenly clenched the angel's holy sword in both hands, raised it high above his head, and slashed it down from above.
Infinite power. The power of the gods. Everything is concentrated in this sword. The shadow of the holy angel pointed his hand as a sword, and an angel sword pierced the sky and fell. Like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and then there was a crazy roar. The sword light of judgment fell with unparalleled force. It appeared in an instant and fell in an instant. The fourth-level monster just barely resisted Chenhi's heaven and earth combined sword move. He took several steps back and was seriously injured. There was no time to resist the sword of judgment that came right after him. Crash! Puff, puff, puff. The mutant black ape was chopped into pieces on the spot by the brilliant sword light. The cross-section of its body was as smooth as a mirror. Its fourth-level body was no different from tender tofu where the sword light passed. It was directly split into two. Because the sword light fell too quickly, the two halves of the mutant black ape's body took several seconds to explode, turning into a large pool of red and white rotten flesh and blood, spilling onto the ground. The prompt sound of the career panel came to my ears. A lively power also came from the body. His own aura suddenly became like a rolling river, flowing endlessly, and it actually increased a lot.
Chenhi's level was raised again by crossing levels and killing the mutant black ape.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the mutated black ape. Your level has increased by 2. LV39. Sure enough, he had reached the boundary between the third and fourth levels, and Chenhi clearly felt that a lot of experience points had overflowed from this upgrade, so he should be not far from breaking through to the fourth level. If I could kill another fourth-level monster, maybe I can break through to the fourth level. After killing this fourth-order mutant black ape, Chenhi, who should have been a little weak because his level increased twice, instantly recovered to his peak condition. It's even better than the best state before. He quickly glanced at the level on the profession panel, LV39, and glanced at the 3 5th-level monsters fighting frantically behind him. There was a glint of light in his eyes. Thoughts surged in my heart. If he could raise his level to level 40 and enter the fourth stage. Can you fight against the 3 5th-level monsters in front of you? No. 3 5th-level monsters, with strength that has just reached the fourth level, would probably find it difficult to fight 3 of them at once and forcefully counterattack. But even if I really can't win at that time, escaping should be no problem. At least we won't be as passive as we are now. He was so timid and beaten that he was in a very bad state. He could only escape and dodge, and was at a disadvantage. Thinking about it. While Chenhi was fleeing, he was deliberately looking for traces of other monsters. Now, the entire Taihu nest was in an uproar, and all the monsters were rioting like a tide, rushing forward one after another. It shouldn't be difficult to find another monster of the right level. This is his chance, the chance he has been waiting for. At the moment, the senior leaders and top combat forces of the 4 academies were all controlled by those human traitors and powerful demons. They were stranded in various places and had no way to come to support him. If he wants to survive, he has no choice but to save himself. He wants to try. How powerful are the holy angels after the fourth level? Don't you guys want to kill me? Don't you want to surround and kill me? Very good.
At that time, he must bite off a piece of meat from these 3 monsters.
At the same time,
because this judgment comes from heaven. The shadow of the holy angel covered the sky and earth, attracting great attention.
High in the sky,
Vice Principal Yuan Shuxiang, who was at the core of the 7th level melee battlefield, noticed the center of the Taihu nest with her eyelids twitching.
The other 3 7th level powerhouses from the Demon City also became extremely anxious and worried.
They were all concentrating on dealing with the black-robed man in front of them.
Try to fight your way out of this situation and rush to rescue Chenhi. However, under the intensive attack of the 4 black-robed men, it was difficult for them to find a gap and break out of this situation. And far away. Rumble. Boom.
The earth was shaking constantly and violently, and the sky was dark. Mountains and forests collapsed and the earth cracked.
Everything is being annihilated.
The 3 extremely powerful auras of the 7th level monsters increased their speed, found the direction and target of Chenhi's judgment, and rushed straight towards him. This battlefield is in such a chaotic state that it seems the winner will be decided soon.
Chapter 66 The leader of human traders appears. Now.
While Chenhi was running away, desperately trying to avoid being chased by the 3 monsters behind him.
Outside the city of Sunan, a fierce battle also broke out. Tear.
A crack was torn in the sky, and the twisted and hideous turbulence of time and space inside was violently rioting.
Boom.
A twisted dark black lightning exploded, followed by a surge of wind and clouds.
There was chaos all around. The sky was filled with a strong murderous aura and extremely terrifying and sharp air currents.
8 figures that are described as tall, powerful, and majestic are constantly fighting in it, and their movements have the power to shake the sky and split the earth. The aftermath exploded in all directions, turning the earth into dust.
Rumble. Boom.
The loud noise continued.
On the city wall of Sunan City, all the awakened members of the garrison were lined up on the wall, looking at the scene in the sky with very serious expressions. Everyone was stunned. As they watched, everyone felt inexplicably irritated and extremely worried. Where the hell did all these powerful people come from? I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. I've never seen such a grand scene since I was born. What the hell is going on? Why did they start fighting? I know.
Those 4 figures in uniform are said to be the director and deputy director of the Sunan City Law Enforcement Department, as well as the Minister of Education and the Minister of Coordination, who are going to support Taihu Nest. A total of 4 ministers, all of whom are at the peak of the 7th level.
Who are those other 4 men in black robes? They look sinister and evasive. They're obviously not good people. How dare they stop the 4 ministers? At this moment. Tear.
A figure in a black robe flew out from the sky, and his black robe was torn apart. The inside was exposed to the lizard skin that was slippery and covered with green sticky pus, and a foul smell was emitted.
It's a demon. Holy crap, it's a demon that's transformed into a half-human, half-demon state? As far as I know, the ability to transform into a half-human demon requires a very special type of demon, otherwise it must be at least at the peak of the 7th level, right? Oh my god. These are actually 4 peak level 7th order demons? No wonder they were able to forcibly stop the 4 ministers here. What the hell is going on? Is the sky falling? Where did the 7th level battle come from? Will the 4 ministers lose? Will our Sunan city be able to hold on? I'm not worried about my own life or death, I'm more worried about whether Sunan city will fall. Don't be afraid.
The 4 ministers are also at the peak of the 7th level.
They won't lose so easily. In my opinion, the situation is about to be reversed. The final winners will definitely be our 4 ministers. There are only 5 peak level 7th level experts guarding the entire Sunan city. Now all 4 of them gathered outside the city and a fierce battle broke out.
The only person missing was the chief of the garrison department.
This is because the duty of the chief of the garrison department is to defend the city. He is currently stationed at the core center of the city defense formation and will not be dispatched easily. As long as people are in the city, the people die and the city perishes.
On the battlefield of the 7th level melee in southern Jiangsu City and in the middle of the 7th level melee in Taihu Nest, a large number of figures flashed, being sandwiched on both sides. The scale is huge, with more than 1,000 people. It turned out to be the leaders and tutors of the 4 universities who were taking the new students back to southern Jiangsu City.
From afar, they saw the dark scene outside Sunan City. When looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. How the hell is this still there? How many powerful warriors have the demons and the human traders sent this time? This is terrifying. The scale of this high-level battle is truly unprecedented in my life. How terrifying. Is this a 7th level expert? It feels like if they wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as crushing a bug or an ant. This is the first time I've seen so many powerful people fighting in one day. Mom! I want to go home. Woo woo woo. This isn't the place for me. I just left the novice village, and you're asking me to join a high-level game? How cruel can you be? What are you doing here? Is this still Hanxia country? And at this moment,
being in the crowd, listening to the discussions of people around me, I was not only shocked, but more worried, panic, and fear.
This feeling of having no control over life and death is really terrifying.
For a moment, many people even felt relieved in their hearts that they were not holy angels. This time, the demons and human traders sent out so many people, which clearly showed that they came for the twin holy angels. At most, they were just innocent victims, and not the main hunting targets.
So,
with Chenhi outside attracting firepower, the danger they faced was not too great.
Etc. There seems to be a holy angel in the team.
For a moment, many freshmen focused their attention on the beautiful Chu Shi. Everyone was more panicked and frightened about this stunningly beautiful girl.
The holy angels are here. Will other demons and human traders continue to attack us like mad dogs? Can the mentors around them protect them?
Chu Shi faced many strange and bizarre looks and felt very complicated. However, she didn't care what others thought. She only had one thought in her mind.
Just worry. I am really worried about my husband's condition. My husband is a lucky man, so he should be able to survive smoothly, right? What's more, my husband has so many people protecting him. Nothing will happen. Of course. Husband, you must come back alive. Wait until you return safely this time. At worst, I'll agree to let you go off the right path. And among the crowd, Chu Shi was not the only one who was worried. Other mentors in the Magic City also shared the same concern for Chenhi's life and death. They could all see that the potential of the holy angel Chenhi was actually greater than that of Chu Shi, which could be seen from the speed of his upgrade. Not to mention, Chenhi is now also practicing the mysterious and unpredictable god and demon refining method. The future achievements cannot be underestimated. As long as it doesn't die prematurely, perhaps a 9th level holy angel can be born. By that time, how strong will Chenhi be? Such a monster, please don't die here. And this is a scene of crazy and fierce fighting among high-level strong men. It didn't just happen outside the city of southern Jiangsu and outside the Taihu Nest. At the same time, outside Jinling City and Hangzhou City, there are situations where strong human beings are blocked by demons or top strong human traders. The message from Taihu Nest seeking help is to protect Chenhi and Chu Shi at all costs, and to rescue the 2 holy angels at all costs. The demons and human traders also apparently received the order. Organize reinforcements from various cities at all costs. Delay the hunting operation for Taihu Nest at all costs.
Intense battles broke out everywhere, just like in the southeastern coastal area of Hanxia country, where large-scale high-level battles broke out from point to surface, radiating out to a wide range. A full-scale war, almost on the scale of a war, is about to break out. The situation in the surrounding major cities is in chaos. At the same time, outside the Demon City, which is farther away from Taihu Nest, when they received the distress signal from the direction of Taihu Nest, 3 tall and majestic figures stepped on the void and flew out of the towering walls of the Demon City at a high speed. Surprisingly, they were none other than the Minister of Education, the Minister of Law Enforcement, and Principal Wu Xingwen of the Magic City Academy. 2 peak 8th level masters. A 7th level peak powerhouse. It can be said that all the strongest combat forces of the Demon City have been mobilized while ensuring that the city can be defended. And seeing these 3 powerful men so anxious and rushing out of the city to provide assistance, the entire Demon City was also in an uproar. Everyone was confused. What is going on? What on earth happened? Before more people could understand the hidden truth in detail, the gate of the Magic City was closed and locked on the spot, and no one in the city was allowed to go out. This time, the Demon City is even more boiling. Is this the war coming?
However,
the 3 top-level warriors of the demon city had just left the city, stepped into the wilderness area, and rushed towards the Taihu nest to provide assistance.
Not a moment yet. Boom!
A loud noise that seemed to be able to shake the sky apart suddenly erupted.
It was a giant poisonous cloud that could envelop half of the city. Boom, boom, boom.
The Minister of Education of the Magic City immediately stepped out and raised his hand to defeat the poisonous cloud. His eyes were sharp, looking ahead with disdain. Where did these scoundrels come from?
They actually attacked me by surprise. Boom! 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 3 figures suddenly descended from the wilderness and appeared.
There was actually a black-robed man whose aura was at the peak of Beiji's, and 2 monsters that had just entered the 8th level.
His figure is like a mountain, his aura is like a city, suppressing us. Principal Wu Xingwen's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Poison King. It's actually you.
The other 2 8th level strongmen from the demon city also had sharp eyes at this moment.
Obviously recognized the person. The leader of the 3 kings of the Holy Fire Cult, one of the traitorous human factions. I didn't expect even you would be dispatched.
Looking at all the human traitors, strong men at the peak of the 8th level are extremely rare, and there are only a few of them.
To be able to reach this level is already the leader of all human rebels. Unexpectedly,
even the most powerful being like the Poison King was dispatched to siege this time.
The enemy is placing too much importance on Chenhi and Chu Shi, the 2 holy angels.
The black-robed man Poison King sneered sinisterly, like a cold-blooded venomous snake.
If it was just an ordinary holy angel, it wouldn't be that scary. What's terrifying is the holy angel with an incredible talent and an even more incredible growth rate.
Of the 2 holy angels in Nankai City, we only want the life of that evil creature named Chenhi. Why don't you just give me his head directly, so that we don't have to fight each other?
Situ Chenhi, the former president of Modu Academy and the current Minister of Education of Modu, sneered and shouted coldly without answering. Get started.
The next moment, he suddenly became a killer and rushed straight towards the Poison King. The head of the law enforcement department and Principal Wu followed closely behind, too lazy to talk nonsense, and took action directly.
An 8th level battle broke out on the outskirts of the demon city. Rumble. The 2 sides fought fiercely.
In an instant, the situation changed suddenly, and the sun and moon lost their light.
Chapter 67 Level 41. Analysis of Angel's Eyes. Inside the nest of Taihu Lake.
Swish, swish, swish.
Crash, crash.
The silver wings of the angel behind Chenhi flapped continuously, and the scenery on both sides also swept backwards rapidly. Although he was flying in the air at an extremely fast speed, he was still injured under the joint siege of 3 5th level monsters and paid a heavy price. There were dense wounds all over his body, and the blood almost dyed his clothes red.
But fortunately, after 3 sessions of body and soul training, Chenhi's physical strength was much stronger than before.
Moreover, the strengthening brought about by the training and cleansing of the body is an all-round strengthening. The healing of flesh and blood has also been enhanced. Therefore, many wounds will quickly scab over after a while and begin to heal rapidly. Generally speaking, the injuries all over his body were just superficial.
It's not too serious.
At least, no damage was done to the root. At this moment, Chenhi, who was constantly injured and was constantly surrounded by various attacks like a tide, was running away at a fast speed with a miserable look on his face. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he complained helplessly.
Damn it, why hasn't it been upgraded yet?
Why is it so difficult to cross this level from the 3rd to the 4th level? Just before this, he had killed 5 or 6 3rd level monsters while fleeing, all of which were at the peak of the 3rd level and close to the 4th level.
But it hasn't been upgraded yet?
After killing the 4th level mutant black ape, he clearly felt that he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 4th level, but after hunting for half a day, there was no movement.
This is a fucking human being.
While escaping, he used all his strength to squeeze out a gap to burst out with all his strength and complete the hunt with 1 strike. Every time you have to pay a lot of price, the consumption is quite large.
If this continues, he was just afraid that he would really die here.
Just as Chenhi was mumbling and complaining silently.
Swish.
The lake water in front suddenly churned, and a large black shadow suddenly emerged from under the water.
Phew. Crash.
Then, a large black shadow emerged from under the water, broke through the water and soared into the air, opened its bloody mouth, spewed out an extremely foul-smelling airflow, and came towards Chenhi to bite.
That was a 4th level monster.
Moreover, by looking at the shape, luster, and color of the scales on its body, it can be distinguished that this is a 4th level fang lionfish. It has a deadly poison in its body, and with its sharp teeth it can easily swallow a large cow. In an instant, Chenhi used the keen senses brought by the angel eyes to judge that its level was at least the upper middle level of the 4th stage, or the level of 46 or 47.
This level gap is a bit too big.
Chenhi couldn't guarantee a kill with one strike. Even if he tried his best, he might not be able to do it. His previous consumption was really too great. Now, even if I want to gather all my energy and spirit to complete a judgment, I can't do it.
Currently, he can only use the 5 sword skills he has learned. And there is only one chance.
If he misses the first strike, once the fanged lionfish falls back into the water, or if he is caught up and killed by the 3 5th level monsters behind him due to a brief entanglement, he will have no choice but to die.
Damn it. Let us fight. This is my only hope. Even if the possibility is slim, I have to give it a try.
Chenhi's eyes were bloodshot, and he was determined to die.
This is a life or death situation. He must seize the opportunity and give it a try. Think of this.
All the countless distracting thoughts in Chenhi's mind disappeared. He took the initiative to clear all his thoughts and even stopped paying attention to the 3 5th level monsters behind him.
Now. Eyes look at the nose looks at the mouth looks at the heart. The 7 orifices become one. The body and mind are connected.
The so-called combination of chi and force and momentum, and the situation are all there, which is called intention.
In mid-air,
he suddenly closed his eyes, forgetting everything around him, ignoring everything around him, and even forgetting that he was flying in the air.
Now,
his whole world consists of only himself and the holy angel sword in his hand. He suddenly exhaled a breath of foul air, and felt that his limbs, bones, and internal organs were all enveloped and ignited by a mysterious aura at this moment.
Sword intention. From the heart.
A sword intent arises in my heart, and the sky and the earth become wide in an instant.
Eat my heart sword.
Chenhi held the angel holy sword in both hands. Under the powerful speed of angel silver wings, not only did it not retreat, but it rushed towards the fanged lionfish, flying towards it with its bloody mouth wide open. And within the eyes of the fanged lionfish, a fierce bloody light burst out.
Roar, roar, roar.
It roared fiercely and increased its speed a bit. The dark green fish scales all over the body burst into a fierce luster under the sunlight.
Now, Chenhi's entire body's energy and spirit were completely solidified into one point.
He no longer thought about how to dodge the attack of the fanged lionfish, he only thought about killing the enemy.
Kill this 4th level monster. Don't avoid or flee. Don't hide or retreat. Charge.
With the help of Angel's eyes, he caught a glimpse of a deadly flash of blood. The only fatal weakness of the fanged lionfish that could kill with one blow was in its bloody mouth.
Die.
He rushed towards the huge mouth with fangs and charged forward.
The next moment,
he rushed directly into the fish's mouth, as if he was giving himself a head. Being bitten hard by the upper and lower fangs. Teeth marks deep enough to see the bones suddenly appeared on the waist, back, and shoulder blades.
Puff.
Blood splattered. But Chenhi gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, and the light of his heart sword exploded deep within the fish's mouth.
Tear. Puff. Puff. Amidst the loud bang,
the huge fanged lionfish, with a body as large as 8 meters long and wide, exploded like a big water ball filled with water, and all kinds of red and white things, broken limbs and debris inside splattered everywhere. The body was completely torn apart by the sword energy that was in harmony with his mind, and shattered into a cloud of blood mist.
Kill with one hit. Rumble.
Under the strong inertia and the crushing damage from the bloody mouth, Chenhi's body crashed into an island not far away in a very embarrassing manner. He rolled over several times before he managed to stand up straight with the help of the angel's silver wings. He covered the wounds on his chest and abdomen that were still dripping with bright red blood, and the eerie white bones inside were faintly visible. This time, hedging the risk and forcibly killing the target, he also suffered serious injuries.
At the same time,
next to his ears, a prompt sound from the career panel came.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully killing the tusk lionfish.
Your level has increased by 2.
With this level upgrade, Chenhi's level officially broke through the level 40 mark and reached LV 41.
Became a genuine 4th level strongman. At the same time,
he found that the talent skill column and the career panel had changed, and new abilities were unlocked.
Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 41.
Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle.
12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings.
Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations.
Talent skill 3, Angel's Eyes. Primary effect, Insight, can see the target's weaknesses.
Intermediate effect newly unlocked, Analysis, analyze the target's attack moves.
Innate skill 4, Angel's Judgment. Primary effect, kill at the same level. Talent skill 5, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Talent skill 6, insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Oh my god. I've successfully unlocked my 4th talent skill, Angel's Judgment. I can now gather all my strength and forcibly kill enemies of my level. In addition, the intermediate effect of Angel Eyes has also been unlocked, which is the ability to analyze. This analytical ability seems quite powerful. It's like the Max Pro version of the previous Insight. In a hurry, I checked the career panel and briefly understood the effects of Angel Judgment and Analysis. Although he was in a difficult situation, Chenhi felt very comfortable. Judgment can kill those of the same level, whether they are humans or demons. This means that when you meet someone of the same level, you can kill him with just one sword. And if he could clearly see the opponent's attack pattern through analysis, he could dodge the attack more easily. It is even possible to predict the opponent's offensive in advance and launch a counterattack based on the understanding and mastery of the opponent's attack methods. The saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle, is exactly this truth. In addition, this level upgrade allowed him to complete a cross-level enhancement. It has also had a great impact on my own condition. Although, it is impossible to completely heal all the injuries. But he already has the strength to fight again. Although he had just been injured, causing his speed to decrease. But it is enhanced by the effect of analysis. Now, the 3 5th level monsters behind him can only eat his dust from behind. Think of this. Chenhi instantly cheered up, flapped his angel's silver wings once again, and flew into the air. Swish. Swish. One powerful attack after another came. But it was clearly analyzed by Chenhi's angel eyes, and the judgment was clear and obvious. They were all dodged lightly. It was even easier to dodge than before he was injured. This made Chenhi extremely excited. This also made the 3 5th level monsters behind him jump in anger, and their entire bodies turned red. Continue to hunt him down more intensely. And at this moment, far away in Taihu Lake Nest, on top of a thick and tall tree, a man wrapped in thick black cloth, with only a handsome pale face exposed, was watching the situation of Taihu Nest from afar. Under that thick black cloth, his body seems to be constantly changing. Suddenly a thick tail grew on its back, suddenly it squirmed and tried to grow wings, and suddenly scales were crawling around, twisted and weird. His mental state also seems to be somewhat split and frantic. From time to time, he would bang his head against the tree trunk next to him to stay conscious and not go crazy and turn into a real monster. He has sharp eyes. From a great distance, he witnessed Chenhi dodging the attacks of 3 5th order monsters. His face twitched and twisted, but he forced a smile. Junior brother, he is indeed a good seedling. But how far can he reach in physical and spiritual cultivation? If Principal Wu Xingwen of the Magic City Academy was standing here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person's face. It was none other than the senior brother Lin Mufeng, who had escaped from the siege of 9th level experts and disappeared without a trace. After muttering to himself briefly, he raised his head again and looked towards the center of Taihu Nest. He muttered, "Aren't you going to close the net yet? These guys playing tactics are so filthy-minded." Chapter 68, When the net is closing, I am the bait? Taihu Lake Nest. Where Chenhi is. Due to the level increase and the latest improvement of the talent skill Angel's Eyes, the intermediate effect is unlocked. Although there is no way to kill these 3 5th level monsters. But relying on just 3 5th level monsters, they were not able to defeat Chenhi. Roar, roar, roar. All this strenuous pursuit and desperate fighting ended in vain. This made the 3 5th level monsters very angry. I was scratching my head anxiously, but there was nothing I could do. Even seeing that the attack was full of loopholes and could not hit him at all, Chenhi was dodging it with increasing ease,
but he did not forget to turn his head to taunt and provoke.
A 5th level monster? 3 killed in 1? That's it? You 3 can't do anything to me. If we fight one-on-one, I will kill you. 3 pieces of garbage. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar.
The 3 5th level monsters were furious and wanted to rush over like crazy to cut Chenhi into pieces.
However, just as the 3 5th level monsters suddenly jumped up and tried to launch a new round of attacks. Boom! Crunch! The earth suddenly cracked.
Countless huge rocks and soil shattered, and a huge mouth that covered the sky and the sun suddenly tore out from the ground and swallowed the 5th level 2-headed demon ape that was rushing in the front into its mouth.
Crunch, crunch.
The huge mouth chewed happily, and in just a few bites, it easily chewed the previously ferocious and domineering 2-headed demon ape into a pool of blood. Mixed with blood and flesh, it was swallowed into the stomach.
Before Chenhi and the other 2 5th level monsters could react,
2 more ugly giant mouths emerged from under the earth, tearing the earth into a chasm. They bit down a 5th level monster in one mouthful, chewed it into pieces in 2 or 3 bites, and swallowed it into their stomachs.
But it only took a breath. All 3 5th level monsters are gone and have become food for other people. There is not even the slightest chance or room for resistance.
What swallowed them were 3 7th level monsters with ferocious faces and bodies as tall as mountains.
A giant python, a giant tiger, and a giant wolf. Each head only showed its head, and it was about 30 or 40 meters high out of the ground. If its entire body were to emerge from the ground, it would become a gigantic beast hundreds of meters tall. It was exactly the 3 powerful auras of 7th level monsters that had rushed over earlier. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The 3 5th level monsters that were chasing Chenhi suddenly transformed into 3 7th level monsters. Hiccup. The 7th level giant python that swallowed the 2-headed demon ape burped. He raised his huge evil head, spoke in human language, and said in a cold voice, "What a waste of 3. Eating them would make my teeth dirty. I can't even take down a mere rank 4 trash human. It's really embarrassing for us demons." Then, those cold, emotionless snake eyes fell directly on Chenhi.
Chenhi's scalp instantly went numb and he broke out in cold sweat. All the retreat routes around him had been completely blocked, and he had lost all chances of escape.
The 7th level giant python snorted coldly and looked down on him. Holy angel?
Ha, this is just a 4th level trash.
Only when you grow up can you be called a holy angel. If you don't grow up, you are just a little chicken at the mercy of others. Nothing more than that. In front of a true high-level expert, you are nothing. After saying that, it suddenly opened its mouth and a sharp blood arrow shot out from it. Attack Chenhi directly. There is a sense of contempt, as if I can easily kill you with just spitting. Facing this blow that was enough to kill the game, Chenhi was suppressed by the aura of the 3 7th level monsters and could not move at all.
Moreover, the 7th level giant python had already blocked all his retreat routes and energy.
Even if it is using angel eyes to the extreme,
he couldn't find any flaws at all, let alone analyze the movements of the 7th level giant python.
It is said that the 7th level is a huge watershed. Cross this level. It is equivalent to raising the level of life. There is a saying that those below the 7th level are all ants. Is this a 7th level expert?
Chenhi had a blank expression on his face, but a trace of sadness rose in his heart.
Am I going to die? For a while,
Chenhi seemed to see a revolving lantern flashing rapidly. He saw his parents and relatives, and also saw the person he missed the most, Cece.
If he died, Cece, you would be very sad, right?
But he had really reached his limit. Facing 3 5th level monsters, he still had room to resist.
But this is a 7th level monster. Level 7.
Even though Chenhi was determined, he felt a little desperate at this moment.
God wants him to die.
Just when Chenhi thought that he was going to die here. In the pupil, the blood arrow was rapidly enlarging.
Suddenly, whoosh!
Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the world was solemn. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth and crush everything rose into the sky. Like a pillar supporting the sky and a beam spanning the sea.
Swish!
In almost 1,000th of a second, a sharp radiance erupted with a series of sonic booms, surging through the air.
The sky was split into 2 at this moment. A giant blade that was 1,000 meters high and as thick as the Great Wall flashed in the sky.
flying across the sky, tearing through space. It was like a sharp axe chopping down the sapling,
destroying with ease.
Puff! The blood arrow that made Chenhi feel despair exploded on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Also shattered to pieces and completely cut off by the light were 3 huge heads tens of meters high.
These 3 7th-level monsters with terrifying auras were killed on the spot. Puff! Puff! Puff!
3 blood pillars shot up into the sky, forming a huge blood-colored waterfall that splashed ink across the sky and earth like a geyser.
The entire Taihu nest was then engulfed in a violent rain of blood.
The world fell silent. Chenhi stared blankly with his eyes wide open, unable to believe what was happening before him.
What the hell is this? 3 7th-level monsters, gone? Just a breath of time, and it's gone?
He raised his head in a daze, only to see that the huge weapon that reached the sky was actually a 3-pointed, double-edged sword. Just now, it was this 3-pointed, double-edged sword that fell from the sky and directly killed 3 7th-level monsters.
What the hell is going on? A 3-pointed, double-edged sword, this seems to be the weapon of the legendary Guanko Erlang, Xingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan, and Yang Jian, right? What on earth is this? High in the sky.
I saw a man wearing shining silver armor. The sky was dim, with stars and moon scattered everywhere, and he stretched out his hand to make a gesture.
In the void.
The 3-pointed, 2-edged sword that pierced the sky and the earth kept shrinking, and finally turned into the size of an ordinary weapon, flying into the hands of this person. The third eye on his forehead seems to be able to see through all the truths of the world. He roared loudly, his voice echoing throughout the venue and creating a hurricane over Taihu Nest.
Closing the net. Immediately. Swish. Swish. Swish.
One after another, figures soared into the sky, and the powerful aura covered the sky and the earth like a tidal wave. It makes people so shocked and frightened that they dare not say more. At the core of Taihu Nest, 6 8th-level warriors suddenly appeared.
The breadth is vast and boundless.
They descended from all directions and launched a bloody and brutal massacre against the human traitors and high-level demons that appeared everywhere.
Ah! How is this possible? How is this possible? It's him! He's the war god who protects the Hansha kingdom. Fuck! Run! No! No! It shouldn't be like this. How could humans discover our hunting plan? How could it be? So, we are the prey. We are the prey. Ha 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 ha. I don't accept it. I don't accept it.
You launched a sneak attack, showing no respect for martial ethics.
Is it too late for me to kneel down and beg for mercy now? Now.
Those black-robed human traitors who had been quite rampant in fighting for a long time no longer cared about the enemies in front of them. They were terrified and fled madly in all directions.
However,
in front of the 6 8th-level strongmen, there were also the siege of 7th-level strongmen such as Vice Principal Yuan Shuxiang, who launched a siege in return. In just a moment, all the black-robed human traitors were killed while screaming.
No one survived.
This was almost a one-sided massacre without any suspense.
Same.
Also, in the Taihu Nest, those monsters whose levels exceeded the 4th level, and even the high-level monsters that appeared everywhere, were all killed one by one. A high-level melee in which the two sides were evenly matched, and even the human side was at a disadvantage. In just a short moment, it was calmed down. Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain, that's about it.
The situation reversed instantly.
These scenes seemed so bizarre that they completely stunned Chenhi.
He muttered to himself blankly. What the hell? What the hell? So many powerful human traitors, just gone like that? Gone? This is fucking too intense. What's going on? No. Something's wrong.
Chenhi only realized what had happened at this moment and slapped his forehead in shock.
This all seems like a fucking premeditated plan. From the beginning of the experience in Taihu Nest, it was all a plan. And it seems like I, a holy angel, have been used as bait. Oh shit.
Fortunately, he had been in despair before, and had narrowly escaped death several times. He almost died, but he managed to fight his way out of the pursuit of 3 5th-level demons.
It turns out that there has always been an 8th-level expert and that 3-eyed figure backing them up? This is too outrageous. Chapter 69. When did the holy angel become so powerful?
Chenhi raised his head and looked up at the sky. I saw the majestic man in silver armor and a long, blood-red cloak on his back. The man had a third vertical pupil between his eyebrows, looking majestic and imposing. He held a three-pointed, two-edged spear in his hand. He was indeed an extremely majestic and domineering powerful man. Chenhi stroked his chin, carefully recalling everything that happened today.
It's obvious. He was used as bait.
It is specially used as bait to catch those powerful individual traders and high-level demons.
And he was kept in the dark and used from beginning to end. Although
this experience of being chased truly served the purpose of training, allowing him to complete the transformation from the third level to the fourth level in the shortest time.
And it also greatly deepened the actual combat ability.
If he were to encounter a fifth-level monster like the former again in the future, he would have the strength to fight and would not be so timid. He would even be able to remain calmer when facing such ambushes and hunting.
But he has gained experience.
The fact that these people used him as bait cannot be let off so easily.
Chenhi has never been the kind of person who would suffer a loss. It must not be used as bait in vain. We must squeeze out some benefits. Blackmail hard. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. Then,
at this moment, Chenhi was still holding his chest and gasping for breath.
Swish. Rustle.
Yuan Shuxiang, the vice president of Magic City Academy, suddenly flashed and transformed into countless peach blossom petals, appearing beside Chenhi with a fragrant breeze. Chenhi was seen covered in blood, his clothes soaked.
Yuan Shuxiang frowned immediately and anxiously checked Chenhi's injuries and body. Student Chenhi, are you okay? The wounds on your body, hiss. Fighting 3 fifth-level monsters, you must have suffered so much. I didn't expect you to be able to persevere for so long. You are indeed a top genius that even the principal praises. The teacher is so proud of you. Chenhi was fine.
After a while, the wounds on his chest and abdomen caused by the fanged lionfish had healed a lot.
Gradually began to heal.
It is not as hideous as before where the bones can be seen. I think as long as I go back and take good care of the wound, it will heal quickly. This divine and demonic method of strengthening the body and refining the soul is truly a top-notch method to seize the fortune of heaven and earth.
Its uses are endless. I'm fine, Vice Principal Yuan.
Not only am I alive and well, but I've also successfully advanced to the 4th level and unlocked new talents and skills.
What?
Vice Principal Yuan was shocked, breathing rapidly, with a look of intense surprise on his face.
4th level? Already past level 4 so soon? How the hell can it be so fast?
You know, it has only been 2 months since Chenhi awakened.
A breakthrough to the 4th level already? Oh shit. It's outrageous. The average strength of graduates from their 4 top universities is around level 4.
In other words, Chenhi's current strength is already at the level of a graduate.
What is the value of this?
Although, being able to advance to a higher level as quickly as possible is the main purpose of sending students here to train together this time.
Moreover, many unexpected events occurred afterwards.
This led to Chenhi forcing his way out of the encirclement at a critical moment, forcing his way through the bloody situation and gaining additional opportunities.
However, Chenhi's upgrade speed was a bit too exaggerated. Yuan Shuxiang opened her mouth to say something. But he seemed to be hesitant to speak, and hesitant to speak.
After hesitating for a long time, he asked with a stammer.
What on earth did you just go through? How did you improve so quickly? Weren't you being hunted all the time? People can't, or at least shouldn't, level up while being hunted, right? Chenhi saw shock written all over Vice Principal Yuan's beautiful face. It's absolutely shocking. I feel a little happy for some reason. So he recounted his experience in detail. Vice Principal Yuan, I was just being chased by 3 5th-level demons.
In fact, I also killed quite a few monsters along the way. The first one was a mutant black ape that was probably just entering the 4th stage, level 41 or 42. After killing it, I directly improved several levels. I feel that I can break through to the 4th stage in no time. At the time, I was thinking that if I could break through to the 4th level during the pursuit, maybe I could successfully shake off the pursuit of those 3 5th-level monsters and escape. So, I tried my best to find traces of other monsters, and forcibly killed 5 or 6 peak-level 3rd-level monsters. But unexpectedly, the level has not been improved for a long time. I was also quite exhausted at the time, and I felt like I was about to be caught and killed due to my lack of strength. Fortunately, there is always a way out, and I encountered a mid to high level 4th level fanged lionfish.
Desperately trading injuries for injuries, I forced the heart sword I had learned earlier to kill the fang lionfish. Only now can I truly break through to the 4th level. As Chenhi continued his story, the expression on Vice Principal Yuan's face became more and more interesting and surprised. Obviously, he was shocked again. What? What are you talking about? Yuan Shuxiang could clearly understand each word individually, but when all the words were put together, she found it difficult to understand. Oh my god, what are you talking about? You told me to take it slow, first take it slow. Why don't I quite understand? 2 4th-tier monsters? One of them is even a level 46 or 47 fang lionfish? That's one of the top 3 top monsters in the entire Taihu Nest Monster Atlas. You were being chased by 3 5th level monsters, yet you were able to kill them? And the price was just a non-fatal wound? This. There were 5 or 6 peak level 3rd level monsters before? You were probably only around level 30 at the time, probably in the middle of the 3rd stage, right? With the strength of a mid-level 3rd stage cultivator, you killed 2 4th level demons? And you killed 5 or 6 peak level 3rd level demon beasts? Oh my goodness, you're exaggerating. No wonder he was able to reach the 4th level in such a short time. When did this damn holy angel become so powerful? Even if the holy angel truly surpasses the top SSS class profession. But the problem is, it's not like she hasn't seen top professions that surpass the SSS level. But I have never seen anyone as powerful as Chenhi. Thinking of this, Yuan Shuxiang suddenly came to her senses. Wrong. It's not the holy angel profession that is powerful, but Chenhi is powerful. Heart sword is one of the most difficult sword techniques to learn among all the skill books in the Magic City Academy. Like the heaven and earth combined move that Chenhi had learned before, both are sword moves that emphasize meaning over form. What you need to rely on is the ability to comprehend. Once you can comprehend it thoroughly, you will be able to unleash extremely strong strength. But if you don't understand it, you may never be able to get started in your life. It's too weak to even be used for chopping wood. That is to say, Chenhi's talent for learning skills is also top-notch. This is a real monster. Vice Principal Yuan Shuxiang was stunned and almost dumbfounded. I couldn't speak for a long time. Although the holy angels that were born before upgraded very quickly and had extremely exaggerated combat power, these strong men were far behind Chenhi. So, it's not that the holy angel profession is too powerful, but that Chenhi is really too powerful. It's simply a pentagonal warrior with no blind spots in all directions. Is there anything he can't do? At this time, Chenhi suddenly recalled the demons he had killed before. Although many monsters can be killed with one strike and blown to pieces on the spot, it is difficult for too much material to be left on their bodies, but even if there are only some broken limbs or monster cores, they are all treasures. Must pick it up. He doesn't care if others kill strangely. But you have to collect all the spoils of the monsters you kill together. Vice Principal, I want to collect the materials from the monsters I killed earlier. Yuan Shuxiang was speechless. Unexpectedly, after so many things happened, what Chenhi cared about most was still the spoils. This guy is a real person. She nodded and accompanied Chenhi, walking back along the route they had just escaped. Recollect loot materials. The view along the way is simply shocking. Yuan Shuxiang reconstructed the entire process of the chase from the perspective of an observer, and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. This child. It's amazing. Walking and walking. Chenhi suddenly tilted his head and asked. Vice Principal Yuan, who is that Erlang Shun? His profession should be related to the legendary Erlang Xianchengzhenjuan, right? Yuan Shuxiang didn't react at first, wondering who Chenhi was talking about. Ah. Chenhi raised his hand and pointed at the handsome man with 3 eyes in the sky. That's him. Oh, him. Yuan Shuxiang finally realized what was happening. He is the protector of our Hansha nation. In the eyes of many powerful high-level demons and high-ranking human traders, his name is truly feared. His name is Yang Zhenhua, and he's the head of the country's newest department, the United Front Work Department. It's also an SSS-level talent class, and the class name is Three-Eyed Lord. The level currently disclosed to the public is 98. He is also one of the 5 strongest people in our Hansha country. Chapter 70, the United Front Work Department is established. Top 5 in the country. After listening to Vice Principal Yuan Shuxiang's introduction, Chenhi was a little confused. A brand new department? The United Front Work Department? Has there been such a department before? How come I've never even heard of it?
The other three departments, as well as the Garrison Department, which is an extremely important department, were all established a long time ago.
This is the first time I've heard of the name United Front Work Department.
Even Yang Zhenghua, one of the top 5 three-eyed gods in the country, is the director of this department. It seems that Hanxia Kingdom attaches great importance to this department.
Vice Principal Yuan Shusheng nodded and informed him. Yes, this United Front Work Department is the newest department established by the country. Come to think of it, it was established right after your class of university students started school. Currently, the document has just been distributed to the 4 major cities, and it hasn't become widely known yet. Also, the very existence of this department is quite special. Chenhi suddenly realized, thought about it, and then asked. Then, what are the responsibilities of this United Front Work Department? There should be a fundamental difference between this and the 4 existing state departments, right? Yuan Shusheng answered each question patiently. Anyway, these secrets cannot be hidden from Chenhi. With Chenhi's incredible talent, coupled with his SSS-level talent as a holy angel, he might establish a close connection with the United Front Work Department in the future. The establishment of the United Front Work Department is mainly to fight demons in the wild. After all, humanity can't just stubbornly resist and stay behind high walls forever. We also need to expand outward, conquer, and even officially sound the clarion call for a counterattack. Therefore, the main responsibility of the United Front Work Department is to completely eliminate the evils, traitors, and heretical cults lurking within our human race, as well as to forcefully counterattack those high-level demons who are eyeing our human race covetously. Use the strongest force and the most fierce attitude to fight back. Try to recapture the cities that were completely lost to the demonic invasion.
Chenhi was stunned when he heard this. I roughly understood the specific purpose of establishing the United Front Work Department. In the past, the main purpose of the Ministry of Education, the Coordination Department, the Law Enforcement Department, and the Garrison Department was to defend as much as possible and protect the current boundaries and territory of the human race. Because even with the full cooperation of these 4 departments, defending the city is still not an easy task. If you make a mistake, you may be attacked by a large-scale invasion of demons.
And in the future, the situation may be reversed. To put it bluntly, humans could only defend themselves in the past, but now, under the leadership of the United Front Work Department, they are starting to fight back. This is a good thing.
But at the same time, Chenhi was also a little worried.
Is this really possible? Humanity is facing the constant invasion of demons. After all, it is still a bit difficult.
Trying to fight back now is more likely to result in a waste of time and money, or even cause more meaningless sacrifices.
It is also unknown whether the United Front Work Department can do all this well. Then, Chenhi thought about it briefly and then asked other questions. Vice President Yuan, could you tell me who the other 4 of the country's 5 most powerful men are? What are their innate professions? I've never heard of this before.
Vice Principal Yuan smiled faintly and nodded.
Yes, this information itself is not a secret.
It is known to everyone in the upper echelons. It also has a strong deterrent effect on demons and human traitors.
In fact, these other 4 powerful people are the heads of the 4 major departments. The head of the Garrison, Yu Tianfeng, is level 99 and possesses the extremely rare SSS-level talent class, Star Prophet. He possesses the will of the galaxy, observes the heavens and the earth, deduces all things, and responds to disasters and averts them. The Minister of Education, Xiang Shifei, is level 99 and holds the extremely rare SSS-level talent class, 9 Heavens Thunder Lord.
He is in charge of the Tianxiao Thunder Department, and all myriad thunder techniques and celestial phenomena are under his control. The head of the Law Enforcement Department, Luan Hongsheng, is level 96 and holds the rather rare SS-level talent class, True Lord of Karma Fire. He controls the Crimson Lotus Fire of heaven and earth, burning the heavens and devouring the earth.
Head of the Coordination Department, Su Qiqing, is level 95. She holds the rare SS rank talent class, End Valkyrie.
It's rumored that she can summon the spirits of the heroes of Valhalla to fight alongside her, and possesses the power to trigger Ragnarok.
She's a chosen Valkyrie.
Chenhi listened very carefully and briefly memorized the occupations and levels of these 4 powerful men.
Then, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Vice Principal, why are there so many levels of difference between these ministers?
The Minister of Defense and the Minister of Education are both at level 99, legendary masters who have reached the pinnacle of perfection.
Meanwhile, the Minister of Coordination is only at level 95. Isn't that a big gap? In other words, among the experts ranked from 6th to 10th in our country, perhaps none have reached level 95? This is a bit strange. Why are there so few 9th level experts at the highest level of the country? There are very few 9th order warriors above level 95. Even if humans cannot have a level 100 supreme expert, the number of extreme experts cannot be so rare, right? Yuan Shuxiang shook her head and laughed, explaining. What do you think 9th order experts are? Are they cabbages? Can you just own them so easily? The higher the level of the awakener, the more difficult it is to level up. Don't be fooled by the fact that your level is increasing very quickly now. But once you reach level 60 and enter the 6th stage, your level increase will become very slow. After reaching the 9th level of the 90th level, advancing to the next level becomes even more difficult than ascending to heaven. Each level up requires 100 or 1,000 times more energy than before. Moreover, once you reach the 9th level, each level you advance will likely double your strength, or even several times stronger. Why is it that when a level 99 extreme master attempts to forcefully break through to level 100, he's unable to utilize the skills of his class? It's very simple. Because the gap between level 99 and level 100 could be 4 or 5 times, or even 10 times or more. At the 9th level, it can be said that each step is a new level, and each level is a new heaven. Compared to your current low-level advancement, it's almost like two completely different worlds. Let alone our Hanxia nation, even if we look at the entire world, there are not many powerful humans above level 90 in the entire human realm. Very few. The vast majority of awakened people die before they can truly grow up. On the other hand, there aren't many demons out there, even those at level 9 or even above level 100. They're also quite rare, and they won't be deployed easily. Chenhi wrote down all these situations one by one. It can be considered as an enlightenment. He can think of this level promotion as an online game, that is, the higher the level, the more experience points are required. So, the level increases very slowly. Especially at the 9th level, the experience points required for each level upgrade may be an astronomical number, more than the experience points required for all previous level upgrades combined. It's really fascinating. When he breaks through to the 9th level one day, perhaps he will be able to kill a 7th level demon with the snap of his fingers, just like the three-eyed god, Minister Yang Zhenghua. Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain. Just thinking about it makes me happy. So strong. Suddenly, Chenhi felt that he had the motivation to become stronger. He also wants to be the strongest person who plays chess behind the scenes and treats everyone else as pawns and bait. After learning so much high-level information, Chenhi has almost collected all the materials about the monsters he killed before. And at this moment, the minister of the United Front Work Department in the sky had long since disappeared. He didn't even say hello to Chenhi, the bait, nor did he give Chenhi the opportunity to extort benefits in return. Chenhi was not willing to accept it and mentioned it to Vice Principal Yuan beside him. Vice Principal Yuan, what exactly is going on with this operation? I seem to have been kept in the dark the entire time. I've been used as bait, right? Does the school know about this? Mention this matter. Yuan Shuxiang's face also looked a little ugly. In such a short period of time, so many enemies gathered together, and so many high-level demons and human traitors appeared. It's hard to say that there was anyone deliberately plotting and adding fuel to the fire. They even actively spread the news. How is that possible? Moreover, the appearance of Yang Zhenghua and those 8th-level strongmen from the United Front Work Department at the last moment clearly showed that it had been planned long ago. But their Magic City Academy, and the instructors and leaders of 4 other academies, actually knew nothing about it. Still training here in Taihu Nest like a fool. Yuan Shuxiang couldn't help but frown and said with some annoyance. Student Chenhi, don't worry, this matter won't just end like this. The principal and the school will definitely seek justice for you. We, the 4 universities, must also ask the United Front Work Department for clarification. Fortunately, there are not many powerful human traitors dispatched in this matter, and the only high-level demons that have appeared so far are the 7th level. Whenever an 8th level or even 9th level demon appears in Taihu Nest, even if the United Front Work Department killed them all, it is estimated that all the people from the 4 universities who came to Taihu Nest today would die here and be wiped out. In high-level battles, even the slightest impact on low-level awakeners will result in massive casualties. However, these people involved in the game were kept in the dark from beginning to end,
and were used as bait to be manipulated at will.
It's just chaos.
He doesn't care about the safety of the people in the four institutions at all. In the past, everyone treated SSS-level talent classes like treasures, protecting them meticulously.
How could they stand out like this, rushing forward to act as bait and target? If something really goes wrong, who can take the responsibility? She must seek justice for Chenhi.
Demand justice for the students and tutors implicated in this incident at the four universities.
This matter is not over yet. Chapter 71. The war is over. Now. Outside the Magic City. The three powerful men, Chenhi, the Minister of Education of Magic City, the Minister of Law Enforcement Department of Magic City, and Wu Xingwen, the Principal of Magic City Academy, are fighting with the demons from the evil camp and human traders. The Poison King, one of the leaders of the human traders and the head of the three kings of the Holy Fire Cult, suddenly changed his expression as he hid his face under the black robe and hood. I thought to myself that this was not good. He immediately waved up a ball of dark green poisonous mist, causing all the surrounding clouds to be infected with dark green color. Even the three most powerful men from the demon city paused for a moment. Cover your face to curb the spread of toxins. Principal Wu Xingwen, who was slightly weaker and only at the peak of the 7th level, couldn't help but cough a few times to expel the poisonous mist that had invaded his body. Taking advantage of this moment of opportunity, the Poison King suddenly shouted, "Let us go.
It's not a good place to stay for long." The other two high-level demons followed suit with a stern attitude and did not bother to further entangle.
The figure flashed and immediately fled desperately into the distance.
The figure flashed by in an instant and disappeared without a trace in just a moment.
There is no intention of continuing the fight. Seeing this,
the Minister of Education, the Minister of Law Enforcement, and Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy were all confused and looked at each other.
What happened? Why did they retreat so suddenly?
In the battle just now, they didn't have the upper hand, but they weren't at a disadvantage either. If they had continued to fight, we might have been tied up.
Why did they suddenly withdraw? Could it be that something happened at Taihu Nest?
Principal Wu's expression changed instantly, and he had some bad associations. This is also a case of worrying too much.
My scalp suddenly went numb and my eyes froze. He asked with a trembling voice. Could it be that something happened to my two precious disciples?
If their hunt is complete, there's no point in them staying here to hold us back.
Xiaoxi, could it be that they have already?
Minister of Education Chenhi frowned, pressed his shoulder and shook his head.
Xingwen, don't think too much. This shouldn't be the problem. If something really happened to Chuxi and Chenhi, and the other party's hunting mission was successfully completed, then based on my understanding of the Poison King, there is no way he would withdraw so easily and decisively. The head of the Magic City Law Enforcement Department standing nearby had obviously also dealt with the Poison King.
Seeing this, he answered casually from the side as if to comfort her and echoed,
"That's right.
The Poison King has a capricious and erratic temperament, and is extremely good at using all kinds of trash talk to disturb people's minds. If they really succeed in taking over Taihu Nest, I'm afraid that even if the Poison King wants to evacuate, he won't be able to resist some trash talk and ridicule us.
Now that they've left so abruptly, it might mean the riot in Taihu Nest has been forcibly suppressed, or perhaps reinforcements from other cities have arrived."
Wu Xingwen took a deep breath and immediately suppressed the hesitation in his heart.
Forget it, let's rush to Taihu Nest first.
Although he felt that what Minister Situ and the Minister of Law Enforcement said made some sense, it was difficult for him to remain calm before he actually saw with his own eyes that his disciples' lives were safe. He immediately turned into a meteor and quickly rushed towards the distant Taihu Nest.
At the same time,
the same situation occurred outside Hangzhou and Jinling at almost the same time. The human traders and demons who were supposed to intercept the powerful men from the two major cities actually escaped. There was no hesitation or desire to fight at all.
Run very fast. Quickly come, quickly go. Certainly.
Whether in Hangzhou or Jinling, the strong men in the city who saw the distress signal and rushed to help, all rushed together again towards the Taihu Nest.
We must confirm the specific situation of Taihu Nest before we can feel at ease. And at this moment, outside of southern Jiangsu, the situation is quite different.
The human trader who intercepted the strong man from southern Sunan City was informed of the Taihu Nest at the first time, and his entire army was wiped out.
The hunting operation had completely collapsed.
Because he was born in southern Jiangsu City, and this place is too close to the Taihu Lake Nest Thunder. The powerful people from the United Front Work Department who will come to settle accounts with them later will definitely not let them go. So, in order to prevent their identities from being discovered, the three black-robed figures looked at each other and shouted, "Long live my Lord! Long live my holy church! Long live my Lord! Long live my holy church! Humanity will eventually perish. Sooner or later, my Lord will reign supreme over the world and crush all of you. Ho 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 ho!" Amidst the sound of wild laughter looking up to the sky, a strong aura suddenly burst out from the bodies of the three figures. It was blazing and hot, like a huge fireball about to explode completely, possessing the power to destroy the world. The eyes of Sunan City's law enforcement minister, coordination minister, and education minister all changed at the same time, and their faces became serious. Oh no! They're going to self-destruct. We absolutely cannot allow the aftermath of their self-explosion to harm Sunan City. Stop it. Block it now. Boom. Boom 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 boom. A series of terrifying explosions shook the sky. It caused great changes in the world and distorted the situation. The air was swept by a strong heat wave, and the strong wind tore everything apart. The whole world fell into absolute chaos. The three powerful ministers immediately joined forces. Together, they enveloped the blazing mushroom cloud in the horrific damage caused by the three people's simultaneous self-explosion, forcibly containing them under a shield that suddenly appeared. The three of them flushed red at the same time and paused for breath. Puff! The two ministers with lower cultivation levels vomited blood on the spot. His breathing was a little weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. The remaining minister also obviously suffered a severe backlash. His breath condensed and he suffered injuries inside his body. Outside of southern Jiangsu City, there was an uproar. No matter whether it was the teachers and students of the four academies who were caught in the melee, or the awakened ones guarding the city walls of Sunan City, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. The 7th-level strongmen self-destructed one after another. The power that could destroy the world was simply terrifying. These three men in black robes who launched the sneak attack knew they were no match for their opponent, but they blew themselves up on the spot without even a moment's hesitation. This is too crazy. If it were anyone else, they would probably never see such a grand spectacle of 7th-level powerhouses self-destructing one after another in their entire lives. Today's melee really opened their eyes. But until now, there are still many people who don't quite understand. How did this melee break out? Why are there so many high-level experts coming here out of nowhere? The chaos in southern Jiangsu City quickly subsided. So far, this battle was completely aimed at Chenhi, the holy angel, and the multifaceted siege launched because of his experience in the Taihu nest has come to an end. There were more than 15 high-level human traders and high-level demons who participated in the siege. Except for the people who intercepted outside the three cities of Magic City, Hangzhou City, and Jinling, who quickly fled the scene, the rest of the high-level strongmen either self-destructed or were killed, and all died. A high-level siege that could be described as extremely crazy and brutal began and ended just as quickly. Many people are amazed and confused. More than an hour later, outside the nest of Taihu Lake, Chenhi's location. Under Yuan Shuxiang's personal escort throughout the process, Chenhi quickly completed the task of collecting materials and spoils, and followed Vice Principal Yuan back to southern Jiangsu City. On the way back to the city, Chenhi looked around carefully. He even used the insight and analytical power of the angel eyes to try to find some clues, but he didn't see a single person from the United Front Work Department. All that could be seen were some people from the Sunan City Coordination Department who were still cleaning up the battlefield and recovering the losses in various places. He was busy in private, going in and out of southern Jiangsu City to handle miscellaneous matters. Soon, Chenhi and Yuan Shuxiang returned to Sunan City together and reunited with other teachers and students from the Magic City Academy who were temporarily settled in Sunan City. Because the dean and others had already returned to southern Jiangsu City in advance. Therefore, everyone knew early on that nothing happened to Chenhi and that Chenhi was safe. But now, when they suddenly saw Chenhi appear and confirmed with their own eyes that Chenhi was fine, many of the freshmen in the school who had been worried about him breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Chu Shi, who saw Chenhi from afar and ran towards him impatiently. Just like a young swallow flying into the forest, she snuggled into Chenhi's arms. Her hands tightly embraced Chenhi's waist, and her beautiful big eyes were already red. Until she saw Chenhi, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears in panic and worry. Her tears kept falling, soaking a large area of her already blood-red clothes. Chenhi put his backhand around the slender waist and held the beautiful girl in his arms. They listened to each other's heartbeats and felt a sense of peace.
Cece. Husband.
Shushi raised her tearful eyes and little face. He didn't care that there were so many people watching him, and bit Chenhi's cold lips.
The two then hugged and kissed each other.
They vented their fear and various emotions without paying attention to others, whispering to each other and sharing their true feelings.
Fortunately, there are so many people watching around.
Chenhi didn't want to go too far, so he started from emotion and ended with courtesy. If there was a bed here, Chenhi might have climbed the snow-capped mountains and crossed the grasslands directly. The two of them were so oblivious to their love that it made the freshmen of the surrounding Magic City University feel their scalps tingle and they beat their chests in anger.
Fuck, are these two even human?
They're showing off their affection every chance they get.
Hey, there are so many people here.
Be careful of the impact.
I'm so angry. When will we singles finally stand up?
After Chenhi and Shushi had been cuddling for a long time, they parted with their lips apart.
The dog food show is over.
Yuan Shushan reluctantly withdrew her stealth gaze and cleared her throat.
Ahem. Let's get back to the point. Director, have you seen anyone from the United Front Work Department in Sunan City?
The Dean of Studies said quickly.
I see.
I just met with the Minister of the United Front Work Department and had a chat with the Minister of the Defense Department in southern Jiangsu.
Then he took people to the wilderness. No one knew what he was doing there. He didn't even go into the city. Is there any other trouble that has not been resolved? Chapter 72. This monster is actually level 9? Right now. It is dozens of kilometers away from southern Jiangsu City. Maoshan, at the foot of the mountain.
The Minister of the United Front Work Department, the three-eyed lord, Yang Zhenghua, was leading his subordinates, following some twisted and frenzied traces of demons and chasing them to this area. But unfortunately, the target was lost.
Damn it! They still got away.
This time, our United Front Department has almost completely wiped out all the high-level demons and high-level human traitors and awakened individuals lurking in the four surrounding cities.
So, this can be considered a complete victory, right?
Indeed, after this battle, the prestige of our United Front Department will be fully known among the demons. Those high-level demons and high-level human traitors who have been fleeing in panic will probably no longer dare to lurk in the cities of our Hanxia nation.
This area will be temporarily safe for a while.
Well, those guys suffered a huge loss this time.
It won't be so easy to organize such a large-scale hunting operation to kill the two holy angels in the demon city in the future. Bushi, some things can't be forced. Let's just chase them here.
Yang Zhenghua listened to the discussions of several 8th-level subordinates around him, his eyes slightly solemn, and he did not speak.
His original intention was actually to target those enemy 8th-level strongmen.
Unfortunately, the other party is too cautious. Taihu Nest had just closed the net when the high-level combat forces sent by various cities evacuated at the speed of light.
There was no clue left for them to follow.
If it weren't for that little guy Chenhi who held on long enough. Make their nets big enough to lure more high-level warriors into the fishing net. I'm afraid they won't have such a big harvest this time. This group of hidden scoundrels are really too cautious.
It is difficult to eradicate the problem completely.
The cancer hidden in Hanxia Kingdom is still playing a role.
Hateful.
Thinking of this, Yang Zhenghua felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier. Even though we won this time, we can't say for sure what will happen in the future.
In addition, he had another purpose for going out this time.
He was tracking the trail of Lin Mufeng, who had turned into a monster. He had just sensed some breath, so he followed him all the way.
Suddenly,
Yang Zhenghua's eyes fixed and scanned the forest ahead.
The next moment,
a figure suddenly appeared. It was Wu Xingwen's senior brother, Lin Mufeng, who was wrapped in thick black cloth and had a handsome face. Lin Mufeng's face was distorted and crazy, but he showed a faint smile.
You guys have been chasing me all this way, are you looking for me?
Yang Zhenghua looked at Lin Mufeng's appearance, especially at the body hidden under the thick black cloth, and felt that the bodies and limbs of various demons were constantly changing.
It's more like a demon than a demon, and more like a monster than a monster.
People don't look like people, and ghosts don't look like ghosts.
Well,
Yang Zhenghua couldn't help but sigh and felt very sorry. Thinking back to the past, Lin Mufeng was such a brilliant and talented person, the best of his time.
But what about now? Mu Feng, stop being stubborn and come back with me to accept punishment. Otherwise, we, the soldiers of the United Front, will forcibly kill you here.
Lin Mufeng's face twitched, sometimes crazy, sometimes calm, and he paused before speaking.
I still have things to do. I know what I did back then.
My hands are stained with the blood of my compatriots.
I remember it all clearly. After I have done what I should do, I will willingly go back and accept the punishment. Hearing this. Boom!
Yang Zhenghua did not hesitate at all and instantly revealed his professional power. The third eye on his forehead shone brightly, and a ball of blazing flame seemed to be burning in his hand. He pulled out the three-pointed, two-edged spear on the spot.
Tap!
The gun barrel was placed heavily on the ground, and the might of a ninth-rank expert swept over in an instant.
A terrifying pressure that made the whole Maoshan mountain turn upside down was then generated. It's as if the sky is falling. At the same time. Boom! Boom boom boom! Waves of aura and pressure erupted in an instant.
The 6th level masters behind Yang Zhenghua all burst out with their professional powers, revealing their 8th level aura, and their power was wildly shocking. The 6 of them worked in perfect harmony, without any need for eye contact or orders. They spread out in all directions and surrounded Lin Mufeng in the center. Lin Mufeng had no reaction to this and seemed very calm. But his face twitched crazily and twisted for a moment, then he looked at Yang Zhenghua and said lightly, I still remember when I just broke through level 80 and advanced to level 8, completing my 8th body and soul training. You, along with the powerful warriors from the 4 major divisions, including several 9th level warriors, attacked me together, but were unable to kill me.
What's more, I'm already level 91. Are you sure I haven't undergone the 9th physical and spiritual training? He, ha ha ha.
His tone suddenly became a little strange, but then he also unleashed his professional power. One yin and one yang, like an arrogant balance, dividing heaven and earth.
The balance of the top SSS-level talent profession Yin Yang Saint is clearly revealed.
On his handsome face, his eyes changed. One is pure white, the other is pure black.
It was like the ancient Tai Chi fish diagram, lightly removing all the power of others.
The power and pressure of all the strong men in the United Front Work Department seemed to fall on cotton. The oppressive aura of the 9th Order of level 91 emanating from him was actually no less than that of the Minister of the United Front Work Department, a top-level expert at level 98.
A moment. This scene shows the division of yin and yang between heaven and earth, and the terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Mufeng.
Yang Zhenghua, who had fought countless battles and killed countless powerful enemies, looked extremely solemn, his mouth twitching slightly, and his eyelids twitching. To this day, he never forgets it. At the beginning, he was only level 93, and he brought several level 99th Order warriors to encircle and suppress Lin Mufeng, who was only level 80 and had just entered the 8th level. As a result, Lin Mufeng managed to fight his way out and escape.
Now,
although he was already at level 98, he was only one step away from the human limit of level 99. However, Lin Mufeng has also broken through to the 9th level.
And the 91st level aura revealed by Lin Mufeng was no weaker than his.
Coupled with the physical strength that he has cultivated through body and mind training, his strength is unfathomable and difficult to grasp. Even someone as powerful as Yang Zhenghua, who is ranked 3rd in the country, has no confidence in defeating the opponent at this moment.
If this were to break out,
he might not die, but not only would he be unable to capture Lin Mufeng, but his men might also all die on the spot if Lin Mufeng went absolutely crazy.
He may not be able to protect it.
Compared with Yang Zhenghua's solemnity at the moment, his eyes were sharp and serious. Lin Mufeng looked as calm as ever, except for the occasional sudden convulsions caused by mental insanity. He was quite nonchalant.
Zhenghua, please get out of the way. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I am neither human nor ghost now, only this broken body. I won't lie to you. I said, as long as I finish what I really want to do, I will definitely go back to face the sanctions. Before that, none of you can take me back. Even if the 5 of you surrounded and attacked me together, you couldn't stop me. After saying this, swish!
The space around Lin Mufeng twisted strangely, and his body took 2 steps back and disappeared into nothingness.
It disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Yang Zhenghua's expression paused, and he couldn't help but tighten his hand holding the three-pointed, double-edged spear.
He took several deep breaths and finally sighed. Didn't stop it.
The other 6 8th level warriors were also frightened by the extremely terrifying sense of oppression emanating from Lin Mufeng and did not dare to stop him.
after I could no longer sense Lin Mufeng's strange and evil aura. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. How terrible. Really terrible. This is too strong. How can this be level 91? Why do I feel like he's more like level 98? This is too damn strong.
Even stronger than the previous rumors.
What kind of monster did the Magic City Academy create? The 6th level warriors were all gasping for breath. Big beads of cold sweat were pouring down his forehead.
If Yang Zhenghua decided to start a war, although they would fight hard, they all knew that they had no chance of winning, and it would be no different from committing suicide. When facing Lin Mufeng, the powerful demonic aura on him and the professional might of the 9th level Yin Yang Saint made them feel as if they were facing a demon whose level was infinitely close to level 99. Just one slap would kill them easily. So scary. Looking at Lin Mufeng's leading back, Yang Zhenghua pondered in silence.
But in my heart I was thinking,
that legendary extremely powerful method of strengthening the body and soul and refining the gods and demons is really powerful.
If it can be improved to the point where the drawback of demonization is eliminated,
perhaps it is really possible for humans to break through the limit of level 100 and reach a whole new level of life.
Thinking about it,
Yang Zhenghua raised his hand to put away the three-pointed, double-edged spear and said lightly,
"Team up." Tap tap tap.
He left quickly with everyone and returned to Beijing.
At the same time, southern Jiangsu City.
Principal Wu Xingwen and 3 others who came from the Magic City also arrived in southern Jiangsu City. After seeing the many new students in the Magic City and confirming that there were no casualties, especially after seeing that the 2 holy angels Chenhi and Shushi were fine,
the 3 of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Then,
the 3 of them asked about the situation of Taihu Nest and soon understood the whole situation clearly.
All 3 of them are smart people. I realized instantly that this was a trap. The United Front Work Department is actually using teachers and students from 4 universities to fish for money? Wrong.
Strictly speaking, the vast majority of teachers and students from the 4 institutions are just insignificant additions.
The United Front Department is using the 2 holy angels, Chenhi and Shushi, to fish. Suddenly, Principal Wu and the other 2 looked at each other and felt unhappy. Oh shit. It's fine if you, Yang Zhenghua, want to go fishing, but why can't you notify the Magic City? Even if it's just a brief notification, the Magic City can make corresponding countermeasures.
If Chenhi and Shushi were really killed by demons or human traitors, then it would not just be the loss of 2 gifted freshmen at the Magic City Academy. This is an extremely serious loss not only for the country but also for all mankind. Yang Zhenghua, as a person, has long been known to be unconcerned with details and to act decisively.
This time, they all realized it. The United Front Work Department's style of doing things is just like Yang Zhenghua himself, a bit too extreme. It must be reported.
They, the Magic City Academy, are not made of clay. How could they allow themselves to be bullied like this?
Chapter 73, The Magic City Academy produces talented people. How can this be? The United Front Work Department has gone too far.
They simply don't take us, the people of Magic City, seriously. Since they were able to use Xiaohe and Xiaoxi, 2 SSS-level holy angels, as bait this time, I can't imagine what they will do in the future.
The United Front Work Department has just been established, and it's flourishing. Minister Yang Zhenghua is also a new official with 3 major tasks to complete.
But for no apparent reason, the first of these tasks has spread to us.
I can't swallow it. Principal Wu Xingwen of the Magic City Academy, the head of the Magic City Law Enforcement Department, and even the head of the Magic City Education Department, Situ Chenhi, all felt that something was wrong the more they thought about it, and that it was going too far. This action of the United Front Work Department. Obviously, he didn't discuss this with anyone around him. So, a chaotic battle broke out at Taihu Nest, and the enemy's hunting operation began. Only then did the strong men from the 4 cities send reinforcements so quickly after seeing the distress signal. If I had known earlier that there were people from the United Front Work Department here to take charge of the situation. Finally, the situation was settled and the net was closed. Why are they so anxious? This means that all the high-ranking strongmen from the 4 major cities were fooled around by this group of people from the United Front Work Department because they were urgently transferred to reinforce. Actually, as a top powerhouse, Principal Wu and others can also understand the reason why the United Front Work Department made such arrangements. after all, do the whole thing.
If the people in the 4 cities had been informed of the details in advance, they would have been exposed in advance, arousing the enemy's suspicion, and might not have achieved the great harvest we have now.
They just feel angry.
Principal Wu Xingwen frowned, looked at the bruised and battered Chenhi, and took a deep breath.
Xiaohe, don't worry. I see you're seriously injured this time. You need to rest well and recuperate after you return. I've made note of this matter. I'll go to Kyoto right away to get an explanation.
They treat human lives as a joke, and treat the teachers and students of our 4 institutions as pawns to be manipulated at will. I must report such things.
If this continues, we absolutely cannot allow the United Front Work Department to continue to act lawless. Situ Chenhi, the Minister of Education of Shanghai, shook his head. Xingwen, this matter is useless.
You know the United Front Work Department has just been established and is currently in full swing.
And this time, we've had another successful start and returned with a resounding victory. I'm afraid the higher-ups will place greater emphasis on the strategic value of the United Front Work Department. Even if you report it, it won't yield any results.
The head of the law enforcement department next to him also tried to persuade him helplessly.
Indeed, you and I have probably all heard of Minister Yang Zhenghua at least once.
He always does things in a straightforward manner. There are no rules in front of him. He will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals.
For the enemy, this is a good thing.
So, he repeatedly made military achievements, making his name resounding throughout the demon world, and even the demon high-ranking officials are familiar with him. But as for the rest of us, we're just his pawns.
Targets he can manipulate at will. We're part of his plan. In the final analysis, it's because we are too weak. If we were also 9th-level experts, would Yang Zhenghua dare to tease us like this?
The weak are ultimately just stepping stones for the strong. Wu Xingwen snorted coldly.
Humph. I just don't believe it. There are no rules in my Hanxia country?
Xiaohe and Shi are my disciples. Xu Xiang and other teachers and students are also students of my Magic City Academy.
There is absolutely no such thing as swallowing one's anger.
I must get an explanation for this matter.
You don't need to persuade me anymore.
Brother Situ, Brother Chu, please take the teachers and students of our Demon City Academy back to the Demon City.
I'm going to the imperial capital.
After saying this, Wu Xingwen slammed the ground heavily with the crutches he was leaning on and then flew away. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black dot and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight.
He really went to Kyoto.
Chenhi and the others watched him leave helplessly. Dian Jinang was able to return to the Magic City with the Minister of Education, the Minister of Law Enforcement, Vice President Yuan Shuxiang and other leaders and tutors of Kyoto Academy.
On the way back to the Magic City,
Chenhi saw that these 2 8th-level masters were staring at him with eyes full of satisfaction and admiration.
A little confused. Second Minister, why are you looking at me like that? Situ Chenhi, the Minister of Education of the Magic City, couldn't help but shake his head and smiled.
Seeing you reminds me of the past, especially Xingwen, Lao Chu, and senior brother Lin Mufeng, when we entered the Magic City Academy together.
Chu Lei, the head of the Magic City Law Enforcement Department, also sighed.
Indeed, you should have heard that senior brother Chenhi also served as the principal of your Modu Academy in the past. He was the previous principal of your Modu Academy. But what you don't know is that I, senior brother Chenhi, and junior brother Xingwen all met at the Magic City Academy in the past. Although we are not classmates in the same class, we are both students of the former principal of the Demon City Academy. So to be precise, we all studied under the same master. You should still call me and senior brother Chenhi Uncle Master. Chenhi and Chu Shi beside him were both shocked.
They had never expected that there was such a relationship between the two parties. These 2 top-level 8th-level strongmen and frontier officials who are in charge of the Magic City actually came from the Magic City Academy? And they are all students from the same master? This relationship is really close.
The Magic City Academy is indeed a place where talented people emerge in large numbers.
For a moment,
Chenhi instantly felt a sense of familiarity towards these 2 8th-level experts whom he met for the first time. He quickly shouted,
Master Situ, Master Chu. I never thought we had this kind of relationship.
Situ Chenhi and Xu Lei smiled at each other and talked about their past at the Magic City Academy in a somewhat rambling manner, which made Chenhi and Chu Shi listen with great interest.
Suddenly,
Chenhi was stunned when he heard the secret about Principal Wu Xingwen.
What? Teacher, he used to be an 8th level expert? Principal Wu Xingwen was actually an 8th level expert in the past? This is really unheard of. Situ Chenhi said with some sigh. Yeah, speaking of junior brother Xingwen, I really feel a little regretful. In fact, among the students of our generation, junior brother Xingwen and senior brother have the best talents. But unfortunately, ever since senior brother's incident, junior brother Xingwen has become a little disheartened. I was so obsessed with perfecting the divine and demonic refining technique that master left behind that I neglected practicing it. Later, due to some reasons, I was seriously injured on the front line, which caused my realm to fall to the 7th level. Having said that, Situ Chenhi looked at Chenhi and Shu Shi with a very warm gaze. In short, Xingwen is a very good person. Even though he may seem unorthodox at times, he's actually devoted to his country and the Magic City Academy. Besides, junior brother Xingwen is usually the most righteous and protective of his children. You will definitely not suffer any loss if you follow him. He will pass on all his life's knowledge to you. Chu Lei on the other side looked at Chenhi and originally wanted to ask him questions about the divine and demonic refining method. But after being stopped by Situ Chenhi, he finally didn't ask any more questions. Obviously. After experiencing what happened with senior brother Lin Mufeng, the two of them felt like avoiding and keeping secret the divine and demonic refining techniques. I don't want to talk about this. He just reminded Chenhi to practice well and never underestimate the dangers of the divine and demonic refining method. Everything must be practiced according to Wu Xingwen's requirements. Soon, the group returned to the Magic City Academy safely. Until now, the freshmen of the Magic City Academy all relaxed instantly. Finally, you're back. I want to sleep for 3 days. I'm afraid I'll never forget this experience. With Chu Shi's support, Chenhi returned to the dormitory and began to heal his wounds. Most of his wounds were superficial and easily healed. The most serious one was the one involving the fang lionfish, but overall it wasn't particularly serious. It just needed to rest quietly for a while. Under the instruction of Vice Principal Yuan Shushong, the school sent batch after batch of various healing medicines to Chenhi. Let Chenhi use it freely and unrestrainedly. Apart from the necessary classes every day, Shu Shi spends almost the rest of the time with Chenhi, taking care of him patiently and attentively. Then, with the free use of various healing medicines and Shu Shi's careful care, Chenhi's injuries recovered quite quickly. I almost recovered in 3 days. I have just recovered and confirmed that all my injuries have healed. Chenhi couldn't wait to pick up Chu Shi and go into the bedroom. Make a baby. Making a baby is the most important thing. But Chenhi has always been thinking about the issue of expanding his family. Oh. Husband, what are you in such a hurry for? It's been several days, CC, don't you miss it? Yes, I do want to. But it's broad daylight now. Isn't this a bit too shameless? Why don't we do it at night? Okay, CC, just give in. At worst, we can just draw the curtains and pretend it's already night. Hubby, how can you be like this? The doctor told you to rest well, it will be better for your injury. What kind of injury is that? I feel like I'm stronger now than before. You'll know if you try. Ugh, husband. You are so mean. Chapter 74 Chenhi Company, start. Honey, isn't this a bad idea? We're going to skip today's class like this? What's wrong with that? I'm recuperating in the dormitory, and you skipped classes so you could always be by my side and take care of me. I'm sure the teachers at school will understand. That does make sense. Everyone in school treats you like a hot commodity now. Skipping classes for you is no big deal. Am I the only one who is popular? My CC is obviously popular too. Hubby. You're making fun of me again. No way, come here and let me try it. It really is a delicacy, so delicious. Well, hubby, stop it. You kept me busy all night yesterday. Let me rest today. It's broad daylight. A day's plan begins in the morning, don't you know? Come and do morning exercises with me. Husband. Ah. Chenhi flipped over. He hugged the naked soft body and moved forward amid the girl's coquettish cries. Hubby, shouldn't we go to class today? That's just the beginning. It's okay to skip another day of school. I'm recovering from my injuries. Come on, you've been so energetic these past few days, you've almost worn me out. How can you look injured at all? I've noticed that your body is even stronger than before. I really can't take this anymore. It's okay, CC. At worst, I'll serve you. Just let me do what I want. You bad guy only know how to bully me. Hey, I'm a bully, what can you do to me? Husband, today. Shall we continue? Not good, it's already the third day. It's okay. I'm recovering from my injuries.
Such a big mess happened during the Taihu nest training.
Can't we just take a couple of days to rest? But we haven't been out for 3 days. What if a teacher comes looking for us? How could that be? Chenhi didn't take it seriously.
During these 3 days, he worked diligently day and night to make babies.
I stayed in the dormitory with Chu Shi and didn't go anywhere.
But Chu Shi was exhausted. Today, Chu Shi refused to let Chenhi mess around anymore and finally got out of bed.
Suddenly, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chenhi and Chu Shi quickly put on their clothes and opened the door.
But he saw Vice Principal Yuan Shushan standing outside the door, asking with concern. Student Chenhi, Student Chu Shi, I heard from the school instructor that you have been staying in the dormitory for the past 3 days and have not been to class.
Has the injury worsened? Student Chenhi, are you okay? If anything happens, be sure to tell the school immediately. Chenhi. Chu Shi. Both of them felt a little awkward for a moment. Unexpectedly, these 3 days of working day and night to make a baby actually attracted the attention of the school leaders.
Even the vice principal took time out of his busy schedule to come and check it out personally. Chenhi felt that this was a bit too much. Chu Shi next to her was so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head, and her earlobes were all red.
Chenhi said stubbornly. Ahem, Vice Principal, why are you here?
CC and I were actually, in the dormitory, thinking about some training methods and practicing skills behind closed doors.
Vice Principal Yuan Shushan looked Chenhi up and down. He is full of energy and there doesn't seem to be any problem.
There was no sign of the injury worsening. Suddenly, my nose moved and I smelled a strong and strange smell coming from the dormitory, and I immediately realized what was going on. Then, she looked up and down at Chenhi and Chu Shi with a very strange look. He covered his mouth and chuckled for a moment before speaking earnestly. Ahem, teacher knows that you young people are strong and newlyweds, so you will definitely be obsessed with, doing things that men and women like to do. But you still need to exercise some restraint. Also, awakening is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. You must practice diligently. Ahem, that's it. I'm leaving first. Although Yuan Shushang is an experienced person and an elder, she is a woman after all. It felt weird to tell my students such an embarrassing thing. He ran away immediately. My face is a little red. Chu Shi puffed up her cheeks angrily and punched Chenhi hard. It's all your fault. Husband. It's all your fault. How am I supposed to meet Vice Principal Yuan in the future? Hey. You're still laughing. This is so embarrassing. Even more embarrassing than the last time Principal Wu saw the table collapse. Humph. I'm ignoring you. 3 days later. Chenhi and Chu Shi walked out of the dormitory again. Chu Shi then went to class to learn skills and cultivate his body and mind. Chenhi found the Alchemy College, Equipment Refining College, and Formation College, which are special vocational colleges, and conducted a simple market research. Inside the Magic City Academy. All students of special professions study in these special colleges. Soon, he found teachers from the purchasing and logistics departments of the 3 colleges. Hello, is this Mr. Kai from the post-production department? And Mr. Su from the purchasing department? Academic Affairs Office. Chenhi knocked on the door, took a look inside, and then asked. 2 teachers immediately came over to the office and asked about Chenhi's situation. Chenhi handed over his newly printed company business card and took the initiative to explain his purpose. Teachers, I heard that our school usually has fixed material procurement needs. I'm wondering if these fixed purchasing needs and some special materials needed in the future can be purchased from my Chenhi company? It also saves the school from having to contact other companies separately. Materials required by special colleges. Part of it is distributed by the National Coordination Department, and the other part is purchased by the school on a regular basis. The latter happens relatively more often. Moreover, because there are all kinds of merchants on the market, the quality of the materials purchased each time cannot be guaranteed and the quality varies. Chenhi came over to inquire about the situation because he heard about this matter. Teacher Kai and Teacher Su looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Student Chenhi, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. This coincides with our previous idea. We have actually always wanted to find a stable and reliable partner. Although there are many large companies and families in the Magic City that are involved in the business of collecting and organizing these materials, they often force down prices, and the school has suffered a lot. Also, the quality of the materials obtained each time cannot be guaranteed. Naturally, they had heard of the name Chenhi before. This is the most dazzling star in the Magic City Academy now, and they can't help but know about it. Moreover, he and Chushi are husband and wife, one is one. Having two SSS-level talented professions here is already the most reliable guarantee. Not to mention, the school has always provided a certain degree of support for students' entrepreneurial projects. Chenhi took the initiative to propose the development of Chenhi Company's industrial operations, and they were of course willing to support it. After a brief negotiation, the two sides finalized the initial cooperation intention. A rough draft of the contract was quickly drawn up. After Chenhi's company officially opens and establishes its own supply channels, the contract will take effect immediately. After finishing the arrangements at the special academy, Chenhi took Chushi with him and rented a large office on the University Town Commercial Street next to the Magic City Academy. In the next few days, we will recruit the company's managers and core management in the talent market. Chenhi definitely doesn't have time to take care of this Chenhi company. Therefore, a professional manager is needed to be responsible for managing the company and building the team. Not only does he collect and organize the bulk purchases of various demon materials from the market, he also negotiates and consults with other large companies and families. He is also responsible for recruiting and operating Dawn Company's own mercenary group and hunting team, regularly heading out of the city to hunt for materials and steadily obtain more demon materials. Chenhi only needs to contact the school and the company to establish a stable cooperative relationship. The recruitment requirements are simple but strict. You must be familiar with various monster materials, clearly understand the prices of monster materials, and the equivalent exchange between monster materials. You must also have certain company management experience and be a comprehensive management talent. In fact, there are many such talents in ordinary universities in Shanghai. They are professional managers specially trained by ordinary universities. Whether it is the country, the Awakened Academy, or various private enterprises, they can all use it. So, there are actually quite a few such talents. And Chenhi was born in the landmark building Magic City Academy in Magic City, which is another story of two angels in the world. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. As soon as people heard that the company's boss was Chenhi and his wife, there was an endless stream of people coming to apply for the job. In just a few days, Chenhi and Chushi met with several groups of high-end talents. Finally, a female manager named Lu Jia was selected. She is 32 years old, has neat short hair, wears gold-rimmed glasses, and her appearance can only be described as above average. The most important thing is that she has an outstanding temperament. I have previous management experience in large private enterprises and already have a certain supply source and team, which I can use directly. She is also a very efficient and rigorous strong woman. After several rounds of interviews, Chenhi and Chushi almost unanimously recognized Ms. Lu Jia's business capabilities and hired her as the company manager with an annual salary of 1.5 million yuan. As the company develops, your salary will continue to increase. Then, Chenhi simply acted as a hands-off boss, handing over the company's construction and operation to manager Lu Jia. He was not afraid at all that the manager would do something reckless, because the other parties simply did not dare to do so. The era of spiritual energy revival itself was a pyramid-shaped social structure where the strong preyed on the weak. Awakened people like Chenhi are the best among people. Moreover, the country also has corresponding laws and regulations. After handing over the company entirely to manager Lu Jia, Chenhi quickly returned to school and came to the Technology Creators Society. The company's development and operations have come to an end. Next thing. Learn skills. Chapter 75. I'm almost 1 month pregnant. During this experience, Chenhi discovered a problem. The Holy Angel's talent profession is very powerful. But talented skills need to be unlocked slowly. So, You cannot place your main training goals and the core of your entire combat power on innate skills. A blacksmith must be strong himself. It is not a good thing to rely too much on the strength of these talents and skills. Before that, during his time in Nankai City, Chenhi learned the 3 skills of sword slashing style, sword drawing and slashing, and sword qilong rainbow. Although their strength seemed okay at the time, they were not good enough when put into the Magic City Academy. Although he reached perfection through the enhanced training of the family panel in one go, Chenhi's training in swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds. But the overall strength is just that. No qualitative change has been achieved. Later, with the recommendation of a mentor from the Tech Creators Society, Chenhi also learned the 2 sword techniques, Heart Sword and Heaven and Earth combined.
Then, the advice from several mentors is:
both of these sword techniques emphasize intention over form. During the practice, it helps Chenhi to better comprehend his own unique sword intent.
But this obviously failed.
He has mastered the Heart Sword and the combination of Heaven and Earth very skillfully. However, there is still a long way to go before one can comprehend one's own sword intent and create one's own sword intent. The road ahead is long and arduous, and it is not easy to overcome this hurdle.
So,
Chenhi felt that he couldn't just blindly pursue the creation of sword intent. You need to learn some more powerful skills.
Skills building.
Several mentors from the Technology Creators Society are studying the combination of skills here.
When they saw Chenhi, their eyes lit up instantly and they gathered around him. Student Chenhi, how are you doing with the 2 sword moves you learned earlier? This kind of swordsmanship is more about intention than form, and it's not easy to master. Indeed, these 2 sword techniques are very difficult to practice.
Most of the students who learned these 2 techniques gave up in the end and switched to other simpler and clearer sword techniques.
You don't have to worry too much. This skill training is not something that can be achieved overnight. It cannot be forced.
It must be done slowly, step by step, and grow step by step.
But Chenhi showed a calm smile. Teacher, I have learned and mastered these 2 moves.
However, I still haven't grasped my own sword intent, so I came here specifically to ask for advice from several teachers.
A moment. Several instructors opened their mouths wide in complete silence, staring at Chenhi. A look of disbelief. How is this possible? Are you serious? Quick! Show us how to use it. After a while,
the instructors looked at the sword marks on the ground and felt the sword energy that seemed to be tangible.
Fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Oh shit! This cultivation speed is too fast? This is so genius. You really are a genius.
I didn't expect that not only is your professional talent incredibly strong, but your talent for cultivating this skill is also incredibly strong.
No wonder Principal Wu is so eager to be your teacher. Several mentors from the Technology Creation Society stared at each other in amazement. But then he sighed again. A gray-haired mentor said, "We underestimated your talent before. I thought you would be like the other students."
Learning the Heart Sword and Heaven and Earth combination techniques would take at least 1 or 2 years to get started. To become proficient at the level you are now, it would probably take 3 or 4 years. So, during this process, you can carefully consider your own sword intentions and swordsmanship.
But your talent is really too heaven-defying.
As a result, these sword techniques that are relatively difficult to practice have become mediocre in your hands. It only took you a little over a month to fully master these 2 sword techniques, but it failed to hone your sword skills and cultivate your own sword intent.
Chenhi suddenly realized that he was cultivating too fast? Too talented? Blanche. Chenhi hadn't expected that good talent could sometimes be a disadvantage. Then, teacher, I want to cultivate my own sword intent and swordsmanship. What should I do?
Several mentors discussed with each other and soon came up with a plan.
Student Chenhi, we have a new idea. We were worried you'd bite off more than you could chew, so we kept it to a minimum, allowing you to learn only 2 skills. But now it seems you have a very strong talent for skill cultivation. In that case, you can definitely learn a wide range of sword techniques, then take their strengths and combine the strengths of hundreds of schools to create a set of sword techniques that best suits you. Then comprehend your swordsmanship and sword intent from this unique sword technique that belongs to you. Maybe we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The other instructors quickly entered the skill building and took out 7 or 8 skill books. Handed it to Chenhi. These sword techniques are the most essential and top-notch sword techniques among all the sword schools.
For example, this book, The Six Heavenly Swords, is the most advanced sword technique among the most rigid and yang-oriented sword techniques. I suggest you practice it thoroughly, and then choose the one move you think you are most proficient in and the one with the greatest power to practice. This book, Picking Leaves and Flying Flowers Sword, uses chi to control the sword. It teaches you how to manipulate your own chi, control the sword in your hand through the air, and significantly increase the range of your sword energy.
After some communication, Chenhi understood what the instructors meant.
Simply put, it is the tactic of doing a lot of questions. Learn more sword techniques, dig out the essence from them, take their strengths and overcome their weaknesses, and turn them into your own swordsmanship.
That's a good idea.
Chenhi carefully read through the sword techniques introduced by the instructors, and finally temporarily chose the sword techniques of 3 kendo schools.
Now that you have chosen the skills you want to practice,
Chenhi struck while the iron was hot and started learning. He ran directly to the martial arts training ground to practice.
In this huge martial arts training ground, students who are actively practicing and strengthening themselves can be seen everywhere.
There are freshmen full of vigor and vitality, as well as veterans who have cultivated themselves in their own way.
Some people were surprised to see Chenhi coming over. What the hell? That looks like Chenhi, right? Chenhi? That SSS rank holy angel?
I heard that during the battle at Taihu Nest, even the 8th rank demons came out to kill him, but they still failed.
He's Chenhi. We finally get to meet our generation's legend. As I recall, this seems to be the first time Chenhi has appeared in the martial arts training ground since he enrolled in school, right? I didn't pay attention to Taihu Nest the other day.
I really want to see his strength. I heard that he's already at the 4th level. Ignore the strange looks and discussions. Chenhi immediately began to practice his new skills, using the top sword technique from the Jigang Sword School, the 6 Heavenly Swords.
He picked up a wooden sword at random and began to practice.
Swish, swish, swish. The sword flashed.
Not long.
He practiced back and forth 3 or 4 times and roughly mastered some basic techniques.
At this time, a 5th level senior, who was obviously a senior, walked up from a distance with a smile. You are my junior, Chenhi, right?
I see the move you're practicing should be the 3rd move of the 6 Heavenly Swords, Shocking Wind and Cloud, right?
To practice Tiangang sword technique, it's best to use a real sword.
The wooden sword is simply incapable of unleashing its ultimate strength. Also, the power of this sword isn't generated when it's thrown, but when it's retracted.
This senior is named Fong Wei, and he comes from the Fong family, a century-old family in Shanghai.
It was obvious that he wanted to win over Chenhi, so he came up to give some simple guidance. Chenhi changed to an iron sword. Then he tried to draw and sheath the sword, and he found that the direction of the sword energy was much more powerful than before, and the connection between the sword moves was also smoother.
Gradually, I began to understand. Thank you, senior.
The other party's guidance and suggestions were indeed useful, and Chenhi naturally accepted them humbly.
Then, Fong Wei was also generous in giving advice and patiently taught Chenhi several other sword techniques.
Chenhi nodded repeatedly after hearing this.
At this time, Fong Wei said again,
By the way, junior brother Chenhi, junior sister Chushi also came to the training ground to practice her skills before. I wanted to give her some pointers at the time, but your schoolmate probably thought I was trying to strike up a conversation, so she ignored me and just turned and left.
Ha, that's quite embarrassing to say.
He brought up this matter on his own initiative, and he had no other intentions. He simply didn't want Chenhi to misunderstand that he was trying to poach her. He really just came here to make himself familiar, and he had no ill intentions.
Chenhi smiled.
Chushi had never told him about this. I think I've been approached so many times that I've become accustomed to saying no. I believe that the senior has no ill intentions.
That's what I said. But Chenhi didn't completely believe it and looked senior Fong Wei up and down.
As far as he knows, most of the senior students at the Magic City Academy are now serving in the garrison.
A small number of them work in the other 3 departments.
It is a state of half internship and half student. Each of them is working hard to improve their level and strength. Among all the senior students in the school, he is probably the only one who has so much free time every day. He is still in the martial arts training ground, and has the leisure to instruct other younger students. It looks like he spends every day in the martial arts training ground. He didn't believe that there was no purpose.
Just then, Chushi entered the martial arts training ground and saw Chenhi from afar. His eyes lit up instantly. Husband.
Her little face was full of joy, and she ran over quickly with small steps.
He pulled Chenhi and walked towards the dormitory. After arriving at the dormitory,
Shushi couldn't wait to turn around, looking at Chenhi with a mysterious expression and extreme excitement.
Husband.
Hey, Cece, why are you so proactive today?
Let me hug you. No. Husband, stop messing around.
Shushi glanced at Chenhi with a scared face, then excitedly took Chenhi's hand.
Hubby. I have great news to tell you, guess what?
Chenhi raised his eyebrows.
Did you buy that maid outfit I liked? Of course not. Did you buy new stockings? Wrong. You.
Chenhi guessed several times in a row, but he was not right.
Suddenly,
Chenhi's eyes moved as he looked at the joy in Shushi's eyes and the small hand gently stroking her belly without any fat.
Suddenly he understood something. Cece, are you pregnant?
Shushi nodded repeatedly, as happy as a little child, and told Chenhi happily.
That's right. Husband.
Today, while I was training my body and refining my soul, I discovered that I'm almost a month pregnant.
Chapter 76, a major crisis for the Chu family. Real?
Chenhi opened his eyes wide with excitement and subconsciously cast his gaze towards Chushi's abdomen. The flat belly without a trace of fat was like a treasure trove in his eyes.
You know, population is an important part of family development.
If a new member is born in the family, you never know what kind of rewards you will get from the family panel. Even without mentioning the rewards from the family panel, this is his and Chushi's first child.
He's going to be a dad. It seems like I haven't been busy lately. Cece's belly is doing well too.
Hurry, let me hear the voice of our children. Chenhi was so excited that he wanted to get closer to Chushi's belly. Shushi blushed and pushed him away angrily.
It's only been less than a month, how can I hear any sound?
At least you have to wait 3 or 4 months before you can hear the sound. She had long known that Chenhi had always dreamed of having a child.
I don't know what this bad guy is so anxious about.
They are still so young. Why are you in such a hurry to have a child?
But,
thinking that she and Chenhi now have a child, she is in a good mood.
After pretending to push Chenhi twice, he was embraced in his arms amid Chenhi's shameless laughter.
Listening to her husband's strong and steady heartbeat, she also felt unprecedented peace.
The young couple was sweetly cuddling each other again.
Chenhi suddenly remembered something, took Chushi's hand, and hugged her slender waist.
Cece, since this is such a happy event, shouldn't we also tell our father-in-law? My father-in-law will probably be very happy too.
Shushi nodded repeatedly. I was so excited just now that I almost forgot about it.
Yes, we should tell Dad.
He told us to hurry.
Anyway, he's always thinking about having a grandson.
Chenhi smiled, took out his cell phone and called Chu Tian.
At the same time, Nankai City.
Inside the Chu family's luxurious villa.
Bang!
Chu Tian, who was sitting quietly, suddenly slammed the table and stood up.
What? Xiuha, Cece, are you telling the truth?
Of course it's true, Dad.
I just took a test. I'm really pregnant.
Great. This is such a great thing.
Ha, I'm going to be a grandfather, and I'm going to be a grandfather. Ha ha ha.
Chu Tian laughed so hard that he almost got a stitch in his side, and walked back and forth in the room holding his cell phone. I was so excited that I almost scratched my head.
I still remember the last time I was so excited. It was when Chu Shi's mother was pregnant with Chu Shi.
I didn't expect that decades passed so quickly and things changed. In a blink of an eye, my daughter has grown up and is living such a good life with my son-in-law.
We will soon have a grandson. A long time passed.
His excited mood gradually calmed down. I chatted with the young couple for a few more words and asked about their recent situation. Cece, put the phone on your belly so Dad can listen to the voice of your future grandson or granddaughter.
Oh. Dad, why are you acting like a fool like my husband? I can't hear anything now. Anyway, my Chu family's grandchildren will definitely be good. When the baby is born, Dad will go to the Magic City to see you, okay?
Okay, Dad.
Beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tian slowly put down his phone.
The intense excitement on his face gradually faded, turning into gloomy and seriousness.
After a long while, he sighed. Well. Guan Ting, the housekeeper who had been standing quietly nearby, couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and asked, "Master, won't you tell the young lady and the uncle what has happened at home recently? They have the right to know. They should have greatly improved their strength after going to the Magic City Academy this time. Maybe they can even turn the tide." Chu Tian shook his head inside again. "It's no use. There's no point telling them. How long have they been enrolled? At most, it's only been a month. What can they learn? How much improvement can they expect? Even for a genius like my good son-in-law, I'm afraid it would be difficult to break through to level 40 and reach the 4th stage now, not to mention, they are just children. How can we, the older generation, let our children take risks with us? Even if Xiaohe really reaches level 40, he can't help me at all." You just heard it. Cici is pregnant now. It's impossible for the couple to come all the way back to be around me. They have their own lives too. I can't let them live in fear with me. I, Chu Tian, have seen all sorts of ups and downs over the years. Haven't I managed to pull through all of this before? I just don't believe that our Chu family can't survive in Nankai.
Guan Ting, the butler next to him, felt helpless when he heard this. He knew that his master had a stubborn character and wanted to handle everything on his own.
But this time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to pass. The Chu family is in great trouble.
Chu Tian turned his head and stared at him with burning eyes.
Lin family, are there any moves today? Guan Ting said quickly. Master, Lin Yuandao from the Lin family went to the Ministry of Education today.
It's obvious that they want to ruin our cooperation with the Ministry of Education and cut off all of our Chu family's business channels. In addition, the Lin family has also taken advantage of the situation to increase the conditions for recruiting awakened people. For all the awakened people in Nankai City who are willing to join the Lin family, the conditions offered by the Lin family will be 3 times as much as our Chu family.
Money can really make people happy. Now, there are very few awakened people willing to stay in the Chu family. Boom!
A violent airflow suddenly exploded, and Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing murderous intent. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It seems like this is the first time I've been active for a long time.
Everyone in Nankai City has forgotten that I may be level talent awakener close to the 5th level. They've even forgotten that the Chu family's current fortune was built by me fighting with real swords and guns, punches and footprints over the years. Next, I will personally lead the team to the wild to kill monsters and obtain materials.
I want to show the people of Nankai City that I, Chu Tian, am the undisputed #1 in Nankai City. Even if I don't have the help of my daughter and son-in-law, my position is not something that a small Lin family can pull down.
Guan Ting pondered and nodded. Having said that, ever since Chenhi and Shushi followed Principal Wu Xingwen to the Magic City, the Lin family no longer hesitated and officially launched an all-round plan against the Chu family. First, he borrowed Lin Yuandao's identity as the Deputy Assistant Minister of the Imperial Capital Coordination Department headquarters to directly win over the Nankai City Coordination Department. This resulted in the Coordination Department no longer maintaining long-term cooperation with the Chu family. This directly resulted in a large portion of the Chu family's resources and materials being unable to be sold. More than half of the orders were forcibly cut off. Lost the most important sales channel. Then, the Lin family recruited all the awakened people in Nankai City with extremely high conditions. Except for the awakened ones who belong to the 4 major departments and take orders directly from the 4 major departments, all other awakened ones will be registered in the local big family industries such as the Lin family or the Chu family. Because of the loss of the coordination department's business, the Chu family's main business network suffered a heavy blow. Then, the many awakened people and hunting teams registered by the Chu family suddenly and inexplicably suffered more casualties while heading out to hunt monsters in the wild. The death rate skyrocketed. Originally, based on the hunting routes that the Chu family was familiar with, although the survival rate could not be guaranteed to be 100%, at least the mortality rate could be controlled within an acceptable range. But now, the mortality rate has risen sharply to over 60%. Every time a team goes out, either the entire army is wiped out or more than half of the troops are killed or injured. This directly led to panic among the awakened people who were registered with the Chu family. Over the years, the relationship with the Chu family has become difficult to maintain due to the threat of death and the temptation of various interests. Chu Tian has always suspected that these situations are related to the Lin family who had caused trouble before. But no direct evidence has been found. Nankai City's law enforcement department has also sent people to investigate, but unfortunately, nothing has been found so far. This also led to a large number of awakened people who were nominally under the Chu family abandoning the Chu family and being attracted to the Lin family. Then, there will be fewer sources for awakened people to hunt monsters and obtain materials, and even the supply will drop sharply.
The Chu family's situation is extremely dangerous. Then,
the Lin family completely broke off relations with the Chu family and began to encircle and suppress the Chu family from all directions, eroding the Chu family's business of demon materials, causing the Chu family's business to plummet.
Now, we can only be satisfied with the basic demand quota given by the Ministry of Education. Therefore, it also lost cooperation with the garrison and law enforcement departments one after another.
The business empire centered around demonic materials nearly collapsed within just 1 month. Apart from this, there are only a few industries involved in the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of ordinary people, which are still being besieged by the Lin family's continued rapid advance. If we cannot make up for the market share of demon materials and the lost awakeners,
it won't take long. The Chu family will go bankrupt.
If Chenhi and Chushi were not both SSS-level gifted professional holy angels, the Chu family would probably not even be able to maintain their cooperation with the Ministry of Education, nor those industries that are involved in the daily lives of ordinary people. Butler Guan Ting recalled these situations and sighed in his heart. Seeing that Chu Tian actually proposed to lead the team into the wild personally, he said it directly without hesitation.
Master, I'm coming too. I'm about to be promoted to level 5. If I go hunting with you, your chances of success will be much better.
Chu Tian was a little surprised when he heard this and looked at Guan Ting strangely.
La Guan, you're almost at level 5? So fast? Guan Ting nodded.
Actually, I should have reached level 5 a long time ago. It's just that over the years, I've been helping the master manage the group and the family, and I haven't been out in the wild as often, so my level hasn't improved much.
After all, I am an A-level talented professional awakener. Master, please don't underestimate me. Chu Tian was slightly stunned, then suddenly reacted. That's right.
La Guan is actually an A-level talented professional awakener and has always been his right-hand man.
He sighed apologetically. Alas, La Guan, I have delayed you all these years. Guan Ting didn't care and said cheerfully. Master, do we need to talk about this between you and me? My life was given by the master. Rank and so on are not important, as long as the Chu family is doing well, that's enough. Chapter 77. This time Chu Tian will never come back. From the day Master saved my life in the wilderness, I swore that my life belongs to Master and the Chu family. I'll do whatever the Master tells me to do. Until death. Guan Ting of the Guan family's profession is called Big Shield Warrior. It is also an A-level talent profession among defense professions. Although compared with the top SSS-level talent professions such as the Holy Angel, it is nothing. But among the A-level professions, it is also a tank-type profession with high defense and thick blood. It also has 2 innate skills, which can summon heavy armor and a large shield respectively, and its defense is quite strong. Think back to the past. Guan Ting and Chu Tian were on the battlefield in the wilderness, one holding a knife to kill and the other holding a shield to defend. They cooperated very well and were inseparable, attacking and defending.
It is also a beautiful story circulating in Nankai City. Relying on years of tacit cooperation, they have killed many powerful demons beyond their level, and laid an important foundation for the subsequent rise of the Chu family.
Speaking of which,
Chu Tian and Guan Ting met each other in humble beginnings and have known each other since childhood.
They are actually childhood friends. However, at that time, Guan Ting's family was not in good financial condition and he could hardly go to school. It was Chu Tian's father who spent money to support Guan Ting's schooling. The two of them have always gone to and from school together. Later in high school,
Chu Tian awakened the B-level swordsman, while Guan Ting awakened the A-level talented profession, the Great Shield Warrior.
Chu Tian even provided Guan Ting with a considerable amount of resources, allowing Guan Ting to study at the Awakening Academy in Nankai City. After graduation, once,
Guan Ting relied on his own advantage as a large shield warrior with high defense and thick blood to venture into the wild to hunt monsters, and almost died in the wild.
He was rescued only after Chu Tian had seriously injured him.
Chu Tian still has a 15-centimeter long old scar on his back, which was left when he saved Guan Ting.
For that rescue,
Guan Ting has been following Chu Tian diligently for 20 years, helping him manage the family business and develop the group. Logically speaking, given Guan Ting's contribution to the Blue Sky Group, there would be no problem for him to take a large portion of the shares and become a director. But Guanting refused. He has been working hard for the Chu family. Therefore, Guanting has always been Chu Tian's most trusted right-hand man, someone to whom he can completely trust his back in life. The rewards of human kindness will last for thousands of years. A drop of water is repaid with a spring of water. Guanting still remembers the life-saving grace. He has been silently repaying the Chu family. Thinking back on the past, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a little regretful and shook his head inside. Old Guan, with your A-level talent, you shouldn't just be helping me manage the group and the family business. I owe you so much over the years. It's all my fault, and the Chu family's fault for delaying you. Otherwise, you might already be a senior 5th level expert, or even have entered the 6th level. Guanting shrugged indifferently. Master, why are you saying this? I actually don't care about these things. I live my life for the Chu family. As long as the Chu family is well, that's enough. Since the master is ready to come out of the mountains again and hunt monsters in the wild himself, then I can't just sit back and watch. I want to follow and fight alongside you. We are 2 awakeners close to the 5th level, plus the few remaining 3rd level awakeners in the Chu family. As long as we don't encounter monsters above the 5th level, we can just hunt monsters for materials. This time, I will definitely return victorious and ruthlessly kill Lin's Wei Feng. Let the coordination department, the garrison department, and the law enforcement department see that even if the young lady and her husband don't develop in Nankai City, the master is still the overlord of our Nankai City. Your reputation will surely intimidate the Lin family. Raise the Blue Sky Group's banner again. Chu Tian patted Guanting's shoulder, feeling very relieved. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles tests the horse's strength. Time reveals a person's true character. Despite the Chu family's current dire situation, Guanting remains loyal to the family. This attitude touched him deeply. In that case, let's work together to revive our former glory. Then, Chu Tian took Guanting from the Guan family and the remaining awakened people in the Chu family, and formed a hunting team with a desperate mentality. Quickly leave the city and head into the boundless wilderness to hunt monsters and obtain materials. Isn't it just a temporary unhappiness? At worst, I can start over again. The small Lin family wants to eat up the Chu family's Blue Sky Group. They're dreaming. At the same time, Chu Tian led the team out of the city to hunt down monsters. Lin family. The Lin family's senior members and others were the first to learn that Chu Tian was leading his team out of the city. To this, Lin Yuandao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in triumph, a sinister and hideous smile flashing on his face. We've done so much and have been arranging it for so long. It's just to force that old guy Chu Tian out of the city. I knew that with that old man Chu Tian's character, he would definitely not be able to bear to see the Chu family decline like this. He would not allow the Chu family to continue to decline, and he would definitely lead the team out of the city himself. Sure enough. Now he's finally out of town. This time, let this team of theirs go without return and be buried in the wilderness. Aside. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanguan, the head of the Lin family, couldn't help but feel a little conflicted and worried. Is this really okay? No matter what, the Chu family was once the local rich and powerful of Nankai City. In such a short period of time, the business empire quickly collapsed, and even its core figure, the head of the Chu family, died a tragic death. And my Lin family took advantage of this opportunity to rise so quickly. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it was us who did it. What if, at that time, the higher-ups blame us? Also, the 2 SSS-level descendants of the Chu family who went to the Magic City might become enemies of our Lin family after hearing the news. Lin Yuandao sneered and glanced at Lin Yuanguan. It makes sense that the Lin family has been half dead under your leadership. No one can be a hero without ruthlessness. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. What can you accomplish by being so timid all day long? Don't worry. I promise there won't be any problems with this operation in the wilderness. Even if the law enforcement headquarters in the imperial capital sent someone to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find any problems, let alone those 2 little guys who went to the Magic City. Once Chu Tian dies, there will be no evidence. What can they do? Besides, in my opinion, those 2 holy angels have been making too much noise. They're probably about to die. They may not live much longer. Speaking of this, Lin Yuandao emphasized it particularly.
Brother, you must keep an eye on that brat Jicheng. Now is a crucial stage for him to complete the fusion. There must not be any mistakes. The Lin family's true rise, even its chance to soar to the sky, all depends on him. We must not let him continue to act recklessly. Lin Yuanguan also nodded carefully. He knew that Lin Yuandao had no son, so he raised his son Lin Jicheng as his own son. The whole family is planning wholeheartedly for the future of the Lin family. Naturally, everyone's efforts are directed towards one goal. Lin Yuanguan will definitely not drag his feet at the critical moment. And at the same time, under the Lin family's grounds, in a dark and deep basement. In the center of the basement, there is a deep red pool of blood. On the walls around the basement, there were 4 living people nailed to the walls, their bodies covered with wounds and bloody wounds. They were all struggling desperately, trying to call for help, but no sound came out. The struggling movements gradually weakened as time went by. Tick, tick. The bright red and sticky blood flowed from the wounds of the 4 of them to the ground, and then followed the special patterns on the ground and flowed into the blood pool in the center. At this moment, Lin Jicheng was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the blood pool in a meditation posture with his 5 hearts facing upwards. And inside the blood pool, it seemed like there was something, forming a black shadow, swimming around Lin Jicheng in circles. The scene was extremely weird, bloody, and distorted. Chapter 78. Chu Shi wants to go out alone for training? Just when Nankai City was in chaos. Magic City Academy. Cici, now that you're pregnant, you shouldn't be able to train your body and soul like before, right? Should I ask the instructor? Chenhi pulled Chu Shi's soft and tender pink hand and asked after a little thought. Chu Shi was also a little confused. Yeah, let's go ask someone. This is our first child, so nothing can go wrong. I hope my child can grow up healthily. If I had a son, it would be best if he looked more like you. Who knows how many girls he would charm by then? Her pair of beautiful big eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, were filled with deep and rich love. They were all filled with admiration. Obviously, this statement comes from the heart. Chenhi's heart softened. Who can refuse a woman who is devoted to him and has only him in her eyes? He hugged Chu Shi and rubbed her ears again. It would be best if it was a girl, like you. A moment later. In Vice Principal Yuan's office. Yuan Shuxiang put down the documents in her hand and looked up at the newlyweds in front of her with some surprise. So soon? As expected, they are young men and women. Their efficiency is very high. Yuan Shuxiang said with great satisfaction, looking up and down at Chenhi and Chu Shi in front of her with eyes full of ant smile. She stood up, walked to Chu Shi's side, and touched Chu Shi's forehead very gently. Then he looked at Chenhi and said, as far as I know, the early stages of pregnancy have no impact on Xiaoxi's normal leveling, daily course studies, and physical and spiritual training. In the first 3 months, everything can be normal. But after 3 months, you must completely stop all physical and soul training, as it could harm the fetus. You are also absolutely forbidden to hunt demons in the wild to increase your level. Because after the pregnancy is revealed, the fetus in the belly is basically formed. If you fight too much, it will easily cause the fetus to become unstable, and the situation will be bad. So, generally speaking, after 3 months, if you can avoid actual combat and training, you should do so as much as possible. Thinking of this, Yuan Shuxiang recalled briefly and gave some earnest advice. In addition, after 3 months, various medications are needed to support the fetus. Of course, you two don't have to worry. You are both top-tier SSS-level holy angels with top talents. Your child will definitely have a great future. He's destined to be a little demon. Therefore, the state will provide you with significant support and subsidies. For your child, the state will allocate resources to help you take care of the pregnancy. Also, the school will definitely take care of all the medications you need to maintain your pregnancy, as well as your daily expenses after pregnancy. I guarantee to provide you with the best possible care, from pregnancy maintenance to delivery and postpartum care. Everything will be done in one go. Mention this knowledge. Yuan Shuxiang, who has never had a child, couldn't help but feel maternal instinct. He took 2 steps forward and took Chu Shi's little hand. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Shi was as if he was looking at his own daughter, full of kindness and friendliness. Here are some things you should pay attention to during pregnancy and nurturing the fetus, as well as some daily knowledge. You can take a look at them. Alas, I have kept this information for a long time, but unfortunately I have never been able to use it. I might never need it again, it's good to leave it to you.
Yuan Shushan picked out several pregnancy manuals from the bookcase next to her and stuffed them all into Chushi's arms. At the same time, he was carefully advising Chenhi.
During pregnancy, it's taboo to have strong emotional fluctuations.
Shoa, as a husband, you must take good care of the pregnant woman's emotions and try your best to make her feel more relaxed and comfortable. Also, you have to be very careful about your diet. It can't be too greasy, or. Once she brought up this topic, she couldn't stop. He talked to Chushi for a long time. Chushi also felt very happy. She had never seen her mother before, and she received a lot of care from Yuan Shushan that she had never received before. The two of them became more and more happy as they talked. Chenhi was also listening carefully and taking notes, fearing that he would do something wrong and affect their children.
At last, Vice Principal Yuan Shushan gave a serious reminder.
Shaoyi, Shashi, I know you two are both young and strong, and you're, newlyweds, and everything's going on. But now that you're pregnant, you absolutely can't act as crazy as before.
From now on, you absolutely cannot sleep together, understand?
Because having sex with an awakened person is different from having sex with an ordinary person.
It can easily lead to miscarriage. Listen to this emphasis.
Chushi and Chenhi clearly recalled the last time they were seen through by Yuan Shushan.
Chushi's pink and white face suddenly turned red.
Even though Chenhi was used to being shameless, he felt a little embarrassed now.
Yes, Vice Principal, I remember everything.
From now on, even if Cece begs me for it, I will definitely restrain myself. Chushi blushed, raised her pink fist and hit him, saying angrily,
"Go to hell. What are you talking about? It's obviously you every time, cough cough."
After getting enough knowledge about pregnancy from Vice Principal Yuan Shushan, Chushi returned to the dormitory and looked at Chenhi with a serious expression on her face.
"Hubby, I want to go to the wild to level up. The first 3 months are my only chance to improve. I must seize it, otherwise I might not be able to go out and gain experience for the next 6 months. I have to seize this opportunity and reach level 30 as soon as possible within the first 3 months of pregnancy, which means in the next 2 months. At least I have to reach level 3. Then, I can rest assured and take care of the baby." Chenhi frowned. He felt that Chushi was just fooling around. How can I go out and gain experience when I'm pregnant with their baby? This moment.
Chenhi seemed to understand how Chushi felt when he was about to go for solo training.
"No, how can this be?"
"Oh, honey, I don't want to be left behind by you for too long," and the vice principal also said that everything was normal for the first 3 months.
"I didn't stop you before, and you can't stop me."
Chenhi still disagreed. But with Chushi's constant persuasion, Chenhi really couldn't resist Chushi inside. Looking at the charming and stunning girl in front of him who was constantly hesitating, he reached out and stroked the girl's puffy cheeks and said helplessly,
"Okay, I'm really impressed by you."
Then he immediately changed the subject. "You can go for outdoor training, but you must be accompanied by a school instructor or leader. The chaos that erupted in Taihu Nest last time is still fresh in my memory.
Besides, I definitely can't go with you this time.
If you don't have an absolutely powerful person to protect you, I really don't feel at ease." It's not that Chenhi hasn't thought about going with Chu Shi and getting some experience in the wild.
But he quickly denied this idea. Because,
after he went there, the two of them together became two targets.
The situation might be as exaggerated as last time.
Now, inside and outside the city, I wonder how many pairs of eyes are staring at him, a 4th-level holy angel.
This goal is too big.
If they are targeted by demons or human traitors, there is a possibility of another Taihu Nest melee.
So,
even if he wanted to go out for training, he had to go separately from Chu Shi.
The two of them are too big a target.
This is not about gaining experience, but about being used as a target and running out to be killed.
Chu Shi obviously understood this, so he never mentioned asking him to follow. Just nodded. Okay. Then, should we go ask Vice Principal Yuan for help? There were 2 6th-level instructors in the vice president's office at the moment. Yuan Shushan looked at the 2 people who came back and was puzzled. What are you doing?
But when she heard Chu Shi's thoughts, she slammed the table and stood up on the spot.
No. I absolutely disagree.
The other 2 tutors who were listening and also shook their heads and disagreed completely.
Nothing else.
This is really too dangerous. Before she got pregnant, if an accident happened and they lost a holy angel, they would be heartbroken.
But now, if an accident happens, it will be 2 lives. Who can bear this responsibility? And
Chenhi and Xuxi are both genuine holy angels with a talent that has surpassed the SSS level.
there is a high probability that their children will inherit this excellent gene and awaken an SSS-level talent profession in the future. At the very least, it has to be an SS-level talented profession. So, if something unexpected really happens, resulting in 2 deaths, all of them, the teachers and school leaders, will be to blame. Until that time,
not only is it unfair to Chenhi as her husband,
it would also be an insult to Han Xia Nation's cultivation. Even more so, it would be an insult to the ardent attention of all mankind. I'll probably live in guilt for the rest of my life. By then, it will be too late to say anything. Therefore,
no matter from which angle they considered it, Yuan Shuxiang and the other 2 6th-level mentors completely disagreed.
It was at this time. Bang!
The door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and Principal Wu Xingwen, who had just returned from a trip to the imperial capital, walked in happily with the help of a cane, his face beaming with excitement.
Headmaster! Teacher! A group of people immediately surrounded him.
Xiaoyi, Xiaoxi, Xuxiang, I heard you guys quarreling here as soon as I came back.
What's going on?
Chenhi was delighted and took the initiative to explain.
Teacher, Cici is pregnant.
Wu Xingwen's eyes lit up instantly, and his already cheerful expression became even more ecstatic.
He looked Xuxi up and down. Great! This is good news. This is a great joy. What's the fuss about? Yuan Shuxiang said with a dark face. Pregnancy is a good thing. But principal, please ask these 2 children what they want to do. Even though you're pregnant, you still want to go out and gain experience. To level up in the wild. Isn't this nonsense?
Wu Xingwen frowned and looked at Chenhi and Xuxi again, who looked eager.
The corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. How come these 2 children are so alike? The path is still the same wild. You really are not from the same family, right?
When Chenhi just awakened, he dared to go out alone to gain experience.
Now Xuxi is obviously also a heroine. She also wants to go out to gain experience even though she just got pregnant. Who knows what kind of devil this child will become in the future? But after he listened to Xuxi's detailed explanation of the reason, he realized that if the holy angel's talent was not able to be improved for more than half a year, it would be a waste and a disgrace. By then, the gap between me and Chenhi will become wider and wider.
Wu Xingwen pondered for a while, but finally couldn't resist the enthusiastic looks of the 2 children.
Okay. I'll agree to this with reluctance.
However, if Xiaoxi goes out for training, I will personally go to the Minister of Education of the Magic City, that is, Senior Brother Sita Chenhi, to act as a guardian and accompany Xiaoxi on the training trip. Senior Brother Chenhi is an 8th-level expert.
If he can personally protect Xiaoxi, it will be more than enough. Chapter 79 I want to undergo the 5th body and soul training. An hour later. In the office of Minister Situ Chenhi of the Ministry of Education of Shanghai.
Wu Xingwen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and said in a pretentious manner.
Brother Chenhi, do you know? Xiaoxi is pregnant. It's Xiaohua and Xiaoxi's child.
Situ Chenhi, who had been somewhat indifferent to Wu Xingwen, suddenly had his eyes light up. He ignored his work, took 2 steps forward, and asked excitedly.
Xingwen, are you telling the truth?
They've only been married for a short time, and they have a child so soon.
This is awesome. My magic city will definitely give birth to a brand new demon in the future.
I just wonder what profession their future child will awaken into.
Could it be that there are 3 angels in one family?
Wu Xingwen was also very excited, but of course he would not show it.
He pretended to be calm and said jokingly. What does Xuxi's pregnancy have to do with you?
You're the Minister of Education in Magic City, you have nothing to do with this, why are you so happy?
Situ Chenhi curled his lips, glanced at him disdainfully, and said lightly. I don't know what to say to you.
It seems you don't know that getting pregnant earlier is a good thing for both Xuxi and Chenhi. Otherwise, once Xuxi and Chenhi's levels are too high, it will be difficult to get pregnant.
Wu Xingwen looked confused and bewildered. What the hell is going on here? What does leveling up have to do with whether or not you can get pregnant? Aren't you talking nonsense? This is totally unheard of.
Situ Chenhi sneered and spoke in a rather sarcastic manner.
You, a perpetual bachelor like you,
definitely don't know that it's very difficult for high-level warriors to get pregnant. Let me ask you, how many couples of level 7 awakeners above level 70 have you seen who were able to conceive and have children? Wu Xingwen frowned and said as he recalled. As far as I remember, Minister Yu Tianfang and his wife already have children. Also, the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy and his wife also have children, as does the current head of the Yangcheng Su family. He casually mentioned 4 or 5 couples he had heard of who were above level 7.
But Situ Chenhi asked back calmly. And then, besides these 5 couples, have you heard of other high-ranking couples getting pregnant and having children?
Wu Xingwen was suddenly stunned.
It seems like it's really gone.
It seems that other high-ranking couples have no descendants, which means they can't find a successor to their legacy. They have to adopt various adopted sons and daughters to inherit it. Or after death, donate it to Hanxia Kingdom. Immediately afterwards, a flash of lightning seemed to pass through Wu Xingwen's mind.
Recalling what Situ Chenhi just said. Could it be true? At this time,
Situ Chenhi picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip calmly, and explained. You, for all these years, have been so absorbed in studying your divine and demonic refinement technique that you've neglected to learn anything else.
You don't know, it's quite normal. I remember it was 100 years ago.
After a long period of research, researchers at the National Research Institute discovered that awakeners above level 60, rank 6, would become increasingly powerful as their genes became incompatible with each other. There's no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, he said. The more powerful a person is, the more perfect their genes are, making them less likely to fuse with the genes of others. If a strong person combines with a weak person, the weaker person's genes will be unable to withstand the strength of the stronger person's genes.
So, either conception is impossible, or the child conceived after the union will inexplicably die midway.
After hundreds of years of continuous and in-depth research, and with countless data records from generations of awakened individuals confirming these theories, they are indeed true. Therefore, after reaching the 6th level of the 60-level awakeners, the difficulty of pregnancy will increase significantly by 2 times.
With each level increase, the difficulty will increase exponentially.
Especially at the 7th, 8th, and even 9th levels, they have almost reached the current limit of human awakening, and their genes are almost so strong that they are unbreakable.
By that time, pregnancy is almost impossible. The probability of getting pregnant is probably 1 in millions or even tens of millions.
This is why the country changed the legal age of marriage. It's not just to promote the birth of newborns, but also to encourage awakened people to get married and have children earlier, to encourage childbirth, and to raise offspring as early as possible.
Also,
why did the country previously strictly emphasize that people with gifted professions above a level cannot marry those with other gifted professions below a level or ordinary people who failed to awaken?
It's also because of the influence of genes. High-level talented professionals have strong genes themselves.
The combination of the strong and the weak is not a good match, and the talents of future children will be greatly affected.
At this time, listening to Situ Chenhi's explanation,
Wu Xingwen also suddenly realized and came back to his senses from his previous confusion.
That's right. For so many years, he has been diligently studying the methods of refining gods and demons.
In fact, he has no idea the reasons behind many laws and regulations promulgated by the country.
But it doesn't matter.
Wu Xingwen was too lazy to worry about these things. Anyway, his 2 apprentices had a perfect union and were perfectly pregnant, which made him very excited.
Okay, stop talking nonsense.
I don't care about this. I came here this time because I want you, senior brother Chenhi, to take Xuxi to the wild for training and to improve her level. Only if you personally protect her can I feel at ease. Otherwise, if there's even a slight mistake, it could result in 2 deaths.
No one can afford it. Situ Chenhi raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Protect Xuxi from going out for training? Then why don't you protect him yourself? Isn't that your direct disciple?
You don't even care about it yourself, but push it to me to help.
Do you think I'm idle every day in the Magic City Education Department?
Wu Xingwen shrugged.
As for me, I've been busy watching Chenhi practice the divine and demonic refining technique lately.
Situ Chenhi suddenly looked serious and stared at Wu Xingwen.
Xingwen, since you brought this up, I won't hide it from you anymore. Do you think Chenhi's chances of success are high?
Wu Xingwen also looked serious and nodded solemnly.
I think the success rate is very high.
This kid Xiao He is completely different from senior brother Mufeng. It's as if this divine and demonic refining technique was created entirely for Chenhi. The compatibility is quite high. I feel that Chenhi can absolutely rely on this divine and demonic refining method to become the first true 100-level awakener in the entire human race.
Situ Changha pondered for a moment and muttered to himself. A true, level 100 expert. After a while, Situ Changha took a deep breath and stared at Wu Xingwen. Okay, I get it. I will protect Chushi. Seeing the excitement that could not be concealed between Wu Xingwen's eyebrows, he couldn't help but sneer. Didn't you go to the imperial capital this time to seek justice? What good is this going to bring? Wu Xingwen chuckled. As stated above, in order to compensate Chenhi, all the demon blood, demon cores, and devil cores he needs for each stage of body and spirit training will be borne by the higher-ups. I don't need to bother collecting materials anymore. Situ Changha was taken aback and said in shock. What the hell? The higher-ups are so generous this time? The expenses for the first few times of body and spirit training are not so much to worry about, but the expenses after the fourth stage, those are not materials that anyone can casually come up with. They require a huge amount of money. Also, aren't the higher-ups afraid that this divine and demonic refining technique will create another monster like our senior brother? Wu Xingwen stared at Situ Changha with sharp eyes and emphasized first. Big brother, you're not a monster. Then he turned and said. This is. While the higher-ups are compensating Chenhi, they're also betting that the same tragedy won't happen again. I bet there won't be a second big brother. Situ Changha nodded slightly and said thoughtfully. Well, I hope. Chenhi doesn't end up in the same situation as senior brother Mufong. Otherwise, this holy angel would be even more difficult to deal with than my eldest brother. Wu Xingwen said no more. He asked Situ Changha to prepare to protect Chushi while she went out for training, and then left the Ministry of Education in the Magic City. After returning to school, Wu Xingwen went straight to Chenhi and the other man's dormitory. Xiao Shi, senior brother Chenhi has already promised to protect you. When do you plan to go out for training and level up? When the time comes, I will inform senior brother Changha. Chushi thought about it briefly. This matter should be done sooner rather than later, let's do it tomorrow. Then, the next day, outside the gate of Magic City Academy, in Chenhi's worried eyes, Chushi and Minister Situ Changha of the Magic City Education Department left the city together. With the personal escort of Situ Changha, an 8th rank expert, Chushi goes on to hunt monsters, upgrade his level, and embark on a new journey. Watch Chushi leave. Chenhi turned his head and looked at Principal Wu Xingwen beside him. Teacher, I have also broken through to the 4th level. Can I start the 4th round of body and soul training? It's ready for you. Come with me. 4 days later. Institute of Vocational Studies. In the familiar basement, in a pool of thick and sticky blood. Bang! A large ball of blood suddenly rose from the blood pool, turning into a whirlpool and crashing against the shore. Chenhi's naked figure emerged from it. His eyes suddenly opened, and a pure gleam of light with a hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in them. The whole person's momentum instantly rose a lot. He lowered his head and carefully felt the strength of his body, his eyes becoming more and more excited. This time, his body and soul training is not much different from the last time. The whole process was extremely relaxed. Within an hour, the absorption of 103rd level demon cores was completed. After 4 days of blood washing, the whole person felt refreshed. After it's done, Chenhi felt the agitation in his spiritual ocean and realized that his spiritual power had increased again. The overall strength of his spiritual power also saw a significant increase. And the strength of the physical body has increased by nearly twice as much as before. Its physique is as strong as some 3rd level perfect monsters. Call. Chenhi exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling refreshed and full of energy. My physical condition has never been better. If Chushi had not been pregnant, he would have wanted to pull Cece over and start something big with her. So strong. He looked at Principal Wu Xingwen, who was guarding him, with a blazing and energetic gaze. Teacher. I feel like I'm in great shape. I want to start my 5th body and soul training session ahead of schedule. Chapter 80, Level 45. Ronqing Monster Zhang Xiao Xiao. Wu Xingwen was also very excited to see Chenhi in such good shape. This process is really easy. The divine and demonic refining method really seemed to be specially created for Chenhi. But no, this is absolutely not possible.
If you are going to start the 5th body and soul training now, it means that you will need to use the blood and core of a demon of the same level as yourself to complete the body and soul training.
I'm afraid you can't handle it. This is very difficult. If you make a mistake, you could be killed on the spot.
He said this, but in his heart he secretly wanted to try it. After so many years of in-depth research, he has gained a certain degree of confidence in this set of divine and demonic refining techniques.
Nothing should happen, right? And Chenhi's 4th attempt at physical and spiritual training was indeed too easy.
Chenhi has always been good at both soft and hard persuasion. After his persistence, Wu Xingwen finally nodded.
All right.
But while you're training your body and soul, I'll keep an eye on your condition.
If I notice any signs of trouble, I'll immediately and forcibly end it. Magic City Academy. Vocational Research Institute, in the familiar basement. Great. Teacher. So, I'm going to continue with the 5th body and soul training? Have you gathered all the necessary materials? Chenhi asked back excitedly.
Wu Xingwen stared at Chenhi with a serious look, and said after hesitating for a moment. Although I promised you that I could complete the 5th body and soul training at the 4th level.
But I didn't ask you to start now. Your current level is still too low. You've just entered the 4th level and are only at level 41.
Using all of your 4th level demon blood and demon cores to forge your body and refine your soul is too risky. So, if we want to do it for the 5th time, I have to take you to level up first. We need to at least upgrade to level 45, or even higher, to be safe. Upon hearing this, Chenhi nodded in response.
After all, there is only one life.
Although he longed for greater strength, he also knew that this divine and demonic refining technique was extremely dangerous. There are dangers lurking everywhere, and if you are not careful, you may be doomed.
So,
he still followed Principal Wu's suggestion, which was also Principal Wu's bottom line. Then he rubbed his hands and said eagerly.
Then, teacher, shall we set off now?
Cece has been out for training these past few days, and I don't know how she's doing.
Who knows, maybe we'll run into her again during this training trip.
Speaking of which, I haven't seen Chushi for 4 days. Although I have been training my body and soul for the past 4 days, I still miss you a little bit.
Principal Wu waved his hand and shook his head.
No, I roughly know where senior brother Chenhi will take Xiaoxi to train.
It's usually to the wilderness east of the Magic City. Most of the awakened ones in our Magic City train there.
Let's go west this time, in a different direction.
We absolutely must not run into Xiaoxi and the others.
Also, we have to leave the city secretly this time.
We can't let anyone know that I'm taking you out of the city for training.
I'll talk to Xuxiang later and ask her to maintain the illusion that you're still training at the Magic City Academy for the next few days to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from digging out information about you. Chenhi was stunned at first, but soon understood why Principal Wu did this.
Nowadays,
Chushi is training in the wild, hunting monsters and improving his level. And if he were to go out openly to gain experience and level up, he would definitely attract the attention of demons and human traders. By then, both he and Chushi might be in danger.
The same thing.
When he was with Chushi, his goals were really too big.
It is very likely that you will be targeted and surrounded by the enemy. When the time comes. Even with Situ Chenhi and Wu Xingwen protecting him, there is no guarantee that everything will be safe.
Therefore, this time when going out for training, I must leave the city quietly and cannot go to meet up with Chushi.
4 hours later.
Under Principal Wu's special arrangement, Master Chenhi and his disciple quietly left the city gate under the cover of night.
Field.
The mountains and forests are still dense, the starry sky is sparse, and the moonlight is like water. Chenhi immediately began to select suitable demons to hunt in the wilderness. If he was alone, he would have to find a safe place to rest every night, because the demons at night were more ferocious than those during the day, and there would be more of them roaming around. But now, with Wu Xingwen, a 7th level strongman, protecting him, he has no other worries.
You can level up with peace of mind. It only took a short while.
Swish, swish, swish.
In the dense forest, a brilliant sword light kept flashing.
He took the 6-star magic weapon, the dragon-slaying sword, that the family panel had given him, and began to kill monsters in the wilderness to continuously level up. He smashed the 7 or 8 large trees in front of him that were so big that 2 people could hug them into pieces on the spot. On the ground, a half-meter deep chasm continued to crack wherever the sword light went.
Boom! Rumble!
In front of him, a 4th-level monster centipede, whose body was like a small mountain of flesh, was split into 2 parts by his sword. Chenhi's eyes lit up slightly, and he was amazed at the clanging dragon-slaying sword in his hand. It is worthy of being a 6-star magic weapon. It is indeed incredibly powerful. Moreover, these 6 extremely strong and masculine Tian gang swords are also the most powerful swordsmanship in the world.
Congratulations! You've successfully slain the monster giant centipede.
Listening to the panel prompt sound coming from his ears, although there was no prompt for level upgrade, Chenhi was also very excited and continued to search for more 4th-level monsters in the dense forest. He simply looked down upon those of lower levels. A 3rd-level monster might require killing dozens or hundreds of them to level up, which is not worth his effort at all. Therefore, his hunting targets are all 4th-level monsters.
And in the process of hunting, Wu Xingwen was watching from the side and couldn't help but marvel at it.
Good boy, this guy is getting braver and braver as the battle goes on.
Use the advantages of the SSS-level talent class, the Holy Angel, to the fullest extent.
Before this, I've always heard that this 4th-level Holy Angel's innate skill, Angel's Judgment, was incredibly powerful.
I never thought it would be this strong. Swish! Another mountain of flesh collapsed.
Chenhi looked at the sword in his hand, his expression becoming more and more excited.
This is the Angel's Judgment. So powerful.
The few 4th-level monsters he encountered along the way, as long as they were lower in level than him, or the level 41 monsters at the same level as him, were all killed by him with one sword, that is, they were killed instantly on the spot.
This is thanks to the talent skill for Angel's Judgment.
This skill is not a triggered skill, but rather a passive skill. When his own energy and spirit are full to a certain level, it will be triggered directly on the spot to help him kill the same level instantly.
The cooling process also takes place silently.
It's not quite the same as the Holy Sword skill Judgment. Judgment is an active skill that consumes a lot of energy, but this Angel's Judgment can be directly activated as long as it is charged without consuming too much energy, which makes it very useful. The only drawback is the long cooldown time.
But the effect of this skill is still incredibly powerful.
As for those 4th-level monsters that are higher in level than Chenhi, this Angel's Judgment can also inflict heavy damage with one strike, making his efficiency in hunting 4th-level monsters frighteningly high. Wu Xingwen, who was watching the game nearby, was amazed from beginning to end. Every time Wu Xingwen thought that Chenhi had reached his limit and needed a break, unable to defeat his opponent, Chenhi would just give him a big blow and kill him instantly.
This is the Holy Angel. Wu Xingwen really chose the right disciple. After a night, the golden crow rises in the east. When the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. Swish!
Chenhi suddenly swung the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and the sticky red blood on it suddenly splattered all around.
A giant 2-tusked elephant in front of him collapsed to the ground, its body shattered into pieces of meat with smooth and even cuts. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the 2-tusked giant. Your level has increased by 1. That night, Chenhi didn't know how many 4th-level monsters he killed.
He just felt like he was almost numb from killing.
His level also rose smoothly to level 45 like a rocket. He achieved the goal he set when he first went out to gain experience. Wu Xingwen looked up at the sky. Was it ever so easy to lead a team out for training before?
Chenhi quickly stepped forward and harvested the materials from the 2-tusked giant elephant, such as ivory and demon cores, and put them into the storage space.
Teacher, is it almost done? Chenhi yawned and stretched. After a night of fighting, I'm a little tired. You can hurry back to the Magic City Academy first and then have a good rest.
Wu Xingwen woke up from his trance. He turned his head and glanced at Chenhi meaningfully, as if he was looking at a freak. He has been a teacher for decades, but this is the first time he has seen someone as enchanting as Chenhi.
Okay, let's go. The master and disciple packed up their things simply and prepared to return directly to the Magic City. Just then, suddenly,
Wu Xingwen paused, then subconsciously took 2 steps forward, protecting Chenhi behind him.
Rumble! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled more and more violently. The mountain in front seemed to collapse under the violent vibration. Rolling rocks came down like a landslide. A large number of 4th-level demons began to desperately flee to the outskirts of the wilderness. Scatter like birds and beasts. Something's wrong.
Something must have happened up ahead, Wu Xingwen said seriously. Chenhi also quickly realized this and prepared to turn around and evacuate.
Safety is the most important. It was at this time. Boom!
Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. A mountain in front of him was directly smashed into pieces, and a large amount of rocks and trees collapsed with it.
Boom, boom, boom.
A thin, small, and pretty figure flew out at high speed from the depths of the dense forest and rocks.
Bang!
The thin little body fell to the ground not far from Chenhi and the others. He rolled on the ground several times before he managed to keep his balance. He leaned his hard hand on the staff, half supporting himself on the ground.
Wait until the dust around you quickly dissipates.
Chenhi immediately saw that it was a girl wearing a white long dress, covered in blood, and looking a little disheveled.
She has a small round face with a bit of baby fat.
Her facial features are delicate and cute, and she is very pretty.
She is the kind of beauty that you can't forget at first sight.
Looking at her slender figure in this fair and tender round face, she looks like a little Lolita, but she has a curvy figure and a baby face. Her figure makes people's blood boil. Wu Xingwen glanced over and the next moment, his expression was slightly stunned.
He obviously recognized the girl. Is it her? Zhang Xiaoxiao, the rising star of Rongqing Academy? Chapter 81 Holy Spirit assists dual system SSS profession.
Speaking of Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wu Xingwen was deeply impressed. She was 19 years old this year and started school a year later than Chenhi, but she looked several years younger than Chenhi.
It is a legal lowly. His profession is the SSS-level talent profession, the Holy Spirit Mage. Like the Holy Angel, it is a top profession that surpasses the SSS-level talent profession.
He also has 2 innate weapons and 6 talent skills.
Talent skill 1 is the innate magic weapon, the Holy Spirit staff.
It was also the large staff of the same height that the lowly girl was holding in both hands at the moment. It was shining and filled with rich elements of the Holy Spirit.
Comes with a staff skill, Light of the Holy Spirit.
It is a spell skill with large-scale lethality. All enemies within the spell range will be baptized by the elements of the Holy Spirit, causing significant damage and a 50% chance of suffering true damage. It is one of the most powerful skills among magic skills.
Moreover, the life-saving magic weapon of this SSS-level talent profession can become stronger as the level increases, and the future is promising. Talent skill 2 is also the innate magic weapon, the Heart of the Holy Spirit.
This magic weapon is an auxiliary magic weapon, so the Holy Spirit Mage profession is also called the Holy Spirit Auxiliary Dual System profession. It is a matching auxiliary skill Tian Hui, which can significantly improve the attributes of all teammates.
Boost morale and enhance fighting spirit. Now.
In the wilderness, Zhang Xiaoxiao, covered in blood and obviously seriously injured, struggled to support her thin and voluptuous figure by leaning on the scepter, breathing softly, and turned her head to look at Master Wu Xingwen and his disciple. In an instant, her pair of bright star eyes brightened. It's like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw.
Principal Wu. Help me. Wu Xingwen's heart tightened.
The reason why he knew Zhang Xiaoxiao was because he had been to Zhang Xiaoxiao's home.
After all, recruiting top talents in SSS-level talented professions is also one of his main responsibilities as the principal.
But Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was originally from Hongdu and was relatively close to Shanghai, unexpectedly rejected the invitation from Shanghai University and finally chose Chengdu University. It is said that it is because her sister is studying in a university in Chengdu. But in short, although Zhang Xiaoxiao did not choose the Magic City Academy in the end, they are all top geniuses of Hanxia country after all, and are SSS-level talented professional monsters. They must be saved if possible. Now that he had seen it, he couldn't just ignore it. Without having time to ask Zhang Xiaoxiao in detail what was going on, Wu Xingwen glanced at the collapsed forest in front of him and quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. This new evildoer in Chengdu was probably attacked by the combined forces of demons and human traitors. This can basically be said to be the fate of SSS-level talented professionals. An inevitable fate. Wu Xingwen's face was serious and he shouted loudly. Xiaoyi, quickly take Xiaoxiao and leave. I'll cover your retreat. At this time. Rumble. Boom, boom, boom. The earth suddenly shook violently again, and large areas of the mountains and forests in front collapsed. More than a dozen demons emerged from the shattered hill and stood in front of the 3 people. There are several 7th-level demons, their bodies as big as mountains. There were several 6th-order demons, who were relying on the power of others to bully others and also had a terrifying aura. There are also two fifth-level monsters, which seem insignificant compared to the first two, but they are also as big as mountains. There was almost no hesitation. More than a dozen demons attacked the three people at the same time. The main target is Zhang Xiaoxiao. Boom! Suddenly, a huge storm exploded on the horizon, and a black dragon of molten lava that swallowed up the heaven and earth descended from the sky. Its flesh wings spread out and instantly turned into a barrier, blocking all attacks. Roar, roar, roar! The violent dragon roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth. The might of the 7th-level Temple Dragon Knight suppressed the entire scene. In front of this lava-black dragon whose strength is equivalent to that of a peak 7th-level powerhouse, even several 7th-level demons are not enough and are intimidated by the fierce and powerful dragon might. Wu Xingwen's body flew into the air, and syllables of a giant dragon came out of his mouth. Controlling the lava-black dragon, he attacked forcefully and barely managed to stop the demon. But no matter how powerful a man and a beast are, they are still unable to cope with the situation when facing 10 people at once. They could only try their best to stop the other 7th-level and 6th-level monsters from getting close to them, but the two 5th-level monsters took advantage of the chaos to break through the blockade and attack Chenhi and Zhang Xiaoxiao in the field. TSK TSK. Chenhi glanced at the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, then sheathed it and stuffed it into the storage space. Stand back! He emphasized and motioned Zhang Xiaoxiao to hide behind him. The next moment. Swish! The brilliant angelic light suddenly burst out. It spread throughout the venue with a powerful and dazzling aura, almost making a second dazzling sun appear on the scene. Last night, in order to hide himself and avoid being discovered as a holy angel, Chenhi did not use the angel's holy sword and angel's silver wings, as he had already been ready to go. At this moment, the angel's holy sword was pulled out from the void by him, and a pair of angel's silver wings shining with silver light also bloomed behind him. The air seemed to suddenly heat up. The breath became extremely hot. The power of the 4th level is clearly visible. The huge sword in his hand slashed through the air. Fight! With a 4th-level body, he forcibly fought against two demons that were a whole level higher than him. Boom! A strong wind blew past his ears, and then Chenhi's fierce attack posture was restrained, and he switched from offense to defense. He was forced to block and defend by the attacks and skills that came like a torrential rain. Retreating at every step. Directly suppressed and beaten. After all, the level gap is a bit big. Among the two 5th-level demons on the other side, one was a mutated blood spider with a debuff. Its breath was accompanied by a terrifying poisonous mist, and a spider web was sprayed out, which was about to turn into a big net to control him by force. The other demon is also a shadow leopard with extremely ferocious attack power and a very sharp and agile aura. One control, one agile attack. Even if he didn't cooperate much, Chenhi was beaten to the point of being tied up. There is no way to escape from this strong attack. Behind. Zhang Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard Chenhi's words. I didn't expect this young man to be so fierce. When he saw that there were two 5th-level demons, he dared to rush forward and protect her behind him. My heart couldn't help but tremble, and I felt an indescribable feeling in my heart. It was even more shocking to her than when Principal Wu stood up to protect her just now. Rushed forward without hesitation? This is protecting her with his life? But then, when she saw Chenhi's angel sword and the spread angel silver wings, especially the aura that Chenhi exuded, it was clearly at the level of about level 45 in the middle stage of the 4th stage. Everyone was stunned. She stood there stupidly, her pink cherry mouth open so wide that an egg could fit in it. Various emotions flickered inexplicably in her eyes, and her heart was indescribably shaken. The lake of my heart suddenly surged with violent storms. He's already at the 4th level? I have heard for a long time that this year's Magic City Academy has recruited two SSS-level holy angels. As young people from the same class, they must have some thoughts of comparing themselves. But now, seeing Chenhi's explosive strength, she was stunned and petrified on the spot. We all have SSS-level talented professions, why are you so outstanding and so amazing? I'm only level 28, and you're already over level 40? How exactly does the Magic City Academy train its students? This upgrade speed is too outrageous. But Zhang Xiaoxiao is also a person with rich experience in wilderness training. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly cheered up, dragged her injured and thin body, and quickly formed seals with her hands in front of her. Then, countless colorful lights gathered into tiny vortexes and rapidly condensed in front of her. Rushing out from my heart. A heart-shaped purple gem, like a vibrant, beating heart, slowly appeared, with circles of Holy Spirit elements swirling around it. It turned out to be the Holy Spirit Mage's innate auxiliary magic weapon, the Heart of the Holy Spirit. Swish, swish, swish. The dazzling and eye-catching Holy Spirit elements were surging like waves in the sky, surging continuously, like a flood bursting through a dam, gushing out and forming rainbows of 7 colors hanging in the sky. The auxiliary skill of the Heart of the Holy Spirit, Tianhui.
Excitation. Then, those rainbow-colored lights rushed towards Chenhi without any delay.
Chenhi's body, which was already swollen with energy, was completely enveloped, and his strength suddenly increased significantly. Chenhi, who was present at the scene, instantly felt that his combat power seemed to have increased by several levels.
It seems like it has been upgraded to the maximum level of the 4th stage in an instant. No more being oppressed and beaten. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, it's worthy of being an SSS-level top profession in both the Holy Spirit and auxiliary systems. Even after jumping across 2 levels to provide assistance and blessings, it can still bring such a big improvement. He couldn't even imagine how much of an improvement it would be if it were at the same level and rank. So strong. At this moment, Chenhi was like a wild beast that had escaped from a cage. The angel's holy sword in his hand became extremely hot, and a powerful aura that could tear through space gathered in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the sword swung down, and a ray of sword light tore and exploded in front of him. Boom, 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 boom.
Wherever the sword shines, it is invincible, and the power of the angel's judgment is added to it.
Immediately.
In the high sky, an extremely holy and powerful shadow of a holy angel descended without any warning.
Thousands of sword beams shone, piercing the sky. Finally, it converges into a brilliant golden sword light that penetrates the heaven and earth. Holy sword skill, judgment.
The sword light of the angel's judgment came one after the other and superimposed on each other.
The power is extremely terrifying. Puff.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the mutated blood spider that was spewing poisonous mist was chopped into pieces on the spot. Its body exploded, and a large ball of blood-red pus burst out. The 5th stage mid-stage mutated blood spider was killed on the spot.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully killing the mutated blood spider.
Your level has increased by 2. This scene.
The sight of the huge mutant blood spider exploding into pieces caused a huge sensation in Zhang Xiaoxiao's young mind, and she was stunned.
Holy angel, is he this powerful? It's unbelievable. Level 47. Chenhi's eyes lit up.
Dealing with another 5th level shadow leopard with flickering shadows was also much easier.
But,
because the mutant blood spider was killed by forcibly crossing levels, the 5th level shadow leopard was also on guard. It was almost impossible for Chenhi to attack the killer again and kill him.
At the same time, boom!
A loud noise was heard suddenly. The 7th level demon and the 6th level demon who were fighting with Wu Xingwen were also extremely shocked when they saw the combined explosion of the angel's judgment and judgment.
One of the 7th level beasts suddenly spoke in human language.
I never expected to stumble upon a holy angel here.
This is simply God helping us demons. Roar, roar, roar.
A fierce and fierce roar broke out instantly.
The surrounding mountains and forests shook violently. This is summoning powerful demons to spread information. Wu Xingwen's expression instantly became extremely solemn.
He turned his head to look at Chenhi, who was fighting against 2 5th level monsters alone.
If more high-level monsters came, all 3 of them would die here. This one do. Crunch.
Wu Xingwen suddenly gritted his teeth and spurted out a mouthful of bright red blood, as if some shackles had been opened, and the terrifying power contained in the great power of the ancient times suddenly rose.
Suddenly, dense wrinkles appeared on the face. Wu Xingwen looked much older in an instant.
But at the same time, the aura is growing wildly, and the level is constantly soaring.
Level 80. Chapter 82. Principal Wu reaches the peak of the 8th level again. Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
The aura around Principal Wu Xingwen suddenly soared, and his level continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from level 79, the peak of the 7th level, to level 80, the 8th level.
Then,
still making great strides and rising rapidly.
Level 81. Level 82. Level 83. Level 85. On the field.
The 7th Order demons and 6th Order demons who came to surround and kill Zhang Xiaoxiao, the new prodigy of Rongqing Academy, were all terrified and stared at Principal Wu in disbelief. The 7th level giant monster that had previously spoken human language suddenly spoke. Quick! Stop him. We can't let him continue to improve. Kill him. At the same time, the other 7th levels also responded. Kill him. Boom boom boom. The 7th level skills seemed to be able to stir and tear apart the clouds in the sky. The earth was shaking violently. The fierce and terrifying hurricane swept across, causing an extremely unstable tremor in the surrounding air. All the 7th level and 6th level monsters exploded and unleashed their most powerful skills. The sound is deafening. It transformed into an impenetrable skill net, woven in the air, and pressed towards Principal Wu. Among them, there was a breath of death that was distorted to the extreme. It seems to have the ability to kill anyone who touches it. But the next moment. Roar, roar, roar. A shocking dragon roar suddenly exploded. Afterwards, the body of the lava black dragon, which was already extremely huge, also expanded wildly, becoming several times larger. Its original shape was just a body that was comparable to those 7th level monsters, but it suddenly turned into a dark mountain rising from the ground. The flesh wings, like a curtain reaching the sky, were raised up boldly and turned into an insurmountable barrier. Puff puff puff. TSK TSK. All the skills that landed on those flesh wings were like the flames of candles being blown out, lightly dissipating and completely dissolving. Was it dissolved? The 7th level demons were all shocked and couldn't believe it. Principal Wu is a temple dragon rider with an SS-level talent profession. His natal contracted dragon is actually somewhat similar to Chenhi's natal magic weapon. As the level increases, it will also be reflected in the dragon. So, as Principal Wu paid a huge price and forcibly upgraded his level to the 8th level, the life level of the 7th level lava black dragon also broke through the limit and reached the 8th level. In front of an absolute 8th level dragon, these 7th level and 6th level attacks are not worth mentioning at all. Boom! Principal Wu's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, his back was a little hunched, and he looked like an old man in his twilight years, but his aura was extremely powerful. He raised one hand lightly and then let it fall again. The next moment. Boom! A palm-shaped pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and the 5th stage mid-stage shadow leopard that was still confronting Chenhi was beaten into a pool of meat paste by Principal Wu. Principal Wu shouted loudly in a somewhat old voice. Xiao He! Hurry up, hurry up! Take Zhang Xiaoxiao with you. Hurry! Go to Hangzhou, the nearest city. Chenhi did not hesitate. At the moment when the shadow leopard was smashed into a pool of meat paste, the angel's silver wings behind it flapped violently, and with a flash of light, it appeared beside Zhang Xiaoxiao at an extremely fast speed. He hugged this legal lowly who looked a little childish into his arms. Without having time to savor the soft fragrance in his arms, he flapped his wings rapidly and flew towards Hangzhou. Their current location is no more than 30 kilometers away from Hangzhou. Using the angel's silver wings, you can fly there in no time. As for Principal Wu, Chenhi has absolute confidence in Principal Wu. Moreover, with his current strength, even if he wanted to help Principal Wu, he is powerless and can't help at all. Moreover, he and Zhang Xiaoxiao, two SSS-level talented professionals, are serving as targets here. Principal Wu is too busy to take care of himself. Not only will it be of no help, but it will also become a burden and a drag on Principal Wu. So, he could only hope that nothing would happen to the principal. The action was also very fast, without any hesitation. And at this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was suddenly attacked by Chenhi and hugged in his arms, couldn't help but moan. Knowing that the current situation is critical, it feels a bit wrong to think about other things. But the approaching heartbeat and the masculinity of the boy so close at hand. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face turned red uncontrollably, and she couldn't raise her head due to shame. Her heart was beating like a deer. She didn't expect that this boy was in the same class as her and was even 1 year younger than her. But these shoulders look so broad. Such solid. It made her inexplicably feel an unprecedented peace. She cautiously hugged Chenhi's waist and back with her backhand, her nose filled with the boy's masculine scent, and the strange feeling in her heart became more intense. It can be seen that Chenhi was concentrating on escaping all the way, and seemed not to care about the young girl in his arms at all. Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart, which had been hanging in the air, slowly calmed down. A wave of weakness washed over her, and her eyelids grew heavier.
After blinking a few times, she gradually fell into a coma. After Chenhi left,
Principal Wu, whose aura level was still rising, was originally on par with those high-level monsters.
But
after Principal Wu's level was raised to 80, he killed all the 6th-level demons present on the spot, and pools of flesh exploded on the ground.
Looking around, the ground was in a mess. The 7th-level demons looked at each other and exchanged glances quickly. Knowing that it was impossible to fight against Principal Wu, they thought of escaping and fled in different directions at high speed. But at this moment, Principal Wu's aura was extremely powerful and terrifying.
In a flash, his figure appeared in front of a 7th-level demon.
He clasped his hands together in front of him, and then gently pulled. Snap! Puff, puff, puff!
The bright red blood gushed out like a fountain.
A falcon-like 7th-level demon had its head pulled out by Principal Wu on the spot.
The huge head fell to the ground, like a mountain of flesh exploding on the earth.
Amidst the spurting of blood, a 7th-level demon was forcibly killed.
His body fell heavily to the ground.
At the same time, the huge lava black dragon also bit a 7th-level demon as its prey.
It bit the head with its bloody mouth and broke the neck with a flick of its head. The ferocious dragon stepped on the body of the 7th-level demon and feasted on it,
biting and gnawing like crazy. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
In just a few breaths, the original 4 7th-level demons were killed by Principal Wu and the lava black dragon, leaving no one alive.
Quiet. There was a brief moment of silence in the wilderness.
But Wu Xingwen's eyes, which seemed to be burning with flames, stared into the distance.
He did not leave in a hurry.
He stood high in the air, quietly looking at the dense forest. The flames flowing in his eyes became hotter and hotter, burning fiercely.
A long time.
It's been a long time since I felt this familiar 8th-level power.
It's been a long time.
It's just right, taking those 2 8th-level monsters in the distance and savoring the power of the 8th level.
Let us put a perfect end to today's events. At the same time,
his level kept soaring, and he suddenly reached the 89th level, the peak of the 8th level.
But the terrifying aura emanating from him is comparable to that of a 9th-order strongman at level 90. It's like reaching the highest realm of human limit. Immediately. The next moment.
Click, 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 click. The space twisted, the earth tore apart, and the sky darkened.
2 8th-level demons appeared in front of Principal Wu.
One of them is at the peak of the 8th level, and its body is already mostly demonic.
It is a strange monster hidden in the black vortex.
At first glance, it is difficult to tell what kind of monster it is. On the other side, there was an 8th-rank sky-swallowing python, its blood-colored scales emitting a strange glow.
A demon and a monster looked at Wu Xingwen from a distance with a very shocked attitude. My heart is full of doubts. This person's skills.
And the iconic lava black dragon.
It was obviously Wu Xingwen, the principal of Magic City Academy. Why is he here?
The demon and the monster had strange and confused looks in their eyes, and were terrified. They looked around at the mess and felt more and more unbelievable.
They didn't see the result they wanted at all.
All they saw was the lava black dragon facing them with its exaggeratedly large butt.
He kept stepping on the corpses of other 7th-level demons and eating their meat in big mouthfuls. This scene. It's particularly ironic. The peak 8th-level monster looked at Principal Wu, whose aura level was still faintly increasing, and asked in a cold voice. Did you rescue that person?
A hint of mocking smile appeared on Wu Xingwen's old face, which already looked a little gloomy.
Yeah, what else? The 8th-level monster was very confused, shocked and puzzled. How could there be news from the Magic City and the Magic City Academy? Where on earth did this news come from?
The action plan to encircle and suppress Zhang Xiaoxiao, an SSS-level talented professional awakener who went out for training at Rongqing Academy, was a major event that the Demon High Level had been planning for a long time.
Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been so soon that a powerful person from the Magic City came to rescue us. Not to mention, the closest city to here is Hangzhou, and they haven't heard the news yet and haven't sent anyone to help. What are you doing here, the principal of a prestigious university in the Magic City?
Principal Wu did not respond, but simply gave a crude grin.
If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get out of here.
As soon as these words were spoken,
both 8th-level demons felt strongly insulted, as if they were being despised by Principal Wu. His expression was extremely ugly.
Their target this time is Zhang Xiaoxiao.
But since the person has already escaped, common sense suggests that we should not continue to chase him. You shouldn't get entangled with Principal Wu. But they really couldn't swallow this. The 8th level monster also sneered and said sinisterly, "Ha ha ha.
Alright, then let's experience just how powerful Wu Xingwen, the temple dragon rider who was once known to be invincible under the 9th rank, really is."
How many levels of your current strength are compared to your peak period? As soon as the words fell, an 8th level battle was about to break out. Boom boom boom.
The demon and the monster attacked Principal Wu from the left and right without any discussion.
Chapter 83, Home. Do demons besiege the city?
Chenhi held Zhang Xiaoxiao in his arms, and the angel's silver wings fluttered behind him. Swish, swish, swish. The scenery on both sides changed rapidly.
Roar, roar, roar. A black shadow suddenly leaped up from the ground and attacked Chenhi fiercely. Anger blazed in Chenhi's eyes.
He held Zhang Xiaoxiao in his arms with one hand. Fortunately, although this girl had a slim and curvy figure, she was still a lowly after all, and her figure was relatively petite, so he could hold her in his arms with one hand. The angel's holy sword fell, and a dazzling golden sword light swept across the sky. The sky-shattering and earth-shattering momentum is astonishing.
Phew! Puff puff puff.
The black shadow that attacked was chopped into 2 pieces on the spot before anyone could even tell what kind of monster it was. Chenhi turned around and hugged Zhang Xiaoxiao again, letting her little head rest on his shoulder. Afterwards, he didn't bother to collect materials about the monster and continued to rush towards Hangzhou.
Along this way,
he encountered the same situation more than once. Sometimes, it is a monster standing on the treetops, forcibly leaping up and attacking through the air, and sometimes it is a demon flying in the air, which is very difficult to deal with.
Fortunately,
because this place is relatively close to Hangzhou City and is considered to be on the edge of the wilderness, we did not encounter any high-level monsters.
Basically, all of them are monsters below level 5.
With the angel's judgment by your side, you can kill with just one sword. As a result, both his body and Zhang Xiaoxiao's body were splattered with blood, and they were covered in blood.
Then,
he fled all the way like this, killing demons along the way. Finally, he saw the shadow of a huge city looming in the distance, and it was already approaching the outskirts of Hangzhou. The sky was gloomy and dark clouds covered the sun. The wind was howling fiercely, and it looked like a storm was about to come. Before entering the city, Chenhi subconsciously looked back at the boundless wilderness. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that something big might happen in the wilderness this time.
"Teacher, you must not get into any trouble.
I'm Chenhi from the Magic City Academy, and this is Zhang Xiaoxiao, the rising prodigy from the Rongqing Academy.
She's seriously injured and needs medical attention," Chenhi said anxiously.
The awakened defenders were startled, then responded one after another, quickly gathered around and made arrangements.
After entering the city,
under the guidance of an awakened person guarding the city, Chenhi sent Zhang Xiaoxiao to the Awakened Person Treatment Center in Hangzhou. It was also because the identities of the two were verified when they entered the city. For a moment, the entire city of Hangzhou was in turmoil. The top leaders of the 4 major departments in Hangzhou all learned that the Holy Angel Chenhi from the Magic City Academy and the Holy Spirit Mage Zhang Xiaoxiao from the Rongqing Academy had actually come to Hangzhou together.
Especially Zhang Xiaoxiao, the top SSS-level genius, was seriously injured and unconscious here.
Although I don't know why 2 people who are quite far away from each other would come together.
But I can't care too much now. For a moment,
several high-ranking warriors guarding Hangzhou City rushed to the Awakener Treatment Center to check on Zhang Xiaoxiao's injuries and inquire about the specific situation. The people coming from the 4 major departments of Hangzhou are all ministers, and their configuration is surprisingly similar to that of the Magic City. All of them are high-level beings of the 8th level.
After coming here,
the 4 ministers had stern expressions, their fierce eyes fixed on Chenhi in the middle. Now that Zhang Xiaoxiao was still unconscious, she could only talk to Chenhi to understand the situation.
"Student Chenhi, what on earth is going on? What happened?
Why is Zhang Xiaoxiao unconscious?" Chenhi briefly described how he and Principal Wu Xingwen secretly went out to gain experience and level up, and then encountered Zhang Xiaoxiao on the way.
"What?
They're actually surrounding and killing each other."
"Principal Wu Xingwen is here too? I didn't expect that."
"You're saying that after Principal Wu was surrounded by those 6th and 7th level demons, his aura suddenly began to rise, breaking through to the 8th level on the spot, and then continued to rise."
Is that right? Chenhi nodded repeatedly.
Indeed, the situation was still manageable at the time. Those 6th and 7th tier demons were no match for our 7th tier temple dragon rider, teacher.
But the teacher suddenly exploded. I felt that something might be wrong.
Perhaps there was a greater crisis brewing. The eyes of the 4 ministers suddenly became more gloomy and their expressions were solemn.
Yes. Your feeling is correct.
Perhaps there are even higher level, more powerful demons hidden in that forest. Otherwise, with the strength of Principal Wu's temple dragon rider and his dragon, facing the siege of 6th and 7th level demons would be unnecessary. Principal Wu must have sensed a greater danger at this critical juncture, so he didn't hesitate to burn his life on the spot, paying a huge price to move forward and improve his level and strength.
Oh no! This is going to be a big disaster.
The 4 ministers have been in Hangzhou for many years and have a good understanding with each other. There was almost no need for much discussion. Just by exchanging glances, they could understand each other's thoughts and make a decision quickly. The Minister of Education and the Minister of Law Enforcement stood up on the spot and spoke seriously.
Old Yen and I will leave the city immediately to rescue Principal Wu. Principal Wu will have a hard time breaking out of the encirclement alone. We must rescue Principal Wu.
The 2 of them moved very quickly. Almost the next moment after he finished speaking, he broke through the window and flew out, walking in the air.
In just a few breaths, he completely disappeared and left the city. They are going to pick up Principal Wu.
Seeing this, Chenhi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These 2 ministers are both top-level 8th-level warriors, and the incident didn't happen too long ago, so they should be able to be rescued in time. But even though he thought so in his heart, Chenhi still felt worried. I couldn't help but follow the awakened ones from the garrison to the towering walls of the main city gate, waiting to see what was happening in the distance. After all, he is his teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. At the critical moment of life and death, the teacher Wu Xingwen did not hesitate at all and was willing to burn his life to cover him. It can be said that he was deeply shocked and moved.
After this incident,
he respected the principal more and more in his heart. I was also more worried about the teacher's safety and was almost restless.
At the same time, in Hangzhou,
the garrison immediately provided Zhang Xiaoxiao with better treatment and took her directly to the VIP exclusive ward on the top floor of the Awakener Treatment Center.
Not only did he immediately give Zhang Xiaoxiao various therapeutic medicines to recover from her injuries as if they were free. Even all the high-level healing awakeners and specialized therapists in the treatment center were brought in for consultation, with the goal of curing Zhang Xiaoxiao in the shortest possible time. As everyone gathered around to diagnose and treat the injuries, they soon discovered Zhang Xiaoxiao's injury was quite serious. How could this child be injured so badly?
Not only did she suffer numerous external injuries, but she also lost a lot of blood, and even her internal organs were slightly displaced. Fortunately, she encountered a holy angel with silver wings, who was able to fly her all the way out of the wilderness. If she had been a little later, she would have been crippled even if she hadn't died. The treatment was timely, so it was just a false alarm. If something happened to an SSS-level Holy Spirit mage in Hangzhou, the higher-ups would definitely hold us accountable. After a brief conversation, the treatment methods continued to be used without stopping.
Hangzhou itself is also a large first-tier city.
It is only slightly smaller than the 4 major cities like the first-tier cities, so there is no shortage of medicines and healing talents.
So, just half an hour later, Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly regained consciousness. On the hospital bed,
Zhang Xiaoxiao moaned and slowly opened her eyes. Her little face was pale and covered in cold sweat, as if she had just woken up from a nightmare. Then she looked around and found everything unfamiliar.
Where am I?
The news that Zhang Xiaoxiao had regained consciousness spread immediately throughout the treatment center. The chief of the garrison, who had not left in the first place, immediately pushed the door open and entered the ward.
Student Zhang Xiaoxiao, are you feeling better?
Don't worry, your injuries are serious, but thankfully Chenhi got you here just in time, so nothing went wrong.
Don't be afraid, you are in Hangzhou now, you are safe.
The garrison chief immediately said a few words of comfort. But not only did Zhang Xiaoxiao fail to calm down her nervousness, her delicate and soft little face became slightly tense, her starry eyes were misty, with light and shadow flickering, and she spoke anxiously.
Hurry up and save my teacher and our dean.
It's our Rongqing Academy's vice principal Qin Ran and dean of studies Xin Yuanqi.
They are all in danger. Something happened. Something serious. The chief of the garrison department noticed it and instantly realized that the problem was not simple. He immediately took a few steps closer and asked seriously, "What is going on?" "Student Zhang Xiaoxiao, drink some water first. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly."
Zhang Xiaoxiao calmed herself down and took the cup of water from the nurse next to her. He hurriedly drank a glass of water and then spoke impatiently. "This story begins when I went home to visit my parents. I was accompanied by my teacher, Vice Principal Qin Ran, and Dean of Studies, Mr. Xin Yuanqi. My teacher is already a level 75, 7th order expert, and the Dean of Studies is also a level 74 expert. They are both SS-level talented professionals. I thought this trip home should be foolproof. But unexpectedly, on the way back to Rongqing from my hometown of Hongdu, we were attacked by human traitors and demons. We originally wanted to return to Hongdu for help, but unexpectedly, Hongdu was actually under siege by demons. A massive wave of demonic beasts erupted outside Hongdu city. Only two powerful individuals, Hongdu's Minister of Education and Minister of Law Enforcement, managed to break out and provide assistance. My two teachers and I originally wanted to fight our way to the nearest Jiangqing for help, but there were so many high-level demons that we couldn't even see the end. We fought and retreated, but were still beaten by the demons and lost our way in the wilderness. In just a day and a half, we encountered over 100 skirmishes, both large and small. We were exhausted and fought desperately. The next time we encountered anyone, it was Principal Wu Xingwen of the Magic City Academy and that classmate Chenhi. At that time, the two teachers, in order to protect me, first restrained the other high-level demons, giving me a chance to escape." "Oh right. Classmate Chenhi, how is he?" "It must have been quite difficult for him to bring me to Hangzhou to protect me." "Classmate Chenhi, I guess, didn't get hurt by me?" Thinking of that young man with a resolute face, the masculine scent of the man still seems to fill my nose. Zhang Xiaoxiao also blushed a little embarrassedly. The head of the garrison department and the head of the coordination department first comforted Zhang Xiaoxiao, explaining that Chenhi was fine. Let Zhang Xiaoxiao feel at ease first. Afterwards, when they recalled these shocking words, both of them couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in their hearts. Being surrounded and killed by high-level demons and human traitors? A wave of demons besieges Hongdu? When did this happen? Why is there no news at all? The Minister of Garrison was about to report the news to the imperial capital immediately. But before the news could be reported, urgent news came from the imperial capital. The content is short and powerful. Tell the chief of the Hangzhou city garrison to immediately place Hangzhou city under lockdown. Seal all 4 gates and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving the city. Begin the defense. Chapter 84. The 9th level demon is dispatched. The sky is falling? Received this message from the imperial capital. For a moment, the Minister of Garrison and the Minister of Coordination of Hangzhou City were both terrified and shocked. They have been in Hangzhou for decades. It was the first time they received such urgent intelligence, ordering them to blockade the city immediately. Is the sky falling? Orders from the imperial capital are rarely personally delivered to Hangzhou. We don't know what happened in the wilderness. Could it be that the siege of Hongdu by the demonic tide, and the recent serial attacks on Zhang Xiaoxiao and the teachers at Rongqing Academy, have affected Hangzhou? Maybe, maybe not, but anyway, this time things have gotten out of hand. If we seal off our city and start the city lockdown, I'm afraid all the surrounding cities will have to close down one after another. It's chaos. Everything is a mess. With many doubts, the two ministers did not dare to delay any longer and immediately began to issue orders. Pass on my garrison's order. From now on, immediately lift the city ban. Disperse all people inside and outside the 4 gates. Immediately seal the city and unlock it. In addition, all Hangzhou residents, please note that Hangzhou will enter a state of complete martial law. Not only must no one leave the city, but all internal strife, internal conflict, and internal unrest must be eradicated. Those who maliciously create panic must be severely punished, and any human traitors hiding within Hangzhou must be hunted down. After all, a 1,000-mile embankment can be destroyed by a single ant hole. If we really encounter serious trouble outside the city walls, the most important thing to avoid is a double teaming from both inside and outside. Therefore, anyone in the city who shows any abnormality, regardless of rank, will be immediately imprisoned and placed under centralized custody. Hangzhou must not fall into my hands. And the other side. The Minister of Coordination also began to mobilize all available resources in Hangzhou.
For example, food, various elixirs, talismans, and other cultivation resources.
Fortunately, because the city defense situation has been like this over the years, there are quite a lot of various resources stored in the inventory of all cities, which can be used for a while.
The city lockdown is not scary.
The scary thing is that the city cannot be opened for a long time. As the Minister of Coordination, he must prepare for the worst and ensure that there is always enough food and resources available in the city to avoid price gouging and malicious panic-mongering. He also immediately summoned all the awakened people in Hangzhou to fight against foreign enemies together.
The defense of the city begins. Then,
the entire city of Hangzhou was in an uproar, with people talking about it everywhere.
No one understood what was happening. Boom! 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 1. The 4 gates on the 4 sides of Hangzhou city were closed and locked.
All the idlers who had gathered near the city walls and gates were quickly dispersed. Instead, they were replaced by conjoined soldiers who were deployed in a hurry and guarded the place tightly. The military forces of the garrison, which had undergone countless rehearsals, and the awakened members of the headquarters, all climbed up the city walls, looked around, and were ready to go to war immediately if any incident occurred in the wild. Chenhi was also on the city wall at this moment. Witnessing with one's own eyes the huge city defense cannons being pushed to the edge of the city wall, the professionally trained non-awakened physical training soldiers, all wearing armor, lined up in neat rows.
Looks solemn.
Others were pushing huge telescopes to observe the situation in the wild.
Always be alert to possible dangers.
And followed closely behind these body training soldiers.
There were also waves of awakened people rushing over from all over the city.
They were of different ranks, ages, and backgrounds.
Some of them look very young and immature, and they should still be students in the Awakening Academy.
Some of them looked to be in their 50s or 60s, yet they still stepped forward without hesitation, with rosy complexions, waiting for the moment to serve their country. Whether they were soldiers or awakened ones, they all followed the example of their superiors and maintained strict order. There was no trouble at all.
And it was obvious that they had been mobilized.
Everyone was united, with their heads held high and their chests held high, ready for battle, as if they were truly ready at any moment to resist the large-scale attack of the demonic tide. Ready to sacrifice their lives for the motherland. The head of the garrison also came to the city wall of the main city gate in person. Following behind was Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was leaning on the Holy Spirit scepter, staggering a little, and whose injuries had not fully healed. She knew it very well in her heart.
If something really happened in Hangzhou, she would not be spared.
Moreover, she was also worried about her teachers, the Dean of Studies, Principal Wu Xingwen, and others. Therefore, even though he knew that he might not be able to unleash a strong enough combat power, at least he still had the heart of the Holy Spirit to use, which could help him provide some auxiliary cooperation at critical moments. Everyone was making emergency preparations for war and defending the city, so it was impossible for her to stay safely in the rear.
On the city wall of the main city gate,
Chenhi looked down at the scenes of the city's emergency martial law and was about to ask the chief of the garrison what was going on.
Suddenly,
a cry of surprise came from the person observing the situation.
A huge beam of light extended out of the city and into the depths of the wilderness. What the hell? What is that? At the same time, boom!
A deafening roar came from afar, as if the sky and the earth were collapsing, making everyone feel like they were struck by lightning. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound with nervous eyes,
and followed closely behind.
In the distance, there was a rolling dust storm and the earth was shaking.
It's like a huge earthquake coming ahead.
The entire city of Hangzhou was caught in a slight tremor. Deep in the dense forest, countless towering trees collapsed and were swept into the billowing smoke that was like a natural disaster in sandstorm.
Then,
a huge axe that seemed to be able to split the sky came down from an infinite height and fell from the air.
This scene was just like the myth of Pango creating the world.
The mythical giant axe directly cut the billowing smoke and dust into 2 parts. It tore apart the clouds in the sky and the cracking earth, as if it had barely calmed down the power of the earthquake in an instant. What followed immediately afterwards was a rain of lava fire that reached the sky and spread all over the earth. As far as the eye can see, large areas of the sky have turned into a scene of dark clouds, and countless meteorites from outer space, accompanied by rolling magma, are constantly falling with a rumbling sound. The world is turned upside down, and terrifying visions erupt one after another.
Boom! Boom 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 boom!
Scene after scene of powerful and violent talents and skills erupted, making people dizzy and shocked.
Wow!
There was an uproar on the city wall, and countless people couldn't help but exclaim and shout.
Everyone became nervous in an instant.
Especially the Minister of Defense. He recognized the giant axe that had just erupted. It was the fifth innate skill of Yan Shuyi, the Minister of Education of Hangzhou City, the mountain splitting.
Minister Yan Shuyi is an SS-level talented professional and an awakened mountain woodcutter.
Not only does he possess his life-saving magic weapon, the mountain splitting axe, but he also has 5 innate skills. This Kaishan is the most powerful skill among the 5 innate skills. It is regarded as Minister Yan Shuyi's strongest trump card and is rarely used.
He must be in big trouble. Chenhi's expression was also serious, and his mind instantly became tense. Because
he could distinguish that the meteorite fire rain that fell from the sky later was clearly the professional talent skill of his teacher, Principal Wu Xingwen, and also the extremely powerful 5th talent skill, Dragon Flame. When it erupts, the lava black dragon will instantly disintegrate, rush into the sky, and turn into a black cloud. Lava and fire rain down all over the sky.
After releasing this skill, the lava black dragon will fall into hibernation for a period of time.
This is also one of Principal Wu's important trump cards, and he will not use it unless necessary.
Not long yet. Another axe shadow flashed across the sky.
Following closely behind, there was a powerful spear shadow that pierced through the sky and earth, like an angry dragon piercing the heart, heading straight for the sky, determined to poke a hole in the sky. The head of the garrison was also horrified, and his expression became even more solemn.
The former is also the innate skill of Yan Shuyi, the Minister of Education, which naturally needs no further explanation. The latter's piercing spear shadow is the innate skill of Luo Fei, the head of Hangzhou City Law Enforcement Department. Luo Fei's profession is an SS-level talent profession, Holy Spear Mage.
As one of the top-tier professions among battle mages, his combat power is top-notch, but now it seems that he has been pushed to a certain extent.
How powerful is this enemy that even 3 8th level powerhouses cannot completely defeat? Immediately following,
the garrison chief's eyes narrowed, as if he had seen some incredibly powerful monster. His voice was heavy and it spread throughout the whole venue immediately.
Quick! Activate the city defense formation immediately. Quick! That's why.
This was because the Minister of Garrison vaguely sensed the breath of a 9th Order demon in the distant wilderness, a true 9th Order demon. He had been guarding Hangzhou for decades but had never had the chance to see this 9th level demon.
It actually appeared. This is, damn it. Is Hangzhou about to be defeated?
And the next second after the order was issued and spread throughout the venue.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sky collapsed and the earth sank, there were loud noises, and the sky in the distance suddenly changed. I saw 3 figures flying backwards out from the endless sand and dust.
With 3 loud explosions of boom and boom, 3 figures slammed heavily onto the wall of Hangzhou's main city gate.
It was as if the entire city wall was shaking 3 times.
Chenhi's eyes were clear. With the help of the angel's eyes, even though the change came suddenly, he was able to immediately recognize that the 3 people were Wu Xingwen, the principal of the Magic City Academy, Yan Shuyi, the Minister of Education of Hangzhou, and Luo Fei, the Minister of Law Enforcement. The 3 men were covered in blood, their clothes were disheveled, and they looked disheveled. It was obvious that they were seriously injured, and each of them was bleeding from the mouth. His teacher Wu Xingwen was bleeding from all 7 orifices and his breath was weak. The chief of the garrison did not dare to delay and gave another order, which spread throughout the venue. Activate the city defense formation immediately. Quick! At the same time, he also shouted loudly, "Help!" For a moment, countless elements fluctuated around the city of Hangzhou, rapidly gathering and shining.
The powerful suction force sucked in all directions, as if it was going to turn the surrounding area within dozens of miles into a vacuum. Large balls of azure light quickly emerged from all around the city walls, pieced together, and transformed into a huge sky curtain, covering and protecting the entire city with the power to block out the sky and the sun.
The formation condensed rapidly. And at this moment,
Chenhi was also filled with anxiety. Without hesitation, he jumped off the 100-meter wall. While he was in mid-air, the angel's silver wings suddenly spread out behind him. He flew down to the foot of the city, picked up Principal Wu, and flew towards the city wall.
With him were several awakened people with the ability to fly.
They jumped off the city wall and rescued the Minister of Education and the Minister of Law Enforcement in time.
Come to the top of the city wall.
Chenhi anxiously asked Principal Wu about the specific situation, and the head of the garrison department also hurriedly checked the specific injuries of the 3 people. The three of them looked a little weak and disheveled, with blood still flowing from their mouths, but they were all shaking their heads.
I'm fine.
Principal Wu managed to finish his words, but his breath gradually weakened.
The level is also falling rapidly.
After a while, he fell back to the 7th level, and finally barely stayed on the edge of the 7th level, level 70.
And just at this moment,
an extremely powerful aura swept over the entire city wall in an instant, as if the sky was collapsing. Hiss! A series of gasps of air were heard. Everyone widened their eyes, held their breath, and was extremely shocked.
This is the aura of the 9th level. 9th level. A 9th level demon is about to descend outside Hangzhou City. Chapter 85, a 9th level demon blocking the way?
World-destroying thunder. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An extremely thick, charred tentacle that constantly exudes a foul smell and drips with slimeworm pus tore out from under the earth, like a giant pillar, covering the sky and the sun, enveloping the world.
Then,
hiss, hiss, hiss.
TSK, TSK, TSK. Another huge tentacle covered with suction cups emerged from under the earth. With the appearance of this tentacle monster, the wilderness in front was covered by a dark and dirty swamp. The earth, the soil, the rocks, and the fallen giant trees all turned into liquid, swallowed by the endless deep black swamp. There were 9 gigantic tentacles in total, which not only polluted the earth with black mud like a plague, but also swept across the sky. Looking around, it was pitch black everywhere, with no trace of skylight. Countless black air and black water rising into the sky merged with the 9 huge tentacles covered with suction cups, forming a huge vortex in the sky like a tornado, causing the wind and clouds to change color. A black-robed figure appeared, his body filled with black demonic energy and with demonic flames burning into the sky. Standing in the air,
the huge tentacles grew out from under his black robe, supporting his body. The terrifying aura of the 9th level was like a tide, crushing down indiscriminately with fierce and overwhelming power. Anyone who was enveloped by the pressure of this aura would instantly change color, gasp for air, and feel a strong sense of suffocation approaching. It was as if their throats were being strangled. Many physical training soldiers standing on the top of the city wall, as well as low-level awakeners of lower ranks, almost fell to their knees on the spot, and could only struggle to hold on with gloomy faces.
And this is clearly still under the protection of the city defense formation. If they were to truly face the pressure of a 9th order demon, they would probably be crushed to death on the spot by the slight amount of pressure that was casually released. The 9th level demon is so terrifying. This should be a level 93 sea devouring beast. And its power seems to have been completely demonized, reaching the level of a monster. There was an uproar on the city wall. Many people were already panicking and wanted to retreat, not daring to face this powerful 9th level demon head on. How do we fight this fucking 9th level demon? Outrageous. How come a 9th level demon appeared? I've never seen a 9th order demon, let alone a 7th order demon in my life. What the hell is going on? Why is there a 9th level demon coming to kill us? Can the city defense formation withstand it? There's no way to play anymore. Currently, the most powerful person in the entire Hangzhou city is Zhang Yi, the Minister of Garrison. Level 88 SSS-level talented professional emperor Yin. He possesses some domain abilities related to the essence of flames, and he also has 6 innate skills related to flames. His combat power is undoubtedly formidable. For a long time, in the minds of Hangzhou people, as long as Minister Zhang Yi is in charge of Hangzhou, Hangzhou will never be lost, and it is even more impossible for any powerful high-level demons to endanger the life and death of the people in the city. But now, even with Zhang Yi standing here, everyone was unsure. Everyone was frightened by the sight of a 9th level demon descending before their eyes. After all, as everyone knows, the higher the level, the greater the difference in combat power becomes. What's more, it's an 8th level versus a 9th level. The gap is obviously even bigger. Not to mention Zhang Yi alone, even if the 4 ministers of Hangzhou City, 4 8th level strongmen came out together and started a melee around this 9th level demon, I am afraid they would not be able to defeat it. At last. Who knows, he might be outnumbered by 4 8th level warriors by a 9th level demon. Even Wu Xingwen, the principal of the Magic City Academy at the peak of his powers, could only flee when faced with such a 9th order demon, and it was impossible for him to confront it head on. Maybe he might not even be able to withstand a single blow. That's why. At this moment, after a brief period of patience and restraint, some panic and confusion appeared uncontrollably on the city wall.
Even after many training drills, they were unable to remain calm under such powerful pressure.
What should we do? What should we do? Is Hangzhou really going to be breached? Perhaps we should have more confidence in the city defense formation.
A single 9th-ranked demon might not be able to break through the city's protective formation.
What we're afraid of is a truly massive beast tidal wave besieging the city. By that time, I'm afraid we'll have no chance of survival. Someone come and save me. I don't want to die. At this moment. Quiet.
An angry roar instantly resounded throughout the venue, forcibly suppressing the chaotic and panicked discussions. Zhang Yi, the chief of the garrison, looked around and said coldly,
"Calm down. Are you scared by such a small scene? With me here today, not even a 9th-ranked demon can dare to invade Hangzhou."
Zhang Yi forcibly controlled the current chaotic situation, and then gave orders in a cold voice.
"Quick! Immediately gather all awakened people in the city. Regardless of their level, all of them must climb onto the 4 city walls and prepare to defend the city and meet the enemy. Behind us are the millions of innocent people of Hangzhou. We, the awakened ones, are born to shoulder the responsibility of fighting against demons. We can die here, but Hangzhou City must not be destroyed. Do you understand everything?"
In times of real crisis, the Minister of Defense of each city actually has absolute authority like the city lord and can summon all the awakened people in the city to face the crisis together.
For a moment.
Throughout the city of Hangzhou, the awakened people who had already been mobilizing and gathering towards the city walls on all sides accelerated their actions.
Looking down from the city wall, you can see groups of dark figures rapidly gathering on and off the wall, ready to receive orders at any time.
Regardless of which department, school, or awakened people from the local aristocratic families in Hangzhou City, they all know that at this moment, Hangzhou City has reached a moment of life and death.
All awakened people need to work together to overcome the difficulties. Countless figures of awakened people began to step onto the 4 walls of Hangzhou City, and took the initiative to assume the important responsibility of guarding and defending Hangzhou City. And at this moment,
on this side of the city wall at the main city gate, the 9th Order sea devouring beast with 9 huge suction tentacles and raging demonic flames did not attack the city immediately. Instead, it was suspended in the air under the support of its 9 tentacles.
It is opposite to the main city gate.
Under his black robe, his face, which was rolling with demonic flames and black energy, showed a thoughtful expression, and his eyes were staring at the city defense formation up and down with sinister and strange eyes.
Circles of spell inscriptions appeared faintly in the air.
The huge azure-blue city defense formation that covered the entire city like a sky curtain also began to show circles of twisted waves and ripples, as if it was affected by external magic inscriptions.
Rippling in circles. There is a vague sense of instability. Obviously.
This 9th Order sea devouring beast was diligently studying this massive city defense formation, searching for a way to break through it. In almost every city around the world, there is a city defense formation, protecting this huge city with towering walls.
And this big formation.
It is precisely the top talented and powerful people among human formation awakeners, talisman awakeners, aura master awakeners and other special awakeners who brainstormed and gathered the abilities of human special professional fields, and finally jointly researched the defensive formation.
Its defensive capabilities are undoubtedly extremely powerful. Moreover, the consumption is also very high.
Almost every moment, various energy sources must be continuously drawn from inside and outside the city, as well as from between heaven and earth to maintain it, so as to keep the effect of the formation running continuously.
Anyone who wants to break through the defensive formation protecting the city must be a 9th Order demon of level 95 or higher. Otherwise, it's impossible to break through. But
there are not many demons above level 95 in the whole world, so many people are actually very confident in this city defense formation. I saw that 9th Order sea devouring beast trying to study the formation and look for flaws in it. Many people were worried, and some people immediately couldn't help but raise questions.
Minister Zhang, could that demon have figured out a way to break the formation? Right now, it seems he's only level 93 and can't break our formation at all. But if he can find a flaw in the formation and break it from its core, what should we do then?
Garrison Chief Zhang Yi looked stern, but shook his head decisively.
Impossible. This is simply impossible. Unless the demon reaches level 95, there is absolutely no way to break the formation. He is just bluffing.
This city defense formation is the result of hundreds of years of research and development by dozens of generations of awakened beings.
How could a 9th level demon easily find a flaw in it? as soon as the words fell. Ho 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 ho.
Suddenly, the Ninth Order sea devouring beast burst into laughter in spoken human language. Said with a hint of joking, "Ha ha ha, this formation is really interesting. It's more interesting than our demon clan's formations, and it's worth studying carefully. I never thought that after such a long absence from the world, you weaklings could actually develop a formation of this caliber."
He.
And heard the word demon clan.
In an instant, the faces of Principal Wu Xingwen of the Magic City Academy, the heads of the 4 major departments of Hangzhou, and some other 7th-level high-level experts in Hangzhou all changed drastically. His expression was as gloomy as water. Demons? Why are the demons here? They're really demons? Not monsters? No way. Now.
Hearing these people's shocked voices, Chenhi and other people with lower levels were all confused.
Demons? What is that?
They had only heard of monsters and the demon beast clan before. The succubus that Chenhi encountered before was a monster that was transformed from a demon beast.
But they can't be called demons at all. Demons, are they divided into demons and monsters?
You know, after a demonic beast transforms into a monster, it is much stronger than an ordinary monster.
Could it be that this demon is even more powerful than a monster? Just when everyone was confused, a loud roar suddenly broke through the air, as if carrying a force that could split the sky and the earth. How dare you! How dare you invade our human city? Get back into your muddy, dirty ditch. Immediately.
A figure came from afar at a speed faster than the speed of sound, with countless world-destroying powers surrounding him. The black tide that originally covered the sky was instantly infected by the sweeping dark clouds.
Rumble.
Click, 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 click. The world-destroying thunder suddenly descended over the sky above Hangzhou, bringing a ray of light to this dark and gloomy world.
And see this person.
The heads of the 4 major departments in Hangzhou, as well as Principal Wu of the Magic City Academy and other powerful people, breathed a sigh of relief.
It's like I finally met my savior. Chapter 86 Ninth Order Battle. The real demon race? Boom.
The world-destroying thunder and the rolling might of heaven swept in at this moment and pressed down.
With an extremely terrifying atmosphere.
Facing this sudden and earth-shattering rebuke, the Ninth Order sea devouring beast, which was covered in muddy black tides and raging devilish flames, suddenly raised its head. Not only did it not have the slightest intention of retreating, but it was filled with a burning desire to fight.
The ferocious eyes hidden in the boundless black tide emitted bloodlight. They raised their heads with extreme heat and stared at the tall figure that was wrapped in the world-destroying thunder and was filled and wrapped in terrifying lightning. There are only a handful of powerful humans above the 9th level. Over the years, wars between the 9th levels have become less and less frequent. I didn't expect to meet him today. He. I've been asleep for over 100 years. I didn't expect that I'd just woken up and come out of the mountains to meet a 9th-rank human warrior. This is truly fascinating. If I can devour you, it will definitely help me make further progress. The next moment.
Without any warning at all, the dense black tide around turned into tangible twisted black waves, and a huge black tide wall hundreds of meters high rose up and burst out with a roar. Like a flood that broke through a dam, they all gathered towards the powerful human being. At the same time, the 9 enormous tentacles that grew out from under his black robe, carrying with them a violent power that could distort and suppress the heaven and earth, accompanied by a strong sound of breaking through the air, enveloped the human warrior head-on.
The 9th level war is about to break out. The sky and the earth changed color.
This terrifying and shocking scene between heaven and earth was far from comparable to the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth caused by the minister and the principal's 8th level strength just now.
If you say. The innate skills and trump cards of an 8th level strongman are the kind of powerful moves that are dazzling, memorable, and dazzling at first glance.
They are the result of countless special effects.
Then the power explosion, strength collision and confrontation of this 9th order strongman is a unique ability derived from the essence of heaven and earth and the domain. Every action seems to be in harmony with the realm and aura between heaven and earth. It doesn't seem to have the fancy skills of the 8th level. But it carries a unique charm of returning to nature, which makes the power and terror of its skills rise to a huge level. For example, the 9th order sea devouring beast, each move seems ordinary, but as it moves, it seems as if all the surroundings have turned into that muddy black sea, and turned into a twisted and hideous raging devilish flame. The same is true for the powerful human beings who collide and fight with it.
Every time he attacked, it was accompanied by the rolling might of heaven and the world-destroying thunder that descended down, as if the person was directly and perfectly integrated with the thunder and lightning, thunderclouds, and this world. Witnessing such a battle with your own eyes is not only terrifying, but also a kind of enjoyment. A hint of skill aura casually revealed by a ninth-order strongman can allow people to comprehend many special insights that go straight to the essence and the source. The battle between this man and the demon was simple and brutal, yet devastating. Moving mountains and filling the sea at will can turn the world upside down. It was as if the world was completely torn into two different worlds. On the left, surging lightning magma transformed into rolling thunder waves across the world. Every time he attacked, a 1,000-meter-long pillar of lightning would fall down fiercely. On the right is the endless Black Sea, and the 9 huge tentacles stretching for 1,000 meters are stirring up the wind and clouds. The devilish flames and thunder madly eroded and bit each other, and the battle became more and more intense. Just the faint breath emanating from it has the terrifying power to annihilate everything. After witnessing this 9th-level battle with his own eyes, Chenhi felt inexplicably satisfied and couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Who is that powerful being who wields the world-destroying thunderbolt? Principal Wu Xingwen, who looked a little weak and was barely holding on, introduced himself. That 9th-rank expert is Shang Juntang, one of the 12 9th-rank experts in the country. He has awakened to the SS-level talent class, the world-destroying tyrant, and his current level is 94. Among the 9th-level awakeners in the country, he ranks relatively high. His professional talents and skills are closely related to the Great Thunder Road. There have been rumors in the outside world that General Shang Juntang has some connection with the second highest-ranked 9 Heavens Thunder Lord in the country. The two are also known as the Northern and Southern Thunder Gods of our Hansha nation. In the south, General Shang Juntang's world-destroying thunder is the strongest fighting force, while in the north, Minister Xiang Shifei, the 99-level 9 Heavens Thunder Lord, supports the backbone of the great nation. As Chenhi listened, he felt a sense of longing and excitement.
This is a 9th-level expert.
If one day he reaches the 9th level, who knows what kind of earth-shattering scene it will be.
I'm kind of looking forward to it. Besides anticipation and emotion, he became even more curious. Teacher, since there are 12 9th-level experts throughout the country, why haven't I heard of any city being garrisoned by a 9th-level expert?
As far as I can remember, among the 4 main cities, only the imperial capital has a 9th-order expert stationed there.
This is also because the imperial capital is the heart of the country. Wu Xingwen explained patiently.
In fact, the 4 main cities are all garrisoned by 9th-order experts, but you don't know it.
Moreover, such information is actually a state secret.
All the movements involving 9th-order experts are core secrets known only to the top leaders of the country and will not be easily leaked to anyone. Needless to say, the imperial capital is the heart of our Hansha nation. It is definitely heavily guarded and a core place where 9th-level experts gather. Aside from the newly established 5th Department, the three-eyed godlike director of the United Front Department, Yang Zhenghua, who is constantly on the battlefield, actively hunting down demons and more high-ranking human traitors. In fact, the ministers of the 4 major departments, 4 9th-level experts, will stay in the imperial capital all year round and be stationed in the imperial capital to ensure that nothing goes wrong in the imperial capital. Then, the chiefs of the garrisons of the 3 main cities of Demon City, Yangchang, and Rongqing will all be 9th-rank experts.
As for which 9th-rank expert they will be, that's hard to say. Because even I don't know. The 9th-rank warriors stationed in the 3 main cities are actually rotated at all times. This is also to ensure that the enemy will not know the allocation and deployment of our 9th-rank warriors. The more Chenhi listened, the more fascinated and curious he became. Then, Principal, if you calculate it this way, the heads of the 5 major departments are 5 9th-level experts, and the heads of the garrison departments of the 3 main cities also account for 3. But together, there are only 8 9th-level experts. There are still 4 missing from the 12. How are these 4 9th-level masters arranged? Principal Wu shook his head and laughed. He didn't expect that this kid, who had just reached the 4th level, was already thinking about these secrets that only high-level and powerful people could know. He didn't explain the answer directly, he just said, "Well, you'll know when you break through level 60 and reach level 6. Chenhi. Good heavens, why didn't he realize before that his teacher was actually a riddler? Let us not talk about it here. What is the difference between this and a novel that suddenly stops at a climax? Riddler, please get out of Gotham."
And just when Master Chenhi and his disciple were having a brief conversation.
Now, high in the sky, The two ninth-level powerful warriors, a man and a demon, were still fighting each other. Boom! Boom! Rumble!
Loud noises as if the sky was falling kept erupting. The rolling aftermath of the battle turned into terrifying waves and hurricanes, sweeping madly in all directions. The ripples caused by those battles were like waves in the sea, continuously hitting the Azure City defense formation.
Fortunately, the city defense formation was strong enough to resist and eliminate the aftermath that continued to come. It perfectly shelters everyone in Hangzhou. If there were no city defense formation, all the low-level, even mid-level awakeners present, as well as ordinary people who failed to awaken, would be shattered by the aftermath ripples erupted by these two ninth-level powerhouses, a man and a demon. By that time, I am afraid that no one in Hangzhou will be spared, and there will be rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Everyone was terrified and frightened.
They looked up at the sky with expressions of fear and shock. They were concerned about the final outcome of this ninth-level battle, and were also worried about the city defense formation and their safety.
The atmosphere seemed a little frozen for a moment. How could a sea-devouring beast that was only level 93 be able to compete with a human warrior of level 94? Holy crap! Why is that ninth-level demon so powerful? Neither side can defeat the other? Why is that? This is so weird. Isn't it said that the higher the level of a warrior, the greater the gap with each level? How come General Shang Juntang, who is one level higher, can't gain any advantage at all? The situation doesn't seem optimistic. No way, are we going to lose? Don't set your flag here. My human race warriors have always been brave and adept at fighting one against two. I think that although this battle is currently at a stalemate, we will definitely win in the end. Chenhi's brows trembled as he watched. I couldn't help but ask Principal Wu out of curiosity. Teacher, why is that ninth-level demon so powerful? Is it related to the demon clan he mentioned before?
Wu Xingmen nodded seriously, his eyes became deeper, and there was a deep fear between his eyebrows. I don't know what horrible and strange past he recalled.
He said thoughtfully. Yes, because that ninth-level sea-devouring beast is actually a true demon.
To be precise, he shouldn't be called the Sea Devourer, he should be called the Sea Devourer Demon.
Chapter 87. What? Hongdu was captured. Demon Clan.
They are different from ordinary demons, or rather, they are a completely different race.
It is a special race that only a few people knew about in the past. Its strength far exceeds the demons that ordinary people know.
After all, the demons that ordinary people understand are the so-called monsters circulated in the outside world. Including the succubus Chenhi had encountered before, they were not real demons, but merely monsters.
First there are monsters, then there are demons.
In the final analysis, its essence is still a monster that is transformed from a demon clan, and evolved from a demon beast into a demon. But even if it is a monster that has evolved from a demon beast, it can at best be called a demon, a monster, etc. They have never been called pure-blooded demons. The real pure-blooded abyss demons completely crush the monsters in every aspect, and can even gain the upper hand against SSS-level talented professional awakeners of the same level.
It is basically invincible in the same level. In the eyes of high-level human warriors, demons and monsters have never been regarded as a real threat to the survival of mankind. Only the pure-blooded demons from the abyss are the greatest threat and the biggest enemy of mankind. According to legend, all demons emerged from the abyss, including those monsters that were demonized. They were simply contaminated and influenced by the pure-blooded demons of the abyss, and thus transformed into demons. The abyss is like another world above the real world. Just like the gate between the current world and other planes of the world, it is the key to another dimensional world. In the world of the abyss, the demons are the real overlords. Just like in the current era of spiritual revival, humans can also be called the overlords of the world. At present, there are actually not many abysses that are truly exposed and displayed before the human race. There are only two known abysses in China, one deep in the Changbai Mountains in the northeast, and the other in the Lopnir in the northwest. As for the other abysses, it is very likely to be deep under the sea, but unfortunately it has not been explored until now, and human beings still know very little about the deep sea. How many abysses are hidden in the deep sea? No one knows how many demons will surge out from the abyss under the deep sea in the future, bringing catastrophe to mankind in the world. In the eyes of many high-level powerful people, this has always been a disaster that could threaten the survival of mankind. It is a catastrophe that may come at any time. I listened to Principal Wu briefly talk about the abyss.
Chenhi raised his eyebrows.
Abyss?
This was another concept he had never heard of before, just as surprising as the one about the demon clan. It made Chenhi feel quite fresh and he couldn't help but ask curiously.
Teacher, could you tell me more about the abyss and the demons? With such a connection hidden within the country, is there no way to eradicate it? Can we enter the abyss and kill the demons? But for these problems,
Principal Wu Xingwen obviously had no intention of explaining and just spoke perfunctorily.
These secrets are not what you should know yet. Your current level is simply too low.
Understanding this now will only cause you more trouble.
When you reach level 60 or above, you will understand these secrets. Now, it's not the time yet.
Seeing that Wu Xingwen didn't want to say anything more, Chenhi could only shrug helplessly.
He raised his head again and focused his attention on the battle between the man and the demon. Boom! Boom!
100-meter-long black wave, like a raging sea wave, suddenly erupted from the deep black mud that was constantly invading the surrounding areas, gathering terrifying power. It rushed towards the world-destroying tyrant Shang Juntang.
The next moment,
the world seemed to have fallen into a brief stagnation, and the dark sea tide was like a huge flesh cocoon, completely wrapping up Shang Juntang's body and surrounding him.
At the same time,
thick tentacles, like whipping a spinning top, surrounded the huge, twisting flesh cocoon and whipped it madly. Every blow carries with it terrifying power.
It can be clearly seen that with the continuous attacks of this 9th-level sea-devouring demon, the degree of the cocoon's struggle and distortion seems to be decreasing, as if the world-destroying tyrant General Shang Juntang wrapped inside is being swallowed and digested bit by the cocoon. This scene.
The people on the city wall couldn't help but feel terrified and then fell into a deep distress.
Holy shit! No way? How could this happen? A level 93 demon is actually able to fight a level 94 human warrior on equal terms. I'm even a little bit at a disadvantage. What's going on? Damn it! I'm not going to lose. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. General Shang Juntang is my idol, there's no way he would lose. We will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory.
If I were to be killed by some damn demon.
Never mind.
I can't say such unlucky words. Lord Shang Juntang, you must work hard.
How can everyone not be worried about such an intense 9th-level battle? You can say that.
The final outcome of this battle directly determined the life and death of the people in Hangzhou. If that demon can really defeat Shang Juntang, who is at level 94, then he might actually have the ability to break through the city defense formation, and then we will be in trouble.
The city of Hangzhou may be completely overturned because of this. And just at this moment, boom, boom, boom.
Click, click, click.
Extremely violent thunder suddenly descended, like a scorching sun in the dark night. On the huge cocoon of flesh that was still shrinking and twisting, dense cracks flashing with lightning suddenly appeared. Snap. 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 Boom.
With a terrifying earth-shattering roar, the entire black-tide flesh cocoon exploded on the spot. Along with it, a huge tentacle that descended right after it was crushed by the violent world-destroying thunder.
Boom. Puff, puff, puff.
The huge tentacle was like a monster that was hundreds of meters tall, covering the sky and the sun. It was thrown out, and sticky and smelly black blood spurted out of it like an oil well. It looked slimy and pretty disgusting. The world-destroying tyrant Shang Juntang was now covered in extremely smelly black blood, but his entire body was entangled in the world-destroying thunder that was as thick as a python. At this moment, he seemed to have become the incarnation of the thunder god of heaven and earth.
The more you fight, the braver you become.
The figure flashed, and accompanied by a dense net of thunder that swept across the sky and the earth, he rushed to the front of the sea-devouring demon and grabbed one of its thick tentacles.
Boom, 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 boom.
Crazy thunders came frequently, constantly striking down, washing and cleansing. Huge balls of lightning and thunder kept exploding on the body of the sea-devouring demon. One of its giant tentacles kept twisting, and large amounts of sticky black blood spurted out of it. It seemed as if it was about to be torn to pieces on the spot by the world-destroying tyrant Shang Juntang. At the same time, the other huge tentacles were entangled madly, as if they wanted to forcibly tear Shang Juntang to pieces.
The scene is extremely horrifying. It's really like a fight between gods, making all the people in Hangzhou terrified. Then, just when the man and the demon were about to engage in close combat and the battle was becoming increasingly intense,
Principal Wu Xingwen's eyes were burning with envy when he saw this scene.
He spoke loudly to the world-destroying tyrant Shang Juntang. General Shang, please give me some demon blood. It's been so long since I've seen a true pure-blooded demon. Such good opportunities don't come around often. Just take it back and study it. Maybe.
With the blood of the demons, his magic of refining gods and demons may be further sublimated.
Certainly. This is just Wu Xingwen's idea and imagination, and it may not be possible to do it. After all,
the blood of 100 demons and 100 demon cores. This method of forging the body and refining the soul is already extreme in itself. If you use the blood of the demons to refine the body, it will really turn people into monsters. The feasibility remains to be discussed. And as soon as these words came out, the man and the demon who were fighting desperately in the sky were both stunned for a moment. The people of Hangzhou who were quietly watching and eating melons on the city wall were also stunned.
All petrified. This Principal Wu is being a bit too sentimental.
However, speaking like this at a time like this is very courageous and really boosts the morale of these powerful humans.
Ha 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 ha. High in the sky,
the world-destroying tyrant Shang Juntang, his body wrapped in endless world-destroying thunder, suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, shocking everyone.
Okay, Xiao Wu, I'll give you some magic blood to play with in a while, ha ha ha. The next moment,
an even more dazzling and terrifying ball of thunder formed in an instant, wrapping towards the sea-devouring demon.
The rolling thunder formed huge waterfalls of thunder lava as if it was free.
This scene looks like the sky is collapsing and the Milky Way is flowing backwards. The 9th-rank sea-devouring demon wrapped in a black robe had veins bulging and his eyes were bloodshot. He felt as if he had been severely insulted and exploded on the spot. The remaining 7.5 tentacles began to stir wildly like boiling water. The terrifying black tide that crisscrossed between heaven and earth and swept across everything also expanded further, and the extremely powerful 9th-level position completely expanded and exploded.
Puff puff puff.
Another huge tentacle grew out from under his black robe, one after another, turning into an endless mountain of flesh and blood. But the world-destroying tyrant Shang Juntang seemed to have completely mastered the rhythm of the battle. He appeared extremely calm, dodging fatal injuries with ease, and at the same time crushing with even more terrifying thunder.
Snap! A bolt of lightning that seemed to be able to completely separate heaven and earth formed a huge gate of thunder and lightning that reached the sky, pouring down. The gate of the sky opened, and the river of thunder surged. When the tyrant is angry, heaven and earth will thunder and kill. Wrapped in the surging thunder and lightning. Puff!
The 9th-rank sea-devouring demon was spitting out black blood crazily, and was obviously seriously injured. His body rushed into the sticky and terrifying black tide, and he turned around and fled without any hesitation. The world-destroying tyrant Shang Juntang naturally would not give the other party a chance to escape, and immediately chased after him. The boundless black tide seemed to dim and converge a lot at this moment. The aura belonging to the 9th-level sea-devouring demon is rapidly moving away. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Call. Although the most dangerous situation has passed, the current scene has left a significant impact on many people and severely damaged their morale.
The 9th-level demon appeared. So, will there be more demons invading human areas in the future? After all, in everyone's opinion, the higher the level, the greater the gap between each level.
Generally speaking, at the 9th level, it is almost impossible to fight against opponents of higher levels.
But what is the result?
Today, a level 93 demon was able to fight back and forth with a level 94 human warrior.
If a level 99 demon came, wouldn't humans be doomed? And just at this moment,
Garrison Chief Zhang Yi received a remote communication.
Oh no! Something terrible has happened.
We received a notification from above that Hongdu has been captured.
Chapter 88. An abyss descended upon Poyan Lake? What? Hongdu was actually captured? How is this possible? Now,
Zhang Yi, the head of the Hangzhou City Garrison Department, who received the message via remote communication, was completely stunned.
No matter what, Hongdu is still a big city that is not inferior to Hangzhou.
Among the many cities in the south, it ranks relatively high and closely follows the development direction of the four main cities. It can be said that it has always been a very prosperous and flourishing first-tier city.
There are also 4 8th-level strongmen in charge. How could it be? How could it be conquered so easily? How is this possible? To be honest.
After hearing from Zhang Xiaoxiao what happened in Hongdu, especially knowing that Hongdu was actually under siege by a large tide of demons, Zhang Yi had a very bad premonition. I feel that this time Hongdu may be in danger. But at that time, Zhang Yi actually still had some expectations and hopes in his heart.
I hope Hongdu can continue to hold on.
I hope the higher-ups can send reinforcements to Hongdu as soon as possible and protect Hongdu as much as possible. He had also thought about the possibility that Hongdu would be captured. But rationally speaking, he really doesn't want this result to happen.
When I think about the fall of Hongdu,
countless demons roamed around, indiscriminately slaughtering the powerless awakening failures and ordinary people.
Endless demons are rampant in the city.
In just a few days, that once prosperous large city will turn into a living hell, and in the end nothing will be left. It has become a real no man's land.
Before.
The fall of large cities has occurred before in the world, but the results were undoubtedly tragic and horrific.
The casualty rate will approach 100%.
In such a crazy state, it is almost impossible for anyone to survive. Zhang Yi felt his heart trembling, but he still gritted his teeth and confirmed with his superiors through remote communication.
Soon, I received the above response. Hongdu was captured because an abyss appeared in Poyan Lake. What?
Zhang Yi was stunned again, veins popped out on his forehead, and he was stunned on the spot.
Although
the communication information above does not specify what the situation is.
But
Zhang Yi, the chief of the Hangzhou garrison, immediately understood what was going on.
The appearance of the abyss meant that a huge number of demons would inevitably come out of the abyss.
In addition, outside the abyss, in the endless wilderness, there are countless monsters and various demonized monsters, which gather together like a tide, besieging and invading the city.
So, how could Hongdu possibly hold on? And this time,
the fact that they were in Hangzhou city would encounter such a ninth-order sea-devouring demon might be a powerful being that had broken into this world from the abyss of Poyan Lake that had suddenly descended upon it.
The same situation may not be limited to their small city of Hangzhou.
The surrounding cities, large and small, should have seen the arrival of high-level monsters and even high-level demons to a greater or lesser extent.
So,
the real purpose of this ninth-order sea-devouring demon coming to Hangzhou city was not to bring demons with him to attack Hangzhou city, but to divert the attention of Hangzhou city as much as possible.
Avoid the strong men in Hangzhou and go to support Hongdu. I want to come.
The same is true for other surrounding cities, all of which are trying to divert attention from the siege offensive on Hongdu's side. This time the enemy's attack is unprecedentedly powerful, and the coordination and deployment of strong men are also extremely fast. It's such a pity for the people in Hongdu city.
Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaoxiao's hometown is Hongchang, and her family may have been martyred.
And if Zhang Xiaoxiao had not left Hongdu first and wanted to return to Rongqing Academy, she would probably have died in this great crisis in Hongdu. The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more solemn he became.
This is fucking over, there is nothing we can do about it. There is absolutely no way to save the situation. How could the abyss suddenly come without any warning? Immediately,
Zhang Yi suddenly received another remote communication from above, and the content was also very simple.
The Hangzhou United Front Work Department must be established within 1 month. This command.
Zhang Yi's heart trembled. It seems that the purpose of the United Front Work Department may not only be to fight against external demons, but may also be to fight against the arrival of the abyss and the demons. The reason why the United Front Work Department was established in such a hurry might be due to this reason.
The situation is getting more and more serious.
Zhang Yi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with sadness.
Without a doubt. After this incident, the war between humans and demons has become even more serious. The scale of the war is about to escalate. Before, there were only 2 abysses in the country that were open to the outside world, and demons would break out of them, but now, there are 3. In this way, the situation in Hanxia country will also change dramatically in the future. Just as Hangzhou received the above news, it was plunged into shock and fear. At the same time,
almost all cities across the country, without exception, received the important news that Hongdu had fallen.
This is a national tragedy. The last time I encountered something like this was decades ago.
At least several million people in Hongdu were killed.
For a moment, the whole country was plunged into grief. At almost the same time, all high-level warriors learned the news that a new abyss had appeared in Poyan Lake.
The high-level warriors were instantly shocked.
Everyone understands it.
With the emergence and birth of this third abyss, the confrontation between humans and demons will be completely changed.
The high-level strongmen of the entire Hansha kingdom will usher in a new wave of reshuffle. Times have changed. Certainly. Cities across the country also received orders from above, requiring them to immediately establish a United Front Work Department. The existence of the United Front Work Department is obviously an important department set up by the top leaders to deal with this emergency. The whole country was in a state of excitement. Everyone was in shock. The focus returns to Hangzhou. Now, Zhang Yi, the minister of the garrison department, summoned the senior officials currently in Hangzhou and informed the ministers of the other three departments, as well as the many awakening academies and various large families in Hangzhou of the news he had just received. As the news spread, Wu Xingwen, the principal of Magic City, and Chenhi, who were just about to take a break, could no longer sit still. What? Teacher, is this true? Has Hongdu actually fallen? Chenhi's scalp went numb. He had heard of cities falling before, which was one thing, but seeing it happening right in front of him was another. Principal Wu Xingwen, who was already in a very depressed state, nodded heavily, his voice sounding very hoarse. Yeah. No one expected something like this to happen. Not long ago, I went to Hongdu. Zhang Xiaoxiao, oh, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Hearing the tragic news about our compatriots, I feel deeply for them. Chenhi was also very sad about this, but he soon thought of another thing. Teacher. Nankai. Nankai City. Nankai City is just a small city, not too far from Hongdu. Nothing should happen, right? The defense situation in Nankai City is far worse than that in Hongdu. There are no 8th and 7th level strongmen stationed there. Facing such a fight between gods, I'm afraid it would be difficult to survive even in the cracks. This. Wu Xingwen frowned, knowing that time was running out. Even though I am still injured, I must act immediately. The problem in Hangzhou seemed to have been resolved, but who knew when the next wave of war would break out? They had to seize this opportunity to leave the mortal world and return to the Magic City to make further plans. Then, half a day later, Wu Xingwen, the principal of the Magic City Academy, brought Chenhi back to the Magic City. Along the way, he witnessed the devastating scene with rioting monsters and demons everywhere. Within this day, the density of demons in the wilderness has at least doubled compared to usual. And even though it's daytime now. However, the demons seem to be even more violent than at night, and a very oppressive and terrifying atmosphere enveloped the bodies and minds of the master and disciple. So, along the way, the two felt tired and shocked. There wasn't much communication at all, and we were all in a heavy mood. After returning to the Magic City, Chenhi immediately wanted to contact Nankai as soon as possible to check the situation. In the current situation, most of the communication base stations are no longer usable, and only high-level satellite communications are useful. He had to confirm as soon as possible that Nankai had not encountered any problems before he could feel at ease. Father-in-law, please don't let anything happen to you. Only after learning from official channels that Nankai City was not currently facing any major danger did Chenhi feel slightly relieved. He dragged his somewhat exhausted body back to the Magic City Academy. He didn't sleep the whole night because he was hunting monsters and leveling up. After encountering so many troubles today, he was really exhausted. Magic City Academy. Chenhi and Wu Xingwen had just entered the campus when Chu Shi, who had received the news, and Situ Changhe, the Minister of Education of the Magic City, came over. They had already returned to the Magic City in advance. Situ Changhe was more alert and realized that there might be trouble in the wilderness, so he brought Chu Shi back as soon as possible. Chu Shi was obviously a little distracted, and nervously grabbed Chenhi's wrist. Honey, I can't contact Dad. I can't contact him for a long time. The Ministry of Education helped contact the Nankai University Department of Education, but they said that Dad and his team have been out hunting demons for several days and there's no news at all. It's uncertain whether he's alive or dead. I'm really worried. Get out of town. Chenhi was also instantly startled and couldn't help but worry about Chu Tian. Why is my father-in-law leaving town at this time? Besides, Nankai is not close to Hongdu, but it is not far either. At this chaotic time, if you go out to hunt monsters, you might even encounter high-level monsters if you are unlucky. However, he could not show his nervousness and panic in front of Chu Shi. Cici, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. My father-in-law, nothing will happen to him. You should take good care of the baby in your belly and don't worry too much. Then, he spoke privately with Principal Wu Xingwen. Teacher, I have to go back to Nankai.
For this reason, Wu Xingwen emphasized with a serious look in his eyes.
The wilderness won't be peaceful these days.
You must complete your 5th body and soul training first. Then, once you reach level 50 and enter the 5th stage, I will let you learn Nankai.
Chenhi nodded.
Alright, then, teacher, let's start the 5th session of body and soul training right away.
Chapter 89 The world situation worsens. Now.
In the familiar basement of the Vocational Research Institute, Magic City Academy. Chenhi had not yet broken through to the 5th level and was currently only at level 47. However, with Principal Wu Xingwen's constant instructions and protection, he had already begun his 5th round of body and mind training.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large amount of sticky blood dripped and flowed in the blood pool.
Chenhi took off his clothes with ease and jumped into the pool of blood, causing water to splash everywhere. The sticky blood turned into wriggling blood snakes, stirring violently in the pool. They twisted and entangled with each other, converging into dense vortices.
Puff, puff.
The surface of the blood pool was like boiling water, with blood bubbles constantly emerging, exploding and shattering, causing fierce ripples.
And at the same time,
swish, swish, swish. Evil and twisted rays of light floated up into the sky, and the demon cores of 4th-level demons flew into the air and hovered above Chenhi's head,
ready to absorb at any time. Sizzle.
This time, the demons used to forge the body and refine the spirit were of the same level as Chenhi, that is, 4th-level demon blood and demon cores. At this moment, it can be clearly felt that the movement in the blood pool is different from the previous 4 times. While washing the whole body, there are continuous crisp and dense sizzling sounds.
It was like it was corroding his body and mind from the inside out.
In a trance, one hideous and strange blood-red shadow after another rose into the sky, constantly entwining around his body and wreaking havoc, like a group of living demons, tearing his flesh and splitting his body. Waves of strange and severe pain that penetrated into the bone marrow surrounded the body and surged into the body,
penetrating into every limb and bone.
It was as if thousands and thousands of steel nails were constantly trying to penetrate his body through every pore. An indescribable strange feeling swept over his body, making his breathing become heavy, and every inch of his skin and flesh became swollen and red. Even his face turned redder, so red that it seemed as if blood could drip out. Chenhi closed his eyes and leaned against the side of the blood pool. He was not consumed by the severe pain. Instead, he gradually became familiar with it and could feel a slight coolness from it. As time goes by, his physical constitution is constantly transforming, tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations.
He is getting stronger. He can feel this clearly.
The divine and demonic refining method is indeed very unusual.
Call.
He exhaled a breath of foul air, then hooked his finger, and a 4th-level demon core flew over and landed above his head. The spiritual ocean began to boil.
Crash. Crash. Waves came one after another, and the vast spiritual ocean appeared before his eyes again.
A hideous and twisted nether wolf suddenly emerged. It was smashed into an illusory and translucent shape by a wave that hit it head-on, and was shattered on the spot by the second wave that followed. It dissipated and turned into strands of broken soul power, which merged into Chenhi's spiritual ocean.
This 5th session of body and soul training did indeed bring Chenhi some trouble.
It is indeed much more difficult than the previous 4 times.
But that's all. Still bearable.
As Chenhi skillfully absorbed and refined demon core after demon core, Wu Xingwen, who was watching quietly on the side, had already become extremely shocked.
This guy Xiao He. Hasn't it reached its limit yet? It can actually be absorbed so quickly? Is this divine and demonic refining method really that easy? Demon blood and demon cores of the same level can be refined so easily. This news. What kind of freak is this? For a moment, Principal Wu even began to doubt whether it was because the divine and demonic refining method he had recently perfected was so amazing that it led to Chenhi's cultivation process being so fast. But he quickly rejected this idea. The truly powerful and tyrannical person is Chenhi. If it were anyone else entering the blood pool, it would definitely not be so easy. Wu Xingwen couldn't help but mutter to himself. I wonder how strong his mental strength and physique will become after this period of body and mind training is over. Before I recommended this divine and demonic refining technique to him, I still doubted whether he could successfully reach the end, but now I have no doubts at all. As long as this kid doesn't die prematurely and get hunted down by the enemy, he will almost certainly become the first miracle person in human history to break through level 100.
Perhaps, the opportunity for the future rise of all mankind lies in this kid.
His potential is simply too exaggerated.
On the first day of body and soul training, Wu Xingwen was still more or less worried that Chenhi would not be able to bear it. By the next day, Wu Xingwen's mentality had completely calmed down. It was almost the same as before, and I was no longer worried about Chenhi. After the third day, Wu Xingwen simply moved a recliner to the edge of the blood pool and lazily closed his eyes to catch up on his sleep.
Easy. It's so easy. He had underestimated Chenhi before.
Although Chenhi's performance in this fifth session of body and mind training was not as easy as the previous 4 times, he still did not show any discomfort and the difficulty was still within a controllable range. From now on, I will have something to show off to senior brother Chenhi and the others.
I accepted such a wicked disciple. He can be proud for the rest of his life.
Wu Xingwen thought so in his heart. And just when Chenhi was doing his 5th body and soul training, the news of the fall of Hongdu quickly spread throughout the country. For a while, it not only caused widespread panic, shock, palpitations, worry, mourning and other emotions, but also triggered huge discussions. The whole country is boiling.
No way? Another city has fallen?
I remember that in the early days of the spiritual energy revival, because humans didn't know how to resist the invasion of demonic beasts, there were large-scale casualties and deaths. But now, 100 years have passed. Countless generations of awakened humans have led the charge and gradually established a long-term standoff with the demons from the outside world.
How could such a tragedy suddenly happen? What on earth are the 4 major divisions doing? Is there no one going to support Hongdu? Oh my god. My hometown is in Hongdu. I went back there half a year ago. How could it suddenly become like this? Are those demons so powerful? When the lips and teeth are gone, will we be the next one? It's so tragic. This is too horrific. I heard, in the entire Hongdu, except for a very small number of high-level awakeners who barely broke through the siege and survived, the rest of the people, every one of them, were wiped out. Millions of people. This. Countless people across the country are heartbroken about this. Some people have more or less some connection with Hongdu, and have some relatives and friends in Hongdu, and some people, even if they know nothing about Hongdu, will inevitably feel a sense of grief and loss when they hear such news. The demons were killing wantonly and besieging the city, but the Hanxia kingdom seemed to have no way to deal with it. So, even if they stay in the city, can they still be safe? What if the demons ever lay siege to their city? Wouldn't they be the ones to die? What to do? A feeling of panic, oppression and suffocation hung heavily over the country of Hanxia. It weighs on the hearts of countless people of Hanxia kingdom. And at the same time, it also triggered a wave of enthusiasm for commemorating the dead. Countless people, without any need for mobilization or organization, spontaneously burned paper and incense and silently prayed for those innocent people who died. All over the country, in the streets and alleys, you can see people burning paper and crying in the middle of the night. As for the news that an abyss suddenly appeared in Poyan Lake, only high-level robbers in major cities would know about it. It is confidential information currently under national control. Because with the fall of Hongdu, many people will surely fall into an irretrievable panic. If I heard the news about the abyss, I'm afraid they will become even more worried all day long, so this news cannot be made public. This time, the great turmoil from the abyss is far from being limited to Poyan Lake, Hongdu and other places. Look globally. In addition to the Poyan Lake abyss, several more abysses appeared in succession, descending almost simultaneously across the globe, and a large number of real demons appeared. Among them, there is an abyss that appears in the central core area of the island country. Originally, the island nation was just a tiny place, but the core land suddenly fell into the abyss, and a large number of demons surged out of the abyss like a wave, running rampant on the island nation. The entire island and the capital have turned into a purgatory. Only a relatively small number of island strongmen fled to the 2 countries on the peninsula, temporarily settling down. The population losses were incalculable. In just a few days, the island country has almost become a paradise where demons and monsters are rampant. The threat of death also came from the coastline. This incident also broke out. A secret meeting of world-class leaders was held under the chairmanship of senior officials from 5 major countries. Regarding the coming of the abyss, we will carry out certain strategic cooperation.
The content of such high-level meetings is known to almost no one except the heads of state of each country.
Now, the other side.
At the site of the former Liandu city, the dilapidated and abandoned city is overgrown with weeds. Many crooked high-rise buildings still exist, but they are covered with green plants, and there are vague shadowy demons running around among them.
Because Liandu City and Do City merged into one big city.
Therefore, the entire city of Liandu ruins has long been abandoned, and traces of the old times are everywhere. It has long become a gathering place and playground for countless demons.
Now,
two staggering figures, supporting each other, ran out from the depths of the dense forest in the distance and hid in a building with broken doors and windows. The two men were lying back to back, blood still dripping from their bodies.
Butler Guanting's condition was obviously worse and his injuries were more serious. Temporarily hid in this abandoned building.
Chu Tian gasped and hurriedly took out the internal medicine and external medicine he carried with him from the storage space and gave them to Guanting.
Lao Guan, you have to hold on, you really have to hold on. Bang!
Guanting opened his tired, bloodshot eyes and held Chu Tian down.
No, sir. No. Don't give me these medicines. We don't have many supplies left now. It seems we are currently in the ruins of Liandu, and the remaining supplies are only enough for one person. I can't go back, master. Your injuries are relatively minor. You need to use these remaining supplies to get to Docheng or Wuzhou. You must spread the news that the Nankai Lin family has betrayed humanity, and even the 4 Nankai departments have betrayed humanity as a whole. Chu Tian doesn't care about that anymore.
The two of them escaped with great difficulty after a narrow escape.
Now, they are all at level 5. He is level 54.
Guanting has consumed the most energy in the past few days and killed the most monsters.
Now he is already level 56. Now, whether you go to Wuzhou or Docheng, the distance is not too far.
In the end, there was no need to keep these supplies.
Then,
he simply forced all the pills onto Guanting to use.
Chapter 90, the entire Nankai community betrayed. Closure of the city?
Just when everything outside was in chaos.
Nankai City, in the city.
The Lin family lives in a luxurious villa. Lin Yuandao was sitting quietly in the main seat, while Lin Jicheng and Lin Yuanguang, the head of the Lin family, were standing on his left and right respectively.
Obviously, the Lin family today is not ruled by the head of the family, Lin Yuanguang.
The real person in charge is Lin Yuandao.
And in the living room,
the heads of the 4 major departments of Nankai University were all gathered here, but their attitudes were very humble, and they bowed slightly, as if they had become Lin Yuandao's subordinates. Lin Yuandao looked around, a faint smile on his face, looking a bit like a villain who has achieved success.
How are the 4 major departments of Nankai City doing now? The 4 ministers looked at each other and answered. Everything is fine at the Ministry of Education.
Whether it's the Awakened Academy in Nankai City or other idle awakened people, as long as they are awakened above the 2nd level, they are all under our control.
Well, in the law enforcement department, we have already controlled the awakened within us. Everything is under Mr. Lin's arrangement and can be mobilized at any time.
The awakened ones in the coordination department have also been controlled. In addition, all the materials and cultivation resources that can be mobilized in Nankai City are quite abundant and can be allocated at any time.
At last,
the 3 ministers and Lin Yuandao's eyes all fell on the garrison chief, who had been reluctant to speak. The garrison chief hesitated for a moment before speaking. On the garrison side, whether it's the awakened ones above the 2nd level or the body refining soldiers in the garrison, they have already been under control.
I'm a little worried about the situation in Hongdu.
Nankai is a small city, too close to Hongdu.
Now that Hongdu has encountered such a thing, will Nankai be implicated as well?
Also, it seems the higher-ups are planning to establish a 5th department, the United Front Work Department.
Should we also arrange for this mission and prepare for its completion as soon as possible?
Lin Yuandao had an indifferent expression and glanced at the chief of the garrison with some dissatisfaction in his eyes. These matters have naturally been considered by the higher-ups.
You don't need to think about them here. You just need to follow my orders. Do you understand?
The garrison chief was startled and responded quickly.
Yes, I understand. I just have some.
Seeing that the awakened people from the 4 major departments were now completely under his control and could be dispatched at will, Lin Yuandao felt very satisfied and could not help but nodded. He tilted his head and asked again.
What's going on with Chu Tian and that damned housekeeper Guanting? Nowadays, since all the awakened people in Nankai City are under control, no matter what happens in Nankai City in the future or the implementation of their future plans, they will not have to worry about leaks. There is no need to worry about the situation in Nankai City being leaked. After all, the awakened ones above the second level are the backbone of a city. If they are under control, the situation will be under control. As for the awakened ones below the second level, then he is no different from a failed awakening loser or an ordinary person, and there is no need to worry about him at all. Naturally, Lin Yuandao would not take him seriously. As for the industries that originally belonged to the Chu family, they have now all become the industries of the Lin family. Just as the Chu family was so prosperous and powerful in Nankai City, the Lin family is now in a prosperous position. Even more powerful than the Chu family back then. After all, in the past, the Chu family only had a cooperative relationship with the four major departments, but now, the four major departments all listen to him, and he has become the real emperor of Nankai City. It's no exaggeration to say so. Now the entire Nankai is the Lin family's back garden, so it doesn't matter what he does to Nankai City. But, in response to Chu Tian and Guanting's question, the heads of the four major departments all looked grim, cold sweats broke out, their bodies trembled slightly, and they were even unable to speak. This. Everything happens for a reason, everything happens for a reason. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Yuandao's face disappeared in an instant. His face darkened and he started cursing. What kind of trash are you all? Although Nankai City is a small city, your four major departments have been stationed here for many years. You should be familiar with every plant and tree around Nankai City, right? You can't even take down Chu Tian and Guanting? What the hell are you doing? You're such fucking losers. Why did the higher-ups leave the overall situation of Nankai City to you guys? I only gave you this small task, and you couldn't even complete it. What use do I have for you? Huh? What use? The four ministers' expressions became increasingly grim, but they really didn't know how to refute, so they could only lower their heads lower and lower. After Lin Yuandao cursed angrily, he spat and turned to ask while knocking on the table. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Then, the Minister of Education sighed and replied. My people have been keeping an eye on Chu Tian, Guanting, and their hunting team. We have also sent a group of people out to chase and repel the team that attacked them. I also went in person to chase them. In the end, my men and I chased them all the way to the vicinity of Longquan, but a 7th-level demon suddenly appeared, and we had to hide. Just by dodging like that, these two people disappeared without a trace. It turns out that the world outside is really too chaotic lately. In the past, you would hardly encounter 7th-level demons. The Minister of Defense on the other side also said with a gloomy expression. I personally went to hunt down Chu Tian and his group, but Guanting, who was beside Chu Tian, protected him so well. He was so loyal to him. Along the way, I found many opportunities to almost kill Chu Tian directly, but they were all blocked by Guanting. In order to protect Chu Tian, Guanting almost risked his life. The two of them really worked together very well. No wonder people said before that these two people in the Chu family, one attacking and one defending, worked together seamlessly and laid the foundation for the Chu family's past. Plus, with the 7th-level demon appearing, we lost track of them. Hearing this, Lin Yuandao's face became even uglier. He took a deep breath, pointed at the two ministers' noses, and spoke fiercely. I don't want to hear these excuses. These are no excuses for useless people like you to fail in your mission. They're all excuses. I'm telling you, if this matter is exposed, if people find out about our plan in Nankai City in advance, I will first sacrifice you two ministers and the families behind you. I mean what I say. A moment. The expressions of the Nankai City Garrison Minister and the Education Minister changed drastically in an instant, and they spoke in a pleading tone. No. Please. Don't touch my child. I failed to do my job well this time. No matter how you want to punish me, I will do it. Just don't touch my family. I beg you. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Mr. Lin. But Lin Yuandao turned a deaf ear to these pleas for mercy. He just looked at Lin Xiqing beside him with a faint expression. Xiqing, go ask the chief priest to go out and deal with this. This time I sent the Minister of Education and the Minister of Garrison to go out hunting together. If Chu Tian and Guanting are not fools,
they will definitely know that Nankai City has changed now.
This news must not be leaked. Please ask the Grand Priest to take action personally.
Lin Zicheng was also filled with indignation at this moment. This is the Lin family's chance to rise, and it is a major plan that absolutely cannot afford to fail.
Unexpectedly, there are still some fish that slip through the net. It's all because of the incompetence of these two idiots. So, he glanced coldly at the 4 department heads, then quickly stood up and walked towards the backyard. And at this moment,
none of the 4 ministers dared to look Lin Zicheng in the eye. They all lowered their heads, not daring to face him directly.
The 4 of them knew it very well.
At this moment, Lin Zicheng has already been reborn. He is not the Lin Zicheng of the past at all. However, only the top members of the Lin family knew that Lin Zicheng had undergone a complete transformation, and even his level had reached the 4th level like a rocket.
This speed of improvement was something that even an ordinary SSS-level talented professional could not match.
Compared to the previous confrontation with Chenhi, he became 2 completely different people. The whole person's temperament looks gloomy, and there are circles of black shadows around his body, which turn into ripples, constantly twisting and flickering.
His eye sockets are sunken, his face is dark, and he exudes a very strong cold aura from the inside out. It was as if even the blood and internal organs were cold. A faint blood mist emanated from his body. The aura was quite terrifying, far beyond the reach of an ordinary 4th level awakener. A moment later, swish! A bloody shadow with a terrifying aura flew out quickly from above the Lin family villa and walked in the air, heading straight towards the outside of the city. And seeing this situation, Lin Yuandao withdrew his gaze from the window and turned to the Minister of Coordination. How's the situation with newborns in Nankai City lately?
The Minister of Coordination said this with a reserved and respectful tone.
This is 5% higher than before. Lin Yuandao frowned. 5%? That's so little? No. Absolutely not.
His gaze fell coldly on the Minister of Law Enforcement.
Minister Liu, listen carefully. I don't care what method you use, but you must double the number of newborns at Nankai within 3 months. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable. After receiving the trembling answer from the Minister of Law Enforcement, Lin Yuandao looked at the Minister of Education again.
Minister Wang, you must immediately issue a notice to all high school students that they no longer need to wait until the annual awakening ceremony to undergo their career awakening.
Right now. Immediately. Immediately. Anyone over the age of 18 can directly use the awakening stone to complete the value and awaken. This cannot be delayed any longer.
The Minister of Education nodded quickly in response. Lin Yuandao once again turned his attention to the head of the garrison.
Minister Qi, you must also make arrangements immediately. Starting today, all 4 gates of Nankai will be closed. The city will be completely sealed off and guarded. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Anyone who violates this will be killed on the spot. The head of the garrison department also nodded repeatedly in response, not daring to resist at all. After quickly giving all the orders,
Lin Yuandao dismissed all the other people and only kept the core members of the Lin family.
Lin Yuanguang, the head of the Lin family, asked with some concern. Yuandao, is it really the director of the coordination department of the imperial capital headquarters who ordered you to do all this? Lin Yuandao answered firmly. Yes, it was the Minister of Coordination who asked me to do this. Besides, I'm not the only one who does this. The fact is exactly as he said.
The same situation in Nankai City is also happening in the 2 cities of Luling and Xinzhou near Hongdu. Looking from the sky, the 3 cities form a triangle shape, surrounding Hongdu in the middle. It was as if a huge, mysterious, strange, and bloody formation had been established. Chapter 91 Chenhi returns to Nankai City. 5 days later. In the basement of the Vocational Research Institute of the Magic City Academy.
Woo woo woo.
The scarlet and sticky pool of blood was violently stirred and turned into a twisted and boiling whirlpool.
Ripples appeared in circles around Chenhi. The next moment. Puff.
When the sticky and boiling blood solidified into a huge blood bubble, it suddenly exploded.
Crash, crash. For a moment,
a bloody rain fell throughout the basement, with sticky blood dripping continuously.
Wu Xingwen was well prepared and opened an umbrella in advance.
With a somewhat stiff expression, he looked at the naked Chenhi standing in the center of the blood pool.
Now,
Chenhi was like a cooked crab, his skin all over his body covered in a rich blood red color.
He looks like a little celebrity.
The red and black demon blood attached to a thin layer of blood scab on the surface of his body, which crackled and shattered with his movements. The skin and flesh inside are quite solid. The physique has obviously undergone a new round of sublimation in baptism, becoming extremely smooth, like a peeled egg, and the muscles are also extremely elastic and bouncy. But if you really feel it carefully, you can see that beneath this seemingly ordinary body lies an unprecedented and incomparable terrifying power.
On the surface, it looks like normal human skin.
But in fact, its flexibility and muscle strength are even tougher and stronger than the skin and muscles of 4th-level dragon, tiger and bear monsters of the same level. This physical strength is even comparable to that of a 5th-level monster.
It is not much inferior to the 4th-level monster.
Chenhi carefully felt the joy in his limbs and bones, the rapid rise of his physical strength, and every breath was accompanied by a sense of powerful strength.
I feel relaxed and refreshed.
The actual effect of this time's body and soul training is obviously stronger than the previous 4 times.
The effect is even more powerful than the previous 4 times combined.
He felt that his physical strength was at least more than twice as strong as before he trained his body and soul.
Actually,
his size hasn't changed much. It's not that he suddenly turned into a muscular man. On the contrary, he still looks very thin, with perfect muscle lines and no abrupt sense of thickness.
But such a body can give people extremely strong pressure.
It was as if facing a ferocious beast from ancient times. A deep red, blood-red glow with a hint of ferocity suddenly appeared in his eyes.
Then it quickly dissipated and disappeared until it completely disappeared without a trace. So strong.
Chenhi couldn't help but sigh. Principal Wu Xingwen had already come over with great interest and pulled him away.
Come on, disciple, follow me to test the strength of my mental power. It seems that this bet really paid off. You are truly talented, kid. You can actually complete the cultivation of the god and demon refining technique using demon blood and demon cores of the same level.
That's really strange.
If I had had your talent back then, I don't think this would have happened. Wu Xingwen felt a little emotional for a moment.
Chenhi quickly stopped him.
Hey, teacher, I haven't put on my clothes yet. Are you going to let me meet people with my bare bottom?
Oh, I almost forgot, hurry up and get dressed.
Teacher, actually, it was quite easy for me to train my body and soul this time. How about trying it for the 6th time? No, absolutely not. I will not agree to this no matter what. Hey, teacher, you really can't help but laugh. Can't you even tell that I'm joking? What are you so anxious about? You bastard. An hour later,
Wu Xingwen looked at the mental power attribute value on the detector, which had reached an astonishing 576 points.
This spiritual power attribute. Not to mention some 6th-level awakeners, even 7th-level strongmen may not be able to possess it. Not to mention,
Wu Xingwen, as his teacher, knew best how exaggerated Chenhi's mental strength was.
The strength of this kid's 1 point of spiritual attribute is even not inferior to 2 points of others.
After others are promoted, they still have to try to stabilize their mental strength. It is necessary to use various methods to hone and refine your mental strength.
But this kid is different.
His natural mental strength is so strong that he can almost skip the step of consolidating his mental strength. So it seems that his improvement speed is very fast, but in fact, each improvement is steady and solid.
It's a steady improvement step by step. So,
Wu Xingwen never worried that Chenhi's mental strength would grow too fast and cause instability.
Wu Xingwen could only marvel at this.
And those high-level instructors at the Magic City Academy who were in the Vocational Research Institute were also deeply amazed by the exaggerated degree of Chenhi's spiritual power talent.
Everyone couldn't help but sigh again. What kind of monster did Principal Wu Xingwen accept? Why is the talent so exaggerated? Although other people are very talented, they also have their shortcomings. But this guy Chenhi? Are there any shortcomings? Where is the limit? Are we going to let others play this? Is he really a hexagonal warrior, a top-notch monster with no blind spots in all directions? Graduated from the Vocational Institute. Wu Xingwen was silent and didn't say anything for a long time.
Chenhi, on the other hand, became anxious and couldn't help but ask. Teacher, my current mental strength and physical fitness are strong enough to easily fight against ordinary 5th-level demons.
You should be able to rest assured about me, right? My father-in-law is currently in a critical condition, and I don't know what happened to Nankai University.
If I can't go back to see you, I'll be worried. Wu Xingwen hesitated slightly. He felt that Chenhi's request was natural and reasonable.
As a son-in-law, how could I not worry about my father-in-law's situation? Moreover, he actually cares a lot about the situation at Nankai. Something happened in Hongdu.
It is very likely that this will cause a chain reaction and sweep across the surrounding cities.
Well, it's time to go back and take a look.
Unfortunately, I'm injured now and won't be able to recover in the short term, so I can't take you with me.
Later, I will ask senior brother Chenhi to take you back. With his protection, as long as you don't enter the demon's lair, your life should be safe.
Chenhi nodded repeatedly.
Thank you, teacher, and thank you, Uncle Chenhi.
He's such a senior minister of education, yet he's busy all day taking care of things for us younger generations.
Wu Xingwen waved his hand indifferently. None of this matters.
You are the future of our country. Besides, we are all from the same school.
Since you call him Uncle Master, what's wrong with bothering him? Isn't this the natural thing to do? Chenhi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Evening.
After returning to the dormitory, Chenhi simply packed his luggage and prepared to have a good rest tonight.
Tomorrow I will set off with Minister of Education Situ Chenhi and return to Nankai.
Xu Shi watched from the side, feeling somewhat worried.
Hubby, I'm still worried. I don't know what's going on with Dad. If I can't see it with my own eyes, I'll be really panicked. I want to go back with you, too, okay?
Chenhi frowned and shook his head repeatedly. He took the initiative to sit next to Xu Shi, took the girl's soft and delicate hand in a comforting manner, and pulled her weak and boneless body into his arms.
Cece, you know I definitely won't agree to you being with me. You're still pregnant with our baby. The baby's safety is more important than anything else. Even if my father-in-law were here, he wouldn't want you to risk your life with me. Besides, Cece, if you follow me, it will distract me. You're not unaware of how chaotic the situation is right now.
If you were to stay with me, I'd always be worried about you and the child's safety.
Xu Shi pouted slightly.
But Chenhi took the initiative to move closer, held those two soft and fleshy lips in his mouth, blocking Xu Shi from saying anything, and then kissed her wantonly. Until he kissed Xu Shi in his arms until she was dazed and lying in his arms like a ball of mud, gasping for breath, he reached out his hand from Xu Shi's collar and rubbed Xu Shi's fair and tender little face.
Okay, Cece, be obedient and wait for me to come back. Don't worry, I'm here to bring my father-in-law back safely. You, just stay in school honestly. Don't think about other things or worry about what's happening outside. Your only mission now is to take good care of your pregnancy. Don't let yourself be wronged, understand?
Half of Xu Shi's body was limp, and he had no strength to refute.
She just hummed sweetly. Hubby, you're so bad. You know we can't do that now. You're still teasing me. You're not even close to the truth.
Okay then, I'll listen to you this time, but, husband, listen to me carefully. I not only hope that Dad can come back safely, but you must also come back alive and safe.
The baby and I will be waiting for you to come home.
Chenhi hugged the beauty in his arms and couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and comfort in his heart. The previous fear and tension also dissipated a lot.
Holding the sweet girl in my arms, I fell asleep. The next day.
Before dawn, Chenhi kissed Xu Shi, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and then left the dormitory quietly without waking Xu Shi.
Pregnancy is a time when you are more sleepy.
What's more, if Xu Shi woke up, he might continue to pester me for a while.
Soon. At the school gate.
Chenhi saw Situ Chenhi standing quietly, his temperament as calm as a mountain, and hurriedly greeted him.
Uncle Chenhi, let's go. Walk. Situ Chenhi instantly took off into the air, and the angel's silver wings behind Chenhi also spread out. The two of them quickly flew out of the high walls of the magic city and headed towards Nankai City at a rapid speed. Chapter 92. My daughter and son-in-law are holy angels. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. High in the sky.
Chenhi kept flapping his angel silver wings, and the surrounding scenery quickly retreated. The speed had reached the extreme. But no matter what, he could not surpass Situ Chenhi in front of him. After chasing for a long time, the distance between them did not get any closer at all, and they could only follow behind Situ Chenhi and inhale his exhaust gas.
During this process,
Chenhi keenly felt that due to these 5 sessions of body and mind training, his physical fitness and mental strength had made considerable progress, and his compatibility with Angel's silver wings had also deepened. As his strength grows, Angel Silver Wings is also stronger than before.
An ordinary holy angel at the 4th level would never be able to burst out with his speed. This is the benefit of having a strong body. When people fly in the air, they really feel like the sea is wide enough for fish to leap and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. But he did not feel proud at all because there was still a huge and unbridgeable gap in strength between him and his uncle Chenhi. The gap was simply too big. After leaving the magic city, Chenhi suggested that Chenhi chase after him from behind, wanting to test Chenhi's ability to control the Angel Silver Wings and the results of Chenhi's 5 body and soul training. And as time goes by, Chenhi also gradually integrated into this pursuit test. Feel every change in your breath while flying, know how to adjust your breath, and how to fly faster while maintaining your physical strength. Gradually, I mastered the method of flying longer and faster. Along the way, with Chenhi leading the way and taking him flying, they did not encounter any danger or attack and everything went smoothly. 2 hours later, Chenhi's physical strength finally began to run out. Chenhi also sensed something, floated down to the ground and rested for a while. Master Chenhi, you're cheating. I'm only at the 4th level, how could I possibly catch up with Master Chenhi? Chenhi panted and wiped the sweat from his head. Chenhi looked at him with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. You are only at the 4th level now, and you are only 18 years old, yet you are able to possess such speed and control the Angel Silver Wings to such a degree. It really opens my eyes. Chenhi, it's no exaggeration to say that you are definitely much more capable than I was when I was young. Chenhi felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Master Chenhi, your praise is too great. I was just lucky. Haha, Showa, being too modest is actually pride. I, as your uncle, am really pleased to see you have this talent. Chenhi patted Chenhi's shoulder. Most importantly, you are incredibly intelligent. I can clearly sense that when you first started taking long-distance flights, you were simply relying on your holy angel flying instincts to fly at high altitudes. But in the second half, you clearly realized a more durable and energy-saving flying method, knowing how to take advantage of the natural wind and the surrounding environment. This is the most valuable thing. I really envy Xingwen. How come that old fellow is so lucky to have such a good disciple like you? Ha, I almost want to steal you away and take you in as my last disciple. Chenhi was humble again, and then spoke with some worry. Master Chenhi, let's take a break and then continue on our journey. I'm still worried about Nankai's situation. Chenhi raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile. Nankai? Why don't you look up and see where we are now? Chenhi looked up and his eyes suddenly lit up. The surrounding environment looks quite familiar. The shadow of a city wall in the distance was faintly visible among the shadows. He couldn't help but be a little shocked. We've actually reached the outskirts of Nankai City? So fast? I actually flew all the way from the Magic City to Nankai City? Chenhi couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had just been concentrating wholeheartedly on feeling the wind direction and how to control the Angel's silver wings, and was only concentrating on the long-distance flight. I never thought about anything else at all. Unexpectedly, I flew back to the vicinity of Nankai City so smoothly. According to his original idea, even if he wanted to fly back all the way, he would have to rest at least 2 or 3 times in the middle to recover his strength. Unexpectedly, it was done in one go. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Chenhi in surprise. This Minister of Education, the former principal of the Magic City Academy, is indeed very good at leading students. Although I didn't educate him too directly. But it made him learn a lot and understand a lot. After a smooth journey, there will be natural improvement. As expected, he is Uncle Chenhi. Thank you, Master Chenhi, for your guidance. Chenhi smiled and said nothing more. He grabbed Chenhi by the back of his neck and flew up. In just a short moment, they arrived at the foot of the city wall of Nankai City. Chenhi's physical strength also recovered a lot. He looked at it subconsciously and suddenly frowned. I saw that the 4 gates of Nankai City were closed and no one was allowed to enter. Nankai City, why did it suddenly close down? There's nothing wrong here, and we haven't seen any demons attacking the city. Why is the city sealed off? Although Hongdu is relatively close to Nankai City, from this journey, I can probably tell that the danger in Hongdu has not yet reached Nankai. Chenhi muttered strangely. Chenhi landed gracefully on the ground. He was a rule-abiding man and knew that he couldn't force his way into Nankai City when all 4 gates were closed. Perhaps he had received an order from above to defend the city. So, in the wilderness outside the city, they chose a relatively safe place to temporarily camp. Planning to see what's going on, Chenhi had a thoughtful look on his face.
The news of the incident in Hongdu must have reached Nankai City by now. Since the distance between them is not too far, it makes sense for the 4 ministers of Nankai City to decide to seal the city gates to prevent the demons from Hongdu from invading from the south.
Let's wait and see from outside. Chenhi nodded.
Also, I want to search for information about my father-in-law in the surrounding area.
My father-in-law's Blue Sky Group used to be a very important company in Nankai City. He hasn't personally gone out to hunt demons in many years. There's something wrong with this matter.
Something must have gone wrong.
If we insist on entering the city now, we might alert the enemy.
It would be better for us to search for traces around and get some information first.
Chenhi responded.
So the two of them began to search for possible clues radiating outward along the wilderness surrounding the city walls.
2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Now, in Docheng, hundreds of kilometers away from Nankai City, outside the city.
Huff, huff, huff. Xu Tian was gasping for breath and covered in blood. He struggled to drag the dying and unconscious butler Guanting out of Do City in a very embarrassed manner.
We're finally here, Lao Guan, did you see this? Wake up!
Seeing this situation, the garrison troops and Awaken One stationed outside the walls of Docheng all came over to help.
Hurry up and save him.
Lao Guan has lost too much blood and is about to collapse.
Hurry!
Xu Tian was also in a very low state, but he was still most concerned about Guanting's situation. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Guanting being supported by 2 garrison soldiers and taken to the treatment center for treatment. Before he had time to verify his identity, he couldn't help but use the last of his strength to hug the arm of a guard awakener and said seriously,
Quick! Quick! Save Nankai City. The Nankai Lin family betrayed the Hanxia kingdom. The 4 Nankai tribes also followed the Lin family in their collective betrayal. They collectively betrayed humanity. After saying this, Xu Tian, who was already on the verge of his limit, tilted his head and completely fainted. Unconscious.
And as soon as these words came out,
everyone present was instantly shocked. What? All 4 departments of Nankai City are engaged in treason? Is there such a thing? This is a big deal. It must be reported as soon as possible. Hey, wake up, wake up. Are you okay? Who are you? Why do you know such important information? Half an hour later. Imperial capital. The entire law enforcement department was shocked. What did you say?
3 deputy ministers and 1 executive deputy minister of the law enforcement department gathered together. They looked at each other with frowns.
The 4 major departments of Nankai City have collectively betrayed humanity, and the Lin family has also betrayed humanity? This matter is of no small importance.
If it is true, it is arguably the greatest betrayal of humanity in recent years.
Nankai City may be just a small town, but the fact that everyone from top to bottom has become a traitor to humanity is indeed a bit too shocking.
Having said that, Executive Vice Minister Su Lin turned his head to look at the subordinate in charge of communications.
Have you contacted the 4 departments of Nankai University? Have you found anything unusual? If they really have betrayed me, they will definitely reveal some clues.
The communicator shook his head. As soon as we received the news, we contacted the 4 Nankai departments to collect evidence and conduct a one-by-one screening.
We have not found any abnormalities so far.
The 4 departments of Nankai University all responded normally, saying that everything in Nankai City is currently normal.
Su Lin was very surprised and said after thinking for a while.
Then first contact the person who delivered the message in Docheng and ask him who he is.
Maybe it's just a rumor.
When the news reached Docheng again, the 4 departments of Docheng were required to identify and verify the identity of the person delivering the message. The ministers of the 4 departments of Docheng were getting a little restless.
What's going on? Judging from the response above, nothing should have happened in Nankai City? I told you.
It's almost impossible for the 4 major departments of a city to rebel at the same time.
There will at least be 1 or 2 people with conscience. Could it be that the person who passed the message was spreading false information? Or, he is the real traitor to humanity, and there is nothing wrong with Nankai at all?
The four ministers discussed the matter separately, and their opinions varied.
But no one could come to a conclusion.
They simply went to the treatment center together to see if Chu Tian and his servant, who were in a coma, had woken up and to see if they could get more specific information.
Awaken Treatment Center.
As soon as the four ministers saw it, they saw someone running out.
Minister. The patient is awake. Go and meet him.
Four ministers quickly pushed the door open and gathered in front of Chu Tian's bed. His expression was stern, as if he was staring at a prisoner, staring at Chu Tian intently. Chu Tian also knew that the news he said was too shocking and there was not enough evidence to prove it, so he quickly took the initiative to introduce it. My lords, my daughter Chushi, and my son-in-law Chenhi are all SSS-level holy angels with special talents.
Many people know about this.
I hope you can verify my identity.
You must believe what I say. Nankai City is about to be finished.
The four ministers heard it.
2 angels in one door? So, you are from the Nankai Chu family? Chu Tian?
It seems your identity is no longer a problem.
Now, we're in big trouble.
The four ministers quickly reported the news again.
Soon, a response came from the imperial capital. Headquarters will send someone to Nankai City to investigate this matter.
You must take good care of Nankai Chu Tian.
He is a crucial witness.
Seeing that the imperial capital had already decided to send people to Nankai to investigate, the four ministers finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Chapter 93, Sneaking into Nankai and Discovering a Major Secret.
Chenhi and Chenhi,
the Minister of Education of the Magic City, temporarily set up camp outside the suburbs of Nankai City.
I also tried to look for some clues carefully around the area.
Pity. There are currently no clues at all. Something feels very wrong in Nankai City right now. The city is so quiet and seems a little too normal.
Being too normal often means being abnormal.
Nankai City is currently in a normal state, yet all 4 gates have been closed and the city has entered a state of lockdown. Logically, there shouldn't be any clues around here.
Whether it's clues about your father-in-law Chu Tian's hunting team or the sudden emergency lockdown of Nankai City, we found nothing.
Strange.
Very strange.
There must be some big secret hidden in this.
Chenhi also nodded in agreement. We searched several times along the possible routes of the hunting team, but still found no clues about my father-in-law.
This is really abnormal.
Even if you encounter some high-level powerful demons, they won't leave no trace at all.
There are very few demons who would do such a thing as leaving traces. This clearly shows that there are human traitors involved in my father-in-law's case. How many human traitors are there in Nankai City? How was my father-in-law plotted against? Is he dead or alive now?
After all, Chenhi was still a little worried and impatient.
Judging from the current situation, no one is seen alive, and no body is seen after death.
When Chenhi thought of the possible outcomes his father-in-law might encounter, and then recalled Cici and the baby in her belly who were still waiting for news at the Magic City Academy, he became even more anxious.
Chenhi did not speak, but fell into a brief thought. Chenhi didn't interrupt.
After a long while, he spoke impatiently.
Uncle Chenhi, so, what should we do now? Can we just wait here? Chenhi nodded repeatedly.
Since we know nothing about the situation in Nankai City, the best thing to do is to wait and see.
We should remain constant in the face of ever-changing circumstances. Wait for the enemy to reveal their true colors first. Xiaohe, don't worry too much. We haven't found any clues about your father-in-law yet. This is actually a good thing. At least it means, your father-in-law is very likely still alive.
Chenhi closed his mouth and stopped talking.
Wait quietly and see what happens. After a long time,
night falls and the moonlight is like water.
It was already late at night. Just as Chenhi was waiting bored and feeling a little sleepy,
Chenhi, who had been keeping a close eye on the movements towards the city gate, suddenly raised his eyebrows and called out to Chenhi beside him.
Someone's out of town. Leaving the city?
Chenhi was instantly alerted and looked towards the Nankai City wall. That's right, but he didn't go through the main gate, but a small side door in the southeast corner.
It looks sneaky, so there must be something fishy going on. Then let's catch up. Chenhi lifted Chenhi from behind.
Then the figure disappeared into the night like a ghost, silently and without a trace.
And at this moment,
A team of awakened people left Nankai City from the side corner gate and were hurrying on their way to the deepest and darkest wilderness.
There are 6 people in this team. The team was led by a second-level awakener, followed by 5 first-level awakeners. Situ Changha and Chenhi were hanging from a distance, following silently. Everyone is aware of the problem here. Only low-level awakeners of the first and second levels? They're not even qualified to fill the teeth of the demons.
The night is when demons are rampant, and countless demons go out to hunt for food. Logically speaking, it's impossible for awakeners of the first and second levels to leave the city so late at night. Indeed, it seems that the identities of this team's members are not simple.
Soon,
the team members stopped in a dense forest, and the captain of the second-level awakeners blew a whistle in the middle of the night.
Woo woo woo. Accompanied by the night wind, it spreads far away. Soon,
suddenly, there was a dense rustling sound in the dense forest, and the forest shook. Groups of worker king blood ants as big as ordinary lions and tigers, with giant blood-red shells, emerged from the dense forest. There were as many as 100 or 200 of them, surrounding the 6 awakened team. This scene looks like a sheep among a group of tigers. But the blood ants, which are very bloodthirsty and have an extreme desire for human prey, did not attack or massacre the 6-person awakening team.
Instead, they lowered their heads. Agog!
The leading worker king blood ant suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and from its mouth full of tiny teeth, blood condensed into balls and rolled out.
The 6 awakened teams were obviously well prepared.
They took out sealed containers from their storage rings and collected the bright red and hot demon blood.
Crash, crash.
Led by their leader, the other blood ants also lined up in teams, ran to the awakened ones one by one, and voluntarily contributed their blood.
In the blink of an eye, thousands of bottles of demon blood were collected together and stored by the 6-member awakening team, completing tonight's mission.
Swish, swish, swish. The colony of blood ants did not stay any longer, but dispersed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it entered the deep and dark forest and disappeared. The awakened team, which had been busy for a while, quickly packed up the demon blood they had collected and set out on their return journey.
And at this moment,
Situ Changha and Chenhi, who fell at the end of the team, looked at each other and could see the sternness and shock in each other's eyes.
These are actually all human traders? A human trader left the city in the middle of the night to collect demon blood. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the 4 divisions of Nankai City and the garrison troops were completely unaware of this and allowed it to happen? What on earth happened in Nankai City?
After a brief exchange, the 2 quickly came up with a rough plan. We must not rashly kill all of this group of awakened people now, otherwise it is very likely to alert the enemy and cause other changes in Nankai City.
Swish. Situ Changha took out a dark black cloak from his storage ring.
This is the magic weapon I used when I was young, the phantom cloak. It can create illusions around me and disguise myself through sleight of hand.
Chenhi immediately understood. Master Changha, do you mean to infiltrate this awakened team, sneak into the walls of Nankai City, and investigate the current situation in Nankai City?
Yes, this is the best way.
Okay, let's do it. I'll listen to my uncle.
Swish, swish, swish. In the dark night, a faint sound flashed by. The 2 first-level awakeners at the end of the team had quietly left the team and died silently, with even their bodies disappearing.
Before the second-level team leader could notice anything,
2 more first-level awakeners joined the end of the team, as if nothing had changed. Situ Changha was, after all, a senior 8th Order warrior.
Dealing with 2 first-order awakeners was as easy as breathing. Moreover, he concealed his presence very well and hid his aura completely.
In this way, 2 members of the 6-man team were ambushed and killed silently.
Then,
he quickly disguised himself as a member of the team and blended in.
Follow the team into the city. Everything went smoothly during the process. It didn't cause any trouble. A moment later,
the 6-member awakening team quickly entered the city and came to the vicinity of the Lin Group's corporate building.
Chenhi frowned. He whispered to Situ Changha, who was disguised as a first-level awakener.
Master Changha, this is where the Lin family is.
The Lin family? Is it also a big family in Nankai City?
Before, it wasn't that big. At best, it was ranked 5th or 6th in Nankai City.
But now it looks brand new. I don't know what happened to Nankai City while I was away. If this team of awakeners was sent by the Lin family, then it most likely means that the Lin family has betrayed humanity. Damn it!
I saw that the uncle and nephew of the Lin family had ulterior motives before, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance to get rid of the Lin family.
I didn't expect things to turn out like this today. At this time,
a team of 6 people stopped in front of a building. A third-level awakener in a blue robe walked in front of the team with his head held high in pride. The second-level team leader shouted respectfully,
"Manager Lu." Lu Buoliang, the blue-robed steward, glanced around with a cold look and said lightly, "How's it going?"
The team leader quickly took out the demon blood from the storage ring and piled it up into a large hill in front of him.
Manager Lu Buoliang's eyes immediately lit up. "Very good. You all did a great job this time. You have made great contributions. The master will definitely reward you later."
The 6-member team immediately cheered up and seemed quite excited. "Now, immediately deliver all of this blood of the king blood ants to the pharmacy. Take out the medicine from the pharmacy and quietly distribute it among the rice consumed by every household in the South 3rd District."
Situ Changha and Chenhi frowned at the same time. Everyone is very curious. What exactly is this for? Picking up medicine at the pharmacy? Was it poisoning or massacre? Then, the Awakener team did not stay long.
The 5 first-level Awakener team members followed the leading team leader to the pharmacy.
The pharmacy was obviously well prepared. Right now,
there were several teams busy coming in and out of the pharmacy, and there was a constant stream of people. Everyone received many medicine bottles from the pharmacy, and almost everyone received 7 or 8 bottles.
Chenhi's eyes became more serious. What on earth is this?
The team leader walked over, took a considerable number of medicine bottles, and asked,
"How effective is the medicine this time? It should be more effective than the last batch."
However, the owner of the pharmacy who was responsible for dispensing the medicine told him very seriously,
That's right. This is a special medicine that I personally supervised and made. It's even more effective than the last batch. As long as you take it and have sex, you will be 100% pregnant." Hearing this,
Situ Changha and Chenhi both felt their scalps tingling and were stunned.
A magic pill that guarantees 100% pregnancy? What is going on here? What does it have to do with the demon blood obtained from the king blood ant before? Could it be that demon blood is the raw material for this batch of medicine? What on earth is the Lin family planning? What will the future of Nankai City be like? Chapter 94. Demon blood can also increase the number of newborns?
Listening to the simple but information-rich conversation between the two,
Chenhi and Situ Changha were both stunned.
They stared at each other, speechless for a long while.
It took a long time.
Chen Hatsai said in a low voice in shock,
"Uncle Changha, so the reason the Lin family sent a team of awakened individuals into the wilderness to extract blood from the blood-working ants was to create this special potion that can cause pregnancy? The worker ants reproduce very quickly, and can reproduce hundreds of them in just one night. I've heard about it a long time ago. But, will the special medicine made from the demonic blood of the Blood King ants really be effective, or, in other words, will it cause some kind of harm to the human body?" Situ Changha had roughly understood the hidden tricks and plans here.
Because of this, his expression became more solemn and serious.
Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. "That's right. Demon blood can actually be used to make medicine. Many elixirs are made this way. It's the same as hunting monsters to obtain ingredients.
However, the monster materials used to refine the elixirs need to be specially processed.
It's to remove the evil thoughts and evil attributes in the demon's blood. It's also to remove the residual thoughts left by those demons.
These blood-working ants possess a strong reproductive capacity, so using their blood to make medicine can greatly increase the probability of fertility.
It's even possible to shorten the normal 10-month human pregnancy to just 3 to 5 months.
However, using the demonic blood of the king blood ants to make medicine and reproduce the species comes with a huge price to pay. Any newborns born from this special drug, relying on the effects of demon blood, are almost without exception deformed.
It's even possible that they might show the characteristics of the blood ant.
For example, antennae might grow from its head, a hard blood-colored shell might grow from its body, or even its teeth might become densely packed with sharp teeth like those of the blood-working ant. When Chenhi heard this, his scalp instantly went numb and his pupils contracted. His eyes were filled with disbelief.
If a newborn baby is really born like this, can it still be called a human being?
It's simply a half-human, half-worker monster of the king blood ant.
This is simply horrifying. It's a distortion of humanity. So, why do you know so clearly, Uncle Master?
Feeling Chenhi's increasingly strange gaze, and the very subtle meaning revealed in it,
Situ Chenhi sighed deeply. Don't get me wrong, I definitely wouldn't use a miracle drug like that. I'm not stupid, and I don't have that much desire to have children. Don't let your imagination run wild. The reason why I know these secrets is because there have been examples before. Of course, this is relatively confidential information, so it's normal that you don't know about it. The Sand Country, located in a vast desert, has conducted similar experiments before. The former Sand Nation, due to the resurgence of spiritual energy and the invasion of demons, caused the country's population to decline rapidly, almost reaching the critical point of national extinction. Therefore, in order to quickly increase the national population and restore national strength, so that more awakeners would appear and revitalize the Sand Nation, they conducted almost identical experiments. At that time, we used the blood of the king blood ants, and we also used the blood of many other demons as substitutes. We conducted a series of experiments. However, no matter which demon's blood was used initially, the final experimental results were exactly the same. Newborns, without exception, are all deformed. I've seen this information before, so I remember it vividly. I think the Lin family might have the same idea, wanting to quickly increase the number of newborns in Nankai City. But the question is, why would the Lin family do this? Why would they betray humanity and join forces with demons? What secrets are hidden here? Chenhi was also confused and didn't understand what was going on. Yeah. Although I really dislike the uncle and nephew from the Lin family, who are always engaged in all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues, I can't figure out why they do this. Even if the Lin family has truly betrayed humanity and joined forces with the demons, what's the point of promoting these pregnancy-enhancing drugs that are guaranteed to result in deformed babies? If they wanted to betray Nankai and lure in the demon Luchin, they could just open the city gates and let the demon in. Why would they go to all this trouble? It seems we haven't touched the core of this plan yet. We've only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. If we want to learn more about the core secrets, we need to continue to lurk and explore. This was also what Situ Chenhi meant, so he did not reveal his identity. The two continued to lurk in the Awakener team, remaining silent, and followed the team leader to the South 3rd District to administer medicine to every household. Situ Chenhi looked around and confirmed that there was no one else around. Obviously. The streets in the South 3rd District are completely arranged by this 6-person team, and the night is the best umbrella for hiding and concealing. Swish! An invisible pressure suddenly spread out. The team leader instantly felt a terrifying threat of death, and his scalp went numb. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't utter a word. He just felt a terrifying force strangling his neck. Plop! Plop! Behind him came another series of dense sounds of bodies falling to the ground. He saw out of the corner of his eye that 3 members of the other team were also forcibly suppressed by a sudden force and fell to their knees on the ground. His face came into close contact with the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't lift his head. The remaining 2 team members appeared and transformed themselves back into Chenhi and Situ Chenhi. Bang! Chenhi stepped forward and stepped on the team leader's face, cursing angrily. Tell me. Why on earth did you betray humanity? Betray Hanxia country? However, Situ Chenhi, who was standing aside, used his extremely sharp perception to instantly sense that the blood of these awakened people present was actually all the blood of demons. Ha, it seems they really have completely betrayed themselves and become human a long time ago. Even the blood in my body has been completely replaced with the blood of the demon. I have become a ghost working for the demon. Over the years, there have always been some ordinary people who failed to awaken. They resented their own lack of talent, and at the same time, began to resent the country and other awakeners. And in order to awaken themselves again and become a superior awakener, they betrayed humanity and fed the demons with their own bodies. In the end, they became half human, half ghost, and became traitors. Speaking of this, Situ Chenhi couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes were full of disappointment when he looked at these people. However, he did not take action on the spot and kill these people completely, but asked in a cold voice. Why are you trying to develop this miracle drug for pregnancy? Even going so far as to associate with demons? Why did the Lin family do this? The captain's voice returned to him, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Bah! Don't even think about getting any information from me. Ha! Still a tough guy? The thing I'm least afraid of is a tough guy. Situ Changha sneered. The next moment,
there was a series of crackling sounds of bones breaking from the bodies of the four members, as if their own bones and flesh were being crushed repeatedly, turning into powder over and over again.
Intense pain washed over them. Unable to hold back any longer, they began to speak. I don't know. I really don't know. Please spare me. Forgive me. I really don't know anything. I have always followed orders from above. I don't know why I am doing this. But,
after some inquiries, Chenhi and the other man were somewhat disappointed. These members of the team, including the team leader, were completely clueless. The team leader's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his voice was trembling.
I really don't know what the higher-ups' plan is.
I only know that the Lin family needs Nankai's population to increase rapidly, and they need countless newborns to be born in Nankai City.
Manager Lu Guoliang. The manager in the blue robe just now, he must know a secret that we don't know. He is a core figure of the Lin family. He has always been loyal to the Lin family. He was personally trained by the second master Lin Yuandao. He must know. Got this useful clue. Situ Changha and Chenhi looked at each other and nodded. Then, the two of them didn't waste any time talking and directly killed the traitors. Puff puff puff. The four people died silently, and the smelly demon blood was spilled all over the ground. Then, the two dealt with the corpse, disguised themselves as team members, and ran all the way back to the Lin family. The purpose is to trick the manager Lu Guoliang out. Lin Group Building.
Chenhi and the others quickly found the manager Lu Guoliang, who was wearing a blue robe.
Situ Changha skillfully displayed the acting skills of a veteran actor and spoke in a trembling voice. Manager Lu. Manager Lu.
While our team was administering the medicine, we encountered a level 2 awakener, and he discovered our whereabouts.
That person wants you, Manager Lu, to handle this matter personally. Otherwise, he will make a big fuss about it and let others know the secret of the drug. Manager Lu Guoliang raised his head instantly, his eyes vicious and fierce. What? What did you say? How is that possible?
There are indeed several second-level awakeners in the South 3rd District, but they are all from our Lin family and are loyal to our Lin family.
There shouldn't be a conflict. He looked the two team members up and down and saw that they were both trembling with fear. They were just first-level awakeners and they didn't have the courage to lie. Could it be that someone really wants to stir up trouble? No. Second Master Lin Yuandao would never allow that.
Although I was very suspicious and felt strange and surprised about this matter.
But he still decided to go out and take a look. Soon, the three of them quickly left the Lin Group's building and headed towards the South 3rd District under the cover of night. Situ Changha observed the environment and confirmed that there were no threats around. Act immediately like lightning. With a slap, Manager Lu Guoliang was knocked unconscious. Chenhi cooperated very well and carried him away.
The two of them walked away from the Lin family's area at a rapid pace.
A moment later,
on the rooftop of a deserted building,
crash! A basin of ice-cold water was poured over his head, waking Lu Guoliang up immediately. Who are you? What are you going to do? Situ Changha didn't waste any words and raised his foot. Snap! Lu Guoliang's left leg bone was crushed on the spot. He screamed desperately and almost rolled on the roof, but Situ Changha's face remained as cold as ice. Tell me, why does the Lin family want to increase the birth rate? What exactly is their purpose? What exactly are they planning in Nankai City? Chapter 95. The demon blood sacrifice must be destroyed. In the dark night.
A shrill scream suddenly resounded all around. Fortunately, there was no one around here. It was the rooftop of an abandoned unfinished building, and the Minister of Education of the Magic City, Situ Changha, had made some arrangements in advance to cover up all the surrounding smells and sounds.
No outsider will be able to hear the sounds from here. Speak. Tell us everything you know about the Lin family's conspiracy. Situ Changha's face was serious. He stepped on the broken leg of Manager Lu Guoliang and even crushed it repeatedly without any courtesy. In severe pain, Lu Guoliang struggled frantically and screamed miserably, but it was of no use.
Big beads of cold sweat as big as soybeans kept flowing down his forehead.
I don't know, I really don't know. Hurry up and tell me.
If you dare to hide it again, I will crush your limbs piece by piece first, and then your internal organs. I guarantee that when you die, there won't be any intact organs left in your body.
Situ Changha threatened viciously.
Chenhi also took out a dagger and put on a ferocious expression. But I held it in for a long time.
No matter how you pretend, it won't be as natural as Situ Changha.
As if at this moment, Master Changha suddenly transformed into a real villain, with a ferocious expression on his face that was simply chilling. He muttered to himself,
Uncle Situ Changha, why are you so familiar with this kind of thing? I have used threats and forced confessions many times before. But what does a Minister of Education do by constantly threatening and forcing confessions?
Chenhi felt like he had discovered a blind spot.
And at this moment,
Manager Lu Guoliang in the field had reached his limit and could no longer endure it. He tried his best to pull Situ Changha's legs with his backhand and spoke at the top of his lungs.
I really don't know. I've always done things according to the orders from above. I really don't know what the higher-ups are planning. Please forgive me. Please. The core members of the Lin family have always been very secretive about what they do. I've asked them indirectly before, but I really didn't get anything out of them.
Although in the eyes of others, I seem to be a core member of the Lin family and loyal to Master Lin Yuandao, but I'm actually not that glorious.
I'm just a subordinate helping Master Lin. I'm just a dog raised by the Lin family. Have you ever seen someone order a lackey to do something and tell the lackey secrets? Situ Changha stared at Lu Guoliang's expression, trying to tell whether it was true or not.
After a while, he sighed, looked up at Chenhi, and shook his head at him.
Obviously, what Lu Guoliang said was true and he did not lie.
Chenhi's eyelids twitched, and he spoke after a moment of thought.
If you don't know either, then who in the Lin family knows these secrets?
Lu Guoliang said with a sad face, as if he had lost his parents.
Although I have followed Master Lin Yuandao for many years, I am still just an outsider after all.
If I want to know such secrets, it must be known by the core members of the real Lin family.
Situ Changha's eyes moved and he asked, Tell me, who are the real core figures of the Lin family? Lu Guoliang didn't dare to hide anything and told everything like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube.
One is the eldest master, Lin Yuanguang, the head of the Lin family. One is the second master, Lin Yuandao. He's been very powerful recently. Although he hasn't taken the position of patriarch, he's no different from being the patriarch. The two brothers have a very deep bond and it's impossible for them to betray each other. This time, the action plan was entirely arranged and led by the second master. The other one is the eldest son, Lin Shicheng. The second master's family has no children, and these two families only have this one child, so he is completely treated as the heir of the family. He has been spoiled since he was a child, and now he is also very respected by the second master.
In addition, there are several family elders.
After the Lin family grew stronger, they were called elders. They are the immediate superiors of us managers. There are 6 elders in total, all of whom are members of the Lin family. Although they are basically side branches of the Lin family and their kinship is not as close as the two brothers of the main family, they are also capable men of the second master.
As Situ Changha listened, he roughly sorted out the information.
Then, he looked at Chenhi.
Nephew, what do you think?
I grew up in Nankai City and have some understanding of the Lin family. I think the 5th elder of the Lin family, Lin Fei, is a good breakthrough point. Maybe we can have this manager Lu go to the Lin family and trick the 5th elder, Lin Fei, out.
Situ Changha nodded, thinking that this plan was feasible. Swish! He raised his hand and injected a strong energy into Lu Guoliang's body. In an instant, Lu Guoliang, who was already seriously injured, flushed and sat up on the spot. Situ Changha said coldly, You heard everything we just said, didn't you?
I've injected a breath of energy into your body that will allow you to temporarily maintain your physical condition and stand up again. Later, run into the Lin family and trick Lin Fei, the 5th elder of the Lin family, out for me.
Don't even think about playing tricks. If you try to resist me, this aura will kill you on the spot. Lu Guoliang was sweating profusely and begged for mercy repeatedly.
I don't dare.
I'll do it right away. A moment later.
In the Lin Group building, the 5th elder Lin Fei glanced coldly at manager Lu opposite him, suddenly slammed the table and cursed.
What? Are you saying that someone in the South 3rd District actually dared to stir up trouble and not give our Lin family this face? How dare they? Let me go and see who it is. This is like not wanting to live anymore. Lu Guoliang said repeatedly. That's right. Fifth elder. They are really going too far. How can they despise my Lin family like this? My Lin family is now the largest family in Nankai City. We control all 4 branches of Nankai. If we don't teach them a lesson this time, they will almost rebel. Impulsively, Lin Fei stood up on the spot and followed Lu Guoliang out of the building.
But as he followed Lin Fei, the road became more and more remote, and it seemed more and more like a deserted place.
Gradually, I realized that something was not right. He suddenly remembered the instructions that the second master Lin Yuandao had given him not long ago.
The second master knew that he was impulsive by nature and would lose his temper if provoked by someone. So I told him that he must be careful recently and think more about things.
Never be impulsive. Think about it this way.
As if he had been hit by a slap in the face and someone had poured a basin of cold water on him, he subconsciously looked at Lu Guoliang beside him and found that Lu Guoliang was trembling with fear, and blood was actually oozing out of his trouser legs.
Something's wrong. Damn it. How dare you lie to me?
Lin Fei reacted instantly and realized that this was a scam against him.
He kicked Lu Guoliang and made him roll over, then turned around and tried to run away. At this time, swish! Boom!
A terrifying palm shadow suddenly fell from the sky, sweeping down like an overwhelming force, forcibly suppressing the situation. The rolling pressure brings with it unparalleled terrifying power. Lin Fei was not given any time to react and was forcibly suppressed on the spot.
Thump!
Lin Fei's knees softened and he fell to the ground. His head hit the ground hard, and his mouth was full of mud.
He was stunned. What the hell? What the hell is this? An 8th rank expert?
He was just a minor elder of the Lin family, a 4th level awakener at best.
How could he deserve to be personally controlled by an 8th level powerhouse?
But now he didn't even have the ability to speak a word, and couldn't even curse. On the other side, Lu Guoliang, who stood up again, was also stunned by this scene. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't speak at all. After a long while, he spoke as if he had seen a ghost.
Holy crap! Is he really an 8th rank expert? When did an 8th level expert come to a small place like Nankai City?
If he knew that this man was actually an 8th level expert, he would not even be able to be stubborn.
So scary.
In the shadows beside,
Chenhi and Chenhi flashed out and easily captured the 5th elder Lin Fei. This time,
before he could act like a villain and forcibly suppress the other party, the 5th elder Lin Fei was already scared out of his wits and didn't even have the courage to resist.
He knows.
Facing a top powerhouse with such a huge gap in strength, let alone resistance, he can't even commit suicide. The other party can easily decide all his fate.
So,
he fell to the ground on the spot and explained everything carefully and honestly.
What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything I know. As long as you can spare my life, I am even willing to lead the way for you and serve you at your service. Chenhi's face was full of contempt. What a spineless person! He was even more spineless than the previous members of the awakening team and the manager Lu Guoliang over there. They at least managed to hold on for a while, but this elder, this core figure, actually gave up before he even made a move? What a waste! Then tell me the truth.
Tell me everything the Lin family has been doing in Nankai City lately, as well as the plans to be implemented next.
Tell me a lie and I'll kill you. Lin Fei immediately confessed honestly, stating everything he knew word for word.
I only know that the Lin family, under the leadership of Second Master Lin Yuandao, made some deals with the demons and took a series of actions. The demons promised to help the Lin family improve their strength. They also promised to let the Lin family become the masters after they take over Nankai City in the future. They even promised to allow the Lin family to develop in other larger cities. And the Lin family needs to help the demons and prepare a blood sacrifice for Nankai. And the blood sacrifice requires a large number of living people, especially newly awakened ones and newborns, who are in very short supply.
Blood sacrifice? Chenhi frowned and asked about the specific purpose of the blood sacrifice. But Lin Fei really didn't know.
After learning about these situations, Chenhi also looked at Chenhi.
Master Chenhi, what exactly is this blood sacrifice for?
Chenhi frowned, tried hard to recall, racking his brains for a long time, but in the end he shook his head.
I don't know either.
I only heard about the demon blood sacrifice in advance. After all, I haven't dealt with the demons much before, so I don't know what the purpose of this blood sacrifice is. But we just need to know that it doesn't sound like a good thing.
We must not let the Lin family succeed.
Chenhi nodded in agreement.
That's right. No matter what the purpose and effect of this blood sacrifice is, we must disrupt their plan. Uncle Chenhi, we have basically obtained all the information we can get now. Next, is it time to confront the Lin family? Chapter 96. Is the level 46 waste very strong? Chenhi pondered for a moment. Yes, that's right.
This blood sacrifice is clearly a sinister act that will cause great harm to people.
If the Lin family were to actually pull it off, who knows how big a mess it would cause. This kind of secret is an absolute secret that belongs to the core interests of the family. Only a very few people should know it.
Perhaps the only way to know it is to ask Lin Yuandao, the current head of the Lin family.
It's time to have a showdown with the Lin family.
Chenhi immediately prepared himself and headed to the Lin family.
Now. The fifth elder, Lin Fei, seized the opportunity and quickly crawled over and said, I've told you everything I know. Can you please spare my life?
Spare my life.
Lu Guoliang also said while rolling and crawling. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Aren't you going to the Lin family? I can still lead the way for you. I can still help you.
Please don't kill me, I beg you.
I really don't want to die. However,
Chenhi had no sympathy for their crying appearance, and just spoke lightly.
Those who betray their country and humanity shall die. Next moment. Swish.
A breath of air flashed by like moonlight.
A line of blood appeared on Lu Guoliang and Lin Fei's necks.
Before they could figure out what had happened, their eyes became dull the next moment.
Gurgle gurgle.
Two heads rolled on the ground, their faces still showing fear, their eyes still open.
Phew! Blood gushed out and spilled all over the ground. Chenhi's face was cold and serious. He looked in the direction of the Lin family villa and said lightly, It's time to go, these evildoers. Not a single one can be left behind.
What they did to Nankai City is unforgivable. Looking at the cruel and bloody scene in front of him, even someone as young as Chenhi did not have the slightest bit of mercy. These guys were willing to give up everything just to survive and for their own selfish reasons.
Even negotiate cooperation with the demons? What a shameful bunch.
If it were him, he would kill him just like this.
Thinking of the Lin family.
Especially the uncle and nephew Lin Yuandao and Lin Jicheng. He was also encouraged by their previous provocations against him and the Chu family, and was ready to fight a big battle with Uncle Chenhi.
A moment later.
Inside the Lin family's luxurious villa. Almost all the core members of the Lin family were present, including the head of the family, Lin Yuanguan, Lin Yuandao, Lin Jicheng, and the remaining 5 elders of the Lin family.
Second Master, Old 5 was just called out and hasn't come back yet. Did something happen?
The entire situation in Nankai City is now under the control of our Lin family.
Who else dares to attack our Lin family? What on earth is going on? Why don't we ask the chief of the garrison department to take people to investigate?
Before they could come up with a conclusion, someone suddenly ran in hurriedly from outside the door.
Master. Second Master.
2 people suddenly appeared outside the door and said they wanted to see the master. They said one of them is the Minister of Education of Demon City, and the other is Chenhi, the son-in-law of the Chu family, who is also the holy angel with the SSS-level talent profession.
For a moment, the room fell into a brief silence.
Several people stared at each other in disbelief. Why are these 2 people here?
Strange, weren't the 4 gates sealed recently? How did they get in? Isn't anything going to happen? How about I contact the 4 Nankai departments now and prepare to ambush them both?
Lin Yuandao looked around, exchanged glances with Lin Yuanguan and Lin Jicheng, and said lightly, The truth will come to light sooner or later. Chenhi, under the current circumstances, has suddenly returned to Nankai City. He's likely to discover what's going on between my Lin and Chu families. Also, there's an old grudge between him and us.
It seems like this matter can't be resolved amicably. Be prepared, there might be a tough battle ahead.
Today, we must keep these 2 guys who came to our door in the Lin family.
Lin Yuanguan was a little hesitant. That's the Minister of Education of the Magic City. He should be an 8th rank expert. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to keep him here. If he escapes by accident and the news leaks out, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble.
Lin Yuandao responded calmly.
Take a look first.
In fact, he was quite confident and would not be scared by an 8th level Minister of Education of the Demon City, because there happened to be 2 8th level early stage demons temporarily staying in his Lin family's underground martial arts training ground. They were specifically sent by the demons to be responsible for blood sacrifices.
The demons themselves are a top race that is even more powerful than demon beasts and monsters.
In a 2-on-1 situation, it should not be difficult to keep that 8th level Minister of Education at bay.
So he waved his hand and signaled to welcome the person in. Soon, Chenhi and Situ Changhe strode in. Minister Situ, classmate Chenhi, why are you here? We're so sorry for the poor hospitality. If we had known you were coming, we would have definitely prepared a banquet for you.
Lin Yuandao came forward with a smile and gestured for someone to pour tea.
Be polite and treat guests well.
But Situ Changhe's eyes were cold, and he had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. His voice was like a hammer, and he spoke directly.
Stop talking so much nonsense and trying to save face. Do you really think that the dirty deeds done by your Lin family can be hidden from everyone? I came here today to tell you that something happened to the Lin family. All the dirty things you did can't be hidden anymore. Today I will punish you for the despicable crime of betraying humanity, betraying the Hanxia kingdom, and joining the demon clan. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I will directly exterminate the entire Lin family today. Next moment. Boom! A terrifying aura rose into the sky, turning into an overwhelming wave, shocking the entire world. The powerful strength of the 8th level peak level was unleashed without reservation, instantly causing the entire Lin family's luxurious villa to tremble violently. An earthquake began to spread wildly with Situ Changhe as the core. Suppress the whole audience. With Situ Changhe's strength, he is confident that he will not encounter any opponent in Nankai City. So, the two of them hardly made any further plans, and there was no need to test each other. They could just show their cards directly and decide the life or death of the Lin family in an instant.
And with this rather direct showdown, and the sudden outburst of terrifying power,
Lin Yuandao opened his mouth. Where did Minister Situ say this? He also wanted to cover up all these secrets. But right now,
as the surging aura and pressure swept over, everyone in the Lin family, including Lin Yuandao himself, could not withstand this terrifying pressure and were forced to the ground.
I can't even lift my head. Ha! It's already this late. You still want to quibble? Situ Changhe questioned.
But at this moment, Lin Xiqing's voice suddenly came.
Stop.
Then, 2 black-robed figures suddenly appeared behind Lin Xiqing. The 2 men in black robes were surrounded by layers of illusory black fog that kept interweaving. It looked sticky, strange, dark, and deep, as if it could pollute everything around it.
This special power directly revealed their identities. Demons. The 2 demons were at the early 8th level, and each of them was around level 81 or 82. With the appearance of these 2 demons, the terrifying pressure that was like an irresistible tide was forcibly pushed away in an instant and pressed in the opposite direction. Bang! Bang! 2 balls of black mist exploded out of nowhere and headed towards Situ Changhe. Now, Situ Changhe and Chenhi couldn't help but be surprised. There are actually demons in the Lin family? Damn it! What a betrayal! He actually brought the demons home. How dare he? Situ Changhe's pupils shrank slightly. These are actually 2 8th level demons. We were careless. At this moment, the Lin family and the demon clan knew that the blood sacrifice had been exposed and could not be delayed any longer. They had to kill Chenhi and the other 2 as soon as possible. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The twisted black shadows flashed, and the 2 8th level demons suddenly coiled towards Situ Changhe like ghosts. At the same time, his hoarse voice gave orders. You guys, capture that brat. Prepare to start the blood sacrifice in advance and sacrifice a city of blood food for our clan's great cause. Boom! Boom boom boom! A huge hole suddenly appeared on the roof, and 3 8th level warriors, 2 demons and 3 8th level warriors rushed out of the villa on the spot and fought at high speed in the sky. Although these 2 early 8th level demons may not be able to match Minister Situ Changhe, who was at the peak of the 8th level, they can definitely hold Situ Changhe back for a while. Then, the 8th level war is about to begin. And at this moment, everyone in the Lin family looked at the lone Chenhi like hungry wolves. Get it? This kid is mine. At this time.
However, Lin Shiqing jumped out and stopped the other elders of the Lin family who were eager to try.
Let me do it.
I want to take down this damn holy angel myself.
Ha ha ha. The next moment. Boom.
A burst of powerful aura erupted on the spot, and the power of the fourth level was fully activated. Lin Shiqing looked at Chenhi with cold eyes and started to mock him on the spot.
So what if you're an SSS-level gifted professional holy angel?
I, Lin Shiqing, am already level 46, a fourth order strength.
What can you compare with? The so-called genius can only surrender before the true son of destiny. You. Chenhi.
From the day you started fighting with me for a woman, your death was not far away.
I'm telling you, she is mine.
After I kill you, I'll snatch her away and then I can do whatever I want with her.
You useless bastard will never.
Before he could finish his words, blood mist erupted from his body, and his body expanded to 3 meters with a deafening roar.
Attack Chenhi directly.
Looking at the sinister and terrifying Lin Shiqing, Chenhi remained calm, even with a hint of a sneer on his face.
Swish.
He pulled out the holy sword of angels from the void on the spot, and the light of the holy sword shone with the bright sun like an angel descending.
Heaven and earth unite. Superimpose the angel's judgment. Activate simultaneously.
A terrifying sword move that directly split the entire Lin family villa into two halves erupted on the spot, sweeping across the entire venue. Wherever the sword light passed, everything turned into powder. Lin Shiqing, who was facing this move, was shocked and horrified on the spot.
How the hell is this possible? He's also reached the fourth level? Why? Why? He is unwilling to accept this. He is unwilling to accept this. Puff.
The head was chopped off, the body was split in two, and fell to the ground with a loud bang.
Killed in one move, shocking the whole audience.
Chenhi looked at Lin Shiqing's mutilated body with indifferent eyes and spoke calmly.
Level 46, is that strong? That's it? Seeing this,
the Lin family first killed them as if they had seen a ghost.
Shiqing. This is impossible.
Lin Yuandao widened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuanguang and the others opened their eyes wide in anger, and without saying a word, they attacked Chenhi on the spot.
You die. Pay my son's life. How dare you?
A series of killing moves exploded the colorful light curtain, ripped it apart, and rushed forward.
Boom boom boom. And at this time,
the 2 8th level demons who were holding Situ Changha back in the sky were suddenly startled. They looked at Chenhi, the holy angel, and suddenly spoke.
You must capture this holy angel.
Ha ha ha, the blood of the holy angel is more suitable for blood sacrifice. More suitable for dedicating to the great cause of our race.
Ha 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 ha. Chapter 97, Kill the Human Devil Combination. Level 48. Now.
Inside the Lin family's villa, with the sudden outburst of the 2 8th level demons, many members of the Lin family rushed in and entered between the front and back doors.
These are the core awakeners trained by the Lin family.
He also underwent a blood transfusion. The blood flowing in their bodies is all from demons, which can make their levels advance rapidly in a very short period of time, and they have all reached the 4th level.
You know, Nankai has always been a small city. So,
before this, the strongest person in Nankai City was only at the 6th level, that is, the minister of Nankai City's garrison department, while the ministers of the other 3 departments were only at the peak of the 5th level. The strength of the 4th level may not be noticeable in other big cities. But in Nankai City, it is already one of the top combat forces.
After all,
Xu Tian, the richest man in Nankai City in the past, was only at the 4th level. But at this moment, there were more than 10 4th level Lin family members who suddenly appeared, which was more than the total number of all the 4th level strongmen in Nankai City before.
It seems this is the benefit that the demons bring to the Lin family.
All members of the Lin family have made great progress in their strength and advancement. As for the remaining 5 elders, they were all 5th level awakeners. Although their awakened professions were generally not too powerful, they were blessed with the blood of demons. At this moment, they suddenly exploded, and more or less demonic characteristics appeared on their bodies, and their strength also rose sharply.
The 5th level strength is undoubtedly demonstrated.
The second master Lin Yuandao, who was standing in the most core position of the Lin family, had his clothes fluttering, and a terrifying aura and pressure suddenly burst out, surprisingly reaching the level of the 6th level.
The ceiling of Nankai City in the past, the strength of a 6th order awakener. Although he had just entered the 6th level, Chenhi was only at the 4th level at present. There was a gap of 2 levels between them, but the overwhelming strength and aura was still quite terrifying. This moment. No matter whether it was the 4th or 5th level of the Lin family, or Lin Yuandao, the 6th level expert, they all burst out, blood mist rolled all over their bodies, their aura rose, and waves of demonic aura burst out on the spot and soared into the sky. Boom boom boom. A series of brilliant and ferocious terrifying attacks formed a colorful net in the sky, covering Chenhi's position. At first glance, it's airtight and full of killer moves. It was completely aimed at the most fatal part of the body, wanting to kill Chenhi directly. Bang bang bang. Chenhi raised the angel's holy sword in his hand, which was as tall as his own. The holy angel's light suddenly emerged from his eyes. The insight and analysis effects of the angel's eyes were brought to the extreme in an instant. Ding ding ding. Ding ding dong dong. Amidst a series of clashes of metal and iron, Chenhi was in the middle of the chaotic battle, yet he seemed to be very comfortable with it. He easily resisted the continuous offensive that was as dense as rain and as sudden as gusts of wind. Defeated invisibly. Dozens of consecutive attacks were either successfully blocked by his angel's holy sword, or he narrowly avoided them with the help of the violent speed brought by the angel's silver wings. In the end, none of the moves even caused him the slightest harm. At best, one of Lin Yuandao's skills brushed past his scalp and cut off a strand of his hair. Other than that, everything is business as usual. After experiencing the chaotic battle that broke out in this short moment, Chenhi's eyes became focused and sharp, as if he saw some hidden secrets through the scene of the chaotic battle among the group of people. There's something wrong with the way these people fight. Some skills look quite ferocious, but in reality, parrying them is much easier than I imagined. Overall, the 4th level is very weak, and the 5th level is only slightly stronger than a normal peak 4th level. It is not the strength that a normal 5th level awakener should possess. As for Lin Yuandao, who is a 6th level cultivator, he only has the status and aura of a 6th level cultivator. His actual strength is far from reaching the level of a 6th level cultivator. Otherwise, if these reasons were not there, he might not have been able to resist all these moves so easily, and at the very least he would have suffered a lot of injuries. Recalling the situation where he had just killed Lin Xicheng instantly, Chenhi had a guess in his mind. The previous Lin Xicheng. It also seems to be at level 46, with the rank of mid-level 4th level, but when it really breaks out, it is much weaker than other 4th levels. Otherwise, it is impossible for a mid-stage 4th order awakener to be completely unable to resist his angel judgment. With some powerful skills, it is still possible to defend against it. But in the end, he was killed instantly. Think of this. Chenhi's eyes flashed rapidly as he glanced at the people in front of him. His analysis continued to play its role, and he basically understood the skills and strength of everyone present. I understand. It turns out that these people's realms and strengths are all quite superficial. Even if they were fused with demon blood and in a very short period of time, they possessed a level and strength far beyond what their talents could unleash, but this strength ultimately does not belong to them. Their levels were forcibly raised by the demon blood. They weren't upgraded step by step at all. Even if their levels were raised a lot, they wouldn't know how to use them. The current Lin family is just like the succubus whose realm kept falling. They may look intimidating, but in reality, they are just a bunch of silver-plated spears with a strong appearance but a weak core. Moreover, a large portion of these Lin family members were temporarily recruited and trained as awakened individuals. It's very likely that they have never seen blood themselves. The release and use of skills, as well as practical experience, are all far behind me. A bunch of trash. After figuring all this out, the last bit of doubt in Chenhi's heart disappeared. Even though this group of people is large, there are at least 20 or 30 of them. But he also has the confidence to defeat the enemy with fewer people. As long as he relies on the innate skills of the Holy Angel and the convenience of the Angel's silver wings, he can kill his way in and out of this group of Lin family members. Swish, swish, swish. There was another fierce sound of wind in my ears, rushing towards me in a trance, and in the blink of an eye, several skills caused a storm to explode in front of me. Laugh. Clang. Clank. The holy angel's sword in his hand fiercely emitted a series of sharp sword sounds. Chenhi swung his sword and directly split the power of 7 or 8 skill bursts with one sword. Layer upon layer of skill streams quickly exploded in front of him. It shattered into powder with a crackling sound. And Chenhi's figure, with the blessing of the angel's silver wings, is still extremely fast. A beautiful and swift silver line almost appeared in the air. In just a split second, he broke through the fierce siege and arrived in front of several fourth-level awakeners of the Lin family. The angel holy sword was raised and swung down without any delay or dragging his feet. Done in one go. The figure appeared dozens of meters away in just a flash. Wherever I go. 7 or 8 fourth-level awakeners of the Lin family were like wooden statues, standing stiffly in place in a daze. Then, there was a clang. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter. They touched their necks in disbelief, and a twisted line of blood suddenly appeared on their necks silently. The sword flashed, and in a split second, it cut the throats and tracheas of all of them. They relied on their survival instinct to desperately try to cover the wound on their neck, but no matter what they did, they couldn't cover it up. The sticky red blood spurted out through the gaps between their fingers. Hee, I don't want to die. Second master. Save me, ho ho ho. After a few sharp and shrill screams, they could no longer make any sound and fell to their knees on the ground, like a puddle of mud, and had already become corpses. But Chenhi did not stop. The angel's holy sword swung in the air, shaking off the bright red blood beads, then it turned into a flash of light and shadow again, and once again rushed into the crowd. This time, the sword in his hand was filled with an extremely fierce aura. It was no longer as fast and smooth as before, but instead turned into the strongest and most powerful 6 swords of Tiangang. With one sword, 2 or 3 lives were pierced through the chest. Wherever I go. Corpses, blood and organs were scattered all over the ground, and there was hardly a single intact corpse. After just a few breaths, Chenhi's angel's silver wings flashed quickly, and he flew another 20 meters away. At this point, all the fourth-level awakeners of the Lin family were killed by him alone. 16 or 17 people died in it. The prompt sound of the career panel keeps ringing in my ears. Ding. You successfully killed the human-demon hybrid. Ding. You successfully killed the human-demon hybrid. Ding. You successfully killed. Congratulations. Your level has increased by 1. LV48, here we are. Chenhi felt his aura rising and ascending, and his eyes lit up slightly. This is level 48? So fast. It's not too far from the 5th level. The pleasure of leveling up in an instant. Chenhi was so excited by the continuous killing. He never expected that killing these human traitors could actually increase his level. If he had known this earlier, he should have found some human traitors to level up earlier. For a moment, Chenhi's eyes changed when he looked at the remaining 5th-level elders of the Lin family and Lin Yuandao, the 6th-level awakener, as if they had transformed from prey to hunter in that instant. Although, these people's levels are much higher than his own. Even Lin Yuandao, the person in charge, is a 6th-level strongman. However, their levels were forcibly raised by the blood of demons, and they were not stable at all. Their actual combat power is not very strong, or rather, it is very poor, but it is not impossible to kill. A bunch of chickens and dogs. As long as he kills them all, his 5th level should be settled. Before, my teacher mentioned to me the innate skills that holy angels gain after reaching the 5th level. I only knew that they had considerable potential and were even more powerful than the angels of judgment and judgment. Unfortunately, humans' development progress on the Holy Angel and SSS-level talent class is still quite slow. Therefore, there isn't much information available for me to learn about. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how strong I'll be after I break through to the 5th level. It seems that the opportunity to break through to the 5th level is tonight. Swish, swish, swish. Clusters of holy angels' light bloomed fiercely and radiated brilliance. He attacked the remaining members of the Lin family again. Just kill all of these Lin family members without leaving a single one behind. Then, he should be able to directly advance to level 5. Anyone who betrays humanity will be punished by everyone. All of you, die. Today I am going to wipe out your entire Lin family. Chapter 98. Are all of you Lin family members useless? Now. In the melee. Chenhi thought about his own level. He could finally hope to reach level 50, the 5th stage, and enter a whole new realm. He couldn't help but feel excited. You can say that. For SSS-level talented professional awakeners, almost every level is a completely different new world. Every level up. It's like a complete transformation. It is an opportunity to achieve a qualitative change in strength. So, Chenhi no longer hesitated.
He took a deep breath and rushed in holding the holy sword of angels.
This move.
It seemed that he was blinded by greed and rushed forward without thinking.
But in fact, it was the result of Chenhi's innate skill angel eyes after layers of analysis.
This time, the target he chose was the third elder of the Lin family. He is also the strongest among the fifth-level elders of the Lin family, as discovered after some observation. The damage was extremely high, even vaguely approaching Lin Yuandao.
But
he himself has very little practical experience, and is the easiest one to take down.
As long as he kills the third elder, he will be able to face the subsequent outbreak of deadly killing moves with much ease. Die. And at the same time,
he saw with his own eyes that Chenhi actually fought so recklessly, facing a group of 5th and 6th level awakeners, and even dared to charge towards them. Many elders of the Lin family, even the head of the Lin family, Lin Yuanguang, felt a little nervous.
Is this person crazy? Just a rank 4 loser, facing this kind of mortal enemy, he actually dared to charge forward? Was he really going to die? But then he thought of Chenhi's almost seamless one-sided massacre. In just a few breaths, killing nearly 24th level awakeners in a row, this is simply not something an ordinary 4th level awakener can do. This is too powerful. Whose 4th level can have such strong strength? Is an SSS level gifted class, Holy Angel, really that awesome?
Everyone in the Lin family felt their scalps tingling and were shocked beyond belief.
For a moment,
they were all a little distracted, and even had some thoughts of not daring to confront Chenhi head-on.
But just then,
Lin Yuandao in the field roared angrily, looked down with disdain, and spoke coldly.
What are you all standing there for? This kid is definitely bluffing. No matter how strong he is, there should be a limit. He's just a 4th level awakener.
With so many of us, even if we fight him in a round-robin battle, even if we attack him one after another, we can easily wear him down here.
Everyone, pay attention. If we don't take this guy down today, we'll be the ones to die. Wake up. Yuanguang, have you forgotten the revenge for your son's murder?
The hope for our Lin family's rise, and our future heir, was just forcibly killed by this brat.
If we don't kill him now, when will we?
Lin Yuanguang also reacted instantly. The murderous intent in his heart rushed into his mind again. He gritted his teeth, and was furious.
My son. Ziqing. You deserve to die, you beast.
He rushed towards Chenhi with a bloody butcher knife in his hand, and abruptly blocked Chenhi's charge. At this moment, Lin Yuanguang seemed to have completely stopped caring. He was overwhelmed by the hatred for the death of Lin Ziqing and so many 4th level awakeners that the Lin family had spent a lot of money to train. He held the butcher knife in both hands and chopped it down at Chenhi.
Ding ding dang dang.
Chenhi had no choice but to withdraw his killing move in a hurry and block with his backhand. In an instant, he collided with Lin Yuanguang several times in a row, and fierce sparks flew everywhere.
Click. Swish.
With a flash of sword energy, he turned around and swung the sword upwards, passing over the fatal part of Lin Yuanguang's neck, and directly opened a bloody wound on Lin Yuanguang's cheek so deep that the bone could be seen. But Lin Yuanguang's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman, not dodging at all. He raised his hand and launched another killing move, with almost desperate knife skills superimposed on it in the nick of time. If Chenhi took the sword head-on, he might suffer a minor injury. If he blocked it forcefully, he could unleash a judgment move and possibly take away the head of the family, Lin Yuanguang, by forcibly exchanging injuries for injuries.
But now there are not only 2 of them in the battle.
The others were watching with eager eyes, launching murderous attacks one after another. Several elders approached him almost at the same time. He could kill Lin Yuanguang, but he had no energy left to deal with the other elders. It is not worth it to exchange my own life for Lin Yuanguang's life.
In the blink of an eye, Chenhi had already figured it out. He kicked Lin Yuanguang's exposed belly with a flying kick.
With the force of the recoil, his body flapped the silver wings of the angel behind him rapidly, and he retreated as fast as lightning. Just as he retreated, a series of deadly moves followed and landed on the place where he had just stood.
Click, click.
The floor exploded on the spot, and gravel flew everywhere.
Chenhi looked indifferent. If one opportunity didn't work out, he could look for another.
Chenhi, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me to be buried with me. You killed so many people from my Lin family, you must die today.
A mere 4th rank waste dares to act so arrogantly here? Let Chenhi be buried with Shicheng.
Buried with him. One by one, the Lin family members rushed forward, yelling and shouting, and their killing moves became more chaotic and rained down, forcing Chenhi to rush forward one after another, which shocked Chenhi. The pressure on his shoulders increased a bit, and the speed of his body dodging and parrying was forced to increase a bit, so fast that it could even leave an afterimage. The pressure is great. But Chenhi was still able to cope with the attack with a relatively good margin thanks to the Angel's Eye, and he could even continuously use various skills to cause damage, causing several 5th-level elders of the Lin family to suffer minor injuries, and he was constantly wearing them down.
Angel's Judgment. Kill her. Heaven and earth unite. Open.
Heart Sword, fall. One move after another erupted frequently, stirring up round after round of violent storms in the room. But under this rather complicated siege, not only did Chenhi not feel the slightest bit of physical weakness, but he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The blood in his body was constantly boiling, and his soul seemed to be boiling. He could see clearly. When his body is almost pushed to its limit, the potential that can be unleashed by his body is extremely enormous, just like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. And all of this comes from the merits of the gods' and demons' alchemy. He discovered that the improvement in his physical and mental strength brought benefits in many aspects, allowing him to fight more bravely with almost no rest. The connection of various skills, the matching and application of the Angel Holy Sword and the Angel Silver Wings are becoming more and more easy. It's like a senior holy angel with decades of experience. Every time I use my innate skills, as well as the various sword skills I learned before, it is not like before, where I would feel weak and powerless, and there would be a brief delay in weakening. The continuity of skills has been greatly enhanced. The consumption of skills has actually been reduced a lot. In addition, another very important point is that when confronting the enemy head-on, the chance of being injured becomes much smaller. In every confrontation, his powerful body crushes the 5th and 6th level warriors of the Lin family.
This is the divine and demonic refining method.
No wonder Master Lin Mufeng, who had cultivated all the way to the pinnacle of the 8th level, was able to fight his way out of the siege of 9th level strongmen.
So strong.
The improvement brought by this divine and demonic refining method is really too strong. And just as the melee continued inside the Lin family villa, the battle became increasingly intense.
In the sky,
the two early 8th level demons were almost unable to hold back Situ Changha, a top-level 8th level warrior. After all, the higher the level, the greater the gap. Situ Changha has the strength of the peak 8th level, and in terms of realm, he should be able to directly crush the demons of the early 8th level. They were suppressing the two demons in fighting them. He even pinned down an 8th level demon and beat it violently more than once. These are the two demons. At the beginning, they relied on the demons' natural advantages over humans and their cunning power to barely hold off. But as time passed, Situ Changha burst out with all his strength. Each and every move was filled with terrifying power like thunder. His profession was to be an SS-level warrior, a top professional boxing master, and he was also at a crushing level. It was only a matter of time before the two 8th level demons were brutally killed by Situ Changha. So, the two 8th level demons became more and more impatient and kept trying to urge the Lin family members. Can you guys do this? The Lin family has produced so many powerful 4th and 5th level warriors, but after all this time, you can't even take down a 4th level holy angel? What kind of useless people are you? Quickly capture this evil beast. Start the blood sacrifice. Blood. Our clan needs the blood of the holy angel to begin the blood sacrifice. We've just notified the other 3 cities to immediately begin the blood sacrifice. Things are about to change, and we can't delay here for too long. However, below, several 5th level elders of the Lin family, as well as the 6th level Lin Yuandao, were simply unable to defeat Chenhi. Because Chenhi's angel eyes had such a huge advantage, he could always easily and perfectly avoid every one of their attacks and skills. When there were more people before, we could achieve a good suppressive effect by relying on the dense offensive. But now there are fewer people, and the situation is not very optimistic. Even if there were a few sporadic attacks that were impossible to dodge, Chenhi could still rely on his strong body and the power of the Angel's Holy Sword to take them head-on. It's just like a loach that can't be caught, so slippery. Even under such incredible pressure from a huge disparity in numbers, this damn guy Chenhi was still able to find the right opportunity to strike them with a sword from time to time. With one strike of the sword, blood splattered. Don't mention how disgusting it is. Everyone felt as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Now, several 5th level elders had more or less sword wounds on their bodies. Among them, the third elder had the most severe and numerous wounds. His body was almost completely covered in blood, and he looked like a bloody man. Only Lin Yuandao had a 6th level status, so he was not injured. On the other hand, Chenhi had nothing to worry about. Hateful. How the hell is he so good at dodging? Someone can hold him down for me. I must kill him. I must. Stop bragging like that. If you can kill him, do it now. If you can't, shut up. Several elders were almost depressed from the beating and started cursing. They almost broke out in an internal conflict on the spot. And at this moment, far away, the 2 early 8th level demons who were fighting against Minister Chenhi took a look, their pupils dilated, and they were so angry that they started cursing. Damn it! You guys are such a rabble. A bunch of trash among trash. You can't even take down a rank 4 piece of trash. You deserve to die. After scolding, one of the 8th level demons could no longer restrain himself and roared. Lin Yuandao. There's no time to waste. Start the blood sacrifice right now. Quick. Right now. Even without this holy angel, I will accept it. Chapter 99, Level 50. 5th Talent Skill. An order passed down by the 8th level demon. No one in the Lin family dared to disobey. Not to mention. As for Chenhi, it really took a long time to take it down. It seemed that using the blood of the holy angel Chenhi as the key to open the blood sacrifice formation had become a luxury. Lin Yuandao narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking up, he saw the 2 8th level demons fighting fiercely with Chenhi, and they were also in a long period of anxiety. And Chenhi's explosive punches almost completely crushed the 2 8th level demons. Already have the upper hand. If we don't activate the blood sacrifice formation immediately, we may never have another chance. Damn it! It's so damn. They had been planning for so long, but the sudden arrival of the 2 uninvited guests, Chenhi and Chenhi, almost caused their plan to fail completely. But if we start the blood sacrifice formation now, the number of newborns in Nankai City today is far from what was initially expected, and the effect will be greatly reduced. By then, the demons might not be able to fulfill their promise to him, as well as the many benefits they promised to the Lin family. Lin Yuandao was extremely furious and hated Chenhi and the other 2. But there was nothing I could do but say hello. Brother, you and the 5 elders must deal with Chenhi together and kill him as soon as possible. I'm going to activate the blood sacrifice formation. At this point, the situation is urgent. We must take action against Nankai City immediately. Lin Yuanguan's expression also became serious. He looked at the other 5th level elders and nodded. Good. Even if we can't kill this guy by force, we can still control him and keep him from doing anything. Second Master, go ahead. This kid is mine. I will definitely take his head in one fell swoop. Swish. Lin Yuandao's body flashed with light and disappeared from the scene. In the blink of an eye. In this villa, the only ones who can continue to stand and fight are the head of the family, Lin Yuanguan, and the other 5 5th level elders. 6 5th level warriors surrounded Chenhi. The offensive became more intense. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sound of dense explosions continued to ring out. The entire Lin family villa was shaken to pieces, with walls collapsing and houses collapsing. But with the departure of Lin Yuandao, the 6th rank expert, no matter how hard the 6 of them tried, no matter how many killing moves they continuously unleashed, they wanted to trap Chenhi in this tight encirclement. But Chenhi still felt that the balance of victory instantly tilted towards him. With the continuous blessing of the angel's eye, he became more and more comfortable and at ease when facing the remaining 6 5th level elders. Compared to just now, the situation is at least half better. Without Lin Yuandao, a 6th level strongman, to suppress them, the 5th level elders and patriarchs of the Lin family were somewhat lacking in practical experience, and their own levels and strengths were somewhat superficial. There is no tacit understanding between them. As the layers of attacks came together, visible flaws appeared. Chenhi's eyes were determined, he knew his chance had come. Now is the time. When a dazzling red light suddenly flashed in the mysterious perspective brought by his angel eyes, Chenhi's expression suddenly became solemn. This means that the enemy's offensive has a fatal flaw. His chance has come. Drink! He roared in a low voice and grasped the angel's holy sword in his hands with both hands. Amidst the waves of countless skills,
Call.
He slowly exhaled a breath and closed his eyes.
At this moment,
his energy, spirit, and mind all reached the most perfect peak state.
The mind and chi are united, chi and strength are united. Eyes look at the nose looks at the mouth looks at the heart.
All the strength in the body is gathered at one point, forming a line.
Heart sword. Open. Die.
As Chenhi let out a fierce roar, the holy angel's sword in his hand was like a rainbow piercing the sun. With terrifying power like a broken bamboo, he rushed towards the target in front of him, the third elder, and killed him fiercely. An extremely stunning sword light tore through the air, overturned the already dilapidated roof of the Lin family villa, and split the marble floor of the Lin family in half on the spot. Click, 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 click.
Boom.
Amidst a series of dense explosions, the sword light charged forward, carrying with it the terrifying pressure of an angel's judgment.
The two merged into one, transforming into an unstoppable sword.
The third elder, who was met head-on by the exploding sword light, suddenly had his pupils contracted and his eyes widened as he stared at the scene in disbelief. They even forgot to pick up weapons and resist in time.
How is this sword possible?
Not only did his eyes reveal the despair of death, but he also showed an intense surprise at this fierce sword move.
He couldn't imagine it anyway.
Such a terrifying sword move actually came from the hands of a mere fourth-level person.
How is this possible? Next moment,
the sword light swept across his body, just like a knife cutting tofu, easily cutting his body into countless pieces, which were scattered on the ground.
He didn't even leave behind a single last word. Ding! You successfully killed the human-demon hybrid. Congratulations! Your level has increased by 1.
Chenhi swung the holy angel sword in his hand, shaking off the sticky blood on the blade, his eyes as cold as frost.
Level 49. Seeing this, Chenhi was instantly overjoyed.
There is only one crucial step left to reach level 50 of the 5th stage. Although, according to the experience of past upgrades, this last level is often the most difficult to reach, but the people he faced were all 5th level elders after all.
A bit higher level than him.
Therefore, the experience you can gain will naturally increase. If he could kill all the remaining 5th level elders one by one, it should be possible to reach level 50 and enter the 5th level, which would be more than enough.
So cool.
Today is the day he breaks through to the 5th level. Then, when he looked at the others, his gaze became more and more playful, as if he was looking at his prey.
Third brother.
Third brother. Third brother.
No, no, no.
Third brother.
How could this happen?
Screams suddenly exploded and echoed in the dilapidated Lin family home. All the elders' eyes turned red, and they began to attack Chenhi desperately, just like Lin Yuanguang, who was in a crazy state just now, rushing towards him.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
While Chenhi continued to take the blows, he began to frantically look for opportunities to kill the remaining 5th rank elders of the Lin family. These guys were so frantic that they almost lost their minds.
It seems that the offensive is more intense and leaves no room for maneuver.
He was forced to retreat step by step, forcing him to keep dodging, and he could only dodge.
But there is no pattern at all, and it is even easier to deal with than before. Woo woo woo.
The silver wings of the angel behind Chenhi flapped wildly, and began to move in and out of the Lin family camp. Raising the sword is a charge, putting down the sword is another charge. His body turned into a swift arrow, madly weaving through the battle groups. He kept causing troubles for the Lin family, but the Lin family had no way to deal with him.
Swish! With another dazzling sweep of sword energy, the 6th elder's head soared into the sky, blood gushed out like a geyser, and the body fell to the ground.
Chenhi's body flashed away, and the angel's silver wings behind him drove him forward. He quickly dodged more than 10 meters away and looked at the person lying on the ground with an increasingly sharp and arrogant look in his eyes. The second 5th level elder died at his hands. Unfortunately, the level did not increase this time. After these fights, he was almost unharmed, but the Lin family suffered extremely heavy losses. As Chenhi killed another elder, the remaining senior members of the Lin family were only 3 elders and the head of the family, Lin Yuanguang.
Original.
Facing repeated attacks from this group of people, he had already maintained his own rhythm, remained calm in the face of danger, and moved around freely and easily. As the number of people decreased sharply, only 4 people were left, and all of them were injured.
Chenhi immediately blew the horn of counterattack. This time, the situation instantly changed from the Lin family's encirclement and hunting of him to him unilaterally suppressing the 5th level people of the Lin family. Boom! A powerful and masculine Tiangang sword strike brought down the remaining four, forcibly forcing them all back.
The second and fourth elders, who were slightly inferior in rank, knelt on one knee on the ground, blood spurting from their mouths.
It seems that he was seriously injured. Chenhi sneered. Come again? Aren't you going to kill me? You're a bunch of trash. Come again. And at this moment, just as Chenhi was advancing rapidly and controlling the rhythm of the battle,
on the other side, high in the sky, Minister Chenhi was also suppressing two 8th level demons.
Boom!
A huge fist shadow that covered the sky and the sun flashed by and blasted an 8th level demon away. At the same time, he dodged and rushed forward, approaching another 8th level demon.
Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying punches, as dense as a torrential rain, descended madly on the 8th level demon.
Suddenly there was a series of crackling sounds of bones exploding, almost beating this 8th level demon into a puddle of mud. The situation seems to be under control. The two 8th level demons are almost unable to hold on any longer, but they can only grit their teeth and hold on until the blood sacrifice begins.
The demon who was knocked away rushed up again and launched a fierce attack around Chenhi. Then, below.
In this situation of forced suppression, Chenhi would not give the enemy any chance to breathe. He would take advantage of the moment when the Tiangang sword technique forced everyone back and find the right opportunity.
Swish! Boom, boom, boom!
He raised the holy angel sword with both hands. As he moved, a magnificent holy angel shadow that reached from heaven to earth appeared in the sky. It was above the 9 heavens, looking down on the people below, including the Lin family members.
Then,
the holy angel used his fingers as swords and pointed at everyone in the Lin family. A huge holy sword shone from the high-altitude clouds, and sword shadows filled the sky like a swarm of locusts. At a glance, there was no end in sight. The golden sword light, layer upon layer, spreads like the tide.
Judgment!
Chenhi raised his sword and slashed it down. The sword light in the sky suddenly appeared in harmony and transformed into a sword light that pierced the sky.
Puff, puff, puff!
The remaining 4 5th-level warriors of the Lin family, including the head of the family, Lin Yuanguang, were chopped to pieces on the spot by this terrifying sword move with an extremely shocking and powerful aura.
Next to my ears, the system prompt sounds rang out one after another. Congratulations! Your level has increased by 1. Level 50. Chenhi's eyes lit up. He finally broke through to the 5th level. In the profession panel, the new 5th talent skill Angel Realm lights up. And almost at this moment, at the horizon, a blood-red fog filled the air, appearing madly. A huge blood-red formation that directly enveloped the entire Nankai city rose into the sky. High in the sky, the two 8th level demons who were fighting with Minister Chenhi also laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! The blood sacrifice has finally begun. Today, none of you can escape. Chapter 100. Those below level 5 will surely die. The overlapping career panel prompt sounds continued to ring. Level 5. Finally, level 5. In front of Chenhi, the occupation panel popped up and appeared in the front view. Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 50.
Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle.
12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings.
Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations.
Talent skill 3, Angel's Eyes. Primary effect, Insight, can see the target's weaknesses. Intermediate effect, Analysis, analyze the target's attack moves.
Advanced effect, newly unlocked, Restriction, greatly restricts the target's movement speed.
Talent skill 4, Angel's Judgment. Primary effect, kills at the same level.
Intermediate effect, newly unlocked, kills at the next level.
Innate skill 5, Holy Domain.
Primary effect, releases a domain that suppresses enemies within 10 meters by 1 level.
Talent skill 6, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. I feel that my physical strength and spirit have all experienced a comprehensive improvement. Chenhi was excited and extremely excited. Angel Eyes has actually been upgraded to a high-level effect, capable of limiting enemy movement speed?
From a harmless auxiliary skill, it's been upgraded to a true active skill. It's more than doubled in power.
Angel's judgment has also been upgraded to an intermediate level.
It's a bit more powerful than the previous same level kill, and can instantly kill enemies of higher levels.
Holy crap! This 5th talent skill, Angel Realm, is even more powerful.
It lowers the level of enemies within 10 meters by 1.
This is too fucking outrageous.
No wonder the teacher said before that the Holy Angel has a talent beyond the SSS level. Previously, the highest it could reach was only the 6th level, and it was hunted down by the enemy in a nearly ruthless manner. It's all because of these talents and skills.
They're all too buggy. For a moment,
Chenhi looked at the various newly unlocked abilities on the career panel and felt very proud. He wished he could find someone to try out the new talents and skills.
Horizon.
The overwhelming and terrifying pressure, a red formation shrouded by a thick blood-red fog, has descended at this moment, enveloping the sky above Nankai City.
The towering city walls around it were also covered and wrapped.
In an instant, there were blood-red spots of light all around, floating into the air from all over the city, forming an almost tangible blood-red light rain in the sky. One after another, shrill screams continued to come from every corner of the city.
Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. What is this? Am I going to die? Mom! I don't want to die. Save me. Someone please save me. What on earth is going on? Why on earth?
After each scream, there was a blood-red light, accompanied by a blood-red meteor that shot up into the sky, shooting into the sky formation and merging into the blood-red sky-covering formation. The formation, which was already as red as blood, formed a scarlet sky that gradually became more gorgeous and tempting.
It looks extremely creepy.
Almost at the same time, fierce and strange black demonic energy gathered together and turned into rolling dark clouds, like a group of black crows flashing by, suddenly appearing right above the sky.
Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho!
The 2 8th level demons, who were already in a weak position and were suppressed by Situ Changha and could only retreat continuously, and whose bodies were covered with wounds, actually began to recover from their injuries little by little.
The condition improves rapidly.
It quickly rose to its peak state at a speed visible to the naked eye.
It seemed as if at this moment, an endless amount of terrifying power was continuously pouring into their bodies from between heaven and earth and merging with them. Stronger. They have obviously become stronger. The pressure of the 8th level is like the blood-red formation, covering the sky and the sun. Seeing this, Situ Changha's eyes were dull for a moment, but he reacted immediately. This. It looks like this is a blood sacrifice. Someone is indiscriminately slaughtering innocent people all over the city.
They are using the blood and lives of our people to feed the demons and help them gain greater strength.
No. We cannot allow this blood sacrifice to continue no matter what. Boom!
He immediately threw a punch, and the clouds in the sky suddenly roared. A fiery fist shadow descended from the sky, suppressing it with the power to crush the heaven and earth.
The terrifying fighting power erupted at this moment is far greater than before.
Obviously, this is already one of Minister Situ Changha's trump cards, his innate skill, star fighting.
The fist is like a star, descending into the world.
At the same time, he called out to Chenhi below.
Nephew! Stop standing there in a daze. Go and stop the blood sacrifice. No matter what, we cannot let the entire Nankai city be destroyed by these demonic villains.
As long as we cut off this blood sacrifice formation, we can put an end to this chaos. Chenhi also reacted instantly, his eyes serious, and nodded solemnly.
Swish!
He flashed and rushed out of the Lin family's dilapidated villa quickly. He looked around and wanted to go everywhere as quickly as possible to find those who committed murder and blood sacrifice and stop the blood sacrifice from going on.
High in the sky,
the 2 8th level demons suddenly shouted when they saw this.
Stop him! The blood sacrifice cannot stop. My demon clan's great cause, now that it has begun, must not end. And at this time, swish!
A pitch-black figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Lin Yuandao, who had disappeared for a while, appeared and directly blocked Chenhi's way, not giving Chenhi any chance to stop the blood sacrifice.
He stood in mid-air, looking down.
As they identified the bodies one by one, including those of Lin Jiqing, Lin Yuanguang, the 5 5th-level elders of the Lin family, and the dozen or so 4th-level masters, his expression became more and more solemn, and his eyes were filled with deep sadness.
Rich and sad.
His Lin family had built up this wealth over the years through diligent planning, strategizing, and calculating, yet in just one night, it was gone, completely gone. The foundation upon which the Lin family had risen to prominence was destroyed by a fourth-rank holy angel like Chenhi.
How could he tolerate this? Chenhi. It's all your fault, you deserve to die. You really deserve to die. Boom boom boom.
And in the sky, Chenhi was finally blocked and had no way to stop the blood sacrifice.
While the two 8th level demons were frequently resisting Minister Situ Changha's fierce fist shadow attacks, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, it's too late. It's already too late. I just said that no one in this city today can escape. You two troublemakers will definitely die here today. Once the blood sacrifice formation begins to operate automatically, it will automatically absorb all life within the formation. There is no need to kill them one by one for blood sacrifice. No one can stop the operation of the formation. By then, all the trash below the 5th level in Nankai City will become nutrients for the Great Formation and become the cornerstone of our demon clan's great cause of breaking out of the secret realm.
Ha ha, come to think of it, I should thank you humans. Otherwise, where would we have gotten so many animals for blood sacrifice?
Ha 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 ha.
That earth-shattering and unbridled laughter was filled with extreme arrogance. With the excitement of victory in sight. And with the madness of contempt for all mankind. Hearing their words, Minister Situ Changha in the sky and Chenhi, who had a brief fight with Lin Yuandao below, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and their hearts trembled violently.
Is this to turn all of Nankai City's hundreds of thousands of residents, all of humanity, into nourishment for the formation, into nourishment for the demonic monsters?
Hateful. It's simply despicable.
This damned group of demons would only engage in such shady dealings.
It's all because of these treacherous people from the Lin family. For their own benefit, they are willing to work for the demons.
They deserve to be killed.
They all deserve to be killed. Chenhi's eyes were filled with mad bloodshot and filled with angry hatred.
Although
Chu Tian's whereabouts were unknown for the time being, Chu stayed in the Magic City, and his parents had died a few years earlier.
Currently, he actually had no relatives in this Nankai City.
But, over the years, I grew up in Nankai City.
He also has feelings for this city.
I watched helplessly as a city turned into a sea of blood, and countless former classmates and teachers, countless families and common people, were about to be completely destroyed and buried. He couldn't help but feel a deep sadness and anger in his heart. When attacking, he left no room for maneuver and burst out with all his strength.
Ding ding dang dang. Sparks flew as Chenhi and Lin Yuandao exchanged several moves in succession. And at this moment,
Lin Yuandao, who was in the middle of the battle and fighting with Chenhi, actually felt incredible in his heart and was suddenly shocked.
Below level 5? How could it be below level 5? Didn't we agree that everyone below the 4th level would be sacrificed? Damn it! These demons were actually lying to him?
In other words,
even if Chenhi and Minister Situ Changha didn't suddenly attack us today, as long as the time comes to activate the formation and officially begin the blood sacrifice, all the confidants and clansmen of the Lin family below the 5th level will die one by one? Jicheng, will he also die in this formation? For a moment,
Lin Yuandao's eyes became extremely complicated, and his heart was beating wildly.
You know,
the Lin family is also a wealthy and powerful family. It has developed to its current level and has a large number of people. There is hardly an ordinary person among them, almost all of them are awakened.
But not all awakeners are above level 5.
This group of demons have been playing tricks on him all along. They had taken advantage of the Lin family for so long, but now they wanted to sacrifice most of their members as well.
As expected.
These demons are so sinister and cunning that they cannot be trusted. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Back then, when the minister mentioned this plan to him, he had said that if you make a deal with the demons, you must keep something in reserve.
But things have come to this point, and there is no way back. So,
Lin Yuandao could only grit his teeth, clear his mind, and desperately try to stop Chenhi from going any further.
But
Chenhi has now reached level 50 and entered the 5th stage. It is not that difficult for a 5th stage holy angel to fight against Lin Yuandao, who is at a fake 6th stage and has a superficial realm. After several fierce collisions and fights, Lin Yuandao was seriously injured.
He covered the bleeding wound and took a few steps back. See this situation. Minister Situ Changha, who was suppressing the two demons, urged Chenhi from the air. Nephew,
stop getting entangled with Lin Yuandao. Kill him quickly and save him. Chenhi felt extremely helpless.
Although Lin Yuandao's 6th level is very superficial and his realm is superficial.
But it wasn't like he, a newbie at the 5th level, could just kill it.
He still had to fight for a while. Think of this.
His eyes moved. If he wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, he can only try his new talent, the Sacred Domain. See if you can get within 10 meters of Lin Yuandao. As long as Lin Yuandao is brought to the 5th level, everything will be much easier.
He can even kill instantly. Chapter 101 Sacred Realm, falling to level 5.
Swish. Swish, swish, swish.
High in the sky.
Relying on the speed brought by the angel wings, Chenhi continued to cross space and fly rapidly, trying to get closer to Lin Yuandao on the opposite side. The holy sword of angels in his hand also frequently burst out with fierce sword energy, which rushed towards Lin Yuandao's body, forcing Lin Yuandao to retreat. Forcing Lin Yuandao to get closer to him. Lin Yuandao on the opposite side frowned slightly. At the beginning of the battle, Chenhi was so impatient trying to get close to him, constantly approaching him, and using moves to force him to retreat again and again.
This all gave off a very wrong feeling. But Lin Yuandao never understood what Chenhi's intention was. I can't understand it and I can't see it.
I just have a vague feeling that Chenhi must have a purpose for doing this. This sudden move of wanting to get closer for close combat is also quite strange.
So, it's better to keep some distance.
Therefore, he has always been on the edge, constantly distanced himself from Chenhi, constantly increasing the distance and consuming his long-range skills.
There is no thought of close combat at all.
It just so happened that his awakened talent profession was also an A-level profession of a combat mage, which had long-range spell skills that were constantly consumed, as well as melee skills.
The weapon in his hand is also a special magic weapon that can be transformed into a staff and a spear.
Compared with the other Lin family members, who are just chickens and clay dogs, they have hardly seen blood in their lives, and their combat experience and combat skills are quite low.
Lin Yuandao's situation is obviously different.
After all, Lin Yuandao was a person who broke out from the small Nankai city and went to the main city to develop. Even though he was limited by his own talent, the highest he had ever reached was only the 4th level.
But it is basically the same as Chu Tian's experience.
It is the foundation built by repeatedly experiencing life-threatening situations in the wild and constantly fighting your way out.
So,
although his current realm is a bit superficial, half of his 6th level strength is water. However, relying solely on past combat experience, as well as the consumption and combination of various long-range skills, he can be considered to have considerable combat effectiveness.
And
the distance between the two sides was also controlled quite well, always within a dozen meters. In other words, he would not let Chenhi get close to him no matter what. Whether the skill could land on Chenhi or cause any substantial damage to him was not important at all.
Lin Yuandao didn't care at all. The Lin family is gone. No matter how much he hated Chenhi and how heartbroken he was, he knew that now was not the time for revenge, and he had no ability to take revenge at all. If they really had a close-range head-on confrontation, he might have a certain chance of being killed by Chenhi. His idea is very simple, one word, drag. As long as you make sure to use the tactic of delaying, and keep dragging it out until all the awakened people in the city are slaughtered. This blood-colored formation covering the entire city will begin to operate on its own. No one can stop the operation of the formation anymore. This is a genius.
Lin Yuandao's attitude, especially his fighting style of walking through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on him, annoyed Chenhi immensely and gave him a headache.
Very distressed.
Just now, the Lin family brought a large group of people, and Lin Yuandao was also responsible for presiding over the situation, distracting himself from allocating the battles to other members of the Lin family, and uniting the Lin family members to fight together.
But
now that Lin Yuandao is the only one left, he has nothing to worry about.
Depend on.
So, by killing the other members of the Lin family, he actually reduced the burden on Lin Yuandao. It is impossible to kill Lin Yuandao in a short time and take down this 6th level leader of the Lin family.
And the people of the entire Nankai city are still waiting for him to run over and save their lives.
He couldn't just leave Lin Yuandao and run to save people, because if he did that, his back would be exposed, and it would be easy for Lin Yuandao to take advantage of him, and something might happen.
But if it really comes to a fight,
if he didn't get within 10 meters, he would not be able to pass through the sacred realm and forcibly pull Lin Yuandao down from the 6th level.
There is no way to suppress Lin Yuandao's level.
If he couldn't lower his level, it meant that he wouldn't be able to jump over a whole level and quickly kill the enemy. Lin Yuandao for today's plan, for what he did this time.
That was years of planning.
I don't know how many cards he has hidden.
Unfathomable.
He must not act rashly or risk everything, otherwise he would most likely be taken down by Lin Yuandao. And it has always been such a long-distance battle. They kept fighting each other to exhaust each other, and after fighting for a long time, they were basically hitting the air. It was particularly frustrating and cowardly, and they were completely stuck in a stalemate.
Belongs to a battle that cannot be won in a short time.
This made Chenhi feel irritated and he shook his head helplessly.
Alas!
This old fellow, Lin Yuandao, is so cunning that he didn't even bother to get close to me.
He must have noticed something.
Although his strength is quite high, he is still at level 6. Furthermore, his skill set and combat experience far surpass those of the humble elders and patriarch of the Lin family.
This is going to be difficult. Think of this.
Chenhi's eyes turned cold, and the silver wings of the angel behind him suddenly fluttered open. With contempt in his voice, he looked down at Lin Yuandao, who was constantly widening the gap between them.
Lin? Are you worthy enough to be called the boss of the Lin family? Are you worthy enough to have so many people around you? Are you worthy enough to say that you are revitalizing your Lin family? Bah! You're nothing but a loser. All you know is running away. All you know is hiding. You don't even dare to confront a 5th order holy angel like me head on? What kind of 6th order are you? Waste.
I think you should just stop calling yourself Lin Yuandao and change your name to Lin Turtle. You're just a big loser who can only hide behind his head like a turtle.
Giggling.
Lin Yuandao frowned and clenched his teeth when he heard this. I'm so angry that my teeth are itching. But seeing Chenhi rushing towards him and rapidly closing the distance, Lin Yuandao suppressed the anger in his heart, suddenly stepped back, and retreated quickly.
Keep distance from Chenhi again. Look at those 2 8th level demons up there, what I just said was right. Your Lin family is full of rubbish, 20 or 30 people, and everyone's rank is higher than mine, yet look at you all, you're the only one left alive. If this isn't trash, what is it? Look at the experience you gave me.
Ha, I've already broken through to the 5th level, all thanks to you Lin family members.
Do you know what you are? You are experience bags. And that patriarch, Lin Yuanguang, and his good-for-nothing son, Lin Jicheng, were provoking me earlier, saying I wasn't worthy of being CC's man? They said I wasn't worthy of being a holy angel. Ha 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 ha, how's it going now? He died miserably. Not even a complete body was left. I heard that you haven't been able to have children for so many years, so you raised Lin Jicheng as your own son? Ha, you're a cuckold man who can't do it from below. You raised someone else's son for a long time, and now I kill him with one knife. You're such a coward. And now, you don't even have the courage to pick up your spear and fight me? Go home and pick up manure.
Lin Yuandao was so angry that his face turned red and he almost lost his composure. They could no longer maintain the battle rhythm that they had worked so hard to maintain. Instead, Chenhi saw a gap and quickly closed the distance between the two sides. It lasted for quite a while. Chenhi was about to close the distance to within 10 meters, and he was still spouting all kinds of provocative trash talk. But at this moment, swish! Lin Yuandao, whose eyes were already red with anger, suddenly stepped back. He quickly distanced himself from Chenhi again, widening the distance.
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I thought you were so powerful.
After all this talk, it turns out all you can do is resort to childish provocations like this.
Are you afraid that if I keep dragging you down like this, you'll be dragged to death? Don't even think about it. I remember now. The Holy Angel's 5th talent, Holy Domain, can forcibly lower the level of nearby enemies. So you're waiting here? Want to kill me? Wait 10,000 years. I want you to watch everyone in the city die in front of you, and you'll be completely powerless to stop it. I want to watch with my own eyes as your hometown turns into a wasteland, and you can only cry and scream here. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Yuandao has figured it out.
He understands it completely. So that is how it is. No wonder Chenhi was trying so hard to close the distance. It turned out that he wanted to suppress his level and force him to the 5th level. Now that he thought of this, he would definitely not give Chenhi the opportunity to use this field. Thinking of this, Lin Yuandao even felt a little scared, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Oh shit. This guy is so insidious. I almost fell into this kid's trap.
If the level is really lowered by one level, both sides will be on the same level.
Then he is almost certain to lose and will definitely die here today. So fucking insidious.
Upon hearing this, Chenhi's face instantly turned stern, his expression solemn, and his brows furrowed.
Depend on. Was it discovered? I didn't expect that Lin Yuandao actually knew the effects of the Holy Angel's innate skills? This is even more difficult.
Lin Yuandao would never give him any chance to get closer.
Seeing the change in Chenhi's expression, Lin Yuandao laughed even more wantonly. Ha ha ha. That's all you're going to get? Just this? I thought you were so strong. So that's all you can do. What a loser.
Swish swish swish.
3 more long-range wind blades tore through the air and landed on Chenhi. His figure also quickly retreated again. In an instant, he was more than 50 meters away from Chenhi. The distance is too safe. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Yuandao laughed loudly towards the sky and was about to continue the provocation.
Suddenly. Just then. A strong gust of wind suddenly hit.
A terrifying slap fell from the sky, sweeping across the entire venue in an instant, attacking Lin Yuandao from behind. It turned out that Chenhi, who was fighting against 2 8th-level demons in the sky, took advantage of the opportunity and slapped Lin Yuandao. Although this slap was not fatal, it did not cause much damage.
But
this slap, however, was so fatal that it directly slapped Lin Yuandao towards Chenhi.
Caught off guard. Whoosh. He was knocked flying, cursing madly. Damn it. Damn it. Chenhi, you damn old silver coin. Are you human? A sneak attack. This is unethical. You deserve to die.
He yelled and screamed, but it was of no use.
Thump. He landed at Chenhi's feet.
The distance between the two was instantly shortened to within 10 meters.
Swish. A madly sweeping ray of brilliant golden light shot up into the sky and bloomed in an instant.
An irresistible sacred aura immediately swept and spread out, continuously spreading and extending. And as the golden light enveloped the body,
directly suppressed Lin Yuandao's level to the 5th level.
From the original level 63 6th Order Awakener, he instantly became the level 53 5th Order Awakener.
This moment. Lin Yuandao panicked instantly.
Chenhi asked back with a sinister smile.
Laugh? Keep laughing? Why don't you laugh? Don't you like to laugh? Chapter 102, Kill Lin Yuandao. Level 52.
Lin Yuandao stumbled and stood up, looking at the scene in disbelief, feeling that his own strength level had dropped to the 5th level in an instant.
And it's only level 53, the initial stage of the 5th stage. This is the sacred realm. Run away. Must escape immediately.
This thought flashed through Lin Yuandao's mind almost crazily. Then he immediately took action, crawling and escaping quickly to the outside, trying to increase the distance between him and Chenhi and escape from the golden sacred area.
At this time, pop. A hand clapped on his shoulder.
At his side, Chenhi said calmly with a sinister smile on his face.
Where are you going, Master Lin? Do you think you can escape? Lin Yuandao's scalp was tingling.
When he was just at the 6th level, he had no way of defeating Chenhi. At best, he could only fight Chenhi to a 50-50 draw. He had to concentrate on adjusting his position and keeping a distance to avoid being ambushed by Chenhi. But now, he only has the strength of the 5th level. In front of Chenhi, everything was nothing. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to get rid of Chenhi, who was like a leech.
Damn it. Damn it. It's all that fucking Chenhi's fault. There are 2 battlefields, one above the other, so why bother fighting on their own? Why did you suddenly throw a cross kick at me? And it was a sneak attack. To put it bluntly, it was all because of those 2 8th-level demons. They were such trash. Chenhi was fighting 1 against 2, but he still found a chance to plot against him. I'm so angry. I'm really going to die of anger.
Lin Yuandao was so angry that his teeth were itching. In the face of the threat of death, he completely disregarded it. His eyes were bloodshot, and the staff in his hand transformed into a fiery spear.
I'm going to fucking fight you.
I, Lin Yuandao, have built my career from nothing, from scratch, and fought my way to where I am today.
You want to fucking finish me off right here? Dream. Even if I'm only at the 5th level, I'll still kill you. When? With a crisp sound, a strong wind and huge waves suddenly arose.
The spear immediately collided with the angel's holy sword in Chenhi's hand, and the two began a close combat.
For a moment,
the loud clanging sound, like wind and thunder, spread throughout the venue. But Lin Yuandao was only cool for a moment. Before he could even finish a move, he was suppressed by the dense sword shadows like a storm and couldn't even speak.
Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding.
The spear in his hand put up a frantic resistance, but like a stray dog, he could only keep retreating, lowering his head and passively taking the beating.
The situation was completely reversed.
Lin Yuandao, now there is only an empty shell left. The two are now both at the 5th level.
Lin Yuandao's current level is only 3 levels higher than Chenhi.
Although he is 3 levels higher, Lin Yuandao is no match for Chenhi.
A fight. Lin Yuandao already felt something was wrong.
I secretly groaned in my heart, thinking that this situation was too fucking abnormal.
How could Chenhi's physical strength be so strong?
A casual exchange of blows nearly caused him internal injuries.
There was a severe numbness in the base of the thumb, wrist, and arm. Then, Chenhi's bizarre and terrifying sword moves also made Lin Yuandao feel incredible.
I cursed in my heart more than 10,000 times, this is impossible. Chenhi's sword moves were sometimes smooth and flowing, extremely sharp and swift, sometimes they were extremely strong and fierce. It was almost unimaginable to him. How could Chenhi, at such a young age, have learned so many sword techniques? Moreover, the quality of each sword move is not low, and it is a very awesome sword technique.
This. How the hell do I beat this guy?
Whether it is a talented profession, physical fitness, mental strength, etc., each one should be considered. Lin Yuandao was completely crushed by Chenhi, and was completely crushed.
In just a few breaths,
Lin Yuandao could no longer hold on.
Clang!
The spear in his hand was thrown out.
Mercy!
Lin Yuandao's face was filled with horror and misery, and he was about to beg for mercy, but Chenhi didn't even give him a chance.
He raised his hand and slashed forward with extreme speed. Puff! Gurgle gurgle!
Lin Yuandao's head flew up into the sky and rolled on the ground. Blood spurted everywhere, and the headless corpse knelt weakly on the ground.
Those who betray humanity will be killed.
Chenhi shook off the blood on the sword blade and said calmly.
Ding! You successfully killed the human-demon combination. Congratulations! Your level has increased by 2. Upgraded? Or 2 levels at a time? Chenhi's eyes lit up.
He had reached level 52 so quickly.
Isn't it said that the upgrade speed will slow down after level 5? Sure enough, am I just too strong?
Chenhi muttered to himself.
And seeing this situation, high in the sky, Situ Chenhi, the Minister of Education of the Demon City, who was dealing with 2 8th level demons, shouted angrily. Alright, brat, stop trying to be cool.
Hurry up and stop this blood sacrifice formation from working.
If you delay any longer, it will be too late.
Although the 2 demons were still recovering from their injuries, their bodies were covered in blood. They were trying their best to hold Situ Chenhi back while speaking sarcastically.
It's no use. It's too late. Too late. Ha ha ha. My demon clan's great cause is about to be accomplished, it's finally going to be accomplished. The blood sacrifice formation is about to begin operating automatically. The wheel of history is rolling forward. You have no chance. Everyone in this city must die. Everyone. Ha 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 ha.
Chenhi completely ignored the random sarcasm and immediately rushed into the city. The angel's silver wings spread out behind him and flew in the air. He saw figures below, frequently shuttling through the streets and alleys, holding butcher knives in their hands, killing anyone they saw, as if they had completely lost their minds.
Stop it. Boom.
Chenhi held the holy angel's sword in both hands and descended from the sky. With one sword, he killed 2 awakened people who were killing innocent people. All the awakened ones had bloodshot eyes, without any human emotions at all. There were also wisps of strange black air rising from their bodies, like twisted silk threads hanging from the blood-red formation in the sky.
Obviously,
these people, without exception, were all firmly controlled by the demons. They had completely lost their will, and the only remaining thought in their minds was to kill.
Kill people desperately. Kill everyone around you. Even if you are killed, you must continue to go on and continue killing. For the blood sacrifice formation. Everything is for the great cause of the demon clan. Chenhi didn't waste any time talking and charged into the crowd. Whenever he saw someone with black demonic energy surrounding them and killing people wantonly, he would immediately draw his sword and kill them all. The overall level of these awakeners is not high, and the average level is also the second and third levels. The highest level among them is the third level awakener. Without any fighting spirit at all, he was easily killed instantly by Chenhi. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. Balls of blood kept exploding in the crowd, and all kinds of screams, shouts, and shrill cries were heard all around, almost filling the air with one sound. Soon. In just a few minutes, Chenhi killed his way from the beginning of this street to the end of the street 3 blocks away, killing all the murderers. More than 30 second and third level awakeners died at his hands. But there were still people bustling around in the city, making a lot of noise, and killing people continuously. Chenhi tried desperately to stop him. The silver wings of the angel behind him almost left after images. His speed was extremely fast, but it was too late. At this time. Ha 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 ha. Then the 2 8th level demons suddenly laughed out loud. Chenhi felt his scalp tingle, and he subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. The blood-red formation that enveloped the entire sky of Nankai City was so red that it seemed to be dripping with blood. Its deep red color completely blocked out the sky. It seemed as if the entire world had turned into such a blood-red color, with all kinds of surging bloodlights constantly shuttling and rushing inside, like boiling water, igniting with a rumbling sound. The Great Formation had already begun to operate on its own, devouring the lives of the people in Nankai City. Those awakened ones who had completely lost their minds and were madly slaughtering everyone were the first to become the nourishment of the formation. Then, it was the ordinary people all over the city, and none of them were spared. One by one, they first turned into red spots of light, and then rushed into the sky like meteors, converging and merging into the blood-red formation. Minister Situ Changha's expression changed instantly. Master Martial Brother. Save them. Save them quickly. Get them all out of the formation. Quick. The blood sacrifice formation only covered the city walls of Nankai City. As long as we leave the city, we should be safe. And about this. The 2 8th level demons laughed even more wildly and crazily, laughing loudly. It's useless. You don't understand anything. Everyone in the city has already been infected with the demon seed. Even if they leave the blood sacrifice formation and leave the scope of Nankai City, they will still die. They will all become nutrients for the formation. Hearing this, Chenhi and Situ Changha's expressions changed drastically and their brows furrowed. How the hell can we save people like this? Situ Changha was furious, and he swung his fist like a dragon, bursting towards the sky. The terrifying fist shadows in the sky exploded madly on the bodies of the 2 demons. But at this moment, the 2 demons didn't care at all. He allowed Minister Situ to bombard him relentlessly, but just looked at the sky calmly and took Situ Changha's innate skills head-on. This. Situ Changha and Chenhi were stunned. Are they crazy? Then. Chenhi and the other man both saw that the 2 great demons had actually turned into nutrients for the formation and disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing the operation speed of the blood sacrifice formation to accelerate dramatically. The enemy is gone. Chenhi and Situ Changha still didn't quite believe what the 2 demons said. They looked at each other and almost without hesitation, immediately started to rescue people out of the city. Chenhi used the angel's silver wings to carry the people and flew out of the city. But then they discovered that, just as the 2 demons had said, they would die even if they were taken out of the city. As soon as he left the city, he was absorbed by the blood-colored formation. He turned into a pile of blood-red sand and disappeared. Save 1 and you die. Save 2 and you die together. No matter how many people Chenhi and the others tried their best to rescue, they would all die miserably in front of them. No, no. No. Chenhi hammered the ground angrily, but could do nothing. The people he had rescued from the city with his own hands, living people, turned into a cloud of blood mist and dispersed into ashes when he died. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Nankai City right in front of us. But they couldn't save anyone. How could this happen? How could this happen? Situ Changha's face was filled with sorrow as he muttered to himself. Chenhi nearly collapsed, tears streaming down his face. Just now, he saw 2 of his former high school classmates die right in front of him. Died just like that.
Even Minister Chenhi, who had long been accustomed to life and death, almost lost his faith. Holding on to the scattered ashes, unwilling to let go.
And at this moment,
swish, 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 4 figures descended from the sky. They were the former heads of the 4 departments of Nankai University. They appeared in front of Chenhi and Chenhi in unison.
Chapter 103: The Coordination Department Betrays Humanity? Hey! What's going on with those guys? Where did it come from?
Chenhi frowned, tears still visible on his face, and his mood was quite complicated.
For a moment I didn't know how to react. Chenhi's eyes were quite cold. He glanced at these people coldly and said lightly, "If I'm not mistaken, these 4 people should be the heads of the 4 major departments of Nankai City. I had always thought they were dead."
Judging from the current situation in Nankai City, if the 4 ministers were still alive, it would mean they had all betrayed us and were traitors to humanity.
This is almost impossible.
Thinking of this, Chenhi's eyes became more sharp, with a look of vigilance and surprise.
Chenhi was also thinking. I was about to say something. Suddenly,
the 4 ministers all came up with sad and serious expressions, sighing and saying,
"We all saw what you did just now. You really wanted to save the people of Nankai City."
Unfortunately, the blood sacrifice formation has reached this point and it is impossible to stop it midway. Alas, the Nankai Municipal Association is in its current situation, and it's all my fault.
Luckily, you arrived early.
Otherwise, if all the demon blood and medicine had been released, countless newborns would have been born throughout Nankai City.
By then, the situation would have been even more insane. In fact, not everyone in Nankai City has been planted with the demon seed.
The students in Nankai City's kindergartens, elementary schools, junior high schools, and many other schools who have not yet awakened have not been planted with the demon seed.
As long as they are brought out of the range of the blood sacrifice formation, they can still survive. Minister Situ, classmate Chenhi, please go and save them.
The Minister of Education of Nankai City lowered his head slightly, feeling very guilty and painful.
Before, in order to preserve this last spark of fire for Nankai City, and to prevent those students from also being infected with the demon seed, I could only pretend to be a snake to the Lin family and completely obey them, just to preserve this last bit of fresh blood for Nankai City. Student Chenhi, I know you're returning to Nankai City this time. It's probably because of your father-in-law, Chu Tian, the head of the Chu family.
At that time, I was indeed sent by the Lin family to kill the Chu family's hunting team. But then something unexpected happened. Your father-in-law Chu Tian and his personal butler Guan Ting have been closely protecting me the entire time.
2 people escaped together. If you continue searching in this direction, you will definitely find clues. Chu Tianfu was lucky and may still be alive.
Hearing this, Chenhi, who was about to take action immediately, suddenly had a look in his eyes.
I subconsciously looked in the direction the Minister of Education pointed. I remember it. Then,
Chenhi turned to Chenhi.
Uncle Master, let's go and rescue those students. Chenhi glanced at the 4 ministers coldly and said in a cold voice, "You've aided and abetted the evil in Nankai City. In order to survive, you've helped the Lin family commit countless evil deeds. Now, come with us to rescue people, and you'll have a chance to atone for your sins. Afterwards, after the trials above, you may still be able to survive and be sent to the front lines to fight other demons. This is your last chance."
Chenhi cursed angrily, almost in frustration. But the ministers of the 4 departments of Nankai City looked at each other with silence in their eyes, and could only smile bitterly.
It's useless. There's no chance. We'll die here today. This is our fate.
With our hands stained with the blood of our compatriots, we have no face to continue living.
Minister Situ, classmate Chenhi, you must save those students. They are Nankai City's last chance. The last spark of fire.
We're almost there. The chief of the garrison department pointed to his heart with a hoarse voice and said in a very depressed mood,
"We have already been infested with demonic seeds. They are different from those of ordinary people. The ones infested on us are more powerful and irresistible. Moreover, our families were all planted with demon seeds long ago. Anyone who shows the slightest intention of resisting the demons will be wiped out. As long as the blood sacrifice formation is activated, we are destined to become its nourishment. We no longer have any chance.
If our family members hadn't been controlled by the Lin family, if they hadn't all been infected with the demon seed, we would have fought to the death with those damned human traitors of the Lin family, even if it meant sacrificing our own lives.
But we really have no other choice.
I know that whatever we say now will sound like we are trying to excuse ourselves. I also know that the crimes we bear are unforgivable even if we die.
If there is an afterlife, we will work like slaves to atone for the sins of the innocent people of Nankai City. Situ Chenhi closed his eyes and finally sighed. Speaking of which,
in fact, he has some friendship with the 4 ministers of Nankai City. Over the years, they have fought against demons together and can be regarded as brothers on the same front.
This is also the reason why Situ Chenhi was unwilling to believe that the 4 of them had betrayed humanity. But now, the facts are already before us and cannot be reversed. Situ Chenhi's mood became increasingly heavy and painful. He had seen so many innocent people from Nankai City die in front of him before, and now, listening to the final confessions of the 4 ministers before their death, his mood became more and more complicated. Master Chenhi, let's go. We have to save those students. Situ Chenhi responded with a trembling voice, and the 2 were about to leave. The garrison chief suddenly yelled from behind. Oh right. I have another important piece of information, Minister Situ. I heard that Kong Yen, the minister of the National Coordination Department, is very likely to have betrayed the country and betrayed humanity. What happened in Nankai City is most likely the work of Deputy Minister Kong from the Coordination Department. I also overheard the conversation between Lin Yuanguang and Lin Yuandao by chance, but I can't fully confirm it. Hearing this,
Chenhi and Situ Chenhi paused at the same time, looking at each other in shock.
My mouth opened slightly, not knowing what to say.
What the 4 ministers said before was that a more powerful demon seed had been planted in their bodies, and their families had also been planted with demon seeds, and none of them could escape the fate. This was not difficult to understand. After the fall of Nankai City, the 4 ministers were still alive.
He definitely won't live long.
As the blood sacrifice formation erupted crazily in front of them and continued to operate on its own, it meant that the 4 ministers would die soon and be completely integrated into this blood sacrifice formation.
These messages,
although it sounded shocking, it was still within the imagination of Chenhi and the others. After all, they had already made some reasonable guesses about the Lin family's entire plan and had a rough idea of what was going on.
But
the last words of the chief of the garrison department were like a thunderclap, booming in the minds of the 2 men.
Vice Minister Kong Yen of the National Coordination Department is likely to have betrayed humanity and the country? This is really hard to believe. How is that possible? How could someone who holds such a crucial position be corrupted by demons? How could he become a traitor to humanity? Why on earth?
Situ Chenhi had learned before that there were many high-ranking human traitors with the strength of the 8th or even 9th level, but they were just hidden strongmen.
He couldn't imagine it anyway. A top executive holding an important position actually became a traitor.
Chenhi showed a thoughtful look. Uncle Chenhi, when I first met Deputy Minister Kong Yen, Lin Yuandao was indeed following behind him. The relationship between the 2 seems to be very close. If there weren't so many schemes behind the scenes, with Lin Yuandao's previous talent and strength, there was no way he would be valued by Vice Minister Kong Yen and brought by his side. Furthermore, this time the plan is really too big. I heard that several other cities seem to be experiencing similar incidents and have started blood sacrifice formations at the same time.
This is definitely not something that a small Lin family can plan.
The hidden waters behind this are really too deep.
Situ Chenhi did not answer, but just looked at the Minister of Coordination who was speaking.
The other party explained again. I remember that Kong Yen, the Deputy Director of the Coordination Department of the Imperial Capital Headquarters, personally came to Nankai City to see me. He gave me a cup of tea and talked with me about the past for a long time.
I was a little suspicious at the time.
I had never had any friendship with Vice Minister Kong before, and the Imperial Capital Headquarters and a small place like ours are completely different worlds.
The Emperor is far away, so why would Vice Minister Kong come to me to reminisce about the past?
But later, Lin Yuandao suddenly found me and said that he had unknowingly planted a demon seed in my body, making me under his control.
Now that I think about it, this was a setup from the beginning. A setup that was set up long ago. Just waiting for us to fall into it.
Lin Yuandao originally returned to Nankai City as a close confidant of Kong Yen, the Deputy Minister of the Coordination Department.
Therefore, all of the situations in Nankai City are definitely related to that Deputy Minister Kong Yen. The other 3 ministers also nodded and said something similar. Obviously. I have had some dealings with Vice Minister Kong before.
Although the situations were rather ambiguous, it didn't sound like there was anything unusual.
However, 1 or 2 people are just coincidences.
Each of them met Kong Yen before being controlled by the demons, and was later controlled by Lin Yuandao. This shows that it is not a coincidence at all.
All of this. It's all Kong Yen's fault. But
the current situation is extremely critical and the situation is urgent.
We cannot afford to delay any further.
The most important thing to do now is to save people first, and save those students whom the Minister of Education had risked his life to protect.
Then,
after returning to the Magic City, I will find a way to investigate whether Kong Yen, the Minister of Coordination, has betrayed humanity.
This matter is not something that can be easily found out. At this time.
The Minister of Education first let out a scream, and suddenly a layer of twisted and hideous blood red appeared on his body, covering his skin and most of his body.
Then, bang!
His body exploded on the spot, turning into a pool of blood mist, then turned into a blood-colored meteor that shot up into the sky and rushed into the blood-colored formation.
And at the same time,
the other 3 ministers did the same almost one after another, and all turned into nutrients for the blood sacrifice formation. Just like that, in front of Chenhi and Chenhi, it turned into nutrients and completely merged into the blood sacrifice formation, leaving no trace at all.
Chenhi frowned and glanced at Chenhi.
Chenhi immediately stepped into the air and entered the city of Nankai, which was shrouded in darkness and a bloody formation.
Save people. Let's go, nephew. Save as many people as you can. Chapter 104 Farewell between life and death, the whole city is in grief.
Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish.
In the sky, human figures were moving. So high.
This is what it feels like to fly in the air, but my mother is still down there.
Everyone in Nankai City is almost dead, all dead. What should I do? Wow. Mommy. Daddy, I want to go home.
Where the hell are you guys?
It's so dark and cold here, where are we going?
The voices of various children, the sounds of discussion, and the sounds of violent crying came one after another, sounded frequently, and echoed in the sky. The chirping sound made Chenhi's head hurt.
These kids are so noisy.
Especially tonight, such a big thing happened in Nankai City. All the children were swept up in the terrorist incident. They were trembling with fear and were almost unable to speak.
I can only huddle in the corner timidly.
People were shouting for mom and dad everywhere, making a lot of noise. Minister Chenhi, as a senior 8th level strongman, is very powerful. With a single veil, he can easily rescue hundreds of people, who then cross the city wall with him and fly out. Every time he was able to save a large group of people, his efficiency was extremely high.
Certainly. Chenhi was not bad either.
After all, he was only at the 5th level. In such a major event that involved the entire city, a 5th level awakener should not be able to intervene at all.
But
he relied on the unique advantages of the Angel's silver wings, his own extremely powerful body structure, physical strength, mental strength, and absolute control over the Angel's silver wings behind him. Every time, he would drag dozens of children with him to fly out of the city wall and across the sky.
The efficiency is not bad either.
The 2 of them were busy and hurried, and in just half an hour, they had already made many trips back and forth, running all over the city of Nankai. All the students in kindergartens, primary schools, junior high schools and high schools were rescued.
And through this,
it can be seen that the Minister of Education did not lie before.
He was indeed trying desperately to rescue these children and preserve the flame of Nankai City. So,
almost all schools, big and small, in Nankai City had not suffered from the previous massacre by the massacrers. They were like the only piece of pure land in the chaotic battlefield.
There was no bloodbath.
It seemed to be out of tune with the other tragedies. The Minister of Education, however, protected them very well. Seeing so many students come out alive, even though they were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, crying and talking loudly, almost deafening.
But
Chenhi couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in his heart. I had just witnessed with my own eyes so many innocent people being buried right in front of me. The sadness that I felt was completely diluted, as if it were impossible to rescue them. It made him feel less depressed and painful.
Big brother, can you save my mother? Save my dad. My dad is still at home. Big brother, please save him. Wow, they can't come back. They can't come back. Wow. Are they all dead?
At this moment, a crying child suddenly jumped out from the crowd, pointing at Chenhi and crying loudly.
Why didn't you save my mom? You could have saved us all, but why didn't you save my mom? Why? Chenhi's expression instantly turned ugly.
Just when he killed those manipulated awakened ones, many innocent ordinary people hugged his thighs, grabbed the corners of his clothes, and kept begging to save him.
He wanted to save her too.
He tried his best to fly the person out, trying to save his life, but the person still fell in front of him, dead without a burial place, and was still muttering to himself before dying.
I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Please save my son, save my son. Maybe.
Among those people who have died and turned into nutrients absorbed by the blood red formation, many are probably the parents of the children present.
He really couldn't do anything.
I'm sorry, I tried my best, but I really can't save them.
Chenhi sighed dejectedly and lowered his head, not knowing what to say.
But immediately some other children took the initiative to stand in front of him and refute the child who had just spoken.
How can you talk like that to our Savior? That's right. Big brother just saved your life. Without Big brother, you would have died in the city now. Can you wake up a little? It was those demons, those horrible monsters, not Big brother, who killed your parents. You can't take your anger out on Big brother. You can't blame Big brother for your parents' death. Brother, you don't have to apologize. This isn't your fault. We know you've tried your best.
The child from before was obviously a little ashamed, but when he heard this, he still wiped his tears and cried heart-wrenchingly.
Woo woo. I don't care. I want my mommy. I want my mommy, woo woo. Watching this human tragedy.
Looking at those young faces bursting into tears, and at the many children who were clearly heartbroken but pretending to be strong, Chenhi felt even more tormented. A severe heartache swept over him.
It hurt so much.
He covered his heart, looking at the gradually withering and completely collapsed home in the distance. Tears were silently flowing down his face, making him tense and extremely painful.
Giggling. Situ Chang's teeth were chattering, and his vision was almost blurred by tears, but he still took a deep breath, walked to Chenhi's side, and patted Chenhi's shoulder.
Nephew Chenhi, I know you're very unwilling and in great pain.
After all, this is your hometown.
But none of this is your fault. I hope you can unleash all this pain and anger on those demonic enemies.
Think positively. We are not gods, we are not omnipotent, and we can't save everyone. The demons' plans are too big. Ultimately, all of this is the work of the demons.
It's those hateful human traitors who are harming their compatriots for their own selfish ends.
Think positively.
Situ Changha was actually even more unwilling in his heart, but he still had to pretend to be calm and comfort Chenhi.
Chenhi slowly raised his head, wiped away his tears, and spoke in a hoarse voice. There's still time. There's still time. We will definitely save more people. We can still save more people. Nephew, it's useless now. Apart from these children, everyone else. I want to save people. Chenhi coldly interrupted the second half of Situ Changha's sentence. The next moment,
the angel's silver wings suddenly spread out, and he immediately soared into the sky and continued to fly towards Nankai City.
He still wants to save people. He also wants to save as many people as possible. There must be a way. There must be. Situ Changha was silent.
He could understand Chenhi's mood at the moment.
So,
he also set up a formation around this group of children, and then followed behind Chenhi silently, keeping an eye on his condition. Whenever Chenhi saved someone, he would save them right beside him.
Try to bring more innocent people out and save them. But there is no way. There is no way at all.
As soon as these people leave the area of the blood sacrifice formation and leave Nankai City, they will be more likely to be absorbed by the blood sacrifice formation and quickly turn into nutrients.
It turned into a ball of ashes and completely dissipated. Useless.
Anyone who has the demon seed planted in their body cannot escape death. It is just a matter of time.
Help me take good care of my child.
Nan, mommy can't protect you anymore, you must take good care of yourself.
Son, you are my father's hope. You have to walk the road ahead on your own. Shabao, grandma can only accompany you here.
From now on, you must listen to the uncles and big brothers.
The country will not give up on you. You still have a future, a future.
Son, you must become a powerful awakener in the future, slay the demons, and avenge us. Avenge the souls of those who died unjustly in Nankai City.
After confirming that it was of no use,
Chenhi and Chenhi could only try to bring some parents of students out of Nankai City and send them to the students so that they could say goodbye to their children for the last time.
Although, it is painful.
This separation of life and death was so heartbreaking that it plunged all the students in the city into a dead silence.
After a long time. Thump!
Chenhi knelt down in front of a pile of corpses that had just turned to ashes, his face filled with pain. He kept pounding the ground with his fists and shouting heart-wrenchingly, trying to vent all the anger that was weighing heavily on his heart. I just felt the pain in my heart as if there was a ball of fire burning madly in my heart. Chenhi stood quietly not far behind him, watching Chenhi pounding the ground to vent his anger for a long time. Finally, he stood there in silence with a silent expression, and did not continue to vent his anger like crazy. The pain of separation from life and death made so many children cry bitterly, and Chenhi was no less miserable.
And at the same time,
in the city of Nankai, there were countless screams, one after another, alternating in chaos, and it never stopped for a long time.
For a while,
the entire Nankai city, inside and outside, was filled with miserable scenes like hell on earth, which made anyone who heard about it sad and cried. Immerse yourself in this pain.
Chenhi slowly shook his head, walked in front of Chenhi and squatted down.
He also felt that his heart was about to ache to death.
So many people. Nephew, don't blame yourself too much. This is really not your fault. It's me. I'm the Minister of Education of Demon City and I'm incompetent. Nankai City is obviously not far from Demon City, it's almost right under our noses.
But I was not able to discover the situation earlier, nor was I able to stop the operation of the blood sacrifice formation earlier.
This is all my responsibility.
Chenhi covered his face and spoke in a muffled voice with a hint of tears.
Master Chenhi, please stop talking. I know you must be in more pain than I am right now. Please stop trying to comfort me. I'm fine, really. At least we saved so many children. At least, we have left a last spark of fire for Nankai City.
The two of them were comforting each other, but the self-blame and pain in their hearts could not be relieved at all. They felt that they were suffering from unprecedented inner condemnation, torment and torture.
Can't stop.
Just when Chenhi and the other two were immersed in self-blame and infinite pain. Swish, swish, swish. Several extremely powerful auras and figures came from the sky far away, appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye, and landed gracefully on the ground. It turned out that someone was coming from the imperial capital. It was Luan Hongsheng, the head of the national capital's law enforcement department headquarters. The 96th level Karma Fire True Lord was leading the team personally. There are 7 people in the group, all of them are above level 8. At this moment, without exception, everyone was shocked by the situation in Nankai City. I was so stunned that I couldn't speak.
Luan Hongsheng appeared in front of Chenhi in a flash. Chenhi, why are you here? What on earth is going on? Chapter 105 Zheng Xiaoxiao transferred to another school?
As the Minister of the National Imperial Capital Law Enforcement Department, he is one of the strongest 9th-level masters in the country. Luan Hongsheng has always been stationed in the imperial capital.
Almost never goes out.
But this time, what happened in Hongdu was really too big. The entire Hanxia kingdom had not experienced such a thing for hundreds of years, nor had it experienced the arrival of a secret realm.
Not to mention,
looking at the global situation this time, the situation may be much more complicated than everyone initially imagined, and it is likely to become very serious, very crazy and complicated. No one knows what the final outcome will be.
So,
when the imperial capital received the news from Chu Tian, they heard that Nankai City had collectively rebelled, and even the 4 ministers of Nankai's 4 departments had betrayed Hanxia country and all of humanity. The top leaders in the imperial capital made this judgment.
This time, the matter will not be small. Nankai is not far from Hongdu.
Such a crazy thing just happened in Hongdu, and the whole city fell. In the blink of an eye, it was revealed that the 4 departments of Nankai City had also rebelled.
There must be some connection between the two. Anyone who is not a fool can think of it.
The demons are good at doing this kind of thing behind the scenes.
So,
Luan Hongsheng led the team here in person.
And,
judging from the information Luan Hongsheng already knew, he might not be the only one who came to Nankai in person this time.
There might be other top-level experts as well. But Everyone has their own arrangements and plans.
The arrangements for other 9th level experts were top secret, and Luan Hongsheng was not aware of them.
He saw Situ Chenhi, the Minister of Education of the Magic City, at a glance. He witnessed with his own eyes the horrific scene that happened in Nankai City in the distance, the blood sacrifice formation, and the hell on earth where countless innocent people in Nankai City were buried. This made Luan Hongsheng feel particularly heavy. Chenhi. What the hell is going on?
Chenhi and Situ Chenhi looked at each other, and Situ Chenhi sighed and briefly recounted the situation in Nankai City this time. The cause of the incident was that Chenhi's father-in-law, Zhu Tian, who was in Nankai City, suddenly disappeared. Chenhi was worried about his father-in-law's condition, so he proposed to come to Nankai City to learn more about the situation. But when we arrived in Nankai City, we discovered that something was very wrong, and the city had actually been sealed off. I'm not sure if this is a city lockdown order from above, but I have a feeling there's a lot of water here, so Chenhi and I. He was previously stationed outside Nankai City, and then discovered that a team of human awakeners ran out into the wilderness late at night to trade with demons, and then took the opportunity to sneak into Nankai City to investigate the details.
All the dirty things done by the Lin family and all their discoveries in Nankai City were exposed by Situ Chenhi.
Finally, they went to the Lin family for a confrontation, and then a blood sacrifice formation broke out, and the whole city was massacred.
Everything is clearly stated. Situ Chenhi's eyes were red as he spoke thoughtfully.
This matter, in the final analysis, is due to my negligence. I really underestimated the strength of the Lin family. I really didn't expect that there would be 2 8th level demons in the Lin family. At the time, I was determined to stop the Lin family's evil crimes, bring these traitors to justice, and bring the situation under control in a timely manner. However, I never imagined that the situation would collapse to the extent it has now.
Luan Hongsheng did not respond and remained silent at first.
Then, he was shocked and filled with intense anger from the bottom of his heart. His hair stood on end, his whole body turned red and warm, and he was gasping for breath violently. The 8th level strong man behind him and the members of Team 1 also looked at each other in confusion.
How so? The Lin family. How dare the Lin family do this?
Before we came here, we had already guessed that Nankai City might have some connection in dealings with the demons, but no matter what, we never expected that the Lin family would cause such a big fuss.
What on earth are the demons trying to do? They're using so many innocent humans as blood sacrifices. This blood feud, if I can't avenge it, I swear I won't be a human being. If I were given the chance, I would definitely slaughter more demons.
Damn it! Damn it!
Boom!
A surge of energy suddenly emerged into the sky, as if tearing the entire sky apart, causing a terrifying change in which the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Luan Hongsheng was so furious that he almost exploded on the spot.
Demon Clan, how dare you? How dare you? And that damn Lin family, and Kong Yen, the head of the coordination department? I didn't expect that even he was involved. The lives of hundreds of thousands of Nankai City residents, so many innocent lives, have been lost right before our eyes. How despicable. This is truly despicable. An 8th level team member took 2 steps forward and spoke seriously. Minister Luan, now is not the time to be sad or angry. We should report the situation at Nankai to headquarters and the imperial capital as soon as possible and launch an investigation into Kongyan. Also, didn't those 2 8th-ranked demons say that the blood sacrifice formation isn't limited to Nankai City? There may be other cities around here that are also experiencing the same thing. Luan Hongsheng immediately gave the order. Report this immediately and request that headquarters investigate Kongyan. In addition, you are to immediately investigate the situation in the major cities surrounding Hongdu and compile a summary of the losses and casualties. This time, the demons are planning something big. I'm afraid the situation in the south is going to be dangerous. Arrange all the orders that can be arranged. Luan Hongsheng raised his head again and looked at the blood sacrifice formation that was still running wildly and stirring constantly. He knew very well that there was nothing left that he could do. At the moment, Nankai City, which has become the nourishment of the blood sacrifice formation, is no longer savable. No matter how strong he was, even if he was one of the top 5 strongest people in the country, he was powerless to turn the tide. Everyone fell into a dead silence. After a long time. The children, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly burst into violent crying again. Situ Chenhi looked around and asked in a hoarse voice. Minister Luan, what should we do with these children? The wilderness is full of dangers, after all. They can't stay here forever. These children are the last spark of Nankai City, the last hope. They carry the earnest expectations of hundreds of thousands of Nankai City residents. They absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. Luan Hongxing's emotions gradually calmed down.
He had calmed down and had the dignity and sharpness of a minister.
He immediately said,
"Don't worry, I will arrange to send these children to the 4 main cities." Having said that, Luan Hongxing suddenly looked at Situ Chenhi again meaningfully.
Chenhi, I have another piece of news to tell you.
Right now, the situation in Hanxia country is about to change drastically.
Well, to be more precise, the situation all over the world is changing madly.
From now on, the 4 main cities may no longer exist.
Perhaps we should change the terminology.
You, the demonic department, will also receive specific documents and information soon. The situation in Hanxia has become extremely dangerous. Chenhi and Situ Chenhi were both shocked, their faces filled with confusion, and they were deeply puzzled by this.
Minister Luan, what does this mean? Luan Hongxing explained calmly.
At this point, the higher-ups have decided to quickly consolidate information and prepare to integrate as much power as possible from each city. We must coordinate and rebuild a new line of human defense. Besides this, the recent changes in the situation between humans and demons will also bring about great changes, which will evolve and divide the battlefield. So, the entire Hanxia nation will be in a state of turmoil from now on. The emergence of the secret realm is also a wake-up call for our people.
Chenhi, you guys in the demon city should also be prepared this morning.
Luan Hongxing, the head of the law enforcement department, actually didn't know the specific situation very well. This was something that was discussed at a high-level meeting, and he couldn't see how the situation would develop in the future.
We will not know until documents and orders are issued.
Yes.
Situ Chenhi responded, feeling mixed emotions.
The matter in Nankai City has come to an end.
Chenhi and Situ Chenhi helped with some finishing work.
Originally, Chenhi wanted to follow the information and clues given by the 4 ministers of Nankai City and try to find out about the situation of his father-in-law Chu Tian. However, through the news from the Magic City, Chenhi learned that Chu Tian was safe. The heart that had been hanging in my heart was finally comforted.
Then, the 2 of them didn't stay any longer and quickly returned to the Magic City.
All those children were handed over to the law enforcement department for arrangement and care, and Situ Chenhi was very relieved.
The next day, the gloomy sky cleared up. Magic City.
As soon as Chenhi returned to the Magic City Academy, he heard the news that Chu Tian and Guan Ting from the Guan family had already arrived in the Magic City and were now reuniting with Chu Shi in the dormitory. Chenhi immediately felt in a good mood and returned to the dormitory first.
This time,
although it seemed that he had not been away for long, only 2 days and 1 night, the experience Chenhi had gone through was unprecedented in his life. He had never been so eager to see Chu Shi and his relatives as he was now.
Bang! He entered the password and pushed open the door of the dormitory. Chu Shi, who was chatting in the room, stood up immediately.
After recognizing that it was Chenhi, Chu Tian and Guan Ting, who were wrapped in bandages, also stood up.
Xiao He. You're finally back. Hubby. Are you okay?
I heard something big happened in Nankai City, and I'm worried about you. Chu Shi, wrapped in the fragrance, flew towards Chenhi like a butterfly and immediately dived into Chenhi's arms. Chenhi whispered something soothing in Chu Shi's ear, then looked at Chu Tian and the others.
Dad, Uncle Guan, I'm so glad you're all right. Xiao He, what's the situation at Nankai? Chu Tian also came forward to greet him.
Originally, when Hinata heard that Chu Shi was pregnant and saw with her own eyes that Chu Shi was taking good care of the baby at home, she was extremely happy.
She was happy that the family finally had an heir.
But then I thought of the complicated situation in Nankai City and I couldn't be happy anymore. He was the richest man in Nankai, but he was forced into the previous situation.
It is easy to imagine what the situation of Nankai City is like. Chenhi's expression was somewhat solemn.
Knowing that these things could not be concealed, he simply recounted his experiences of the trip. After learning about the tragedy that Nankai City had experienced, the 4 people in the room fell silent at the same time.
We are all native Nankai people. That's my hometown.
One can imagine how heavy their mood was when they learned that the entire city had fallen and hundreds of thousands of innocent people had become food for the blood sacrifice formation. Chu Tian slumped in the chair, unable to utter a word. I feel sad but also scared.
It took a long time.
Seeing that the atmosphere was really awkward, Shushi couldn't help but force a smile and took the initiative to change the subject. Holding Chenhi's hand, he livened up the atmosphere. "Oh, husband, you don't know yet, do you? There's a new and exceptionally talented transfer student at the Magic City Academy, Zhang Xiaoxiao. I heard she transferred from Rongqing Academy and is also an SSS-level gifted Holy Spirit mage. I heard that she seemed to be coming for you, my husband." Chapter 106. Only 1 year is given to humans. Right here at the Magic City Academy, they were enjoying the moment of warmth after surviving the disaster and the brief joy of meeting their loved ones. Now, the situation outside is changing rapidly. The location of the Hongdu Abyss. The strongest person in Hanxia Kingdom. The head of the garrison, Yu Tianfang, has a public rank of 99. It is the extremely rare SSS-level talent profession star prophet. The Minister of Education, Xiang Shifei, also publicly disclosed his level as 99, which is the highest level of humanity's 9th order extreme person. It is also the extremely rare SSS-level talent profession 9 Sky Thunder Lord. He is in charge of the Tianshao Thunder Department and is the thunder god in the north of Hanxia Kingdom. Now, a starry sky prophet and a 9 heavens thunder lord, 2 true level 99 limit masters, appeared together outside the abyss at this moment, staring with cold and sinister eyes at a crack in the abyss in front of them that looked like a huge vortex. As the two of them stood proudly here, blocking the cracks in the abyss seemed to also block the escape of all demons in the abyss. The aura emanating from the two of them was terrifying and ferocious, as if they had long since surpassed the human limit of level 99 and entered level 100. And at this moment, in that abyss and rift, there was also absolute silence. It was like a dead place with no living creatures. Yu Tianfang and Xiang Shifei, the two strongest men of Hanxia Kingdom, the real stabilizing force and pillars of the country, both stood in the air, with their hands clasped in front of their chests, looking at the abyss with a fierce majesty that looked down on the world. The two sides seemed to be immersed in a strange and terrifying high-level game and confrontation. Finally, after a long, long time, in this absolute silence that was almost suffocating, a sound came from far away. "Okay, I promise. I will not expand further and I will not continue to slaughter you humans. My demon race and humans have entered a temporary truce. However, I will only give you humans 1 year, just 1 year. After 1 year, all the abysses will be fully opened. No one can stop the war that breaks out between humans and demons." Hearing this, Minister of Education Xiang Shifei and Minister of Garrison Yu Tianfang looked at each other from a distance, a faint sneer appearing on the corners of their mouths. "Very well, when the time comes, I will certainly settle the score with you demons for the destruction of Hongdu, and the blood feud of several surrounding cities that were destroyed in the blood sacrifice. 1 year from now, the demon race will be completely destroyed." Swish! Swish! 2 extremely terrifying auras rose into the sky, tearing apart all distance and space in an instant, disappearing and leaving the abyss of Poyang Lake. Not long after the 2 top powerhouses of Hanxia Kingdom left. In the abyss, 2 extremely tall and terrifying huge bodies were looming in it, and their entire bodies were emitting extremely powerful and monstrous demonic flames, which were extremely majestic. They are no less capable than Yu Tianfang and Xiang Shifei just now. Obviously, these are 2 demons of level 100. After the humans left, they simultaneously emerged from the deepest part of the abyss, whispering to each other. One of the 100-level demons seemed unwilling to accept it and said in a very unconvinced manner, "Why should we agree to their demands? A truce? There's no need for a truce. Now is the perfect time for us to invade the human world. Why should we miss it? We've already achieved such great success and completely captured the city of Hongdu. I already knew that Hongdu is a top city second only to the 4 main cities of Hanxia Kingdom. Didn't we take it down easily? A 1-year truce at this time is a complete waste of time and a sign of weakness to humanity. I don't think it's necessary at all. It would be better to just start expanding the abyss and declare war on all of humanity. If we give humans a year to recuperate, what if we can't defeat them later? Are you sure this is a good idea? Are you afraid of those 2 powerful humans? At best, they are only rank 100 experts. I feel that although their aura and strength are terrifying, they are not true rank 100 experts. There is a huge difference. After all, humans cannot truly ascend to rank 100 or above. As long as you and I take action, we can definitely suppress it. Why bother standing here and being timid?" Another level 100 demon responded coldly. "What do you know?
Do you think that the war between humans and demons can be won just by your single-minded recklessness?
Humanity is able to remain at the top of the food chain in this era of spiritual resurgence, standing tall against the demons and the abyss.
It's definitely not something that will be easily destroyed. You don't understand anything at all. What's more, do you think this is my decision alone?
This decision was actually made at the request of the ancestor.
How dare you disobey the ancestor's order?
Right now, all the 100-level strongmen in the demon clan, except you and me, are in a deep sleep. If the abyss expands at this time and a full-scale war breaks out with humans, whether we can defeat humans or not is secondary. What I'm most worried about is that if a full-scale war really breaks out, those greedy demons might take advantage of it.
Isn't there a fable that goes something like this: when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits?
Or, there's another saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
In short, we must be on guard.
The 100-level demon who had spoken before sneered with a look of disdain on his face.
Said in a cold voice, "The demon race?
The demon race is nothing in front of my demon race. The only possibility is to bow your head and become our vassal.
What's more, haven't they always been a bunch of filthy creatures who sell themselves out?
They always try to merge with our demon clan, trying to merge our demon clan's power and become demons.
They are the lowest race in the world. I have never taken them seriously. They are not even qualified to be opponents of us demons."
Another level 100 demon also agreed with these words after hearing them.
Actually, what you said makes some sense.
When I think of the powerful monsters of the demon clan, they all acted like turtles when facing the powerful monsters of my demon clan, and they didn't dare to fight against us at all. They chose to hide away, leaving their demon race to fend for themselves, and allowing those humans to wantonly hunt their demon race and collect all kinds of cultivation materials.
Every time I think about it, I feel contempt. Those powerful demons are not even worthy of being called powerful.
They completely ignore the demonization of other demons and seem to really want to merge with my demon clan. The level 100 demon who spoke earlier added,
"So, since you also think the demon race is not a concern, then what's the problem?
Although the human warriors are very powerful, there are all sorts of weird awakened ones in different professional characteristics, which have caused us a lot of trouble.
High-level humans are indeed stronger than us high-level demons.
But you also know how powerful the professions above level 100 are.
That's the ultimate limit that even the most powerful humans can't surpass.
Even those two peak human masters just now are as powerful as they are, but they still cannot cross the threshold of level 100. They can only maintain a relatively false level 100 state in the state of breaking the limit, which cannot be sustained for a long time. This means that although humans are powerful, they also have their limits.
But my demon race is different.
My demon race is born with extremely powerful advantages in physical quality and mental strength, far beyond the reach of humans. Therefore, level 100 is not even our limit. In other words, we have an upper limit for improvement, but humans have reached their limit.
What can they use to fight us?" The other level 100 demon still shook his head.
No, there's still no rush.
Just follow the ancestors' orders.
The human race is declining, and the powerful demons are hiding.
When all of our powerful demons awaken, then both humans and demons will be vulnerable.
When all of my demons emerge and the abyss expands, that will be the day of destruction for both the demon race and humanity.
I firmly believe this. The other side.
After Xiang Shifei, Minister of National Education, and Yu Tianfan, Minister of Garrison, returned to the imperial capital. The top leaders were immediately gathered together and a meeting of 4 departments was held.
After the meeting, a highly authorized document and order was immediately issued throughout the country.
The contents of the document shocked the whole country. It turned out that they wanted to integrate resources and rebuild cities across the country, re-establish the human defense line, and require many cities across the country to merge, leaving only 10 large cities in the end. All citizens must complete the migration as soon as possible under the above arrangements and move to these 10 new cities as soon as possible. The owners of the 10 cities have resources and defense systems far beyond what they had before. It can resist the invasion of more powerful enemies and has a defensive formation that can defend against damage from level 100 strong men.
These 10 cities are
Xinjiang, the imperial capital; Jiqing, the magic capital; Yuecheng, Fucheng, Sichuan capital; Shaanxi capital; Wuqing, and Zhengcheng.
Just after the document was issued. In the Demon City. In the Magic City Academy. In the dormitory.
Chenhi was just enjoying a brief moment of tenderness with Chushi when he suddenly heard such important news through the campus network. He was greatly surprised and they looked at each other. Both of them could see the disbelief in each other's eyes.
Chenhi couldn't help but sigh. I've heard before that the Minister of Law Enforcement said the situation would deteriorate rapidly, but I never imagined it would deteriorate to this extent and that such an urgent order would be issued. Chushi also nodded in disbelief. How big do these 10 cities have to be to accommodate so many people from across the country? I'm afraid they'll have to be dozens of times larger than before. This is a big project. But the two of them just sighed for a while, and although they were shocked, they didn't say much. Chenhi now accompanies Chushi all day long, stays by her side, comforts her emotions, and takes good care of the pregnancy. Chushi's belly was getting bigger and bigger day by day, and she was becoming more and more pregnant. This made Chenhi, as a father, very excited. But then there was another thing that gave Chenhi a headache. That is, the genius from Rongqing who had recently transferred to the Magic City Academy was obviously grateful to him for saving his life last time. Well, it should be said that he had bad intentions. She actually pursued him openly. Even though she knew that he was already a married man and his wife was pregnant, Zhang Xiaoxiao always revolved around him. This gave Chenhi a headache. No matter how she refused, it was useless. Zhang Xiaoxiao said that after he saved her life last time, her body and heart belonged to Chenhi, and she would stay with Chenhi no matter what. Chenhi, why did you reject me? The country doesn't oppose polygamy, nor does it oppose polyandry. There are many top-tier warriors who don't have many wives. Zhang Xiaoxiao had said this before, and then she began to pursue Chenhi more fiercely. This made Chenhi feel even more troubled. What is this? Chapter 107 Husband, please accept Zhang Xiaoxiao. Hey, look, that's Zhang Xiaoxiao, right? You don't even know her? She's the new goddess of our Magic City Academy. She's got a baby face and a great figure. She speaks in a sweet, baby voice. I love her so much. On the campus forum, Goddess Zhang Xiaoxiao has already taken the top spot on the Moda University campus goddess rankings. She's even surpassed Goddess Chushi. If it weren't for the recent rumors that Goddess Chushi was pregnant and hadn't appeared at the Magic City Academy, we wouldn't have seen her for a long time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been overshadowed by a sudden transfer student. In terms of talent, Goddess Chushi is an SSS-level Holy Angel, and Goddess Zhang Xiaoxiao is an SSS-level Holy Spirit Mage. Both are pretty awesome professions. You've all heard, right? Goddess Zhang Xiaoxiao has been madly pursuing our great god Chenhi recently. It must be God Chenhi's charisma that two goddesses are attracted to him at the same time. Yes. I saw a lot of analysis posts on the campus forum, saying that the reason why Goddess Zhang Xiaoxiao came to our Magic City University and transferred schools midway was actually because of Chenhi. In the Magic City Academy. Walking on campus, Zhang Xiaoxiao has become the center of discussion on campus. But she looked calm. Speaking of which, the reason why she chose to pursue Chenhi was not because of her deep feelings for him. Actually, she did have feelings for Chenhi, but she wasn't so obsessed with pursuing him that she kept rushing to him even though she knew that Chenhi already had a pregnant wife. The main reason, or it was because, after the last Hongdu incident broke out and she experienced the defensive battle in Hangzhou, she recovered from her injuries and returned to Rongqing Academy. He told the principal of Rongqing Academy all about the sneak attack and how he was lucky to be rescued. The principal of Rongqing Academy was surprised to hear that Chenhi was already a 4th level expert. He had reached the 4th level in such a short time, and his physical and mental strength were not superficial at all. He was a genuine top-notch 4th level expert. So, I was quite shocked by Chenhi's talent. For the sake of Zhang Xiaoxiao's personal future, it was a good thing that she was asked to transfer to the Magic City Academy as soon as possible to get closer to Chenhi. It was even hoped that Zhang Xiaoxiao could pursue Chenhi and form a husband and wife relationship with him. Anyway, this is a great era of spiritual revival. For a capable person, even if he has 3 wives and 4 concubines and is surrounded by countless beauties, there will be no negative impact. Instead, it will become a popular story in the world. So having such an idea is not that bad. Although Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't quite understand why the principal of Rongqing Academy said that, she had always believed in the principal's character. She knew that the principal must have a reason for asking her to do this and would not harm her. Plus, we met once before. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought of the critical moment when Chenhi rushed over to hug her,
flew away with her, and saved her from the coma that was almost certain to die. She also had a lot of good feelings towards Chenhi in her heart.
Anyway, sooner or later you will get married and have children.
Then, it would be better to find someone who is talented, powerful, and whom you have some affection for, and spend the rest of your life with him. In fact, women all have some tendency to admire strong men.
There is no resistance to strong men. Actually,
with Zhang Xiaoxiao's conditions, she has experienced countless pursuits over the years, but she has never been attracted to any man.
Chenhi is her first. And the only one.
There may not be someone like Chenhi in the future who can make her feel moved. So, Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly transferred to another school and came to the Magic City Academy. She pursued Chenhi, known as the Magic City God, in a grand and ostentatious manner.
Pursue fiercely.
Almost every day for 3 meals a day, he would come over to eat with Chenhi, and he would always ask Chenhi to be alone with him. Every day in the dormitory area, people can see Zhang Xiaoxiao waiting for Chenhi. Every day someone delivered a bouquet of flowers to the mailbox outside Chenhi's dormitory, with Zhang Xiaoxiao's confession written on it.
Actually,
Zhang Xiaoxiao had never pursued anyone before, and she didn't know how to pursue someone.
So I just pursued it in a more clumsy and simple way. It's just one word anyway. Sticky.
Just come over and stick to Chenhi all day long and that's it. Sometimes she would even attack Chenhi's weaknesses, such as giving Chenhi some baby supplies and buying many small gifts for the baby in Xushi's belly. Chenhi even wanted to refuse but didn't know how to refuse.
For a moment, I felt a bit overwhelmed. This day, late at night, inside the dormitory villa,
Chenhi and Xushi were lying together, hugging each other. Xushi lay on her side in Chenhi's arms, letting Chenhi's hand gently caress her increasingly round belly, carefully feeling the blood connection with the child inside.
I feel a little peaceful.
Because she couldn't have sex and Xushi was pregnant, she definitely couldn't withstand too intense stimulation.
So,
recently, Chenhi has been sleeping in Xushi's arms, and they have been sleeping soundly.
This is really different from the crazy situation when Chenhi just got married.
As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality.
This also made Chenhi feel very suffocated.
Even through her clothes, Xushi could vaguely feel the strange hot sensation coming from behind, as if it could swallow her alive. Xushi couldn't help but chuckle, and gently stroked Chenhi's face while tilting her head.
Hubby, you've been really hard working during this period.
You used to love doing that kind of thing so much, and now you suddenly can't do it for 10 months.
You must be feeling very suffocated, right?
Chenhi smiled, rubbed the girl's soft cheek, smoothed the messy hair hanging on her forehead, and said in a doting tone,
"How could that be? Even if I can just hold my dear Cece and sleep like this every day, I feel very happy. How can I feel suffocated? I'm not someone who thinks about that kind of thing. Can you please stop thinking of me as such a pervert?" Xushi's smile became softer.
Ever since she became pregnant with her husband's baby, she could feel her husband's love and indulgence for her. She felt much more at ease and deeply understood her husband's feelings for her.
I have absolute trust in my husband 100%.
Now, she trusts her husband more and more, and even the feeling of happiness is about to overflow, so she spoke in a very gentle voice.
"Hubby, I know you want it badly, but I can't help it now.
I heard that everyone in school is talking about you and Zhang Xiaoxiao. That classmate Zhang Xiaoxiao has been pursuing you.
Why don't you agree to her pursuit? This way, I can have another sister. Haven't you always wanted to expand your family? Marrying more wives is also a way to make your family prosperous.
And with this new sister, during the long period of my pregnancy and childbirth, Zhang Xiaoxiao will be able to satisfy your, thoughts."
Are you right, husband?
These words completely confused Chenhi. This directly touched upon Chenhi's blind spot in knowledge.
He admitted it.
Xushi's words were so tempting that they even made Chenhi's heart beat faster and he was eager to try it.
But
he knew that girls have many wild ideas during pregnancy, and their mood swings can be very dramatic. The reason I said this is probably because I saw those discussion posts online and felt jealous. So I came here deliberately to test his intentions.
Chenhi wouldn't be fooled so easily.
Zhang Xiaoxiao was indeed a good match. She would be of great help to the development of the family, the subsequent improvement of the family's panel, and the determination to pursue a second career.
But
his wife Cece is the most important. At this critical moment of pregnancy, he didn't want to take any risks at all, and everything had to be based on Cece's good mood. So, he immediately frowned, touched Chushi's smooth forehead, and said unhappily,
"Wife, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm telling you, this is impossible.
You're pregnant with our baby now, so don't let your imagination run wild. I will absolutely not go out and mess around just because you're pregnant. Don't worry, even if Zhang Xiaoxiao is so outstanding and pursues me so passionately, I will never agree."
However,
Chushi turned around slightly and blinked her big watery eyes very seriously.
"Honey, I'm serious.
I also hope that our Chen family can flourish.
And I've thought about it before. Even if I'm not pregnant, I probably can't satisfy you, my husband, by myself. Having a good sister to help me can make me feel more relaxed.
Hubby, why don't you just try to agree to Zhang Xiaoxiao?" But Chenhi shook his head and said firmly,
"Impossible."
He had already determined that this was definitely a test for him. Although my wife is very virtuous, she can never be this virtuous.
So,
in the end, the topic of taking Zhang Xiaoxiao was left unresolved.
That's all.
Chenhi practiced every day and also stayed with Chushi in the academy. Zhang Xiaoxiao was also constantly trying to find opportunities to pursue Chenhi.
Almost wherever Chenhi appears, Zhang Xiaoxiao can always be seen. Endless entanglement. Never get tired of it.
Moreover, Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to have awakened some new attributes recently. She knew that if she just ran up to Chenhi and pursued him, Chenhi would not take any action at all. So he took a roundabout way to save the country and first tried to get closer to Chushi. The relationship between the two of them improved at a visible speed. Even every day when Chenhi returned to the dormitory, he could see the two girls gathered together and whispering to each other.
They seemed to get along very well and were very happy. We are almost becoming best friends. What is going on?
Slowly, as time went on, Chenhi began to suspect that Chushi was serious. Chenhi also understood that it had been so long since the family panel was upgraded to level 2, and it was indeed time for new family members to join.
Zhang Xiaoxiao is indeed a very good choice. But,
even if he wanted to accept Zhang Xiaoxiao, he had to wait until Chushi gave birth to the child.
Not now. Then.
Chenhi's attitude towards Zhang Xiaoxiao also gradually changed from being calm at the beginning to becoming somewhat ambiguous, and their relationship gradually heated up.
Soon.
In everyone's eyes, the relationship between Chenhi and Zhang Xiaoxiao in school was clearly that of boyfriend and girlfriend. Many people were discussing privately that Zhang Xiaoxiao was Chenhi's second wife, and it was almost a foregone conclusion. And Chushi and Zhang Xiaoxiao really became good friends.
That's all.
Time is fleeting, time passes like running water. More than half a year has passed in a flash. Soon came the day when Chushi was about to give birth.
Chapter 108. The little princess of the Chen family was born.
It was the day Chushi was about to give birth.
In the first hospital of Magic City. Many people gathered outside the delivery room of the hospital.
Chenhi walked back and forth among the crowd, looking somewhat restless.
He's going to be a dad.
This is the first child. He should treat her like the apple of his eye and train her well. Chu Tian and Guan Ting were also a little restless. But he was worried that if he kept wandering around with Chenhi, it would affect everyone's mood, so he just stood silently by the window, watching the raindrops hitting the window outside. It seems that he wants to use this to temporarily relieve the tension in his heart. Chu Tian clasped his hands together, rubbing and kneading them repeatedly, feeling very confused. He tremblingly took out a cigarette from his pocket, but he couldn't light it after trying with his lighter several times. Finally, the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground with a plop.
Guan Ting looked at this scene with a complicated expression.
He squatted down to help Chu Tian pick up the cigarette on the ground and put it in his pocket. "Master, this is a no-smoking area, so please don't smoke. Besides, we'll be seeing the kids soon, and it won't be good for them if they smell like cigarettes."
Chu Tian also spoke with a trembling voice. I know, but I'm really nervous.
I don't know whether to sit or stand.
I don't know how to calm down except smoking. You're right. Children must not smell cigarettes. From today on, I'm on martial law. Lao Guan, you must keep a close eye on me from the side.
From now on, confiscate all my cigarettes and lighters.
Guan Ting smiled and said comfortingly.
Master, don't worry, my uncle is definitely a good father. Before, that new school beauty genius from their Magic City Academy was so passionate about pursuing my uncle, but he remained unmoved. Later, it was our young lady who took the initiative to help, and finally he reluctantly agreed to Zhang Xiaoxiao's pursuit. But until now, when the child is about to be born, my uncle still hasn't touched that Zhang Xiaoxiao. Obviously, in the son-in-law's heart, the young lady is the most important. He will never let the young lady down or hurt her. He will definitely cherish this child in his heart and pamper her in the future. Xu Tian was also quite satisfied with this. He still saw Chenhi's character and moral integrity. I never doubted Xiaohe. I was just worried that I wouldn't be a good grandfather. The other side. Principal Wu Xingwen, Vice Principal Yuan Shuxiang, Zhang Xiaoxiao and others also looked quite nervous and were looking forward to seeing the birth of Chenhi and Xushi's future child. At this time, Chenhi suddenly paused. He thought that the family was now at level 2 and could directly bind a new family member. Originally, he wanted to wait until Xushi gave birth to the child before using this quota on Zhang Xiaoxiao. But after giving birth to a child, will the child of himself and Xushi occupy the quota of the bound family member? Uncertain. Then, Chenhi glanced at Zhang Xiaoxiao. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Xiaoxiao had been following him without asking for any official status, working tirelessly and taking exceptional care of Xushi. Many times, when Chenhi, a grown man, couldn't take care of things, Zhang Xiaoxiao would take care of him. So, in Chenhi's heart, he already regarded Zhang Xiaoxiao as a part of their Chen family, but the formalities were still missing. This spot should still be given to Zhang Xiaoxiao. Ding! You have successfully bound a new family member, Zhang Xiaoxiao. Congratulations on obtaining a shared talent class for your spouse. You successfully unlocked your second talent class, SSS-level Holy Spirit Mage. Swish! At this moment, close family ties are bound together. Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly looked at Chenhi. Faintly, she felt that she and Chenhi seemed to have established some kind of inseparable closeness, a blood-related closeness, as if their hearts were connected. Before that, after more than half a year of training, she had come to regard Chenhi as an inseparable part of her life, as the man chosen by her, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and was ready to be with him forever. And at this moment, the relationship between her and Chenhi seemed to have undergone another drastic change. There is a bit more dependence, even attachment. In the depths of my heart, the outline of Chenhi was deeply imprinted. Whenever I looked at Chenhi again, I felt that the satisfaction and happiness in my heart were about to overflow. To be honest, as an SSS-level talented professional, Zhang Xiaoxiao also has her own pride in her heart. What's more, she is so beautiful that she has no shortage of suitors everywhere. What kind of husband can you find? Even if it's an awakened person with an SSS-level talent profession, it's not impossible to find one. So, if it weren't for the strong recommendation and request of the principal of Ronqing Academy, she would not have put aside her pride as a top genius so directly to pursue a married man. And it was such a big deal. Although later, in the process of pursuing and getting along with each other, she did fall deeply in love with Chenhi and accepted the idea of Chenhi as her man from the bottom of her heart. But Chenhi already had a wife, and the idea that she was a latecomer had always been a knot in her heart. Although she didn't care. Chenhi didn't seem to care too much. But Zhang Xiaoxiao always felt something was strange in her heart. She always felt that she was a little sorry for Chenhi, sorry for Xushi, and even a little sorry for her own heart. Available in this one. All the barriers and other thoughts in her heart disappeared in an instant. She fully accepted Chenhi and also fully accepted herself as a member of the Chen family. She has completely integrated into this family. In this life, I will not marry anyone other than Chenhi. The emotions are so full that they seem to be overflowing. After binding with Zhang Xiaoxiao, the new family member, Chenhi also obtained Zhang Xiaoxiao's innate profession, the second profession, the SSS-level Holy Spirit Mage. Swish! His mind moved, and he immediately opened the career panel. The panel suddenly changed dramatically. Name, Chenhi. Age, 18. Occupation, Holy Angel. Level, LV 52. Weapons, Angel's Holy Sword, Angel's Silver Wings. Passive skill, Angel's Growth Cycle. 12-winged Holy Angel, 12-winged Fallen Angel. Innate skill 1, Angel's Holy Sword. Holy Sword skill, Judgment. Innate skill 2, Angel's Silver Wings. Silver Wing skill, Myriad Transformations. Talent skill 3, Angel's Eyes. Primary effect, Insight, can see the target's weaknesses. Intermediate effect, Analysis, analyze the target's attack moves. Advanced effect, Restriction, greatly restricts the target's movement speed.
Innate skill 4, Angel's Judgment. Primary effect, kills at the same level. Intermediate effect, kills at the next level. Innate skill 5, Holy Domain.
Primary effect, releases a domain that suppresses enemies within 10 meters by one level.
Talent skill 6, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. Occupation, Holy Spirit Mage. Weapons, Holy Spirit Staff, Holy Spirit Heart. Passive skill, Holy Spirit Scourge's Growth Cycle. Talent skill 1, Holy Spirit Scepter.
Scepter skill, Eternal Radiance. Unleashes a surge of Holy Spirit elements over a large area, adding 50% true damage.
Innate skill 2, Heart of the Holy Spirit. Support skill, Skylight. This skill significantly improves all attributes of allied teammates. It works best on teammates of the same or lower levels. If used on higher level teammates, the effect will be weakened. Talent skill 3, Breath of the Holy Spirit. Primary effect, your spell damage will be stacked with 10% of your true damage. Talent skill 4, Saint's Will. Primary effect, increases your own and your teammates' physical and magical resistance by 150%, granting you an extremely strong fighting spirit, making you indomitable and unyielding. Talent skill 5, Holy Spirit Domain. Primary effect, all teammates within a 10-meter radius of the domain will receive a bonus to true damage. Enemies within the domain will have their physical and magical resistances significantly weakened, and any damage they receive will have a 50% chance of triggering true damage. Talent skill 6, Insufficient level, waiting to be unlocked. What the hell? Chenhi's pupils shrank instantly, his eyes widened, and he took a deep breath in disbelief. This skill, this profession, is as strong as the Holy Angel profession. And it's also a top dual system profession in both support and spell systems. It's simply invincible. Chenhi was so excited that his excitement almost overwhelmed his excitement about becoming a father. He was just about to rush over and hug Zhang Xiaoxiao and give her a big kiss. Before he could calm down his excitement. Bang! The door of the delivery room was suddenly pushed open and a nurse came out. It's born. It's a girl, 7.2 gene. A moment. Everyone became excited, and the entire corridor was filled with excited voices, overflowing with intense excitement and enthusiasm. Congratulations! Xiaohe, you're a father now. Ah, it's finally born. A moment later. Chenhi finally saw his first child, who was also the little princess of their Chen family. Well, it should be said that she was the eldest princess of their Chen family. Who knows, there might be more in the future. The whole family gathered in front of the baby's rocking cradle and stared at the child. Chenhi raised his eyebrows. It is said that newborn babies are wrinkled, have some blood on their bodies, can't even open their eyes, and just know how to sleep, so they look a little ugly. But Chenhi just felt that his little princess was so beautiful. As beautiful as her mother Chushi. Good Cece, you've worked hard. Chenhi bent down and kissed his daughter's face as she slept peacefully. Then he sat down in front of Chushi's bed, hugged his wife, and spoke gently. Hubby, you haven't named our daughter yet. You always said you'd wait until the baby is born before deciding. Have you made up your mind now? Chenhi looked out the window, the rain was falling heavily. He was so excited that his voice couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Xiao, just call him Xiao Xiao, Chen Xiao. Chushi's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Chen Xiao, it sounds very nice. She moved closer to her daughter's crib, and the girl's innocence had largely vanished, replaced by a maternal glow that made Chenhi feel pity from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Xiao, from now on you will be called Xiao Xiao. Just as Chenhi had chosen the name, he suddenly heard the reminder from the family system again. Ding! Congratulations on the new family member, Chen Xiao, the eldest daughter of the head of the family. Your family is thriving and its reputation is greatly enhanced. It is growing stronger and stronger. Fame value plus 100,000. Reward, level up 3 levels. Chenhi's eyes lit up and he couldn't help cheering in his heart. Almost at the same time, the family panel and career panel flashed violently again. Ding! You have successfully bound a new family member, Chen Xiao. Congratulations on obtaining the father-daughter talent class sharing. You have successfully unlocked the 3 scattered talent classes, the SSS-level class, Domuyuan Jun. Ah? What? Chenhi was stunned for a moment. This is my daughter's innate profession. The system was able to determine my daughter's profession just after she was born and shared it with him? Awesome. This is another top profession that surpasses the SSS level, the only profession. He seemed to have read relevant introduction materials in the library of the Magic City Academy before. Strictly speaking, its level also surpasses the SSS level. She is the mother of all stars, the legendary Taoist goddess, and one of the 4 heavenly emperors. Even in ancient traditional mythology, it is the best. Chapter 109: A Grand Wedding with Xiao Xiao. Magic City. Inside the newly renovated Chen family mansion, Zhang Xiaoxiao stood in front of a large floor-to-ceiling mirror, her fingertips brushing over the fine and sparkling silver embroidery on her wedding dress. This flowing starry sky outlines her slender waist, and the hem of her skirt pours down like moonlight, spreading a bright glow all over the ground. The figure in the mirror had flushed cheeks, but there was a barely perceptible ripple of uneasiness in his eyes. Tomorrow is her wedding with Chenhi. Sister Xiao Xiao, you are as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Xu voice was slightly hoarse from giving birth, but it was softer than ever before. She was holding her 1-month-old daughter Chen Xiao and leaning against the doorframe. The little baby was wrapped in a soft cloud like swaddling cloth, with only a delicate little face showing, and he was sleeping soundly. Xu usually cold brows relaxed, and there was no grudge in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, only pure warmth. This warmth is the result of the trust and intimacy they have woven together over the past month as they have revolved around, cared for, worried about, and rejoiced over this new life. I can still vividly remember Chu Xi's frail appearance as she was pushed out of the delivery room a month ago. It was Zhang Xiaoxiao who took turns with Chenhi and Chu Tian to stay by her bedside almost non-stop. Clumsily but seriously, I learned to hold the baby, feed him, and change his diapers. Xu remembered that when she woke up in the middle of the night, she often saw Zhang Xiaoxiao holding the crying Chen Xiao, pacing and humming gently under the soft night light. Her figure was thin but had a strange tenacity. Those exhausting days and nights soaked in sweat, those shared exclamations and laughter due to the little changes in the children, have long since silently melted away all barriers. CC. Zhang Xiaoxiao turned around, her eyes felt hot and her voice choked. Without you, I can't even imagine. Xu walked over with her daughter in her arms, freed one hand, and gently held Zhang Xiaoxiao's slightly cold hand. Silly talk. Her tone was light, but it carried unquestionable weight. This home belongs to Chenhi, and it belongs to us as well. Chen Xiao needs his father, and he also needs us 2 mothers. Tomorrow, marry him beautifully, and we will take care of him and Xiao Xiao together. The baby in her arms seemed to sense something, smacking its lips and making a vague mumbling sound. Outside the window, the Chen family mansion has long lost its former tranquility. The huge red lanterns strung together form an ocean, dyeing the deep night into a flowing warm red. Exotic flowers and plants, brought about by spiritual energy, are in full bloom in the garden, with dew-like spots of light rolling on the petals, emitting a refreshing fragrance. There was a tense and grand atmosphere in the air, silently announcing the importance of tomorrow's wedding. Chenhi stood in front of the study window, his eyes piercing through the carefully arranged festive red sea and gazing at the dark night in the distance. His mind moved slightly, and a light golden curtain of light that only he could see silently unfolded before his eyes. That was the only compensation fate gave him when he failed to awaken initially, and it was also the foundation of everything he had today: the family panel. Core family members: Chenhi, head of the family; Xu mistress; Zhang Xiaoxiao, second wife. Family businesses: Chen Group starting to take shape, Chensi Company starting. Family level: LV.2. Zhang Xiaoxiao's hidden SSS-level talent, Holy Spirit Mage. Together with Xu Holy Angel, they will become the most dazzling 2 stars in his family's territory. The road to revitalization begins from small beginnings. But every step will shake the mountains and the earth. Buzz. Early morning. An enormous defensive barrier rose silently from the border of the manor. Countless mysterious runes flickered across the transparent energy barrier, enveloping the space and isolating the inside from the outside. This wasn't a defensive measure, but rather the most solemn welcoming salute. The door burst open. The crowd that had been waiting outside the cordon erupted in roars of joy. Countless cameras were instantly focused on the slowly approaching traffic. The first black car to arrive was as steady as a moving mountain, and its door opened. The Minister of Education of the Imperial Capital, Xiang Shifei, a level 99 expert, is here in person. Immediately following, the head of the Imperial Capital Garrison Department, Yu Tianfang, a level 99 expert, is here in person. The third person to arrive was the Minister of the Imperial Capital Law Enforcement Department, Luan Hongsheng, who came in person. The last person to appear was a woman in a dark gray formal dress, whose aura seemed to blend into the shadows.
The Minister of the Imperial Capital Coordination Department, Su Qiqing, is here in person. The four ministers came together. The entire wedding scene was plunged into a state of near suffocating shock. This was one of the top 5 ninth-level experts in the country. The flashes completely connected into a patch of daylight. The exclamations and discussions were like a boiling tsunami. Countless gazes, some filled with awe, some with enthusiasm, and some with jealousy, were like tangible arrows, firmly fixed on the tall figure at the end of the red carpet, Chenhi. This name, along with the personal arrival of the four giants, has completely turned into a legendary symbol. It instantly exploded across the country. The Minister of the United Front Work Department isn't here? Someone keenly spotted the missing heavyweight. Hush! Didn't you see that box Minister Yu's secretary is holding? It's made of purple thunderwood. It must contain a gift from the Minister of United Front Work. Someone immediately lowered his voice, excited as if he had gained insight into the situation. The gift is here even though the person may not be here. Isn't that enough? At the other end of the red carpet, the holy wedding march flowed like heavenly music. Under the flower gate, Zhang Xiaoxiao held her father's arm and walked towards her destination step by step. She saw the man at the end of the red carpet, wearing a neat suit and with a towering figure. He stood there, his eyes penetrating the clamor and fixed steadily on her. Like a rock, like a harbor. The tension receded like the tide, leaving only pure, overflowing sweetness. Zhuxi held her daughter Chenxiao in her arms and stood quietly beside the main wedding stage. She was wearing an elegant moon-white dress, and her temperament was still as cold as ice and snow, but her eyes when she looked at Chenhi and Zhang Xiaoxiao were filled with the warmth of the sun. Chenxiao seemed to be infected by the grand scene. He opened his big black eyes and looked around curiously. The officiant of the wedding was Minister of Education Xiang Shifei. His gentle yet majestic voice echoed in the silent square. Mr. Chenhi, are you willing to marry Ms. Zhang Xiaoxiao in love, respect, and protect her until the end of your life, no matter good times or bad, in health or sickness, in wealth or poverty? Chenhi's eyes swept across the bride in front of him, who was shy but full of his thoughts, and then to Zhuxi, who was holding her daughter beside him with a calm and tolerant look in her eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a clear and firm voice, I do. Ms. Zhang Xiaoxiao, are you willing to? I do. Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with uncontrollable happiness, almost blurting out. With the courage to break out of the cocoon and the determination to give it your all. Now, please exchange rings. At that sacred moment, Chenhi picked up the ring inlaid with star-like diamonds, gently took Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand, and was about to put it on her. A clear and loud baby cry was heard. It was Chen Xiao in Zhuxi's arms. He was waving his little fists and staring at his father and new mother curiously with his bright eyes. The sudden crying of the child not only did not cause any dissatisfaction, but instead instantly relaxed the entire solemn scene, and erupted into a low laugh of goodwill and understanding. Chenhi and Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at each other and saw smiles and warmth in each other's eyes. Zhuxi patted his daughter apologetically, his eyes filled with a soft light of helplessness and doting. At the same time, an unprecedentedly brilliant golden light, which only Chenhi could see, exploded in the center of his vision. The light was so bright that it instantly overshadowed all the colors in the real world. It was as if a miniature golden sun exploded deep in his soul. Countless ancient and mysterious runes containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth were madly created, destroyed, and reorganized in the golden light. The speed is so fast that it exceeds thinking. A huge, pure, and vast force that seemed to come from the origin of the world ignored all physical barriers and his own will, and penetrated into his limbs and bones violently and gently, washing and cleansing every particle of his body. Bite. Detected that core family member Zhang Xiaoxiao Holy Mage SSS-level has officially signed a contract. Core members bond achieved, Dual Holy Radiance Zhuxi Holy Angel SSS rank, Zhang Xiaoxiao Holy Spirit Mage SSS rank. The family's luck has skyrocketed. The cohesion has increased significantly. Family reputation has reached a critical point. From emerging regional to famous national. Family level up. LV.2 LV.3. The head of the family's authority has been increased. Unlock the family's skill tree and expand its branches. The basic attributes of all core members have been permanently increased. The torrent of information, accompanied by an infusion of power, impacted Chenhi's perception. His body tensed slightly. Every cell is greedily devouring this gift from the source of blood. He could clearly feel that the strength contained in his muscles and bones was rising steadily, his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was elevated to a higher level, and his mental will became more condensed and tenacious. At the same time, an invisible, warm, and vital energy ripple quietly spread out with him as the center. It brushed past Zhang Xiaoxiao, Chuxi, and Chen Xiao and Chuxi's arms who were nearby.
This change happened extremely quickly.
To outsiders, Chenhi only paused for a moment after his daughter's cry, and his eyes seemed to become a little deeper and brighter. He quickly calmed his mind, and the imperceptible fluctuation caused by the system impact quickly disappeared. A gentle smile reappeared on his face, and he steadily pushed the ring that symbolized promise into the base of Zhang Xiaoxiao's slender ring finger, holding it firmly. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt the cool touch of the ring and her body trembled slightly. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. She raised her head, her eyes sparkling with happiness, without a trace of gloom. Chenhi took her hand, but his eyes passed over her and met tenderly with Chuxi, who was standing beside him with her daughter in her arms.
A very faint, yet very genuine smile slowly blossomed on Chuxi's cold face.
At this moment, no words are needed. Little Chen Xiao in his arms also stopped crying. He opened his big black eyes and looked at his father and new mother curiously. His little mouth opened wide, revealing a toothless smile. The Minister of Education, the officiating wedding host, looked at the harmonious and happy scene before him, and his voice spread throughout the room.
The ceremony is over.
I declare Mr. Chenhi and Ms. Zhang Xiaoxiao officially husband and wife.
Applause.
It was like a thunder that had accumulated power for thousands of years, exploding at this moment.
The roar of mountains and the sea are endless.
The petals fall from the sky like rain, carrying with them a spiritual fragrance.
The colorful ribbons flutter in the air, reflecting a dreamy luster in the sunlight.
The guests stood up and applauded, their faces filled with congratulatory smiles, their eyes focused on the couple on the red carpet and the woman beside them holding a baby, whose temperament was as cold as ice but full of warmth. This picture is destined to become the most enviable legendary picture of this era. The noise was boiling, and light dust was flying in the dazzling sunlight and spiritual glow. Chenhi stood at the end of the red carpet, holding Zhang Xiaoxiao's slightly sweaty hand tightly with one hand, and the star diamond ring was engraved with a hot promise. He turned his head and his eyes met the curious and ignorant gaze of the daughter in Chuxi's arms. The little guy grinned without teeth, like a piece of candy thrown into the lake of the heart. The golden runes on the family panel slowly settled in the depths of consciousness.
The cold reminder burned fiercely, family level, LV.3.
He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the grand celebration before him, past his wife's smiling eyes, and then to the distant. The long journey of the family has just begun.
Ding! Congratulations on receiving your reward, your level has increased by 1. Chapter 110 Wedding Night. Chenhi and Zhang Xiaoxiao's grand wedding brought together 4 giants.
Just like a supernova falling into a calm lake, the shockwave it caused swept across the entire Hanxia kingdom with unstoppable momentum in just one night.
Unbelievable. 4 ministers appeared at the same time. Just how powerful is Chenhi? The focus is on the bride. The second bride. Zhang Xiaoxiao. The official internal message board just updated. Another SSS-level talent, Holy Spirit Mage. 2 SSS-level wives? Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Is this going to allow anyone to survive? Reasonable? Scientific? Tell me, is Chenhi's existence reasonable? He was a failed awakening. And now? His wives are all SSS level and up. And 2 at once. Real name system jealousy. I'm jealous. I admit I'm jealous to the point of jealousy. Chuxi is already a legend standing at the top of the pyramid, and now there's Zhang Xiaoxiao. Don't just be sour, think about that scene. Chuxi was watching from the side, holding her daughter at the wedding. That grace, that tolerance, that's the true heroine. If it were me, I would have exploded a long time ago. What's Chenhi's magic? Excuse me, is it too late to marry into the Chen family now? I have my own washboard keyboard, a durian shell, and I'll kneel in the perfect position. I'll do all the housework, and I just want the Chen family head to take a look. I submit. I submit with a capital A. From today on, please address me as Chen Life winner Hobabengwahi. The internet was in an uproar, and every related entry was followed by a deep red word explosion. Complex emotions of envy, admiration, analysis, ridicule, and even a hint of awe, like surging waves, hit every corner.
The afterglow of the hustle and bustle still lingered over the Chen family manor. But deep in the main house, the space belonging to the newlyweds has already been filled with warm tranquility. The soft moonlight outside the window shines into the new house through the veil. It adds a touch of hazy softness to the festive red in the room. Zhang Xiaoxiao changed out of her elaborate and dazzling wedding dress and sat in front of the dressing table wearing only a silk crimson nightgown. The mirror reflected her rosy cheeks and eyes that were still a little dreamy and trance-like. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the cold ring on her ring finger, and an extremely unreal feeling of happiness enveloped her. The footsteps came from behind him, steady and familiar. Zhang Xiaoxiao's body tensed up slightly for a moment, then slowly relaxed. In the mirror, Chenhi's tall figure approached.
Still feeling like a dream?
Chenhi's low voice was tinged with laughter, and it was particularly clear in the silent room. Zhang Xiaoxiao said him softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's.
It's not a dream.
Chenhi leaned over, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, causing her to shudder slightly. His kiss gently fell on the top of her head, moving down along the soft hair, and finally stopped at the side of her slender neck, with an unquestionable sense of possession. From today on, you are my wife, one of the second ladies of the Chen family. His words were like a brand, deeply engraved in her heart.
The temperature in the new house seemed to be rising silently.
The air is filled with a faint fragrance, which is the scent of the quietly blooming nightshade brought about by spiritual energy. When Chenhi gently picked her up and walked towards the wedding bed covered with a bright red quilt, Zhang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and buried her hot cheeks in his solid chest. Listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat, the last bit of uneasiness turned into wholehearted surrender. The moonlight outside the window is even brighter, as clear as water. In the new house, passionate feelings flow and blend silently.
The initial awkwardness and nervousness melted away like spring snow under Chenhi's extreme patience and guidance.
Tears of pain flickered in the corners of Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes, but were soon melted away by tenderness.
Zhang
Xiaoxiao let out a vague, nasal sound of extreme pleasure, her body involuntarily tense like a fully drawn bowstring, her fingertips digging deeply into Chenhi's broad back. On the windowsill, a budding spiritual plant seemed to be blown by an invisible spring breeze. Under the quiet moonlight, the leaves stretch out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flower buds bloom layer by layer, emitting a fragrance that is several times stronger than usual. When the wave finally reached its peak and slowly receded in a breathtaking splendor, the only sounds left in the bridal chamber were the intertwined breathing and heartbeats of the two. Zhang Xiaoxiao curled up in Chenhi's arms, exhausted, her whole body feeling as if it was falling apart. I don't even want to move my fingertips, but deep in my soul I am filled with an unprecedented satisfaction and peace. It was as if a lonely boat, adrift and helpless, had finally sailed into the eternal harbor. That night, the red candles burned out and the moon set in the west.
New bonds are deeply formed in the oldest and most intimate way.
In the next few days, time seemed to be soaked in honey, flowing slowly and stickily. Xu considerately gave Chenhi completely to Zhang Xiaoxiao. Occasionally, when he met Chenhi who was holding Xiaoxiao, or Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes, he would just smile faintly, with a tacit understanding that needed no words. Chenhi and Zhang Xiaoxiao are like real newlyweds, inseparable.
The family's operation did not suffer from the head of the family's holiday.
Chenhi Company and Chen Group are both developing continuously.
Father-in-law Chu Tian was in high spirits.
He took charge of most of the external contacts and daily management, and managed the family business in an orderly manner.
The entire Chen family is filled with an atmosphere of prosperity, harmony, and happiness.
It took 11 months and 17 days, costing an astronomical amount of resources and the entire nation's efforts. On TV, the steady voice of the news announcer was heard, and the background was a drone aerial shot of 10 towering cities that were like steel behemoths squatting on the earth.
Construction of all 10 ultimate sanctuary cities in our country has been declared complete.
The scene switched to show an endless stream of convoys and people, under the strict protection of the army and the team of re-employed people, rushing in an orderly manner towards the gates of the huge city that were shining with cold metallic luster in powerful energy shields. People's faces were a mixture of confusion at leaving their homes and anticipation for a new home and a secure future. Chenhi hugged Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was taking a nap on his shoulder, while Chu held Chen Xiao, who had just woken up and was looking around curiously with his big black eyes open. The whole family was watching the news.
It's over.
Chu Tian came over with a cup of tea, looking at the screen, his tone full of emotion and a barely perceptible solemnity. This migration went much smoother than expected.
Yes.
Chenhi nodded, his eyes calm. The journey was peaceful, with only a few insignificant low-level monsters causing trouble. Not even a decent group of demons appeared.
It went so smoothly, a bit abnormal.
This abnormal calmness, like a thin layer of ice covering the seemingly stable water flow, makes people feel vaguely uneasy. But this uneasiness was soon diluted by the tenderness of the person in his arms and the babbling of his daughter.
The successful completion of the migration is ultimately a gratifying event. A few days later, on a sunny afternoon. Oh! Xiao Xiao, look here. Look at Daddy.
Zhang Xiaoxiao was holding a doll that emitted soft colorful light, squatting on the ground covered with a thick velvet carpet, teasing little Chenxiao who was lying on the carpet and trying hard to look up. Xuxi sat on the soft chair next to her, but her eyes gently followed her daughter's every move. Chenhi sat cross-legged on Xiaoxiao's other side, stretched out a finger, and carefully let his daughter's pink little hand hold it, feeling the weak but incomparably firm strength, with a pure, silly smile on his face. The little guy seemed to be attracted by the new toys and the calls of his parents.
He raised his head even harder, his big black eyes were shining, and his little mouth made excited sounds of ah, ah.
His little arms and legs also began to kick vigorously, as if he was about to turn over in the next second.
This picture of family happiness is peaceful and beautiful. Sudden. No warning. Buzz.
A terrifying humming sound that was extremely dull and seemed to come from the deepest part of the earth penetrated the solid defensive barrier of the Chen family manor without any warning, as if billions of ancient ferocious beasts were roaring at the same time underground.
Then, the earth shook. Boom, boom, boom.
The entire earth seemed to be grasped by an invisible, violent giant hand. Then it tore left and right, and bumped up and down wildly. The cups and utensils on the table clinked and rolled to the ground. Outside the window, the carefully tended garden landscape was instantly in ruins, the rockery collapsed, and the spiritual plants fell to the ground.
Ah!
Zhang Xiaoxiao screamed and subconsciously rushed over to protect her daughter on the blanket.
Xuxi reacted faster and appeared beside his daughter in a flash. Xiao Xiao.
Chenhi growled and moved as fast as lightning, pulling Xuxi and Zhang Xiaoxiao into his arms one by one. At the same time, the powerful force in the body exploded. Protect the four people firmly in the center.
Wow!
Frightened by this terrifying divine power that he had never experienced before, little Chen Xiao burst into heart-wrenching tears, and his little face turned red in an instant.
The vibration lasted for more than 10 seconds.
These 10 or so seconds felt as long as a century. When the devastating shaking finally subsided, the manor was in ruins. The air was filled with dust, broken decorations, and toppled furniture. Zhang Xiaoxiao, still in shock, clutched Chenhi's arm tightly, her face pale. Xuxi hugged her daughter, who was crying breathlessly, tightly in her arms and patted her gently, with a hint of solemnity on her cold face.
Chenhi looked out the window.
The light of the defensive barrier flickered violently for a few times before finally stabilizing, but the color of the sky seemed to dim a bit.
An indescribable feeling of oppression hung heavily over the entire world. What happened? An earthquake?
Chu Tian's voice came from the door, filled with surprise and suspicion.
Chenhi frowned and was about to speak. Ding! Ding! Ding!
A sharp, rapid, and highly penetrating alarm suddenly resounded through the sky. Immediately afterwards, the huge screen in the living room suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light. A figure with a face as strong as iron appeared on the screen. It was the garrison commander who had attended Chenhi's wedding. He exuded an iron-blooded and murderous aura. Without any unnecessary greetings, his gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the screen and into the hearts of every viewer. His voice was low and cold, carrying a heavy tone like announcing the end of the world. Through the nationwide psychic broadcasting network, resounding in every city and every corner.
My fellow countrymen.
Just now, a massive, global crustal mutation occurred. He paused for a moment, as if gathering the strength to utter the word that would freeze the world.
Abyss. Number 99.
It has materialized simultaneously within our country and its surrounding areas.
The age of Abyss has arrived. Highest state of war. Immediate activation. All cities, highest level martial law. All class changers, enter standby order. I repeat, this is not a drill. The age of Abyss has arrived. 99 abysses materialized. Chenhi's pupils suddenly contracted.
He suddenly lowered his head and looked into his arms. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face was as pale as paper, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes were filled with instinctive fear of this strange and terrifying word. Xuxi hugged her still sobbing daughter Chen Xiao tightly. For the first time, a clear and solemn expression as if facing a great enemy appeared on her cold face. In the depths of her icy eyes, the sharp cold light almost condensed into substance. Little Chen Xiao in the cradle seemed to feel his mother's suddenly tense nerves and the suffocating oppression in the air. His crying became weak and aggrieved, and his little mouth pursed.
99 abysses.
This cold number, like a poisoned dagger, pierces through all dreams of peace.
Chapter 111 99 abysses descend.
The defense minister's declaration, which was as chilling as the Ice Age, weighed heavily on the hearts of everyone who heard it, like the heaviest lead block.
99 abysses.
This number itself carries a suffocating sense of despair. Wartime Regulation 001, all registered class changers of rank 6 and above must unconditionally respond to the national call within 24 hours of the announcement, enter the designated abyssal passage, and participate in the abyssal defense war.
Those who remain on the surface without permission will be charged with treason. Wartime Regulation 002, class transfers below rank 6 will be based in the city, working in small teams to clear out remaining demons and newly infested demons. They will also be tasked with gathering supplies and assisting with city defenses, increasing their rank and accumulating strength. High-level demons rank 6 and above are strictly prohibited from operating on the surface. Violators will be killed without mercy. Below level 6, fighting against ground monsters?
Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the regulations on the screen, her face still pale and her voice trembling slightly.
Is this really feasible? What if we encounter a level 6 or even stronger demon on the ground? Wouldn't that be suicide?
Her worry is also the biggest fear in the hearts of countless low-level job changers across the country at this moment. The panic brought about by the coming of the abyss has not yet subsided. This regulation, which seems to withdraw high-level combat forces and place low-level forces on the front line, is like rubbing salt into the wound.
Chenhi frowned.
Leaving the low-level ones on the ground to face the rampage of demons, this is definitely not the best solution.
Unless the threat level of the ground monsters is forcibly lowered. Master, Madam, Principal Wu is here to visit. Butler Guan Ting's slightly hurried voice sounded outside the door.
As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the study was pushed open by an invisible force. Wu Xingwen, the principal of Modu Academy, has sharp eyes.
Headmaster.
Chenhi stood up immediately.
Time is of the essence, so I'll make this short. Principal Wu was not polite at all.
I know you have concerns about the wartime regulations, especially the part regarding low-level combat against demons.
His gaze finally settled on Chenhi. Don't worry. There won't be any demons of level 6 or above on the ground. No? Chenhi's eyes narrowed as he pressed the issue. As the abyss descends, the demonic energy will inevitably surge. Will the great demon kings entrenched in the deep and dangerous areas sit idly by and watch their territories change? Will they obediently not set foot on the surface? Of course they do. The principal's mouth curled up in a cold arc. But they have no choice. Because in the abyss, something even more terrifying is waiting for them. 99 abysses materialized simultaneously, and the passageway stabilized at a speed far exceeding expectations. The things inside are demons. Real, bloodthirsty and violent demons that delight in destroying all living things. Their individual strength may vary, but their numbers are endless. Even more terrifying, they seem to be naturally adapted to the abyss, capable of unleashing terrifying power within it. Demons? Zhang Xiaoxiao took a breath of cold air. With our current human strength alone, even if we were to deploy all of our 6th-level warriors and above, we wouldn't be able to stop the demonic tide surging simultaneously from the 99 abysses. That would be like an egg against a rock, courting our own destruction. The principal's voice was firm. The same goes for the demon race. Those dormant old monsters and the demon kings occupying famous mountains and rivers may not be afraid of the demon race in a single fight, but facing an organized, tactical, and endless demon tide, they will be exhausted and torn apart. In the end, we will all become food for the demons, and this world will be completely reduced to a dead zone. So, cooperation? Chenhi grasped the key instantly, and golden light flashed in his eyes. Forcing the demon tribe to cooperate? Good. Principal Wu nodded heavily. The Minister of the United Front Work Department personally led the team. Together with several reclusive old monsters, a total of 7 of the world's most powerful beings. Just 3 hours after the abyss materialized, they directly tore through space and descended into the deepest part of the ancestral court of 10,000 demons, the lair where those old monsters slumbered. No nonsense. Let's get started. The minister destroyed half of the demon mountain with a single punch.
He instantly killed a ninth-order peak demon king that had attempted to challenge him. Kunlun was stained with blood. Several other powerful individuals also released their powerful auras simultaneously, and the entire Kunlun ruins was wailing. Our message is simple: either, demons of the 6th order and above, join us humans in entering the abyss and resist the demons together. Or. He paused, his eyes flashing coldly. We'll drag you demons along with us and fight to the death on the surface, leaving both sides devastated. Let the demons in the abyss reap the benefits. It's all over for us. Did those old monsters agree? Chenhi asked in a deep voice. They have no choice. Principal Wu sneered. The longer a demon lives, the more it fears death. They know that if a real fight breaks out, even if they can wipe out a few of us old fellas, their ancestral home will be severely damaged, or even its foundation destroyed. Then, facing the demonic tide of the abyss, they will also be doomed. Between two evils, they choose the lesser of two evils, and they can only accept it with a pinch of their noses. Thus, an agreement was reached: all combatants of level 6 and above, both human and demon, must enter the abyss and are not allowed to remain on the surface. After entering the abyss, will we temporarily unite to fight the demons, or will we find an opportunity to stab each other in the back? It all depends on our abilities and fate. But on the ground, we will never allow the emergence of any force of level 6 or above. Once discovered, regardless of whether they are human or demon, both races will be slain. This is an iron rule established with blood and fists. All doubts are suddenly cleared up. Understood. Thank you, Principal, for clearing up my confusion. Principal Wu waved his hand. What are you thanking me for? You are all my students and the future of humanity. I've received the news, and it's time for me to leave. The abyss needs help. Chenhi, Shushi, Xiao Xiao, and this little guy. Hurry up. Get stronger. The road ahead will only get harder. After saying this, he didn't stop. His figure seemed to melt into the air and disappeared in the study in an instant. The study fell silent again, but the atmosphere was different. There's no time to hesitate. Chenhi's voice broke the silence, carrying an unquestionable determination. Xiao Xiao, Cici, take good care of Xiao Xiao. Dad, Uncle Guan, I'm leaving the family business and daily operations in your hands. Rest assured. Shu Tian nodded heavily, with fire burning in his eyes. The 6th time, to forge the body and refine the spirit. Chenhi's eyes were sharp as a knife. The first 5 times he'd forged his body and refined his spirit, each one had been like peeling skin and drawing tendons, shattering bones and melting marrow, bringing about a transformation in his life. This time, under the tremendous pressure of the abyss and with the support of the foundation brought by the upgrade of his family's level, he wants to challenge higher limits. Start. 6 days later. Boom. There seemed to be a loud thunder in the quiet room. Chenhi's body was instantly enveloped in a ball of blinding blood plasma. The demon's blood madly burned every inch of his skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, and even penetrated into his soul. Chenhi slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in his eyes like lightning. Then he returned to a profound calm. He stood up, and his muscles and bones creaked like thunder in his body. The originally well-proportioned body shape did not seem to have changed much, but every muscle line contained explosive power, and a light golden luster faintly flowed under the skin, revealing an immortal, indestructible texture. His spiritual perception became several times sharper, and he could even clearly see the dewdrops rolling on the leaves of the spiritual plants in the garden outside the quiet room. Feeling the tremendous power surging in his body like the Yangtze River, which was several times greater than before, Chenhi clenched his fists, and the air in his palms exploded with an unbearable sound. The ground should be our hunting ground. In the world after the abyss descended, the sunlight seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow. 10 huge cities stand like steel islands in the vast and dangerous wilderness. The outskirts of the city are surrounded by huge energy shields and continuous military fortifications, and the towering psychic turrets are flashing with cold light. Outside the shield is the paradise of demons. Low-level monsters, stimulated by the abyss's aura and made even more frantic, multiplied like a tide, wandering among the ruins, mountains, forests, and wilderness. Without the deadly threat of high-level demons, this land soaked in blood and fear has indeed become an unprecedented, huge experience field for Chenhi, who possesses sufficient strength and background. Chenhi's figure, like a ghost or golden thunder, galloped across the wilderness. He did not choose to form a team because no team could keep up with his speed of killing and harvesting at the moment. A dead, active volcano crater filled with a strong smell of sulfur.
The scorching airwaves distorted the air and magma rolled and boiled below.
A lava lizard dragon covered with dark red scales, with wings on its back, and shaped like a western dragon, is perched on the volcanic rocks. Although it is only at the peak of level 5, it has the advantage of terrain, and the lava fireballs it spews are as powerful as those at level 6. Chenhi fell directly from the sky and landed in front of it.
The earth lizard dragon let out a deafening roar, and its lava-like breath gushed out like a torrent of destruction.
Chenhi did not dodge or evade, and the pale golden light on the angel holy sword suddenly became brighter.
He faced the destructive lava breath and lashed out with his sword. Boom! Snap!
A bone-crackling sound rang out, and the lizard dragon's hill-like head suddenly tilted back. The hard scales and skull were dented and broken like fragile eggshells. Crimson blood mixed with brain matter spurted out. The huge body shook a few times, then collapsed to the ground with a bang, splashing hot volcanic ash all over the sky.
Ding!
You successfully killed the Earth Dragon.
Your level has increased.
Level 55.
Kill. Temper. Plunder. Improve.
Chenhi was like a tireless war machine, stirring up golden storms in the wilderness.
Time flies rapidly in the tempering of blood and fire. 3 months. Just 3 months.
When Chenhi used a pure storm of mental power at the ruins of an ancient battlefield to crush into dust thousands of fearless skeleton demon soldiers formed by the resentment of the dead in battle, along with their leader, a 5th-level peak skeleton general holding a giant axe. A torrent of power, more powerful than ever before, surged into his body, washing over his limbs and bones.
Buzz! His aura suddenly reached a new critical point.
A pale golden light emanated from his body, forming a solid beam that shot straight into the sky, temporarily dispelling the perpetual haze that hung over the ruins year-round.
The ground beneath his feet silently cracked and sank. Congratulations on your level up. Level 59, level 5 peak, critical.
Chenhi felt the terrifying power surging in his body like a raging sea, almost bursting out of his body.
He was only one step away from the critical 6th level threshold.
In just 3 months, he was promoted to level 59, leaping an entire major level.
This speed is horrifying.
Inside the Chen family mansion, a rapid transformation was also taking place. A training room filled with spiritual energy. Chushi sat cross-legged, with a sacred golden light emanating from his body. She suddenly opened her eyes. A cold and powerful aura belonging to a 4th-level strong man stabilized.
Level up. Level 40. Another spiritual plant garden full of vitality. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood barefoot in the middle of a patch of tender spiritual grass.
When the last trace of green light entered Zhang Xiaoxiao's body, she slowly opened her eyes. The emerald green eyes are extremely clear.
Congratulations on your level up. Level 40.
She has also reached the 4th level. On the soft carpet in the hall, little Qin Xiao, who had just turned 4 months old, was babbling and waving his little hands and feet.
Full of excitement.
I'm so excited for both Mom's rapid improvement in such a short period of time.
Chapter 112, Level 6. Entering the Abyss.
Deep in the wilderness, there is a demon's lair that has just been baptized by a golden storm. The huge bodies of more than a dozen peak-level 5th-level earth-splitting bulls fell to the ground.
Still, no.
Chenhi muttered to himself, his voice particularly clear in the dead silence of the battlefield. This anomaly has already alarmed the country's top leaders. Inside a highly confidential combat analysis room in the United Front Work Department of the Magic City.
On the huge 3-dimensional projection map, a golden dot representing Chenhi was exceptionally bright. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers around him, the red dots representing high-level demons were almost extinct. They were all scared away by him and had been killed off. Chenhi, how long has he been stuck at level 59? Report, it's been 17 days.
The conservative estimate is over 300 of the various 5th-level peak demons he's slain in these 17 days. The amount of experience points he's gained, theoretically, it should have overflowed long ago. The energy he needs to advance is probably 10 times, or even dozens of times, that of a strong person of the same level. What's even more troublesome is that his killing method, the demon tribe, is almost going crazy. The minister snorted coldly.
Of course they're going crazy. The abyssal battlefield is tight, and they don't have many elite seeds left on the surface.
Chenhi is sweeping through like this recklessly, specifically targeting peak-level 5th-level warriors. If this continues, the elites of the younger generation of the demon race will be wiped out by him alone.
He's digging up their roots.
So, the Demon Clan's high-ranking officials have repeatedly protested and even threatened us through secret channels. They demand that Chenhi be allowed to enter the abyss early. Ridiculous. He hasn't even reached level 6 yet. The abyss regulations are ironclad. The demons don't care about that. Their logic is simple: either Chenhi dies, or he immediately goes to the abyss and stops harming their backup forces.
Since they want to do it for me, then let them do it. Minister?
Closely monitor all secret demon passages leading to Chenhi's activity area.
If you detect the presence of a 6th level demon, let them in. You want to use the demon tribe to force Chenhi to break through? It's not about forcing him, it's about giving him an opportunity.
A chance to truly break the limit on the brink of life and death. The eyes of the Minister of the United Front Work Department flashed with brilliance.
What Chenhi needs isn't experience points, it's pressure.
It's life or death pressure that's enough to push him into a desperate situation, squeeze out all his potential, and even surpass his limits. The 6th rank assassin sent by the Demon Clan is the perfect whetstone. He paused, his tone unmistakable and iron-blooded.
Execute the order. Yes. Deep in the Demon Clan's ancestral home, the ancient will is whispering. The human race acquiesced? Humph, it's just a matter of following the tide.
That Chenhi must be dealt with.
Kill him. Make sure he dies with one strike. If he breaks through in the middle of the battle, then send him to the abyss. Yes. My lord. Roar.
A terrifying roar filled with extreme pain and disbelief suddenly tore through the silent valley. The sound waves rolled, shaking the cliffs on both sides and causing rubble to fall. The golden fist, like a burning red meteor, was deeply embedded in the chest of a huge monster. It was a terrifying creature that was over 5 meters tall, covered with pitch-black scales and had 3 ferocious wolf heads. An early 6th-order demon, the 6-armed demon ape. Its arm, as thick as a stone pillar, was now firmly clamped by Chenhi's other hand, which was surrounded by golden light. Even with the terrifying power that was enough to shatter rocks, it couldn't break free at all.
Chenhi traded injury for injury, risking his life for his own.
Relying on the terrifying strength far beyond the 5th level and the inhuman defense brought by the 6th body and soul training, he tore a bloody path in the siege. He broke the neck of a Shadowclaw with his brute force. The other one was judged by his angel's holy sword, which hit his waist and abdomen, shattering his internal organs and killing him on the spot. And now, the last Shadowclaw left is also the most powerful one. With his seriously injured body, he was nailed to the mountain wall. Vile, despicable human bastard.
How could you, how could you? Because.
Chenhi's voice was hoarse, but his eyes were frighteningly bright.
You are not strong enough.
Before he finished speaking, the angel's holy sword that he had embedded in the demon ape's chest suddenly burst out with a golden light that was 10 times brighter than before.
Boom!
It was like billions of volcanoes erupting simultaneously inside the demon ape's body. Flesh, blood, broken bones, and charred scales splattered in all directions like a rainstorm.
Ding!
You killed 3 6-armed demon apes' Shadowclaws.
Your level has increased by 2. Level 61. Level 6 finally arrived.
It's time to start the 7th round of body and soul training.
Magic City University, Vocational Research Institute. Basement.
The blood pool is constantly condensing into a whirlpool. This time, the commotion was more terrifying than any other time before. The blood on Chenhi's body turned into raging flames, burning madly. The whole body seemed to become transparent. Skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, meridians, every inch of his body was like countless invisible hammers, hammering and tempering the source of his life billions of times.
7 days.
The dual polishing of spirit and body is going on like crazy.
Boom! The next moment,
there was a gleam of light in his eyes.
Abyss. Here I come. Magic City, United Front Work Department Headquarters.
The atmosphere here was far more solemn and oppressive than Chenhi had imagined. Led by an officer with a cold and stern face and an aura that reached the late 6th stage, Chenhi passed through layers of strict gates and identity verification, and finally arrived at a huge circular hall that resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum.
Report. Chenhi is here.
Yang Zhenghua, Minister of the United Front Work Department, slowly turned his head. Chenhi, level 61, early stage of the 6th stage. His voice was calm, but it reached everyone's ears clearly.
The abyssal battlefield is not a stage for solitary combat.
From today on, you will be assigned to the Abyssal Combat Team 1. Go down to training and they will take you to your teammates and players.
Time flies, I don't know how long it will take. Bang!
An extremely dull sound, like the collision of two pieces of pig iron weighing 10,000 pounds, suddenly exploded. Chenhi stood firmly in place, his body not even shaking a bit. The palm that didn't look strong was like a pair of pliers made of the strongest divine gold, tightly gripping Manchan's terrifying fist that was bigger than his head and covered with the luster of rock. The grim smile on the face of combat team member Manchan froze, replaced by extreme astonishment and disbelief. He felt that his punch was not hitting a flesh and blood body, but hitting an eternal and unshakable sacred mountain.
Strength, barely enough.
Chenhi commented calmly, as if he was reviewing the saltiness of a dish.
You. Manchan was shocked and angry, feeling extremely ashamed and angry.
All his strength burst out in an attempt to pull back his fist. A golden light flashed in Chenhi's eyes, and the palm that was holding Manchan's fist suddenly twisted.
Snap. The teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard.
Manchan's wrist bones, tougher than steel, were unexpectedly broken. The excruciating pain caused Manchan to let out an earth-shattering howl.
I still need to practice. Flash sale. Absolute crushing. The entire hall was in a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop.
All members of the combat team stared with wide eyes, looking at the barbarian mountain embedded in the wall in disbelief, and then looked at the young man in the field who withdrew his foot as calmly as if he had just swatted a fly away. The other team members' faces showed an unprecedented solemnity and a hint of fear.
Kill Manchan in the late 6th stage instantly? This is the fucking early stage of level 6?
The eyes of another team member, Lungfeng, became extremely sharp, like a falcon staring at its prey. He no longer hesitated, and the narrow black knife at his waist was instantly unsheathed.
Clang!
A clear, melodious sound of a sword echoed like a dragon's roar, and a pitch-black blade beam condensed to the extreme, seemingly capable of cutting through light. It tore through space silently and appeared in front of Chenhi's neck in an instant.
Fast. Ruthless. Accurate.
At the same time, another team member, Shadow, disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The next moment, two daggers flashing with deadly blue lightning appeared silently at Chenhi's back and waist like the fangs of a poisonous snake.
The angle is tricky and the timing is perfect. Attacked from both sides. A decisive victory.
Faced with this joint attack that was enough to threaten an ordinary 7th-level strongman, Chenhi finally took real action. His eyes turned cold, but he didn't turn around or retreat.
Roll.
A low shout was heard, like thunder exploding from the sky.
Boom.
With Chenhi as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius seemed to solidify instantly, and then was severely twisted and squeezed by an invisible giant sword. A terrifying sword shadow, as powerful and unstoppable, as heavy as a mountain, and as violent as a tsunami, erupted without any warning.
Lungfeng's indestructible black blade was like hitting a wall of size. It was still 3 inches away from Chenhi's neck when it shattered and crumbled like fragile glass.
He himself felt as if struck by lightning, and with a muffled groan, his arm holding the knife twisted and deformed strangely, and his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, with blood gushing out of his mouth.
The shadow is even worse. She felt like she had hit an invisible, high-speed moving alloy wall. It was still an instant kill. He didn't even touch the corner of Chenhi's clothes. Dead silence. Absolutely dead silence.
Everyone in the entire combat team, all the strong men below level 7, felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads.
Anyone else want to try?
Chenhi slowly retracted his outward aura and calmly scanned the stands.
No one answered.
Lungfeng, the team leader, looked at Chenhi deeply and his voice echoed throughout the hall. Abyssal Combat Team 1, Team Leader Chenhi.
Entrance to the abyss.
It was not the huge rift as imagined, but a dark vortex that was suspended in the center of a huge underground cavity, constantly twisting and rotating. The vortex was over 100 meters in diameter, with ominous dark purple arcs flickering around its edges. Waves of chaotic, violent, sulfurous, and bloody demonic energy, like thick black fog, continuously gushed out from the vortex.
It was also neutralized and weakened by the huge purification array arranged around it.
Even so, the overwhelming evil and oppression still makes those who face it for the first time feel suffocated and tremble deep in their souls. Chenhi stood in front of the vortex, having changed into a specially made dark green combat uniform engraved with defensive runes. Standing behind him were the other team members and Manchan, who had just been carried away for emergency treatment and was now pale but was trying hard to stand up. Everyone looked at Chenhi's back with complicated expressions, awe mixed with a hint of unwillingness. But it is more of a submission in the face of absolute power. In the abyssal battlefield, there is a narrow escape from death. Yang Zhenghua's voice sounded behind Chenhi, with unprecedented seriousness.
Remember your mission: defend the 79th outpost fortress numbered Bloodslaughter. Return alive. Chenhi didn't look back.
His eyes penetrated the twisted dark vortex, as if he saw the endless killing and roaring within it. The power surging in my chest due to the breakthrough was like a sword about to be thrown into a furnace.
A buzzing sound of eagerness for battle.
He took a deep breath, and the cold air mixed with demonic energy rushed into his lungs, carrying a breath of destruction, but it also ignited the boiling fighting spirit in his blood.
First group.
Chenhi's voice was firm and decisive, carrying an unquestionable majesty.
Set off.
As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and his figure resolutely plunged into the constantly spinning dark vortex that seemed to lead to hell. All the team members followed closely behind, and their figures were instantly swallowed up by the twisted darkness.
The dark vortex was still spinning slowly, spewing out ominous demonic energy.
It was like a huge mouth that had just swallowed its prey, silently waiting for the next batch of sacrifices.
The whispers of the abyss echo faintly in the void.
The whole book is finished.
Chapter 113. Demons are rampant and the abyss is in chaos. Dark.
Sticky, cold, and a darkness that seems to be able to devour the soul.
This is the abyss passage. Time has lost its meaning here. Puff.
As if penetrating a tough membrane, the four people fell heavily to the ground. The scene before them instantly impacted their senses. The sky was an eternal dark red, like solidified blood, hanging so low that it seemed within reach. The air was hot and foul, a mixture of sulfur, blood, decay, and an indescribable chaotic smell that belonged to the abyss itself.
This is the abyss, the bloody battlefield. Fuck. This damn place. Outpost number 79, in this direction, about 120 kilometers away. Chenhi's voice was unusually calm. Full speed ahead. Stay alert.
The four of them were like four arrows shot from a bow, speeding across the charred and broken earth.
The danger of the abyss is everywhere.
They encountered hordes of low-level inferior demons. These humanoid creatures, like flayed-skin creatures, roared and brandished bone blades as they charged. They were crushed into minced meat by the golden fists that Chenhi casually swung. He also encountered a lava fire lizard that suddenly erupted from the cracks in the magma, and Lang Feng cut off its head with a precise blow. There were also strange spiritual creatures that tried to use invisible screams to attack their sea of consciousness, but they were easily shattered by Chenhi's powerful mental barrier. The shadow took the opportunity to pull its body out of the shadows and pierced it with a dagger.
These are just appetizers. Boom.
A relatively flat area of scorched earth in front suddenly exploded like a boiling quagmire.
3 huge monsters broke out of the ground.
They are over 5 meters tall and look like an upright praying mantis magnified several times, but their carapace is a disgusting dark purple and covered with a sticky, corrosive mucus that drips continuously.
The 6th level peak monster, the Abyss Blade Mantis. Roar.
The first blade mantis let out a sharp hissing sound at the same time, and instantly slashed towards Chenhi, who was rushing in the front.
As fast as lightning. The attack angle is extremely tricky.
Team leader, be careful.
Lang Feng shouted, and the black knife was instantly unsheathed.
Chenhi's eyes were icy cold. Facing 3 terrifying bone sickles that were powerful enough to cut through mountains, he didn't even dodge.
Roll. With a deep roar, Chenhi's angelic holy sword appeared.
It was so fast that it left 2 solid golden light traces in the air. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extremely dull hum, as if space itself was compressed to the limit.
Ding. 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 3 deafening clashes of metal rang out almost simultaneously. Dazzling sparks flew wildly from the collision between the bone sickle and the angel's holy sword.
A horrible scene happened. The 3 huge bone sickles that were strong enough to cut through refined gold shattered and disintegrated into pieces. The purple-black demonic energy and broken bones exploded like fireworks. The bodies of the 3-headed blade mantis shook violently at the same time, and the scarlet light in its compound eyes flashed wildly, revealing an incredible emotion. The weapons they were so proud of were smashed to pieces by the opponent's fists.
Puff. 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 Chenhi's sword continued to move forward with unabated force. After shattering the bone sickle, it pierced through the blade mantis's chest, covered with a thick shell without any hindrance.
The three-headed, sixth-level peak abyss blade mantises, with their huge bodies, fell to the ground with a loud bang as if their bones had been pulled out. They twitched a few times and then completely lost their life. Flash sale. It's still a crushing kill. Gather the spoils, take the core magic crystal and the sickle blade away, and keep moving forward. Chenhi's voice was calm, as if he had just casually swatted a few flies. The four of them quickly dealt with the spoils and set off again.
As we go deeper, the terrain becomes more complex.
The demonic energy in the air became thicker, and the feeling of oppression became stronger and stronger.
Suddenly,
the four people who were running suddenly stopped and their pupils shrank suddenly. In the center of the valley, there is a huge mine pit that was not formed naturally, but was dug out by some terrifying force. At the edge of the mine stood several crude watchtowers built of pitch-black rocks and the skeletons of some giant creatures. On top of them stood several sixth-order sheep-headed demon supervisors with hideous appearances and holding long whips burning with magic flames.
At the bottom of the mine, there are figures crawling densely like ants. That's not the demon clan. Those figures have different shapes.
Without exception, they were all branded with purple-black demonic slavery runes that wriggled like living creatures. Thick black chains, gleaming with a forbidden magic sheen, wrapped around their necks, limbs, and even the base of their wings, tightly binding them. The eyes of every monster were filled with extreme fatigue, numbness, pain, as well as humiliation and tremendous hatred buried deep in their eyes, like a volcano about to erupt. They were using their claws, brute force, and even their bodies to frantically dig for a strange mineral at the bottom of the mine that emitted a faint dark red light. If you move a little slower, or if the ore falls, the goat-headed demon supervisor above will whip you with a long whip burning with demonic flames, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air.
Bang! Ouch!
The tough shell on the back of a rock pangolin monster was beaten to pieces, emitting charred green smoke. It let out a painful and suppressed roar, staggered, and almost fell down.
Hurry up, you lowly beast! Magic crystal ore! We need more magic crystal ore!
The goat-headed demon overseer let out a shrill roar, his scarlet eyes filled with cruel pleasure.
This is...
Manchon was stunned, his huge fists clenched and crackled.
The demon tribe? They are being used as mining slaves by the demon tribe?
Chenhi's gaze swept across the numb and painful demon figures at the bottom of the mine, then across the arrogant sheep-headed demon supervisors on the watchtower, and finally landed on the ores emitting a dark red light that was the product of highly condensed abyssal demonic energy, the Abyss Demon Crystal Ore.
It is an important war resource for the demon clan. An extremely bold, even crazy idea flashed through Chenhi's mind like lightning. The high-ranking demons were forced to cooperate with the devils and enter the abyss, but their elite troops were enslaved by the devils and used as livestock to dig mineral veins. If this news were to be passed back to the demon clan's ancestral home, what would those old monsters think? Even if it is to maintain the last dignity of the demon race and to prevent the tribe from completely becoming slave miners of the demon race, they absolutely cannot tolerate it. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Kill with a borrowed knife. The demon clan, the devil clan. The corners of Chenhi's mouth slowly curled up into a cold and calculating arc. The show is about to begin. Team leader? Change the plan. Chenhi's voice was firm. Goal: destroy the watchtowers and kill all the demon overseers. Release those demon miners. Release the demons? Leader. They are demons. They are not our kind. And they have been enslaved by the demons for so long, who knows if they will turn against us and bite us? Yes, Captain, this is too risky. If we lose control, we will be attacked from both sides by demons. Just what I want. A cold light flashed in Chenhi's eyes. What I want is for them to become chaotic. He stopped explaining and disappeared instantly like a ghost. The target is the nearest watchtower. Do it. Lang Feng obeyed Chenhi's orders almost instinctively. With a low shout, his figure transformed into a dark blade light and followed closely behind. Damn it! Do it! Manchon gritted his teeth, and his muscles bulged again, charging towards another watchtower like an angry bull. Enemy attack! The sheep-headed demon supervisors on several other watchtowers sounded a shrill alarm and raised their long whips burning with demonic flames, trying to fight back. Swish! A condensed, pitch-black blade gleam, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly swept past a sentry tower. The tower, along with the two goat-headed demons atop it, was silently chopped in two. The battle broke out quickly and ended even faster. In just a few breaths, all the conspicuous demon supervisors were eliminated.
At the bottom of the mine, there was deathly silence. All the demon miners who were working stopped and raised their heads. Their numb and painful eyes were filled with extreme confusion and a barely perceptible faint light that seemed to have been frozen for countless years.
Roar! I'm free!
This roar was like igniting a powder keg that had been dormant for billions of years.
Boom! The entire mine was boiling in an instant. Ouch! Hiss!
Countless angry roars, hisses, and screams belonging to the demon clan, which had been suppressed for too long, suddenly erupted like a flood that broke through a dam. It gathered into a terrifying sound wave that was enough to tear the sky apart.
The sound of chains breaking came one after another. It's a mess. It's a complete mess.
The released demon mining slaves, like a group of ancient ferocious beasts that had broken free from their shackles, went completely berserk. They first pounced on the scattered, crude camps and supply warehouses belonging to the demons at the edge of the mine.
The flames rose instantly. A demon patrol consisting of hundreds of low-level demons and dozens of blade mantises rushed to the scene and poured into the valley like a black tide. Roar! Kill all these filthy demon bastards! You lowly demon beast! How dare you resist? Boom! The raging torrent of the demon clan and the black tide of the devil clan are like two floods bursting their banks. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. The demonic energy and the devilish energy collided violently and annihilated each other. Roars, roars, the sounds of bones breaking, turned the entire valley into the most primitive and bloody killing purgatory. Human race? At this moment, whether it was Chenhi and his three companions, or some other abyssal human teams in the distance who were attracted by the huge movement and were lurking and observing, they all became complete bystanders. Crazy all crazy. Driving a tiger to devour a wolf, team leader, what a plan. Chenhi had a blank expression on his face, scanning his surroundings with his angelic eyes. Now is the time. Lung Feng, Yuing, cooperate with me. Manshan is on alert.
The next moment, he appeared like a ghost above the injured blade mantis lord.
Die. Boom.
A golden sword energy that is condensed to the extreme and seems to be able to penetrate the stars, is coming to judge the world.
Phew. Like a ripe watermelon exploding.
The mantis lord's head, along with half of his chest, was blasted into a purple-black mist of blood and minced meat by this terrifying punch. Kill the 7th level early stage blade mantis lord.
Your level has increased by 1. Hunting. Efficient hunting.
On the edge of the chaotic demon battlefield, Chenhi, like the calmest hunter, led his team, harvesting experience and spoils with precision and lethality.
There is no time in the abyss, only killing and blood are the eternal themes. 2 years. Tempered in blood and fire, wandering madly on the edge of life and death.
In the bloody war zone, the number 79 outpost fortress has long become a thing of the past. Chenhi's name, like the brightest blood-red star, slowly rises in this chaotic and cruel battlefield. On the ruins of a fortress that had just experienced a brutal attack and defense battle, Chenhi stood quietly at the highest point of the ruins. The 9th divine demon refining method to forge the body and refine the spirit is completed.
Current level, level 80. Level 8. God and demon body. Roar.
A terrifying roar filled with endless brutality and destructive will, like thunder from the sky, suddenly exploded from the depths of the fortress ruins.
Boom!
In the center of the ruins, piles of corpses and building debris were suddenly blown away by an extremely brutal force. It resembles an enlarged humanoid demon, with 3 pairs of huge bone wings burning with the flames of the abyss slowly spreading out from behind, covering the sky and the sun.
9th level. Abyssal Demon General. Above the 3 wings is a true Abyss Lord level existence. Humble, bug.
The demon general uttered low, obscure, ancient demon language that contained endless will of destruction.
Die.
Faced with this terrifying blow that was enough to make an ordinary 8th level peak powerhouse despair in an instant,
there was no fear on Chenhi's face. Just in time. A long roar shook the ruins. Chenhi blasted out with a sword. Chapter 114 9th level melee, 100th level out. There is no day or night in the abyss.
Another 3 years passed quietly.
The blood slaughter war zone is no longer the original entrance to purgatory.
Chenhi's footsteps have covered every dangerous corner of this cursed land.
Leader of the first team fighting from the abyss.
To the commander-in-chief of the Abyss Legion, who commands 100 elite teams. Now he is the deputy minister of the Abyss Operations Bureau of the United Front Work Department of the Magic City, carrying 3 dark gold general stars on his shoulders. Every step of his promotion path is soaked in the filthy blood of the abyss and his own boiling fighting spirit.
Patriarch, Chenhi. Level, 89 level 8 peak. Family level, LV.5 abyssal blood and fire. Core family members, Chushi level 70, early stage 7, second child, Zhang Xiaoxiao level 75, mid stage 7, early signs of pregnancy. Family skill, divine demon refining, body refining and spirit refining, LV9. Level 89.
There is only one step left to the 9th level threshold, which represents the pinnacle of human power. Over the past 3 years, after countless times of tempering by divine and demonic techniques, Chenhi's body has reached the absolute peak of the 8th level.
Husband. Chenhi turned around.
Chushi was wearing a well-tailored ice blue combat uniform that outlined her tall and cool figure, with a slightly bulging curve at her lower abdomen. Chenhi picked up the 5 or 6-year-old Chen Xiao and looked at Chushi.
Dad. Another figure rushed over and hugged Chenhi's thigh.
It's a boy, and his eyes and eyebrows look very much like Zhang Xiaoxiao.
This is Chen Yan, the eldest son Zhang Xiaoxiao gave birth to for Chenhi. Yener, don't bump into your dad.
Chenhi stretched out his hand, his heart warm, and embraced Chushi with one hand. The weak but incomparably tenacious pulse of new life could be felt in his palm.
Cici, Xiaoxiao, thank you for your hard work. Chenhi's voice was low and solemn. Just wait a little longer, soon, all of this will be over. I'll take you, and our children, home.
Chushi leaned on his strong arms, and Chenhi's resolute profile was reflected in her icy eyes.
He uttered a soft Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled gently. We and the children will wait for your triumphant return.
The alarm of the abyss is like a leech on one's bones, and it will never truly cease. The shrill buzzing sound once again tore through the brief tranquility of the base.
Warning. Large-scale high-energy demonic wave detected. Direction, shield node in the western area of Rock City. Strength, level 9. Repeat, strength, level 9.
The warmth in Chenhi's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold fighting spirit that could freeze thousands of miles.
Return to the inner city and activate the highest level of protection. An hour later.
The Starry Sky Operations Room, the core and highest level protection area of the United Front Work Department of the Magic City.
Chenhi sat in one of the main seats.
Opposite him was the Minister of the United Front Work Department, Yang Zhenghua.
On the left sits Xiang Shifei, Minister of Education.
On the right is the Chief of the Garrison, Yu Tianfang. Next came Luan Hongshang, Director of the Law Enforcement Department, and Su Qiqing, Director of the Coordination Department. The 5 ministers, plus Chenhi, the helmsman of the Abyss Operations Bureau, are the core of Han Xia's highest power in the Abyss War Zone.
Everyone is aware of the situation. The demon cubs have finally lost their patience.
They are testing the waters and gathering strength.
The real storm is just around the corner. Chenhi. Yang Zhenghua's eyes fell on Chenhi, with undisguised admiration and entrustment. Your breakthrough is the key.
Chenhi met the minister's gaze and slowly stood up.
I have reached the peak of the 8th level and have completed the 9th level of the divine demon refining technique.
Chenhi's voice was not loud, but it struck everyone's heart clearly.
I will break through to the 9th level in the near future.
At the same time, I will complete the 10th divine demon refining technique.
Hiss.
Even though they were mentally prepared, when they heard the words the 10th divine and demonic refining method with their own ears, the 5 ministers present still had an irrepressible shock in their eyes.
The 9th level is already the body of a god or demon. The 10th level, what kind of realm will that be? A realm that no human has ever reached. The 10th level. Okay.
Yang Zhenghua slammed the meteorite table.
God bless Han Xia. Chenhi, what do you need?
I need a battlefield. A battlefield large enough, chaotic enough, and large enough to attract all attention. I want to break through in public at the core of the abyss, at the eye of the devil's origin where 99 abysses converge. I want the entire abyss to know that I, Chenhi, will strive for the 9th level of the eye of demonic origin. I will complete the 10th refinement.
You want to lure the snake out of its hole?
No, you want to lure the devil out of its lair. Luan Hongxing's eyes were as sharp as a knife.
Good.
The demons regard me as a grave threat and will never sit idly by and watch me break through the 9th level and complete the 10th level of refinement. They will definitely use all their strength to strangle me at my most vulnerable moment. At that time, all the lurking and coveting 9th level demons will reveal themselves.
He looked around at everyone and spoke faster. and the demon race. For the past 3 years, their lives in the abyss have been even worse than ours. They've been enslaved, exploited, and used as cannon fodder by the demons. The resentment is deep. Those old monsters of the demon race, for the sake of their race's continuation and dignity, will never let go of this opportunity to severely inflict a heavy blow on the demon race. As long as we spread the word, they will definitely come. As for those demonized 9th level beings who have been deeply corrupted by demonic energy and reduced to minions of the demon clan, Chenhi's lips curled up into a cold arc. They are the best troublemakers. Chaos is our ally. I will turn the Eye of Demonic Origin into a graveyard for the 9th Order demons. Using my breakthrough as bait, I will lure the demons into chaos and then destroy them all. All in one fell swoop. The plan is bold, crazy, yet full of deadly temptation. Finally, Yang Zhenghua slowly stood up, and his voice resounded through the starry sky. This order takes effect immediately. The news, like a spark that set the prairie on fire, spread throughout the entire Abyss Warzone in an instant at a speed beyond space. A huge wave was set off in the remaining sphere of influence of the Demon Clan. Have you heard? That evil star of the human race, Chenhi. He wants to reach the 9th level in the Eye of Demonic Origin and complete his 10th body refining. The Eye of Demonic Source? Is he crazy? That is the lifeblood of the demon race. Crazy? No. This is an open conspiracy. A naked conspiracy. He wants to lure all the 9th Orders to kill him. Kill him? Humph. Just in time. Aren't there enough demon kings killed by him and his men over the years? This vengeance must be avenged. Eye of Demon Source. Chenhi sat cross-legged. His upper body was naked, revealing his muscular body covered with deep dark gold lines. The aura of the peak level 89 is like a volcano that is suppressed to the extreme. Outside the fortress, there was a dead silence and oppression, waiting for that earth-shattering moment. Sudden. Ha. A sharp, crazy, terrifying laugh filled with endless malice and mockery tore through the sky. Boom. 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 The space was torn open like a fragile curtain. One after another, huge figures emitting monstrous demonic power and with hideous and terrifying appearances stepped out from the cracks in space. 10, 50, 100, 300, 500 thousands. Crowded. Covering the sky and the sun. Thousands of 9th Order demons. Like an army of demons crawling out from the deepest part of hell, they descended over the Eye of Demon Source. The leading demon locked his eyes on Chenhi, the center of the fortress. Ha. Chenhi. Human ant. How dare you attempt to reach the 9th level in our clan's holy land? You really don't know how to live or die. Look around you. Look at all these demon lords. You humans, with only a few dozen 9th level demons, are not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Today is the day you die. Kill now. Following this world-destroying roar, thousands of 9th Order demons simultaneously burst out with a destructive aura. Inside the fortress, all the soldiers were pale and felt the despair that froze their souls. At this critical moment. Humph. Stop being so arrogant, you little devil. A cold snort as loud as a huge bell, filled with righteous indignation, suddenly rang out from the depths of the fortress. At the same time, countless powerful auras were heard. Yang Zhenghua's figure was the first to appear above the fortress. Resist the tsunami of demonic energy that was captured. The 9th level of the human race. Hanxia heritage. Come out in full force. Although their numbers are far less than those of the Demon Clan, each of them is a top-level warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles and has an iron will. They are like the strongest reefs, bravely facing the Demon Clan's world-destroying tide. Boom! The 9th level battle breaks out instantly. The collision of laws. Melee. An unprecedented melee. However, there are too many demons. Thousands versus dozens. It was like a black tide constantly impacting the dam formed by the powerful human beings. In the center of the fortress, Chenhi was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Now! Yang Zhenghua's voice rang out in Chenhi's sea of consciousness, with a hint of fatigue, but incomparably firm. Chenhi suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Two golden beams of light, condensed to the extreme and as if able to penetrate the origin of the universe, burst out from his pupils. The world is eclipsed. Time and space are frozen.
The power that was suppressed to the extreme in his body finally broke through the last shackles.
The origin of life emits an earth-shaking transformation roar. Bite. Level breakthrough. Level 90, early 9th level. However, this is just the beginning. Divine and demonic refining technique 10th level. Start. Buzz.
A huge shadow of a blood furnace suddenly appeared above Chenhi's head. Inside the furnace, the blood and magic cores of countless ninth-order demons poured down.
A tempering force that is 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the 9th level is coming.
His body is melting, reorganizing, and sublimating. The bones turned into dark golden jade bones.
The blood turned into pale golden divine blood flowing like a galaxy.
The muscle fibers turned into divine and demonic tendons wrapped in chaotic energy.
The skin turns into an immortal divine skin engraved with the Tao patterns of the universe. This is a true transformation.
Towards the ultimate transformation of transcending the mundane and touching the forbidden realm of gods and demons.
No. Stop him. Stop him now. The demons bit at us like crazy. Protect Minister Chen. Stop them.
The strong men of the human race fought bloody battles and tried their best to stop them.
But the difference in quantity is too big. The defense line was instantly broken into pieces. At the critical moment. Roar. Ouch.
Countless roars filled with wildness, violence, and rage, like a volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years, suddenly erupted from the dark void outside the battlefield. One after another, huge figures of various shapes, emitting powerful demonic energy, rushed out fiercely. The aura of the leading figures was as powerful as Yang Zhenghua's. The 9th level of the demon race.
They are coming in full force. You bastards of the demon clan. You enslaved my people. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Kill. At the same time. He kill. 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 Flesh and blood. Power. Magic source.
Another piece of space was distorted, and hundreds of figures with even more chaotic, violent auras, and filled with desire for destruction rushed out.
Demons are rampant. Chaos in the abyss. Demons, humans, goblins, and monsters.
For forces, more than 2,000 9th level warriors launched an unprecedented super melee in the core area of the Eye of Demon Source. The corpses of the 9th Order strong men fell like raindrops and were crushed into powder by the chaotic energy.
It's almost there, it's almost there.
Yang Zhenghua fought bloody battles and repelled a 9th Order peak demon dragon, with hope burning in his eyes.
Stop him. At all costs. Wake him up. Wake him up. Buzz. The entire Eye of Demon Source, the entire abyssal battlefield, the entire universe, everything, without any warning, completely solidified. Time stopped flowing.
Only the absolute, soul-freezing, terrifying will that transcends all cognition slowly spreads from the depths of the deep dark hole of the Eye of Demonic Source.
Everyone was shocked. Kneel down in. That is an absolutely irresistible crushing force coming from the level of life. Just like an ant looking up at the sky. Just like dust facing the stars. Level 100.
A world-destroying disaster has arrived.
Chapter 115, Human King. Finale. Buzz.
All the 9th level warriors were like flies thrown into amber, and even their thoughts came to a complete standstill.
That is an absolute gap in the levels of life. Level 100. Snap.
The first crack appeared in the frozen image. A massive claw, covered in dark purple scales and streaked with lines of destruction like lava, slowly emerged from the void. With a mere touch of the claw tip, the frozen space shattered like a mirror.
100-level demon ancestor. Coming. Ha ha. Chenhi Ant. Your death has come. The demon ancestor has arrived. The end of all worlds. Boom. 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 It was like an invisible hammer falling down.
Waste, filth, unworthy of existing. The demon ancestor's thoughts were like a cold iron spike, piercing directly into the depths of the consciousness of all living beings, carrying the purest contempt for lower life forms. The struggles of the human race, the demon race, are in vain.
Level 100.
This is not a gap that can be filled by quantity.
This is a crushing of dimensions. Chenhi. Deep within Yang Zhenghua's frozen consciousness, the last trace of unyielding flame burned. Just one step away. Just one step left. Hold it.
Yang Zhenghua's thoughts were like a candle in the wind, but with the determination to burn everything, he passed them on with difficulty to Yu Tianfang and Xiang Shifei, who were also struggling at the level of will.
No words, no need for communication.
Deep in the souls of the three Hangxiati masters, they simultaneously lit the same lamp, using their lives as lamp oil and their souls as wicks.
Use my body to create an unbreakable wall. With my soul. Ignite the light of the moment. Burn. Burn. Burn.
Three roars that exceeded the limits of life and burned the origin and soul exploded like thunder in the solidified space and time.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Three indescribable beams of light burst out from the bodies of Yang Zhenghua, Yu Tianfang, and Xiang Shifei. The three strongest humans forcibly pried open a trace of power at the threshold of level 100 at the cost of burning the source of life, soul, and even the mark of existence. Just to buy Chenhi that last, fleeting time.
Roar. The 100-level demon ancestor seemed to be completely enraged by the provocation of this tiny ant. Boom. The giant claws swung out. Boom. Countless star shadows were shattered and annihilated in the collision. Chenhi, I'm relying on you.
Yang Zhenghua's burning figure let out a final earth-shaking roar behind the star map. Like a moth thrown into a raging fire, it instantly turned into the most brilliant and tragic point of light and completely dissipated. The three pillars of humanity sacrificed their own lives to secure less than 3 breaths for Chenhi.
Roar.
Witnessing the instant demise of the three most powerful humans, the golden-winged Rock King let out a blood-soaked wail. For the backbone of the demon race. For our dead compatriots.
Kill. With my demon blood. Dye the sky blue. Kill. The last elite of the demon clan pounced on the 100-level demon ancestor who was about to descend. Self-destruct. Crazy self-explosion.
The giants of the demon clan, when approaching the demon ancestor or the energy ball, would not hesitate to detonate their demon pills, origins, and even souls that they had cultivated for thousands of years.
Inside the fortress,
Luan Hongshang was covered in blood, guarding in front of the chaos furnace.
Just a moment.
Only 1 out of 10 strong humans survives.
The demon race is almost extinct.
Ants' struggles are ridiculous. A giant claw covered with destructive magic patterns slowly rose again.
This time, the target is directly aimed at the chaos furnace.
A hint of despair flashed across Luan Hongshang's eyes, then turned into complete calmness. Su Qiqing stood in front of Luan Hongshang with a sad but regretless smile on his face.
Is it over? Snap.
A shattering sound came from inside the chaos furnace.
The shackles of time are broken.
Billions of dark golden divine lights that cannot be described in words instantly illuminated the eternal darkness of the Eye of Demon. A figure slowly stood up.
It's Chenhi. Bite.
The 10th divine demon refining technique for body and soul training is complete.
Current level, level 90, early stage 9, divine and demonic body. Demon ancestor?
Chenhi spoke, his voice calm and peaceful. The 3 black hole vertical pupils of the 100-level demon ancestor suddenly shrank.
Kill. For the first time, the demon ancestor's thoughts were filled with shock and anger.
Swing the giant claws and tear the road apart. Chenhi simply raised his right hand calmly. He opened his 5 fingers and gently clenched them towards the destructive energy ball and the giant claws of the demon ancestor that followed closely behind.
Snap. 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 The teeth grinding, extremely intensive sound of bones cracking was heard. The demon ancestor's indestructible dark purple scales with lava patterns on them began to shatter and disintegrate inch by inch, starting from the claws. Roar.
The 100-level demon ancestor let out his first roar of extreme pain since his arrival.
However, this is just the beginning. Chenhi's figure moved.
There was no teleportation, no afterimage, he seemed to have directly merged into the veins of space. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the demon ancestor's head, which was temporarily stiff due to the broken arm.
Laugh. The dark purple devil's blood gushed out from the smooth cross-section like a river bursting its banks.
The 2 remaining vertical pupils of the demon ancestor were filled with extreme pain and confusion. In the end, he can only collapse to the ground helplessly and full of confusion. Killing a level 100 demon ancestor by leaping levels.
Level up. Level 91. Level 92. Level 93. Level 98. Level 99, Level 9 peak, critical. Chenhi's level instantly broke through the middle and late stages of the 9th level, reaching the critical point of the 9th level peak. Level 99. There is only one step left to the legendary level 100 threshold. No, impossible. The few remaining 9th order peak demon lords were terrified when they saw the demon ancestor being dismembered like dead wood and rotten wood. The human body simply cannot withstand the power of 100 levels. That is the ultimate qualitative change in the level of life. It is the realm of gods and demons. If he forces a breakthrough, he will only be blown apart by the power that exceeds his limits. He will be shattered to pieces. His body and soul will be destroyed. Chenhi slowly raised his head. With 5 fingers spread out, he gently flicked at the overwhelming torrent of destruction. Like brushing dust off your sleeves. Buzz. Boom. 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 Not enough. Chenhi said calmly. He took a step forward and crashed into the 9th level demon camp. With a casual grab of his right hand, he strangled a 9th level peak troll by the neck like a chicken. The magic crystal armor that was strong enough to withstand the impact of a planet was as fragile as paper under Chenhi's 5 fingers surrounded by chaotic divine light. Snap. The troll's head, which was bigger than a mountain, was crushed by Chenhi with one hand. With a wave of his left hand, a thin stream of gray air passed by. The 3 demon lords that were charging side by side and shaped like giant bats suddenly froze in their movements, and their huge bodies silently split into 2 halves along a smooth tangent. As he took a step forward, the space beneath his feet collapsed like a fragile film. Anyone who touches it at level 9 will die. Those below level 100 are all ants. Kill the 9th level peak crystal armor troll. Kill 3 rank 9 peak soul-eating demon bats. Level 99, level 9 peak, critical. On the surface of Chenhi's body, the chaos divine light, as warm and smooth as jade, began to fluctuate violently, and fine cracks appeared under his skin. The golden divine blood slowly seeped out from the 7 orifices and was forcibly repaired by the chaos divine light. His eyes were still cold, but his slightly trembling fingertips revealed the inhuman torture he was enduring. Ha ha ha. He can't hold on any longer. Quick. Keep attacking. Force him. Force him to break through. Chenhi. Stop. You're going to die. Chenhi turned a deaf ear. Today, even if my body dies, my soul scatters. I also want to annihilate all the demons. Cut off the root of this abyss. Break it for me. A roar that seemed to come from the deepest part of the soul and tear apart all shackles resounded throughout the universe. Chenhi no longer suppressed the energy in his body that had already exceeded the critical point. Boom. Indescribable terrifying energy exploded with Chenhi as the center. This force was so strong that it instantly surpassed the scope of the 9th level and even surpassed the 100th level. It brutally tore apart the dimensional barriers of the abyss and shook the original laws that constituted this world. No! The surviving demon lord let out a final, desperate wail. The earth is wailing. Crack. Boom. There was a terrifying sound as if the amniotic membrane of the universe was torn apart. The eye of demonic source exploded. Unimaginable destructive energy, like a flood of annihilation, gushed out from the blasted hole. This force swept across everything. Under this chain reaction, the 99 abyss passages were like lit firecrackers, one after another emitting explosions that shattered the void. Boom. 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 The continuous explosions completely turned the core area where the Eye of Demon Source was located into a vortex of destruction. The even more terrifying demon ancestor's will, which had just awakened in the depths of the Eye of Demon Source, only had time to let out a roar of shock and anger before it was completely submerged and torn apart by the torrent of destruction that swept across everything. Chenhi's figure disappeared in an instant. No! 2 shrill, heart-wrenching screams pierced through the aftermath of the destructive storm. Shuxi and Zhang Xiaoxiao rushed to the edge of the explosion under the desperate protection of Luan Hongsheng and Su Qiqing. Seeing this scene, he seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Supporting each other, they looked at the vortex of destruction, with only endless sadness and confusion on their faces. When the abyss exploded, the Eye of Demon Source disappeared, and the demon ancestor died. But Chenhi, was he also buried there? The entire battlefield fell into deathly silence. Just when this hopeless silence reached its peak, Buzz.
An indescribable, gentle yet vast light, like the rising sun, suddenly and without warning shone out from the center of the violent chaotic energy vortex. Wherever the light reached, the violent chaotic turbulence calmed down and dissipated in an instant like a tamed wild horse. The broken space silently healed as before. The collapsed earth rose again, the scorched land showed signs of vitality, and tender green grass sprouts broke through the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. A figure, bathed in the light of creation, slowly appeared. He was no longer a body of flesh and blood, but composed of pure light and law. His form was perfect, his proportions harmonious. A chaotic divine aura flowed throughout him, as gentle as jade, yet imbued with the power of creation. His eyes, as deep as the starry sea of the universe, calmly surveyed this reborn land.
Chenhi.
No, at this moment, he has surpassed the scope of the name Chenhi.
He slowly descended, his toes lightly touching a new sprout without applying any pressure. Cici, Xiao. I'm back.
Shushi suddenly raised her head, tears still on her face. Chen Xiao and Chen Yan in Zhang Xiaoxiao's arms also stopped crying, opened their eyes wide, and looked curiously at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the light.
All the surviving human warriors stared at the figure in a daze. Feeling the vast, yet gentle and tolerant pressure, awe and ecstasy from the depths of the soul erupted like a volcano. Plop. 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 I don't know who was the first to kneel down.
Then, like falling dominoes, all the surviving humans knelt down devoutly and fanatically towards the figure in the light.
The human king. Meet the human king.
The sounds gathered into a torrent, shaking the new world.
Chenhi, the king of men, Chenhi.
His eyes swept across the kneeling subjects, across his wife and children who were laughing through their tears, and finally to the clear sky. A new era, a mythical era belonging to the human race that he personally opened up, has arrived. The whole book is finished.